Chapter 1 Humiliation. In September, the heat in Jiangcheng has not yet dissipated. The cafeteria of Jiangcheng University in the early morning is like a huge steamer. Roger is a boy who is only 1.55 meters tall but weighs 180 kilograms. Both of his parents are ordinary factory workers, and most of their meager monthly salary is used to pay for his tuition and living expenses. Even so, the tuition for last semester was still 3 months in arrears before it was barely paid, which was paid for by my father working countless night shifts. He was currently holding a bowl of hot dry noodles and a cup of soy milk, carefully walking through the crowded crowd. Fine beads of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, and his thick black-framed glasses kept sliding down because of the sweat. He could only use his shoulders to push the frames up from time to time. Obviously, such weight made it extremely difficult for him to move among the crowd. Roger's eyes inadvertently swept across every corner of the cafeteria. He wanted to find a place where no one was around to sit and eat. Every time he walked into a crowded place, he could feel those gazes, some obvious and some hidden, as if they were mocking his figure and appearance. This feeling started in junior high school and continued with him into college. His gaze finally stopped on a group of girls and a boy nearby. That was the school beauty Lin Wanner and her friends, including the class beauty Li Jing and the sports committee member Wang Hao. Lin Wanner was wearing a light blue dress with the hem fluttering gently. Her figure is perfect. She is about 172 centimeters tall, well proportioned, with the right curves and convex parts. Her pair of long and straight legs have attracted countless eyes. Her face is as delicate as a porcelain doll, with big eyes, long eyelashes, and a cherry mouth. Li Jing wore a refreshing summer outfit, a white t-shirt paired with light-colored denim shorts, and her long, slender legs were white and well proportioned. She casually wore a thin sun-protective jacket, and her faintly visible collarbone looked particularly delicate in the morning light. Wang Hao, as the sports committee member, is tall and strong. He wears a tight sports vest, with clear muscle lines, making him look particularly powerful. Roger's heart beat faster involuntarily. He knew the gap between himself and these students, but he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Roger's gaze lingered on Lin Wanner for a moment, and a sense of inferiority welled up in his heart. It would be great if I could have a girlfriend like Lin Wanner. Roger thought silently in his heart, but then he smiled bitterly, thinking that the idea was too unrealistic. He knew clearly that with his conditions, there was an insurmountable gap between him and Lin Wanner. There were only a few crumpled coins in his pocket, which he had saved after careful calculation to last until his father sent him the living expenses next week. And the watch on Lin Wanner's wrist might be worth his tuition for 1 semester. At this moment, there were a lot of oil stains on the floor of the cafeteria. He accidentally slipped and the soy milk cup in his hand fell out of his hand and splashed right on Lin Wanner's skirt. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Roger and Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner's face turned red in an instant. She hurriedly covered her skirt with her hands, and a trace of anger and embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Li Jing and Wang Hao also surrounded him immediately, and Wang Hao glared at Roger angrily. "You fat bastard, are you doing this on purpose?" Wang Hao said angrily, his tone full of disdain and disgust. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Roger apologized repeatedly, but his voice sounded particularly weak in the noisy cafeteria. After Lin Wanner's skirt was soaked by soy milk, the fabric, which was already as thin as a cicada's wing, stuck tightly to her skin. Lin Wanner's cheeks were so red that they seemed to bleed. She hurriedly covered her skirt with her hands, trying to hide the embarrassing scene. Seeing this, Li Jing immediately took off her coat and handed it to Lin Wanner. "Wanner, wrap your coat around your waist." Lin Wanner took the coat and tied it around her waist to cover her wet skirt. She glanced at Li Jing gratefully and whispered, "Thank you." Wang Hao glared at Roger coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. "Get away, you fat bastard. Don't bring your stinking sweaty smell here with you. It's disgusting." He is 1.92 meters tall and has well-developed muscles. He is the main forward of the school basketball team. He is quite popular among girls in school because of his strong physique and handsome face. After Lin Wanner tidied her coat, she said in a cold tone, "It's unlucky. Let's go instead of eating." After that, she turned and walked forward. Seeing this, a flash of anger appeared in Wang Hao's eyes. As the recognized campus belle, Lin Wanner has always been the object of his pursuit. Although Lin Wanner has never given him a good face, he still spares no effort to show himself in various occasions. "Don't go yet!" Wang Hao suddenly shouted. "Wanner, if this scumbag isn't taught a lesson, he'll never learn what it means to respect a girl." At this moment, Wang Hao grabbed Roger's collar and pulled him up. The veins on Wang Hao's arms bulged, showing the results of years of fitness. Roger's neck was uncomfortable because of the collar, so he had to stand on tiptoe to feel better. The whole person was suppressed by Wang Hao's power and could not move. Roger's rounded figure looked particularly helpless in comparison. "Look at your behavior," Wang Hao said with a sneer. "Not only is he a fat man, but he also dared to dirty the skirt of our school beauty? Wanner, come here and teach this idiot a lesson. Let him learn his lesson." The surrounding students gathered around and some started to shout, "Hit him! Hit him! That's right, people like this should be taught a lesson. Wanner, slap him twice." Lin Wanner stopped and turned around, with sparks of anger flashing in her eyes. "Wanner, come on, teach this idiot a lesson." Wang Hao smiled triumphantly, tensing the muscles in his arms and easily lifting Roger into the air. Lin Wanner walked back slowly, and the noise around her became louder. Roger's face was pale, his eyes full of fear and humiliation. He wanted to say something, but Wang Hao grabbed his throat and he couldn't speak. "Wanner, slap him." Wang Hao urged again, "Let this loser know his place." Lin Wanner walked up to Roger and looked coldly at his fat face, which was twisted with fear. The cafeteria suddenly became quiet, and everyone held their breath waiting for this moment. Snap! A crisp slap sounded as Lin Wanner slapped Roger in the face without mercy. The force was so great that his face immediately became red and swollen. "You disgusting fat pig, what else can you do besides eating?" Lin Wanner's voice was icy cold. "You can't even walk, and you dare to wander around in front of me? Look at your behavior, you are a disgrace to the school. How could we have you here?" Roger's tears flowed uncontrollably, but no one sympathized with him, no one helped him. He has been the target of bullying for many years. Students around him began taking photos and recording videos, with some even shouting, "Hit him again! Hit him again! Pa!" Another slap, this time from the backhand, hitting Roger on the other side of the face. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Roger apologized with a sob, his voice almost inaudible. "Your apology is worthless," Lin Wanner sneered. "A loser like you is just a waste of air." Wang Hao added, "That's right. This kind of scumbag isn't even worthy of a shoe shine. Wanner, let's go. Don't let this kind of trash dampen your mood." Roger's face turned red and he tried to break free from Wang Hao's hand, but the strength difference was too great. He could only plead in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I can compensate you and help you wash your clothes." Wang Hao sneered and pushed Roger to the ground. Roger fell heavily to the ground with a groan. The students around burst into laughter, and some even took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. Lin Wanner turned and left, and Wang Hao followed closely behind. Roger was still kneeling on the ground, the laughter and discussions around him stabbing into his heart like a knife. On this day, his dignity was completely shattered, and the shameful video would soon spread throughout the school. "Ha, this fat bastard deserves it. No wonder no one likes him. How can such a loser be near Lin Wanner? You loser, stay away from Wanner from now on, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you," Wang Hao said viciously, his tone full of threats. Roger lay on the ground, his heart filled with humiliation and anger. He knew that it was useless for him to say anything now, and he could only silently endure the ridicule and humiliation of the people around him. At this moment, Lin Wanner suddenly turned around and walked back. She looked at Roger coldly, her eyes full of disgust and disdain. She walked up to Roger, looked down at him, and then spat in his face. "You fat pig, you're so disgusting," Lin Wanner said coldly, her tone full of disgust. Lin Wanner gave Roger a cold look, then turned and left the cafeteria. Li Jing followed closely behind, leaving Roger lying alone on the ground, enduring the ridicule and humiliation of the people around him. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Roger's mind. "I feel the host has been extremely humiliated. Congratulations to the host for activating the God-level maid system. The novice gift package has been distributed. Please check it." Roger was stunned, and then realized that he had accidentally obtained the legendary system. He was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface he maintained an embarrassed and apologetic expression. "System, what is the novice gift package?" Roger asked in his heart. The newbie gift package includes 100,000 cash and 2 freely allocated points. The host can choose to add them to appearance, height, weight, strength, charm, and intelligence. The system replied. The system continued, "The first mission has been released, raise the favorability of any maid candidate to 10 within 3 days. Mission reward, 3 points of free allocation. Ding! After scanning 21,374 women from Jiangcheng University, 5,826 maid candidates have been selected. Mechanical sounds mixed with electric currents vibrated his eardrums, and a waterfall of data exploded on Roger's retina. The passing score is a combined score of 80 points or above for appearance and figure. For example, Chen Lu from the Foreign Languages College, who was eating his salad on the third floor, scored 81.3. Chu Yao from the art department, who had just entered the library, had an oversized bust but an overall score of 79.8. When Lin Wanner's holographic projection unfolded on the light screen, the stains of spilled soy milk were still flashing on the hem of her skirt. The system specially marked the faint mole on the back of her snow-white neck with a red circle, and a constantly jumping conquest progress bar was suspended next to it. Current favorability 55%. Extreme disgust. The first maid who signs a contract will activate the Consumer Critical Hit privilege, and every time you purchase items for the maid, you can get 3 times the critical hit cash back. When you gather 5 maids, you will unlock a mysterious skill. Please upgrade yourself as soon as possible and sign a maid. Regarding the choice of additional points, Roger hesitated for a long time, whether to increase the height from 155 centimeters to 157 centimeters, or. Roger didn't hesitate and directly chose height. Roger staggered to his feet, holding onto the slop bucket, and his spine suddenly made a crackling sound like frying beans. The 155 centimeters increase in height felt like a pair of invisible hands were stretching my bones. He looked at the figure reflected in the cafeteria glass in horror. The fat ball with a permanently hunched neck now had a blurry shoulder line sticking out of his greasy hoodie. The host's current height is 157 centimeters. It is recommended that you change your clothes. The system marked the 3 layers of fat accumulated on his waistband on the light screen. Detecting the host's concerns, special note, for each maid you sign, you can freely use 10 points to increase your skills. You can freely choose height, strength, lifespan, etc. When the number of sign-ups exceeds 100, the perpetual expansion mode can be activated. Lin Wanner, who was far away, seemed to sense something and looked towards this corner with a frown. Her swan-like neck turned slightly, and the morning light gilded the faint mole. It was the sensitive spot marked by the system. Chapter 2. Chen Cece. The September sunshine shines through the classroom windows and onto the desks. Roger walked alone from the cafeteria to the classroom. Sitting in the corner of the last row of the classroom, I listened to the teacher's lecture absent-mindedly. The scene in the cafeteria that morning still humiliated him, but the emergence of the system gave him a glimmer of hope. System, show me a list of nearby maid candidates. Roger muttered in his mind. Scanning for maid candidates within a 500-meter radius. A translucent light screen unfolded in front of Roger's eyes, with hundreds of names densely listed on it, and detailed data was marked next to each name. Current location, Jiangcheng University, College of Liberal Arts, Classroom 302. 13 maid candidates have been detected. Roger's eyes swept across the light screen, and the data of several girls in the class immediately came into view. Zhao Shui, 20 years old, system score 85, height 168 centimeters, measurements 86, 62, 89, 3 relationships, wealthy family, current favorability 1% unknown. Sun Yuan, 19 years old, 167 centimeters tall, system score 82, measurements 90, 63, 88, 1 relationship, average family background, current favorability rating 25% moderate dislike. Lin Yu, 21 years old, 170 centimeters tall, system score 88, measurements 88, 60, 90, 2 relationships, wealthy family, current favorability rating 20% moderate dislike. Lin Yu has a sweet appearance and elegant temperament, with long, flowing hair and often wears exquisite dresses. Su Yao, 18 years old, 172 centimeters tall, system score 94, measurements 85, 62, 87, 0 dating experience, from a well-off family, current favorability rating 35% severe dislike. Su Yao has a fresh and refined appearance, with 2 shallow dimples when she smiles. She is an energetic girl who loves sports and is a member of the school track and field team. Chen Cece, 21 years old, height 162 centimeters, system score 80, measurements 85, 60, 87, 0 dating experience, poor family, part-time tutoring to make a living, current favorability 0% neutral. Fuck, how come there's a negative number on the favorability scale? And this Su Yao, did I dig up her ancestors' graves? Why does she dislike me so much? Roger's gaze lingered on Chen Cece's profile for a moment. Fortunately, there was one person whose favorability was 0, so at least she didn't dislike him for the time being. And since his family is poor, this may be a breakthrough. Although her score is relatively low, she should be the easiest to complete the contract. He has a 100,000 yuan novice gift package given by the system. If he can help her solve her financial difficulties, it should not be difficult to improve her favorability. System, please give me a detailed introduction to Chen Cici's situation. Roger asked in his heart. Chen Cici, a sophomore in the Chinese Language and Literature Department of the College of Arts, lives in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Her father is bedridden due to a work-related injury, and her mother works odd jobs to support the family. The family still owes 200,000 yuan in foreign debt. Chen Cici has excellent academic performance and has received a university-level scholarship, but the amount is limited. She currently tutors 15 hours a week, earning approximately 2,000 yuan a month, which she uses primarily to cover tuition and living expenses, as well as her father's medical bills. She's currently facing a conflict between her midterm exams and her tutoring schedule, and is looking for a more flexible part-time job. Roger looked thoughtfully at Chen Cici in the front row of the classroom. Chen Cici was wearing a washed-out shirt and slightly loose jeans. Although the clothes were a little faded, they were neat, clean, and decent. She was short, thin, and had a slightly pale face, obvious signs of malnutrition. She has long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and lips that have lost some color but are still beautifully shaped. She simply tied her long black hair into a ponytail, revealing a pretty oval face. She looked a little haggard, but still couldn't hide her youthful aura. If she gets enough nutrition and takes good care of herself, she will definitely be a rare beauty, more than 80 points. The bell rang and the students packed their bags and prepared to leave. Roger took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to walk towards Chen Cici. Hi, Chen Cici, can we chat for a minute? Roger tried his best to sound natural. Chen Cici raised her head and glanced at him with a hint of doubt. You are Roger, right? What's going on? Look, Roger scratched his head, feigning shyness. I'm currently working on a student aid program organized by a school club. It's specifically designed to help students in need find flexible part-time jobs. I heard you have excellent grades and are very hardworking, so I wanted to ask if you're interested. How do you know I need a part-time job? Chen Cici's fingers unconsciously stroked the untied part of the old school bag, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Just as Roger was about to explain, a shrill laugh came from behind. Sun Yuan was wearing a set of designer clothes and walking slowly in high heels, holding the latest iPhone 15 Pro Max in her hand. Hey, isn't this our representative of poor students? Sun Yuan deliberately raised her voice to ensure that everyone around her could hear her. Are you taking out a campus loan? She pointed her phone camera at the two of them and exclaimed exaggeratedly, Student Chen, be careful. Many poor students have been tricked into giving away their nude photos lately. Roger clenched his fists, but his fat body had no deterrent effect in front of Sun Yuan. What? Is our big fat pig going to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Sun Yuan giggled, a 155 centimeters tall man with a 162 centimeters tall beauty, standing together, don't they look like a penguin and a fawn? Sun Yuan. Chen Cici suddenly stood up. You have no right to say that about classmate Luo Jia. Oh, he's got it? Sun Yuan covered her mouth exaggeratedly. Yeah, birds of a feather flock together. A poor guy and a fat guy, they're a perfect match. At this time, several students who were watching the fun had taken out their mobile phones and started recording. Roger felt his face burning, not only because of the humiliation, but also because Chen Cici was standing up for him at the moment. All you rich people do is show off here, Roger said through gritted teeth. If you're brave enough, how about comparing your grades? Did you pass your last midterm exam? Sun Yuan's expression instantly turned ugly. You fat bastard. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Only a poor girl like Chen Cici would pay attention to you. That's enough. Chen Cici suddenly raised her voice. Sun Yuan, if you say another word, I'll report you for cheating on the exam. Sun Yuan's face changed, and she gritted her teeth and said, you two are a perfect match. One is poor and the other is fat. Disgusting. After saying that, she turned and left, but did not forget to take a few photos of them with her mobile phone. Chen Ci recovered quickly and continued talking to Roger. Roger's heart tightened, and he quickly tried to cover up his lie. Oh, I saw someone mention it in the part-time job group. There was a senior student in the Chinese department who had excellent grades but was short on time, so I guessed it might be you. After all, you're usually very low-key, but everyone says you're amazing. Chen Cici relaxed a little and nodded. Is that so? What kind of part-time job is that? It's an online text editing job, Roger continued fluently. It's mainly about helping a professor organize materials. It takes about 2 hours a day, and the pay is 50 yuan per hour. The hours are flexible. If you're interested, I can give you the contact information. Chen Cixi hesitated for a moment and whispered, "That sounds good. I'm a bit busy lately. If I can adjust my schedule, I can give it a try." "No problem." Roger quickly took out his phone. "I'll add you on WeChat and send you the details." After the two exchanged contact information, Chen Cixi hurried off to her next class. Roger looked at his newly added WeChat friends and breathed a sigh of relief. The target's favorability has been detected to be increasing. The current favorability is 3% initial trust. The system's voice sounded. 3%, not bad, Roger muttered to himself, but this is just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, Roger, posing as a professor's assistant, assigned Chen Cixi some simple document organization tasks. He meticulously designed each task to be neither too difficult nor too easy, with a moderate workload and generous compensation. This is some research material from Professor Wang that needs to be electronically compiled. Each document costs 50 yuan, Luo Jia explained on WeChat. There's no rush. You can do it according to your schedule. Chen Cixi quickly completed the first document. Her efficiency and diligence far exceeded Roger's expectations. Not only did she perfectly convert the handwritten manuscript into an electronic version, she also meticulously annotated the key points and even took the initiative to create a categorized index. "Thank you so much, Roger," Chen Cixi said on WeChat. "This job has really helped me. I was worried about my medical expenses. This income came at the right time." Seeing this message, Roger's heart warmed. He immediately replied, "You did a great job. Professor Wang is very satisfied. If you are interested, there will be more similar work in the future." "Really? That's great." Chen Cixi replied with a happy expression. Roger looked at the screen of his mobile phone, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He noticed that Chen Cixi's attitude was much warmer than before, and her words were more intimate. "The target thinks you're warm and reliable, but only as a normal classmate. Your favorability is currently 9% friendly." Roger decided to take the initiative. Now that he had gained Chen Cixi's trust, it was time to take a step further. He knew that her family owed 200,000 yuan in foreign debt, which might be a key point to improve her favorability. He opened WeChat and wrote a message. "Hello Cixi, the professor is very satisfied with your work and would like me to discuss long-term cooperation with you. I'm free this afternoon. If it's convenient, can we meet at the milk tea shop on campus to chat?" After a while, Chen Cixi replied, "Okay, thank you. Is 3 p.m. okay?" An increase in target expectation value has been detected. The system prompted. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Roger arrived at the school's milk tea shop early and chose a seat by the window. He wore a new shirt today and sprayed some cologne. When Chen Cixi pushed the door open, Roger couldn't help but hold his breath. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with her hair scattered on her shoulders. Even her bare face could not hide her pure temperament. "I'm sorry, I'm late," Chen Cixi said, panting slightly. "It's not too late. I just got here." Roger stood up quickly. "What would you like to drink?" "I'll treat you." "No need, I can do it myself." Chen Cixi waved her hand quickly. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Roger insisted. "After all, I asked you out to discuss things." Chen Cixi hesitated for a moment and ordered the cheapest lemon tea, while Luo Jie bought himself a milk tea. After the two sat down, Roger first talked about part-time jobs, and then naturally turned to Chen Cixi's situation. "Have you been staying up late these days? You look a little tired," Roger asked with concern. Chen Cixi forced a smile and said, "Fortunately, the midterm exam is coming up soon, and with my part-time job and family matters, time is indeed a bit tight." "Is there anything wrong at home?" Roger asked casually. Chen Cixi was silent for a while, as if hesitating whether to tell the truth. Finally, she said softly, "My dad was injured at work last year, and our family is in debt. We rely mainly on my mom's odd jobs and my part-time work to pay it back. So every month is very tight." Roger nodded gently, showing understanding. "I understand the pressure. It's really not easy for you to study and worry about your family at the same time. Just as the two were chatting, the door of the milk tea shop was pushed open, and Lin Wanner, Wang Hao, and others walked in. When Lin Wanner saw Luo Jie and Chen Sisi sitting together, she immediately let out a cold laugh. "Hey, you fat pig, who are you trying to trick again? You deliberately poured soy milk on me to get my attention before, and now you've changed your target?" Wang Hao also joined in the fun. "Look, Zhu Beiji actually wants to seduce the white bone demon? Why doesn't he even look in the mirror and see what kind of moral character he has?" Roger's face flushed red with shame and anger. The other students in the milk tea shop also looked at him strangely, and some even started whispering. Chen Sisi lowered her head, her face pale. "What are you talking about?" Roger stood up, trying his best to control his emotions. "We are just talking about part-time jobs. Please don't say anything nonsense." Lin Wanner smiled contemptuously. "Oh? Really? That's really unfair to you, Chen Sisi. Be careful not to get scammed if you approach someone like that for a job." Wang Hao walked up and looked down at Roger. "If you know what's good for you, get out of here and stop messing with girls. A fat pig like you think you're worthy of sitting with a beautiful woman?" The atmosphere in the milk tea shop froze instantly, and everyone was watching this farce. Chen Sisi's hands were tightly gripping the cup, and her knuckles were white. Roger took a deep breath and was about to fight back when an unexpected voice rang out. "What makes you say that about him?" Everyone was stunned because it was Chen Sisi who spoke. She stood up and looked at Lin Wanner and Wang Hao with a firm gaze. "Luo Jie was genuinely helping me and introduced me to a great part-time job. You don't understand the situation at all, yet you're making malicious assumptions. Is that right?" Lin Wanner obviously didn't expect Chen Sisi to speak up to defend Roger, and was speechless for a moment. Wang Hao curled his lips. "Oh, so I'm just being too compassionate. Chen Sisi, don't be fooled by his pitiful appearance." Chen Sisi said calmly, "I trust my own judgment. Please stop disturbing us. We are just discussing business." Lin Wanner's face darkened and she pulled Wang Hao to the seat on the other side, but she still cast sarcastic glances at him from time to time. Roger looked at Chen Sisi in shock. "Thank you. You don't have to be like this." Chen Sisi shook her head. "I was just telling the truth. They had no right to treat you like that. It was too much." A significant increase in the target's favorability has been detected. The current favorability is 15% trust. The system's voice sounded in Roger's mind. The target's favorability reaches 10%, and you will be rewarded with 3 free attribute points. The system's prompt sounded in Roger's mind again. Roger chose to add all 3 points to his height almost without hesitation. Ding! Height attribute points plus 3, current height increased from 157 centimeters to 160 centimeters, total increase 5 centimeters. At this moment, Chen Sisi suddenly tilted her head and looked at Roger with a puzzled expression. "Huh? Roger, why do I feel like you seem to have grown taller?" Roger's heart skipped a beat, and he forced a smile. "Really? Maybe the stretching I've been doing at the gym lately has paid off." "Really?" Chen Sisi looked at him seriously. "I remember when I first met you, you seemed to be only a little above my shoulders. Now you are almost as tall as me." Roger secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Maybe I've been paying attention to my posture recently, so I stand a little straighter." "Yeah," Chen Sisi nodded with a smile, "it seems you're really working hard to change yourself. You don't have to care too much about what others think." It has been detected that the target has developed a new curiosity and attention towards the host. The system prompts. Roger was delighted, but on the surface he looked a little sad. Actually, what they said is not completely unreasonable. "I know I'm not that good looking." Chen Sisi interrupted him, "Appearance is not the most important thing at all. Through your part-time job these days, I can feel that you are a person who truly wants to help others. This is much more important than appearance." Roger's heart stirred, and he asked softly, "Actually, I've always had an idea, but I'm not sure if I should tell you about it." "What idea?" Chen Sisi asked curiously. "I heard your family is struggling. I recently won a lottery ticket and have a small sum of money. If you don't mind, I can lend you some money to help ease the pressure. There's no need to rush to pay it back. You can pay it back when you're able." Chen Sisi's eyes widened. How can this be? We've only known each other for a few days. I can't accept such a big favor." Roger quickly explained, "I know this sounds a bit abrupt, but I really just want to help. You can think of this as a formal loan. We can write an IOU and discuss a repayment plan. It's all because I trust you and know you'll have a future. Chen Cece was silent for a long time, her eyes slightly red. Thank you for your kindness, but this is really. Roger didn't force her. Instead, he said gently, you don't have to answer me now. You can think about it carefully. I will respect whatever decision you make. I just want you to know that you can come to me if you have difficulties. I will do my best to help you. Chen Cece raised her head, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, and said softly, thank you, Roger. I have never met anyone like you. The target's favorability has reached 20% medium trust, and the system will reward one freely distributable point. The system announced. Taller, Roger chose without hesitation. He was too short and fat now, and he couldn't even look at himself. Chapter 3 Rental House. Although Roger received a system reward of 100,000 yuan these days, he still maintained a frugal lifestyle. As a child from a working-class family, he knows that money is hard to come by. His parents only gave him a little over 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and he always lived a very regular life. It was the same as usual in the morning, eating 4 yuan hot dry noodles at the breakfast shop in the school cafeteria. The proprietress already knew him and would always put an extra braised egg in the dish. At noon, I ordered a 10 yuan chicken cutlet rice in the cafeteria, and in the evening, I found a stall to eat a 12 yuan rice bowl. These days, he just spent a few $100 extra to buy 2 new clothes, just to look more presentable when he met Chen Cece. When I returned to the dormitory at night, I could hear the familiar sounds of games and keyboard tapping. Chen Yang, the dorm boss, was playing ranked with his roommates. When he saw Roger coming back, he raised his chin and said, Fatty, you're feeling pretty lucky today. Want to play around? In dormitory 419, Chen Yang was the only person who was relatively friendly to Roger. Although they also called him Fatty, there was no contempt in their tone like others did. Chen Yang is a student with sports expertise. He plays basketball well and is quite famous in school. He has a cheerful and easygoing personality and often takes care of Roger, a vulnerable group. No, Brother Yang, I need to check my phone for a while. Roger declined. He knew that he was not very good at the game and was always the one who held the team back. TSK, I have something important to do right now. Ma Chao, who was in bed number 2, said sarcastically, I heard you're chasing after the poor student from the College of Literature. That's right. Wang Pang, who was in bed number 4, also joined in the fun. I've seen him dressed up like a real gentleman these past couple of days. Does he really think he has a chance? You guys should keep quiet. Chen Yang frowned. Hasn't Roger been helping people find part-time jobs recently? That's a good thing. Oh, part-time job? Ma Chao sneered. I think you're using part-time job as a cover to pick up girls? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Roger climbed onto the bed silently and took out his cell phone. He had long been accustomed to this kind of sarcasm, but that didn't mean he didn't feel uncomfortable. The 100,000 yuan given by the system gave him hope for change, but first, he had to escape from this suffocating environment. Roger opened the rental app and started browsing nearby properties. Jiangcheng University is located in the suburbs, surrounded by old residential areas, and the rent is surprisingly cheap. He originally wanted to rent a 1-bedroom apartment, but after looking around, he found that all the apartments in this area were large. Just when he was about to give up, the system suddenly prompted. Found a special deal, Jinqiu Huating Building 6, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, monthly rent 1,000 yuan. 5th floor, no elevator, working water and electricity, basic furniture complete. Roger's eyes lit up. This price was considered cheap for the suburbs, and the key was 3 bedrooms and a living room. A bold idea formed in his mind. If I could clean up this house, I could definitely find a reason to invite Chen Cece over later. Cleaning such a large house would definitely take a lot of time, and I could use the high salary as bait. The next morning, Roger contacted the landlord. The other party was a woman in her 40s, an ordinary working-class woman who spoke directly. Young man, do you live in such a big house alone? The landlord asked with some confusion when we were looking at the house. Oh, I'm planning to find a roommate, Roger said casually, but I see this house hasn't been occupied for a while, so it needs a good clean. Sister, do you know where I can find a part-time housekeeper? It's hard to find a part-time worker here, the landlord shook his head. They think it's too far, and climbing up 5 floors is tiring. Oh, then you give me 200 yuan. I can hire someone to clean the house, or I can clean it myself. Just take it as the cleaning fee, okay? Roger pretended to be distressed, but he was secretly happy in his heart. This was exactly what he wanted. Okay. The landlord was a straightforward person and didn't drag his feet or bargain. After signing the contract, Roger immediately began to arrange his plan. He first ordered some basic cleaning tools and daily necessities online, and then carefully prepared a part-time job recruitment promotional copy. He set the salary at 200 yuan per session, which lasted 2 hours. This price was indeed very attractive to college students, especially poor students like Chen Cici. Roger immediately called Chen Cici and said, "I recently found a great part-time job opportunity and wanted to be the first to tell you." "What kind of part-time job is this?" Chen Cici was a little curious. The jobs Roger introduced during this period were indeed good, which made her trust him more. "Well, a relative of mine owns a house nearby and is looking for someone to clean it regularly. The pay is 200 yuan per session, and each session is only 2 hours, Roger explained. "I think the hours are quite flexible and won't affect my studies." Chen Cici's eyes lit up. "Really? 200 yuan for 2 hours? "Yes, but..." Roger paused deliberately. "It's on the 5th floor, and there's no elevator, so it might be a bit tiring." "It's okay," Chen Cici said quickly, "I still have enough strength." Seeing her anxious look, Roger felt a little guilty. But then he thought, he wasn't completely lying to her. He would indeed pay her the salary on time, and... "Are you free this Saturday? I'll take you to see it?" Roger asked. Chen Cici nodded. "Okay, I don't have classes on Saturday morning." "That's settled then." Roger stood up and prepared to leave. Back in the dormitory, Chen Yang was packing his things. "I heard that you were going to move out?" Chen Yang asked. "Well, found a cheap house," Roger said as he sorted his clothes. "Be careful," Chen Yang warned. "Call me if you have any problems." Roger nodded, feeling warm inside. Although Chen Yang was not the best roommate, he at least gave him some warmth. "By the way," Chen Yang suddenly lowered his voice, "I know you're pursuing Chen Cici. She's a good girl. If you're sincere, I support you. But if it's just for fun..." "I'm serious," Roger interrupted him. "I'm going to prove it to you all in my own way." Chen Yang patted his shoulder and said nothing more. Over the next few days, Roger began to decorate the new house. He specially bought some green plants and decorations online. Although it only cost less than a few $100s, the house immediately looked different. Saturday arrived quickly. Early in the morning, Roger got up and packed up, even spraying some cologne. This was the first time in his life that he invited a girl to his home. Although it was nominally a job, he was still very excited. Ding! The host's heartbeat has been detected to be accelerating. Please remain calm. Current favorability is 23%, please exercise due caution. At this moment, my phone vibrated. It was a message from Chen Cici. "I'm already at the gate of the community." Roger took a deep breath and looked at himself in the mirror. The height and body shape optimizations rewarded by the system during this period made him look a lot more pleasing to the eye. "Okay, I'll come down and pick you up." When Roger went downstairs, he saw Chen Cici standing at the entrance of the community looking around. She was wearing a light pink dress today, the hem just reaching past her knees, with a thin white cardigan over it. Although the material of the clothes is ordinary, her slim figure makes her look like a girl next door. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands of hair fluttering gently in the morning breeze. "This way," Roger called out, unconsciously straightening his collar. Chen Cici turned around and gave a faint smile. "Sorry, I'm early." In the sunlight, her skin was white and translucent, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her eyes. "That's fine, that's perfect," Roger said with a smile. "The house is on the 5th floor and there's no elevator. I'll help you get the tools." He noticed that Chen Cici was wearing light makeup today. Her eyelashes were slightly curled, and her lips seemed to have a light layer of lip gloss on them. Chen Cici quickly waved her hands. No, I can do it myself." Her voice was soft and she tilted her head unconsciously when she spoke. This little action made Roger's heart skip a beat. The two chatted as they climbed the stairs, and Roger deliberately slowed down his pace. He noticed that when Chen Cici walked, she would subconsciously use her hands to gather her hair, revealing a section of her white neck. By the time she reached the 5th floor, she was already a little out of breath, and her cheeks were flushed, which made her even more charming. Ding! Target's favorability towards the host increased by 2. Current favorability is 25%. Are you tired? Roger took out his key and opened the door. Come in and have a drink of water and a rest. The moment the door opened, Chen Cici's eyes lit up. The living room was brightly lit, with sunlight pouring in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Green plants dotted the space, and a coffee machine gleamed metallically on the open kitchen countertop. Wow, this house is so big! Chen Cici exclaimed, and it's so cozy. Yeah, Roger said proudly, I just cleaned it up a couple of days ago. Come, I'll make you a cup of coffee. While the coffee machine was running, Roger showed Chen Cici around. All 3 bedrooms were neatly arranged, and the master bedroom even had a small balcony. For the next 2 hours, the two worked in perfect harmony. Roger was responsible for moving heavy objects and cleaning high places, while Chen Cici carefully mopped the floor and cleaned the windows. During the conversation they talked about a lot, ranging from study to life, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. It was already noon when they finished cleaning. Seeing Chen Cici sweating profusely, Roger said distressfully, You've worked so hard. Can I treat you to a meal? Isn't this a bit bad? Chen Cici hesitated. Consider it a treat for you, Roger said with a smile. There's a new buffet downstairs. I heard it's delicious. In the end, Chen Cici couldn't resist Roger's enthusiasm and agreed. In the restaurant, both of them were a little restrained. This kind of cafeteria is indeed a luxury for poor students like them. But gradually, they began to enjoy the food. Try this steak, Roger said, picking up some food for Chen Cici. I just tried it, it's very tender. Chen Cici was about to speak when her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her face turned pale. Hey, Brother Wang. Her voice trembled a little. I know, I've already collected 3,000 this month. A piercing roar came from the other end of the line, so clear even to Roger. 3,000? Do you think I'm running a charity? How much interest is that on the 100,000 you borrowed when your father was in the hospital? If you don't pay it back, I'll go to your school and make trouble. Chen Cici's tears welled up in her eyes. Please give me some more time. I'm working part-time recently and will be back soon. The sound of a bottle crashing against a wall echoed from the other end of the line. 100,000 yuan principal plus interest, if not paid back before 12 noon tomorrow. The debt collector's voice suddenly turned cold. I heard your mother is setting up a stall at the South City Vegetable Market? You don't want anything to happen to her, do you? Chen Cici's knuckles were clenched until they turned white. You can't do this. Or. The debt collector suddenly laughed strangely. You can come to our club and work part-time 3 nights a week. You can pay it off quickly. Roger couldn't bear it any longer, so he patted Chen Cici's shoulder and asked her with his mouth, How much do you need? Chen Cici shook her head, wanting to refuse, but another roar came from the other end of the line. When you borrowed the money, you promised to pay it back quickly. Now your father is in the hospital. Are you not going to pay it back anymore? Roger made a trust me gesture and took the phone. Hello, I'm Chen Cici's friend. How much money do you need? Hey, someone's still helping me pay back the money, the other person said sarcastically. The principal is 100,000 yuan, and it's been almost half a year. You can calculate the interest yourself. Well, Roger said solemnly, I can pay her 50,000 now and let her pay the rest in installments. What do you think? There was silence on the other end of the line. Okay, I'll give you a chance. 50,000 yuan, transfer it now, and the rest must be paid back within a month, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Okay, leave me your account number. After hanging up the phone, Chen Cici hurriedly grabbed Roger's arm. No, this is too much, I can't take your money. It's yours, Roger said softly. You can return it when you can. There's no rush. Because. Roger paused, because I want to tell you a truth. He took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and continued, Actually, I paid for that part-time job I introduced you to earlier, organizing documents. I didn't tell you the truth because I was afraid you'd worry and you wouldn't be able to accept it. Chen Cici opened her eyes wide in surprise. And today, Roger continued, his voice trembling, the house we cleaned together wasn't actually my relative's. I rented it myself. I deliberately gave you the money to clean it just to find an excuse to spend more time with you. Why are you doing this? Chen Cici's voice began to tremble. Because I've been following you and have liked you for a long time. Roger finally spoke his mind. I know this may be a bit selfish, but I really want to help you, but I'm afraid you won't accept my help. After hearing this, Chen Cici's tears fell like beads from a broken string. She suddenly took a step forward, hugged Roger tightly, buried her face in his chest, and cried silently. Roger could feel her warmth, the soft touch and slight rise and fall of her breasts. "Thank you," she whispered into his arms. "Thank you for everything you've done for me." Target's favorability has increased significantly, currently at 38%. Special reward, 5 points can be allocated. In the end, Chen Cici accepted the money. On the way back, she remained silent, but Roger could feel the gratitude and trust in her eyes. "Thank you, Roger." Chen Cici said softly when they parted, "I will definitely return it to you as soon as possible." "Don't worry," Roger said with a smile, "just take care of the things at hand first." Chapter 4 Forced Contract. The favorability level has reached 38. It's really fast in just a few days. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Detected that the target, Chen Cici, owes the host 50,000 yuan, meeting the conditions for signing a maid contract. "Do you want to sign it immediately?" Roger was stunned. "What do you mean?" Maid contract description. Based on a debt relationship, the system can force the host to establish a temporary contract with the target. During the contract period, the target can offset the debt by completing designated tasks. After the contract expires, the host will receive additional rewards. A series of optional tasks are displayed on the system interface. Walking on the road 10 yuan time to offset debt. Help wash underwear and socks 50 yuan time to pay off debt. Watch a movie together 100 yuan time to offset debt. Play games together 50 yuan time to offset debt. Dinner together 200 yuan time to offset debt. Wear maid outfit pay off 300 yuan time, need to reach 50% favorability. Mysterious operation 3000 yuan time debt repayment, need to have a favorable impression of 80%. Roger looked at the last item and his face heated up. He quickly swiped past the option and continued browsing the system instructions. Reward for completing the first contract. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of maid lover and gaining the following passive abilities. 1. Debt critical hit, receives system rewards of 1 3 times the original debt amount. 2. Consumption cashback, consumption for the contract object can get 1 3 times the critical hit cashback. 3. Favorability lock, favorability will not decrease during the contract period. Roger thought for a moment and asked, "If we sign the contract, will she know?" The contracted party will feel an invisible constraint, prompting them to accept the host's invitation, but will not be aware of the existence of the contract. System, what will happen if I don't sign the contract? No mandatory requirements. The host can choose to develop the relationship through conventional means, but will lose the additional benefits brought by the contract. Roger took a deep breath and said, "I choose to sign the contract. From today on, all the money I spend with Chen Cici will be returned to me in cash." First contract signing detected. 10 points awarded for free allocation. Currently available points, 15 points including the 5 points previously earned. Roger opened the system properties panel and carefully considered the allocation plan. Height, plus 10 points 161 centimeters 171 centimeters. Appearance, plus 3 points 45 points 48 points. When he looked in the mirror, he could hardly believe his eyes. The person in the mirror was still slightly overweight, but his 171 centimeters height made his body proportions more balanced. His facial fat had also decreased, and his features had become more three-dimensional and refined. His entire temperament was completely different. Contract signed successfully. Currently available tasks have been updated. The next morning, Roger received a message from Chen Cici. "Let's have lunch together today. I'll be waiting for you at the cafeteria entrance," Chen Cici said on WeChat. Trigger the task, have lunch together, completing it can pay off a debt of 200 yuan. The cafeteria is bustling with people. Chen Cici recognized Roger at a glance, but was obviously stunned when she saw him. "Roger? Have you grown taller?" Chen Cici said in surprise, "And you look completely different." Roger was a little nervous. "Really? Maybe I've been exercising more recently." Just then, there was a commotion coming from the cafeteria door. School beauty Lin Wanner and sports committee member Wang Hao walked in. Lin Wanner wore a black slip dress today, the hem of which fluttered gently, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, with a slender waist and impressive bust. Her every move exuded a youthful and beautiful aura. Wang Hao was dressed in sportswear. He was 193 centimeters tall and muscular. He walked beside Lin Wanner like a bodyguard. When they passed by Roger, Lin Wanner suddenly stopped and looked at him in surprise. Huh? Is it that fat pig? Roger's heart skipped a beat. He will never forget that humiliating experience in the cafeteria. Wan Hao also recognized him. Is it really you? How, have you changed so much? Roger ignored them and turned to Chen Sisi. Let's go sit over there. Chen Sisi nodded and followed Roger to a quiet corner. But she noticed that Lin Wanner's eyes were following them thoughtfully. Roger and Chen Sisi spent their lunch together in a pleasant conversation. He discovered that not only his appearance had changed, but also his tone of voice and confidence had improved significantly. By the way, about repaying the money, Roger said casually, I have a suggestion. You can do something with me every week, like go to a movie, play games, or eat out, and I'll count the cost of these activities as repayment. This way, you won't feel too much pressure, and we'll get to know each other better. Chen Sisi blinked. Is this okay? I feel like I'm getting a huge advantage. For me, the greatest reward is just being able to spend time with you, Roger said with a smile. Target's favorability plus 3%, currently 42%. Host, Roger. Age, 20. Height, 171 centimeters, originally 155 centimeters, 16 free points used. Weight, 180 caddies. Appearance, 48 points, 3 points have been used for free allocation. Current assets, 50,000 yuan, 50,000 yuan loaned. Sign maid, 1 Chen Sisi, favorability 41%. Just by signing a maid contract, Roger changed drastically. He was no longer the short and fat man who was ridiculed by others, but a confident college student. Thinking of this, Roger was full of confidence in his future. After Chen Sisi accepted Roger's debt repayment method, their relationship gradually warmed up. After spending several times together, Roger became increasingly aware of the difficulties in Chen Sisi's life. Her old Redmi phone kept freezing up and had several noticeable cracks on the screen. Although her clothes were clean, they were washed, bleached, and of an old style. Luo Jia asked Chen Sisi to come out. Are you free today? I want to take you shopping. Go shopping? Chen Sisi asked doubtfully. I don't have anything to buy. I'm not buying anything, Roger said with a smile. I just want to walk around with you and see if there's anything you like. Chen Sisi hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. On Saturday afternoon, the two came to the largest shopping mall in Jiangchang. The bright lights and the dazzling array of goods made Chen Sisi feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go check my phone first, Roger suggested. I want a new one. In front of the mobile phone counter, Roger noticed that Chen Sisi's eyes were fixed on a mid-range mobile phone. How about this one? Roger asked, pointing at the phone. It's pretty good, Chen Sisi whispered, but it's too expensive. Just then, Roger saw a familiar figure. Sun Yuan from his class was working part-time behind the counter. She is tall and her figure looks even more curvy in the store's uniform. Sun Yuan recognized Roger at a glance. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then turned into obvious disdain. Hey, isn't that Roger? Sun Yuan looked him up and down, her tone tinged with sarcasm. I heard you've changed a lot recently, but... Her eyes turned to Chen Sisi's pale clothes. Your taste is still so bad. How can you have such poor vision? Why is you with this fat pig? Is it because he's fat, poor, or incompetent? Ha ha. Chen Sisi's face changed and she subconsciously pulled her sleeves. Roger felt a surge of anger rising in him. He walked straight to the high-end section, pointed at the latest iPhone 16 Plus, and asked, how much is this? 12,000, Sun Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you can afford it? Give me two, Roger said calmly, one black and one white. Sun Yuan was stunned, a look of disbelief flashed across her beautiful face. What did you say? I said, give me two, Roger repeated. Card. Large amount spending detected, activating the consumption critical hit privilege. Critical hit multiplier, 3x. Spend 24,000 yuan, get 84,000 yuan in cashback. Roger was delighted when he saw the system prompt. I didn't expect to trigger a triple critical hit on the first try. Sun Yuan looked at the successful transaction interface in shock and mechanically packed the two mobile phones for Roger. Her eyes changed from initial ridicule to disbelief, and finally to a hint of curiosity and appreciation. Detected a change in Sun Yuan's favorability plus 10%, currently 15% mild dislike. This is for you. Roger handed the white phone to Chen Sisi. Consider it a small gift from me. No. Chen Sisi shook her head repeatedly. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. You can consider it part of the money I lent you, Roger said softly, and I really want to give you a gift. At Roger's insistence, Chen Sisi finally accepted the gift with a touch of emotion in her eyes. Target's favorability plus 10%, currently 52%. When leaving the mobile phone counter, Roger noticed that Sun Yuan's eyes were following them, full of complicated emotions. After leaving the mobile phone store, Roger took Chen Sisi to the clothing area. Chen Sisi wanted to refuse, but Roger had already pulled her into a mid to high-end women's clothing store. Take your pick and try whatever you like, Roger encouraged. Don't worry about the price. With the help of the shopping guide, Chen Sisi tried on several sets of clothes. When she came out of the fitting room wearing a light blue dress, Roger was almost stunned. The skirt perfectly outlines Chen Sisi's slender waist, and the hem is light and flowing, making her look like a fairy. It's so beautiful, Roger exclaimed sincerely. Chen Sisi blushed. Really? Really, Roger nodded. This dress was tailor-made for you. In the end, Roger bought 3 sets of clothes, 2 pairs of shoes and some accessories for Chen Sisi, spending a total of nearly 10,000 yuan. Having 3 sets of clothes makes it convenient for her to change and wash them, so that she doesn't have to wear old clothes again after wearing them. Large-scale spending detected, activating the consumption critical hit privilege. Critical hit multiplier, 2x. This purchase is 9,800 yuan, and the cashback is 19,600 yuan. At the end of the day, Roger not only spent nearly 50,000 yuan, but the system also gave him over 100,000 yuan in cashback, making a net profit of over 100,000 yuan. More importantly, Chen Sisi's favorability increased significantly. In the evening, the two had dinner at the restaurant in the mall. Chen Sisi wore her newly bought skirt and took a few photos of the two of them with her new mobile phone, with a happy smile on her face. Roger, thank you so much today, Chen Sisi said sincerely, but all these things must add up to more than 50,000. I'm afraid I'll never be able to pay it back. Don't worry, Roger said, holding her hand. Seeing you happy is the greatest reward for me. Target's favorability plus 14%, currently 75%. On the way back to school, Chen Sisi leaned on Roger's shoulder and whispered, Actually, I've always felt very inferior because I come from a poor family. Don't say that, Roger said softly, in my eyes, you are the most special. Target's favorability plus 5%, currently 80%. Congratulations! The target's favorability has reached 80%, unlocking the deep trust relationship. The system's prompt made Roger happy. He knew that his relationship with Chen Sisi had entered a new stage. After returning to the dormitory, Roger checked the system interface. Host, Roger. Age, 20. Height, 171 centimeters, originally 155 centimeters, 16 free points used. Weight, 180 caddies. Appearance, 48 points, 53 points. Increase in charm automatically affects appearance. Current assets, 180,000 yuan. Sign made, 1 Chen Sisi, favorability 80%. Freely allocated points available, 5 points. Roger decided to add all 5 of these points to his weight, hoping to lose some weight. Confirmed to use 5 free points for weight loss. Current weight reduced from 180 caddies to 155 caddies. When Roger woke up the next day, he felt relaxed. When he looked in the mirror, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his body had become much more balanced. Although he was not yet muscular, he was already of normal size. Chapter 5 Maid Outfit. As Roger looked at the system interface, he noticed some newly unlocked mission options, including Wear maid outfit, payoff debt 500 yuan time, need to have a favorable impression of 50%. Mysterious operation 3000 yuan time debt repayment, need to have a favorable impression of 80%. Current target favorability, 80%, all tasks unlocked. The system prompt made Roger's heart beat faster. His and Chen Sisi's recent interactions had quickly warmed their relationship, and now they were ready to perform the mysterious operation. Roger looked at his attribute panel and hesitated for a moment. He knew that his size in certain aspects had always been a concern, which might affect his future close relationship with Chen Sisi. Maybe after performing the mysterious operation, Chen Sisi's favorability towards herself will drop significantly. System, I want to allocate points. Roger muttered in his heart. Without hesitation, he invested all of the remaining 5 free allocation points into a mysterious attribute. Confirm to use 5 points of free allocation to increase the mysterious attribute. The current attribute value is increased by 5 centimeters. The system prompt made Roger feel excited. Although there was no visible change in his appearance, he could feel that a certain part of his body seemed to have gained a sense of existence. Next, he sent a message to Chinsisi, "Want to have dinner together today? Let's meet at the house we cleaned together. I have a surprise for you." Chinsisi quickly replied, "Okay, I love the little home we cleaned together. Do you need me to bring anything?" Roger smiled and replied, "Just bring yourself." "Oh, and I have a little surprise for you." Chinsisi arrived as promised. She was wearing the white dress Roger had given her today. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps, highlighting her slender waist and long legs. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, shimmering softly under the light. Her face was lightly made up, making her skin appear white as snow and her eyes bright and charming. "Our little nest is starting to feel more and more like home," Chinsisi said, looking around at the furniture and decorations they had arranged together. "What new things have you added recently?" "Some little trinkets," Roger said with a smile, and then he took out a beautifully wrapped box. "This is for you." At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Roger's mind. "Available mission detected, wear a maid outfit. Force it?" Roger hesitated for a moment, then silently said in his heart, "Execute." Confirmed. The system will adjust the target's mental state to make them accept the mission requirements. The 300 yuan debt repayment will take effect after the mission is completed. Chinsisi opened the box curiously, and inside was an exquisite maid outfit. The black skirt is trimmed with white lace, and there is a matching headpiece and white stockings. What is this?" Her face flushed, and her fair cheeks were stained with a light pink, making her look even more beautiful. Roger noticed that Chinsisi's eyes suddenly became a little dazed, as if the system was adjusting her thoughts. "Try it on," Roger said with a smile. "Just think of it as a little game. If you don't want to wear it, that's fine. I won't force you." Chinsisi blinked, and her eyes became clear again. She looked at Roger, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. "To be honest, I'm really curious about what this kind of clothes look like. Since it's just the two of us, no one else can see us, so it's okay to try it on." Her voice was soft and her face was shy, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. System adjustment successful, target has accepted the mission requirements. Roger secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the system to be so magical that it could make Chinsisi accept this request naturally without arousing her suspicion. Trigger mission, wear a maid outfit, completing it will pay off your debt of 300 yuan. Chinsisi took the clothes and went into the bathroom. A few minutes later, when she came out after changing her clothes, Roger was almost stunned. The black and white maid outfit perfectly outlines her slender waist, and the hem of the skirt perfectly shows off her long legs. The white stockings wrapped around her slender calves make her look both cute and elegant. The lace headdress on her head adds a touch of playfulness. Her cheeks are flushed with shyness, her eyes are filled with a hint of shyness and expectation, and her whole body exudes the breath of youth. "How is it?" Chinsisi asked shyly, her hands unconsciously pulling at the hem of her skirt, her eyes wandering, not daring to look directly at Roger. "It's so beautiful," Roger exclaimed sincerely, "she's like a princess from a fairy tale." Chinsisi's mouth corners rose slightly, revealing a sweet smile, "Thank you. But this dress is a bit tight, it feels weird." She turned around, and the hem of her skirt fluttered gently with her movements, showing her perfect curves. Afterwards, the two of them made a simple dinner together. Seeing Chinsisi busy in the kitchen with an apron on her head, Roger felt a warm home feeling. Her movements were graceful and skillful, her long hair swaying gently with her movements. From time to time, she turned back and smiled at Roger, and that smile was as warm as the spring breeze. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa and watched a movie. In the warm atmosphere, Roger gently held Chinsisi's hand. Her hands were soft and warm, with slightly cool fingertips, making one want to protect them. "Thank you for staying with me today," Roger said sincerely. "This is the happiest day I've ever had." Chinsisi leaned on his shoulder, her long hair emitting a faint fragrance. She whispered, "Me too." As the film progresses, the two grow closer. Roger could feel that Chinsisi's breathing became a little rapid, and there was a flash of expectation in her eyes. "Mysterious operation has been unlocked, do you want to execute it?" Chapter 6 First time. Roger looked at Chinsisi, who was wearing a maid outfit beside him. Her slightly flushed cheeks and slightly expectant eyes made his heart beat faster. Mysterious operation has been unlocked. Do you want to execute it? The system prompt flashed in Roger's mind. He took a deep breath and said silently in his heart, execute. Confirmed. Mysterious operation has begun. 3,000 yuan in debt repayment will take effect after the mission is completed. Cece. Roger called softly, gently caressing her cheek. Chen Cece trembled slightly. There was nervousness and anticipation in her eyes, and she nodded slightly. Their lips slowly moved closer, followed by a tender and gentle kiss. 3 minutes later, everything returned to calm. Roger stared at the ceiling in a daze. He felt complicated, a sense of accomplishment but also a hint of regret. It's okay, Chen Cece hugged him gently and rested her head on his shoulder. There was no disappointment in her voice, but instead a hint of comfort and encouragement. Roger turned to look at her, somewhat surprised at her understanding and tolerance. Another 5 minutes passed. It's okay, Chen Cece said softly, snuggling in Roger's arms. It will be better next time. A sense of accomplishment and responsibility washed over Hansa on the bedsheet. Cece, thank you, Roger whispered, hugging her tightly. Chen Cece nodded gently in his arms with a happy smile on her face. Mysterious operation completed, 3,000 yuan debt paid off, favorability plus 5%, current favorability 87%. The system's prompt flashed in Roger's mind, but at this moment his mind was no longer on the numbers. He looked at Chen Cece in his arms and knew that their relationship had entered a new stage. The system prompt flashed in Roger's mind, but his attention was completely attracted by Chen Cece in his arms. Suddenly, a golden light flashed before Roger's eyes, and a new system prompt appeared. Congratulations! You completed the mysterious operation for the first time and unlocked the special title, Maid Conqueror. Special ability activated, True Insight. Roger was a little confused, not knowing what this True Insight ability was. He gently stroked Chen Cece's hair and thought to himself, System, what is True Insight? True Insight, you can view detailed information about the target. This ability is already bound to the mission panel and does not require additional consumption. Roger's gaze suddenly changed. He looked at Chen Cece, and a string of data appeared on her. Chen Cece, 21 years old, 162 centimeters tall, system score 80, measurements 85 60 87, purity 96%, has been in love once, comes from a poor family, and works as a part-time tutor to support herself. Version 1.2. I had 0 love experiences before, but after spending these days together, it has increased to 1 time by default. Roger was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what version number meant. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly understood 1 represents himself, and 2 represents twice. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction came over me. What's wrong? Chen Cece noticed his gaze and asked softly. Nothing, Roger said with a smile, I just think tonight is special. Chen Cece blushed and nodded gently, that's true for me too. The next morning, sunlight shone through the curtains onto the bed. When Roger woke up, he found Chen Cece leaning on his chest, looking at him quietly. Roger couldn't help but kiss her forehead. The two prepared a simple breakfast together. Roger looked down at the street from his balcony, testing out his new ability, and was able to see data and version numbers appearing on some of the girls. Some are 1.1, some are 2.3, 1.15, or even higher 7.55. While eating breakfast, Chen Cece suddenly said, You know what? When I first met you, you looked completely different from what you look like now. Roger smiled and said, Yeah, I've changed a lot. You've grown a lot, not just big. You've completely transformed, Chen Cece said seriously. You've grown from 155 centimeters to 171 centimeters, and you've gone from being a chubby kid to the cute boy you are now. You must be going through a second growth spurt. Roger was a little embarrassed. Maybe I'm just late in development. I really didn't grow much in middle school and high school, but I've suddenly grown up in the past few days. I think it's fine, Chen Cece said with a smile. No matter what you look like, I like you. Chapter 7 Su Xiaro. While eating breakfast, Chen Cece suddenly said, You know what? When I first met you, you looked completely different from what you do now. Roger smiled and said, Yes, I have changed a lot. You've grown a lot, not just big. You've completely transformed, Chen Cece said seriously. You've grown from 155 centimeters to 171 centimeters, and you've gone from being a chubby kid to the handsome guy you are now. Everyone says you've experienced secondary growth spurts. Roger was a little embarrassed. Maybe I was late in development. I really didn't grow much in junior high and high school, and it was only in college that I suddenly started to grow taller. I think it's fine, Chen Cece said with a smile. No matter what you look like, I like you. Roger felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew his changes weren't natural growth, but rather points awarded by the system. He had previously put most of the points into his looks, and later added some to his height. From 155 centimeters to 171 centimeters, the change was already astonishing enough. If he added more points to his height, it would be even more outrageous. I think it's fine the way it is now, Roger said. It doesn't need to be any higher. Chen Cece nodded. Well, your current height is just right. Roger looked at the balance of his bank card and made a decision. He had already established a relationship with Chen Cece and didn't want her to continue to be burdened with heavy debts. It just so happens that I can get cash back by spending money on her. Cece, I have an idea. Roger said softly. What idea? Chen Cece asked curiously. I want to help you pay off the rest of your debt in one go, Roger said seriously. You shouldn't have to worry about these things anymore. Chen Cece looked at him in surprise. But that's tens of thousands. Where did you get so much money? Roger smiled and said, remember when I won the lottery? I still have some savings. Without waiting for Chen Cece to say anything, Roger took out his cell phone and called Brother Wang. Hello, Brother Wang, I'm Roger, Chen Cece's friend. Roger's voice was firm and calm. I want to talk to you about her debt problem. Brother Wang on the other end of the phone seemed a little surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Oh? How do you want to talk? Pay off the remaining amount plus interest in one lump sum. Give me the total amount. Roger said directly. Brother Wang on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, then laughed. Young man, you're quite courageous. Pay it off in one lump sum? That would be 120,000 yuan. 120,000? Roger frowned. Isn't that too much? The principal was only over 100,000, and I paid back 50,000 before. How did it suddenly become 120,000? Interest, brother. Brother Wang's voice was a little playful. Do you think the money is for free? Besides, your girlfriend has been waiting for so long. According to our rules, the interest should have been doubled long ago. Roger took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Brother Wang, let's be frank. You know Cece's situation. Her family is struggling, and her father is sick. I'll pay her 80,000 yuan in full. What do you think? 80,000? Brother Wang scoffed. That's too little. Impossible. 100,000, that's my bottom line. Roger glanced at the nervous Chen Cece beside him and said, okay, 100,000 yuan, transferred immediately today. You can save yourself the trouble and no longer need to send people to collect the debt. And don't contact Cece anymore. There was another silence. Okay, 100,000. Brother Wang finally agreed, but it has to be in my account today. No problem, I'll transfer it now. Roger said and hung up the phone. He opened his mobile banking app, entered the amount, and clicked confirm. As the system prompted that the transfer was successful, a system prompt suddenly rang in Roger's mind. Special event triggered, pay off your debt in one go and receive a 2x critical hit bonus. Debt cleared, get extra bonus, 200,000 yuan has been deposited into your account. Roger looked at his mobile banking balance in surprise. It now totaled 280,000. How is it? Chen Cece asked nervously. It's done, Roger said with a smile. Brother Wang agreed, and the debt has been settled. Chen Cece looked at him in disbelief. Really? Just like that, it's over? Yes, from now on, you no longer owe them anything. Roger hugged her gently. Chen Cece's tears suddenly welled up. Thank you, Roger. I don't know how to thank you. I will pay you back slowly, I will. Don't worry, Roger said softly. We have plenty of time. Chen Cece wiped away her tears and suddenly thought of something. Wait, isn't your lottery money only 100,000? It's all gone so quickly? Roger smiled and said, I have some other income, don't worry. Chen Cece was skeptical, but didn't ask any further questions. She felt a sense of relief she had never felt before, as if a huge stone had finally been lifted from her heart. By the way, Roger said suddenly, let's go to the hospital to see your father. Chen Cece nodded, okay, he has always wanted to meet you. On the way to the hospital, Chen Cece told Luo Jie that her father's condition had improved recently, but still required long-term treatment. Medical bills are expensive, right? Roger asked. Well, Chen Cece sighed, it's a considerable expense every month. Roger nodded without saying anything, but he had already made up his mind. When they arrived at the hospital, Roger followed Chen Cece into the ward. Chen Cece's father is a middle-aged man with a kind face. Although he has lost weight due to illness, his eyes are still bright. Dad, this is Roger, my boyfriend. Chen Cece introduced shyly. Hello, Uncle, Roger greeted politely. Cece said you've been feeling better lately? Father Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, it's much better than before. Cece often mentions you and says you're very good to her. The three chatted for a while, and Roger used the excuse of going to the bathroom, but actually went to the hospital's cashier's office. Roger looked around and was surprised to find that data information appeared on the bodies of the women in the hospital. The nurses at the nurses' station, the female patients in the waiting area, and even the female doctors passing by all have their own ratings and version numbers. Candidates with scores above 95, 12. Candidates with scores above 80, 822. He couldn't help but observe the women around him. At the nurses' station, a young nurse with a ponytail was sorting through medical records. Her data showed Lin Xiaoyu, 24 years old, height 165 centimeters, system score 92, measurements 86-61-89, purity 88%, version number 2.3. At the end of the corridor, a female doctor in a white coat was talking to a patient, Dr. Zhang, 28 years old, height 170 centimeters, system score 96, measurements 90-63-91, purity 75%, version number 3.982. A young woman in the waiting area was looking down at her phone. Li Jia, 22 years old, height 162 centimeters, system score 91, measurements 84-60-86, purity 93%, version number 1.0. The most eye-catching person was a young nurse at the front desk of the nurse station. Her data was particularly eye-catching. Su Xiaoro, 23 years old, height 166 centimeters, system score 98, measurements 92-60-90, purity 89%, version number 0.0. Roger was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were so many women with high scores in the hospital. His eyes involuntarily rested on the nurse named Su Xiaoro. She has a delicate oval face, skin as white as snow, a pair of big watery eyes, and long eyelashes that are slightly curled up. Her lips are pink, her nose is small and straight, and her whole body exudes a fresh and refined temperament. She was wearing a pure white nurse uniform, not the traditional pants, but a skirt version, the hem just reaching her knees, outlining her slender waist in graceful curves. Under the skirt were a pair of slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, which shone slightly under the hospital lights, making them look particularly charming. Roger mustered up the courage to walk over to the nurses' station and tapped lightly on the countertop. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Su Xiaoro raised her head, gave a professional smile, and spoke in a sweet and pleasant voice. Hello, I would like to ask how to get to the toll booth? Roger asked politely. Walk to the end on the left, then turn right and you will see it. Su Xiaoro pointed in the direction. Thank you. By the way, my girlfriend's father is Chen Guoqiang, who lives in the intensive care unit on the 7th floor. I want to know about his condition, but I don't know who to contact? Roger asked. Mr. Chen Guoqiang? Su Xiaoro looked up his name on the computer. He's one of my patients. Who are you? I'm his daughter's boyfriend, Roger. Oh, I see. Su Xiaoro nodded. Mr. Chen's condition is much more stable than before, but he still needs long-term treatment and observation. Thank you for your message. I want to be able to keep up with his situation in the future. Could I add you on WeChat? Roger asked tentatively. Su Xiaoro hesitated for a moment, but seeing Roger's sincere eyes, she nodded. Okay, this way you can contact me in time if you have any questions. The two added each other on WeChat, and Roger noticed that her profile picture in Moments was a fresh selfie with a sweet smile. System prompt, new contact has been added. Su Xiaoro's initial favorability value is 20%. After saying goodbye to Su Xiaoro, Roger went to the cashier, learned about the medical expenses of Chen Cece's father, and prepaid the medical expenses for the next 6 months in one lump sum. Sir, are you sure you want to pay so much at once? The toll collector asked in surprise. Sure, Roger nodded. The toll collector hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. When Roger returned to the ward, Chen Cece was peeling an apple for her father. On the way back, Chen Cece suddenly received a call from the hospital, telling her that her father's medical expenses had been paid for more than half a year. Chen Cece leaned on his shoulder, knowing that it was Roger who paid for him, and whispered, "I owe you too much, not just money, but everything." "You don't owe me anything," Roger said seriously. "We're in this together. Your business is my business." Chen Cece nodded with emotion, tears in her eyes. System prompt, special mission completed, favorability plus 10%, current favorability 97%. Chapter 8 Decision. Roger returned to his rental house, closed the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. This once simple little house has now been completely renovated with new furniture, a large TV, a comfortable sofa, and even a high-configuration gaming computer. All of this was his recent addition. Now he only goes to school when he has classes, and immediately returns to this little world of his own after class. The food in the school cafeteria has become a thing of the past for him, and now he eats out. "I've suffered for so long, I won't treat myself badly anymore," he often said. Last time, he paid the hospital bills for Chen Cece's father and also advanced the medical expenses for the next 6 months, spending a total of 200,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, the system gave him a 3x critical hit reward, and now he still has 700,000 yuan in his account. He transferred 200,000 yuan to his parents, telling them he had won the lottery and asking them not to worry, and promised to come back to see them when he had time. His parents were surprised and happy to hear the news, and repeatedly told him to take good care of the money and not to be cheated. He still had 500,000 yuan left, so he gave Chen Cece 50,000 yuan to help her improve her life. Chen Cece initially refused to accept it, but under Roger's insistence, she finally accepted the money. Roger opened the refrigerator, took out a can of beer, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The system prompt sounded in his mind. System prompt: it is recommended that the host sign the next maid as soon as possible. The more maids the better, the more rewards and ability upgrades can be obtained. Roger frowned. Since getting along with Chen Cece, he found that she was a very good girl, simple, kind, sensible, and even gave him her first time. Moreover, without Cece, I can't activate this system at all, I can't improve my favorability, and I won't gain the subsequent abilities. If I mess with other girls again, it would be too unfair to Cece. This is immoral. Roger said to himself, I can't do this to Cece. He lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, lost in deep thought. On the one hand, he has real feelings for Chen Cece. On the other hand, the abilities and wealth that the system brought him made him taste the sweetness. If he could obtain more points and abilities, not only would he be able to live a better life, but he would also be able to make the lives of those around him better. System prompt: host's ability improvement is limited. Sign more maids to unlock more abilities. Roger thought of Su Xiaoro in the hospital, who was wearing a white nurse dress and flesh-colored stockings. Her sweet smile and attractive figure appeared in his mind from time to time. He has added her WeChat and occasionally sends her greeting messages to ask about the situation of Chen Cece's father. What should I do? Roger fell into an unprecedented moral struggle. After a fierce inner struggle, Roger finally made a decision. He told himself that this was not simply selfish, but to gain stronger abilities so that he could better take care of everyone around him. I may be a scumbag, but I'll be a responsible one. Roger laughed self-deprecatingly. I'll make all the maids live a better life, including Cece. Those who look down on me will eventually be trampled under my feet. After making the decision, Roger felt a strange and long-lost sense of relief, as if a heavy burden on his heart had suddenly been lifted. He sat on the sofa, his fingers gently sliding across the screen of his mobile phone, and turned to Su Xiaoro's WeChat. Next to her name was that familiar portrait, so sweet and lovely that he couldn't help but smile. He picked up the beer can on the table, tilted his head back and took the last sip. The warmth of the alcohol slid down his throat into his stomach, bringing a hint of tipsy pleasure. His thoughts drifted to another name, Lin Wanner, the woman who had once been sarcastic and rude to him. The corners of Roger's mouth rose slightly, and a bold picture emerged in his mind. Lin Wanner was no longer arrogant, but crawled at his feet, with obedience written all over her face, respectfully calling him master. Then, his gaze fell back to his phone screen, where Su Xiaoro's WeChat chat box was still lit. He could almost see her in a maid outfit, lowering her head and serving him tea and water, whispering a gentle greeting. They'll all be my maids in the end, Roger whispered to himself, his voice brimming with undeniable confidence. He leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. The image of Lin Wanner and Su Xiaoro standing side by side became increasingly clear in his mind. They bowed their heads to him, calling out master in unison, and he reveled in the satisfaction of being in control of everything. At this moment, Roger's heart was filled with pride and anticipation. Chapter 9 Zhangya. Roger decided to buy a car. After all, he had more than 500,000 yuan in his pocket, so buying a car was not a problem at all. He chose the largest luxury car 4S store in the city. The moment he pushed open the glass door, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Roger looked around and was surprised to find that the entire 4S store was almost full of female sales consultants. They were all tall and wore black stockings and slim-fitting business suits. Their long legs were particularly eye-catching under the lights. But what shocked him even more was the data and information that emerged from these women. Manager Lin, 32 years old, height 172 centimeters, system score 88, measurements 90-62-92, version number 500.2080. Consultant Wang, 29 years old, height 169 centimeters, system score 86, measurements 88-61-90, version number 326.1540. Salesperson Zhao, 26 years old, height 168 centimeters, system score 90, measurements 89-60-91, version number 215.980. Roger gasped. These version numbers were truly terrifying. 500 meant that Manager Lin had already had over 500 partners. On average, at one partner per day, that would take a year and a half. He didn't dare to mess with these higher version women for fear of contracting some disease. Just as he was about to leave, a female salesperson standing in the corner caught his attention. Zhangya, 25 years old, height 167 centimeters, system score 93, measurements 88-59-90, version number 10.20. Roger breathed a sigh of relief, finally finding a low-level female salesperson. Zhangya looks younger than other salespeople. She wears the same black stockings and professional suit as everyone else, but her temperament is more fresh and natural. She has a delicate oval face, fair skin, a pair of bright almond eyes, and plump and rosy lips. Her black hair was tied into a neat ponytail that swayed gently as she walked. "Hello, how can I help you?" Zhangya noticed Roger's gaze, walked over, and spoke in a sweet and professional voice. "I want to buy a car with a budget of around 500,000 yuan, Roger said with a smile. "Okay, this way, please." Zhangya guided him to the luxury car section of the showroom. "We have Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and many other brands. Do you have a preference?" Roger looked at her elegant posture as she walked and her slender legs wrapped in black stockings, and an idea came to his mind. He suddenly stopped and smiled wickedly. "I'll buy two and give one to you." Zhangya was stunned, thinking she had misheard. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "I said, I want to buy you a car." Roger took a step closer, his voice lowered. "You know, a month." Zhangya's face turned red instantly. She subconsciously took a step back, a trace of panic and shame in her eyes. "If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who will. Think about it quickly, otherwise I can find someone else," Roger said lightly. But then, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes became complicated. She bit her lower lip and lowered her head in thought for a while. I need to think about this." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Don't think too long," Roger checked his watch. "My time is precious." Zhangya took a deep breath and raised her head, a hint of shyness and determination in her eyes. Okay. System prompt, Zhangya's favorability plus 10, current favorability 15%. Smart choice. Roger nodded with satisfaction. "Now, take me to see the car you like." Zhangya brought Roger to a white Audi Q5L and said, if it's okay, I've always liked this car." "Okay, that's it," Roger said without hesitation. What happened next was like a movie. Roger went straight to the store manager and said he wanted to buy two cars in full. One was an Audi Q5L for Zhangya, which cost about 500,000 yuan. Roger also bought the same one as Zhangya. He didn't know much about cars, but he just thought this car looked cool and had enough space. As Roger happily swiped his card to pay, the system prompt sounded again. System prompt, special consumption detected, triggering a 3x cashback reward. Your account has increased by 1.5 million yuan. Roger was secretly delighted when he saw the balance on his mobile banking app jump from over 500,000 to over 1.5 million. Then another 500,000 was deducted, bringing the total to 1 million, because there is no cash back for self-consumption. After completing all the formalities, Roger got the keys to the two cars. He handed the keys to the Audi to Zhangya, who was still in shock. "The car is yours, but could you please go for a ride with me today?" Zhangya looked at the key in her hand, then looked at Roger, and finally nodded, okay. System prompt, Zhangya's favorability plus 50, current favorability 65%. Roger drove his new Audi and Zhangya sat in the passenger seat. The SUV's interior is spacious, the leather seats are incredibly comfortable, and the premium audio system plays soft music. Where are we going? Zhangya asked in a low voice. She still couldn't believe what happened today. Go for a drive and see the city, Roger said with a smile. Then find a quiet place and have a good chat. The car drove out of the 4S store and merged into the city's traffic. Roger saw through the rearview mirror that Zhangya's Porsche was driven out by the store staff and parked in the parking lot outside the store, waiting for her to come back and pick up the car. Why me? Zhangya finally couldn't help asking, there are so many salespeople in the store. Roger turned his head and looked at her, then smiled and said, because you are special. Roger drove a brand new Audi Q5 on the wide road outside the city. The interior of the car was filled with the scent of new car leather, mixed with the faint scent of Zhangya's perfume. The atmosphere was subtle and quiet. Zhangya sat in the passenger seat, holding the Audi key she had just received in her hand, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the metal edge, as if she had not yet fully recovered from the shock of getting the car. Come closer. Roger suddenly spoke in a low and casual voice, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was holding back a laugh. Zhangya was stunned and turned to look at him. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his profile, outlining a soft outline. Her heartbeat quickened and she murmured softly, "Why are you coming closer?" But she still moved tentatively, her shoulder slightly closer to his. She hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to move closer. However, she moved too hastily, lowered her head, and accidentally slipped down. She was stunned and it took her a few seconds to react. She tried to sit up straight in a hurry, but the seatbelt got stuck, making her posture even more awkward. Ouch! Zhangya exclaimed, her face instantly turning red like a ripe tomato. She lowered her head and stammered, I didn't mean it. Don't think too much. After saying that, she lowered her head even more, as if she wanted to get into the seat, and her whole body froze there, not daring to move. Roger looked down, his mouth twitching, and he tried hard to hold back his laughter. What are you doing? Practicing yoga? I didn't ask you to bend down that much. His voice was teasing, but his eyes couldn't help but look at her for a few more seconds. Zhangya was too embarrassed to look up. She frantically grabbed at her seatbelt, muttering, "Who told you to talk so strangely? Come closer, come closer. I thought." Gurgle, gurgle. The air in the car became subtle and quiet. Roger finally couldn't help but coughing dryly. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and muttered to himself, I can't go on like this. I have to stop. He slammed on the brakes and parked the car on the side of an empty road. All around him was silence, with only a few trees swaying in the wind in the distance. He turned off the engine, but the two of them didn't get out, but stayed inside. Zhangya slowly sat up straight and asked in confusion, what happened? Did the car break down? It's not broken, Roger leaned back in his chair, pretending to be relaxed. It's just a little stuffy, I need to stop for a while. Zhangya blushed and turned her head to look out the window, but her heart was beating like a deer. Just then, a childish voice rang out from outside the car. A little boy, about 7 or 8 years old, was walking by, holding his mother's hand. He stared wide-eyed at the parked Audi Q5, noticing the car's slight sway. He asked curiously, Mom, why is that car moving by itself? Is it dancing? The mother looked down, her face flushed, and she quickly pulled the child away. Don't ask, it might be the wind. Let's go. When Zhangya heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then she realized what was happening and her face turned red instantly. He restarted the car, and the two of them pushed open the door and got out. Roger seemed relaxed, carrying his keys and walking towards his residence. After returning to the university, Roger parked his car downstairs from his rented house and took Zhangya upstairs. It's good to be rich, he said as he opened the door. Although this house is rented, it has 3 rooms. Pick any one and you can live here for the month. Zhangya hesitated for a moment, then walked in and chose a small room by the window. After putting her things down, she said to Roger, Thank you. I'm still a little confused about what happened today. Roger leaned against the doorframe, smiling lazily. Why are you so confused? I've already given you the car, just drive it well. Will you accompany me for a ride tomorrow? Zhangya rolled her eyes at him, said nothing, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 10 Contracting the Second Maid. Roger took out a black and white maid outfit from the closet. It had delicate lace edges and a few small flowers embroidered on the hem. This dress was just worn by Chen Cece yesterday. It made her look particularly cute in her petite figure. Roger even praised her for looking like a little princess. Chen Cece is 162 centimeters tall and has a slender figure, so the clothes fit her very well. But now, Roger handed the clothes to Zhanya, who was standing beside him. Zhanya is 167 centimeters tall, 5 centimeters taller than Chen Cece, and has a taller figure. She took the clothes, looked down, bit her lip lightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. She spoke softly, her tone gentle. Roger, this dress seems a little small? She raised her eyes and glanced at Roger secretly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, with a bit of shyness. Roger was panicked, but he forced a smile and pretended to be calm, saying, small? No way, I think it will fit you. He scratched his head and pretended to be innocent. Zhanya smiled softly, her voice as sweet as honey. Really? Then I'll give it a try. She put the clothes to her nose and sniffed them. Suddenly, she frowned and said in a soft voice, hey, why does it smell like perfume? Roger, smell it. She handed the clothes to Roger, with a playful glint in her eyes, but her tone was still soft, as if she was acting coquettishly. Roger swallowed hard, his mind racing, and said, perfume? Maybe it was sprayed in the store. Isn't that what all new clothes smell like? He didn't dare mention Chen Cece and responded vaguely. Zhanya tilted her head, crossed her arms, and smiled even sweeter. Did you spray it in the store? But this perfume smells so unique, it doesn't smell like something from the store. She blinked and pretended to be innocent. Roger, did you take the wrong clothes? Is this someone else's? Roger blushed and stammered, no, this dress is new. I just thought it would look good on you. He stole a glance at Zhanya and saw that her expression was soft and not angry at all, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhanya lowered her head and tugged at her clothes, then said softly, okay, I'll go change first. She turned and walked into the room, and after a few minutes she changed her clothes and came out. Roger looked up and almost laughed out loud. The clothes were obviously one size too small for Zhanya. Zhanya blushed, lowered her head, and tugged at her skirt, muttering softly, Roger, this is too small. It makes me feel like I'm squeezing food out of a can. Are you sure this is for me? Roger suppressed his laughter and nodded, saying, yeah. But it looks quite special on you, really. Zhanya stamped her foot lightly and said coquettishly, what's so special about that? I feel so uncomfortable dressed like this. She pouted, tugged at the hem of her skirt with her fingers, and her eyes were full of soft grievance. Roger quickly walked over and coaxed her with a smile, don't be sad, this dress is indeed not suitable, but I like the look of it. How about I buy you a new one and make it specially for you, okay? He patted his chest, looking flattering. She gently took Roger's arm and said in a sweet voice, then you have to pick the best one. I trust your taste. Roger breathed a sigh of relief and assured with a smile, no problem. Leave it to me, I'll buy you the most beautiful one. Zhanya turned around and smiled sweetly at him, I'll be waiting then. Don't let me down. But Zhanya had her own plans in mind. She had already received a car worth $500,000 from Roger, but she felt that it was far from enough. She thought to herself, she was going to be with Roger for a whole month, investing her time and energy, how could she be satisfied with just a car? She wanted to continue to get something from Roger, such as money, jewelry, or other valuable benefits, only in this way could she be worthy of herself. At this moment, Roger suddenly spoke, Yaya, I want to sign a contract with you. You will be my maid for a period of 1 month. How about it? Hearing this, Zhanya was happy in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface. She thought, isn't this a good opportunity? Working as a maid for a month would allow her to continue to get close to him and find a chance to make some more money. So, she immediately smiled sweetly and agreed readily, okay, Roger, I do. Roger felt relieved when he saw that she agreed so readily. He didn't know Zhanya's little thoughts, he just felt that he was lucky. Just as the two reached an agreement, a clear voice echoed in Roger's mind, congratulations, host, you have successfully signed a short-term maid contract with Zhanya. You will be awarded 5 freedom points. When Roger heard this, he immediately became excited. His recent performance has been really miserable, making him feel completely ashamed. This time he finally got 5 free points. Without thinking, he directly opened the system panel and added all the points to durability, thinking, this should finally show some improvement. Half an hour later. Roger was overjoyed and secretly thanked God that the 5 free points were worth it. As for Zhanya, although she didn't say it, she was actually looking up to Roger in her heart, and at the same time continued to think about how to get more benefits from him. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. Zhanya's favorability rating increased by 25%, currently at 90%. New feature unlocked, birth control. When Roger heard this hint, he was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic in his heart, but he tried his best to remain calm on his face. He secretly glanced at Zhanya and saw that she was still muttering about what had just happened. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This feature is simply amazing. From now on, he no longer has to worry about unexpected problems. Thinking of this, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud, and quickly lowered his head to cover it up. Zhanya noticed something was wrong with him and reached out to gently push him. Hey, what are you thinking about? You're smiling so cunningly. Roger came back to his senses, scratched his head and laughed. Nothing, I just felt that I did well today, and I was a little proud of myself. Zhanya rolled her eyes at him, her tone tinged with a hint of pouting. Okay, you're pretty good. But don't be so aggressive next time. Roger chuckled and agreed on the surface, but in his heart he was already thinking about the advantages of this new function. From now on, when I'm with Zhanya, I can do whatever I want. The system is getting more and more powerful. Chapter 11, Complete Submission. Roger and Zhanya have been living a life of forgetting to eat and sleep these days, and the garbage in the house is piled up like a mountain. Takeout boxes and beverage bottles can be seen everywhere, and the air is filled with a mixed smell of food residue. The two of them hardly ever stepped out of the house. When they were hungry, they ordered takeout, and after eating, they continued to work. When they were sleepy, they fell asleep, and when they woke up, they continued to battle. Roger hadn't been to school for several days. Chen Cece curiously asked him what was wrong on WeChat. He casually replied, something happened at home. After perfunctorily getting by, he plunged into his two-person world with Zhanya. In the past few days, Roger has invested all the free points given by the system in durability, and the effect is immediate. At first, Zhanya enjoyed the rhythm of this protracted war, but as time went on, she gradually couldn't eat anymore. However, her heart underwent a drastic change during this intensive intimate contact. Every time Roger treated her tenderly, every night they spent together, made Zhanya's attachment to him deepen. She began to take the initiative to carefully tidy up his clothes, and even gently massaged his shoulders when he was tired. The love in her eyes is self-evident. The favorability level continued to rise like a rocket, eventually reaching 100%. At the moment when his favorability reached the maximum, a crisp system prompt sounded in Roger's mind. Congratulations, host. Zhanya's favorability has reached 100%. You've unlocked the ultimate reward. Obey your commands. Zhanya will completely obey your commands and become your most loyal and devoted maid, absolutely unwavering. When Roger heard about this reward, he was delighted and felt that this feature came at the perfect time. From now on, Zhanya would be his exclusive maid, completely obeying his orders. She was truly a winner in life. He was thinking about the wonderful uses of this new identity. Zhanya suddenly sat up from the bed, rubbing her waist, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Roger, I'm really tired. Besides, we've been living in a garbage dump for the past few days. There's almost no room to move. I want to go out for a walk and get some fresh air. Roger was stunned and looked around. The mess on the ground made him feel a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and smiled. Okay, let's go out for a walk and have something nice to eat. Zhanya's eyes lit up when she heard Roger's answer, and she clapped her hands happily. Great. I've been feeling really suffocated. She stretched and stretched her muscles. I want to go to that new Japanese restaurant. I heard their sashimi is especially fresh. Roger couldn't help but smile at her cheerful look. Although the system said that she would completely obey his instructions, her personality and habits seemed to have not changed much. She was still the lively, cheerful, and outspoken Zhanya. Zhanya stood up, walked to the window and drew aside the curtains. The sunlight streamed into the room, shining brightly on her fair skin. She turned and smiled sweetly at Roger. I'm going to take a shower first, and then we'll be going, okay? Roger nodded. Okay, let's go together. He looked at Zhanya's cheerful back, and suddenly thought of something. He decided to test the effect of this master-servant contract. By the way, Zhanya, Roger said nonchalantly, the contract the system gave us was originally for a month. I'd like to change it to permanent. What do you think? Zhangya was packing her bag when she turned around and blinked. Contract? What contract? She looked confused, but then smiled. But if it's what you want, then of course it's no problem. Whether it's for a month or forever, I'm willing to stay with you. Roger was delighted. It seemed the contract was indeed valid. Although Zhangya didn't know the specifics of the contract, she had subconsciously accepted the obligation of permanent obedience. He looked around at the messy room and suddenly had an idea, but this room is really messy. We need to clean it up before we go out. He took out his phone and said, I'll send a message to the part-time job group at school and find a cleaner to help clean it up. That way, we'll have a clean environment when we come back. Zhangya's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. We can go out and play while they're cleaning. Luo Jie quickly posted a message in the school's work-study group, urgently hiring temporary cleaners, to be completed within 2 hours, 800 yuan, location, XX community. Interested parties, please private message. Less than 5 minutes after sending the message, Roger's private message was flooded with job applications. Because it pays too much. In this era when part-time jobs are everywhere for 10 or 11 yuan, and the most you can get is 18 yuan, Roger's part-time hourly wage is as high as 400 yuan. Most of them were boys who were short of money, but there were also a few girls. Roger carefully looked through everyone's profile pictures and space content, and was suddenly attracted by a girl named Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu is a sophomore at the art academy next door, majoring in dance. Her profile picture is a side profile shot, with delicate facial features and a slender neck revealing an elegant temperament. Hi, I have cleaning experience and can get the job done in 2 hours, she wrote in a private message. I'm nearby and can come right over. Roger replied with her location, and not long after, the doorbell rang. After opening the door, Roger was stunned. Lin Xiaoyu was even more beautiful than in the photo. She wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking capable and refreshing. She is not tall, but has a well-proportioned figure. You can tell at a glance that she is someone who dances regularly. Hello, I'm Lin Xiaoyu, she said with a polite smile, her voice clear and pleasant. I'm here to do the cleaning. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Roger's mind, and an information panel unfolded before his eyes. Lin Xiaoyu, 20 years old, 165 centimeters tall, system score 91, measurements 86-58-88, purity 92%, 1 relationship, ordinary family background, works part-time to support dance tuition, current favorability rating 5% slightly favorable, version number 0.0. Roger stared at the girl in front of him in surprise. He hadn't expected her to be a high-quality candidate with a system rating of 91, and her initial favorability rating was already 5%. This was a pleasant surprise. While it wasn't as good as Zhangya's 100% favorability rating, with the system's help, raising it shouldn't be difficult. And the version numbers are all 0. Please come in, Roger stepped aside to let her in. The room is a bit messy. Sorry to bother you. Lin Xiaoyu walked into the room and looked around. She didn't show any disdain for the mess. She put down her backpack and took out a pair of gloves. It's okay. I'll clean this place up. Zhangya looked at Lin Xiaoyu curiously, then whispered to Roger, she looks so cute. Is she from your school? Roger nodded, she's from the art academy, studying dance. He thought to himself that this girl not only has a high system score, but also has a good figure and temperament, which is worth his time to pursue. Lin Xiaoyu was already busy, her movements quick and methodical. She sorted the trash first, then began wiping down the tabletops and appliances. Her movements were graceful and efficient, revealing a serious and dedicated person. As Luo Jie and Zhangya were about to leave, Luo Jie said to Lin Xiaoyu, we're going out to eat and we'll be back in about 2 hours. Leave the key here. When you're done, you can put it under the flower pot at the door. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, okay, go ahead. Before leaving, Roger added, by the way, let me add you on WeChat so I can contact you anytime if I have any questions. Lin Xiaoyu readily took out her cell phone and the two added each other as friends. Roger looked at her WeChat name Xiaoyu Shili and her profile picture, which was a silhouette photo of her on the stage, and became more convinced that this girl was no ordinary person. After leaving the apartment, Roger already had a plan in mind. After she finished cleaning, he would give her some extra tips and take the opportunity to chat with her more and prepare for future strategies. The system will give you cash back anyway, so why not do it? What are you thinking about? Zhangya asked curiously, holding his arm. Roger came back to his senses and smiled, nothing, just thinking about where we should go for dinner. Didn't you say you wanted to go to that Japanese restaurant? Zhanya nodded happily. Yes. My friend said the sashimi there is especially fresh, and the sushi is also very authentic. The two walked slowly along the street. Zhanya pointed at the shop windows or stalls on the roadside from time to time and enthusiastically shared her discoveries with Roger. But part of Roger's mind remained on the girl named Lin Xiaoyu. The system score was 91 points. Although the favorability was only 5%, it was already a good start. They walked to a beautifully decorated Japanese restaurant. Zhanya took Roger's arm and said, "This is it." After entering the restaurant, the two found a seat by the window. Zhanya eagerly flipped through the menu, her eyes lingering over the pictures of the various delicacies. Wow, they all look delicious. Roger, let's order this salmon sashimi platter, a serving of seared beef sushi, and this sea urchin gunkan roll. Roger looked at the prices on the menu and couldn't help but gasp, but he nodded. As long as you like it, let's treat ourselves today. Zhanya happily ordered a slew of dishes and 2 glasses of specially brewed sake. After the waiter took their orders and left, Zhanya leaned back in her chair and sighed contentedly. These past few days have been crazy. I feel like I'm falling apart. Roger smiled sheepishly. I was too greedy. We can relax a bit later. Zhanya winked playfully. It's okay. I really enjoy spending time with you. I just need some fresh air and a change of scenery every now and then. Soon, the dishes they ordered arrived. Zhanya picked up her chopsticks and eagerly scooped up a piece of salmon sashimi, closing her eyes in satisfaction. It's really fresh. Roger, try it too. Roger also tasted it and found it incredibly delicious. The two chatted while eating, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. But Roger would occasionally glance at his phone to see if Lin Xiaoyu and Chen Sisi had sent any messages. Who are you waiting for news from? Zhanya keenly noticed Roger's little movements. Roger shook his head. No, I just checked it out of habit. He put his phone aside and concentrated on enjoying the food with Zhanya. When checking out, Roger saw the bill and realized that the meal for the two of them cost nearly 1,000 yuan. If it were in the past, Roger would definitely curse to death, asking how could the food be so expensive. But now he can get a huge cash back when he spends money on the maid, and he got a cashback of 2,000 plus for this meal. As he walked out of the restaurant, Roger's phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Xiaoyu. The room has been cleaned and the key is in the agreed location. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please feel free to contact me. Roger replied, "Thank you for your help, we will go back and take a look." He was already thinking in his mind that after returning home, if she cleaned well, he would give her a bigger tip, and then find an opportunity to ask her out and slowly develop a relationship. With the system's prompts, he knew that Lin Xiaoyu was a potential stock and it was worth investing time to pursue her. Let's go home and see how our new housekeeper has cleaned the room. Roger said to Zhanya. Chapter 12 Sumei. Host, Roger. Age, 20. Height, 171 centimeters originally 155 centimeters, 16 free points used. Weight, 150 original 180. Appearance, 53 points originally 48. Durability, 60 originally 30. Current assets, 1.6 million yuan. Sign maids, 2 Chen Sisi, 93% favorability Zhanya, 100% favorability, fully obedient. Free points available, 5 points. When Luo Jie and Zhanya returned home, they discovered that Lin Xiaoyu had indeed tidied the room. The garbage had been cleared away, the floor was polished to a shine, and even the air was filled with a light fragrance. Wow, this little girl is really amazing. Zhanya exclaimed, she cleans much better than we did ourselves. Roger nodded, took out his phone, and transferred 900 yuan to Lin Xiaoyu, 100 yuan more than agreed. He added a note on WeChat, the room was very well cleaned. This is your reward. Anything more is a tip. We can talk again sometime. Lin Xiaoyu quickly replied, thank you for your generosity. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Roger looked at his phone screen, and a new plan had already come up in his mind. He had been thinking about a question recently since he had so much money, he should buy some real estate. Zhanya, Roger suddenly said, I'm wondering if we should buy a house? Zhanya was sorting her clothes when she turned around, her eyes lighting up. Really? You want to buy a house? Roger smiled and nodded. Yeah, I have some savings. Instead of renting, I might as well buy a few. Firstly, I can live in them, and secondly, it's also an investment. How many sets? Zhanya's eyes widened in surprise. Do you have that much money? Roger smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about the money. I want to buy a few new houses near the school. One for you, one for me, and a few more to rent out or increase the value of the property. Zhanya jumped up excitedly and threw herself into Roger's arms. Really? You want to buy me a house? Roger put his arm around her waist and said, Of course it's true. Let's go look at the new buildings near the school tomorrow. The next morning, Roger and Zhanya drove to a new real estate project near the school, Emerald Bay. This is an upscale residential area with a prime location and beautiful environment. It is a dream place for many students and young people to live. As soon as he entered the sales office, Roger was shocked by the scene before him. The sales office was magnificently decorated, with a huge sand table in the center and several sales staff in professional suits standing around it. One of the female salespeople was particularly eye-catching. She was about 30 years old, wearing a tight red business suit that perfectly outlined her plump figure, with long, slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders and delicate and mature makeup. Just as Roger was looking at the salesperson, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Detecting nearby maid candidates. 1. Sumei, 30 years old, height 168 centimeters, system score 87, measurements 92-64-94, purity 65%, for relationships, ordinary family background, full-time real estate salesperson, current favorability 0%, neutral version number 2.15. 2. Wang Mengqi, 22 years old, height 170 centimeters, system score 88, measurements 90-62-92, purity 85%, 2 relationships, wealthy family, full-time real estate salesperson, current favorability 0%, neutral version number 30.88. 3. Li Tingting, 25 years old, height 168 centimeters, system score 85, measurements 88-60-90, purity 78%, 3 relationships, wealthy family, sales manager, current favorability 2%, slightly favorable, version number 99.300. Roger looked at the system prompt and was secretly happy. The plump saleswoman Sumei is actually a candidate for the maid in version 2.15. In this era where high versions are everywhere, such a low version means that she has still kept her original intention. Roger, what are you looking at? Zhanya pulled his sleeve. Roger came to his senses and pointed in Sumei's direction. Let's go find the sales consultant. She looks very professional. Zhanya followed his finger and nodded. Okay, she does look very experienced. They walked towards Sumei. Sumei noticed a guest coming and immediately smiled professionally. Hello, welcome to Emerald Bay. I'm Sumei, a sales consultant. Are you here to view the property? Her voice had a hint of the magnetism unique to mature women. While speaking, she casually adjusted her hair, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. Roger smiled and nodded. Yes, we're thinking of buying a few houses here. We heard this property is good, so we came to take a look. How many? Sumei raised an eyebrow in surprise, but quickly regained her professional demeanor. Then you've come to the right place. Our Emerald Bay is the most upscale residential area near the school. It has a beautiful environment, complete supporting facilities, and great potential for appreciation. Roger said casually, I'm planning to buy 4 or 5. One for myself, one for my girlfriend, and the rest I can rent out or keep for appreciation. Sumei's eyes flashed with surprise and excitement when she heard this, but she quickly regained her professional smile. You're truly visionary. We currently have a variety of apartment types to choose from, ranging from 1 bedroom and 1 living room to 4 bedroom and 2 living room units. Which one would you like to see? Let's take a look at them all, Roger said. By the way, how long have you been working here? As Sumei showed them around the sand table, she replied, I've been in real estate sales for 7 years. I've been in charge of sales at this development since it opened. Honestly, I know the real estate market in this area very well. You must be very professional, Roger said admiringly. This is our first time buying a house, so we could use some of your guidance. Sumei smiled slightly, a hint of confidence flashing in her eyes. Don't worry, I will provide you with the most professional service. Her gaze lingered on Roger's young face for a moment, as if she was somewhat curious about how such a young man could afford so many houses. Roger nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly said, By the way, if I buy all your sales, how much commission can you get? Sumei was stunned for a moment, then said with some surprise, Usually it's around 1.5% of the house price, but with so many units, there might be a special bonus. However, she paused, giving a meaningful smile, If you really decide to buy, I can get you the best discount. Roger smiled. That's good. I've decided to buy the house you recommended. And, he paused, if the service is good, I might even get an extra thank you. Sumei's eyes lit up, and she licked her lips gently. Mr. Roger, don't worry, I will definitely provide the best service. The system prompt sounded, Sumei's favorability plus 10, current favorability 10% favorable. Over the next few hours, Sumei took Roger and Zhangya to visit the model house and the surrounding environment. She professionally introduced the advantages and disadvantages of each apartment type, while showing off her plump figure from time to time, sometimes bending down to point at the sand table, and sometimes reaching out to show the details of the room. Every movement showed her charm just right. Roger finally decided to buy 5 properties, 2 large apartments with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, 1 for himself and Zhangya, and 3 medium-sized apartments with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room for rental. When signing the contract, Roger took out a bank card and paid the down payment directly. The total price of the 5 houses was nearly 10 million, and the down payment was more than 3 million. Roger only had 1.6 million, but he made multiple payments and the system also refunded him multiple times, so his assets reached tens of millions. Then he chose to settle the payment in one lump sum. Sumei looked at this scene, unable to conceal the shock and joy in her eyes. Mr. Roger, you are truly the most forthright client I have ever met, Sumei said sincerely. You are so capable at such a young age. I am truly impressed. Roger smiled and said, it's just an investment. By the way, are you free today? I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your professional service. Sumei smiled slightly. My pleasure. I'll be free after work this afternoon. The system prompt sounded again, Sumei's favorability plus 15, current favorability 25%, quite favorable. Zhangya, who was standing nearby, heard Roger's invitation. Although a hint of doubt flashed across her eyes, she didn't object. Roger gently squeezed her hand, silently comforting her. In the afternoon, Roger drove his newly bought Audi Q5 and took Zhangya and Sumei to the community where their new house was located. Along the way, Sumei sat in the back seat, chatting with Roger from time to time, talking about real estate investment and market trends, demonstrating her professional knowledge. Mr. Roger, your investment is truly wise, Sumei said. House prices in this area are sure to rise sharply in the next few years, especially in high-quality properties near schools. Roger glanced at her in the rearview mirror. That's good. By the way, just call me Roger, not Mr. Sumei smiled slightly. Okay, Roger. Her voice softened a little, with a hint of intimacy. The system prompt sounded again, Sumei's favorability plus 5, current favorability 30%, quite favorable. Driving into the residential complex, the wide road was lined with neat green belts and meticulously designed landscapes. Roger and Zhangya's new homes were 2 luxurious, 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartments located next to each other on the 27th floor. It's so beautiful here, Zhangya said excitedly, standing on the balcony. I've never lived in such a nice house. Roger put his arm around her shoulders and said, I'm glad you like it. This will be our home from now on. Sumei stood aside, looking at the young couple, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She is already 30 years old and has experienced several relationships, but none of them have ended in success. Seeing Roger young and rich, she couldn't help but feel moved. Roger, your house is really great, Sumei walked over and stood beside Roger. It has a great view and lots of light. It's one of the best units in our building. Roger nodded. Thank you for the recommendation. By the way, let's go look at some other houses. They then toured the other 3 houses Roger had purchased. All were good-looking, suitable for renting or investment. After the tour, Roger checked the time and said, it's almost 6 o'clock. Let's go eat. Sumei nodded, okay, what do you want to eat? Roger thought for a moment and said, there's a good Japanese restaurant. Let's go there. The 3 of them came to the Japanese restaurant recommended by Roger and found a quiet private room to sit down. Roger ordered a lot of dishes and a few bottles of sake. Cheers to our new home. Roger raised his glass, and Zhangya and Sumei followed suit. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Sumei's cheeks flushed slightly, making her look even more charming. She cast admiring glances at Roger from time to time, and their conversation became increasingly intimate. Roger, you are truly special, Sumei said softly. You have achieved so much at such a young age. It is truly admirable. Roger smiled modestly. It was just luck. By the way, I have another question for you. Chapter 13, The Third Maid. Sume was attracted by his sudden serious expression and leaned forward slightly. What's the problem? I admire your professional ability and personal charm, Roger said slowly. If I give you 2 houses, would you be willing to be my maid? Sume was stunned and the wine glass almost slipped from her hand. She thought she had misheard. What? Maid? Roger nodded, his expression still calm. Yes, she's a maid. She's responsible for taking care of my daily life and chatting with me. Sume's face flashed with shock, confusion, and hesitation. She subconsciously glanced at Zhengye and found that Zhengye's face was surprisingly calm, as if she was not surprised at all by the proposal. Isn't this inappropriate? Sume stammered, and I have a boyfriend. Roger smiled slightly. I know this proposal is a bit sudden. You can go back and think about it carefully. You don't have to answer me now. He pulled out his phone, pulled up information on 2 properties, and showed them to Sume. Both are large, fully furnished apartments in the city center, with a market value of at least 4 or 5 million. If you agree, these 2 properties are yours. I can buy them and transfer them to you tomorrow. Sume looked at the real estate information on the mobile phone screen and her eyes widened involuntarily. Those are 2 properties worth nearly 10 million. Her hands trembled slightly, and her mind was in a mess. I need to think about it, Sammy said finally, her voice trembling. This is a huge decision. Roger nodded. Of course, you can take your time to think about it. This is my private phone number. Feel free to contact me when you have made up your mind. He handed Sume a business card. After dinner, Roger drove Sume home. The whole way, Sume remained silent, obviously still digesting this astonishing proposal and feeling a little humiliated. After returning home, Sume sat on the sofa, staring at the business card in a daze. Her boyfriend, Lu Chang, came out of the bedroom and saw her like this. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are you having trouble with your clients today?" Sume took a deep breath and told Lu Chang everything that happened today, including Roger's shocking proposal. What? 2 houses? Lu Chang's eyes widened. In the city center? Sume nodded and handed him the phone. Look for yourself, these are the 2 sets. Lu Chang carefully checked the property information and took a deep breath. How much is this worth? 7 or 8 million, maybe? At least. Sume said softly. Lu Chang was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, What do you think? Sume shook her head. I don't know. Being a maid sounds strange and a bit humiliating. And aren't we talking about marriage? Lu Chang's expression became complicated. He and Sume have been dating for 2 years and have been saving money to buy a house, but in Jiangcheng, housing prices are ridiculously high. They may have to work hard for another 10 years before they can barely afford a small apartment. Are you stupid? Lu Chang suddenly said, his tone a little excited. 2 houses. Do you know what this means? We don't have to worry about housing in our lifetime. Sume looked at him in surprise. You mean, you agree that I can be that man's maid? Lu Chang sat down next to her and held her hand. Think about it, what does he mean by maid? Isn't it just to take care of his daily life and chat with him? You go to his place to be a maid for a few hours during the day, and come back to live with me at night. What's the big deal? But... Sume hesitated, this doesn't feel right. What's wrong? Lu Chang interrupted her. 2 houses. We can live in one and rent out the other. The rent alone would be over 10,000 a month. Think about it, how much can you make selling houses now? 30,000 or 40,000? And you have to endure the constant humiliation, with no base salary. How great is this? You can go to his place and be his maid for a few hours during the day. It's much easier than going to work, and then when we come back at night, we can still be a family. Sume looked at Lu Chang's excited expression and felt mixed emotions. She knew what Lu Chang said made sense, and from an economic point of view, this was indeed an irresistible temptation. But she still felt a little humiliated and uneasy. Besides, Lu Chang continued, look, he still has a girlfriend, right? He probably wouldn't do anything excessive to you. Even if he really did have some demands, for the sake of the 2 houses, what's wrong with just putting up with it? Sume was silent. She thought of Roger's young and confident face and the beautiful girlfriend beside him. If it was just doing some housework and chatting, it wouldn't seem so unacceptable. Besides, 2 houses, that was something she couldn't afford even after working hard for more than a decade. I'll think about it, Sumei said finally. That night, Sumei tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. On one hand, there was the huge financial temptation, and on the other, there was an inner moral struggle. But when she thought about the two houses and the hard work she and Lu Chang had put in to buy them, the balance in her heart gradually tilted. The next morning, Sumei picked up her phone and called Roger. Roger, I've thought it over, she took a deep breath, and I accept your offer. Roger's voice on the other end of the line was tinged with laughter. I'm glad to hear about this decision. Are you free today? We can discuss the specific arrangements in detail. I'm free, Sumei said. I get off work at 3 in the afternoon. Okay, I'll meet you at the cafe at 3:30. After hanging up the phone, Sumei felt a slight dizziness. She had just made a decision that could change her life, but for some reason, she had a secret expectation in her heart. In the afternoon, Sumei arrived at the agreed coffee shop on time. Luo Jie was already waiting for her there, with his beautiful girlfriend Zhangya by his side. Sumei, you're here, Roger stood up to greet her. Please sit down and let's discuss the details. Sumei sat down and looked at Roger and Zhangya nervously. What exactly do I need to do? Roger smiled and said, it's simple. Every day from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, you come to my house to do some simple housework, prepare lunch, chat with me, or attend some events. Evenings and weekends are your free time, you can go home or do your own things. That's all? Sumei couldn't believe it. Roger nodded. That's all. Of course, I might occasionally have some special requests, but they're all within a reasonable range and won't put you in a difficult position. Sumei glanced at Zhangya. Does your girlfriend mind? Zhangya smiled and shook her head. As long as Roger is happy, I'm happy. Sumei felt a little strange, but she didn't ask any more questions. She confirmed some details with Roger, including the start time and the arrangements for the property transfer. It's settled then, Roger said finally. Tomorrow we'll go and handle the property transfer, and the day after tomorrow you can start working. Sumei nodded, feeling both nervous and excited. She knew she had made a bold decision, but for the sake of the two houses and for her and Lu Chang's future, she was willing to give it a try. The next day, Roger took Sumei to the real estate transaction center and successfully completed the transfer procedures for the two houses. When Sumei received the property certificate, her hands were shaking. At that moment, she felt that her decision was worth it. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 9, Roger said. Are you ready to start your new job? Sumei took a deep breath and nodded, ready. Sumei's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. She held 2 property deeds in her hands, and her name was clearly on them, which made her feel unprecedented peace of mind. However, when she thought about living with Roger as a maid, a trace of resistance and uneasiness arose in her heart. She took a deep breath and silently comforted herself. For these 2 valuable houses, everything is worth it. Roger brought Sumei to his home. Roger opened the door, turned to look at Sumei, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Welcome home, my third maid. Chapter 14 Golden Kidney. At this moment, a cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in Roger's mind. Contract successful, third maid found. Awarded 10 free allocation points. Reward, Golden Kidney. This kidney can operate at high capacity for 6 hours without rest, significantly increasing endurance and energy to extraordinary levels. A gleam of pride flashed in Roger's eyes. He quickly opened the system panel in his mind and allocated all 10 freely allocated points to physical strength. In an instant, a warm current surged from his body, his muscles seemed to become tighter, and his spirit became particularly excited, as if he was completely renewed. He couldn't help but look down at his hands. Roger, what are you thinking about? Sumei's voice interrupted his thoughts, and she noticed the smile that he couldn't hide on his face. Nothing, I just think today is worth celebrating. Roger waved his hand to hide his inner excitement, and then his eyes fell on Sumei. By the way, I bought some things these days that might be useful. Not long after, the doorbell rang and several large boxes of express deliveries were brought into the living room. Roger opened one of the boxes, which was filled with various maid costumes. He picked for a while and finally chose a classic black and white maid outfit with a short and delicate skirt, paired with a lace headdress and white stockings. He handed it to Sumei, his tone full of anticipation. Go try this set. Sumei took the clothes, looked down, and tightened her fingers slightly. She looked up at Roger and found that there was an unquestionable look in his eyes. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, will it be weird for me to wear this? Why would it be strange? Roger smiled, walked closer to her, and patted her shoulder gently. It will definitely suit you. Go ahead, I'll wait and see. Sume bit her lip, but finally nodded and walked into the dressing room next door with her clothes. A few minutes later, she came out wearing a maid outfit. The black and white skirt outlines her figure, the lace headdress makes her look more playful, and the white stockings make her legs look longer. Roger's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really beautiful, better than I imagined." Sume looked down at herself, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked in a low voice, "Really? I feel a little uncomfortable." "You'll get used to it." Roger stood up, walked to her side, and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "From today on, you are my maid. You must be obedient. Do you understand?" Sume nodded, but felt a little nervous. She is 10 years older than Roger, who is 20 years old but does not look childish at all. Instead, he is more mature than her boyfriend Lu Chang, who is in his 30s. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and said softly, "I understand." Next, Sume began to adapt to her maid life. She cleaned the room, prepared breakfast, and occasionally chatted with Roger. Everything went according to plan. Roger often sat on the sofa, following her busy figure with his eyes, and a warm feeling gradually rose in his heart. One evening, the lights in the living room were soft, and Roger was sitting on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand. Sume had just finished cleaning the kitchen when Roger suddenly called her, "Sume, come and sit for a while." Sume wiped her hands and walked over to sit on the sofa. Roger put down his glass, his eyes wandered over her for a while, then he gently pulled her closer and whispered, "You've done a great job these days, I'm very satisfied." Sume smiled and tried to distance herself a little. "Thank you, I will try my best." His breath sprayed on her ear, and he said in a low voice, "Sume, you know that I want more than just this, right?" Sume was stunned, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she subconsciously shrank back. "Roger, I have a boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Roger chuckled, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Can your boyfriend give you 2 multi-million-dollar houses? Can he let you live this kind of life?" Sume's face turned pale and her lips moved, but she couldn't say anything to refute. She knew that Roger was right. Lu Chang was just an ordinary white-collar worker. They had saved for several years to barely pay a down payment, but Roger gave her 2 houses easily. She whispered, "I know, but what?" Roger interrupted her, tightening his arms to hold her firmly in his embrace. "Sume, you are very smart and should understand what I mean." Sume bit her lips, and a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes. She tried to push him away. "Roger, I didn't mean to do this." "Never thought about it?" Roger's tone became stronger and he stared into her eyes. Sume's hands froze in mid-air, her heart in turmoil. Roger narrowed his eyes, let go of her for a moment, and then said coldly, "Sume, don't forget the contract you signed. The 2 houses are already in your hands." Sume fell silent, her eyes slightly red. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and finally whispered, I understand." 2 hours later, Roger came out of the bedroom. He was wearing a dark bathrobe and had a contented smile on his face. He walked into the living room, poured a glass of red wine, leaned leisurely on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the night view outside the window. Roger leaned lazily on the sofa in the living room, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, with a barely perceptible hint of pride in his eyes. At this moment, a cold mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Sume's favorability plus 50, current favorability 85. Hearing this number, Roger's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. This is just human nature, and the system just puts the results on the table. He took a sip of wine and looked towards the bedroom, a hint of confidence and control of the overall situation flashing in his eyes. After taking a shower, Sume changed into a loose nightgown and walked out of the bathroom. In the living room, Roger was still sitting on the sofa, his eyes lingering on her for a moment, with a hint of scrutiny and appreciation. "Come here." He patted the empty seat next to him, his voice low but with an unquestionable tone. Sume hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and sat next to him. Roger picked up the remote control casually. There was a faint background sound coming from the TV, but he obviously had no intention of watching it. His hand rested lightly on Sume's shoulder, his fingertips stroking it intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, Sume's phone rang. She looked down and saw the words Lu Chang on the screen, her boyfriend. Her expression changed slightly, she glanced at Roger subconsciously, and whispered, I'll take a call." Roger raised his eyebrows and nodded, but a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Take it." Sumei took a deep breath, walked to the side, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Lu Chang. Sumei, where are you? Why aren't you home yet so late? Lu Chang's voice was filled with obvious anxiety on the other end of the phone. Didn't you say you would work during the day and come back at night? Sumei tightened her grip on the phone and glanced at Roger unconsciously, finding that he was staring at her with a hint of mischief in his eyes. She swallowed, trying to make her voice sound calm. I may not be able to go back today. Can't go back? Lu Chang's tone suddenly rose. Where are you? Didn't you agree to go home at night? What are you doing? Sumei was about to explain when she accidentally tripped on the carpet and fell forward onto the table next to her. She screamed and almost dropped her phone. Seeing this, Roger immediately stood up and walked to her side, put his hand on her waist, and asked with concern, Are you okay? Be careful. Sumei lay on the table, her cheek pressed against the cold surface, her heart beating faster. She tried to get up, but Roger placed his hand gently on her waist and whispered, Don't move. Let me help you. His fingers pressed gently on her waist, as if measuring her waist. She said to the phone, her voice trembling a little, I'm fine, I just accidentally fell. Falling? How could you be so careless? There was a hint of worry in Lu Chang's voice, but it soon turned to dissatisfaction. Where did you fall? What are you doing not going home tonight? Sumei gritted her teeth, forced herself to remain calm, and whispered, I'm working overtime, and I'll rest after I'm done, so, Her voice unconsciously took on a strangeness, a subtle strength. Overtime? Why work overtime so late at night? Lu Chang obviously didn't believe it, his voice full of anger. Sumei, are you hiding something from me? No, Sumei hastily denied, beads of sweat already oozing from her forehead. I'm really busy. The client is very demanding. Roger listened from the side and his smile deepened. What's wrong with you? Why are you talking so strangely? Lu Chang noticed something was wrong and asked with suspicion, Sumei, where are you? What are you doing? I'm fine, Sumei managed to answer, her voice barely holding back. I'm not going back tonight. You should get some rest early. What? You're not coming back? Lu Chang's voice suddenly rose. How can I be at ease if you don't come back at night? Come back soon. No need. I'll go back tomorrow, Sumei said hurriedly, don't worry. After that, she hung up the phone in a hurry without waiting for Lu Chang to speak again. She turned around and glared at Roger with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Roger released her hand, smiled, and patted her cheek. Well done, Sumei. You are very obedient. Sumei lowered her head and took a breath, feeling both ashamed and helpless. She knew that her perfunctory response had made Lu Chang suspicious, but she knew even more clearly that she had no way out. Roger sat back on the sofa and looked at her softly. I'll take you to buy a car tomorrow as a reward. Sumei was stunned and looked up at him. Buy a car? Yes, Roger nodded, his tone generous. You performed well tonight, you deserve it. Sumei was silent for a while, with a complex emotion in her heart. Roger put his hand on her shoulder again, stroking it gently, as if declaring some kind of ownership. Chapter 15 Breakup. Roger took Sumei to the most luxurious car dealership in the city center, which is a symbol of the city's prosperity. The interior of the dealership was brightly lit, the floor was as smooth as a mirror, and the air was filled with the faint scent of new car leather. Various top luxury cars are displayed in the showroom. Roger's eyes quickly locked onto a silver gray sedan. Sumei followed him, her eyes showing curiosity and a hint of nervousness. How about this car? Roger stopped and pointed at the silver gray sedan with a relaxed tone, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Sumei walked closer to the car and looked at it carefully. The car body reflects a delicate luster under the light, like a flowing work of art. She unconsciously reached out and touched the car body, her fingers trembled slightly, and then she retracted them. She glanced at the price tag next to it, which read 2.8 million. Her eyes widened instantly, her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing became rapid. This is too expensive, right? Sumei's voice trembled slightly. She turned to look at Roger, her eyes full of hesitation and shock. Roger turned around with his usual confident smile on his face. As he spoke, he pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Sumei. Swipe it. Sumei took the black card, her fingers trembling slightly. She looked down at the card, its black surface gleaming coldly under the light. The moment he swiped his card, a clear reminder sounded in Roger's mind. favorability plus 10, current favorability 95. System prompt, spending for the maid triggers a 3x cashback on critical hits, 8.4 million, remaining balance 42.1086 million. Roger stood aside, quietly observing Su Mei's reaction. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a barely perceptible smugness flashed in his eyes. Let's go, I'll take you for a ride. Roger's voice was gentle but firm. He patted Su Mei's shoulder and motioned her to walk towards the new car. Su Mei nodded. Roger sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel, his eyes focused and confident. He drove his newly bought silver gray car smoothly through the city streets. Su Mei sat in the passenger seat, glancing out the window from time to time with a hint of curiosity and excitement on her face. The interior of the car is filled with the scent of new car leather, and the atmosphere is relaxed and pleasant. Suddenly, the car drove over an uneven road and the tires bumped violently. Roger controlled the steering wheel steadily, and the car body only shook slightly. However, Su Mei was unable to sit still. Her body tilted to the left due to inertia, and she tried to grab the handrail in a panic, but due to the angle, she fell over and her head accidentally fell on Roger's legs. Su Mei's face was pressed against Roger's thigh, her soft hair scattered on his pants. She suddenly felt embarrassed, and her cheeks quickly heated up and became hot. She hurriedly tried to get up, holding onto the edge of the seat with her hands, muttering softly, "I'm sorry." She tried to look up, but found that Roger's palm was just the right strength, not heavy, but enough to make her unable to move. Roger looked down at her, the corners of his mouth raised slightly in a smirk, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He didn't answer, but just maintained this posture, and even stroked her hair lightly with his fingers, as if he was deliberately teasing her. Su Mei's heartbeat quickened and her breathing became rapid. Time seemed to be stretched at this moment, her mind was in chaos, she felt shy and at a loss. Her eyes were evasive, not daring to look directly at Roger, and her hands unconsciously clenched the seatbelt. Roger's eyes lingered on her face for a moment, glancing over her slightly moist lips. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, but he remained calm and just pretended to be concerned and said, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to stop and rest for a while?" Su Mei quickly waved her hands to indicate that she was fine. She raised her hand and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Her heart was in a mess, and the lingering warmth made her heart beat faster. She swallowed hard, trying to ease the discomfort, but each swallow only made her more uneasy. The atmosphere in the car became subtle and silent. Roger's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, the rhythm slow and leisurely, as if he was quietly savoring the moment. Su Mei lowered her head, feeling shy and nervous. After a while, Su Mei finally plucked up the courage and coughed lightly, as if to clear her throat. She tried to speak again, Roger, I'm fine." Her voice was still trembling and so low that it was almost inaudible, as if she had exerted great effort to squeeze out these few words. Roger turned his head and looked at her, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. "I'm glad you're okay, don't be too nervous." The tone was relaxed and natural, as if nothing had happened. Roger was driving intently, with a faint smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Suddenly, a clear reminder sounded in Roger's mind: Su Mei's favorability plus 5, current favorability 100%, unlocking complete obedience. Roger nodded, tapped his fingers on the steering wheel twice, and then said, "That's great. Let's go do something next." Su Mei raised her head in confusion. "What's the matter?" Roger turned his head and looked at her, a hint of meaning flashed in his eyes. "Go to your boyfriend and get your luggage back." Su Mei was stunned, and Lu Chang's face instantly appeared in her mind. She subconsciously tightened her seatbelt, her voice a little panicked. "Roger, this is not good, right?" Roger chuckled, his tone calm but unquestionable. "What's wrong with it? You and him should have ended long ago. Didn't he even let you work as a maid in my house? Now it's all right, and he's satisfied. You're completely my maid." His words were like a heavy hammer hitting Su Mei's heart. The blush on her face had not yet completely faded, and she felt a bit more complicated emotions. The car quickly drove towards the community where Lu Chang rented a house. Su Mei sat in the passenger seat, her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles slightly white. She knew what this trip meant: her relationship with Lu Chang would come to an end, and Roger would become the most important person in her life. The car stopped at the foot of a dilapidated residential building. Roger got out first, opened the passenger door, and stretched out his hand to Su Mei. "Let's go, I'll go up with you." Su Mei hesitated for a moment, but finally put her hand on his palm and was gently pulled out of the car by him. His palm was warm and strong, making her feel inexplicably at ease. The two went upstairs and came to the door of Lu Chang's rented apartment. Sumei took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The door was quickly opened and Lu Chang's familiar face appeared at the door. When he saw Sumei, he was stunned at first, then frowned. When he saw Roger behind her, his face suddenly became gloomy. Sumei, what were you doing last night? Where did you spend it? And you brought a man back? Lu Chang's tone was obviously hostile, and his eyes looked up and down at Roger. Before Sumei could speak, Roger stepped forward and stood in front of her, saying in a cold tone, "She's here to get her luggage. By the way, I want to make it clear to you that from today on, she has nothing to do with you." Lu Chang was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "It doesn't matter? Who do you think you are? Sumei, do you really think you can dump me just because you hook up with a rich man?" As he spoke, he reached out to pull Sumei's arm, but before he could touch her, Roger grabbed her wrist. "I am Roger, the master of Sumei. If you see me in the future, stay away from me, otherwise I will kill you." Roger's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the strength in his hands suddenly increased. Lu Chang felt pain and tried to struggle, but found that he was no match for his opponent. After gaining a lot of strength, Roger's strength now far exceeds that of an ordinary person, almost crushing him. He snorted coldly, twisted his wrist, and threw Lu Chang to the ground. Lu Chang cried out in pain, fell unconscious, and rolled on the ground holding his wrist. Sumei was startled and subconsciously hid behind Roger, grabbing the corner of his clothes and whispering, "Roger, don't." But Roger didn't stop. He leaned over and grabbed Lu Chang by the collar, lifted him up from the ground, and rained punches down on him. Each hit came with a dull sound, and Lu Chang's screams echoed in the narrow corridor. He had unknowingly strengthened his strength these days, and it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. A few minutes later, Lu Chang was beaten black and blue. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. Roger clapped his hands, stood up, turned to look at Sumei and said, "Go pack your things." Sumei nodded, hurried into the room and began to pack her luggage. Her movements were quick, but her fingers were trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she had not yet recovered from the violent scene. After packing up, Sumei came out dragging a suitcase and whispered to Roger, "Okay?" Roger glanced at Lu Chang lying on the ground and said coldly, "Don't bother her again, or I'll give you more than just a beating next time." Lu Chang covered his face and responded with a humming sound, obviously having completely surrendered. Roger took Sumei's suitcase and took her hand as he walked towards the stairs. Sumei followed behind him, head down, her steps staggering a little. After getting in the car, Sumei sat in the passenger seat, holding the suitcase tightly with both hands, as if looking for a sense of security. Roger started the car, his tone returning to its usual gentleness. "Don't be afraid, from now on, you just need to listen to me." Sumei looked up at him, her eyes full of trust. She nodded slightly and whispered, "Well, Roger, I'll listen to you." Roger smiled slightly and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. "That's good. Go home. Your new life begins." Chapter 16 Execution. At the same time, Shin-Sisi, who was far away at school, was uneasy. She hadn't contacted Roger for several days and always felt like something was missing in her life. Sitting in the library, she opened her cell phone, hesitated for a moment, and dialed Roger's number. "Roger, why have you been acting so strangely lately? I haven't heard from you in days." There was a hint of complaint in Shin-Sisi's voice. Roger leaned on the sofa and chuckled when he heard her voice. "I'm busy." "What's wrong? Did you miss me?" Shin-Sisi bit her lip and whispered, "At school, it's getting harder and harder for me to ask for leave. The teachers can hardly cope with it. Can you come over?" Roger was silent for a moment, thinking. Although he now owns several cars, including the dazzling red sports car, he decided to drive a relatively low-key black Audi Q5 to school. He knew he had a bad reputation among his classmates, often mocked as ugly, fat, and poor because of his appearance and financial situation. Now, if he drove a luxury car in a flashy way, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention. So, keeping a low profile was his choice. "Okay, I'll go there today," Roger said firmly, "just stay calm and wait for me." After hanging up the phone, Shin-Sisi breathed a sigh of relief and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Roger drove the black Audi Q5 slowly towards the school. Although the car is low-key, it still attracts attention in this school where only a handful of classmates have cars. Shin-Sisi stood downstairs of the teaching building, anxiously waiting for Roger. Classmates were coming and going around, some were talking in low voices, and some were looking at me curiously. She was wearing a simple white shirt, and her hair was slightly lifted when the wind blew. At this time, the black Audi Q5 slowly drove into the campus, and the body of the car shone with a low-key luster in the sun. The low roar of the engine echoed throughout the campus, attracting the attention of many students. The car stopped in front of the teaching building, and the window rolled down, revealing Roger's familiar yet brand new face. The students began to whisper. "Whose car is this? He actually drove to school. Isn't it Roger? Isn't he that ugly, fat, and poor? How could he possibly afford a car? Don't be ridiculous. Look at the license plate. A new Audi Q5 costs at least 4 or 500,000. Who in our school can afford one? Roger, you're here." Chen Cece walked forward with surprise in her tone and a hint of relief in her eyes. Roger opened the car door and walked down with confident steps. Now, his appearance has been completely changed with the help of the system. He is no longer the fat and bloated boy, but a strong and well-defined young man with a calm and composed temperament. She couldn't help but ask, "When did you buy the car? How come I didn't know?" Roger started the car and said in a relaxed tone, "I bought it a few days ago. I wanted to give you a surprise." Just then, the school beauty Lin Wanner and the sports committee member Wang Hao came over to prepare. Lin Wanner was wearing a lavender dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the wind, her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and she exuded an elegant temperament. She glanced at the black Audi Q5, a scornful smile curling her lips. Her voice was crisp yet sharp. "Hey, isn't that Roger? You think you've become a phoenix by driving this shabby Audi? My family wouldn't even want a car like that." The students around turned their heads upon hearing this, and the whispers became louder. Wang Hao stood beside Lin Wanner, his hands in his pockets, and echoed, "Exactly. Why is a poor boy pretending to be rich? This car is just so-so, probably second-hand." Roger leaned calmly against the car door, looked up at them, and raised his mouth slightly. "Lin Wanner, what kind of car does your family drive? A private jet?" Lin Wanner was choked, a hint of displeasure flashed across her delicate face, and a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. She was about to fight back when Zhao Kai, a rich second-generation man wearing a designer suit, came over. Zhao Kai is Lin Wanner's loyal pursuer, and he is holding a cup of Starbucks coffee he just bought in his hand. He looked Roger's car up and down and sneered, "Roger, your car is only worth a few $100,000, right? My dad's driver drives a Porsche, what's yours?" Roger glanced at him disdainfully, his tone calm but pointed. "Zhao Kai, your father's driver drives a Porsche, so what does your father drive? A rocket?" Zhao Kai was so angry that he couldn't speak, his face turned red, and the coffee cup in his hand squeaked as he squeezed it. The students around couldn't help laughing, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward and subtle. Seeing this, Lin Wanner frowned slightly and said softly to Zhao Kai, "Forget it, don't bother with him." Chen Cece sat in the passenger seat, watching Roger calmly deal with the taunts, secretly applauding his wit in her heart. She looked at him secretly and found that he no longer had the fatness of the past, but was replaced by a figure full of strength and charm. She knew that Roger was no longer the bullied boy he used to be. Roger closed the car door, took Chen Cece's hand, and walked towards the teaching building. He left behind a group of stunned classmates. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were whispering, "What happened to Roger? He's become so handsome and drives an Audi?" The car stopped next to the teaching building, attracting more attention along the way. Even though Roger chose the low-key Audi Q5, it was still a shock to those classmates who hated him. There are not many classmates who own cars, and Roger, who was once ridiculed as ugly, fat, and poor, now appears in such a posture. How can it not cause people to talk about it? Walking into the classroom, Roger and Chen Cece walked side by side. When the classmates in the classroom saw them, they all looked at them with curiosity and jealousy. Roger's changes are obvious. His strong physique and confident posture make everyone look at him with admiration. The fat man who was once taciturn and ridiculed now seems like a completely different person. The bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom and began to lecture. Roger sat in the classroom, tapping his fingers on the desk, thinking about his next plan in his mind. He already has 3 maids, Chen Cece, Su Mei, and Zhangya. The favorability data is clearly displayed on the system interface. Chen Cece, favorability 95. Su Mei, favorability 100. Zhangya, favorability 100. Su Mei and Zhangya have completely obeyed him, but Chen Cece's favorability remains at 95. He knew that he had to improve her favorability as quickly as possible while looking for a new target. At this moment, his eyes fell on the aloof yet elegant calculus teacher on the podium. A system prompt popped up. Name, Yun Mengyao. Measurements 88 60 90. System score 90 points. Introduction. Beneath the cold appearance lies a gentle heart that longs to be cared for. Version number 0.0. The name Yun Mangyao is as elegant as a fairy, which perfectly matches her cool temperament. Version number 0.0 signifies her emotional purity, which makes Roger's heart flutter. Roger decided to make her his next target. After class, Roger took the initiative to walk to the podium with a gentle smile on his face. Teacher Yun, there are some things I didn't understand in today's class. Can I ask you for help? Yun Mangyao raised her head, glanced at him coldly, and nodded. Ask. Roger asked a few carefully prepared questions, appearing serious yet natural. Yun Mengyao's answer was concise and precise. Although her tone was cold, there was a subtle softness between her eyebrows. After a few contacts, her attitude towards Roger softened slightly, and she even took the initiative to ask, "Do you understand this question?" However, Luo Jie's attention to Yun Mengyao soon caused Chen Xixi's dissatisfaction. In the evening, at Roger's house next to the school, Chen Xixi couldn't help but ask, "Roger, why do you keep going to teacher Yun lately? Do you have feelings for her?" Roger was stunned and tried to comfort her. "Xixi, don't think too much, I'm just asking a question. You are the most important thing in my heart." Chen Xixi sneered. "Important? Then why do you spend all your time with her? Don't you care about me at all?" Chen Xixi's questioning was like a sharp knife, piercing Roger's heart. There was suspicion in her eyes and her tone was cold. "Roger, do you think I'm easy to fool? You've been too close to teacher Yun recently, don't think I can't see it." Roger's heart tightened as the system prompt sounded in his ears. Chen Xixi's favorability 5, current favorability 90%. He quickly explained, "Xixi, you really misunderstood. I just have some questions about my studies and want to ask teacher Yun for help. I don't mean anything else." Chen Xixi sneered and turned away. "Do you think I will believe it? Think about it carefully." Roger looked at her back and felt helpless. He knew that verbal explanations alone would not be enough to regain Chen Xixi's trust, and he had to take action. In the evening, Roger and Chen Xixi returned to the house next to the school. The atmosphere in the room was a little dull. Chen Xixi sat on the sofa, looking down at her phone, obviously not wanting to pay attention to him. Roger walked up to her and said softly, "Xixi, let's talk." Chen Xixi didn't even raise her head. "There's nothing to talk about. I'm tired and want to rest." Roger took a deep breath and decided to activate the system's forced mysterious operation. He reached out and gently held Chen Xixi's wrist, his voice low but with irresistible power. "Xixi, look at me." Chen Xixi raised her head, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to indifference. "What are you doing? Let me go." Roger didn't let go, but pulled her into his arms and whispered, "I know you have some doubts in your heart, but I will use my actions to prove that you are the only one in my heart." Chen Xixi struggled a few times, but Roger's arms held her tightly like an iron clamp. She felt an inexplicable panic and her heart beat faster involuntarily. The only sounds left in the room were the two people's breathing and heartbeats, as if they were the only ones left in the world. Her eyes softened, and her tone was no longer cold. "Roger, I shouldn't have doubted you." Roger stroked her hair gently, a smile on his lips. "Silly girl, I will never let you down." At this moment, a system notification sounded. Chen Xixi's favorability increased by 10, and the current favorability is 100%. Complete obedience mode has been activated. Roger was secretly delighted. The physical fitness rewarded by the system was indeed not to be underestimated. He looked down at Chen Xixi in his arms and sighed, "Who can handle this kind of body? They all have to obey." Chen Xixi snuggled in his arms and whispered, "Roger, let's not have any more misunderstandings in the future, okay?" Roger nodded, his tone gentle. "Of course, there will be no more barriers between us." Chapter 17 Su Yao. Roger sat on the sofa in the living room, holding a piece of real estate information in his hand, his eyes scanning over several floor plans of villas. Chen Xixi, Su Mei and Zhanya were busy preparing afternoon tea for him. The air was filled with the faint aroma of tea and desserts. "This set is good, but the position is a bit off." Roger pointed to one of the pictures and said to himself. Su Mei put down the teapot in her hand, came over to take a look, and said softly, "Master, although the location of this villa is a bit remote, the environment is very good and suitable for leisure and vacation." Roger nodded, thinking about it. He knew that his current assets were over 40 million. If he bought a few more villas, and if he was lucky enough to trigger the system's critical hit reward, it would not be a problem for his assets to exceed 100 million. "Let's go and take a look." Roger stood up and said to the three maids. Half an hour later, Roger's red sports car drove into a high-end villa area 10 kilometers away from the school. The environment here is quiet and the greenery is excellent. Each villa is like a castle hidden in the woods. The real estate agent had already been waiting at the door. When he saw Roger get out of the car, he immediately came over with a smile on his face. Mr. Luo, you're here. Please come this way. I'll give you a detailed introduction. Roger followed the agent into a villa with a spacious living room, luxurious decoration, private swimming pool, garden. Every detail showed luxury and taste. This villa is priced at 40 million yuan, covers an area of 800 square meters, has 3 floors, and comes with an independent garage and a private cinema. As the agent introduced the villa, he glanced at Roger out of the corner of his eye, obviously curious about his financial status at such a young age. Roger didn't hesitate too much and made the decision directly. This is it, full payment. The agent was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. Okay, Mr. Luo, I will handle the procedures for you right away. Over the next few days, Roger bought 3 villas for his maid, spending 120 million. The system's cashback bonus arrived as promised, and his assets tripled to a staggering 360 million. Standing on the balcony of his newly purchased villa, Roger overlooked the city skyline in the distance, his heart filled with pride. He knew he had reached a new height, but his goals went far beyond that. Master, the refreshments are ready. Chen Cici's voice came from behind, gentle and respectful. Roger turned around and looked at the 3 maids standing respectfully by his side, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He waved his hand. You guys sit down too and enjoy it together. The 3 maids looked at each other and carefully sat down next to Roger. Sume poured him a cup of black tea, Zhangya handed him the cut fruit, and Chen Cici gently massaged his shoulders. Roger enjoyed their service, but was thinking about his next plan in his mind. He knew that although he was worth over 100 million and could live a luxurious life, the candidates for the system were still in school, so he had to continue to conquer them and get more rewards. He will never forget the humiliation that Lin Wanner and Wang Hao suffered that day. Cici, is there any movement at school recently? Roger asked casually. Chen Cici paused and replied softly, Master, Teacher Yun seems to have shown some interest in you recently, but Lin Wanner and Wang Hao are still the same, full of hostility towards you. Roger sneered. Wang Hao? He's nothing but a clown. As for Lin Wanner, her arrogance will be shattered by me sooner or later. He decided to use his ability to force the maids to sign contracts by owing them money so that he could sign a few more maids. The sun shines on the stalls next to the school road, which is the only way for students to return to the dormitory after school. People come and go, it's very lively. Roger sat at a makeshift table with loan company posters and materials placed beside him. Zhangya and Su Mei stood behind him, ready to assist. The booth was strategically positioned to attract the attention of many students, many of whom glanced curiously as they passed by, some even stopping to inquire. Su Yao stood in front of the stall, holding a loan application form in her hand. She was wearing a simple white sports t-shirt and black sports shorts, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching in the sun. Her legs were smooth and firm, as if sculpted through countless training sessions, and had amazing proportions, taking up almost 2/3 of her height. A breeze blew, and the edge of her shorts fluttered gently, highlighting the slenderness and symmetry of her legs. Her skin is fair and delicate, with a faint luster in the sunlight, like carefully polished porcelain, making people unable to help but take a few more glances. Su Yao is 172 centimeters tall and stands out in the crowd, especially her super long legs, which are unforgettable. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. Her facial features were delicate and three-dimensional, thin eyebrows, bright eyes, straight nose, and rosy lips. There was a hint of nervousness on his face, but his eyes revealed firm determination. His fingers were slightly clenched on the application form, and he seemed to be struggling internally. Roger looked up and saw Su Yao, his eyes lingering on her for a moment, especially her stunning long legs, which made him secretly admire her. He stood up, walked to the stall, and said gently, Su Yao, are you here to apply for a loan too? Su Yao heard the voice, raised her head, saw Roger, and frowned slightly. There was a hint of surprise and dissatisfaction in his tone. Roger? Why is it you? Roger smiled, spread his hands, and said in a relaxed and natural tone, It's me. I'm doing some small business here at school recently. Do you need a loan? Su Yao nodded and said calmly, Yes, I need some money to buy training equipment and pay for the competition. Although her voice was steady, her long legs were slightly tense, which seemed to reveal her inner urgency. Roger's eyes inadvertently swept over her legs, and he thought to himself, these legs are ridiculously long. He quickly looked away and said calmly, no problem, we can talk. But first, I need to understand your repayment ability. Suyao raised her head, a hint of stubbornness flashed in her eyes. I have a part-time job and I can repay the loan on time every month. She stood straight, her long legs more prominent, as if silently showing her confidence. Roger said picked up a contract from the table and handed it to her. Okay, take a look at this contract first. His tone was casual, but there was a calculation in his eyes. Suyao took the contract and read it carefully. Her slender fingers flipped the papers, her brows gradually furrowed, and her tone was full of confusion. Why is the repayment period so short? The interest rate is much higher than other places. Roger shrugged, his tone matter of fact. High risk, high reward? You know, loans always need some security. If you don't think it's suitable, you can try somewhere else. Suyao bit her lower lip, her eyes moving back and forth between the contract and Roger. Those super long legs moved slightly, as if to hide the inner entanglement. Of course, she knew that other companies either had complicated procedures or directly rejected students like her who had little collateral. After a moment of silence, she finally made up her mind, picked up the pen on the table, and signed her name at the end of the contract. Okay, I'll sign. Her voice was low but decisive. Roger watched her sign, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's a pleasure to work with you. He extended his hand, and his smile was full of the confidence of a winner. Suyao looked up at him, without shaking hands, and asked calmly, when will the money arrive? Her ponytail swayed slightly with the movement. Roger withdrew his hand and smiled nonchalantly. Right away, I can transfer it to you today. In the sunshine, the stalls beside the school road attracted more and more students' attention. Several applicants stood aside waiting, watching the conversation between Roger and Suyao with curiosity or eagerness. The hustle and bustle in front of the stall and Suyao's super long legs complement each other, forming a unique landscape. Chapter 18 Debt Transfer. After Suyao signed the contract, Roger immediately heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Maid contract signed successfully. Target, Suyao, current favorability 15%. Reward, 10 free points. Roger was delighted. He knew that to Suyao, he was just a rich, loan shark. Suyao's discussed value was very high, so he had to increase his attractiveness as soon as possible. The money has been transferred to your account. Remember to repay it on time. Roger said to Suyao with a smile. Suyao nodded, her tone cold. I know, I will pay it back on time. Roger looked at her back and thought to himself, those legs are amazing. They are so long, much longer than those of Lin Xiaohua. But her favorability is too low, so I have to take it slow. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuqing also signed loan contracts respectively. After they left, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Maid contract signed successfully. Target, Lin Xiaoxiao, current favorability rating 20%. Ding! Maid contract signed successfully. Target, Zhou Yuqing, current favorability rating 15%. You have 6 maids now. Unlock the secret reward, debt transfer. You can transfer debts to maid candidates or to related people such as girlfriends, best friends, mothers, daughters, etc. When Roger heard the reward, his eyes lit up and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This feature is great. When a guy comes to borrow money from me in the future, I can just transfer the money to his girlfriend, saving him the trouble. He immediately thought of the boys who had just been rejected and had a plan in mind. Just then, Sume walked in with a new application list in her hand. Master, several more students have come to apply for loans, including 2 boys. Roger took the list, glanced at it, and found a note next to one of the boys' names. Has a girlfriend, and she's very beautiful. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he thought to himself, this system is really becoming more and more convenient. He immediately said to Sume, let this boy come in, I will talk to him in person. A few minutes later, a man wearing glasses walked in, looking a little nervous. Mr. Luo, I want to apply for a loan to buy a game console. Roger leaned back in his chair, his tone relaxed. Oh? Game consoles are not cheap. Do you have a repayment plan? The boy scratched his head, his tone a little embarrassed. I don't have any income at the moment, but I can pay it back in installments. Roger smiled and tapped his fingers on the table. No problem, I can lend it to you. However, I need you to provide some basic information, including your girlfriend's contact information. The boy was stunned for a moment, a little confused, Why do you want my girlfriend's contact information? Roger said in a natural tone, "This is our procedure. We need to verify your social connections and ensure that you have the ability to repay." Although the boy was a little hesitant, he nodded in order to borrow money. "Okay, my girlfriend's name is Lee Ruadong, her phone number is." Roger wrote down the information and said with a smile, "Okay, the contract is ready, please sign it." The boy took the contract, looked at it carefully, found that the terms were not harsh, and signed his name readily. The moment he signed, a system notification sounded in Roger's mind. Ding! Loan agreement signed successfully. Target, Jiangwei Mail. Debt information has been entered into the system. Transferable maid candidate detected, Lee Ruatong, beauty rating 85, current favorability 0%. Do you want to transfer the debt? Roger was secretly delighted and immediately chose yes. The system prompts again. Debt transfer successful. Target, Lee Ruatong, current favorability 0%. Maid contract has taken effect, and the mission can be enforced. Roger's lips curled up into a meaningful smile, his heart overflowing with joy. This function is amazing. As long as they owe money, the contract will be valid, and it can also enforce the task. It's simply a godlike assist. Then another boy came in. His name is Wang Lei, he is 20 years old, and the reason he applied for the loan was that he wanted to buy a new mobile phone. Roger followed the same process and had him sign the contract. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! Loan agreement signed successfully. Target, Wang Lei Mail. Debt information has been entered into the system. Transferable maid candidate detected, Shin Yusin, beauty rating 82, current favorability 0%. Do you want to transfer the debt? Roger chose yes without hesitation. System prompts. Debt transfer successful. Target, Shen Yusin, current favorability rating 10%. Maid contract has taken effect, and the mission can be enforced. Roger sat back in his chair, feeling very happy. He opened the system interface and checked the newly added maid's information. Lee Ruadong, 19 years old, 167 centimeters tall, system score 85. A photo of her wearing a JK miniskirt appeared on the screen, with delicate features and clear eyes. Chen Yusin, 18 years old, 165 centimeters tall, system score 82. She has a ponytail, a sweet smile, and looks lively and cute. Roger looked at the messages between the two and thought to himself, both of these girls are good. The next step is to slowly improve their favorability. Chapter 19 Dancer Girlfriend. Roger was leisurely browsing the system interface, checking the information of the newly signed maid. Just then, his roommate Ma Chao came rushing over with a look of anxiety and excitement on his face. The two have never had a good relationship. Ma Chao looked down on Roger from the first day he moved into the dormitory, thinking that he was ugly, fat, and had no future. Other students in the dormitory also like to bully Roger, but Ma Chao not only does not dissuade them, but often takes the lead in mocking them. Relying on his handsome appearance and eloquence, he always had the upper hand in words and made Roger feel embarrassed. "Roger, I heard that you lend money at school? Is that true?" Ma Chao went straight to the point, his tone mixed with a hint of temptation and expectation. Roger looked up and glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. "Yeah, why, you want to borrow money too?" Ma Chao rubbed his hands, chuckled, and seemed a little embarrassed. "Hey, I heard that the conditions here are quite relaxed, I want to give it a try." He paused, his eyes lit up, and added, "You don't know, I recently fell in love with a limited edition pair of sneakers. They're really cool, but a bit expensive." Roger laughed inwardly. He had heard Ma Chao brag countless times that he had a girlfriend, Zhao Tingting, a dancer who had a hot body and was beautiful. He showed off in the dormitory almost every day. He leaned back in his chair calmly and asked in a relaxed tone, "How much do you want to borrow?" Ma Chao hesitated for a moment, then tentatively held up 2 fingers. "I originally wanted to borrow 2,000 yuan, just enough to buy those shoes." 2,000 yuan? Roger raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "No big deal. But you have to tell me, how are you going to pay it back?" Ma Chao scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Well, I haven't thought about it yet, but I can pay it back slowly. After all, we are roommates. You can trust me, right?" Roger narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. He knew that Ma Chao was such a carefree person that he didn't take the repayments seriously at all. But he pretended to be magnanimous and nodded, "No problem, I can lend it to you." However, we have to sign a contract to avoid any misunderstandings later.
Upon hearing this, Ma Chao's face froze and he quickly waved his hands. Forget about signing a contract.
It's too formal. I don't like these empty promises. We're brothers, so just lend it directly.
Roger sighed in mock frustration and shrugged.
Well, if you don't want to sign the contract, then don't sign it.
We're roommates, and I trust you.
Ma Chao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said cheerfully, Really? You're willing to lend it to me without a contract? Roger, you're really considerate.
Roger smiled slightly, but his heart was filled with joy. He doesn't care about the contract at all because the system has given him absolute control.
As long as Ma Chao asks to borrow money, the system will automatically recognize the debt, and the contract is just a formality. He pretended to be nonchalant and said, Of course, we are brothers. I will lend you as much as you want.
Upon hearing this, Ma Chao rubbed his hands excitedly and became much bolder.
That's great. I originally only wanted to borrow 2,000 yuan. Since you're so generous, can I lend you more? Roger suppressed his laughter and asked calmly, Oh? How much do you want?
Ma Chao gritted his teeth, tentatively extended a palm, and added 2 fingers. How about
20,000?
I want to buy a new computer recently and take my girlfriend out for a trip.
20,000 should be enough. 20,000?
Roger almost laughed out loud, but he quickly restrained his expression and nodded as if nothing had happened.
That's too little. I'll give you 200,000. I'll transfer the money to you now.
Ma Chao was so excited that he almost jumped up, patting his chest and saying, Roger, you are really my good brother.
I will definitely pay you back this money slowly.
Roger smiled, opened his phone, and turned it over directly.
The system's debt recognition does not require real-life IOUs or contracts.
As long as the other party acknowledges the debt, the system will automatically take effect. He raised his head, patted Ma Chao's shoulder, and said meaningfully, Don't worry, take your time. The system prompt sound immediately rang in my mind.
Ding! Loan agreement signed successfully. Target, Ma Chao Mail. Debt information has been entered into the system.
Then, the system continues to prompt.
Transferable maid candidate detected, Zhaotingting, beauty rating 94, current favorability 0%. Do you want to transfer the debt? Roger chose yes in his heart without hesitation. Debt transfer successful.
Target, Zhaotingting, current favorability 0%. Maid contract has taken effect, and the mission can be enforced.
Roger's lips curled up into a cold smile, thinking to himself, Ma Chao, you think you got a great deal, and you think I'm a fool for not signing a contract or asking for an IOU.
But in fact, your girlfriend has become my maid. You got this 200,000 yuan in exchange for Zhaotingting, whom you boasted about for a whole year.
Ma Chao was completely oblivious and was still patting Luo Jie's shoulder with great enthusiasm. Luo Jie, you are so generous. When my girlfriend comes to the dormitory next time, I will introduce you to her. She is an amazing dancer. Roger nodded with a forced smile. Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
But in his heart he sneered, There's no need to get to know her, she's mine now. After Ma Chao left, Roger opened the system interface and checked Zhaotingting's detailed information. Zhaotingting, 19 years old, 170 centimeters tall, system score 88.
Outgoing personality, hobbies, dancing, traveling. Current favorability, 0%.
On the screen, Zhaotingting's photo was clearly visible. She was wearing a tight dance costume that outlined her graceful figure, with long hair draped over her shoulders and an outstanding temperament. Roger stared at the photo, nodded with satisfaction, and thought to himself, the girlfriend that Ma Chao brags about every day is indeed worthy of her reputation. Now she is my maid, how ironic. He leaned back in his chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, and his mind was already thinking about how to improve Zhaotingting's favorability.
Since she likes dancing, maybe we can start with that.
He decided to contact Zhaotingting first and find an opportunity to get close to her. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again.
Ding!
The number of maids has reached 7, and the system will give you 5 free points. He turned off his phone and looked into the distance with deep eyes. The 200,000 yuan debt has been transferred to Zhaotingting, but Ma Chao is still in the dark and thinks he has gotten a great bargain. Roger sneered, his heart full of anticipation.
Chapter 20, Laundry. The system task list is clearly visible.
Walking on the road 10 yuan time to pay off debt. Help wash underwear and socks 50 yuan time to pay off debt. Watch a movie together 100 yuan time to offset debt. Play games together 50 yuan time to offset debt.
Dinner together 200 yuan time to offset debt.
Wearing maid outfit 300 yuan time for debt repayment, needs to have a favorability of 50%. Mysterious operation 3000 yuan time debt repayment, need to have a favorability of 80%. As the night deepened, in a rental house next to the school, Roger sat on a somewhat worn single sofa, the light from his cell phone screen reflected on his face. He decided not to return to his villa on the outskirts of the city for the time being, but to live in this house closest to the school to facilitate his long-term lending business. Then he asked the 3 maids not to come with him tonight, as he had something important to do with Tingting in the evening. The room was not big, the air was filled with dampness, and there were a few dirty clothes piled in the corner. He had just changed out of his underwear and socks, a sly smile playing on his face. System, activate the ability help wash underwear and socks. Roger muttered in his mind. The next moment, the phone dinged and the screen lit up. A friend request popped up on WeChat, Tingting requests to add you as a friend. Roger approved the application with a swipe of his finger, thinking to himself, the system is really powerful.
Hello, Roger.
Tingting's profile picture is a dancing silhouette, elegant and agile.
Hello, Tingting. Roger replied in a calm tone. Before he could say anything more, Tingting's message arrived. Ma Chao shouldn't have borrowed so much money. He owes you 200,000 yuan. I know this debt is too heavy for him. I'm willing to help him pay it back, okay?
Roger's eyes flashed with pride, and he typed quickly, of course.
How do you plan to pay it back?
I can do some things, such as washing clothes, cooking, and so on. Tingting's reply revealed a hint of determination. I have some dirty clothes and socks that need to be washed now. One wash can pay off my debt of 50 yuan.
Would you like to come to my house to wash them?
Roger made the proposal directly.
After a brief silence, Tingting replied, okay, I'll be there now.
Roger was stunned for a moment, then laughed.
The system is really awesome.
He stood up and tidied the room, glancing at the door from time to time.
Half an hour later, the doorbell rang.
Roger opened the door and saw Tingting standing in the dim light, wearing a loose black sweatshirt and tight jeans, carrying a small backpack.
She is a student majoring in dance.
She is 170 centimeters tall, with a slender and upright figure. Her legs look particularly slender and strong in her jeans. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead, delicate features, a hint of stubbornness between her eyebrows, and skin so white that it almost reflected light.
Come in.
Roger stepped aside to make way, his gaze lingering on her for a few seconds.
Tingting nodded slightly and walked into the house.
She put down her backpack and looked around the simple room, her movements light and graceful, as if she could dance at any moment. Roger pointed to the bathroom. The dirty clothes are over there, go wash them.
System, check Tingting's information.
Roger muttered to himself.
The system interface pops up.
Tingting, 19 years old, height 170 centimeters, system score 94, measurements 86 58 88, purity 98%, love experience 1 with Ma Chao, ordinary family background, dance major student, current favorability 0%, neutral version number 0.0. Roger stared at version 0.0 for a moment, then couldn't help laughing.
After talking for so long, it's still 0? Ma Chao is such a loser, huh?
And with a score of 94, she's almost surpassing the school beauty.
That's great.
She's worthy of being the girlfriend that Ma Chao brags about every day.
Tingting nodded slightly and walked into the house.
She put down her backpack and looked around the simple room, her movements light and graceful, as if she could dance at any moment. Roger leaned lazily on the sofa and pointed to the bathroom. The dirty clothes are over there, go wash them. She didn't say much and walked straight into the bathroom, her steps steady but with a hint of reluctance. Roger sat on the sofa and through the half-open door, he could see her back as she bent over to wash clothes. Her figure was flexible and graceful, her arms moved with a dance-like rhythm, and the water splashed gently at her fingertips, as if playing a silent melody.
However, this elegance was soon broken.
Tingting turned on the faucet and poured a pile of dirty clothes into the basin.
She picked up one of Roger's clothes.
Her hand trembled violently and it almost slipped from her fingers. His face instantly turned red, as if burned by fire, and a trace of panic and disgust flashed in his eyes. She frowned, her breathing became rapid, her fingers frozen in mid-air, as if she didn't know what to do. When Roger heard her voice, he raised his head pretending to be nonchalant, with a hint of teasing in his tone, "What's wrong?
Is there any problem?"
Zhao bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and looked at him through the half-open door. She lowered her head, the blush on her face deepening. Roger's mouth corners rose slightly, and he smiled in his heart. But on the surface, he scratched his head pretending to be embarrassed. "Oh, sorry, I forgot." Zhao glared at him, the anger in her eyes almost bursting out. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was venting her dissatisfaction. Roger shrugged, his tone still nonchalant, trying to brush it off. "There's nothing we can do.
This kind of situation is inevitable."
Zhao clenched her teeth and pressed her lips almost into a straight line. She looked down at the thing in her hand, and a strong sense of humiliation surged in her heart. She knew she had no choice but to continue with this disgusting task. She threw it into the water and began to scrub it, her movements stiff and hurried, each one a silent protest to Roger. The water splashed on her arms, but she didn't care. Her brows were furrowed tighter and tighter, and tears flashed in her eyes.
"System, check Zhao Tingting's information,"
Roger muttered to himself. The system interface popped up in his mind. Zhao Tingting, current favorability 5% slightly disliked. Roger was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that her favorability had dropped. He realized he might have gone too far and decided to lighten the mood. He stood up, walked to the bathroom door, and said softly, "Zhao Tingting, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it."
"If you feel uncomfortable, you can rest for a while."
Zhao Tingting didn't look back, but responded coldly, "No, I will finish washing it." There was a hint of stubbornness in her voice, but her hands did not stop moving, as if she was proving with her actions that she would not be defeated. Roger sighed and retreated back to the sofa, his eyes still fixed on her back. Her figure was still graceful, but that dancing lightness was now obscured by anger and humiliation. He knew that Zhao Tingting was now disgusted with him, and how to reverse the situation became the next issue he needed to consider.
She didn't say anything more and went straight into the bathroom.
Roger sat on the sofa and through the half-open door, he could see her back as she bent over to wash clothes. Her posture was lithe and graceful, her arms moving with a dance-like rhythm. He shook his head and continued to observe Zhao Tingting. She squatted in front of the basin of water, her long hair hanging down slightly. The light outlined her slender waist and straight back. The flexibility of a dancer was evident in her every movement. After washing the clothes, Zhao Tingting walked out of the bathroom with the faint scent of laundry detergent on her hands. She stood up straight and gently shook off the water droplets on her hands. Her movements were natural and beautiful.
"I'm done washing."
Her voice was light and her tone was calm. Roger stood up, walked closer to her, smelled the fresh scent coming from her, smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. This will pay off your debt for 50 yuan.
If you want, you can also cook. Each time you cook, it will pay off 200 yuan.
Zhao Tingting lowered her head and thought for a while, then looked up at him. "Okay, I can cook.
The kitchen is over there, thank you for your help."
Roger pointed to the simple kitchen in the corner of the room with a relaxed tone.
Zhao Tingting walked into the kitchen and started to get busy.
Roger leaned against the doorframe and looked at her quietly. Her movements were smooth and practiced, a slight twist of her wrist as she cut vegetables, a slight tilt of her body as she stir-fried. Soon, a simple dinner was served on the table, stir-fried pork with green peppers, tomato and egg soup, and a bowl of white rice. The aroma was fragrant. "I didn't expect you to be such a good cook." Roger took a bite and couldn't help but praise. He thought to himself, this girl is not only beautiful and has a good figure, but also knows everything.
Ma Chao is really unlucky. Zhao Tingting packed up and prepared to leave.
Roger walked her to the door and suddenly said, "Zhao Tingting, thank you for your help tonight. There are many ways to pay off the debt, such as watching a movie together for 100 yuan, playing games for 50 yuan, or even having dinner together for 200 yuan.
You can come and pay off the debt at any time."
She turned around, looked at him deeply, and nodded, "I understand."
Roger could hear the reluctance in her tone, but he still smiled and said, "How about we eat together? It will be worth 200 yuan.
Zhao Tingting paused, sighed softly, and whispered, "All right, let's just fight it." She pulled out a chair and sat down, with a bit of reluctance on her face, but she didn't say anything more.
The atmosphere during the meal was not harmonious, but not stiff either. Roger tried to start a conversation. "What do you like to do?"
Zhao Tingting paused for a moment, then said calmly, "Nothing special, just reading a book."
Roger nodded and asked, "What about the movie? Do you want to watch it?"
Zhao Tingting curled her lips and whispered, occasionally, "I'm not really interested." After saying that, she lowered her head and took a bite of food, as if she didn't want to talk anymore.
Roger smiled and didn't ask any more questions. After dinner, Zhao Tingting stood up to clean up the dishes slowly and methodically. Seeing her busy, Roger offered, "Let me help you." He reached out to take the plate, but Zhao Tingting paused, looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Okay, just take that plate." Roger took the plates and helped her clean up. The two of them didn't speak anymore. The atmosphere was a little quiet, but not so awkward. After packing up, Zhao Tingting picked up her bag and prepared to leave when she reached the door. She paused and whispered, "I'll pay you back 250 yuan tonight. I'll pay you back the rest slowly." Roger replied gently, "It's okay, take your time, there's no rush." Zhao Tingting pursed her lips, as if she was a little conflicted, but in the end she just said softly and turned away. Roger looked at her back, feeling a little complicated. He could sense that Zhao Tingting was unhappy with him, but she didn't show any displeasure at all. She just interacted with him with a bit of helplessness. He thought to himself, her attitude is better now than before, but we still have to take it slow. Chapter 21 3-1. After Zhao Tingting left, Roger still stood by the window, his eyes closely following her back. The figure gradually became blurred under the dim streetlights, but it still couldn't hide the stunning beauty of her long legs. Her steps were light and powerful. With every step she took, the lines of her slender legs appeared and disappeared in the night, as if carrying some kind of magic that made it impossible to look away. Roger's throat rolled unconsciously, and he could even feel a hint of uncontrollable wetness at the corner of his mouth. He murmured to himself, "These legs are so long that they make people drool. They are simply a stunner." There was a hint of obsession in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. However, this brief intoxication was quickly dampened by reality. He remembered Zhao Tingting's attitude towards him. Her favorability was only a pitiful 5%. This number was like a thorn in his heart, reminding him that her dislike for him was still deep-rooted. Roger frowned, put his hands in his pockets, and muttered softly, 5%. It will take some effort to turn this situation around. He shook his head and sighed, trying to get rid of these disturbing thoughts. As the night deepened, the silence in the rental house made Roger feel empty. He looked around. The simple room only had a thin bed and a few scattered pieces of furniture. The air was filled with a cold and desolate smell. He frowned and muttered, "It's so boring to be alone in this damn place." He paused, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to himself, "It's better to go back to the villa, at least they are with me there." Thinking of this, he immediately grabbed his coat and car keys and hurried downstairs. In the parking lot downstairs, Roger's black car was parked quietly. He opened the car door, got in, and started the engine skillfully. The car slowly drove out of the community. The night wind blew in from the half-open window, bringing a hint of coolness, brushing across his face, making him a little more awake. The 10-kilometer journey was not far. The car lights cut through the night sky, and the familiar outline of the villa came into view. Roger opened the car door and walked towards the gate with a relaxed pace, already looking forward to tonight's show. When I pushed open the door of the villa, a burst of cheerful laughter came from the living room. The three maids Zhangya, Sumei and Chen Sisi were sitting on the sofa, holding teacups in their hands and chatting happily. Seeing Roger come in, the three of them immediately put down their cups and stood up together, with respectful yet shy smiles on their faces, and said in unison, "Master, you are back." Roger nodded, his eyes sweeping over them one by one. He curled his lips and said with a smile, "Well, I'm back. What are you talking about? You look so happy?" Zhangya stepped forward and said softly, "We were just talking about the weather. Why did the master suddenly come back tonight?" Roger casually took off his coat and threw it on the sofa, then lazily leaned over and said, "School is too boring. It's more comfortable at home." He paused and stretched, "I'm a little tired, I'm going to take a shower first." Sumei immediately stepped forward and said in a soft voice, "Master, shall I go get you some hot water?" She lowered her head slightly, and her long black hair fell on her shoulders, making her petite face look even more gentle. Roger glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. He waved his hand, his tone relaxed but with a hint of command, "Go in and put the water in place." Hearing this, Zhangya lowered her head and bit her lower lip, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. Chen Sisi stood aside and smiled gently when she heard this, her eyes full of trust in Roger. Her tone was gentle yet firm, with a tone of complete obedience. Roger leaned on the sofa, looking at their backs, his eyes gradually becoming hot. The master bathroom is spacious and luxurious, with a huge round bathtub at its center. The walls are inlaid with soft warm lights, the marble floor is as smooth as a mirror,
and the air is filled with the faint scent of lavender essential oil. Jamya walked to the bathtub first, turned on the faucet, and hot water flowed in, and steam quickly rose. She tested the water temperature and whispered to Sume, "The water temperature is just right." Roger leaned against the edge of the bathtub, closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the hot water.
2 hours later, the water in the bathtub gradually cooled down.
His hair was wet and he was wrapped in a towel. The bedroom was right next to the bathroom, and as the door opened, a huge round bed came into view, with sheets made of dark blue silk, soft and luxurious. The lighting in the room was soft and the night outside the window was dark, adding a touch of ambiguity to the atmosphere.
3 hours later, it finally stopped.
He whispered to himself, "This tastes really good."
Chapter 22, Water Splashed Again.
It was a dark night, and the bedroom in the villa was silent, with only Roger's even breathing echoing in the air. He was lying on the large round bed, and the person next to him had already fallen into a deep sleep. Roger turned over, but his mind was unusually clear. He stared at the ceiling. "I won't let them wash dirty things like clothes and bed sheets anymore," he muttered to himself, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
"Isn't that girl Lin Xiaoyu short of money?
It wouldn't be bad to let her do it part-time. Or, just use your skills on Zhaotingting or Su Yao and let her wash these dirty clothes and sheets." He licked his lips, a sly look flashing in his eyes. "I don't believe that even if I wash for 365 days, I still can't wash away some feelings." Thinking of Su Yao's legs that were longer than her life and Lin Xiaoyu's cute face, Roger's breathing couldn't help but quicken. But it was too late tonight. He yawned and decided to take action tomorrow. He closed his eyes and fell asleep with a smug smile on his face. In the early morning, sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, and the living room is filled with the aroma of coffee. Jamya and Sume got up early, packed their things, and prepared to set up a stall on the school avenue to lend money. They were dressed in simple t-shirts and jeans, carrying flyers and calculators in their hands, and looked energetic.
Sume walked up to Roger and said softly, "Master, we are going to school. Let's try to bring back a few more customers today."
Jamya also smiled and nodded, "Yes, Master, you and Sister Cici should not be too tired from studying.
We will come back to cook for you in the evening."
Roger sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee, and waved lazily, "Go ahead, be safe.
Earn some money and get some people to lend you some money. I'm waiting for your good news."
The two of them agreed with a smile, put on their backpacks and went out. Chen Cici walked down from upstairs, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, with a fresh and gentle temperament. She walked to Roger and whispered, "Master, it's time for us to go to class."
"Today is Teacher Yun's class, right?"
Roger's eyes lit up when he heard this and he nodded, "Yes, we have to perform well today."
"Let's go."
He stood up, picked up the car keys, and went out with Chen Cici.
Roger drove a black Audi Q5 and brought Chen Cici to school. The two walked into the advanced mathematics classroom and found a seat near the front.
On the podium, advanced mathematics teacher Yun Mengyao has already started preparing the lesson plan. Height 169 centimeters, weight 89 kilograms, measurements 88-60-90, system score 90 points, version number 0.0. She was wearing a white shirt with black trousers, black framed glasses, and had an upright posture. Her cool temperament made the classroom a little quieter. She lowered her head and flipped through the lesson plan, her slender fingers sliding across the paper. Occasionally, she looked up, her eyes as cold as ice, sweeping across the classroom with an invisible pressure.
Roger sat in the front seat, next to Chen Cici.
He stared at Yun Mengyao and thought to himself, "This woman is as cold as an iceberg, but when her eyes flash, her tenderness cannot be hidden. I must seize the opportunity to win her over." He was thinking about how to ask advanced math questions when the back door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open with a bang.
School beauties Lin Wanner and Li Jing swaggered in with their two lackeys, Wang Hao and Zhao Kai.
Lin Wanner is 171 centimeters tall, weighs 85 kilograms, has a system score of 98, and a version number of 0.0. She was wearing a lavender dress, the hem of which swayed slightly with her steps, her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and her temperament was elegant yet a bit arrogant. As soon as she entered the classroom, the atmosphere became chaotic, and the boys exclaimed in low voices, "The school beauty is here." The girls whispered to each other, "This skirt looks so expensive." Li Jing followed beside her. She was petite but dressed seductively, with bright red lipstick on and a provocative look in her eyes.
Wang Hao was walking at the end.
He was 193 centimeters tall and as strong as a bear. He was wearing sportswear, had a look of disdain on his face, and was waving a bottle of mineral water in his hand. Lin Wanner glanced at the classroom and saw Roger and Chen Cece sitting together. Her eyes turned cold, her high heels made a tapping sound on the floor, and she walked directly in front of Roger.
With his hands on his hips, he spoke condescendingly. "Hey, Roger, you brought your little bitch to class again? Your crappy second-hand Audi hasn't been driven to the junkyard yet?
I thought you sold it for scrap metal a long time ago." As soon as these words were spoken, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the classroom. Li Jing chuckled, covering her mouth with her hands, and replied sarcastically, "That's right, Chen Cece, you're such a slut. You're so blind to be with a poor guy like that. Look at Roger, he's not even worthy of carrying our dog's shoes." Wang Hao shook the mineral water in his hand and grinned sarcastically. "Roger, do you still think you are awesome just because you drive a junky car?" Chen Cece's face turned pale, her fingers clenched the textbook, she lowered her head and said nothing, but her eyes were slightly red. Roger narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Wanner's smug face, anger rising in his heart. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind, crisp and cold. "The host is detected to be facing provocation. Please select the following options.
A. Remain silent, endure the pain, and be rewarded with a pair of Yun Mengyao's underwear.
B. Respond back and receive a random reward of 5,000 yuan. C. Pour mineral water on her skirt and scold her. You will be rewarded with 3 marrow cleansing pills, which can strengthen your body and cure diseases. D. Immediately ran away like a dog, rewarded by the laughter of the whole class."
Roger glanced at the options and sneered in his heart. Remain silent? Escape? I won't do such a cowardly thing. Fighting back is too easy for her.
Option C, throwing water and cursing, and also getting the marrow cleansing pill. This is a good deal.
He chose C without hesitation.
Roger stood up, slowly picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, unscrewed the lid, and had a playful smile on his face.
He stared at Lin Wanner and said slowly, "Lin Wanner, don't think you're great just because you're the school belle.
You act so noble, but in reality, you're just a green tea who flirts with men everywhere, hoping to catch a rich man. You really think you're so charming, but all those people around you are after your face and your body.
You never know when you'll be taken advantage of by them."
After saying that, he suddenly raised his hand, and the mineral water splashed over with a splash, hitting Lin Wanner in the chest. Water splashed everywhere, and Lin Wanner's lavender dress was instantly soaked, and the outline of her underwear was clearly visible. She was stunned for 2 seconds, then screamed, "A Roger!
How dare you splash me?" The classroom exploded instantly.
The boys stared with wide eyes, the girls covered their mouths and exclaimed in shock, and someone shouted, "Holy crap, this is too intense."
Some people even took out their cell phones to take photos. Roger refused to give up.
He pointed at Lin Wanner and cursed, "You bitch, you're always showing off because of your looks.
I'm going to brainwash you today. Do you think you're the queen? In my eyes, you're not even worthy of carrying Chen Cece's shoes." Lin Wanner was so angry that she was shaking all over. Water droplets dripped down her long hair.
Her wet skirt stuck to her body, outlining her slender waist and long legs.
She gnashed her teeth and yelled, "Roger! You're dead.
I didn't care about you throwing water on me last time, but you did it on purpose this time.
I'm going to make sure you can't stay in school."
Seeing this, Li Jing jumped out, pointed at Roger, and screamed, "You poor bastard, how dare you touch our sister Wanner?
Just wait and see, I'll have my friends bring people to deal with you." Roger sneered and turned to look at Li Jing. "Deal with me? Who does your friend think he is? Don't beg me to let him go."
He turned to Chen Cece again and said gently, "Cece, ignore these mad dogs. They are just jealous of you." Chen Cece raised her head, the tears in her eyes had disappeared, replaced by trust in Roger.
She whispered, "Roger, I'm fine, don't be angry with me." Wang Hao couldn't stand it anymore, threw away the mineral water bottle in his hand, and yelled, "Roger, I'm going to kill you."
His sturdy body of 1.93 meters rushed over like a mountain, grabbed Roger's collar with both hands and lifted him up from his seat. Roger's feet were off the ground and he was lifted into the air by Wang Hao, and there was a cry of surprise in the classroom. Wang Hao stared with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth. "Say it again if you have the guts."
"You splashed our Wanner, are you tired of living?"
The muscles in his arms bulged, the veins popped, and his strength was so great that it seemed as if he wanted to tear Roger apart. Roger was lifted into the air, but he was not panicked at all. He grinned and said, "Wang Hao, you stupid bear, what else do you have besides strength? I advise you to let go quickly, otherwise you will be kneeling and begging me later." Lin Wanner wiped the water off her face and shrieked, "Wang Hao, stop talking nonsense with him.
Throw him out. Get him out of the classroom."
Li Jing fanned the flames, right. Break one of his legs and see if he dares to be so arrogant again. At this moment, Yun Mengyao slammed the podium, her voice icy and piercing. Stop it.
This is a classroom, not a market. Wang Hao, put him down.
Her aura swept through like a cold wind, and the whole class fell silent in an instant. Even Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, and the strength in his hands loosened a little.
Roger took the opportunity to kick Wang Hao on the knee.
Wang Hao felt pain and loosened his hand, allowing Roger to land steadily on the ground.
He patted his clothes and sneered, Wang Hao, your physique is just for show. You're just a pushover from the gym. If we really get into a fight, any random migrant worker out there would beat you up.
Wang Hao rubbed his knees, his face purple with anger, and roared, Roger, just wait.
I'm going to kill you after school. A system prompt rang in Roger's mind, choose C and complete. 3 marrow cleansing pills have been distributed as a reward to your system backpack. They can strengthen your body, eliminate all diseases, and prolong your life.
He was delighted and thought to himself, this is a good move. I splashed water on her and took the elixir.
Even that stupid big guy Wang Hao can't do anything to me.
Lin Wanner was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her soaked skirt made her look miserable. She glared at Roger fiercely, then turned to Li Jing and said, let's go change our clothes.
This matter is not over yet.
She walked away with her high heels clicking. Wang Hao and Li Jing glared at Roger fiercely and followed her out.
There were discussions in the classroom, and someone whispered, is Roger crazy? How dare he splash water on the school beauty? Someone snickered, Lin Wanner is so embarrassing. Chen Sisi held Roger's hand and whispered, Master, you were so handsome just now. But they won't let it go, so be careful.
Roger patted her hand and said calmly, Sisi, don't worry. I don't care about these clowns. He turned to look at Yun Mengyao on the podium and saw that she was frowning, seeming a little unhappy about the farce just now. Roger's heart moved, and he whispered to Chen Sisi, after class, please help me talk to Teacher Yun. I need to take this opportunity to improve my favorability. Yun Mengyao cleared her throat and said coldly, everyone, be quiet.
Class is starting.
She began to explain the integral formula, her tone calm but authoritative. Roger deliberately raised his hand and asked, Teacher Yun, I don't understand the solution to this problem.
Can you explain it again?
Yun Mengyao came over and explained patiently. Although her tone was cold, a hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Roger took the opportunity to observe her and found that she stood elegantly, and the curves faintly visible under her shirt revealed an intellectual beauty.
System prompt, Yun Mengyao's favorability +5, current favorability 15%. Roger was in a good mood.
The provocation from Lin Wanner and her gang not only failed to suppress him, but instead allowed him to stand out in front of the whole class and even get the marrow cleansing pill.
Roger's mouth curled up, Lin Wanner, just wait and see. Yun Mengyao is mine, and Su Yao can't run away. As for you, sooner or later, I will make you kneel down and call me master. Chapter 23 Yun Mengyao.
Roger was packing up and preparing to leave with Chen Sisi, but was blocked at the door by Wang Hao and his men. Wang Hao leaned against the desk, playing with a folding knife in his hand, the blade flashing coldly in the sunlight. There were several tall boys standing next to him. One of the guys with a fat face grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth.
He whispered to Wang Hao, don't worry, brother Hao.
I've already called over a dozen of my brothers, and they're all waiting downstairs in the teaching building. If I don't beat him to a pulp today, I'm not Jiang Meng.
Wang Hao nodded, a vicious glint in his eyes.
He put away his folding knife, patted Jiang Meng on the shoulder, and whispered, good, well done.
Beat him to death later.
I want to see how long this brat can keep his arrogance. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with a cold murderous intent that made people shudder. Roger had sharp ears and vaguely heard their conversation. He frowned and cursed in his heart, these grandsons are looking for trouble again. He glanced calmly at the classroom door and saw a few guys in fancy clothes speaking around, holding baseball bats and chains in their hands. They were obviously the helpers Jiang Meng called.
Chen Sisi, who was standing beside him, also noticed something was wrong.
She nervously grabbed the corner of Roger's clothes with her little hands and whispered, Master, there are so many of them.
What should we do?
Roger patted her hand and whispered comfortingly, don't be afraid, Sisi, I'm here. He appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was rapidly calculating countermeasures. At this moment, a clear system prompt sounded in his mind, the host is detected to be in danger, please select the following options.
A. Keep silent and let them fight. You will be rewarded with a piece of Yun Mengyao's underwear.
B. Kneel down and beg for mercy, reward Su Yao with a pair of stockings. C. Face it bravely, take the initiative to punch, reward 10 bonus points. D. Abandoning Chen Sisi and running away, rewarded by the laughter of the whole class.
Roger quickly glanced at the options and sneered inwardly. Endure? Escape? That's not my style.
Option C, 10 bonus points and the ability to proactively attack. This wave will be a waste not to choose it. He chose C in his mind without hesitation. The system voice immediately sounded, select C completed, the reward of 10 bonus points has been issued, please assign attributes. Roger thought for a moment, opened the system interface, and without hesitation allocated all 10 points to agility and strength.
5 points of agility, 5 points of strength.
The moment they were distributed, he felt a warm current flowing from his spine to his limbs. His muscles bulged slightly, his hands and feet became more flexible, and his reaction speed was faster than that of an ordinary person. He clenched his fists, his knuckles making a crisp crackling sound, and thought to himself, Wang Hao, today I'll let you know what happens if you mess with the wrong person.
He turned to Chen Sisi and whispered, Sisi, stand behind me and don't come out.
Chen Sisi bit her lip, her eyes full of worry, but she still stepped back obediently and whispered, Master, please be careful. Seeing that Roger had no intention of running away, Wang Hao sneered and waved his hand, saying, Hey, Roger, you really aren't afraid of death?
Brothers, come on. Kill him.
Zhang Meng laughed grimly and rushed forward first, followed by a dozen thugs howling and following him, holding baseball bats, chains, and even a rusty fruit knife, looking very aggressive. Roger took a deep breath, his increased agility and strength giving him more confidence. He rushed forward as fast as the wind and punched Zhang Meng in the chin. Before Zhang Meng could react, a fist had already hit him in the face. With a crack, his nose bridge broke, blood gushed out of his nose, and he fell to the ground screaming, "Ah, my nose!" Roger didn't give him a chance to breathe, and kicked sideways at another thug who was rushing towards him. Before the guy could swing the baseball bat, he was kicked in the chest. He flew out and knocked down 2 people behind him. The tables and chairs in the classroom flew over with loud bang sounds.
Roger's movements were as fast as lightning and his strength was astonishing.
Every punch and kick was accompanied by the sound of wind, catching his opponent off guard.
What's going on? Why is this kid suddenly so powerful?
Wang Hao stood behind, his eyes wide open, in disbelief.
He gritted his teeth and roared, What are you all standing there for? Go together. Kill him.
The remaining thugs came to their senses and surrounded him howling. More than 10 people surrounded Roger and hit him with sticks and chains from all directions. Roger dodged left and right with his agility, knocked one down with one punch, and knocked another unconscious with his elbow. In just a few minutes, 5 or 6 thugs fell to the ground wailing. He kicked down a guy holding a chain with a sweeping kick, snatched the chain away, and hit another guy in the face with his backhand. The guy screamed and fell down with blood all over his face. The classroom was filled with dust, the smell of blood, and chaos. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands.
Although Roger knocked down half of the enemies, there were too many of them.
He was breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead, and his strength was gradually failing. At this moment, a thug took advantage of his unpreparedness and swung a baseball bat, hitting his left leg hard. There was a dull bang sound, followed by a sharp pain. Roger's legs went limp and he almost fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand firmly, but found that his left leg had no strength and seemed to be useless.
Damn it!
Roger cursed and punched down an approaching enemy, but his movements were obviously slower.
The remaining 7 or 8 thugs took the opportunity to surround him.
Some hit his back with an iron chain, and some hit his shoulders with sticks. He had bruises all over his body, blood seeped through his clothes, and he looked miserable. Roger finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to his knees on the ground as 2 thugs held his shoulders tightly. Wang Hao walked over with a grim smile, holding a thick wooden stick in his hand, which was stained with blood. He stepped on Roger's back, leaned over, and said viciously, Roger, you are very good at fighting, aren't you? Why are you lying down now? I will break your 3rd leg today and make sure you can never be a man again in your life. He raised the stick and aimed it at Roger's lower body, his eyes full of madness. Chen Sisi was hiding behind the desk. Seeing this scene, she screamed in fear, no. She rushed forward desperately, trying to stop Wang Hao, but he slapped her away. She fell to the ground, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, and cried out, Master, run.
Sisi.
Roger was furious and struggled to get up, but was held down by several thugs and could not move.
Wang Hao grinned, run? How can he run away?
Wait until I cripple him, then I'll take good care of you, little girl.
He raised the stick high and was about to bring it down hard.
At this critical moment, a cold and majestic voice came from the classroom door. Stop. Everyone was stunned and turned to look, only to see Yun Mangyao walking towards them quickly with an angry look on her face. She was wearing a smart teacher's uniform, with an upright posture, a strong aura, and her eyes swept across everyone like a knife. Wang Hao's hand trembled and the wooden stick almost fell to the ground.
He stammered, Yun. Teacher Yun, this is none of your business, right?
He tried to force a smile, but it looked extremely stiff.
Yun Mangyao stared at him coldly, her voice as cold as ice. It's none of my business?
You guys are fighting in my classroom and trying to cripple someone.
How can I just ignore it? Let him go.
Her tone left no room for doubt, and several thugs subconsciously loosened their grip and retreated timidly to the side.
Roger took the opportunity to break free and climbed up with difficulty. His left leg almost dragged on the ground, and the pain made cold sweat break out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and stood up straight, looked at Yun Mangyao gratefully, and whispered, Teacher Yun, thank you. Chen Sisi also got up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, staggered to Roger, tears flashing in her eyes. Yun Mangyao walked forward, supported Roger, frowned and asked, How are you? Is your leg okay? Roger endured the pain and forced a smile. It's okay, I won't die. But his face was pale, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. She turned to look at Wang Hao and said coldly, Wang Hao, you led others to beat up a classmate and even wanted to use ruthless force. I will report this to the school. You'd better pray that you don't get expelled. Wang Hao's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and argued, Teacher Yun, it was Roger who started this. He? Shut up. Yun Mangyao interrupted him, her eyes like knives. I saw it all. You were the first to start. Now, get out of here with your people. Wang Hao glared at Roger unwillingly and waved his hand, let's go. He took the remaining thugs, helped the injured, and left the classroom in disgrace. Before leaving, he turned back and said viciously, Roger, this matter is not over. Yun Mangyao supported Roger with one hand and held Chen Sisi with the other, walked out of the classroom and went straight to the infirmary. In the corridor of the teaching building, the setting sun cast long shadows. 3 people limped along, leaving a trail of blood behind them. Roger looked down at his legs and thought to himself, this is a huge loss. My legs are almost broken. But at least I saved my life and gained Teacher Yun's favor. It was worth it. In the infirmary, the doctor was sorting out the medicine box. When he saw them come in, he quickly put down what he was holding and came forward. What happened? Are you so badly injured? Yun Mangyao said simply, his leg was injured by a stick. Please take a look. The doctor nodded and asked Roger to sit down. He rolled up his trouser legs and saw that his left leg was swollen like a steamed bun and covered in bruises, which was shocking. The doctor frowned. We need to take an X-ray. I think there's a bone fracture. Please sit down first. I'll get an ice pack. He turned around to get something. Roger gritted his teeth and endured the pain, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Chen Sisi squatted beside him, holding his hand distressfully, and whispered, Master, it's all my fault for being useless. I caused you to get hurt. Her voice was tearful and her little hands were trembling slightly. Roger shook his head and gently touched her head, Silly girl, this is not your fault. It's because that bastard Wang Hao was too arrogant. I will make him pay next time. He forced a smile, but the corners of his mouth twitched in pain. Yun Mangyao stood aside, looking at him quietly, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She asked softly, Why didn't you run away just now? You knew they outnumbered you, but you still fought hard. Her tone was somewhat accusatory, but also contained a hint of concern. Roger grinned. Run? That's not my style. Besides, if I run away, what will happen to Sisi? I can't just abandon her. He looked at Chen Sisi with a firm gaze. Yun Mangyao was silent for a moment and whispered, You are quite responsible. The system prompt sounded suddenly, Yun Mengyao's favorability plus 15, current favorability 30%. The doctor brought an ice pack, pressed it on Roger's leg, and said, Don't move around for the next few days. Get some rest. Go to the hospital for an X-ray tomorrow. Roger nodded and tried to stand up, but his legs gave out in pain and he almost fell. Yun Mangyao quickly supported him and said, I'll take you back. Don't be so stubborn. The 3 of them walked out of the infirmary. The
The setting sun shone on the campus path. Roger walked with a limp, and Chen Sisi and Yun Mengyao supported him on his left and right. He looked down at his leg, secretly happy. Although the injury is serious, Teacher Yun's favorability has increased. It's worth it. He turned to Yun Mengyao and said, Teacher Yun, thank you so much today. I'll treat you to a meal some other day as a token of my gratitude. Yun Mengyao smiled slightly, and said softly, You're welcome, just heal your wound first.
System prompt, Yun Mengyao's favorability +5, current favorability 35%.
Roger was delighted and thought to himself, this wave is not a loss. Once my leg is healed, I will continue the attack. He looked into the distance, the corners of his mouth raised, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang Hao, just wait, sooner or later I will make you kneel and beg for mercy.
Chapter 24 Help.
As the night deepens, the city lights twinkle like a sea of stars in the distance.
Roger and Chen Sisi took a taxi back to their villa in the suburbs.
The car stopped in front of the gate. Roger got out of the car with difficulty, leaning on a crutch he had bought temporarily. The injury on his leg made him frown with every step he took. Chen Sisi quickly got out of the car and supported him. Her slender arms carefully wrapped around his waist and whispered, Master, be careful.
I'll help you in.
There was a hint of worry in her voice and her eyes were slightly red. When I opened the door of the villa, the aroma of food hit my nose. The lights in the living room were warm and bright, and the dining table was filled with steaming dishes, bright red sweet and sour pork ribs, shiny braised fish, and juicy green stir-fried vegetables.
Zhangya and Su Mei were wearing the same pink maid outfits and were busy in the kitchen.
Zhangya turned around, carrying a plate of freshly cooked food.
Seeing Roger's appearance, she exclaimed, Master, how did you get injured like this? Sit down quickly. I'll go get the medicine box.
Su Mei also put down the spoon in her hand, ran over quickly, and said softly, Master, please take a rest first.
I will pour you a glass of water. Roger waved his hand and forced a smile. It's okay, it's just a minor injury, don't make a fuss. Is the food ready? I'm hungry.
He limped to the dining table and sat down, with beads of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Chen Sisi followed closely behind, sat beside him, and said softly, Master, you tried too hard today.
I will work harder in the future and not let you get hurt again.
There was a hint of sob in her tone, and she lowered her head and twisted her fingers. Roger reached out and touched her head, comforting her, Silly girl, this is not your fault.
When my injury is healed, we will settle the score with Wang Hao.
He glanced at the dishes on the table and felt warm in his heart. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and he thought of Zhao Tingting. He could force her to eat and make some money to be better than Dadik. He opened the system interface, found the forced execution option, and silently said to himself, force Zhao Tingting to come to the villa for dinner to pay off the 200 yuan debt. The system prompt sounded immediately, the execution has been initiated, Zhao Tingting will arrive within 10 minutes. Roger's mouth curled up slightly.
10 minutes later, the doorbell of the villa rang.
Su Mei ran to open the door, and Zhao Tingting was standing outside. She was wearing a simple white suspender and tight jeans. She was 172 centimeters tall and well-proportioned, with long and straight legs, exuding the beauty of a dancer. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, swaying gently with her steps, but there was a hint of impatience on her face. Zhao Tingting walked into the living room and glanced at Roger and Chen Sisi sitting at the dining table, and was slightly stunned. She looked around and saw Zhangya and Su Mei standing respectfully by her side in maid uniforms, and her brows immediately frowned. When her eyes fell on Chen Sisi, her shock was beyond words. Chen Sisi was also wearing a similar pink maid outfit, standing beside Roger with her head down, like a well-behaved little maid.
Zhao Tingting's eyes widened, her tone filled with disbelief. Chen Sisi? Why are you here? And dressed like this?
Chen Sisi looked up at her cheeks slightly red, and whispered, I am the master's maid. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and she lowered her head even more.
Maid?
Zhao Tingting's voice suddenly rose, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes.
You're my classmate. Why would a student be a maid? Are you crazy? She turned to Luo Jie suddenly and asked coldly, Luo Jie, what the hell are you doing? You asked me to come to dinner to pay off my 200 yuan debt, and you asked Chen Sisi to be your maid? Don't you feel disgusted?
Roger leaned back in his chair and smiled calmly. Zhao Tingting, don't get excited.
I'm just treating you to a meal and a chat. Aren't you helping your boyfriend pay off his debts? 200 yuan is still money, and a little bit adds up. He pointed to the empty seat next to him and said, "Sit down, the food is getting cold."
Xiaotingting bit her lower lip, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. She glanced at the food on the table and finally pulled out a chair and sat down, but her face was as gloomy as a dark cloud before a storm. The system prompt sounded at this time: Xiaotingting's favorability 5%, current favorability 0%. Roger's heart sank, and he cursed inwardly, "This woman is so difficult to deal with.
I'm trying to improve my favorability, but why is it getting lower and lower?" The atmosphere at the dinner table was solemn.
Xiaotingting lowered her head and ate her rice, occasionally picking up a bite of food with her chopsticks. Her movements were stiff, as if she was completing a task. Roger ate slowly and leisurely, occasionally chatting with Zhangya and Sumei, trying to ease the atmosphere. Chen Sisi sat aside, observing Xiaotingting carefully, stealing glances at Roger from time to time, and feeling worried for him. Xiaotingting took a few bites, raised her head, and said coldly, "Roger, if I hadn't come here to help my boyfriend pay off his debts, I wouldn't be here."
"Don't be so proud."
Her tone was full of resistance, and her long legs shook unconsciously under the table, as if she was suppressing her inner restlessness. Luojia put down his chopsticks, his eyes lingered on her for a moment, and he suddenly said, "Xiaotingting, I have a suggestion.
Would you be willing to stay tonight and help me?
It can pay off a debt of 5,000 yuan.
Xiaotingting paused, her chopsticks dangling in the air, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. 5,000 yuan? What's the favor?
Roger pointed to his leg and said with a wry smile, "Look, my leg is injured, and it's inconvenient for me to wash. If you can help, I'll pay off your debt of 5,000 yuan.
How about it?" Xiaotingting was stunned, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she stammered, "Are you crazy? How could I do such a thing?"
Roger spread his hands and said calmly, "You're overthinking it.
I just wanted to wipe my back and support me. That's all. I'm injured like this, I can't just not wash myself, right? If you think it's inappropriate, forget it."
He paused and added, "But 5,000 yuan is not a small amount. A meal is only 200 yuan, and helping me wash is 5,000 yuan. Your boyfriend's debt will be reduced a lot." Xiaotingting bit her lower lip, struggle flashing in her eyes. She really needed the money, and 5,000 yuan was a huge temptation for her.
"No, I refuse. It's too embarrassing," Xiaotingting said, shaking her head.
9,000, I promise not to do anything rash, Roger added. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Her boyfriend's decadent face appeared in her mind, and her heart felt sour.
Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll help you. But you can't do anything rash." Roger was delighted, but remained calm on the surface. "Don't worry, I'm a gentleman." After dinner, Roger asked Zhangya and Sumei to clear the table. He leaned on his crutches and took Xiaotingting and Chen Sisi to the bathroom. The bathroom is spacious and bright, with a marble bathtub in the center and neatly placed toiletries next to it. Roger took out a black pill from his pocket. It was the marrow cleansing pill that the system rewarded him during the day. Xiaotingting looked at him in confusion, only to see Roger swallow the pill in one gulp and close his eyes. After a while, his body began to tremble slightly, and a layer of black dirt seeped out of his skin, emitting a pungent smell. Xiaotingting frowned, covered her nose, and exclaimed, "What is this? It stinks." Roger opened his eyes and grinned, "This is a marrow cleansing pill. It can remove impurities from the body and improve physical fitness." He took off his shirt, revealing his strong chest and clearly visible six-pack abs. His skin became smooth and delicate, and even the wound on his leg healed miraculously. He stood up straight, his hunched posture disappeared, and his whole body exuded a brand new aura. Xiaotingting's eyes widened as she stared at him in disbelief. Your legs are healed? And your abdominal muscles, how did you do that?" Her eyes couldn't help but wander over him. As a track and field athlete, she had a keen appreciation for physique. Roger's six-pack abs were clearly defined, and his legs were long and strong, which was much better than her boyfriend's flabby body. Roger shrugged and said calmly, "It's a secret. But I still need to take a shower. My leg is healed, but I just took the medicine and my body is sticky. You have to help me." He pretended to be weak and shakily walked towards the bathtub with a cane. Xiaotingting frowned and said reluctantly, "Aren't you better now? Why do you need my help?" "I just recovered, so I need some time to adjust." Roger turned around and winked at her. "I didn't get 9,000 yuan for nothing. Is it too much to help me wipe my back?" Xiaotingting gritted her teeth. Although she was reluctant, she compromised when she thought of the 9,000 yuan.
Okay, but don't push your luck. Roger walked into the bathtub, turned on the shower, and the hot water flowed down, washing away the black dirt on his body. He closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the hot water, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Zhao Tingting stood aside, holding a towel in her hand, and approached shyly. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Roger's body. Her long legs trembled slightly, revealing her inner nervousness.
Rub my back.
Roger turned around, facing away from her, his tone relaxed. Zhao Tingting took a deep breath, stretched out her hand, and gently touched his back with the towel.
Roger's skin was warm and firm, the texture of his muscles clearly felt under her fingertips.
She bit her lower lip and wiped it stiffly, trying to stay calm. Halfway through the wiping, Roger suddenly turned around and revealed his front face. Zhao Tingting was caught off guard, and her eyes met his six-pack abs and handsome face. His facial features became more three-dimensional under the effect of the marrow cleansing pill, and there was a hint of heroism between his eyebrows. She froze, nearly dropping the towel in her hand, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. A system notification chimed in. Zhao Tingting's favorability increased by 20%, currently at 30%.
Why did you suddenly turn around?
Zhao Tingting came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly took a step back, trying frantically to cover up her gaffe. Her long legs accidentally hit the edge of the bathtub and she almost fell, but fortunately she held onto the wall.
Roger smiled and wiped his face with a towel. It's okay, just teasing you. You did a good job.
He stood up, put on his bathrobe, and walked out calmly. Zhao Tingting stood there, staring at his back, a complex light flashing in her eyes. She whispered to herself, this guy, how did he suddenly become so handsome?
He's much better than my boyfriend. Back in the living room, Roger changed into clean pajamas and sat on the sofa. Chen Sisi came over and asked softly, Master, how is Zhao Tingting? Roger nodded and smiled, not bad.
Zhao Tingting came out of the bathroom, her hair a little messy and her cheeks still flushed. She stood at the door, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Roger, I'm leaving first.
Chapter 25 Care.
Zhao Tingting came out of the bathroom with her hair a little messy, wet hair sticking to her forehead, and her cheeks were still flushed, as if the shyness that had just been evaporated by the hot water had not completely dissipated. She stood at the door, her fingers unconsciously clenched the edge of the bath towel, hesitated, and whispered, Roger, I'm leaving first. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, with a hint of urgency, as if she couldn't wait to escape from this cramped space.
Roger was leaning on the sofa in the living room.
Hearing this, he raised his head, his eyes lingered on her for a moment, and then he showed a weak smile. He rubbed his temples, his voice low and a little tired. Zhao Tingting, don't leave in a hurry, I still have something to trouble you. There was a hint of pleading in his tone, as if he was truly exhausted. Zhao Tingting stopped, turned around, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes.
She frowned, her tone a little impatient. What's the matter? Didn't I help you take a bath?
Her long legs were slightly tense, and the lines of her calves exposed under the bath towel were slender and firm. It was obvious that she was a little impatient and wanted to leave as soon as possible.
Roger sighed and pretended to be even weaker.
He leaned back on the sofa and tilted his head back slightly, as if even sitting up straight was a bit difficult for him. He said softly, I'm still very weak and can't move. As you can see, my leg has just healed and has not yet fully recovered.
If you leave, how can I cope alone?
He paused, his eyes sweeping over Zhangya, Sumei, and Chen Sisi in the living room intentionally or unintentionally. The three maids were busy with their own work. He then added, although they are maids, they are girls after all.
They have less strength and some things are inconvenient for them.
If you stay and take care of me for one night, I will give you 10,000 yuan to pay off your debt.
Zhao Tingting was stunned. 10,000 yuan was not a small amount of money for her.
The debt owed by her boyfriend was like a mountain pressing on her heart, and this money was enough to give her a break. She bit her lower lip, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Take care of you for a whole night?
What exactly do I do?
There was a hint of vigilance in her voice, her hands unconsciously clenched the bath towel, and her long legs tensed even tighter, as if she was ready to turn around and run away at any moment. Seeing this, Roger smiled and tried to be casual, it's just serving tea and helping me go to the bathroom. You see, I'm not very mobile now, and I can't always bother them. You're a dancer, and you're stronger than them, so you're just right. He deliberately emphasized the word strong in an attempt to dispel her doubts, with an innocent expression on his face. Zhao Tingting frowned and glanced at the three maids in the living room. Zhang Ye and Su Mei were clearing the table. Chen Cece stood aside, lowering her head and twisting her fingers, seeming a little embarrassed.
She thought to herself, this guy has so many maids around him, and he still wants me to stay? There must be something fishy going on. She snorted coldly and asked, don't you have them? Why do you have to have me?
Roger shrugged helplessly, pretending to be helpless. They are not as strong as you, and they can't do some things as well as you can.
For example, helping me go to the toilet, you know. He paused, looked straight at her, and said in a more serious tone, besides, isn't it your duty to help your boyfriend pay off his debts? 10,000 yuan is not a small amount.
If you think it's not enough, I can increase it to 15,000 yuan. After saying that, he paused and quietly observed her reaction. Zhao Tingting's breathing hitched, and the number 15,000 exploded in her mind. She lowered her head and bit her lower lip, her nails almost digging into her palm. She was already overwhelmed by her boyfriend's debt, and this money would give her some relief and even leave some for emergencies. She raised her head and stared at Roger for a few seconds, her eyes full of struggle.
Seeing her hesitation, Roger added fuel to the fire. How about 20,000?
Just take care of me for one night, it's worth it.
20,000. Zhao Tingting's heartbeat suddenly accelerated.
This number was too tempting for her. She gritted her teeth and said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, okay,
I'll stay. But you are not allowed to mess around.
Her voice trembled slightly, and her long legs felt slightly weak, as if she was unable to stand steadily. Roger was delighted, but he remained calm on the surface and nodded calmly.
Don't worry, I'm a gentleman. Come, sit down, I'll arrange your room for you. He pointed to the sofa next to him.
Zhao Tingting hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked over and sat down, crossing her legs and clasping her hands on her knees, looking a little uneasy. Roger turned to look at Chen Cece and said gently, Cece, go prepare a room for Zhao Tingting with a clean bed.
Chen Cece lowered her head and replied, yes, master.
She turned and walked towards the guest room and began to make the bed, her movements gentle and skillful. Zhao Tingting sat on the sofa, looking down at her toes, feeling mixed emotions. Roger glanced at her and saw that she looked nervous. He smiled and comforted her, don't be nervous.
You can sleep in the guest room tonight. The bed is clean.
But you have to take a shower first.
You still smell of sweat. Zhao Tingting was stunned.
She lowered her head and smelled herself. There was indeed a faint smell of sweat.
She frowned and said, I didn't bring any change of clothes, how can I wash them?
Roger waved his hand and said nonchalantly, I have some clothes here, just go wash them. I'll have Cece bring them to you later.
Zhao Tingting glanced at him in confusion, why do you have women's clothing at home?
Roger shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, their clothes should be similar to yours.
Zhao Tingting bit her lip.
Although she was reluctant, she compromised when she thought of the 20,000 yuan reward, okay.
I'll go wash it.
She stood up and followed Chen Cece to the bathroom.
Chen Cece walked in front and whispered, Sister Zhao Tingting, the bathroom is over here. You wash first and I'll get the clothes.
Zhao Tingting nodded, pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. The bathroom was filled with steam. Zhao Tingting took off her bath towel and stood under the shower, with hot water flowing down her slender body. She closed her eyes and tried to relax, but her mind kept replaying Roger's handsome face and the solid warmth she felt when she helped him just now. She bit her lower lip and cursed in her heart, why did this guy suddenly become so attractive? Her cheeks flushed unconsciously and her long legs trembled slightly in the hot water. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the bathroom door, and Chen Cece's soft voice came, Sister Zhao Tingting, I put the clothes at the door, you can take them after you finish washing them. Zhao Tingting responded in a low voice, turned off the shower, wrapped herself in a bath towel, opened the door a crack, and took a bag in from outside. When she opened it, her face changed instantly. The bag contained a pink maid outfit and a set of lace underwear. Zhao Tingting's eyes widened, her whole body trembling with anger, her fingers tightly clenched around the bag. She rushed out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, stood in the middle of the living room, pointed at Roger and asked, Roger,
what do you mean? Let me wear this?
Her hair was wet and stuck to her shoulders, with water droplets sliding down her collarbone.
Her long legs were faintly visible under the bath towel, and she looked both angry and seductive.
Roger leaned back on the sofa, smiled calmly, his eyes wandering over her, and said innocently, these are the only women's clothes we have at home.
There's nothing else. If you don't want to wear them, just go naked. I don't mind.
There was a hint of teasing in his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, obviously teasing her on purpose. Zhao Tingting was so angry that she gritted her teeth and her face turned red. She looked down at the bag in her hand, then at the thin bath towel on her body, and her heart struggled.
You can't really be naked, right?
She glared at Roger fiercely, stamped her feet, and gritted her teeth and said, You wait. After saying that, she turned back to the bathroom and slammed the door, making the door panel buzz. In the bathroom, Zhao Tingting stood in front of the mirror, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down. She picked up the pink maid outfit, which was a short skirt with a white apron. The neckline was very low and the skirt was so short that it barely covered her thighs. She gritted her teeth and put on the lace underwear first. The cold fabric against her skin made her shiver unconsciously. Then, she put on her maid outfit and turned around in front of the mirror. In the mirror, she is tall, with long legs faintly visible under her short skirt, her skin is as white as snow, and the hem of her skirt sways gently with her movements, revealing the smooth and powerful lines of her legs. The white apron on her chest makes her figure look more delicate, and the pink skirt outlines her slender waist. Her whole body exudes a wonderful mixture of purity and sexiness. She looked down at her legs, her face as red as a ripe apple, and cursed in her heart, "This dress is too revealing, that bastard Roger must have done it on purpose." She took a deep breath, opened the bathroom door and walked out. In the living room, Roger, Zhangya, Sumei and Chen Sisi all looked at her, with surprise flashing in their eyes. Zhao Tingting's legs are already amazingly long, and they appear even longer and straighter in the maid outfit. The lines of her legs under the short skirt are smooth and powerful, full of athletic beauty. With her wet hair draped over her shoulders and her pink maid outfit, she looked both innocent and alluring, like a vivid painting. Roger's eyes widened, his throat rolled unconsciously, and he almost couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. He suppressed the heat in his heart, pretended to be calm, and said with a smile, "Zhao Tingting, you look really good in this dress.
Come, sit down."
His voice was slightly hoarse, revealing something strange. Zhao Tingting glared at him fiercely, walked to the sofa and sat down, with her legs together, her hands tightly grasping the hem of her skirt, trying to cover her thighs, her face full of shyness.
She muttered in a low voice, "What's so beautiful about it? It's perverted."
Although the voice was small, Roger heard it clearly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he thought to himself, "This girl, wearing this, is really the best in the world." It was late at night, and the villa was completely quiet. Zhao Tingting lay on the bed in the guest room, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She was wearing that maid outfit, and the fabric of the short skirt rubbed against her skin, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Roger's deep eyes and strong muscle lines kept appearing in her mind. She bit her lower lip and cursed in her heart, "What kind of magic does this guy have?
He makes me upset."
At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Roger's voice, "Zhao Tingting, I want to go to the bathroom, come and help me." His voice was low and a little weak. Zhao Tingting was stunned for a moment, picked up her phone and saw that it was already 2 a.m. She sighed, feeling a little irritated, but she still got up and opened the door. Outside, Roger was standing there in loose pajamas, leaning on a cane, looking exhausted.
She frowned and said, "Isn't your leg healed? Why do you still need my support?"
Her tone was full of dissatisfaction, her hands were on her waist, and her long legs under the short skirt looked even longer. Roger smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "I just recovered and haven't fully adapted yet."
"Can you bear to see me fall?"
He raised his head, with a pitiful look in his eyes, making it difficult to refuse. Zhao Tingting rolled her eyes helplessly, took a step forward, held Roger's arm firmly with both hands, and urged in a low voice, "Okay, walk faster." The moment her fingers touched his arm, Zhao Tingting felt the warmth coming from his skin, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. The two limped towards the bathroom. Zhao Tingting helped Roger into the men's restroom and walked him to the toilet without letting go of her hands. After Roger stood firm, he looked at Zhao Tingting with a hint of embarrassment. I need to go to the bathroom." Zhao Tingting finally reacted, her face flushed instantly, but she was still holding his arm tightly because she was afraid he would fall. She tilted her head slightly, bit her lower lip and said, then hurry up." Luo Jie unzipped his pants, and the sound of running water could be heard. Zhao Tingting stood beside him, her face flushed and her heart pounding. She stared at the ground, her legs trembling slightly unconsciously, and she kept muttering to herself, "What took this guy so long?
He must be doing it on purpose."
She was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear immediately, but because of her duty, she could only suppress her shyness and unconsciously increase the strength of her hands. Time seemed to stand still, the sound of flowing water continued, Zhao Tingting's face became redder and redder, and her ears were burning. She gritted her teeth and muttered softly, "This bastard, he usually doesn't look very strong, but now he's going on and on." Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, but it could not hide the shame and embarrassment in her heart. After a long while, Roger slowly finished, put his clothes in order, and leaned on his crutches with a satisfied smile on his face. "Thank you very much, Joutingting. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." There was a hint of teasing in his voice, and his gaze lingered on Joutingting's flushed face for a moment. Joutingting glared at him unhappily, her face flushed as if blood was about to drip out. "Go to sleep quickly, and stop tossing and turning." She helped him back to the bedroom door and turned to leave. But Luo Jie stopped her and said, "Joutingting, if I need to go to the bathroom later, you have to come over and serve me tea and water.
20,000 yuan is not for nothing."
Joutingting gritted her teeth and whispered, "I know." Then she ran back to the guest room as if escaping. Back in bed, Joutingting lay in the quilt and closed her eyes, but the scene just now kept appearing in her mind. Her heart was still beating fast and the blush on her face lingered for a long time. She turned over and muttered to herself, "This guy, although annoying, is indeed quite charming. Forget it, don't think about it, go to sleep." She forced herself to close her eyes and gradually fell asleep. At the same time, Roger was lying on the bed, and the image of Joutingting wearing a maid outfit appeared in his mind, and his heart was burning. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Joutingting's favorability plus 10%, current favorability 40%. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he whispered to himself, "Joutingting, you will be mine sooner or later." After that, he fell asleep with a smug smile on his face.
Chapter 26: Joutingting's breakup.
Fortunately, Roger slept soundly in the second half of the night and did not call Joutingting again. The early morning sunlight shines into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, warm and soft. Joutingting rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of the guest room. She had big dark circles under her eyes and her face was obviously tired. It was obvious that she had tossed and turned last night because of the embarrassing experience before. Her hair was a little messy, and she was still wearing that pink maid outfit. Her long legs were exposed under the short skirt, and she looked tired and a little cramped. She walked into the living room and saw Roger sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee in his hand and leisurely reading a newspaper.
Joutingting frowned and felt annoyed.
She was kept by Roger last night in the name of taking care of him, and although she ended up just helping out, the experience of wearing this maid outfit made her feel uncomfortable. She bit her lower lip, walked up to Roger, and asked in a low voice, "Roger, how am I going to go back to school today? How can I face people in this dress?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice, and her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her skirt, trying to cover her thighs. Roger raised his head, his gaze lingered on her for a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a playful smile.
He put down the newspaper and said calmly, "Joutingting, why are you so anxious? The school won't run away." He paused, his eyes scanning her maid outfit, and added with a smile, "This outfit suits you very well. It looks very nice."
Joutingting's face turned red instantly and she stomped her feet in anger.
"What's so good about it? Are you doing this on purpose? How am I going to go out in this outfit? I'll be laughed to death."
There was a mixture of shame and annoyance in her voice, and her long legs paced back and forth, appearing restless. Roger shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, I have a way." He turned to look at Chen Cece beside him and said softly, "Cece, go get Joutingting a set of your clothes and let her change into them." Chen Cece nodded and turned to walk towards her room. After a while, she brought out a clean set of casual clothes, a pink t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans. Joutingting took the clothes, looked at Chen Cece gratefully, and whispered, "Thank you, Cece." She took the clothes and walked into the guest room, closed the door, and quickly changed out of the embarrassing maid outfit. After putting on her casual clothes, she looked in the mirror, breathed a sigh of relief, and thought to herself, "Finally, I'm normal." Joutingting took the pink t-shirt and blue jeans handed to her by Chen Cece, whispered thank you, and turned into the guest room to change clothes. After closing the door, she spread her clothes on the bed and thought to herself, "It's better than that maid outfit." She quickly took off her pink maid outfit and changed into Chen Cece's casual clothes. However, once she put her clothes on, problems immediately became apparent. Joutingting is tall, nearly 10 centimeters taller than the petite Chen Cece, and has a fuller figure. The white t-shirt was tight on her body, and the fabric on her chest was stretched out, outlining her proud curves. The blue jeans made her feel a little breathless, and the lines of her hips and thighs were completely highlighted, making her look hot and attractive. She stood in front of the mirror, her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She tried to pull the hem of her t-shirt to cover her waist, but found that no matter how she pulled, it was no use. The jeans were so tight that it was difficult for her to walk, and she could feel the friction of the fabric on her skin with every step.
Oh my god, this is too exaggerated.
Zhao Tingting muttered softly, and her hands unconsciously hugged her chest, trying to cover up her overly conspicuous figure. She turned around in front of the mirror and found that her hot body, which was usually hidden under loose clothes, was now exposed. She bit her lip, feeling panicked.
How can I go out and meet people dressed like this? I'll be laughed to death.
She took a deep breath, opened the door and walked out. In the living room, Roger was sitting leisurely on the sofa with a cup of coffee in his hand. When his eyes swept over her, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He put down the cup, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said jokingly, "Zhao Tingting, you really can't hide your figure.
This dress looks better on you than on a model." Zhao Tingting's face turned even redder, and she glared at him in embarrassment and anger. What's so beautiful about it? This dress doesn't fit me at all. It's so tight that I can't even move. Are you doing this on purpose?
She folded her arms across her chest and paced back and forth on her long legs, looking both embarrassed and anxious. Roger shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, "There's nothing I can do.
We only have Cece's clothes at home. You'll have to make do with them. Come on, I'll take you back to school."
He stood up, picked up his car keys, and walked to the door. Zhao Tingting hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed him, thinking to herself, "I should go back early to change clothes and just get through this." Roger's sports car was a silver-gray Ferrari 488. Its streamlined design gleamed in the sun, and the roar of its engine when it started was deafening. He opened the passenger door and motioned Zhao Tingting to get in.
Zhao Tingting lowered her head and got in. The tight jeans made her movements stiff.
After sitting down, she immediately fastened her seatbelt, clasped her hands tightly on her knees, and lowered her head, not daring to look out the window.
The car slowly drove out of the villa area and headed towards the school.
Along the way, passers-by cast curious glances, and the roar of the sports car attracted many onlookers. Zhao Tingting huddled in her seat, silently praying in her heart, "Get to school quickly and don't let anyone see you." However, when the car drove into the street near the school, it was the peak time for students to go to and from school, and the school gate was crowded and bustling. Roger parked the car next to the school dormitory, turned off the engine, turned around and said to Zhao Tingting, "We're here, get out of the car." Zhao Tingting unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door and got out.
As soon as she stood firm, everyone's eyes were immediately focused on her.
A tall girl in tight clothes got out of a luxury sports car. The scene was too eye-catching.
Wow, that's Zhao Tingting, right? How did she get out of the sports car? Who's that guy? He's so handsome, driving a Ferrari, he must be a rich kid. Zhao Tingting is being kept? No wonder she's dressed so sexy today.
Whispers were heard one after another. Zhao Tingting's face turned red, she lowered her head and walked quickly, trying to escape from everyone's sight. Roger stood by the car, watching her leave with a smug smile on his face, thinking to himself, "This is going to be fun." After Zhao Tingting entered the school, rumors about her spread quickly. Someone took a photo of her getting out of the sports car and uploaded it to the campus forum. The headline was sensational: "School beauty Zhao Tingting is being kept by a mysterious rich second-generation man and stays out all night."
As soon as the post was published, the number of clicks skyrocketed, and the comment section exploded.
No wonder she's dressed so hotly, it turns out she's hooking up with a rich man.
Doesn't Zhao Tingting have a boyfriend? What about Ma Chao? Rumors spread like wildfire.
Some people were envious, some were jealous, and some even made up stories, saying that Zhao Tingting was already living with that rich second generation. Some even speculated that she had sold herself for money.
Ma Chao was playing games in his dorm room when his phone suddenly vibrated.
His roommate sent him a message, "Brother Chao, check the forum. It's about Zhao Tingting." Ma Chao frowned, clicked on the link, and when he saw the photo and title, his face instantly darkened. In the photo, Zhao Tingting is wearing tights and getting out of a Ferrari with a handsome man standing next to her. He gritted his teeth, anger flashed in his eyes, and he cursed in his heart, "Zhao Tingting, you dare to betray me." He stood up suddenly, grabbed his mobile phone and dialed Zhao Tingting. After the call was connected, Ma Chao's voice was as cold as ice. "Zhao Tingting, where are you?
Come out, let's talk." Zhao Tingting had just returned to the dormitory. When she heard his tone, her heart tightened and she whispered, "I'm in the dormitory, what's wrong?" Ma Chao sneered, "What's wrong? Don't you know what you did? I'm waiting for you on the playground, come right away." After that, he hung up the phone and strode towards the playground. Zhao Tingting's heart sank, knowing that something was wrong. She changed into a loose sportswear and hurried to the playground.
On the playground, Ma Chao stood under the basketball hoop, his hands in his pockets, his face gloomy.
Zhao Tingting walked up to him and whispered, "Ma Chao, what do you want from me?"
There was a hint of nervousness in her voice, and her fingers twisted together unconsciously.
Ma Chao looked at her coldly, his tone filled with anger. "Zhao Tingting, you betrayed me, right? What's going on between you and that rich second-generation kid? You didn't come home last night. Did you sleep with him?"
His voice grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of the students around him.
Zhao Tingting's face turned pale, and she hurriedly explained, "No. I didn't betray you. He kept me here last night, Before she could finish her words, Ma Chao interrupted her. "You stayed? You got out of his car dressed like that, and you still say it's okay? Do you think I'm blind?"
He took a step forward and grabbed her arm, his eyes full of disappointment. "We've been dating for so long, and you won't even let me hold your hand.
Now you're staying out all night with some rich second-generation guy. What do you think of me?"
Zhao Tingting's eyes were red and her voice was trembling. "Ma Chao, listen to my explanation.
Things are not what you think.
I was at his house last night, but he didn't do anything to me.
I was dressed like that because my clothes didn't fit me,
Her explanation seemed pale and powerless, and Ma Chao became more and more agitated.
"The clothes don't fit?" Ma Chao sneered. "You came back dressed like a seductress, and you said it was a problem with your clothes? Do you think I would believe you?"
"Zhao Tingting, I really misjudged you." He let go of her hand and took a step back, his eyes filled with pain. "We've been dating for so long, and you didn't give me your first time, but you spent the night with a rich second-generation guy.
What do you want me to think?" Zhao Tingting's face turned pale and her hands trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and tried to explain. "Ma Chao, listen to me, I didn't betray you. I stayed at Roger's house last night to help you pay off your debt. I didn't do anything to let you down."
Her voice was choked and pleading.
However, Ma Chao didn't listen at all and interrupted her with a sneer. "Pay off the debt? You run to accompany another man just to pay off the debt? Do you think I'm a fool?"
His eyes were full of suspicion and ridicule, with no room for trust at all. Zhao Tingting was stunned, and the grievance and anger in her heart suddenly surged.
She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, raised her head and looked directly at Ma Chao, her voice trembling but firm. "Ma Chao, you don't trust me. We have been together for so long, and you can't even give me the most basic trust. Every time something happens, you doubt me first instead of listening to my explanation." She paused, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. "Since you don't trust me so much, let's break up."
Ma Chao was stunned, obviously not expecting Zhao Tingting to directly propose a breakup. He opened his mouth as if to retort, but Zhao Tingting didn't give him a chance. She turned and walked away, her steps heavy but without hesitation, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she did not look back. Ma Chao stood there, his fists clenched, anger and loss intertwined in his heart, but he didn't say a word, and could only watch her back gradually disappear into the distance. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Tingting sat on the bed, hugged her knees, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She felt that she had paid so much, but in return she was questioned by Ma Chao, which was not worth it. Chapter 27 Coaxing. "Tingting, I heard about you. Are you okay?" Roger's voice came from the other end of the phone, gentle and concerned, like a warm breeze blowing. Zhao Tingting sat on the edge of her bed in the dormitory, hugging her knees with her hands. Her tears had already soaked her sweatpants to her knees. She bit her lower lip, and when she heard Roger's voice, her throat choked and she responded in a low voice, "I just broke up with Ma Chao." Her voice was tearful, and there was a hint of relief in her trembling, but more of it was endless loss and pain.
Roger on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment.
He could hear the fatigue and fragility in Zhao Tingting's tone. Girls who have just broken up, especially those who have just experienced a collapse of trust like Zhao Tingting, are the saddest at this moment. He took a deep breath and was about to say something when the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind, crisp and cold. The host is facing a critical decision.
Please select the following options.
A. Immediately rush to Zhao Tingting's dormitory to pick her up. You will be rewarded with a bottle of healing potion which can relieve emotional pain. B. Call her to comfort her and listen patiently. You will be rewarded with a favorability acceleration card. Favorability increase rate doubles, lasting 24 hours. C. Send an expensive gift to her dormitory, a pair of Wang Hao's smelly socks as a reward. D. Cold treatment, no attention, no reward.
What the hell is Wang Hao's stinky socks? Is the system a bit messed up? Roger quickly glanced at the options and thought to himself, ignore it? That's impossible. She needs someone right now.
Giving her a gift is too extravagant, she might not accept it.
Option A is best. It shows sincerity and also gives me a healing potion, which will come in handy at a critical moment.
He decisively chose A, and the system prompt sounded, select a completed.
Healing potion has been distributed to the system backpack. Please act quickly.
Roger hung up the phone, grabbed the car keys, and shouted to Chen Cece in the villa, Cece, I'm going out for a while and will be back later. Chen Cece stuck her head out and whispered, Master, please be careful. Roger nodded, walked quickly to the garage, drove his silver-gray Ferrari 488 straight to Zhao Tingting's dormitory building.
As the night deepened, the lights downstairs in the school dormitory became dim, and a breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Roger parked the car on the side of the road, turned off the engine, got out and stood downstairs of the girls' dormitory. He looked up at the window of Zhao Tingting's dormitory. The light was still on, obviously she hadn't gone to bed yet. He took out his cell phone and sent her a message, Tingting, I'm downstairs at your dormitory. Come down, I'll take you somewhere to relax.
After sending it, he leaned against the car and waited quietly. When Zhao Tingting received the news, she was curled up in bed, her vision blurred by tears. She picked up her phone and saw Roger's message, feeling complicated. Her mind was now filled with Ma Chao's indifferent back and harsh questions.
She was heartbroken and didn't want to see anyone at all.
She bit her lip, her finger hovering over the screen, and finally replied, Roger, I don't want to go out.
I'm tired and want to be alone.
There was rejection in her tone, but also a hint of helplessness.
Roger frowned when he saw the reply, thinking to himself, it's not that easy. She's in a very low mood right now.
He didn't give up and sent another message, Tingting, I know you're sad, but being alone will only make things worse.
I'm downstairs and I won't force you to do anything.
I'll just stay with you, okay? His tone was gentle yet firm, as if he was carefully knocking on the door of her heart. Zhao Tingting looked at the screen and tears rolled down her face again.
She actually didn't want to be alone. The dormitory was empty and her roommates hadn't returned yet.
The silence made her feel suffocated. Roger's insistence made her a little shaken.
She hesitated for a moment and finally replied, okay, wait for me.
She wiped away her tears, climbed out of bed, grabbed a coat and put it on, then walked downstairs with heavy steps.
Roger was standing downstairs in the dormitory building when he saw Zhao Tingting appear at the door.
She was wearing a loose gray sweatshirt and jeans, her hair was casually disheveled, her eyes were red and swollen, her face was pale, and she looked like her soul had been sucked out of her. She walked slowly, and every step her long legs took was filled with fatigue. Roger came forward, gently held her arm, and whispered, Tingting, get in the car. I'll take you to a quiet place. Zhao Tingting looked up at him, her eyes full of fatigue, but she did not refuse. She murmured a low hum and followed Roger into the car. The car was warm and quiet. Roger turned on the heater and handed her a bottle of water, drink some water to warm yourself up. Zhao Tingting took the water, lowered her head and took a sip without saying a word. The car slowly drove away from the school. Roger didn't speak in a hurry, but played a slow piano piece to relax the atmosphere. He knew that what Zhao Tingting needed now was not persuasion, but companionship.
He drove around the bustling city and finally stopped at an observation deck by the lake.
In the night, the lake shimmered, and stars dotted the distance, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. Roger turned off the engine and turned to look at Zhao Tingting. It's quiet here, no one will disturb you.
If you want to talk, talk. If you don't want to talk, just enjoy the scenery.
Zhao Tingting lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Finally, she spoke in a hoarse voice, Roger, I'm really tired.
Ma Chao doesn't believe me.
I've explained so much, but he still thinks I betrayed him.
I really don't know what to do.
Her tears began to flow again, and her voice was so choked that she could hardly speak. Roger took out the healing potion from his system backpack and handed it to her. Drink some of this, it will make you feel better.
Zhao Tingting took it doubtfully and took a small sip.
A warm current instantly flowed from her throat to her whole body, and her aching heart seemed to be soothed a little. She looked up in surprise.
What is this? Roger smiled. A special drink that can relieve your mood. How do you feel?
Zhao Tingting nodded and whispered, much better, thank you. Her eyes softened a bit, and a system notification chimed in. Zhao Tingting's favorability increased by 10%, currently at 50%. Zhao Tingting leaned back in her chair, gazing at the lake, and slowly began to talk. Ma Chao and I have been together for almost 2 years.
I thought he would understand me, but the way he acted today. I'm really disappointed.
There was pain in her voice, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes. Roger listened quietly, looking at her gently. Ting Ting, he doesn't understand your kindness, it's his loss. You have given so much for him, but he doesn't even trust you.
It's not your fault. He paused, and said in a more serious tone, you deserve better, understand?
Zhao Tingting turned to look at him, a touch of emotion flashing in her eyes. Roger, why are you so nice to me? Roger smiled, his voice low and sincere, because you deserve it, Ting Ting.
You are strong and kind, and I don't want to see you get hurt.
His words were like a good medicine, slowly seeping into Zhao Tingting's wounded heart. The system prompts, Zhao Tingting's favorability plus 15%, current favorability 65%. Zhao Tingting wiped away her tears and whispered, thank you, Roger. Roger struck while the iron was hot, took out a blanket from the back seat of the car, and gently draped it over her. It's cold at night, don't catch a cold.
Cry if you want to, talk if you want to, I'm here.
Zhao Tingting wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and sobbed softly for a while before finally calming down. She looked up at Roger, her eyes filled with dependence. Roger, you're so kind. System prompt, Zhao Tingting's favorability plus 20%, current favorability 85%. As time passed, Zhao Tingting's emotions gradually stabilized with Roger's company. She leaned against the car window and whispered, I used to think you were a playboy, but now I think you're actually quite reliable.
Roger smiled and said, that's because you don't see through me. I can be serious sometimes, especially with you.
Zhao Tingting blushed slightly, lowered her head and whispered, Roger, don't be like this, I just broke up.
Roger waved his hand and said gently, I know, I didn't force you. I just want you to know that no matter what time, I will always be by your side. His eyes were sincere and affectionate, which made Zhao Tingting's heart beat faster unconsciously. Roger was delighted, knowing that the time had come. He took out an exquisite little box from his pocket and handed it to her. Tingting, this is for you.
It's a small gift. Zhao Tingting opened it and saw a silver bracelet inside, simple yet elegant. She said in surprise, Roger, this is too valuable.
I can't accept it. System prompt, Zhao Tingting's favorability plus 5%, current favorability 90%. Roger held her hand and put the bracelet on her wrist. Don't refuse, this is a little gift from me. It looks good on you.
Zhao Tingting looked down at the bracelet, her eyes full of tenderness, and whispered, thank you, Roger. The atmosphere in the car was warm and subtle, and Zhao Tingting's mood climbed from the bottom to the warm peak. Roger looked at her, and the system's voice rang in his mind, Zhao Tingting's favorability has reached 90%.
The mysterious operation has been unlocked and can be executed. Chapter 28 Lakeside.
The night breeze blows gently by the lake, ripples appear on the water, and the reflections of stars sway in the darkness. Roger stood on the shore, his eyes falling on Zhao Tingting beside him. Her cheeks were still flushed from crying, but her eyes shone softly in the moonlight, like a bottomless lake. Roger's mouth curled up slightly, and an inexplicable heat surged in his heart. The atmosphere tonight is really perfect. He turned around, took a deep breath, and said in a low and magnetic voice, Tingting, I always think you are special.
Zhao Tingting was stunned.
She looked up at him, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Special?
What's special about it?
Roger took a step forward, his eyes lingering on her face, and chuckled softly, your gentleness, and the way you dance. Every time I see you dance, I feel like my heart can't stop beating, as if something has hooked my soul. Zhao Tingting blushed, lowered her head and muttered softly, don't say that, I'm not that good.
But Roger didn't give her a chance to back down.
He stared at her and whispered, in my eyes, you are unique. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting the center of the lake. Zhao Tingting's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her ears turned red and hot as if they were burned by fire. She bit her lip and whispered, Roger, I just broke up, Before she could finish her words, her breath brushed against her face. Zhao Tingting's body froze at first, but in a moment, her eyelids slowly drooped and her body gradually softened, silently responding to this unexpected tenderness. The night wind blew, and the grass by the lake rustled. It was quiet all around and there was no one by the lake. The heat of the summer night has dissipated, leaving only the breeze and the chirping of insects whispering in my ears.
Roger lowered his head and stared at Zhao Tingting.
Her chest was slightly heaving, her cheeks were as red as ripe fruit, and there was a hint of shyness hidden in the depths of her eyes.
His throat tightened, and he said in a deep voice, Tingting, tonight, let's forget about those unhappy things, okay?
Zhao Tingting bit her lower lip lightly, nodded slightly, and said in a mosquito-like voice, Roger took her hand and held her in his arms. Roger chuckled. He remembered the look in her eyes when she stole a glance at his abdominal muscles at the villa last time, the surprise and shyness she felt at that moment. She is even more charming tonight than she was then. On the grass, the moonlight cast a faint halo. Her long hair was blown by the wind, and a few strands stuck to her neck, making her skin look dazzlingly white. As the night deepened, the wind by the lake became a little damp, and tiny noises could be heard among the grass. She is a dancer and her body is as flexible as water. Roger's eyes wandered over her, his heart beating so fast that it was almost out of control.
Roger, you are so nice.
Zhao Tingting's voice was so soft that she sounded like she was acting coquettishly, with tears in her eyes. The night wind blew, and the temperature of the grass seemed to rise a little. As the night deepened, the wind by the lake grew cooler. Roger and Zhao Tingting tidied up each other's messy clothes and sat on the grass to enjoy the breeze. She snuggled into his arms and whispered, "Roger, I'm really happy tonight." Roger hugged her tightly and kissed her forehead. "I will make you happier in the future." Zhao Tingting looked up at him, her eyes full of tenderness. "You are much better than Ma Chao. I should have met you earlier."
Roger smiled and thought to himself, she was so nice to me tonight, is she afraid there won't be any surprises in the future?
He got up with her and drove back to the villa, but her image on the grass was still echoing in his mind. That soft waist, the slightly disordered breathing, and the swaying figure in the moonlight.
Chapter 29 Early Morning. Roger took Zhao Tingting back to his luxurious villa as soon as they entered.
He couldn't wait to take out a carefully prepared pink low-cut maid outfit from the closet and handed it to Zhao Tingting. With a hint of anticipation on her lips, she said, "Tingting, go change into this. I've wanted to see you wear this for a long time." Zhao Tingting took the clothes, looked down at the thin fabric, and her cheeks flushed slightly. But she had already unlocked her complete obedience to Roger, so she replied softly, "Okay, I'll go change it right away."
She went into the dressing room and came out a moment later.
Zhao Tingting's outfit made the whole room seem to light up. The pink maid outfit she was wearing was bold in design, with low-hanging fabric, a deep cleavage, and a thin lace border that outlined her proud curves. She wore a small white apron around her waist, which fit tightly against her slender waist, highlighting the flexibility and elegance unique to dancers. Her legs were long and straight, and she was wearing a pair of white high heels that swayed slightly as she walked. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. She looked like a blooming pink rose, delicate and pure. Roger stood in the middle of the living room, his eyes wide open when he saw this scene. His throat rolled unconsciously, and he sighed inwardly. This outfit is simply a stunner. He took a few steps forward and walked in front of Zhao Tingting, looking at her from head to toe with burning eyes, and couldn't help but admire her. "Tingting, you look so beautiful in this.
I'm completely stunned."
Zhao Tingting lowered her head and smiled shyly, saying, "Roger, don't stare at me like that.
I'll be embarrassed."
Her voice was soft and had a hint of coquettishness.
How could Roger hold back any longer?
He gently reached out his hand, put his arm around her waist, and whispered, "Why are you embarrassed?
You're my maid."
After saying that, he suddenly picked her up horizontally. Zhao Tingting exclaimed and subconsciously hugged his neck, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Roger held her in his arms, pushed open the door of the guest room next to him, and strode in.
Another hour later, silence returned to the room.
Zhao Tingting had fallen into a deep sleep with a satisfied smile on her face. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the villa through the large windows. The four maids Zhao Tingting, Chen Sisi, Zhang Ya, and Su Mei had already gotten up and were busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. They were all wearing the same pink maid outfit, and the sounds of laughter and chatting were heard one after another. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, without any trace of intrigue. Chen Sisi held a plate of freshly fried eggs and said to Zhao Tingting with a smile, "Sister Tingting, you must have been exhausted yesterday. Eat more to replenish your body today." Zhao Tingting blushed and said coquettishly, "Sisi, stop making fun of me." Zhang Ya was cutting fruit nearby. She looked up and said softly, "Sister Tingting, you and the master have such a great relationship.
We all envy you."
Su Mei came over with freshly brewed coffee and agreed with a smile, "Yes, the master is particularly fond of Sister Tingting, we all see it." Zhao Tingting felt warm at heart after hearing this, and said with a smile, "You are all the master's favorites, and we sisters should get along well with each other." Her words made the other three girls laugh. Chen Sisi patted her shoulder and said, "Sister Tingting is right.
We are like a family."
The four maids smiled at each other and continued to work, and the kitchen was filled with laughter. Roger stood at the stairs, leaning against the railing as he watched the scene. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him: if the four of them were to go to the bathroom together, how big would that scene be? This idea was like a seed, quickly taking root and sprouting in his heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. I decided to take advantage of this opportunity early in the morning to put this idea into action. He walked slowly down the stairs and came to the kitchen door. He leaned against the doorframe with a relaxed smile on his face and said to the maids, "I have a special idea this morning. Would you like to go to the bathroom?" As soon as he finished speaking, the bustle in the kitchen froze. The four maids stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and confusion.
Chen Cece, the kitchen knife in her hand hanging in the air, was the first to break the silence, her voice filled with confusion. "Master, taking a shower so early in the morning? We just got up."
Zhao Tingting frowned, unconsciously squeezing the dough in her hand.
She whispered, "Roger, this isn't appropriate, is it? It's only a little after 7.
Zhangya and Su Mei looked at each other, a hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes. Zhangya bit her lower lip lightly, while Su Mei lowered her head and remained silent, as if she was digesting this sudden request.
So, he waved his hand, his tone still relaxed. "Don't worry. Go, I'll wait outside."
After saying that, he turned and walked out of the kitchen, leaving the four maids standing there, the air filled with embarrassment and helplessness.
The kitchen was silent for a while.
Zhao Tingting was the first to break the deadlock.
She bit her lip and whispered to Chen Cece, "Cece, what do you think the master means by this?" Chen Cece shrugged and said with a wry smile, "I don't know either, but since the master said so, let's do it." Su Mei nodded and said softly, "Then let's go." Although they still had doubts in their hearts, the four maids put down their work and walked towards the luxurious bathroom of the villa one after another. The bathroom is spacious and bright, with a marble bathtub in the center and toiletries neatly placed next to it. At first, the atmosphere was a little awkward. After all, it was beyond their expectations to see them this early in the morning. As they chatted, they wiped their bodies with shower gel. The foam slid across their skin, emitting a faint fragrance. Zhao Tingting's long hair was stuck to her shoulders. Zhangya and Su Mei have well-proportioned figures, long legs and graceful movements. The bathroom was gradually filled with an erotic scent, full of visual and sensory temptation. Outside the translucent bathroom door. Listening to the sound of water and occasional laughter coming from the bathroom, his mood became increasingly cheerful. The atmosphere in the bathroom gradually relaxed as the maids began to adapt to this strange request. Zhao Tingting closed her eyes and felt the warm water. Chen Cece looked at her and joked with a smile, "Sister Tingting, you must have been very happy last night, right?" Zhao Tingting blushed and said coquettishly, "Cece, you are making fun of me again." Chen Cece laughed out loud, "I'm not making fun of you, I'm just envious." The four maids were laughing and playing in the bathroom, splashing water everywhere, laughing constantly, and gradually forgot their initial shock. After taking a bath, the four maids put on clean clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Roger came forward with a warm smile on his face. At this moment, Roger's phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw a new message in the class group. Wang Hao sent another provocative message in the group chat, "Roger, just wait for me. If I catch you next time, I'll destroy you. You were lucky last time, but let's see who can save you this time." It was followed by a string of arrogant smiling faces and knife emojis. The group suddenly became lively, with some people starting to make a fuss, some trying to stop the fight, and the whole group was in chaos. Roger frowned and snorted in his heart, "This guy is really haunting me." He put down his phone, walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, lost in thought. Last time at school, Wang Hao brought a few thugs to block him and were about to fight. If Teacher Yin hadn't passed by and stopped them in time, he would probably have been beaten to death. The memory of that kick that almost hit his vitals still scars him. He clenched his fists and made a secret decision, "I can't be so passive anymore. I have to find some support, otherwise I will really be in trouble next time." Chapter 30 Zhang Chang. He gritted his teeth, anger boiling in his heart, "I can't tolerate this anymore, Wang Hao must pay the price." Although Roger is rich, he knows very well that he is just an ordinary student and the constraints of the law prevent him from acting rashly. He decided to pay someone to cripple Wang Hao, asking them to burst Wang Hao's balls, cripple one of his legs, and take a video and send it to him. But he knew that such things could not be posted publicly on the internet, otherwise if they were discovered, his life would be over. He stood up, walked to the kitchen door, and said to the four busy maids, "Tingting, Cece, you should go to school today. Zhangya, Su Mei, you should continue to deal with the loan matter. There have been a lot of female college students borrowing money recently, so you should be careful not to be too strict, especially with those who are beautiful and have good figures. Try to lend as much as possible." Zhao Tingting and Chen Cece smiled at each other and replied in unison, "Yes, master." Zhangya and Su Mei nodded to show that they understood, and Zhangya added something. Master, don't worry. We know what to do.
There have been quite a few female college students asking to borrow money lately, especially those who are in a hurry to pay off their credit cards.
We have relaxed the conditions and have already attracted quite a few customers. Roger looked at them and felt a little comforted. After the maids go out together.
Roger opened his laptop, put on headphones, and began searching some unknown channels. He remembered that he had seen an introduction to dark pool service in a technology forum before. A private task platform that operates through an encrypted network and specializes in solving troubles for wealthy people.
This kind of platform requires an invitation code to enter. Users are anonymous and posting tasks will not leave any trace of their real identity.
He spent a whole day going through various paths, spent 5,000 yuan to buy an invitation code, and finally entered the platform called Dark Pool. The interface is simple but fully functional. The taskbar was filled with vague descriptions, dealing with a personal vendetta, 200,000. Looking for someone to teach a lesson, starting from 100,000 yuan. Roger breathed a sigh of relief. This was the perfect place for him. He registered an anonymous account and chose an inconspicuous name. When issuing tasks, he carefully considered his words, making sure the requirements were clear without exposing himself. Finally, he typed out the task title, urgently looking for someone with good skills to settle a personal grudge, 500,000. The task details are concise but clear. Target, Wang Hao, a local school thug, is about 1.8 meters tall and often hangs out in internet cafes and bars.
Requirements: strong and agile, cripple one of his legs and his lower body, and film a video to prove completion.
Remuneration, 500,000 yuan, payable after the video is delivered to me, and you can decide how to split it.
Note, the entire process must be kept confidential, no clues can be left, and contact must be made through the platform's encrypted mailbox. To further reduce the risk, Roger added, we will not accept direct contact. Once the mission is completed, the video will be uploaded to the designated cloud. After confirmation, the money will be automatically transferred. He also set up a disposable email address to ensure that he had no direct connection with the executor. After issuing the task, he turned off the computer, his heart beating faster, but he also felt a little relieved. This method was covert and safe, and it would be difficult for the police to find him. That day, Roger's encrypted mailbox received a reply. I accepted it. 500,000 is enough for me to survive for a while. The video will be shot as required. Signature is a simple strong. Roger was a little nervous, but he still replied through the platform's anonymous chat function, are you reliable? Why did you take this job? The other party quickly replied, my name is Zhang Chang, I'm 25 years old, 1.85 meters tall. I used to practice sanda, but now I do manual labor. My sister is seriously ill, and the hospital bills, tuition, and living expenses are all there. 500,000 yuan can save her life, and I won't ruin my reputation. Don't worry, I'll leave as soon as I'm done, and I won't leave any traces. Roger stared at the screen and something in his heart moved. Zhang Chang's confession made him feel that this man was somewhat reliable, not like the kind of thug who would do anything for money. He asked tentatively, can you promise not to get caught? I don't want to get into trouble. Zhang Chang replied, I have a brain. I've done this kind of thing a few times before and I know how to avoid the spotlight. I'll destroy the traces after filming the video, and you just need to get the results. Roger hesitated for a moment and finally replied okay. He didn't ask for a video call, thinking it would be safer, but he already had more trust in Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang is a cautious person. After taking the task, he spent 2 days finding out Wang Hao's whereabouts. Wang Hao plays games at the Longting Internet Cafe near the school every night. He walks back to the dormitory alone around 11 o'clock, passing through a narrow alley with no surveillance. Zhang Chang decided to take action here, but he knew very well that Wang Hao's physique and physical fitness should not be underestimated, and brute force alone would definitely not work. So he spent the whole day preparing tools and strategies, an electric baton and a short iron rod to ensure that the action was foolproof. On the night of the execution, Zhang Chang wore an inconspicuous black suit, a mask and a baseball cap, with an electric baton on his waist and a short iron rod in his hand. He waited at the entrance of the alley for half an hour, and finally waited until Wang Hao staggered over, reeking of alcohol and cursing. Despite being drunk, Wang Hao's tall figure still made people feel oppressive. Zhang Chang held his breath, hid in the dark, and waited for the best opportunity. Wang Hao walked deeper into the alley, his steps a little unsteady, but he remained vigilant. Zhang Chang knew that he had no chance of winning by a head-on confrontation and had to take the enemy by surprise.
He quietly followed Wang Hao, and when Wang Hao stopped to light a cigarette, he suddenly rushed forward and hit Wang Hao on the back of the head with an iron rod.
Wang Hao reacted very quickly.
Hearing the sound of the wind, he suddenly dodged to the side. The iron rod brushed past his shoulder and fell without hitting anything.
Who? Wang Hao roared, turned around and punched Zhang Chang.
Zhang Chang dodged sideways and quickly took out the stun gun and stabbed Wang Hao in the waist. After being hit by the electric current, Wang Hao's body stiffened and his movements slowed down significantly, but his strength was still amazing.
Zhang Chang took the opportunity to swing the iron rod and hit Wang Hao's right leg hard.
With a crack, the crisp sound of broken leg bones echoed in the alley. Wang Hao screamed in pain and knelt on one knee, but he did not fall down immediately. Instead, he endured the pain, grabbed Zhang Chang's collar and tried to fight back. Zhang Chang broke out in a cold sweat.
He didn't expect Wang Hao to be so tenacious.
He gritted his teeth, raised his knee and slammed it into Wang Hao's abdomen. Wang Hao groaned and loosened his grip a little. Zhang Chang took advantage of the situation and stepped on Wang Hao's chest, pushing him to the ground.
He whispered, "Don't move."
Wang Hao was breathing heavily, his eyes full of anger, but the severe pain in his legs prevented him from getting up. Zhang Chang quickly used the stun gun again and hit Wang Hao's shoulder.
Wang Hao's whole body convulsed and he finally lost the ability to resist.
Then, Zhang Chang raised his foot and stomped hard on Wang Hao's lower body. Wang Hao screamed, his eyes rolled back in pain, and he fainted. Zhang Chang glanced coldly at the person on the ground, took out his mobile phone and took a 30-second video. The camera swept across Wang Hao's distorted face, limp legs and blood-stained lower body. After taking the photo, he quickly confirmed that there was no one around and disappeared into the night.
The next day, Roger received an encrypted link.
When he clicked it, he saw the video uploaded by Zhang Chang. He looked at Wang Hao lying on the ground and struggling in pain, and the hatred in his heart finally dissipated by half. He clicked the OK button, and the platform transferred 500,000 yuan to an anonymous account and finally gave it to Zhang Chang. The platform then replied to Zhang Chang, "The money has been paid."
"Well done." Zhang Chang quickly replied, "I received the money. I have deleted the original video. Don't keep a copy. Be careful."
Roger didn't expect Zhang Chang to remind him of this detail, and he looked up to this man in his heart.
He tried to ask, "What are you going to do next? Will you still take on this kind of work?" Zhang Chang was silent for a moment, then replied, "Not for now. This money is enough for my sister's medical treatment and schooling. I need to find a proper job and can't keep taking such risks." Roger looked at this and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He typed out a sentence, "If you need money, you can join me. I have the resources, you have the ability, how about we become partners? My money is enough for now. If you need anything, you can call me. I trust you and I'll give you my phone number." Zhang Chang replied.
"Okay, let's contact each other again," said Roger.
Chapter 31 Date. The next morning, Roger woke up feeling more relaxed than ever before.
He stretched, a smile on his face. The news he received last night made him feel very happy. Wang Hao, his biggest enemy in school, was found dying last night and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Although his life was saved, his leg was seriously injured and the doctor said it would take at least a year and a half to recover. What's worse is that his 2 testicles burst completely, making him a real useless man.
Roger lay in bed, and the image of Wang Hao arrogantly commanding the basketball court emerged in his mind. Now he could only lie in bed and groan. He couldn't help laughing. The captain of the basketball team has become a eunuch. Let's see how you can pursue Lin Wanner in the future. Thinking of Lin Wanner's pretty face and Wang Hao's past entanglement with her, Roger felt refreshed. Wang Hao, relying on his position as the captain of the basketball team, always shows off in school and has publicly stated many times that he wants to pursue Lin Wanner. Now, he has no chance in this life. Roger got out of bed, humming a little tune while washing up, and decided to enjoy this relaxing day. He put on his favorite white t-shirt and jeans, put on his school bag, and drove his luxury car to school with the maids. There was a class with teacher Yun on the schedule today, so Roger came to the classroom early and chose a seat in the front row. He decided to take this opportunity to listen to the class carefully, and by the way, find a reason to ask teacher Yun out for dinner to express his gratitude to her for saving him in a critical moment last time. As soon as the bell rang, teacher Yun walked into the classroom on time. Teacher Yun is different today than usual. She has changed into a sexier outfit. A dark blue low-cut V-neck dress with a deep neckline, vaguely revealing her white collarbone and a touch of seductive curves.
The hem of the skirt fits closely to her body, outlining her slender waist and long legs. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, swaying slightly with her steps, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Many boys in the classroom saw this scene and their eyes widened unconsciously, whispering, "Teacher Yun is so beautiful today.
This dress is too sexy." Roger's gaze was also drawn to Teacher Yun. He whispered to Chen Cece, "Cece, look at Teacher Yun's outfit today. Isn't it stunning?" Chen Cece took a quick glance and covered her mouth with her hands before giggling. "Master, are you stunned? But Teacher Yun is indeed beautiful. This dress looks really good on her."
In class, she was discussing a complex point, and Roger deliberately raised his hand to ask, "Teacher Yun, I don't quite understand the logical relationship here.
Could you explain it again?"
Teacher Yun approached him and answered his questions patiently in a gentle tone, with a hint of appreciation for Roger's serious attitude in his eyes. After the bell rang, the students left one after another. Roger packed up his things slowly as usual, then walked to the podium, pretending to be humble and eager to learn.
"Teacher Yun, I'm still a little confused about that question just now. Could you help me sort it out again?" Teacher Yun smiled and nodded, then explained it again in detail.
At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in Roger's mind.
Teacher Yun's favorability increased by 3%, and the current favorability is 45%.
He was delighted and thought to himself, the opportunity has come. He took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to look at Teacher Yun, and said, "Teacher Yun, you saved me last time, and I've been looking for a chance to thank you.
How about I treat you to dinner tonight?"
Just think of it as a student's gratitude to the teacher, nothing else. Yun Mengyao was stunned when she heard this, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she shook her head slightly.
"Roger, I'm your teacher. This is what I should do. You don't have to treat me to a meal." Roger was prepared and quickly added, "Teacher Yun, I really just want to express my gratitude. You helped me so much last time, and I've always felt bad about it. Can you just treat it as an ordinary meal between teacher and student?"
He said sincerely, his eyes full of expectation. Teacher Yun lowered his head and remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, he raised his head and smiled faintly. "Okay, then, set a time.
We'll just have a simple meal. Don't overthink it. Then let's meet at the Yashan Pavilion restaurant near the school at 6 o'clock tonight." Roger nodded quickly, suppressing his inner excitement. "Thank you, Teacher Yun.
I'll go reserve a seat first.
See you tonight."
When he turned around and left the classroom, the corners of his mouth were grinning from ear to ear. At 5:50 in the evening, Roger arrived at the Yashan Pavilion restaurant early.
This is a small shop with an elegant environment.
The wooden tables and chairs emit a faint fragrance, and you can see the night view of the street from the window seat.
He booked a quiet private room, ordered a glass of lemonade, and drank it while waiting for Teacher Yun. At exactly 6 o'clock, Teacher Yun pushed the door open and walked in. She changed out of her class clothes and wore a lavender dress with a thin cardigan on top. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She looked less serious than in the classroom and more gentle. Roger quickly stood up and greeted with a smile, "Teacher Yun, you are here, please take a seat." After Teacher Yun sat down, he smiled softly, "Roger, you are quite good at choosing a place. It's quite quiet here." Roger scratched his head, "I just thought that you are busy with work and you need to find a comfortable place to eat." The waiter brought the menu and the two of them ordered a few dishes at random. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed and cheerful, and Roger took the opportunity to ask, "Teacher Yun, what do you like to do?" Teacher Yun thought for a moment and said, "I like to read and occasionally draw to relax." "What about you?" Roger chuckled, "I like playing games, but my skills are average. I just play for fun." The two were chatting happily when a burst of shrill laughter suddenly came from the next table, interrupting their conversation. Roger turned around and saw several men sitting at the next table, one of whom was wearing a flowered shirt and was particularly eye-catching. His face was flushed, obviously he had drunk a lot of wine, and there was a wineglass in his hand. The table was filled with empty wine bottles, and several younger brothers surrounded him, shouting things like, "Brother Zhang is mighty." The man in the flowered shirt suddenly glanced over here, his eyes fell on Teacher Yun, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He blew a loud whistle and grinned, "Wow, this girl is so pretty, even more exciting than the stars on TV." As he spoke, he stood up shakily and walked towards the side with a glass of wine in hand. Teacher Yun frowned and whispered to Roger, "Ignore him, we'll leave after we finish eating." Roger nodded, but the man in the flowered shirt had already walked to the table and stared at Teacher Yun drunkenly, "Beautiful girl, it's so boring to eat alone. how about having a drink with me? I'm rich and I promise to make you happy.
As he spoke, he reached out to pat Teacher Yun on the shoulder.
Teacher Yun shrank back and said coldly, please respect yourself. I am not alone.
Roger couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up suddenly, stood in front of Teacher Yun, and said in a cold tone, she is my teacher, you better watch your mouth.
The man in the flowered shirt was stunned for a moment, then sneered, teacher? What's wrong with being a teacher? Who dares to stop me from having sex with the woman I like? He stretched out his hand, intending to grab Teacher Yun's arm. Anger flashed in Roger's eyes, and he grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. I said, stay away from her.
The man felt pain and dropped his wine glass to the ground, shattering it all over the floor.
He cursed angrily, you little bastard, you're looking for death.
Before he could finish his words, he raised his other fist and hit Roger in the face.
Roger reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side and kicking the man hard in the abdomen.
The man cried out ouch, holding his stomach and staggering back, knocking over the chair behind him. Seeing this, several of his younger brothers jumped up and shouted, how dare you touch Brother Zhang, and surrounded Roger.
Teacher Yun stood up in fear and grabbed Roger's arm. Roger, stop fighting, let's go.
Roger gritted his teeth and whispered, Teacher Yun, please wait for me at the door first.
I'll come after I finish it.
The scene was instantly in chaos. The man in the flowered shirt recovered and pointed at Roger, shouting, kill this guy. A younger brother rushed up with his fists raised. Roger dodged by turning around, picked up the kettle on the table and smashed it hard on the man's head. The kettle broke open with a sound, and the little brother retreated wailing, covering his head. Another younger brother tried to attack from behind, but Roger elbowed him in the nose, and blood spurted out immediately. Just then, the restaurant's security finally arrived and shouted, stop it.
If you keep making trouble, I'll call the police.
The man in the flowered shirt clutched his stomach and glared at Roger fiercely, boy, you've got guts.
I'll remember this.
He waved his hand and left in disgrace with his little brother, and before leaving he did not forget to smash a wine bottle to vent his anger.
Roger gasped and turned to look at Teacher Yun. Teacher Yun, are you okay? Teacher Yun's face turned pale and he shook his head. I'm fine. I was just startled. Roger, you were too impulsive just now. What if they had a knife? Roger grinned. It's okay. I've practiced a few times. I'm not afraid of drunkards like them. Come on, I'll take you home. After Roger added points to the system, it was very easy for him to deal with ordinary people. The two paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant. Chapter 32 Policewoman Lianqi. As the night deepens, the streetlights cast dim shadows. After sending Yun Mengyao out of the restaurant, Roger took out his car keys and pressed the remote control. In the distance, a silver-gray Ferrari 488 roared and turned on its lights, and the sound of its engine was like the roar of a beast in the silent night. He turned to look at Yun Mengyao, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Teacher Yun, let me take you back. Yun Mengyao stood aside, stunned. She was wearing that low-cut tight top, and the night breeze blew, causing her slightly curly long hair to dance lightly in the wind, her eyes full of disbelief. She pointed at the sports car, her voice filled with confusion. Roger, is this your car? She remembered that Roger was a poor student and his family was in difficult financial situation. How could he afford such a luxury car? Roger walked to the car, opened the passenger door, and made a gentlemanly please gesture. Teacher Yun, please get in the car. Don't stand here in the wind. Yun Mengyao hesitated for a moment, stretched out her long legs, and got into the car. The soft leather seats pressed against her body, and the luxurious interior made her feel a little cramped. The red stitching on the seats, the carbon fiber texture on the dashboard, and even the faint scent of leather in the air all exude a sense of low-key luxury. She couldn't help but whispered, Roger, didn't you say your family wasn't well off? What's going on with this car? Roger got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and the car drove smoothly out of the parking lot. He held the steering wheel with one hand and rested the other on the window. He said calmly, Teacher Yun, I've been doing some business recently and made a lot of money. This car is a reward for myself, so don't think too much of it. His profile looked angular under the light of the car lights, and his tone was relaxed yet with a hint of mystery. Yun Mengyao looked at him, with doubt mixed with curiosity. The image of Roger wearing an old t-shirt and lowering his head to do his homework appeared in her mind. Comparing it with his current confident look, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Yun Mengyao's favorability plus 20%, current favorability 65%.
When the favorability reaches 60%, the system rewards 3 points of free addition. Please work hard to improve the favorability and sign the maid contract as soon as possible. Roger secretly rejoiced. This Ferrari was indeed a killer, and it closed the distance again. The car was driving on the street in the night, and street lights passed by the window, reflecting on Yun Mengyao's face. She lowered her head and fiddled with her cell phone, occasionally looking out the window, as if trying to digest this sudden information. Just as the car drove out 2 blocks, sirens suddenly sounded in the distance. 2 police cars rushed out from the side corner, red and blue lights flashing, piercing the tranquility of the night sky. Roger frowned, stepped on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. 2 police cars blocked the road, one in front and one behind. A young female police officer got out of the first car with steady steps and an imposing aura. Roger's eyes were instantly drawn to her, and his pupils dilated slightly. Her name is Lianqi. She is about 1.73 meters tall and has an amazingly perfect body proportion. She was wearing a tight police uniform. The dark blue shirt was tightly fitted to her upper body. The buttons on her chest seemed to be stretched open by her proud curves at any time. The police badge flashed coldly under the light, revealing a sense of majesty. She had a pistol and a baton on her waist, and her slender waist was made even thinner by the belt, outlining a stunning curve. The miniskirt is bold and sexy, and the hem just covers the base of the thighs, revealing a pair of long and straight legs. The fair skin glows like porcelain under the nightlight, and the lines of the legs are smooth and powerful, full of strength yet soft. She wore a pair of black short boots, and her steps were light yet with unquestionable authority. Lianqi has a delicate face, 3-dimensional features, picturesque eyebrows, and slightly upturned corners of her eyes, revealing a sense of competence and sharpness. She has a high nose bridge and full lips, and she wears light pink lipstick, which adds a touch of feminine softness. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, with a few strands of hair falling by her ears, making her look even more casual and charming. She walked to the car window, tapped the glass with her slender fingers, and said in a cold voice, "Please show me your driver's license and vehicle registration." Someone just called the police and reported that there was a fight in a nearby restaurant. "We checked the camera and tracked your license plate number and followed you here." Roger quickly opened the car door, got out, handed over his ID, and said calmly, "Officer Lee, there was indeed a conflict in the restaurant just now, but someone was harassing my teacher, and I was just acting in self-defense." Yun Mengyao also pushed the door open and got out of the car. She stood beside Roger and quickly chimed in, "Officer, I'm his teacher." It was indeed he who started it first. "We didn't initiate the trouble." Lianqi took the ID, glanced down, and her eyes moved back and forth between Roger and Yun Mengyao. She raised her head and said coldly, "Even if you're acting in self-defense, you have to go to the police station to record your statement." "Come with us." Roger's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. "Okay, we will cooperate." He stole a glance at Lianqi and saw that when she turned and walked towards the police car, her miniskirt swayed slightly with her steps, revealing a section of her white thigh. He swallowed unconsciously and sighed in his heart, "This figure is simply a stunner." Roger and Yun Mengyao were taken to the police station and sat in a simple interrogation room waiting. There was only a table and a few chairs in the room. The light bulb in the corner emitted a dim light, and the air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. Yun Mengyao sat next to Roger and whispered, "Roger, will there be trouble this time?" Luo Jia patted her hand and comforted her, "Teacher Yun, don't worry, I know my limits. Everything will be fine once the police investigate." The door creaked open and Lianqi walked in. She held a notebook in her hand, and the baton at her waist swayed slightly with her steps. The curves of her figure under the uniform were more obvious under the light. She sat opposite, put down the notebook, and her tone remained stern. "Name?" "Roger." Lianqi snorted lightly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, but her tone remained cold. "You'd better tell the truth about what happened today. No matter how much money you have, it will be useless." Roger quickly waved his hands, "I didn't cause any trouble. It was a guy named Zhang who got drunk and harassed my teacher, so I took action." Lianqi opened the transcript, her slender fingers holding the pen, and asked as she wrote, "Zhang what? The one in the flowered shirt?" Roger nodded, "Yes, that's him. He tried to touch me, and I had no choice but to fight back." Lianqi's eyes glared, and she raised her head and stared at him. "How many people did you injure?" Roger scratched his head and recalled, "A few of the younger brothers. Zhang got kicked by me and fell pretty hard." Lianqi sneered, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone, "You are quite good at fighting. You are so bold for a student." Roger chuckled and said half-heartedly, "To protect the teacher, I have to be tough."
Officer Lee, if you were harassed, would you tolerate it? Lianqi raised her eyebrows, a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes. Me? I'll kick him so that he can't get up.
Roger was stunned for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Officer Lee, you are definitely very skilled.
I have to admit you are better than me. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, Lianqi's favorability plus 10%, current favorability 10%.
Lianqi rolled her eyes at him and paused with the pen in her hand. Stop flattering me and tell the truth. Roger didn't give up, and wanted to see if he could increase his favorability a little more, so he continued shamelessly.
I'm not flattering you. You're beautiful and have a great figure. This uniform looks so charming on you. You're even more stunning than the policewomen in the movies. Lianqi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she coughed to hide her embarrassment, but her tone became even colder. You're so smooth talking. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll record you as disturbing the peace. Roger quickly waved his hands, feigning innocence. No, I'll tell you the truth. But Officer Lee, if you were to film a movie with that figure, you'd definitely be a huge hit.
Lianqi glared at him, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. Obviously she was not really angry. She lowered her head and continued to write down the notes. Her slender fingers made a rustling sound on the paper. The curves under her uniform were faintly visible as she moved. Roger stole a few glances inside in his heart. This policewoman is really cold and hot. After recording the confession, Lianqi closed the notebook, stood up and said, "All right, you can go now. Don't cause trouble in the future, or I will be rude." Roger also stood up and said shamelessly, "Officer Lee, can you add me on WeChat? I can contact you if I need help. If they come to trouble me again, I can contact you." Lianqi stopped, looked back at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally took out her phone. Her tone was impatient but a little helpless. "Okay, scan the code, hurry up." Roger quickly took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code and added the friend, adding Officer Lianqi as the note, and was overjoyed. After leaving the police station, Roger and Yun Mengyao returned to the Ferrari. The night wind blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Yun Mengyao tightened her cardigan, looked down at the ground, and whispered, "Roger, I'm so grateful for you today. Otherwise, I really don't know what would have happened." Roger opened the car door and said with a smile, "Teacher Yun, you're welcome. Protecting you is what I should do. Get in the car, I'll take you home." Yun Mengyao sat in the passenger seat, the warm light from the car reflected on her face. She looked up at Roger, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. "Roger, you are really brave tonight. Those people were so fierce, I was scared." Roger started the engine and drove steadily towards her dormitory building. As he drove, he said, "Teacher Yun, don't be afraid. I'm here, and no one can touch you." There was silence in the car for a while, and Yun Mengyao suddenly asked softly, "Roger, did you really buy this car yourself? Didn't you even have to save money on food before?" Roger smiled and said half-jokingly, "Teacher Yun, everyone has their chance to turn things around, right? I was lucky and seized the opportunity." Yun Mengyao was amused by him and chuckled softly, "You are becoming more and more difficult to understand." The system prompt sounded, Yun Mengyao's favorability plus 5%, current favorability 70%. Roger was delighted and thought to himself, "This is not a loss. I earned 5% favorability just by going to the police station." The car stopped downstairs of the dormitory building. Yun Mengyao opened the door and turned to look at Luo Jie before getting out of the car. She said softly, "Luo Jie, drive carefully and go to bed early tonight." Roger nodded, his eyes lingering on her for a moment. The low-cut dress was still sexy and charming under the night light. He smiled and said, "Teacher Yun, you should also go to bed early. Good night." She smiled slightly, turned and walked into the corridor. Roger watched her back disappear, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Back at the villa, Roger fell on the bed, replaying tonight's experiences in his mind. Yun Mengyao's favorability rating steadily increased, and Lianqi's WeChat was also successfully obtained. The twists and turns of this day finally turned into gains. He opened the system panel and found that the reward points for these days had accumulated to 26 points. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking for a moment, and decided to add 9 points to his height, increasing it from 171 centimeters to 180 centimeters. After the points were deducted, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, as if his bones were stretched and his muscles were slightly warm. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. After a few minutes, he suddenly stood up and stood in front of the mirror. The person in the mirror has indeed grown taller, from 171 centimeters to 180 centimeters. He is more upright, his shoulders are broader, and his temperament has improved a lot. He touched his chin and smiled with satisfaction. Compared to the 155 centimeters short guy before, now it's really a huge change. He struck a few poses, becoming more and more satisfied as he watched them.
He thought to himself, I'll save the remaining 11 points for now. Maybe I'll need to increase my strength or endurance later.
Life is getting more and more exciting, so I need to make myself stronger.
Roger changed into pajamas and lay on the bed, thinking about Lianqi's stunning figure.
Her curves under the tight uniform and her face with a gentle beauty under her coldness made him feel a little moved. He picked up his phone and flipped to her WeChat profile picture, a silhouette photo of her next to a police car, looking heroic.
Chapter 33, Heat. Roger was lying on the bed. It was a deep night.
There were a few insects chirping outside the window, but the room was so quiet that it made people feel uneasy. He closed his eyes, but Lianqi's figure kept appearing in his mind. The stunning curves under the tight uniform, the long, beautiful legs under the miniskirt, and her face that was cold yet gentle. Those slightly upturned eyes seemed to have hooks, drilling straight into his heart. He turned over and tried to calm himself down, but the more he tried to forget, the more the hot feeling surged, making him toss and turn and unable to sleep.
No, I can't sleep at this rate.
Roger muttered softly, sat up, grabbed his phone and checked the time.
It was already late at night.
The first person he thought of was Zhao Tingting. Her body is as soft as water. After a few seconds, the screen lit up and Zhao Tingting replied okay. Roger leaned against the head of the bed, closed his eyes, and imagined her wearing that pink nightgown. The thin fabric stuck to her body, her waist was so thin that it seemed like it could be held in one hand, and her long hair was loose, with a charming laziness. A few minutes later, the door was gently pushed open and Zhao Tingting walked in. She was indeed wearing a pink nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing.
Her soft outline could be vaguely seen under the light.
Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she looked drowsy as if she had just woken up. She rubbed her eyes and asked softly, Roger, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? The tone sounded like a coquettish tone, but also like a complaint. It entered Roger's ears and made his heart skip a beat. He patted the edge of the bed and said in a low voice, I can't sleep, help the master massage his shoulders. Zhao Tingting was stunned for a moment. Roger lay back on the bed, his hands behind his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Her movements were gentle but methodical. Her long hair hung down, brushing against his face, carrying a faint scent of jasmine.
She leaned over slightly and asked in a low voice, is this massage more comfortable?
Roger opened his eyes and let his gaze wander over her body. He said in a hoarse voice, come closer and massage me.
I'm not done yet.
Zhao Tingting pursed her lips and smiled, leaning closer, her breath almost spraying into his ear, and said softly, then I'll massage a little harder, don't move.
Roger took a deep breath, feeling the warmth from her fingertips.
Just then, the door creaked open and Zhang Ye walked in. She was wearing a black suspender nightgown, the hem of which was so short that it just covered her thighs, revealing a pair of fair and firm calves. Her hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, and there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes.
She was obviously woken up by the noise. Seeing Zhao Tingting busy, she frowned and asked, what are you two doing here so late at night?
Roger glanced at her sideways and replied lazily, I couldn't sleep, so I asked Tingting for a massage.
Why are you here too?
Zhang Ye snorted and approached the bedside, her tone a bit sour. I thought there was something urgent going on, but it turns out Sister Tingting is alone.
I'll join in the fun and give you a massage, so you don't say I'm not considerate.
Without waiting for Roger to speak, she sat down on the other side of the bed, reached out and pressed his arm. Her grip was much stronger than Zhao Tingting's, and there was a sense of non-negotiability.
Roger raised his eyebrows and half-jokingly said, Zhang Ye, are you jealous? Are you trying to steal my job?
The moonlight shines in through the gaps in the curtains, outlining ambiguous light and shadow.
Time passed little by little, but Roger's fever did not subside.
The temperature in the room seemed to have risen a few degrees, and the breathing sounds were particularly loud at this moment.
Roger's heart was pounding. 2 hours passed. Chapter 34 Lu Wei.
The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. He laughed softly and said, Tingting, you were so anxious to wake up the master so early in the morning. Zhao Tingting raised her head and said softly, Master, this is what I should do. Roger chuckled, feeling the comfort in his body, and thought to himself, this body blessed by this system is truly invincible. He casually opened the system panel to check the status of the maids. The favorability of the four maids, Zhao Tingting, Chen Sisi, Zhang Ya, and Su Mei, has reached 100%. With the support of the system, their loyalty to him is deep in their bones and they will never betray him.
In addition, there are two maids who were forcibly bound due to debt and their condition is stable. Zhang Ya's recent lending business has been going smoothly.
Hundreds of female college students in the school have borrowed money, and the list is piling up. Roger has been busy with other things these days and has not had time to screen them. He was still thinking about teacher Yun from last night, Yun Mengyao, whose favorability rating was 70%. He thought to himself, with a little more effort, 2 or 3 more contacts, and a good night's sleep, she can be signed as my maid.
Roger is confident in his abilities. After being blessed by the system, his physical fitness has already become extraordinary. From the original 3 to the current 19.
The durability and strength are completely on a different level, plus the golden kidney buff.
Which woman can resist?
He still has more than 100 million yuan in his bank card, and he can spend the money at any time.
He decided to take down Yun Mengyao first. Roger went to school as usual.
After class, he went to Yun Mengyao's office specifically, trying to find a reason to ask her out. After inviting her to dinner several times, their relationship has warmed up and their favorability has steadily increased to 70%. As he reached the office door, he heard an argument coming from inside. He frowned and gently pushed open the door, only to see Yun Mengyao standing in front of the desk with a sullen face.
A man in a suit opposite her was chattering incessantly.
The man was ugly, with a greasy smile on his face. His voice was threatening. "Mengyao, your parents have agreed, so don't be stubborn.
My family has a lot of connections in your company. If you don't agree, I can't guarantee that your parents can keep their jobs."
Yun Mengyao bit her lip tightly, anger flashed in her eyes, but her tone was helpless. "Lu Wei, I don't have any feelings for you, please stop pestering me.
I will handle my parents' affairs myself." Lu Wei sneered, reached out and grabbed Yun Mengyao's wrist with such force that she couldn't break free.
His fingers clasped her skin tightly, a smug smile on his lips. "How are you going to solve this?"
"Your family owes my dad a favor. If you don't marry me, just wait for your parents to be fired."
His voice was low and cold, and his eyes flashed with an arrogance that showed he was in control of everything. Yun Mengyao's face turned pale instantly, and her body instinctively took a step back, but she couldn't move because her hand was held by him. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling slightly but revealing her stubbornness. "Let me go. Don't force me, I will never marry you even if I die." She tried to shake off Lu Wei's hand, but he was too strong and her struggle seemed futile. At this moment of stalemate, the door was pushed open with a bang and Roger strode in.
His eyes first fell on Yun Mengyao's grabbed wrist, then swept to Lu Wei's arrogant face, with anger burning in his eyes.
Without saying a word, he quickly stepped forward, raised his leg and kicked Lu Wei hard in the waist. Lu Wei was caught off guard and was kicked flying, hitting the table next to him with a dull thud. The books and pen holder on the table fell to the ground with a clatter.
"Ah!"
Lu Wei cried out in pain, holding his waist and crawling up from the ground, his face full of shock and anger. He glared at Roger and growled through gritted teeth, "Who the hell are you?
How dare you touch me?"
He struggled to stand up straight, pointing at Roger with trembling fingers, his eyes full of resentment. Roger stood coldly in front of Yun Mengyao, blocking her figure, his tone cold and firm. "I am her student and her friend. If you have the guts, come at me, don't bully a woman here." He put his hands in his trouser pockets, his eyes met Lu Wei's gaze without any retreat. Lu Wei gasped and rubbed his waist, which was hurt by the kick. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then a ferocious smile appeared.
"Okay, very good. Do you know who my dad is? He's the director of the Public Security Bureau.
If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you're in big trouble." As he spoke, he picked up his phone from the ground and pointed at Roger, threateningly saying, "Just wait, this isn't over yet." Roger frowned slightly, a trace of uneasiness flashing through his mind. The director of the Public Security Bureau, this background is indeed not easy to deal with. But he remained calm on the surface, only snorting coldly, "I don't care who your father is.
What kind of ability is threatening others? Come and try if you dare." Lu Wei was so angry that his face turned blue and he glared at Roger fiercely.
He turned to look at Yun Mengyao and said viciously, "Yun Mengyao, you'd better think it over.
Don't think you'll be alright just because you have this brat backing you up.
Your parents can lose their jobs with just one word from me." After saying that, he slammed the door and left, causing the door panel to buzz. The room became quiet and Yun Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. There were still red marks on her wrists from Lu Wei's scratches.
System prompt: Yun Mengyao's favorability plus 10%, current favorability 80%.
She rubbed her wrist and turned to look at Roger, her eyes full of gratitude. Roger, thank you. I was really scared just now. Her voice was a little hoarse, and it was obvious that she had not yet fully recovered from the shock.
Roger waved his hand and asked with concern, Teacher Yun, are you okay? Who is he? Why is he so arrogant?
As he spoke, he pulled over a chair and asked Yun Mengyao to sit down and rest.
Yun Mengyao sighed and whispered, his name is Lu Wei.
He's the son of my parents' boss, and his family is quite powerful. He's been pestering me, asking me to marry him, and even threatening me with my parents' jobs.
I really have no choice.
There was helplessness in her tone and a hint of pain in her eyes. Roger frowned and thought to himself, Director of the Public Security Bureau, no wonder this guy is so fearless. He patted Yun Mengyao's shoulder and comforted her, Teacher Yun, don't worry. I won't let him succeed in this matter. Yun Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then looked up at him, Roger, don't get involved.
This matter is difficult to handle. His father has a background, you can't beat him.
Roger smiled, his tone full of confidence, Teacher Yun, believe me, I have a way.
Roger secretly made up his mind, he must find an opportunity to deal with Lu Wei. The two chatted for 10 minutes.
Suddenly, a shrill siren sounded from a distance, breaking the tranquility of the campus. Roger frowned and looked towards the school gate.
3 police cars roared into the school, the doors opened, and a group of policemen quickly got out and walked quickly towards the teaching building.
The leader was Li Anqi, with a pistol on his waist, his steps were firm and powerful, and he looked heroic. Behind her followed several policemen, all of whom had serious expressions and an imposing aura. Roger's heart sank, and he thought to himself, oh no, that Lu Wei guy has really taken action. Before he had time to think about it, he saw Li Anqi's eyes sweeping over and locking onto him. She waved her hand and walked towards the playground with several policemen, her pace getting faster and faster.
Roger! Li Anqi's voice was cold and authoritative, echoing throughout the playground. Come with us. You are suspected of intentional injury. Roger was stunned and hurriedly explained, Officer Li, I didn't hurt anyone. It was Lu Wei who threatened Teacher Yun first, I just pushed him. Li Anqi's eyes glared, and she said in a cold voice, stop talking nonsense. Someone reported you breaking his arm. We have to take you back for investigation.
Her tone left no room for doubt, but a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Anger surged in Roger's heart, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. His skills are indeed quite good now, and he could easily kick Lu Wei away, but he knew very well that he did not dare to take action when facing the police. Resistance would be a crime of assaulting a police officer, which would only make things worse. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said calmly, okay, I'll go with you.
But I won't admit to anything I didn't do.
Li Anqi nodded and waved her hand. 2 policemen stepped forward, holding Roger's arms on the left and right, and the cold handcuffs were handcuffed on his wrists with a click. The students on the playground gathered around, pointing and whispering.
Roger was taken into the police car.
Through the window, he saw Yun Mengyao hurriedly running out of the teaching building with an anxious look on her face.
Officer Li.
Yun Mengyao ran to the police car, gasping for breath and shouting, this must be a misunderstanding.
Roger wouldn't hurt anyone intentionally. He was trying to help me.
Li Anqi turned her head and glanced at her, her tone slightly softened, Teacher Yun, we will investigate this matter thoroughly, don't worry. After saying that, she got into another police car and the convoy roared out of the school. Roger sat in the back seat of the police car, his wrists aching from the handcuffs. He looked at Yun Mengyao's increasingly smaller figure outside the window, and felt a warmth in his heart, but also a mixture of helplessness.
He chuckled to himself, so what if I'm rich? Without power, I'll still be bullied. The police car engine roared as it drove towards the police station. Chapter 35 Yun Mengyao. Roger was taken into the police station and directly into a small interrogation room.
The room was dimly lit, with mottled walls. There was only a table and 2 chairs, and the light bulb in the corner emitted a faint buzzing sound. He was pressed into a chair, the handcuffs still in place, and the cold metal against his skin made him feel uncomfortable.
After a few minutes, the door creaked open and Li Anqi walked in. She was still wearing the familiar uniform and miniskirt.
She held a stack of documents in her hand, sat opposite him expressionlessly, and spread out the documents. Her uniform was straight and her eyes were sharp, as if she wanted to see through Roger's heart. Roger, Li Anqi said, her voice cold, someone accused you of intentionally injuring Lu Wei, causing his arm to be broken.
What do you have to say? Roger was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, "Broken bone?
I only kicked him once that day, not even using my full strength. How could it be a broken bone?"
This is absolutely a false accusation.
Lianqi pulled out a hospital diagnosis from the file and pushed it in front of him. This is Lu Wei's injury assessment. His arm is broken. The doctor said it was caused by a severe external force.
Take a look.
Roger looked down and saw that it was clearly written on the diagnosis, with an X-ray of the fracture attached to it.
He laughed out loud in anger. This thing must be fake, right? I kicked him, but he didn't even break the skin. How could he have broken a bone?
Officer Li, do you believe this?
Lianqi's eyes glared. Do you have evidence to prove this is fake? Were there any witnesses at the scene?
Roger shook his head, his tone helpless. No, it was just me and Teacher Yun who were there at the time.
Lu Wei was clearly relying on his father's influence to bully me.
Lianqi was silent for a moment, then put down the documents and softened her tone.
Roger, I know Lu Wei's background. His father is the director. This is really not easy to handle.
You have to tell the truth, otherwise I can't help you.
Roger looked up at her, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Officer Li, do you believe I am innocent?
Lianqi sighed and whispered, I believe you, but the evidence is in his favor.
You have to find a way to prove your innocence, otherwise I can't do anything. Roger's heart moved, and he said tentatively, Officer Li, can you help me? I don't want to be wronged.
Lianqi hesitated for a moment, her eyes lingering on his face for a few seconds, and finally shook her head. There's nothing I can do.
I'm just a little kid.
The next night, after being locked up for a day and a night, Roger finally heard the door of the interrogation room being pushed open again.
A policeman came in, uncuffed him, and said coldly, You've been bailed out. Get out.
Roger rubbed his numb wrist, walked out of the police station, and saw Yun Mengyao standing there, holding a bail document in her hand, followed by a lawyer in a suit.
As soon as she saw Roger, her eyes immediately turned red and she quickly stepped forward. Roger, are you okay? It's all my fault that you were arrested. Roger waved his hands and forced a smile. Teacher Yun, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me.
Yun Mengyao shook her head, her tone full of self-blame. No, it's me who implicated you.
I will find a way to resolve this matter with Lu Wei.
Roger felt warm in his heart when he saw her worried look, but his anger also surged. He gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Yun, this is not your fault.
It's Lu Wei who is too despicable. I won't let him be so arrogant any longer.
Yun Mengyao held his hand and whispered, Roger, don't be impulsive.
His father is the director, we can't defeat him.
Roger sneered, a cold glint in his eyes.
Can't win? I don't believe it.
He has power, I have money, there's always a way to deal with him.
Yun Mengyao was stunned for a moment, looked at his determined eyes, and said softly, Roger, you have done so much for me, I really don't know how to repay you. Roger held her hand tightly and said softly, Teacher Yun, don't say that. I am willing to do anything for you. System prompt, Yun Mengyao's favorability plus 10%, currently reaching 90%.
When Roger saw this favorability, he knew his opportunity had come. The two men walked out of the police station side by side, the moonlight shining on them, outlining two slender shadows. A few days ago, even though he had assets worth tens of millions, spent money like water, and was surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, he felt that he owned the world and could do whatever he wanted. But now, he realized how wrong he was. Having money was useless, and if others wanted to arrest him, they could arrest him, and he didn't even have the chance to resist. Tonight's experience at the police station was like a needle that pierced his self-esteem, making him feel unprecedentedly suffocated. He gritted his teeth, his fists unconsciously clenched, and he made a secret decision in his heart, I can't be so passive anymore.
What's the point of having money?
I want to become stronger, I want connections, I want power, and make those who dare to touch me regret being born. Yun Mengyao was walking beside him and noticed that something was wrong with his expression. She looked up at him with worry in her eyes. She spoke softly, Roger, what's wrong with you? Are you upset about what happened tonight? Roger came back to his senses, forced a smile, and shook his head. It's okay, Teacher Yun, don't worry about me. Yun Mengyao stopped and turned to face him, with a hint of guilt in her tone. It's all my fault. If you hadn't helped me, you wouldn't have been taken to the police station and suffered. Roger looked at her soft face in the moonlight, his heart warmed, and he whispered, Teacher Yun, this is not your fault.
It's my fault for not handling it well. I am willing to do anything for you.
Yun Mengyao bit her lip, a touch of emotion flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, Roger, you are always like this.
I really don't know how to thank you. The two continued walking and soon arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng University.
Roger was about to take her back to the dormitory, but found that the school gate was closed. Yun Mengyao was stunned for a moment and murmured, "The school is closed and I have no place to live." There was a hint of helplessness in her voice, like a lost child. Roger frowned, looked around, and suggested, "Teacher Yun, there's a hotel next to the school.
I'll get you a room. You can stay there tonight."
Yun Mengyao hesitated for a moment, then looked up at him.
Seeing his sincere eyes, she nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your help." The two turned and walked towards an old hotel next to the school.
The building has 6 floors and a mottled exterior. A neon sign flashes an ambiguous red light with the words Jiangcheng Hotel written on it. The lobby was dimly lit and the air was filled with a mixed smell: perfume, tobacco, and a hint of indescribable staleness. Roger walked to the front desk, took out his ID and bank card, and said calmly, "Get a king-size room." The receptionist looked up and glanced at him, then looked at Yun Mengyao who was standing behind him. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. She handed over the room card and whispered, "6th floor, 608.
Have a nice day."
Roger took the room card, ignored her words, turned around and walked towards the elevator with Yun Mengyao. The elevator door slowly opened, and a strange smell filled the air. Yun Mengyao stood beside Roger, holding the bag tightly in both hands, with an unnatural look on her face. Roger noticed her nervousness and comforted her softly, "Teacher Yun, don't be nervous.
We'll be in the room soon."
Yun Mengyao forced a smile and whispered, "I'm fine, I'm just a little unaccustomed to this kind of place."
The elevator door opened on the 6th floor. The corridor was dimly lit and the walls were covered with fancy wallpaper.
There were faint sounds in the air that made people blush and their hearts beat faster.
Roger and Yun Mengyao looked at each other, and a hint of embarrassment and subtle emotions flashed in each other's eyes.
Roger coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. "This hotel, the environment is not very good.
I will find you a better one next time."
Yun Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head without saying a word, but an inexplicable heat surged in her heart, as if a fire was slowly burning in her chest. The two walked to the door of room 608, and Roger swiped his card and pushed the door open. The room is not big, but the lighting is soft, the bed is neatly made, the curtains are half drawn, and you can vaguely see the flashing neon lights outside the window. Luo Jie closed the door, turned around and said to Yun Mengyao, "Teacher Yun, you should take a rest first.
I'll sit on the sofa for a while." Yun Mengyao shook her head, walked to the bed and sat down, saying softly, "Roger, you are tired tonight, why don't you rest too?" Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a slight tremor, and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. Roger's heart moved, he walked over to sit beside her, and asked in a low voice, "Teacher Yun, do you mind me being here?" Yun Mengyao bit her lip and shook her head gently, "I don't want to be alone." He lowered his head and stared at her, his eyes burning. "Teacher Yun, I have always wanted to tell you that I like you." Yun Mengyao raised her head, a hint of surprise and tenderness flashing in her eyes. "Roger, you." The temperature in the room seemed to rise instantly, and the night outside the window seemed to be covered with a veil for this moment. 2 hours later. Yun Mengyao was in his arms, her eyes full of satisfaction and dependence. A system notification sounded in Roger's mind, Yun Mengyao's favorability plus 10%, current favorability 100%. Then, the system asked again, "Do you want to assign Yun Mengyao as a maid and unlock the obedience status?" Roger chose yes without hesitation. At this moment, the system prompted again. "Congratulations to the host, the number of maids who obey your orders has reached 5, and you have been awarded the title, Maid Collector. Reward, active skill, Seductive Heart. This skill can be activated by a maid candidate. Once activated, the candidate's favorability towards you will triple. This skill lasts for 1 day, and there is a 3-day cooldown for the same candidate." Roger was startled and almost sat up in bed. He quickly calculated in his mind, 33 favorability tripled to 99, this skill is too incredible. And he will become even more powerful with his newfound skills and resources. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a name emerged in his mind: Lu Wei. He secretly made up his mind, "Wait, I will let you know who is the real winner." Chapter 36: Roger's Ambition. Roger leaned against the leather sofa in the living room of his mansion, holding a glass of crystal-clear whiskey in his hand. The ice cubes in the glass gently collided, making a crisp sound. Surrounding Roger were several stunning beauties. Zhao Tingting was wearing a silk halter dress, showing off her curvy figure. She was half leaning against him, her slender fingers gently fiddling with his cuffs, with a charming smile in her eyes. Zhangya was sitting on the single sofa next to them. Her black tight top showed off her good figure. Her legs were crossed, and her aura was strong yet a little provocative. Yun Mengyao sat demurely on the other side, her white dress making her appear fresh and refined, but the occasional glances she cast at Roger held a hint of tenderness and dependence. The sight of these beauties whispering to each other or smiling sweetly was like a vivid painting. However, Roger's mind wasn't on the beautiful scenery before him. His gaze passed through the French windows and fell on the distant cityscape. His brows furrowed slightly as a name kept turning over and over in his mind, Lu Wei. That dandy young master, relying on his father's position as deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, was a tyrant in Jiangchang, a man few dared to provoke. But he happened to offend Roger, a man with a mysterious system. "Master, why are you so worried tonight?" Zhao Tingting's voice was as soft as honey, breaking Roger's thoughts. She moved closer, and her warm breath brushed against his ear, with a hint of sultry. Roger came back to his senses, looked down at her, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Nothing, Tingting, just thinking about some business matters." He patted her hand gently, his tone was relaxed, but he couldn't hide the cold light that flashed in his eyes. Zhangya put down the red wine glass in her hand and raised an eyebrow. "Business? Humph, is it related to that Lu Wei again? I noticed that he frowned every time you mentioned him recently." There was a hint of disdain in her tone, and she obviously sneered at people like Lu Wei who relied on their background to show off their power. Roger sneered, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The cold liquid slid down his throat, stirring up a sense of sobriety. He spoke slowly. "Lu Wei? Who the hell is he?" He relied on his father's power and thought he could cover the world with one hand. Unfortunately, he messed with the wrong person this time. When Yun Mengyao heard this, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, "Roger, Lu Wei's background is not simple. His father is the director and holds real power. You have to be careful and don't be too impulsive." Her voice was gentle but full of concern. She obviously didn't want Roger to get into trouble because of his impulsiveness. Roger turned to look at her, his eyes softening a bit. "Teacher Yun, don't worry, I know my limits. He has the background, and I have the ability. Let's see who will have the last laugh." His tone was calm, yet revealed an unquestionable confidence. Roger stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, put his hands in his pockets, and overlooked the night view of Jiangchang. He knew in his heart that Lu Wei's threat was not empty talk. That guy's father held real power in the public security system, and one phone call could make Roger pay. His last experience at the police station had made him realize that money alone was not enough. He needed stronger power and a more thorough plan. He pulled out his phone, found Zhang Chang's number, and dialed without hesitation. The call connected quickly, and Zhang Chang's deep voice came from the other end. "Hello, Roger, more work?" Roger got straight to the point. "Zhang Chang, I need you to come back. This isn't a small fight, it's a big deal. Lu Wei has his eyes on me and my people, and I have to ensure our safety." He paused, his tone growing graver. "I want you to bring some people to the school as security guards to protect Yun Mengyao and the people around me. 100,000 a month. You can take it all, or split it with your brothers, as long as you do a good job." Zhang Chang was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Roger, your ability to make money is truly incredible. 100,000 a month, quite generous. Okay, I'll take the job. I have 2 brothers who are very skilled, we can work together." Roger nodded. "Okay, arrange it as soon as possible. I'll take care of the school and get you in as security guards. Remember, the priority is Yun Mengyao's safety. Nothing can go wrong." Zhang Zhong said sarcastically, "Don't worry, Roger. You spent so much money, how could I let you down? However, Lu Wei has a strong background. How are you going to fight him?" Roger snorted coldly. "He has his father, and I have my own way. You arrange the people first, and I have my own plans for the rest." After hanging up the phone, Roger looked out the window again, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Back on the sofa, Zhao Tingting immediately came up to him and said softly, "Master, have you arranged everything? Stop frowning and smile." As she spoke, she gently pinched Roger's cheek, her movements intimate and a little coquettish. Roger was amused by her and slapped her hand away with a smile. "Come on, stop it. We've only just started, and there's a tough battle ahead." He turned to look at Zhangya and asked, "How's the loan business going over there? Are there any new candidates for those girls at school who are borrowing money?" Zhangya raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with pride. "Don't worry, aren't you trusting me to do things?
There are already nearly 200 girls borrowing money from school.
I've compiled a list.
When you have time, I'll show you a few who are good looking and have clean backgrounds, suitable for joining our circle.
Roger nodded with satisfaction. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Next, I will select a few key people to train and expand our influence.
Lu Wei wants to fight me, and I have to let him know that I have no shortage of money or people. Yun Mengyao listened quietly, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She said softly, Roger, you're becoming more methodical, but I'm still worried.
Lu Wei isn't someone you can easily deal with.
You must be careful. Roger held her hand and said softly, Teacher Yun, don't worry.
With you here, I won't let myself lose. Yun Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly, she lowered her head and said nothing, but a warmth surged in her heart. The atmosphere in the living room gradually became relaxed.
Several beauties surrounded Roger, offering him fruits or whispering to him, just like stars surrounding the moon.
Chapter 37 Madame Lu.
Roger's phone was on his desk, and on the screen was a voice message from Yun Mengyao. Roger, my parents have been suspended.
Lu Wei did it.
Yun Mengyao, Roger's calculus teacher, is gentle and dignified, and is the white moonlight in his heart. She is not only beautiful, but also has a strong heart. But it is this beauty that makes her the target of Lu Wei's covetousness. After Lu Wei was rejected by Yun Mengyao, he became angry and used his family power to directly have Yun Mengyao's parents suspended from their jobs, threatening her that she must compromise, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Roger clicked on the voice message and listened to Yun Mengyao's voice again. Her tone was filled with helplessness and trembling. He threatened me, saying that as long as I agreed to be with him, my parents' jobs would be restored.
They are also urging me now. Roger, I really don't know what to do.
At the end of the speech, her voice was almost choked, which made Roger's heart tighten suddenly.
Lu Wei, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have power?
Roger muttered to himself, a sneer on his face.
Unfortunately, you messed with the wrong person.
The system interface in his mind automatically lit up, and a line of text appeared. New mission generated objective, protect Yun Mengyao and weaken Lu Wei's power.
Suggestion, start from the weak point of Lu Wei's family. A gleam flashed in Roger's eyes. Tasks proactively issued by the system often mean that this is a critical turning point.
He read the suggestions carefully and a name came to his mind, Mrs. Lu. According to what he learned through Zhang's intelligence network, the relationship between Lu Wei's father, Deputy Director Lu, and Mrs. Lu had long been broken, and the two had been separated for many years. Mrs. Lu was even well aware of her husband's misconduct outside, but she kept it to herself for various reasons. If he could win over Mrs. Lu and bring her to his side, he might be able to obtain enough evidence to overthrow Lu Wei's family.
Mrs. Lu.
Roger murmured, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, let's start with you. At the same time, Yun Mengyao sat in the small living room of her home. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating. Her parents sat on the sofa opposite. Her father Yun Ziyuan frowned, holding a suspension notice in his hand, while her mother Li Xiulan lowered her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Yun Ziyuan is an honest civil servant, and Li Xiulan works as an accountant in the unit.
They have worked hard for most of their lives, but now they have lost their livelihood because of a word from Lu Wei. Mengyao, Li Xiulan's voice was tearful, I know you don't like Lu Wei, but our family is in the situation now.
Can you consider it? Just for me and your father.
She raised her head, her eyes full of helplessness and pleading.
Yun Ziyuan sighed, his tone heavy, yes, Mengyao. Deputy Director Lu has absolute power in Zhangchang.
With just one word from him, we can lose our stable jobs and pensions.
He might even send us to jail. If you continue to be stubborn, what will happen to our family?
Yun Mengyao bit her lips, dug her nails deep into her palms, and tried hard to hold back her tears. She knew her parents' difficulties, but she could not accept giving up her feelings and dignity for such threats. She whispered, Dad, Mom, I'll find a way.
Give me some time and don't push me, okay?
Her voice trembled with a hint of stubbornness. Li Xiulan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yun Ziyuan. He shook his head and whispered, let her think about it. The two looked at each other, and the pressure in their eyes was as heavy as a mountain, making Yun Mengyao almost breathless. She got up and walked into her room, closed the door, leaned against the door panel, and tears finally slid down silently.
She felt helpless, yet unwilling to surrender to fate.
Roger, the man who always gave her strength, emerged in her mind. She picked up her phone and called him, Roger, I'm so tired.
I really don't know what to do.
On the other end of the phone, Roger's voice was gentle but firm. "Meng Yao, don't be afraid, I'm trying to find a way."
Trust me, okay? Yun Mengyao choked up and nodded. "I believe you, Roger."
"Don't put too much pressure on yourself, leave the rest to me." Roger's tone was as steady as a mountain, which made Yun Mengyao feel a little more at ease. On the other side, Lu Wei was sitting in the living room of his villa, crossing his legs and holding a glass of red wine. There was a smug smile on his face, and a vicious glint in his eyes. His father, Deputy Director Lu, sat opposite him, flipping through a document with a frown on his face.
"Dad, Yun Mengyao's family must be panicking right now."
Lu Wei shook his wineglass, his tone brimming with pride.
"If we fire those two old bastards, how long can they hold on? When she can't hold on any longer, she'll come and beg me."
Deputy Director Lu raised his head and said with a warning, "Xiao Wei, don't go too far with this. My position may be secure, but there are people watching me from above. If you cause trouble, I may not be able to protect you." Lu Wei waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry, Dad, I know my limits. A woman like Yun Mengyao may appear noble on the surface, but deep down she still has to bow to reality. Give her some time, and she'll come to me on her own." Deputy Director Lu said nothing more, merely nodded and continued to read the documents. He was accustomed to his son's arrogance and believed his own power was enough to handle any trouble.
However, he was unaware of the storm brewing.
Roger returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, opened his laptop, and began to look up information about Mrs. Lu. Through Zhang Ye's intelligence network, he learned that Mrs. Lu's name was Lin Shui, and she was in her early 40s. She was a beauty when she was young, and she still had the same charm today. She goes to a high-end beauty salon for treatments every week, likes to go shopping in luxury stores, and occasionally attends some celebrity gatherings. On the surface, she is Deputy Director Lu's good wife, but privately, she has long been resentful of her husband's infidelity and neglect. Roger narrowed his eyes and formed a preliminary plan in his mind. He knew that directly confronting Lu Wei and Deputy Director Lu was like hitting a rock with an egg, but if he could start with Lin Shui, things might turn around. He called Zhang Chang and said, "Brother Chang, please help me check Lin Shui's whereabouts. The more detailed the better."
Zhang Chang chuckled on the other end of the phone. "Brother Jia, are you going to do something big again?" "Okay, I'll do it right away."
"We need to be quick," Roger said in a serious tone.
"This time, our opponent is not easy to deal with. We can't afford to make any mistakes."
"Don't worry, you gave me enough money, and I will definitely be reliable." Zhang Chang agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Roger leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and Yun Mengyao's image appeared in his mind. Her gentleness and her strength moved him deeply. He knew that this fight was not only to protect Yun Mengyao, but also to prove that he would never bow to power.
Chapter 38 First Meeting with Lin Shui.
Roger was sitting in a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom with the window half open, and the wind blew through, bringing a hint of coolness. His fingers tapped lightly on the leather seat, his eyes fixed on the door of a high-end beauty salon in front of him.
Zhang Chang's intelligence showed that Lu Wei's mother Lin Shui came here for nursing every Friday, so today was a good opportunity to take action. Roger now has countless wealth thanks to cashback rewards, and the numbers in his bank account are so large that he has lost his concept of money.
The cashback on consumption skill granted by the system allows him to spend money like water while his wealth increases instead of decreases. Luxury houses, luxury cars and luxury goods are just daily embellishments for him, but he knows that true wealth is not for showing off, but for solving problems.
And now, his problem is called Lu Wei.
Lin Shui. Roger murmured softly, and the information sent by Zhang Chang emerged in his mind. Lin Shui, 43, Deputy Director Lu's wife, looks like a woman in her early 30s. Photos show her as tall, with porcelain-like skin, delicate features, and a hint of mature feminine charm between her eyebrows. Years of high-end care and fitness have kept her in excellent condition, and she exudes elegance and charm in her every move. Roger narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, a woman like this is arrogant and resentful. As long as I can find her weakness, it won't be difficult to get her involved. He opened the system interface and his eyes fell on the skill, Bewitching. This skill can triple the target's favorability, and is limited to 1 day. It is his trump card to conquer Lin Shui. He took a deep breath and silently recited, "System, activate, seductive heart, target Lin Shui."
A system prompt sounded, skill activated successfully.
Lin Shui's favorability towards the host will triple, lasting for 24 hours. Roger raised the corners of his mouth slightly, pushed open the car door, adjusted his custom-made suit, and strode towards the beauty salon.
The waiter at the door saw that he had an extraordinary demeanor and hurried over to greet him. "Sir, do you have an appointment?"
Roger smiled slightly and handed over a black gold card. "I'm looking for Ms. Lin Shui."
"I have something personal to tell you."
The waiter was stunned for a moment, then nodded respectfully after taking the card. "Please wait a moment, I'll go see Ms. Lin." A few minutes later, Lin Shui walked out of the VIP room, wearing an off-white silk shirt and a black high-waist pencil skirt that highlighted her slender figure. Her long, slightly curly hair fell over her shoulders, exuding a faint rose scent. Her skin was as smooth as jade under the light, and there was a hint of elegant aloofness between her eyebrows, as if keeping people at a distance. The years have left very few traces on her body, but instead have added a touch of mature feminine charm that makes people unable to take their eyes off her.
"Who are you?"
Lin Shui looked Roger up and down, a hint of caution in her tone. Her voice was cold and low, carrying the air of someone who had long held a high position. Luo Jie met her gaze, smiled slightly, and spoke calmly. "Ms. Lin, my name is Luo Jie, and I'm a college student. I came to see you today to discuss some cooperation." He deliberately lowered his voice, with a hint of mystery. "It's about your husband and son." Lin Shui's expression changed slightly, and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. She waved the waiter away and gestured for Roger to sit down.
"What do you know? Just tell me." Roger didn't rush to speak.
Instead, he slowly pulled a document from his briefcase and gently pushed it in front of her.
"This is Director Lu's personal expense records from recent years. Take a look. Are you interested in chatting?"
Lin Shui frowned, picked up the document, and flipped through a few pages. Her fingers were slender, their nails painted a subtle nude color, and her fingertips trembled slightly, clearly shocked by the contents of the document. The document listed Deputy Director Lu's expenses outside, including real estate, jewelry, and cash transfers to his lover, with every item clearly recorded. Lin Shui's face gradually became gloomy, and anger burned in his eyes.
"Where did you get these?"
She raised her head and stabbed Roger with her eyes like knives. Roger leaned back in his chair without any hurry, and said calmly, "Ms. Lin, I have my own channels. You should have heard about your husband's affairs outside a long time ago. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
If you are willing to cooperate, I can dig out more."
Lin Shui was silent for a moment, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. She sneered, her tone tinged with self-mockery. "Cooperation?
What can you, a young boy like you, give me? Don't tell me you're doing this for justice."
Roger smiled, a sly glint in his eyes.
"Justice? I'm not that noble. I just want to resolve some problems, like Lu Wei's entanglement with Yun Mengyao. As for you, I can give you what you want: freedom, dignity, and even a chance for revenge." He paused, his tone emphasizing, "Your husband betrayed you, and your son only knows how to stir up trouble. Are you willing to live in their shadow for the rest of your life?"
Lin Shui's body trembled slightly, clearly touched by Roger's words. She took a deep breath, concealing her inner turmoil, and said coldly, "You're quite good at talking.
What do you want me to do?"
Roger knew the fish had taken the bait. He lowered his voice and said, "I need you to provide some evidence, such as the director's shady income or Lu Wei's illegal activities.
If you help me with this, I promise you can get rid of them and live the life you want."
Lin Shui did not answer immediately, but picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Her movements were graceful and slow, as if she were weighing the pros and cons. Roger waited quietly, his eyes wandering over her, secretly admiring her charm. Her neck was a swan-like, the lines of her collarbone were delicate, and the buttons of her shirt were slightly tightened, outlining her still tight curves. There is a sense of nobility and aloofness in her temperament, like a blooming peony, beautiful but with thorns. "Okay," Lin Shui finally spoke, with a hint of determination in her tone, "I can help you, but you have to prove your sincerity first."
Roger raised an eyebrow. "How to prove it?"
Lin Shui smiled slightly, a sly look flashing in her eyes.
"Tomorrow is a charity dinner for the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. I will be attending. If you can get a ticket, we can discuss it in detail." Roger nodded without hesitation. "No problem, see you tomorrow."
He stood up and said goodbye. Before leaving, he gave her a deep look and thought to himself, the system skills are really powerful.
The favorability is so high after the first meeting.
"Lin Shui, you will soon be mine." After leaving the beauty salon, Roger got in his car and opened the system interface. Lin Shui's initial favorability was 20%, but with the help of Bewitching, it soared to 60%. He nodded with satisfaction, knowing that tomorrow's dinner was crucial. He called Zhang Chang and said, "Brother Chang, please get me a ticket to the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce charity dinner."
The sooner the better.
Jiang Chang chuckled, Roger, your ability to make money is truly unmatched.
Okay, I'll give it to you before noon tomorrow.
At the same time, Yun Mengyao was sitting at home. The lights in the living room were dim and depressing. Her parents sat opposite her, and the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating.
Father Yun Ziyuan held the suspension notice in his hand and sighed. Mengyao, if Lu Wei doesn't relent, what are we going to do?
Li Xilan, the mother, wiped her tears and said, just think about it, Mengyao.
We can't defeat them.
Yun Mengyao bit her lip, a stubborn look flashing in her eyes. Dad, Mom, I won't bow to him.
Roger will help us. Chapter 39 Dance. The following evening, the Jiangcheng International Hotel was ablaze with lights as the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce held its charity dinner.
Luxury cars lined the entrance, and the guests were elegantly dressed. Roger, dressed in a black custom-made suit, exuded a calm demeanor, a diamond brooch pinned to his chest, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. He entered the venue, ticket in hand, his gaze searching for Lin Shui.
The hall was resplendent, its crystal chandeliers shimmering with dazzling light. A jazz band played.
Roger's eyes quickly fixed on Lin Shui. She was dressed in a deep blue velvet evening gown, its skirt sweeping the floor, framing her graceful figure. Her shoulders were bare, her collarbone elegant, and an emerald necklace adorned her neck, evoking an understated luxury. Her makeup was delicate, her eyes arched upwards, and she exuded the allure of a mature woman, like a night rose, captivating and charming. Roger picked up the champagne and walked over slowly. Ms. Lin, you are radiant tonight. Lin Shui turned her head, a flash of surprise in her eyes, and then she smiled and said, Mr. Luo, you really came. Her voice was soft and tentative, and her smile was like a spring breeze.
Roger clinked his glasses together. Like I said, I'm sincere. Let's find a quiet place to talk.
Lin Shui raised her eyebrows and nodded. Okay, follow me.
The two of them came to the terrace. The night breeze was cool and the night view of Jiangcheng was in full view.
Lin Shui leaned against the railing, her skirt swaying gently in the breeze, revealing her slender ankles. Her profile was soft, aloof, and picturesque in the moonlight. Roger stood beside her, secretly sighing at the power of seducing hearts. The 60% favorability made her obviously less wary of him.
Tell me, what do you want?
Lin Shui went straight to the point.
Roger looked her straight in the eye. Ms. Lin, I can give you whatever you want.
I can help you expose Director Lu's scandals and bring him to ruin.
I can also make Lu Wei pay for his misdeeds. You just need to give me evidence, such as account books or transaction records. Lin Shui's eyes glared and she sneered, aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? I'm still Director Lu's wife.
Roger shrugged.
You won't. Because you know better than anyone that Director Lu is ruthless to you. You want freedom, and I am your chance.
His voice was deep and magnetic, with a convincing power. Lin Shui's gaze lingered on his face, complex emotions flashing in her eyes. She turned away from Roger and whispered, you're right, I hate them.
But this is too risky. I need security.
Roger pulled a bank card from his suit pocket and placed it on the railing. 50 million as a deposit, another 50 million upon completion, plus a sea view villa.
I'll also ensure your safety.
Lin Shui looked at the card, surprise flashing in her eyes. She picked it up, stroking it, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Mr. Luo, how could a college student like you get so much money?
Roger smiled, there are many secrets in this world, and my wealth is just one of them.
Lin Shui put the card away and nodded, okay, I'll trust you this time.
In 3 days, I'll give you the first piece of evidence. Roger raised his glass, it's a pleasure to work with you.
In the second half of the dinner, Roger and Lin Shui returned to the hall. The band switched to a slower dance track, and the guests began a couple's dance. Lin Shui looked toward the dance floor, a flicker of longing in her eyes.
Roger caught her expression and held out his hand. Ms. Lin, would you do me the honor of dancing with me?
Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you are quite courageous. She placed her hand on his palm, which was soft and warm. On the dance floor, Roger held her waist, and Lin Shui's fragrance filled her nostrils.
She leaned close to him and whispered, you know what? I haven't danced like this in a long time.
Her voice was filled with a hint of sigh, and her eyes flashed with tenderness.
Roger lowered his head, his eyes burning. Ms. Lin, you deserve a better life.
Lin Shui chuckled and leaned closer. You are very good at talking, Mr. Luo. When the song ended, Lin Shui's cheeks flushed slightly, and there was a hint of intimacy in her eyes. The system prompts, Lin Shui's favorability plus 15%, currently 75%. Roger was secretly happy, the progress of the strategy exceeded expectations.
After the dinner, Roger walked Lin Shui to the car. Roger nodded. Ms. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you. Back in the car, he opened the system interface. Lin Shui's favorability had reached 75%. He called Zhang Chang and said, "Brother Chang, keep an eye on Lin Shui's whereabouts, especially her interactions with Director Liu." Chapter 40, Capturing Madame Liu. The night in the Emerald Lake Villa district is quiet, the stars are reflected on the lake, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of osmanthus. Roger stood in front of a European-style villa, holding a door card in his hand, his eyes deep and firm. 3 days ago, he reached a preliminary agreement with Lin Shui at the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce charity dinner. Tonight, she asked him to meet at her private villa. The message was brief: "See you at Emerald Lake Villa at 8 o'clock." Roger knew that this was a critical moment in the strategy. He was wearing a low-key black silk shirt with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing his strong forearms, and a pair of slim-fit trousers, outlining his upright figure. Tonight, his goal is not to show off his wealth, but to completely win over Lin Shui Lu Wei's mother, a woman who still has charm, and also his breakthrough point to overthrow Lu father and son. Roger rang the doorbell and the door of the villa slowly opened. Lin Shui stood at the entrance, wearing a burgundy silk nightgown with a thin belt tied around her waist, outlining her graceful figure. Under the light, her skin was as white as cream, with a pearly luster, as if water could be squeezed out of it. Her long hair was loosely draped over her shoulders, slightly curled, giving her a hint of lazy sexiness. Her lips were painted with a light rose lipstick and were slightly upturned. The collar of Lin Shui's nightgown was slightly open, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. The faintly visible curve below her collarbone was faintly visible under the light, which was very imaginative. She was barefoot, her ankles as slender as jade. The age of 43 seems to be just a number on her. Years of high-end care and fitness make her look no more than in her early 30s. Her charm is enough to make any man's heart beat. "Mr. Luo, please come in." Lin Shui's voice was low and soft, with a hint of homely laziness. She moved aside, the hem of her nightgown swaying gently, emitting a faint scent of jasmine perfume that teased Roger's senses. Roger nodded and walked into the living room, his eyes scanning the room. The decor is luxurious, with a Monet-style painting hanging on the wall and the floor being dark walnut with a warm sheen. In the center of the living room, a white marble coffee table sits, upon which rest 2 glasses of red wine, the liquid swaying in the crystal glasses, reflecting a hazy light. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the ripples of the lake are reflected in the room, adding a touch of romance and mystery to the entire space. Lin Shui sat down gracefully, her legs crossed, the slit of her nightgown sliding up slightly, revealing her slender calves, the lines of which were as smooth as sculptures. She picked up a glass of red wine, shook it gently, and a look of scrutiny flashed in her eyes. "Mr. Luo, this is the evidence you want." She pushed a black USB drive towards her, her tone calm but with a hint of tentativeness, a copy of Deputy Director Lu's account book. It contains his shady income over the years. It also contains some videos of Lu Wei, enough to make him pay. Roger took the USB drive and was delighted, but he remained calm on the surface. He put the USB drive into his suit pocket, his eyes fell on Lin Shui, and he smiled. "Ms. Lin, very efficient. What would you like next?" His voice is deep and magnetic, with an irresistible charm. Lin Shui picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The red wine left a faint trace on her lips, making her lips look even more beautiful. She put down her wine glass and slowly stood up. The thin straps of her nightgown were loose, and the curve of her waist became even more seductive under the light. She approached Roger and stopped in front of him, close enough that he could feel her warm breath. The scent of her perfume filled my nose, carrying a hint of sweet temptation, like the night breeze in midsummer, making me feel distracted. "Roger," Lin Shui called him by his name for the first time, her voice as soft as silk. "You should know that what I want is not just money." Her fingers gently stroked his chest, her fingertips soft as feathers, with a hint of teasing. Her eyes moved like a bottomless lake, hiding complex emotions: resentment for her husband's betrayal, desire for freedom, and a hint of curiosity and admiration for Roger. Roger's heartbeat quickened. The system showed that Lin Shui's favorability had reached 75%. With the help of bewitching heart, her attitude towards him became noticeably closer. He stood up and met her gaze, a burning look in his eyes. "Ms. Lin, are you sure you want to do this?" His voice was low, with a hint of temptation, but also revealed a force that could not be refused. Lin Shui chuckled and moved closer to him. The collar of her nightgown slipped down slightly, revealing her fair shoulders. Her skin glowed softly under the light, like fine porcelain. Her breath was warm, brushing against Roger's ear. "Roger, you are a smart man. You know, sometimes, allies need a closer relationship."
Her fingers slid from his chest to his neck, gently stroking, with an irresistible teasing. Roger no longer hesitated and put his arms around her waist, his palms feeling her soft skin through the thin silk. Her waist is slender and elastic, like a crescent moon, so perfect that it is breathtaking.
He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Then it will be as you wish."
His lips gently kissed her neck. Lin Shue's body trembled slightly and she let out a low sigh. Her hands climbed onto his shoulders and her nails gently dug into his shirt. The lights in the room gradually dimmed, and the lake outside the window reflected an ambiguous silhouette. Lin Shue's nightgown slipped to the ground, revealing her tight body with curves as perfect as a sculpture. Her long hair was scattered and draped over her shoulders, like a black waterfall, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Her breathing was rapid, and a hazy glint flashed in her eyes, like a blooming flower, exuding a heart-stirring beauty. 2 hours later, Roger leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette, and a faint smoke filled the air. Lin Shui curled up beside him, her burgundy nightgown crumpled into a ball and casually draped around her waist. Her cheeks were flushed with satisfaction, and her skin was still as smooth as jade under the dim light, like a white lotus that had just been washed by rain. Her long hair was scattered messily on the pillow, and there was a hint of lazy tenderness between her eyebrows.
She was less distant than before and more intimate.
"Roger," Lin Shue's voice was soft and a little hoarse, "you are more charming than I thought." She turned sideways, put her arm on his chest, and gently drew circles with her fingertips, like a coquettish kitten. Roger chuckled and blew out a puff of smoke. "Ms. Lin, you are not bad either." He looked down at her, his eyes wandering over her body, and secretly admired her beauty. In his heart the corners of her eyes were slightly raised, with a hint of coquettish charm. Her lips were delicate, like ripe cherries. Her figure was tight and soft, like a carefully crafted work of art, exuding the fatal attraction of a mature woman. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Lin Shue's favorability increased by 25%, currently 100%, unlocking the complete loyalty status.
"Do you want to bind her as a maid?"
Roger chose bind without hesitation, and was secretly happy in his heart. Lin Shui had completely become his, not only an ally, but also an ace in front of the Lu father and son. Lin Shui sat up and adjusted her nightgown, her movements graceful and slow. She pulled a glass of water from the bedside table and handed it to Roger, saying in a serious tone, "The evidence in the USB drive is enough to make it impossible for them to turn over a new leaf. Director Lu's account book contains hundreds of millions in shady income, and Lu Wei's video includes his illegal activities in the nightclub. But you have to be careful, Deputy Director Lu still has some connections, and he may not surrender without a fight." Roger took the cup of water and nodded. "Don't worry, I will handle it cleanly." He looked at Lin Shui, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. "Sister Shui, thank you." He deliberately changed the address, with a bit of intimacy.
Lin Shui was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, "Sister Shui?
"Ha, you're quite the pleasing guy." Her smile was as bright as a flower, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "Roger, I've never trusted anyone in my life, but now I trust you." Roger held her hand, and the warmth from her palm warmed his heart. "You won't regret it." He knew that Lin Shui was not only his ally, but also a sharp weapon that helped him to turn the tide in Jiangcheng. The air in the room seemed to stagnate for a moment. Moonlight streamed in through the window, falling on Lin Shue's profile, outlining her soft outline. Lin Shui bit her lip lightly, a barely perceptible blush spreading across her face. She turned away from Roger, walked to the window, and whispered, "The moonlight is so beautiful tonight." Roger followed and stood behind her, so close that he could almost smell the delicate fragrance of her hair. He lowered his head to her ear and whispered softly, "Sister Shui, you are more beautiful than the moonlight." His breath brushed against her ear, and Lin Shue's body trembled slightly, but she did not retreat.
She turned and looked up at him.
Their eyes met, as if an invisible force was drawing them closer.
Lin Shue's breathing quickened.
She whispered, "Roger, you're always so good at talking." Her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, but a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Roger reached out and gently touched her shoulder, his fingers lingering near her collarbone, his movements gentle and controlled. "Sister Shui," he said, his voice so low it was almost a whisper, "with you here, I'm not afraid of anything." His hand slid slowly down, finally resting on her waist, the warmth of his palm radiating through the fabric.
Lin Shui didn't push him away.
She just smiled and leaned closer. Her head rested lightly on his chest, her voice lazy and gentle, "Roger, you are really special." Her arms wrapped around his waist, the movement natural but full of dependence. Their figures gradually drew closer in the moonlight, their breathing mingling in the quiet room. As the night deepened, they lay side by side in bed, a thin blanket covering them. Lin Shui rested her head in Roger's arms, a satisfied smile on her face. Roger's fingers gently combed her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness.
Sister Shui, Roger whispered, I will always be with you.
Lin Shui looked up, a glimmer in her eyes. Roger, I believe you. Their hands were tightly clasped together, and the moonlight shone on them, creating a warm and ambiguous picture.
Chapter 41 Undercurrent.
Roger sat in the custom leather boss chair in the villa's study, his fingertips gently stroking the black USB drive. The USB flash drive contained the blockbuster that Lin Shui gave him a copy of Deputy Director Lu's Gray income account book over the years, as well as video evidence of Lu Wei's debauchery in various entertainment venues. These things are enough to ruin the reputation of the Lu family father and son, and even send them to jail. The corners of his mouth curled up in a confident arc, and the sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting mottled light and shadows on his face. Lu Wei, Deputy Director Lu, Roger muttered the two names softly, a cold glint in his eyes. Your good days are over. He did not choose to hand over the evidence directly to the Discipline Inspection Commission. He knew very well that Deputy Director Lu had been operating in Jiangqing for many years and had a complex network of relationships. A direct report would likely fall on deaf ears or even alert the enemy. He needed a more subtle and sensational way, and he thought of the internet. Roger contacted a senior network promoter, codenamed Keyboard Warrior, whom he met through the Dark Pool platform. He sent some censored videos and account book photos to keyboard warriors and paid a hefty fee, asking them to ignite public opinion on major social media platforms and forums, but to conceal any of his information. The keyboard warriors were incredibly efficient.
Early the next morning, anonymous revelations began circulating on Jiangqing's major forums and Weibo accounts. The headlines were sensational, shocking.
The son of a certain Jiangqing leader's extravagant nightclub lifestyle is linked to a vast amount of undisclosed assets. Although the information has been blurred, anyone with a discerning eye can guess some of the truth by looking at Lu Wei's arrogant face in the video and the huge numbers vaguely visible in the account book. For a time, public opinion was in an uproar. Netizens have been speculating about the identity of this leader's son, and various exposes have emerged one after another.
Lu Wei's name and his father Lu's position as deputy director were quickly dug out by resourceful netizens.
Roger looked at the ever-increasing popularity and number of comments on his phone and smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to make the Lu family father and son invisible in the vast sea of people. However, the development of things was beyond his expectations. In just half a day, those posts and videos that were causing a stir on the internet disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if they were strangled by an invisible hand.
Relevant content on major platforms was completely deleted, and even some discussion groups were forcibly disbanded.
Several small internet celebrities who had previously forwarded this content also deleted their posts and apologized, claiming that they were misinformed rumors.
Roger's smile froze.
He immediately contacted the keyboard warrior, but his reply was filled with a hint of helplessness and solemnity. Mr. Luo, the other party's power is far greater than we imagined.
All publishing channels have been blocked, and several of my backup accounts have also been blocked.
This is a very dangerous situation.
I urge you to be cautious. Roger put down his phone, his brow furrowed.
He had underestimated the influence Deputy Director Lu had built up over the years in Jiangqing.
This kind of ability to suppress public opinion was something no ordinary person could achieve.
Almost immediately, Lin Shui called. Her voice was filled with a subtle hint of anxiety.
Roger, things are bad. Old Lu, he knows someone's behind this.
He was furious last night, saying he'd find out who's behind this and tear them to pieces.
Roger's heart trembled. Sister Shui, does he suspect you?
Not yet, Lin Shui said in a low voice, but he's already started investigating, and I'm afraid I can't hold out for much longer. He's a very suspicious person, and his methods are ruthless.
For now, don't do anything with the things you gave me.
We need to make a long-term plan. Roger said in a deep voice, I understand, Sister Shui.
Please be careful over there and contact me anytime if there is anything.
After hanging up the phone, Roger's face was so gloomy it looked like water could drip out of it. For the first time, he felt the immense pressure of power, like an invisible net quietly closing in on him. Money, at this moment, seemed so pale and powerless. It seems that those who are barefoot cannot beat those who wear shoes. This is true. Roger smiled self-deprecatingly, but there was no trace of retreat in his eyes. Instead, he ignited an even stronger fighting spirit. At that moment, Yun Mengyao also called. Her voice was tinged with tears.
Roger, my parents, they were called in for a talk by someone at work today.
They said they had to cooperate with the investigation, but in reality, it was just a disguised form of pressure. Lu Wei is definitely seeking revenge against us. What should we do, Roger? Roger took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and softly comforted her. Meng Yao, don't panic, I'm here.
I'll find a way to deal with your parents. Remember, no matter what happens, don't compromise with Lu Wei. Well, I believe you. Yun Mengyao's voice was still choked, but with a hint of relief. After the call ended, Roger paced back and forth in his study. Deputy Director Lu's counterattack was faster and more ruthless than he had imagined. Not only did he suppress online public opinion, he also directly targeted Yun Mengyao's parents, a naked warning and threat. I can't just sit there and wait for death. A cold light flashed in Roger's eyes. He knew that he had to find a new breakthrough as soon as possible, or increase his strength. He opened the system panel, looked at his remaining 11 free allocation points, and fell into deep thought. He was now 180 centimeters tall, and his physical strength far surpassed that of an average person. These points should be used in more critical areas. In the evening, Zhang Ye and Su Mei came back. They were still wearing their business suits, but their faces showed a hint of fatigue and worry. Zhang Ye placed a stack of documents in front of Roger and said in a low voice, "Master, our lending business has been hit by some obstacles recently. A few female university students who had previously agreed to lend to us have suddenly changed their minds, claiming they've received a warning and are afraid to borrow money from us." She was wearing a black slim-fit suit and the collar of her white shirt was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. She usually had a confident smile on her face, but at this moment, her brows were slightly furrowed, and she seemed to be worried. Su Mei also nodded.
She was wearing a gray plaid suit with a beige turtleneck sweater. She looked intelligent and capable, but there was also worry in her tone. "Yes, master.
And I feel like someone seems to be secretly investigating us recently.
When we went to promote our products near several schools, we always felt that someone was watching us." Roger looked through the documents, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Deputy Director Lu has already reached out to the lending business on which he built his wealth. This is cutting off the source of his wealth. It seems that he wants to crush me to death in Jiangcheng.
Roger sneered and threw the information on the table. Shen Sisi came over with a cup of hot tea.
She was wearing an everyday cotton dress with a simple floral pattern, making her look like a girl next door, gentle and serene. She placed the cup next to Roger and said softly, "Master, don't worry too much.
There will always be a way forward."
Zhao Tingting also came down from upstairs. She had just finished her daily dance practice.
She was wearing a black tight training suit that outlined her perfect figure.
Sweat soaked her forehead hair, and a few strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, adding a bit of sexiness. She walked behind Roger, stretched out her slender arms, gently massaged his temples, and said softly, "Yes, master, no matter what happens, we will be with you." Roger felt the maid's care, and the knot in his heart eased a little.
He knew he wasn't fighting alone.
He had their loyalty, which was one of his most precious treasures.
"I'm fine."
Roger held Zhao Tingting's hand and looked up at them.
"It's just that Deputy Director Lu's counterattack is a little more troublesome than I thought.
However, if he thinks that this can make me surrender, then he underestimates me, Roger." A stern look flashed in his eyes. "Since he wants to play, then I will play with him. Jiangcheng, it's time to change the weather." As the night deepened, Roger stood alone on the terrace of his villa, overlooking the brightly lit Jiangcheng. He needs new forces, new allies, and a more careful plan. Deputy Director Lu's power hung over him like a dark cloud, but the fire in his heart burned even more vigorously.
He thought of Lianqi, the hot, righteous policewoman. Perhaps she could be an unexpected helper. He pulled out his phone and found Lianqi's WeChat account. Her profile picture was still the same one of her silhouetted against the police car, looking so heroic. However, now is not the best time to contact her. Chapter 42 Bailing Club. The morning sun streamed into Roger's villa as usual, but there was an unusual tension in the air. Deputy Director Lu's counterattack was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples it caused were expanding in circles, gradually affecting every aspect of Roger's life. At the table, the atmosphere at breakfast was somewhat dull. Zhang Ye and Su Mei's faces were filled with unconcealable fatigue. "Master," Zhang Ye put down her coffee cup. She was wearing a smart white silk blouse and a black hip skirt, which highlighted her mature and slender figure. However, her brows were furrowed. Yesterday, 2 more female college students canceled their loan applications. They told me privately that the counselor had a talk with them.
They said the school is cracking down on bad campus loans and warned them not to use any unauthorized lending platforms. She paused, her tone more serious. Also, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau sent people to inspect our affiliated microfinance company today.
Although they didn't find any major problems, they're clearly targeting us. Su Mei nodded.
She had chosen a beige linen suit and skirt suit today, which made her look intellectual and elegant. She usually wore a gentle smile, but now there was a hint of worry in her eyes.
Yes, master.
When we were handing out flyers near Jiang University this morning, we encountered a few plainclothes men who were watching us from a distance. They looked like police officers. Roger listened silently, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table.
Deputy Director Lu's methods are indeed cruel.
He wants to cut off his financial retreat and at the same time collect his black material. Although his lending business has a low interest rate and its main purpose is to sign maids, it is still operating in a gray area. If he is caught, it will be a big trouble.
I understand.
Roger's tone was calm, but his eyes were becoming more profound.
It seems that money and some petty tricks alone are not enough to shake this local tyrant.
He knew that Deputy Director Lu had been operating in Jiangcheng for many years and had connections in the police, business, and political circles. If he wanted to bring him down, he had to find a force that could compete with him or even surpass him. Although Brother Chang's men can handle some emergencies, they're ultimately not a force that can be put on the table. Roger thought to himself, what I need is someone I can have a direct conversation with, someone who can even make Deputy Director Lu wary.
He thought of Lin Shui.
Although Lin Shui gave him key evidence, she was also a member of the Lu family and her movements were restricted, so the help she could provide was limited. I need a true ally, a woman with her own independent power and intelligence network. Roger looked out the window, and the morning light of Jiangcheng cast a layer of golden light in his eyes.
Just then, his phone vibrated.
It was an encrypted message from Zhangya. Master, I've heard from some former business friends that there's a very special place in Jiangcheng called the Bai Ling Club. It said that this is where the truly powerful and wealthy in Jiangcheng come to conduct private transactions, exchange information, and reach tacit agreements.
The owner of the club is a woman named Bai Ling.
She's very mysterious and powerful. She can handle many of Jiangcheng's shady matters.
Roger's eyes lit up. Bailing Club? Bailing? The name exudes an extraordinary aura. Go on, Roger replied.
Zhangya quickly sent a follow-up message. Bai Ling is approximately 35 or 36 years old. No one knows her exact background.
All we know is that she suddenly appeared in Jiangcheng a few years ago and quickly established this club.
She rarely appears in public, but no one in Jiangcheng's upper class dares to underestimate her. It is said that she holds the secrets of most of Jiangcheng's powerful and influential people, and her style of action is both good and evil, focusing only on profit, not on position.
It is very difficult to meet her.
The Bai Ling Club has a strict membership and recommendation system, and ordinary people can't even get in.
Roger's lips curled up slightly. Interesting.
Find a way to help me get into the Bai Ling Club, or contact Bai Ling directly.
Money is not a problem. Yes, master. I will do my best.
Zhangya replied. In the next few days, Deputy Director Lu felt more and more pressured. Several bank accounts under Roger's name had their funds partially frozen on suspicion of illegal fundraising. While the majority of his wealth flowed through the system and overseas accounts, the impact was minimal, but it was undoubtedly a strong warning signal. Zhang Chang also received news that the men he had assigned to protect Yun Mengyao were receiving special attention from the local police station, with their IDs checked and interrogated frequently.
Roger knew he couldn't wait any longer. That evening, Zhangya finally delivered the good news. Master, I've made the contact.
Ms. Bai Ling will be hosting a small, private wine tasting at the club tonight, and she's only invited a dozen or so VIPs. I've secured an invitation for you through the connections of an old client. However, they've clearly stated that only you can enter.
Very good.
A gleam flashed in Roger's eyes. As night falls, the lights come on. The Bailing Club is located deep in a quiet old street in Jiangcheng. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary small Western-style building from the Republic of China period, with blue bricks and black tiles. There are two quaint red lanterns hanging at the door, and no signboard. If it weren't for the top luxury cars parked at the door, it would be hard to imagine that this is a den of luxury where the powerful and wealthy in Jiangcheng flock to.
Roger chose a dark gray suit with dark patterns tonight. It was well tailored and made his figure look more upright.
He did not wear any exaggerated accessories, only a low-key sapphire collar pin on his collar, and his whole body exuded a calm and introverted aura. His height has reached 180 centimeters.
After multiple system enhancements, his physique has become well-proportioned and strong.
He is no longer the slightly fat boy he used to be. After showing the electronic invitation at the door, two tall waiters wearing black cheongsams respectfully let him in. The interior of the club is a different world, completely different from the quaint exterior. Luxurious crystal chandeliers, precious Persian carpets, modern art paintings on the walls that are difficult to understand but look very impressive, and the air is filled with the unique scent of a mixture of light sandalwood and cigars. Melodious classical music flowed in my ears, and guests gathered in twos and threes, talking in low voices.
Everyone was well dressed and behaved elegantly, obviously either rich or noble.
Roger searched the crowd, and soon he saw his target for the night, Bai Ling. She was standing on the terrace on the second floor of the club, chatting and laughing with an old man with gray hair and extraordinary demeanor. Bai Ling was wearing a long dark green velvet cheongsam with a very high slit. As she moved, her long, white legs were faintly visible. The cheongsam was embroidered with intricate phoenix patterns in gold thread, which sparkled under the light. Her hair was neatly tied behind her head and fixed with a jade hairpin, revealing her smooth and full forehead and the elegant curve of her neck. Her makeup is exquisite and retro, with slender willow-shaped eyebrows and slightly upturned eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes flash with a sharp light that sees through everything. Her red lips are as plump as ripe cherries, and there is always a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, making it impossible to see her true thoughts. She was about 35 or 36 years old. Not only had the years not left many traces on her face, but they had added a unique mature charm and elegant temperament to her, like an inky peony blooming in the dark night, mysterious and dangerous, yet exuding a fatal attraction. Roger picked up a glass of champagne and slowly walked up to the second floor and onto the terrace. Bai Ling seemed to notice his gaze, ended the conversation with the old man, turned slightly, and looked at Roger.
This gentleman looks unfamiliar.
Bai Ling's voice was as soft as a feather, yet it carried an undeniable penetrating power. Her gaze, like the most sophisticated scanner, lingered on Roger for several seconds.
The system interface pops up instantly. Name, Bai Ling. Age, 35. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 92-60-93. System score, 96 points.
Introduction: the owner of the Bai Ling Club, with a mysterious background, extensive connections, and a master of calculations, he holds many of Jiangqing's secrets.
Extremely dangerous, yet extremely valuable. Current favorability, 5% slightly interested.
Version number, unknown, system cannot detect. Roger's heart trembled slightly. A high score of 96 points was comparable to Lin Wanner's, and even more so in temperament.
Version number unknown.
This was the first time he encountered a situation where the system was unable to detect the problem.
This woman was indeed not simple.
An initial favorability of 5% is a good start.
Luo Jie smiled slightly, raised his glass, and said calmly, "Ms. Bai Ling, I have long heard of your name. My name is Luo Jie, a young man who wanted to do some small business in Jiangcheng, but accidentally got into some trouble." Bai Ling's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, and her red lips curled up in an intriguing arc. "Oh? In trouble?"
If it can make Mr. Luo come to my Bai Ling Club in person, it must be no small trouble. She picked up a glass of red wine and shook it gently. The dark green cheongsam fluttered slightly in the night breeze, and the gold thread on the phoenix pattern flickered with tiny light.
"It's really not a small problem," Roger admitted frankly. "I heard that Ms. Bai Ling has connections in Jiangcheng. There's nothing you can't handle. Mr. Luo, you are too kind."
Bai Ling took a sip of red wine and stared at Roger sharply. "I only talk about business here, not friendship. What price can you pay for me to help you solve this trouble?" Her voice was still soft, but every word carried unquestionable weight. Roger stared at her.
This woman was like a cloud of mist, beautiful yet dangerous.
He knew that ordinary money and promises would hardly impress her.
He needed to demonstrate sufficient value and sincerity. "Price?"
Roger smiled, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes.
"The price I can pay may be beyond Ms. Bai Ling's imagination. But before that, I would like to show you something."
He pulled out a small metal USB flash drive from his suit pocket and handed it over.
"There might be something in here that Ms. Bai Ling might be interested in."
In the USB drive were some little secrets about Deputy Director Liu that he had carefully selected but had not yet been made public, but were enough to arouse the interest of people of Bai Ling's level. These secrets were not fatal, but were enough to demonstrate his intelligence capabilities and the resources at his disposal.
Bai Ling took the USB drive and did not check it immediately.
He just gently stroked the metal shell with his slender fingers and looked at Roger deeply, as if he wanted to see something from his face. The atmosphere on the terrace became subtle because of the small USB flash drive. The noise in the distance seemed to be isolated, leaving only the sound of the night wind blowing across the railings and the silent contest between the two people.
Chapter 43 Benefits.
The night breeze on the terrace brought a hint of coolness, blowing the corners of the white-feathered cheongsam, and the golden phoenix seemed to be about to spread its wings and fly on the dark green velvet. She held the small metal USB drive between her slender fingers, but did not check it immediately. Instead, she looked at the young man in front of her with interest.
Roger looked back at her calmly.
He knew that a woman like Bai Ling had seen many ups and downs in Jiangcheng, and ordinary means and wealth would hardly move her. He handed over the USB drive, not expecting the contents to bring down Deputy Director Liu immediately, but as a stepping stone, a chip to show that he was qualified to sit at the table. "Mr. Luo," Bai Ling finally spoke, his voice still gentle, yet with a hint of amusement.
"You're very interesting.
It's been a long time since Jiangcheng has seen a young man like you, a young man who's fearless and possesses a bit of a mysterious hidden weapon." She paused and put the USB drive into the hidden pocket of her cheongsam.
"I'll look at what's inside. But if you want me to help you, I'm afraid this alone isn't enough." Roger understood that Bai Ling was testing his bottom line and weighing his value.
He smiled faintly.
"Ms. Bai Ling is quick-witted, and I like that. Please state your terms."
"As long as I, Roger, can deliver, I will not refuse." Bai Ling turned around and leaned on the white marble railing, her gaze cast towards the dazzling city night view in the distance. The cheongsam outlined her exquisite and curvy back, her slender waist and round hips, full of the ultimate temptation of a mature woman. She said quietly, "Deputy Director Liu has deep roots in Jiangcheng. Touching him is no small matter.
Although my bailing club has some power, it's not a charity.
I need to see sufficient returns." She turned around, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming shrewdly in the moonlight.
"First, I need to know your background.
You suddenly appeared, with abundant funds and strong intelligence capabilities.
There must be something behind this.
I need you to give me a reasonable explanation, at least to convince me that you are not a pawn sent by some hostile force to disrupt the situation in Jiangcheng."
Roger nodded, "Of course.
The source of my wealth involves some business secrets, but I can assure Ms. Bai Ling that it is absolutely clean and has nothing to do with any illegal organization.
As for intelligence, I have some special friends and channels."
He did not explain the existence of the system in detail, but just mentioned it in an ambiguous way. Bai Ling raised his eyebrows noncommittally, obviously not completely satisfied with this explanation, but he didn't delve into it further. She continued, "Secondly, Deputy Director Liu holds the development rights to a piece of land in the west of the city.
I've been eyeing that piece of land for a long time.
If you can help me get that land, or at least prevent him from developing it smoothly, I'll consider helping you deal with him."
"Land in the west of the city?"
Roger quickly calculated in his mind. He had also heard of this piece of land. It was a new district that Jiangcheng was focusing on planning in the next few years, and its value was immeasurable.
Deputy Director Liu's acquisition of the development rights must have involved a complex exchange of interests. Bai Ling's desire for this piece of land suggests she has considerable ambition. Ms. Bai Ling has quite a big appetite. Roger smiled. That piece of land is a hot potato right now. Deputy Director Liu must be watching it more closely than his own eyes.
Precisely because this is a hot potato, we need a special talent like Mr. Luo to come up with a solution. Bai Ling's red lips curled up into a meaningful smile. If you can accomplish this, it will not only prove your ability, but also let me see the value of cooperating with you. By then, not to mention Deputy Director Liu, I can open the door for you to do many things in Jiangcheng."
Roger pondered for a moment.
The conditions proposed by Bai Ling undoubtedly pushed him into a more direct conflict with Deputy Director Liu.
But he had no choice.
If he wanted to completely solve Lu Wei's troubles and protect Yun Mengyao and her family, he had to bring down the big tree of Deputy Director Liu. And Bai Ling is the most powerful leverage he can find at the moment.
"Okay." Roger's answer was brief and powerful. "I'll find a way to deal with the land in the west of the city.
However, I also need Ms. Bai Ling to provide some necessary support when I take action, such as intelligence, or to help me restrain some of Deputy Director Liu's connections at critical moments."
"Of course."
Bai Ling extended her slender hand, her fingers smooth as scallions.
It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Luo.
Roger took her hand. It felt smooth and cool, like a beautiful snake. He smiled faintly.
It's a pleasure to work with you, Ms. Bai Ling.
The system prompt sounded at this time. Bai Ling's favorability plus 10%, current favorability 15%, initial cooperation intention. Roger was not surprised that the favorability increased slowly.
A woman like Bai Ling wouldn't open up to anyone easily.
He needed to win her trust with strength and results. The two chatted on the terrace about some secret information about the various forces in Jiangcheng. Bai Ling was indeed well informed. In just a few words, he pointed out many key points that Roger had not been able to see before. This conversation gave Roger a deeper understanding of the power structure in Jiangcheng and made him more aware of the challenges he would face. It was already late at night when they left the bailing club. Roger got into his Rolls-Royce and rubbed his brow. The confrontation with Bai Ling seemed calm, but in fact there were undercurrents, and every word was full of temptation and calculation.
This woman is a double-edged sword. If used well, she can help him overcome difficulties.
If used poorly, she may backfire on him.
When we returned to the villa, the maids had already gone to bed.
Roger did not disturb them. He went to the study alone, turned on the computer, and began to study the information about the land in the west of the city. According to information, the development project of this land is in charge of Deputy Director Lu's brother-in-law, Huang Debiao, who is also Lu Wei's uncle.
Huang Debiao is a well-known gangster and moneylender in Jiangcheng.
Relying on the protection of Deputy Director Lu, he has contracted many government projects in recent years. He acts arrogantly and has a long history of bad deeds.
Huang Debiao.
A cold light flashed in Roger's eyes. Looks like I have to start with you.
In the next few days, Roger asked Zheng Chang to collect negative information about Huang Debiao while keeping a close eye on Deputy Director Lu's movements.
After public opinion was suppressed, Deputy Director Lu did not give up, but instead stepped up the pressure on Roger.
Yun Mengyao's parents were completely marginalized by their workplace.
They had nothing to do every day and had to undergo various forms of ideological education, both overt and covert, which put them under tremendous mental pressure. Yun Mengyao cried to Roger on the phone several times. Roger could only suppress his anger, comfort her softly, and promise to solve the problem as soon as possible.
Zhang Ye and Su Mei's lending business is also struggling.
After being warned, some of their previous old customers dare not contact them again. Attracting new customers also became extremely difficult. On several occasions, when they were distributing flyers, unidentified people snatched their promotional materials and threatened them with verbal abuse.
Master, this isn't a solution.
Zhang Ye, wearing a black lace-made outfit with a very short skirt that accentuated her legs, was filled with anxiety. Our funding is fine, but if business continues to stagnate, it will impact your future plans. Also, I have a feeling Deputy Director Lu has a trick up his sleeve.
Roger nodded. Of course he knew.
It's impossible that an old fox like Deputy Director Lu only has this trick. He was now like a slowly tightening net, trying to trap Roger to death.
Any news from Sister Shui? Roger asked.
After giving him the USB drive, Lin Shui lay low for a while, trying to avoid arousing Deputy Director Lu's suspicion. Ms. Lin contacted me the day before yesterday, Su Mei replied softly. She had changed into a modified Cheongsam-made outfit. Elegant orchid patterns dotted the silk fabric, and the slits perfectly exposed her fair calves.
It had a classic charm yet a touch of sexiness.
She said Deputy Director Lu has been very short-tempered lately, often throwing things around the house, and seems upset about something. She's warning you to be careful. Deputy Director Lu might be planning something bigger.
Roger frowned. A bigger move? What will it be?
Just then, his cell phone rang. It was Zheng Chang calling.
Roger, something happened. Zheng Chang's voice was filled with unprecedented anxiety. Huang Debiao. Huang Debiao brought people to Teacher Yun's parents' house to cause trouble.
He said their daughter seduced his brother-in-law and ruined his reputation, and threatened to make their family unable to stay in Jiangcheng. Teacher Yun's father was so angry that he had a heart attack and is now in the hospital for emergency treatment.
What?
Roger suddenly stood up from the sofa, his eyes instantly bloodshot, and a surge of anger erupted from his chest. He never expected that Huang Debiao would be so cruel and crazy as to directly attack Yun Mengyao's parents.
Huang Debiao. Lu Wei. Deputy Director Lu.
Roger gritted his teeth and called out these three names, his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound.
You're courting death.
He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said to Zhang Chang, "Brother Chang, send someone to the hospital immediately to protect teacher Yun and her family.
We must not let them get into any more accidents. Also, where is Huang Debiao now? Keep a close eye on him."
"Don't worry, Roger, I have arranged for my brothers to go over there. That bastard Huang Debiao, after causing trouble, took his people to the Golden Splendor nightclub to have a good time, as if nothing had happened." Zhang Chang's voice was also filled with anger.
Glorious.
A trace of cold murderous intent flashed in Roger's eyes.
Very good. Tonight, I will let him know what despair is.
He hung up the phone, turned around and said to the maids beside him, "Cece, go to the hospital immediately to take care of Mangyao and her parents.
Yair, Sume, help me prepare some things.
Tingting, come with me to a place." Zhao Tingting's heart trembled at the undisguised murderous intent in Roger's eyes, but she nodded firmly, "Yes, master." She knew that Jiangcheng would be in turmoil tonight. Roger's rage was completely ignited, and he would use drastic measures to make those who hurt those he cared about pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, the mission Bai Ling had assigned him seemed to have found a new breakthrough.
Chapter 44 Huang Debiao. The Golden and Splendid nightclub is one of the top dens of money spending in Jiangcheng.
The manic rhythm of heavy metal and electronic dance music hits the eardrums, and the air is mixed with strong alcohol, high-end perfume and a faint hint of decadence. On the dance floor, young men and women twisted their bodies wildly, releasing excess hormones and repressed desires.
Roger walked through the crowded and noisy crowd with an expressionless face.
Today he was wearing a black slim-fit jacket with a dark gray turtleneck underneath, black jeans and marten boots. He exuded a coldness and solemnity that was out of tune with the surrounding environment. He is 180 centimeters tall and has been strengthened many times by the system. He has a tall and strong figure, and he carries an aura that cannot be ignored when he walks. Zhao Tingting followed closely beside him. She had also changed her outfit today. Black tight leather pants wrapped around her amazingly long legs. On her upper body was a burgundy belly-bearing tight vest, covered by a short black leather jacket. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, swinging behind her head as she walked. She had light makeup on her face, and her usually innocent eyes and eyebrows now had a bit of heroism and nervousness. Although she felt uncomfortable with the occasion, the anger and determination in Roger's eyes made it impossible for her to refuse to accompany him. Her favorability has already reached 100%, and she will obey Roger's orders unconditionally, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead.
Master, Huang Debiao is in the VIP box Emperor Pavilion on the second floor.
Zhao Tingting lowered her voice and said in Roger's ear. Her breath trembled with a hint of nervousness, and brushed warmly against Roger's earlobe. This is the latest information Zhang Chang just sent via encrypted communication. Roger nodded slightly, his eyes as sharp as a hawk as he scanned the staircase leading to the second floor. There stood two burly men in black suits, with bulging muscles and temples. They were obviously martial artists, and they were warily sizing up everyone who tried to go up the stairs.
It seems Huang Debiao's defenses aren't too lax.
Roger sneered.
He had no intention of forcing his way in.
He took Zhao Tingting to the bar and ordered 2 glasses of the strongest whiskey. The bartender was a young man with dyed silver gray hair and fancy moves. Roger's gaze did not linger on him, but fell on a small stage not far from the bar. On the stage, a girl in a fiery red sequined miniskirt was holding a guitar and humming a slightly sad blues song. Her singing voice is ethereal and magnetic, like a clear spring, creating a quiet corner in the noisy and impetuous nightclub, attracting many people's attention. The girl was about 22 or 23 years old and her name was Suing. She has a delicate and small oval face, and her skin is so white that it is almost transparent under the dim light. Her long, curly black hair draped casually over her shoulders, with a few unruly strands falling across her forehead, obscuring her clear yet melancholy eyes. Her nose was small and straight, and her lips were a natural cherry color. Even without any heavy lipstick, they looked exceptionally alluring. The fiery red sequined miniskirt tightly wrapped around her exquisite figure. The skirt was extremely short, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. She wore a pair of silver high-heeled sandals with thin straps at the ankles. As she played the guitar, her toes lightly tapped the ground, bringing a kind of lazy sexiness. The system interface popped up at the appropriate time. Name, Suing, age, 22, height, 166 centimeters, measurements, 86-58-89, system rating, 93 points, introduction, resident singer at the Jinbihuing nightclub, with a moving voice, a delicate appearance, and a strong heart. She seems to have a hidden secret and has a complicated relationship with the nightclub owner.
Current favorability, 0% unfamiliar version number, 1.2. 93 points, another high-scoring beauty.
Roger's gaze lingered on Su Ying for a few more seconds, especially the part of her snow-white, delicate neck that was exposed when she held the guitar and sang with her head slightly lowered, and her chest that rose and fell slightly with her breathing. The version number is 1.2, so it seems that he is not an inexperienced little white rabbit.
Master, you.
Zhao Tingting noticed Roger's gaze, followed his line of sight, and saw Su Ying on the stage. A trace of imperceptible vigilance flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure.
Roger withdrew his gaze, picked up the wine glass, and drank the amber liquid in the glass.
The spicy wine slid down his throat and ignited the fire in his chest. He whispered to Zhao Tingting, "Tingting, wait here for me.
I'll be back soon.
Remember, no matter what happens, don't act rashly." Zhao Tingting looked at him worriedly. "Master, you have to be careful." Roger patted her hand, gave her a reassuring look, and turned toward the stairs leading to the second floor. The two men in black at the stairs saw him approaching and immediately reached out to stop him. "Sir, the second floor is the VIP area and is not open to the public." Roger stopped, a harmless smile on his face. He pulled a thick wad of banknotes from his pocket, at least 20 or 30,000, and casually waved it in front of them. "Brothers, please help me. I have something urgent to discuss with Mr. Huang Debiao. It's about that piece of land in the west of the city. I can't afford to delay Mr. Huang's fortune." He deliberately mentioned the land in the west of the city, which was Huang Debiao's most concerned thing recently. The two big men looked at each other, and a hint of greed flashed in their eyes. One of them took the money, weighed it, and relaxed his guard a bit. "Since you're here to discuss business with Mr. Huang, then go ahead. But Mr. Huang isn't in a good mood right now, so please be careful with your words."
"Thank you."
Roger smiled and walked up the stairs. The door of the Imperial Pavilion box was ajar, and from inside came the deafening sound of music and the laughter of men and women. Roger took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door of the box. The box was extremely luxurious. Under the huge crystal chandelier, several scantily clad women were lying in a mess on the leather sofa. The air was filled with the strong smell of alcohol and cigars. Huang Debiao was hugging two attractive women, a wineglass in hand, and boasting to his men with a flushed face. His voice was vulgar and often drew coquettish laughter from the women. Huang Debiao was about 40 years old, short and fat, with a shiny Mediterranean hairstyle, a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck, and a shiny gold watch on his wrist. He was wearing a fancy silk shirt with several buttons undone at the collar, revealing his thick black hair on his chest. At this moment, he was pouring a glass of red wine into a woman's mouth, causing a lot of jeers from the people around him.
Seeing Roger push the door open, the noise in the box stopped abruptly. Huang Debiao narrowed his eyes, looked at this uninvited guest, and said in a bad tone, "Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm busy? Get out."
Luo Jie closed the door, locked it, and then walked slowly to Huang Debiao with a faint smile on his face. "Mr. Huang, how are you?"
"I'm Luo Jie, a student of teacher Yun Mengyao." "Yun Mengyao?"
Huang Debiao was stunned for a moment, then remembered something and a ferocious smile appeared on his face.
"Oh, it's you, kid. What?
Are you here to stand up for your slutty teacher? I tell you, that old man had a heart attack, and he deserved it. It's his daughter's fault for being so ungrateful and daring to upset my nephew Lu Wei."
He pointed at Roger's nose arrogantly. "And you? I let you run away last time, and now you dare to come to my door? Today I'll let you know what regret is."
Before he finished speaking, several of his men stood up, grabbed the wine bottles and ashtrays on the table, and surrounded him with a fierce look in their eyes.
Roger seemed not to notice them.
He simply looked at Huang Debiao calmly, his voice cold. "Huang Debiao, you should never, ever touch her parents.
Today, I'm here to seek justice for teacher Yun." "Seeking justice? Ha 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 ha."
Huang Debiao laughed wildly, clutching his stomach as if he had just heard a huge joke.
"Just you? A little scoundrel who hasn't even grown a hair yet? Brothers, destroy him for me."
Several men rushed forward with grim smiles. A cold light flashed in Roger's eyes, and his figure moved as fast as a ghost. He dodged a swinging bottle and elbowed the man in the ribs. The man screamed and fell to the ground. Then, he spun around and swept his long legs across, knocking down the other two men. His movements were clean and sharp, and each strike accurately hit the opponent's vital points, with a force far beyond the reach of ordinary people.
This was all thanks to the system's bonus points. The smile on Huang Debiao's face froze. He hadn't expected Roger to be so good at fighting.
The woman in the box screamed in fear and hid in the corner. You, who are you? Huang Debiao's voice trembled a little, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Roger approached step by step, his eyes as cold as a knife. I'm here to take your life. He suddenly accelerated and punched Huang Debiao in the face. Although Huang Debiao lived a life of luxury, he had been a street thug in his early years, so his reflexes were not too slow. He instinctively raised his hand to block. With a crack, the bones in his arm broke, and the excruciating pain made him howl like a wild animal. Roger didn't stop. He grabbed Huang Debiao by the collar and threw his fat body to the ground. Then he stepped on his chest and looked down at him with no emotion in his voice. Huang Debiao, aren't you arrogant? Don't you want to make me regret it? Now, how do you feel? Huang Debiao rolled on the ground in pain, begging for mercy incoherently. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Roger pushed harder with his feet, and Huang Debiao immediately let out a more shrill scream. He pulled his phone from his pocket, turned on the record function, and pointed it at Huang Debiao's face, which was twisted with pain. Repeat what I just said. Tell everyone, it was you who was blinded by greed and deliberately hired someone to harass teacher Yun Mengyao's parents. It was you who framed them, and you deserve to die. Speak. Huang Debiao stared at the camera on his phone, his eyes filled with fear. He knew if this video got out, he would be dead, if not dead. But the excruciating pain in his chest made him afraid to resist. Trembling, he repeated Roger's words, his voice filled with humiliation and despair. Satisfied, Roger put his phone away and saved the recorded video. He leaned over and whispered in Huang Debiao's ear, Huang Debiao, this is just the beginning. Go back and tell Lu Wei and Deputy Director Lu that their good days won't last long. If teacher Yun and her family are harassed again, I'll make you disappear from Jiangqing completely next time. After saying that, he loosened his feet, no longer looked at Huang Debiao on the ground, straightened his slightly messy collar, turned around, opened the box door, and walked out. Downstairs at the bar, Zhao Tingting had been waiting nervously. Seeing Roger come down safe and sound, she finally felt relieved and hurried over to him. Master, are you okay? Roger shook his head and a relaxed smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's okay, some minor troubles have been resolved. He turned his gaze to the stage. Su Ying's singing had ended, and she was holding her guitar, preparing to leave the stage. At that moment, several security guards in nightclub uniforms rushed over aggressively, having apparently heard the commotion upstairs. The leader, a burly man with a ferocious face, pointed at Roger and shouted, Boy, you dare to cause trouble in Jinbihuing? Come with us. Roger raised his eyebrows and was about to take action when a cold female voice came from the side, Stop. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Bai Ling appear not far away. She was still wearing her dark green phoenix cheongsam. Her expression was calm, but her eyes held an undeniable majesty. Behind her were 2 expressionless bodyguards, and her aura was overwhelming. The head of the nightclub's security guard's expression changed immediately when he saw Bai Ling. He bowed his head respectfully and said, Ms. Bai Ling, why are you here? Bai Ling ignored him and walked straight to Roger. He looked him over and said calmly, Mr. Luo, it seems that your trouble has been resolved quite smoothly. Roger smiled faintly. Thank you, Ms. Bai Ling, for your concern. He knew that Bai Ling's appearance was no accident. This woman had been secretly observing him. Bai Ling turned to the head security officer, his tone still calm, but with a hint of coldness, You have no business here anymore. Take your people and leave. I don't want anyone else to know what happened in the Imperial Pavilion tonight. Yes, Ms. Bai Ling. The security chief nodded repeatedly and left quickly with his men as if they had been pardoned. Bai Ling then turned her gaze back to Luo Jie, a glint of admiration in her eyes. Mr. Luo, your courage and methods are even more remarkable than I imagined. Huang Debiao is considered a top figure in Jiangcheng, but I didn't expect him to fall into your hands so quickly. She paused, then changed the subject. However, by doing this, you've completely broken off relations with Deputy Director Lu. I'm afraid his revenge will be even more frenzied. I'll wait. Roger's tone was calm but full of confidence. Bai Ling looked at him deeply, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Very good. Your performance today has given me more confidence in our cooperation. She extended her hand to Roger. Tomorrow, come to the Bai Ling Club to find me. We can discuss our next plan. Perhaps I can give you some surprises. Roger held her hand, feeling the coolness and softness of her fingertips.
I'm looking forward to Ms. Bai Ling's surprise.
Just then, there was a small commotion from the stage. As Su Ying was leaving the stage with her guitar in her arms, she was accidentally bumped by a drunk guest and the guitar was almost dropped from her hands. The customer was cursing dirty words and trying to reach out to pull Su Ying. Su Ying's face turned pale and she quickly stepped back, with a hint of panic and disgust in her eyes. Roger frowned and was about to step forward, but Bai Ling spoke first. His voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Zhang San, take care of your people. Su Ying is my person here, not just anyone can touch her.
The drunk guest named Zhang San sobered up instantly when he heard Bai Ling's voice.
He quickly nodded and apologized. Ms. Bai Ling, I'm sorry, I didn't know she was yours.
I'll get out of here right now. After that, he pulled his companion and ran away in shame.
Su Ying stood there in shock, holding her guitar, with her head lowered, her long eyelashes trembling slightly.
Bai Ling looked at her and softened his tone. Su Ying, are you okay?
Su Ying raised her head, looked at Bai Ling gratefully, glanced at Roger timidly, and then shook her head gently. Thank you, Sister Bai Ling, I'm fine. Her voice was weak and mosquito-like, with a hint of pitiful meaning.
Roger looked at Su Ying, and something clicked in his mind.
This girl, with her captivating singing voice and delicate appearance, seemed to hold many stories. Perhaps, she, too, could become a pawn in his plan. Bai Ling said to Roger, Mr. Luo, I'm sorry to leave you first.
After that, she took Su Ying and walked towards the internal passage of the nightclub under the escort of 2 bodyguards. Roger watched them leave. Chapter 45 Warmth.
The news that Huang Debiao had his hand broken in the Golden Splendor nightclub and was forced to record a humiliating video spread like wildfire in certain circles in Jiangcheng. Although Bai Ling issued a gag order and the nightclub tried its best to suppress the news, this kind of news could not be hidden from those who were interested.
Deputy Director Lu learned about this early the next morning.
He sat in his spacious office, his face ashen, and the purple clay teacup in his hand was thrown hard to the ground, breaking into pieces. The scalding tea splashed on the expensive handmade carpet.
Useless. A bunch of useless. Deputy Director Lu roared, the veins on his forehead throbbing. That idiot Huang Debiao got beaten up like that, and he didn't even see who he was against?
The secretary standing before him trembled with fear and whispered, Director, Mr. Huang, he said the other party was very skilled and very young, like a student. He also said that the other party specifically mentioned you and young Master Lu Wei and is coming for you.
Student?
Deputy Director Lu narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint flashing in them.
Roger. It must be him. This ignorant little bastard, I didn't give him enough trouble last time at the police station, and now he's going even further. He slammed the table. Investigate him. Find out all his details. His loan business at school, and everyone around him, don't let anyone go. I want him to know what the consequences are for offending me, Lu, in Jiangcheng. The secretary nodded repeatedly and hurried out.
The only sound in the office was Deputy Director Lu's heavy breathing. He knew that this young man Roger was more difficult to deal with and more ruthless than he had imagined.
A silent contest has completely begun.
Meanwhile, Roger was driving to Bai Ling's club. He had received a message from Bai Ling last night, asking him to discuss the matter in detail at noon today. The Bailing Club still had its simple and understated appearance, but the luxury and security inside were even more strict than last time.
Roger was led directly to an elegant tea room on the 3rd floor. The tea room is elegantly decorated. A large floor-to-ceiling window overlooks the lake pavilion in the clubhouse's back garden.
The lake ripples with emerald water, and a few water birds swim leisurely by.
The air is filled with the delicate aroma of premium Longjing tea.
Bai Ling was wearing a moon-white modified cheongsam with the collar and cuffs embroidered with fine auspicious cloud patterns and silver thread. Her long hair was tied up with a simple wooden hairpin, revealing her smooth forehead and graceful neck. She wore no makeup, her bare face revealing her radiant skin and refined elegance, like a white lotus untouched by dust. She was kneeling on the tatami, concentrating on brewing tea, each movement graceful and composed, brimming with a pleasing beauty.
Mr. Luo, please sit down.
Bai Ling raised his head and smiled at Roger. That smile was like a spring breeze blowing across the lake, creating ripples. Roger sat down across from her, and a system interface popped up automatically. Bai Ling's favorability, 20% a collaborator worth noting. The favorability rating had increased by 5% since their last separation. Roger knew that it was his performance at the Golden Splendor last night that had earned Bai Ling's initial recognition. The tea here by Ms. Bai Ling is indeed well deserved of its reputation. Roger took the teacup handed to him by Bai Ling, took a sip, and praised. Mr. Luo's performance last night was also well deserved. Bai Ling put down the teapot and looked at him with a deep gaze. Huang Debiao is considered a tough guy in Jiangchang, and he has many desperate criminals under his command.
You single-handedly defeated him and even recorded a video of it. Such courage and means are rare among the younger generation in Jiangchang. Roger smiled calmly. Ms. Bai Ling, you're too kind. I just don't want the people I care about to be wronged. Someone you care about?
Bai Ling's almond-shaped eyes twitched slightly, and a playful smile played at the corner of his mouth.
You are talking about teacher Yun Mengyao, right? A hero saving a beautiful woman can indeed quickly win her heart.
However, Mr. Luo, by doing this, you have completely offended Deputy Director Lu. He is a vindictive person, and I'm afraid you will find it difficult to withstand his subsequent counterattack. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Roger's tone was calm but full of confidence. Since I dare to do it, I am not afraid of his revenge.
But Ms. Bai Ling, what are you going to do with the land west of the city?
Bai Ling refilled his tea and said slowly, although Huang Debiao has been temporarily suppressed by you, he is, after all, Deputy Director Lu's brother-in-law. As long as Deputy Director Lu remains in office, the land in the west of the city will not change hands easily. What I need you to do is not only to eliminate Huang Debiao, but also to find the fatal evidence that can completely bring down Deputy Director Lu. She paused, a gleam in her eyes. The contents of the USB drive you gave me last time, while valuable, aren't lethal enough.
I need more direct, irrefutable evidence.
For example, the core account books of his corruption, or direct evidence of his power for money dealings with other high-ranking officials. Roger frowned slightly. These things are probably hidden very deeply. That's why we need someone like you, Mr. Luo, who has special channels, Bai Ling said, looking at him meaningfully.
I can provide you with some clues and conveniences. Deputy Director Lu has a mistress named Fangya, a woman with considerable means. It's said that many of Deputy Director Lu's shady deals were handled through her. If you can find a breakthrough through her, you might gain unexpected benefits.
Fangya?
Roger memorized the name.
Also, Bai Ling continued, regarding the land west of the city, I've heard there will be an internal hearing next week regarding the planning of that land.
Deputy Director Lu and Huang Debiao will both be in attendance.
If you can obtain evidence of collusion between officials and businessmen before the hearing, or that Huang Debiao obtained development qualifications through illegal means, that would be a fatal blow.
Roger nodded. I understand. Ms. Bai Ling, thank you for the information. After this is done, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. I'll wait and see.
Bai Ling raised his teacup and toasted Roger from a distance. The two exchanged a smile, and a chess game centered around power and interests officially began. After leaving the bailing club, Roger immediately contacted Zhang Chang and asked him to fully investigate the latest movements of Fangya and Huang Debiao, especially the clues related to the land in the west of the city.
In the evening, Luo Jia arrived at Jiangcheng First People's Hospital.
Yun Mengyao's father, Yun Ziyuan, had been rescued and was out of danger, but he was still weak and needed to be hospitalized for observation.
Luo Jia walked into the ward carrying a basket of fruit and some nutritional supplements. Yun Mengyao was sitting by the bed, tucking in the corners of her father's quilt. She looked a little haggard, with dark circles under her eyes, but when she saw Luo Jia come in, her eyes immediately lit up. Roger, you're here.
Yun Mengyao stood up, her voice a little hoarse. She was wearing a plain cotton dress today, her long hair tied simply behind her head. She lost some of her usual cool and capable demeanor on the podium, and instead looked a bit more delicate and vulnerable.
How is Uncle Yun? Roger asked with concern as he placed the fruit basket on the bedside table. Yun Ziyuan forced his eyes open and saw Roger. He smiled weakly. It's Roger. I'm sorry to trouble you. I'm too old to die. Uncle Yun, you should have a good rest. You will be fine. Roger comforted him.
Yun Mengyao's mother, Li Xiulan, came back from fetching water outside. When she saw Roger, a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Roger, thank you so much.
If you hadn't sent old Yun to the hospital in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
As she spoke, her eyes became red again.
Auntie, don't say that. This is what I should do. Roger said quickly.
After chatting with the two elders of the Yun family in the ward for a while, seeing that Yun Ziyuan was exhausted and gradually fell asleep, Roger and Yun Mengyao quietly withdrew.
The lights in the hospital corridor were pale. Yun Mengyao lowered her head, feeling a little depressed.
Roger, she said softly, her voice choking with sobs, my dad, the doctor said that although his condition is stable, he probably can't be stimulated again in the future.
Huang Debiao and the others are truly abominable.
Luo Jia reached out and gently held her slightly cold hand, saying softly, Mangyao, don't worry.
I've already dealt with Huang Debiao's matter. He won't dare to harass you again.
As for Deputy Director Lu, I will make him pay the price. Feeling the warmth and strength from Roger's palm, Yun Mangyao felt a little more at ease. She raised her head and looked at Roger's resolute profile, a hint of dependence and tenderness flashing in her eyes. If Roger hadn't been by her side these days to support her, she really didn't know if she could have made it.
Thank you, Roger, she said sincerely. You have done so much for me.
Silly girl, Roger turned his head and looked at her gently, his eyes deep and focused. I'm willing to do anything for you.
The two walked to the garden below the hospital.
Night had already fallen, and the moonlight sprinkled like water on the flowers and trees. The garden was very quiet, with only a few faint cicada chirps in the distance. Yun Mangyao snuggled up to Roger, feeling his presence, and a sense of security surged within her that she hadn't felt before. The heavy weight that had weighed on her heart for the past few days seemed to have been gently lifted away.
Roger, she suddenly raised her head, looked into his eyes, and said courageously, my parents may have to stay in the hospital for a few more days, and I don't want to go home alone at night.
Her voice was very soft, with a hint of imperceptible shyness and expectation. Since the last time in that small hotel, her feelings towards Roger have undergone a qualitative change. She found herself becoming more and more dependent on him and more eager for his company. Roger's heart moved, he certainly understood what Yun Mangyao meant. Her favorability had already reached 100%, and her trust and dependence on him had reached its peak. At this moment, she was fragile and beautiful, needing his comfort and care. He reached out his hand, gently held her in his arms, rested his chin on the top of her head, and said in a low and gentle voice, okay, I'll stay with you tonight.
Let's go home.
When he said going home, he naturally meant returning to his villa. In the villa's bedroom, the lights were dimmed, leaving only a dim bedside lamp, emitting an ambiguous and warm glow. The curtains were closed, blocking out all the noise from the outside world. After Yun Mangyao finished washing up, she put on a white silk nightgown that Roger had prepared for her. The hem of the skirt just reached her knees, outlining her exquisite figure. Her long hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, with a fresh scent after bathing. Her cheeks were faintly pink from the steaming of hot water, and her usually cold eyes were now covered with a layer of moisture, making her look particularly blurry and moving. She stood awkwardly by the bed, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her nightgown. Roger walked out of the bathroom, wearing only a bath towel, revealing his strong and muscular upper body, his 6 abdominal muscles clearly defined and full of power. He walked up to Yun Mangyao, stretched out his hand, gently lifted her chin, and asked her to look at him. Mangyao, his voice was hoarse and magnetic, you are so beautiful tonight.
Yun Mangyao's cheeks turned even redder.
She lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Roger's burning gaze. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, Roger.
Roger didn't say anything else, just lowered his head and kissed her lips gently.
It was a long and lingering kiss, filled with comfort, pity, and long-suppressed desire. Yun Mangyao was a little awkward and nervous at first, but she was soon melted by Roger's tenderness. She stretched out her arms, wrapped them tightly around his neck, and responded to him enthusiastically. The moonlight outside the window sneaked in quietly through the gap in the curtains, casting 2 intertwined shadows on the ground. The temperature in the room gradually rose without anyone noticing.
The night is still long. About 500,000 words omitted here.
After a long time, the sound gradually calmed down.
Yun Mangyao curled up in Roger's arms like a docile kitten.
Her cheeks were still flushed and there were traces of moisture at the corners of her eyes, but her eyes were full of satisfaction and peace of mind. She buried her head in Roger's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and whispered softly, Roger, it's great to have you here. Roger hugged her tightly and kissed her forehead gently, his heart full of pity and love.
Chapter 46 Fengya's brother.
In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom. When Roger awoke, Yun Mangyao was still asleep in his arms. After last night, their relationship had undoubtedly grown closer. Yun Mengyao's face wore a hint of fatigue, but more of a look of contentment and peace of mind. Roger kissed her forehead gently, then stood up carefully, not wanting to wake her. He knew Yun Mangyao had been under tremendous pressure recently, and last night's emotional release was both comfort and catharsis for her. After washing up, Roger arrived at the dining room. Zhao Tingting, Zhang Ya, and Su Mei had already prepared breakfast. They were all dressed in fitted maid outfits and greeted Roger respectfully.
Master, good morning.
Zhao Tingting was wearing a pink short skirt maid outfit today, looking lively and cute.
Zhang, dressed in a black maid suit, exuded a sophisticated air.
She reported to Roger, Master, Ms. Bai Ling has sent word that Deputy Director Liu, because of the Huang Debiao incident, hates you to the core and is intensifying his investigation. Su Mei, dressed in a traditional black and white maid outfit, added quietly, Yes, Master, Deputy Director Liu seems to want to get a hold of you as soon as possible.
He's a little desperate now. Roger nodded, indicating he understood.
He sat down to eat, his mind racing. He had anticipated Deputy Director Liu's counterattack, but he had to find and exploit Liu's weaknesses before he could inflict any real harm. The young and beautiful Fang Ya and her incompetent brother Fang Ming were his chosen points of attack. According to the intelligence Bai Ling had provided, Fang Ya, 23, was Deputy Director Liu's beloved favorite. Leveraging Deputy Director Liu's influence, she lived a life of extravagance in Jiangchang. However, her biggest worry was her uneducated 21-year-old brother, Fang Ming. Fang Ming, relying on his sister's influence, spent his days in idleness and recently ran up a massive gambling debt of 3 million yuan from the Black Dragon Society, Jiangcheng's largest underground casino. The Black Dragon Society was no pushover. They gave Fang Ming 3 days to pay back the money, or they would cut off his arm and leg. Fang Ya was terrified, desperate for help, but Deputy Director Liu, anxious about the upcoming inspection team, didn't want to cause trouble at this critical juncture. He only gave Fang Ya 1 million yuan, leaving her to find a way to fill the remaining 2 million yuan hole. This was the opportunity Roger had been waiting for. After breakfast, Roger said to Zhang Ya, please prepare 2 million in cash for me, in new, non-consecutive number notes. Also, find out the exact location where Fang Ming is being held by the Black Dragon Society, as well as the detailed information about their leader, Heilong. Zhang Ya is very efficient, and a hint of understanding flashed in her eyes. Yes, Master.
I'll do it right away. She knew that the Master was about to take action.
Roger then said to Zhao Tingting and Su Mei, Tingting, you accompany teacher Yun to the villa to rest well today and make sure she is in a good mood. Su Mei, you are responsible for the daily affairs of the villa and pay attention to safety.
Yes, Master.
The two maids responded in unison. In the afternoon, Zhang Ya handed over the 2 million cash and Fang Ming's detention location information to Roger. Master, Fang Ming is being held captive in an abandoned auto repair shop in the eastern suburbs of the city. Black Dragon, the leader of the Black Dragon Society, is a ruthless man with dozens of desperate criminals under his command. He is also said to have murky ties with certain departments in the city, Zhang Ya reminded.
Roger sneered, just a clown. He said to Zhang Chang, Brother Chang, take your most capable brother with you tonight and go to the outskirts of the city with me to rescue someone. Zhang Chang grinned, revealing his white teeth. Roger, I haven't exercised in a long time. It's a good opportunity to practice with them. Night falls, the moon is dark and the wind is strong. In an abandoned auto repair shop in the eastern suburbs, a few dim light bulbs flickered in the night breeze, casting a hazy shadow on the surrounding scenery and adding a touch of eerie intensity. Inside, the shop was thick with the stench of motor oil and rust. Fang Ming was tied to a worn iron chair with hemp rope by several burly men, his face filled with fear and despair. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered a lot since being captured. Brothers, my sister will really be here with the money soon. Please give me a little more time. Fang Ming pleaded in a trembling voice. A bald, burly man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck was the leader guarding the place. He kicked the iron chair Fang Ming was sitting on and cursed him viciously, you little bastard, you're still talking tough. Boss Black Dragon said if you don't get paid by midnight tonight, he'll chop off one of your arms. Let your sister know what happens if you owe money to the Black Dragon Society. The other thugs also laughed hideously, like hungry wolves staring at lambs to be slaughtered. Fang Ming was so frightened that he was shaking all over, his face pale as death. He knew that this group of people were true to their words. At this moment, the tightly closed iron door of the repair shop was suddenly kicked open from outside with a loud bang. The iron gate collapsed inward, stirring up a cloud of dust. 7 or 8 figures appeared silently at the door, like ghosts in the dark night. Leading them was Roger, dressed in black, his eyes cold as ice. Behind him stood Zhang Chang and his hand-picked comrades, all with grim expressions and gleaming weapons in their hands. Who is it? The scorpion-tattooed burly man and his men were shocked. They picked up the steel pipes, wrenches and other weapons around them and confronted each other nervously. Roger's gaze swept over everyone present like a scanner, finally settling on the bound Fong Ming.
He then turned to the scorpion-tattooed man. His voice was emotionless, yet filled with unquestionable pressure. "Let him go.
I've brought the money." The scorpion-tattooed man looked Roger up and down.
Seeing that, despite his youth, Roger held an imposing presence, and the people following him were also extraordinary, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. But relying on his Black Dragon Society affiliation, he still spoke forcefully. "Kid, who the hell are you?
Do you even know where this is?
How dare you come here and act like a jerk?"
Roger didn't waste any words and just winked at Zhangya behind him. Zhangya understood and pulled 2 large bundles of brand new banknotes wrapped in brown paper from her black briefcase.
She tossed them to the ground.
The scattered red banknotes were particularly glaring in the dim light. "Here is 2 million. Release him."
Roger's voice was still cold. The scorpion-tattooed man and his men stared at the mountain of cash, their breathing becoming heavier.
The visual impact of 2 million in cash was extremely powerful.
"Boy, you are quite rich." The burly man with scorpion tattoo licked his dry lips, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. "However, our Black Dragon boss said that this kid owes 3 million, and he still needs 1 million.
He obviously wanted to take the opportunity to blackmail him again. A bloodthirsty sneer appeared on Roger's lips. "I only brought 2 million today. Either you pay and release him or I beat you all to a pulp and take him away. It's your choice."
His tone was calm, but the murderous aura in his words made all the thugs present shudder. The scorpion-tattooed man's expression changed. He could sense that the young man before him was no joke. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something when he heard Roger continue. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you.
Your Black Dragon boss is probably in danger right now." Almost immediately, the scorpion-tattooed man's phone rang. He answered, and after listening to a few words, his face turned pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hand, holding the phone, began to tremble. The call was from the second in command of the Black Dragon Society, who told him that just half an hour earlier, the Black Dragon leader had been attacked in his villa by a group of unidentified individuals, his legs broken. He had been secretly rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, and his life was uncertain. Furthermore, word had spread among the underworld that the members of the Black Dragon Society were to keep their heads down and refrain from causing trouble. The scorpion-tattooed man hung up the phone and looked at Roger with a look of fear and awe. He knew that the young man in front of him was someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Luo. Master Luo. You are so magnanimous. It's us who are blind to his true worth." The scorpion-tattooed man's attitude took a complete turn. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly to Luo Jia. "Master Fong Ming, we will release you immediately. We don't dare to take these 2 million anymore. You take it back." Roger snorted coldly, ignored his plea for mercy, and winked at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang immediately took his 2 brothers forward and quickly untied the ropes on Fong Ming. "Thank you so much, Master Luo, for saving my life." "Thank you so much, Master Luo." After being untied, Fong Ming ignored the pain and crawled to Roger, hugging his thighs and crying bitterly. He looked at Roger now as if he had seen a living bodhisattva who saved the suffering. Roger frowned in disgust, kicked him away, and said coldly, "Take the money and get out." The scorpion-tattooed man was as if pardoned. He quickly told his men to pick up the 2 million in cash on the ground, and then he crawled away from the abandoned auto repair shop without even daring to look back. Roger watched them fleeing in panic, a disdainful smile on his face. He knew that taking down the Black Dragon was only a small step in his plan. The real highlight was yet to come. He walked up to the terrified Fong Ming, looked down at him, and said in a cold voice, "Fong Ming, I saved your life today. Consider this 2 million as a loan. But I don't want you to pay me back." Fong Ming was stunned for a moment and looked at Roger with some confusion. An enigmatic smile appeared on Roger's face. "I want your sister, Fongya, to come and thank me in person. Tell her I'm waiting for her in the presidential suite of the Yunding Mansion in Jiangcheng. If she doesn't come, or dares to call the police, then I can take your life back at any time. Do you understand?" Fong Ming was so frightened by the undisguised murderous intent in Roger's eyes that he nodded quickly. "I understand. I understand. Master Luo, I will definitely pass on your message. My sister will definitely go and thank you." Roger nodded in satisfaction, then left with Zhang Chang and the others, leaving Fong Ming lying on the ground, shivering in the cold night wind. Chapter 47 Blue Dream. Fong Ming crawled back to Fongya's luxury apartment in the city center. As soon as he entered the room,
he fell at Fang Ye's feet, tears streaming down his face, and told her everything that happened in the abandoned repair shop, especially how Roger saved him like a goddess from heaven, how he demanded 2 million in a ferocious manner, and finally asked her to go to the presidential suite of Hentang Mansion to thank him in person.
Fang Ye was frightened and her pretty face turned pale.
She is only 23 years old this year. Relying on the favor of Deputy Director Liu, she is usually a little princess who can call the wind and rain in Jiangchang.
How could she have experienced such a situation?
She had long heard of the Black Dragon Society's vicious reputation and knew her brother had hit a wall this time. As for Roger, she had witnessed his ruthless methods of dealing with Huang Debiao at the Golden Splendor nightclub before, but she had never expected him to dare to confront the Black Dragon Society head-on, escape unscathed, and even control her brother.
Who is this man? Sister! Sister! You must save me! Fang Ming hugged Fang Ye's legs, crying bitterly.
That Mr. Luo said that if you don't go, or dare to call the police, he can arrest me again at any time and break my arms and legs.
He's not kidding, his people are more ruthless than those in the Black Dragon Society. Fang Ye was both angry and afraid.
She was angry at Fang Ming, this good-for-nothing who only knew how to stir up trouble and cause trouble for her. She was afraid of Roger's tactics and his threat of "I can take it back at any time." She knew she had no choice but to go to the Hentang Mansion tonight. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and carefully put on her makeup in front of the mirror. She changed into a black lace suspender miniskirt, and covered it with a transparent tulle cardigan of the same color. The hem of the skirt just covered her thighs, outlining her young and elastic body curves to the fullest. Under her slender white legs were a pair of 10-centimeter silver diamond-studded stiletto heels, which made her already tall figure even more graceful. She also wore the precious jewelry given to her by Deputy Director Liu around her neck and wrists, trying to use these external luxuries to give herself more confidence.
At 9 o'clock in the evening, Fang Ye drove to Hentang Mansion alone. This is the top private club-style hotel in Jiangcheng.
All those who come and go here are truly powerful and famous.
The presidential suite is located on the top floor of the hotel and requires a dedicated elevator to reach.
Led by the waiter, Fang Ye walked into the luxurious suite that was like a palace with a nervous mood. The suite's living room spans over 300 square meters, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering a dazzling nightscape of Jiangcheng. The interior decor is exquisite, featuring precious oil paintings, antique ornaments, handmade Persian carpets, and lustrous mahogany furniture, all showcasing the owner's nobility and wealth. Roger was lazily reclining on the huge sofa in the middle of the living room, wearing a dark purple silk nightgown with the collar casually open, revealing his strong and sexy chest and faintly visible abdominal muscles. Seeing Fang Ye come in, Roger's lips curled up into a playful smile, his eyes as sharp as a falcon, sweeping across her exquisite body without leaving a trace.
Miss Fang Ye, you are more punctual than I expected.
Roger's voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of teasing. Fang Ye forced herself to remain calm, walked to the sofa opposite him and sat down, trying to make her voice sound calm. Mr. Luo, thank you for your help with my brother's matter. I will find a way to return the 2 million as soon as possible. She took out a bank card from her Hermes bag and placed it on the coffee table.
Roger didn't even glance at the bank card. He just chuckled and said, Miss Fang Ye, do you think I would through so much trouble to rescue your brother from the Black Dragon Society just for a mere 2 million? Fang Ye's heart sank. She knew that tonight's thank you wouldn't be so simple.
She bit her red lip, trying to stay calm.
Then, what does Mr. Luo want? As long as I can do it, I will. What I want is very simple.
Roger put down his glass, leaned forward slightly, and stared at Fang Ye's peach blossom eyes, which were slightly flickering with nervousness. I want you, Miss Fang Ye, from now on, to be my woman and listen only to me. As for that little mess between you and Deputy Director Liu, I will help you deal with it.
What? Fang Ye suddenly stood up from the sofa as if struck by thunder. Feng Man's breasts were heaving violently with excitement. She pointed at Luo Jia and screamed sharply, Luo Jia. You are simply wishful thinking. Who do you think you are? I tell you, I am Deputy Director Liu's man. If you dare to touch me, he will never let you go. Deputy Director Liu?
Roger sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery.
He's probably barely able to save himself right now, so how can he care about your life or death? Fang Ye, you're a smart woman. You should know how to judge the situation. If you follow him, you'll always be just a mistress, a plaything that can be discarded at any time. But if you follow me, I can give you the dignity and status you desire. I can even help your good-for-nothing brother regain his footing in Jiangcheng.
His words hammered down Fangya's heart like a heavy hammer. She had to admit that every word Roger said was true. Although Deputy Director Liu doted on her, that favor was based on her youth and beauty, and her ability to satisfy his perverted desires. If she aged, or if Deputy Director Liu found a new target, she could be kicked out at any time. And her brother was an eternal pain in her heart. Why do you think you can defeat Deputy Director Liu? Fangya's voice trembled a little, but her momentum was obviously weakened. Just this. Roger took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened a video, and threw it in front of Fangya. In the video, Huang Debiao had his hand broken, knelt down and begged for mercy, and personally admitted that he had framed Yun Mengyao's parents and colluded with Deputy Director Liu to carry out various illegal activities.
Fangya's face turned pale as she watched the video.
She knew Huang Debiao was one of Deputy Director Liu's most capable minions, but now he was completely subdued by Roger. This was enough to prove that Roger's power was far greater than she had imagined.
Now, do you think I am qualified to compete with Deputy Director Liu? Roger's mouth curled up in a cruel arc.
Fangya collapsed on the sofa, her eyes filled with fear and despair. She knew she had no way out.
Just then, the doorbell of the suite suddenly rang. Roger frowned slightly. Who would come at this time? He stood up and walked to the door, looking out through the peephole. He saw a young woman wearing the hotel's senior housekeeper uniform standing outside the door. She had a slim figure and a dignified temperament. Roger opened the door. Mr. Luo, good evening.
The woman bowed slightly, her voice soft and pleasant, with a touch of professional courtesy and aloofness.
I'm Lan Meng, your exclusive butler. The midnight snack you ordered is ready. Would you like it brought in?
She was about 22 or 23 years old, with long, shiny black hair tied into an exquisite bun at the back of her head, revealing her smooth, full forehead and slender, white neck. Her facial features are extremely delicate, with willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a small and straight nose, and cherry-like plump and moist lips. Together, they form a perfect face of classical beauty. She was wearing a well-tailored dark blue hotel housekeeper suit, a white silk shirt with an elegant bow tie at the collar, a tight vest outlining her slender waist and plump chest curves, and under the hip-hugging miniskirt were a pair of long and beautiful legs wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings, and a pair of mid-heeled leather shoes of the same color on her feet, making her look professional and capable, yet feminine and sexy. The system interface popped up at the appropriate time. Name, Lan Meng. Age, 24. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 885990. System rating, 94 points. Appearance 90. Special attribute, Crisis Management +4. Introduction, exclusive butler of the presidential suite of Hentang Mansion, former International Special Forces Organization Phantom.
Current favorability, 5%. Version number, 0.2. Once had a heartbreaking love affair, but later separated for some reason. Come in.
Roger moved sideways to let her in, his eyes lingering on her for a few seconds. He didn't expect that she had such an identity, a special forces soldier. Lan Meng wheeled an exquisite dining cart into the living room and placed a variety of prepared late-night snacks, including premium caviar, French escargot, and a bottle of vintage Burgundy wine, on the coffee table. Her movements were graceful and skillful, and every detail was impeccable, showcasing the professionalism of a top-tier butler.
Mr. Luo, Miss Fangya, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything else, please feel free to let me know. Lan Meng bowed slightly and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Roger suddenly called her. Lan Meng stopped, turned around, and looked at Roger calmly. Mr. Luo, do you have any other instructions? Roger's gaze lingered on her calm face for a moment, and he suddenly revealed an unfathomable smile. Butler Lan, do you think the night view of Jiangcheng is beautiful tonight?
Lan Meng was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't expected Roger to ask such a completely unrelated question. She was silent for a few seconds, then smiled a faint smile, as elegant and distant as an orchid in a valley. Jiangcheng's nightscape is naturally beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful the night is, it can't compare to the stunning beauty in your suite, Mr. Luo. Her eyes gently swept over Fangya, who looked pale and pitiful. Roger laughed. Butler Lan is indeed a kind-hearted person. Not only is his service attentive, but his words are also so pleasant to the ear. In that case, why don't you stay and have a drink with us? His invitation carried a hint of impermissibility. A flicker of surprise flashed across Lan Meng's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She shook her head slightly, her tone respectful yet firm. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Luo. However, the hotel has a rule that prohibits drinking during working hours, and certainly not disturbing guests. If Mr. Luo has no other instructions, I will take my leave. No hurry. Roger waved his hand, walked up to her, and looked at her closely. He could smell a light, fresh scent like grass after rain coming from her body, which formed a wonderful contrast with her capable appearance.
Butler Lon, Roger said in a low voice, with a hint of temptation, do you think I invited Miss Fangya here tonight just to have a midnight snack, or to enjoy the night view of Jiangcheng? Lan Meng's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, but she maintained a professional smile.
I dare not speculate on Mr. Luo's thoughts.
I am only responsible for providing the best service for you two. Really? Roger raised the corner of his mouth with an evil arc. Then if I say that I need a service tonight, I wonder if Butler Lon can provide it?
His eyes were full of aggression, as if he wanted to see through Lan Meng's soul.
Chapter 48 Take.
Roger's words of service, which carried obvious implications, were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing invisible ripples in the luxurious presidential suite. The exclusive butler Lan Meng, who was named, did not change the perfect professional smile on her face at all, as if she did not hear the hidden meaning in Roger's words. She bowed slightly, her voice soft and pleasant, neither humble nor overbearing. Mr. Luo, Hentang Mansion is committed to providing every VIP guest with the highest level of professional service, including 24-hour catering, travel arrangements, emergency handling, and more. If you're referring to personal requests beyond these standard services, I'm afraid that goes beyond my job description and violates hotel regulations.
I'm very sorry, but I can't provide them.
Her answer was watertight, maintaining professional boundaries without directly offending Roger. Those clear and calm almond-shaped eyes were now looking back at Roger calmly, without any panic or flattery, but with a hint of subtle scrutiny and distance.
She was wearing a dark blue butler suit, and the tight vest outlined her slender waist and firm breasts.
Her legs were long and straight under the hip-hugging miniskirt, wrapped in very thin black stockings. Even in professional attire, it was difficult to hide her stunning figure. Roger secretly praised Lan Meng. This Lan Meng was indeed not simple. Faced with such blatant provocation, she was able to respond so calmly and calmly.
This kind of mentality is definitely not something that an ordinary hotel service staff can possess. Really?
Roger's lips curled up with a playful arc. He took a step forward, less than half a foot away from Lan Meng. He could almost smell the unique cool scent on her body, like the grass after the rain mixed with a hint of disinfectant.
Butler Lon, the rules are dead, but people are alive.
In this Jiangcheng, there is nothing that I, Roger, can't do, and there is nothing that I, Roger, can't get.
Perhaps we can discuss the terms?
His voice lowered even more, with an irresistible sense of oppression, and his eyes, like substance, wandered over her delicate features and exquisite curves.
Lan Meng's body subconsciously tensed slightly, but her eyes remained calm.
She inconspicuously took a half step back, creating some distance between them. Her tone remained respectful yet distant. Mr. Luo, I think you may have misunderstood.
My duty is to serve, not to transact business.
If you have no other normal room service needs, I will take my leave.
I wish you and Miss Fangya a pleasant evening.
She deliberately emphasized the words Miss Fangya and pleasant evening, as if to remind Roger that there was another heroine in the room. After saying this, she bowed slightly again, then turned around, walked out of the presidential suite with elegant and steady steps, and gently closed the door. From beginning to end, her expression did not change much, as if the conversation just now, which was full of hints and pressure, was just an ordinary room service inquiry. Roger watched her leaving, a hint of deep interest flashing in his eyes. This Lan Meng, like a thorny iceberg snow lotus, is beautiful and difficult to approach, but this also arouses his desire to conquer her. However, he knew that now was not the time to touch her.
The most urgent task was to completely capture the panicked mermaid in front of him, Fangya.
In the living room, only Roger and Fangya were left.
The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and ambiguous.
Fangya came back to her senses from the shock and humiliation she had just experienced. When she saw Lan Meng leave, the inexplicable tension in her heart became even stronger. She watched Roger approaching her step by step, subconsciously hugged her arms tightly, and her body trembled slightly.
Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo, what do you want?
Fangya's voice was filled with tears. Her beauty and identity as Deputy Director Lu's mistress, which she was proud of, seemed to have lost their effect in front of this young but powerful man in front of her. Roger walked up to her, looked down at her, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Fangya, my conditions have been made very clear just now.
Be my woman and help me deal with Deputy Director Lu.
I can guarantee the safety of your brother Fang Ming and your future prosperity and wealth.
Otherwise.
He didn't finish his words, but the coldness and threat in his eyes had already made Fangya shudder.
No. Impossible.
Fanya screamed, trying to make a final struggle.
I'm Deputy Director Lu's man. He won't let you go. He's powerful and influential, you can't defeat him. Really?
Roger scoffed, pulling out the phone with Huang Debiao's confession video from his pocket and waving it in front of her.
How much do you think Deputy Director Lu has time to care about you right now? He's already busy with his own affairs. Besides, do you think your status as a mistress will protect you forever?
Fanya, you're 23 years old this year. You're indeed young and beautiful, and your body is quite hot. His eyes roamed unscrupulously over her slender, curvaceous body, as if admiring a work of art about to be acquired. But women, especially those who rely on their beauty to rise to power, always have a short blooming period.
Deputy Director Lu dotes on you now, but what about in 2 years? When he tires of her, or finds a younger, prettier lover, what do you think will become of you?
Roger's words were like the sharpest knife, piercing into the most vulnerable part of Fanya's heart. What she worries most is that she will be abandoned by Deputy Director Lu when she grows old and loses her looks. Although she received a lot of money and material enjoyment from Deputy Director Lu over the years, the insecurity deep in her heart never disappeared.
How much better do you think you are than me? Fanya gritted her teeth and tried to refute. Don't you just want to get my body and treat me as your plaything? Plaything?
Roger leaned over, leaning close to her ear, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear. His warm breath sprayed on her earlobe, causing goosebumps to form on her sensitive skin.
No, Fanya, you're wrong.
You're not just a plaything to me, but also a handy tool.
I will let you live a more glorious and respectable life than you have now.
I will even help your good-for-nothing brother find a job in Jiangcheng that will allow him to hold his head up high.
Can Deputy Director Lu give you any of these?
He will only use you as a tool to vent his desires, a decoration to show off his trophies. He reached out his hand, gently lifted Fanya's delicate chin, forced her to look into his eyes, and said word by word, "And I can give you the future you want.
The premise is that you are obedient and stay with me."
Fanya's body was shaking violently.
Roger's words completely broke down her last psychological defense.
She looked into Roger's deep and magical eyes, as if he could see through all her desires and fears. She knew she had no way out. Either she chooses to continue being Deputy Director Lu's mistress who may be abandoned at any time and watch her brother Fang Ming fall into despair, or she chooses to surrender to the young and powerful man in front of her and gamble her own future. It was a difficult choice, but Fanya was not a stupid woman. She knew that since Roger dared to deal with Deputy Director Lu so blatantly, he must have some hidden tricks and support that she didn't know about. Following him, there might be a glimmer of hope, or even something she had never dared to imagine before. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. When she opened them again, the struggle and fear she had felt before were gone, replaced by a desperate determination.
Okay. Roger, I promise you. Fanya's voice was hoarse and weak, but with a hint of relief. From now on, I, Fanya, am yours. I'll also leave my brother Fang Ming in your care.
A triumphant smile played across Roger's lips. He knew he had finally tamed this beautiful venomous snake. Without hesitation, he mentally instructed the system, use the seductive heart skill on Fanya.
Master.
Fanya took the initiative to stretch out her arms, hugged Roger's neck tightly, and pressed her fiery red lips against his. Her voice was charming and seductive. Fanya is willing to do anything for you.
Please.
Roger felt the initiative and enthusiasm of the beauty in his arms, and his desire to conquer was satisfied like never before. A black lace slip dress was casually thrown on the precious carpet, followed by a transparent tulle cardigan and shiny silver high heels. The night view of the river city outside the window is still dazzling, but the spring scenery inside the suite is even more charming.
5 million words omitted here.
2 hours later, some peace returned to the bedroom.
Fanya curled up in Roger's arms like a docile and contented kitten.
Her young and elastic skin still had the flush of pleasure, and her peach blossom eyes, which usually always had a bit of shrewdness and calculation, were now covered with a layer of moisture, making her look particularly blurred and charming. Her breathing was even and slow, and she was obviously asleep. Roger looked at the beauty in his arms who had just been completely conquered by him, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He finally had Fanya firmly under his control.
Deputy Director Lu, your death is not far away.
A system notification chimed quietly in Roger's mind. Fanya's favorability increased by 65%, currently at 100% due to the bewitching skill and in-depth communication. She has completely surrendered. The obedience status has been unlocked.
Do you want to sign the exclusive lover-maid contract with her? Sign. Roger chose yes without hesitation. He knew that a woman like Fanya, if used properly, would be an extremely important trump card in his hand. Ding! Exclusive lover-maid contract signed successfully. Reward, 10 points of free allocation. Roger was overjoyed and gained another 10 free points.
He gently hugged Fanya tighter, then closed his eyes and began to think about his next plan. With Fanya as his insider, plus the heavyweight evidence she promised, bringing down Deputy Director Liu was just around the corner.
Chapter 49 Hansini.
The next morning, Roger was the first to wake up on the huge round bed in the presidential suite of Hentang Mansion. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face that showed both joy and anger close to him. Fanya was like a docile Persian cat, curled up in his arms and sleeping soundly. Her young and elastic body pressed tightly against him, and her smooth and delicate skin felt great to the touch. After a night of rain and dew, her face, which had originally looked a little haggard due to her brother's affairs, now glowed with amazing radiance.
Roger lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on her plump and smooth forehead.
She opened her eyes and saw Roger gazing at her tenderly, and 2 intoxicating blushes instantly appeared on her face.
Master, you're awake.
Fanya's voice was lazy and hoarse as if she had just woken up, but it also added a bit of her bone-eroding charm. She took the initiative to stretch out her snow-white arms, tightly wrapped around Roger's neck, and put her fiery body into his arms, breathing sweetly. Fanya, help the master get up and change clothes. Roger enjoyed her tenderness and his heart was filled with the pleasure of conquest. He knew that this young beauty, Deputy Director Liu, who was once arrogant and willful, had now completely surrendered to him, both in body and soul. The bewitching skill granted by the system, combined with his own charm and means, the effect is indeed extraordinary.
No rush.
Roger turned over, pressing Fanya under him, a sly smile on his face. Before you get up, I think we have something more important to discuss.
After another round of lovemaking, I enjoyed the warmth and tranquility after the passion subsided.
Master, Fanya leaned lazily on Roger's chest, her slender fingers gently drawing circles on his strong pectoral muscles. You promised Fanya before that you would help my good-for-nothing brother Fangming, you...
Don't worry.
Roger interrupted her, his tone filled with an unquestionable promise. I will take care of Fangming's affairs. Not only will I help him completely escape from the troubles of the Black Dragon Society, I will also arrange a decent job for him so that he can live an upright life in the future. However, the prerequisite is that he must change his bad habits. Otherwise, even I can't help him for the rest of his life.
Thank you, Master. Fanya thanks you on behalf of Fangming. Fanya's eyes were red with excitement.
She knew that Roger was a man of his word, and since he said so, he would definitely do it. Her brother Fangming was her only relative in this world and her biggest concern.
Roger's promise completely let go of the last line of defense in her heart.
As for you, Roger gently lifted her chin, looking at her with burning eyes. From now on, you are my, Roger's, woman. I will let you live a more glorious and respectable life than following Deputy Director Liu.
I can give you everything he can't give you. Whatever he can give you, I will give you double.
Fanya was shocked by the domineering and affectionate look in Roger's eyes, and her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security and belonging. She offered him a kiss, her voice soft and charming. Master, Fanya will follow you for the rest of her life.
I will do anything for you, no matter what.
Roger smiled with satisfaction. He knew that winning over Fanya was a crucial part of his plan to bring down Deputy Director Liu. Next, Roger began to ask Fanya about some core secrets of Deputy Director Liu, especially those evidences that could be fatal. Fanya was completely devoted to Roger at this moment, so she naturally told him everything she knew. Master, Deputy Director Liu's most fatal weakness has always been in my hands. Fanya snuggled in Roger's arms, her voice soft but with a hint of pride.
He is a suspicious person by nature and never trusts anyone easily.
But he is also extremely greedy. Over the years, he has abused his power to accept bribes, embezzled public funds, and participated in a number of illegal projects.
The amount is huge.
He dare not put these things in the bank, nor dare he let too many people know. She paused, a sly glint in her eyes. He has a secret safe, hidden in a private villa in the suburbs. Inside that safe are not only detailed ledgers of his corruption, but also audio and video evidence of his power for money dealings with other officials, and even, something even more shady. Besides him, I'm the only one who knows the combination and key to that safe.
Roger's eyes lit up instantly. Oh? He trusts you so much? Fanya laughed self-deprecatingly. Trust?
Perhaps. Or maybe he just thought I, his mistress, was the easiest to control and the least likely to betray him. After all, if those things were exposed, I, his accomplice, would be implicated as well. She raised her head and looked at Roger with a firm gaze. But now, I'm not afraid anymore.
Master, just say the word, and I can take you to that villa and get the evidence at any time.
Very good.
A cold arc appeared on Roger's lips. Fangya, you have performed a great service this time.
Once we bring down Deputy Director Lu, I will make you the most glorious woman in Jiangcheng. Just as Roger and Fangya were working out a detailed plan to overthrow Deputy Director Lu in the presidential suite, the Jiangcheng officialdom was in an uproar because of a sudden piece of news. The Provincial Party Committee inspection team will officially enter Jiangcheng in 3 days to conduct a month-long routine inspection and supervision of key cases. This news was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing 1,000 waves. Those officials who are usually dishonest and have dirty hands and dirty butts are all terrified and worried all day long. Deputy Director Lu was undoubtedly the most nervous and anxious one among them. He knew that this inspection team came for a routine inspection in name only, but in reality it was probably targeting him. He has had too many troubles recently. Huang Debiao was beaten, and the mysterious opponent Roger was pressing him step by step, which made him feel overwhelmed. Deputy Director Lu paced back and forth in his luxurious office, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He knew that he had to deal with all the potential hidden dangers before the inspection team came, especially those fatal evidences that could directly point to him.
There shouldn't be any problems with Fangya, right?
Deputy Director Lu muttered to himself, feeling somewhat uncertain. Although he thought he had Fangya under control, he could never fathom a woman's thoughts.
And that Roger.
Deputy Director Lu's eyes flashed with a fierce light.
We must get rid of him as soon as possible.
Otherwise, when the inspection team arrives, if he exposes this matter, I will be completely finished.
He picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed a number. Hello, is this Lao Ma? Help me with something.
At the same time, Roger also received news from Bai Ling that the inspection team would be arriving soon.
Mr. Luo, it looks like we need to expedite our actions.
Bai Ling's voice remained calm, but Luo Jia could hear a hint of solemnity in her tone. The arrival of the inspection team is both an opportunity and a challenge for us. If we can seize the opportunity and deliver the evidence of Deputy Director Lu's crimes at the right time, we can leverage the power of the inspection team and bring him down in one fell swoop.
But if we mishandle it and he bites back, or if he destroys the evidence prematurely, then all our efforts will be wasted.
Roger said in a deep voice, I understand.
I've made a breakthrough with Fangya. She promised to help me get the core evidence that Deputy Director Lu hid in the secret safe.
Oh?
Mr. Luo is indeed an extraordinary person.
A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ling's eyes, and then a knowing smile appeared. It seems that even heroes are tempted by beautiful women.
This also applies to Deputy Director Lu. However, obtaining evidence from Fangya is extremely risky. If Deputy Director Lu finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. You must ensure that everything is foolproof.
I'll be careful, Roger nodded.
However, besides Fangya, we need other backup plans.
I'm worried that Deputy Director Lu will become desperate and use extreme measures against me or the people around me.
Your concerns are not without reason, Bai Ling said. I've already assigned additional personnel to secretly protect you in Yunmengyao.
Also, I've received information that Deputy Director Lu seems to be trying to obtain access to some old files that are unfavorable to him through a Deputy Director of the Municipal Archives Bureau, with the intention of destroying them prematurely. That Deputy Director is Zhou Wenhai, a greedy and lustful man, and Deputy Director Lu's close friend.
Zhou Wenhai. Roger memorized the name. It seems we have to find a way to stop him.
Just then, Zhang Ye knocked on the door and walked in, looking a little strange.
Master, there's a woman downstairs who claims to be the office director of the Municipal Archives Bureau. She wants to see you.
She says she has something very important to discuss with you in private. She doesn't have an appointment, but she knows what you want to know most right now.
Roger and Bai Ling looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes.
Let her come up, said Roger. A moment later, a young woman, about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a well-fitting professional suit, with a capable and somewhat quiet temperament, walked into the reception room under the guidance of Zhang Ye. The woman was tall and well-proportioned, with fair skin and meticulously styled black shoulder-length hair. She wore black-framed glasses, and behind them, her eyes were bright and clear, yet shone with a subtle hint of worry and determination. Her features weren't particularly striking, but when combined, they created an intellectual and dignified aura that resonated with her. The system interface pops up at the appropriate time. Name: Hansini. Age: 26. Height: 167 centimeters. Measurements: 86, 61, 88. System rating: 91 points. Appearance: 83. Special attributes: meticulous, photographic memory +8. Introduction: Director of the Jiangcheng Archives Office, a direct subordinate of Deputy Director Zhou Wenhai. He is upright and capable at work, but because he is not good at scheming, he is marginalized in the unit. He accidentally discovered that Zhou Wenhai was colluding with Deputy Director Liu to try to destroy the secret of important files.
He struggled internally and sought external help.
Current favorability: 15% hope and temptation for Roger, who is rumored to be able to fight against Deputy Director Liu's power. Version number 0.0. Focus on career, no emotional experience.
Another high scoring, intellectual beauty, and one from the archives.
Luo Jie's heart moved, but a gentle smile appeared on his face.
He extended his hand. Miss, please take a seat. What's your name? What do you want to talk to me about?
Hansini shook hands with Roger gently, feeling the strength and warmth of his palm, and felt a little relieved. She took a deep breath and said straight to the point, Mr. Luo, my name is Hansini, and I am the office director of Deputy Director Zhou Wenhai of the Municipal Archives Bureau. I have taken the liberty to come here today to provide you with some important clues about Deputy Director Liu and Deputy Director Zhou's attempt to destroy criminal evidence.
I know you are against Deputy Director Liu, and I want to help you.
Although her voice was not loud, every word was clear and firm, and her eyes flashed with an unquestionable sense of justice. Roger and Bai Ling exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise in their eyes.
It was like someone offering a pillow just when you were sleepy. The appearance of Hansini was like a surprise attack from heaven for them. Chapter 50, Capture Hansini.
Hansini's sudden visit and the shocking news she brought undoubtedly invested a very important chess piece in Roger and Bai Ling's chess game against Deputy Director Liu. Although the office director of the Archives Bureau did not hold a high position, her position and the information she possessed were a timely help to Roger, who was eager to defeat Deputy Director Liu in front of the inspection team. A hint of subtle surprise flashed across Bai Ling's eyes, which were full of insight. She picked up the rain mist tea in front of her and took a sip. Her eyes moved between Hansini and Roger, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but she did not speak immediately. She wanted to see how Roger would respond to and take advantage of this surprise that came to him. Roger gestured for Hansini to sit on the sofa opposite, and Zhangya brought her a cup of warm jasmine tea at the right time.
Ms. Han, you just said that Deputy Director Zhou Wenhai is colluding with Deputy Director Liu to try to destroy important files?
Roger's tone was calm, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, fixed tightly on Hansini's bright eyes that were slightly flickering with nervousness. Hansini held the teacup, her fingertips feeling a little cold.
She took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. Yes, Mr. Luo.
Zhou Wenhai is the executive deputy director of our Archives Bureau and has always been Deputy Director Liu's best friend. He's been behaving very strangely in recent days, often spending time alone in the Special Collections Archives, looking through files from over a decade ago.
He's particularly concerned with approval documents and financial records related to several large-scale infrastructure projects in Jiangcheng.
Furthermore, he's repeatedly hinted to me to keep an eye out for anyone else, especially those higher up, looking through these files. She paused, a flicker of disgust and disdain in her eyes. Yesterday afternoon, I overheard him talking on the phone with Deputy Director Liu. His tone was extremely anxious and flattering. He said, "There's too much stuff, and it'll take time to process, but we promise to clean it up before the inspection team officially arrives, leaving no loose ends." I immediately suspected they were destroying key evidence that would be damaging to Deputy Director Liu.
Special Collection Archives? An infrastructure project from more than 10 years ago?
Roger and Bai Ling exchanged glances, and both saw a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. More than a decade ago, Deputy Director Liu was at the beginning of his career and his power was rapidly expanding. The archives left over from that period must have hidden a lot of his original evidence of crimes.
Ms. Han, since you know all this, why did you choose to come to me? Roger's eyes were scrutinizing. He needed to determine Hansini's true motives. Hansini let out a bitter smile. Mr. Luo, I'll be honest. Although I'm just a small office director, I have my own conscience and bottom line.
I've heard about Zhou Wenhai and Deputy Director Liu's dirty deeds for a long time, and I hate them.
But my influence is insignificant, and I've never been able to change anything.
This time, when the inspection team came, I thought it was a good opportunity to expose their crimes, but I didn't expect them to be so cruel as to destroy evidence and cover up the truth.
I I really can't stand it anymore.
Her voice was choked with sobs, and her eyes gleamed with idealism. I've heard about Mr. Luo and know you have the ability and courage to stand up to Deputy Director Lu's power. So, I've taken the liberty of coming here, hoping to share these clues I have with you. I hope they can be of some help to you, and that those guilty will soon receive the punishment they deserve.
Miss Han's courage and sense of justice are admirable. Roger nodded, his opinion of Han Sini rising a notch.
This woman was not only intelligent and meticulous, but also possessed a rare conscience. However, conscience alone wasn't enough for his complete trust. He pondered for a moment and gave an order to the system. System, use the bewitching skill on Han Sini. Now is an extraordinary period, he needs Han Sini's absolute loyalty and cooperation, and cannot afford any mistakes.
An invisible wave of energy instantly enveloped Han Sini.
Her initially nervous and uneasy expression, upon meeting Roger's deep, captivating gaze, was quickly replaced by an inexplicable feeling of trust, admiration, and even a hint of admiration. She looked at Roger as if she saw the embodiment of justice, a hero who could rescue her from her oppressive work environment.
Mr. Luo.
Han Sini's voice unconsciously softened, and the look she gave Roger was filled with dependence and trust. As long as I can bring down those corrupt officials, I'm willing to do anything for you, even if it costs anything.
A system notification sounded in Roger's mind. Han Sini's favorability plus 70%, current favorability 85%, deep trust and admiration, willing to take risks for the host. The effect was remarkable. Roger was secretly delighted, but on the surface he remained calm. He simply said gently, Miss Han, you are too kind. I don't need you to pay any price. I only need your professional ability and intelligence support. Don't worry, after this is done, I will not only guarantee your safety, but also give you a far brighter future than you have now. He turned to look at Bai Ling. Ms. Bai Ling, it seems that our plan needs some adjustments. Preventing Zhou Wenhai from destroying the evidence and getting that evidence safely into our hands will be our top priority next. Bai Ling's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an appreciative smile. Mr. Luo is indeed a decisive man. Miss Han's joining us is a great help.
I also have some unknown arrangements at the Archives Bureau that may be able to cooperate with your actions. She looked at Han Sini, her tone carrying a hint of the majesty and expectation of a superior. Ms. Han, since you have chosen this path, you must be prepared to take risks.
Mr. Luo is not a simple person. Following him, you may witness many things that you never dared to think of before. Han Sini nodded firmly. I understand, Ms. Bai Ling. I am ready.
She was full of confidence in Roger at this moment, as if as long as Roger was there were no difficulties that could not be overcome.
The three of them then began to discuss in detail the action plan against the Archives Bureau.
Han Sini used her familiarity with the internal environment and personnel of the Archives Bureau to provide a lot of key information, including security loopholes in the Special Collections Archives, Zhou Wenhai's daily routine, and several methods he might use to transfer or destroy archives. Bai Ling, relying on her strong connections and intelligence network, added some external support plans for the Archives Bureau, such as how to temporarily cut off Zhou Wenhai's contact with the outside world without alerting Deputy Director Lu, thereby buying time for Roger's actions.
Roger is responsible for formulating the final action plan and personnel deployment.
He decided to lead the team himself, with Zhang Chang and his most elite brothers responsible for infiltrating the Archives Bureau, while Han Sini would act as an insider, providing guidance and cover at critical moments.
The plan was finalized late at night.
Bai Ling took her leave first, as she had other matters to attend to. Only Roger and Han Sini were left in the reception room. The atmosphere unconsciously became a little subtle. Because of the influence of the bewitching skill and her admiration for Roger's abilities, Han Sini looked at him with eyes full of undisguised admiration and dependence. She was wearing a well-fitting professional suit, looking intellectual and dignified, but her bright eyes seemed to be burning with a flame. Mr. Luo, Han Sini said softly, her voice trembling slightly. Tonight, thank you for believing in me, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to do something for those who have been treated unfairly. Roger looked at her cheeks, flushed with excitement, and her eyes gleaming with idealism, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Although this woman wasn't as alluring and charming as Fang Ya, as gentle as Yun Mengyao, or as youthful and fiery as Zhao Tingting, her unique intellectual beauty and reckless courage for justice deeply captivated him. He stood up, walked to Han Sini, reached out his hand, and gently held her slightly cold hand on her knees. Sini, he addressed her like this for the first time, his voice low and gentle. From the moment you decided to come to me, we've been allies fighting side by side. You don't have to thank me. Toppling Deputy Director Lu is not only for Teacher Yun, but also for more people like you who share a sense of justice, and even more so for myself.
Hansini's body trembled slightly, feeling the warmth and strength coming from Roger's palm, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She raised her head and met Roger's eyes, as deep as the sea. In those depths, she saw a power that made her feel at ease, but also made her sink. Roger! She couldn't help but call out his name softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito and with a hint of confusion. Roger didn't say anything else, but just leaned down slightly and gently pressed his warm lips against her slightly cool soft lips. It was a kiss full of comfort and encouragement. Hansini was a little stunned and nervous at first, and her body was slightly stiff, but soon she was surrounded by Roger's domineering yet gentle aura, and the defenses in her heart completely collapsed. She closed her eyes and responded to him awkwardly and passionately, as if she wanted to convey all her trust and emotions to the man in front of her through this kiss. The moonlight outside the window had become exceptionally bright at some point, shining through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the reception room, casting a shadow on the two people hugging each other tightly, stretching their shadows very, very long. As the tide of passion gradually receded, Hansini snuggled in Roger's arms, with a blush of satisfaction and a hint of relief on her face. She never thought that her life would change so drastically because of the appearance of a man. She had never imagined that she would have such strong trust and dependence on a man she had just met, and even love for him. Roger, she whispered softly, her voice a little husky and lazy, will tomorrow night's operation be dangerous? Roger tightened his arms, hugging her soft body even tighter, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head. His voice was firm and steady, don't worry, Cindy. With me here, there won't be any danger. We must not only obtain evidence, but also make Zhou Wenhai and Deputy Director Lu pay the price for their actions. He knew that by subduing Hansini, the key insider, his plan to overthrow Deputy Director Lu was already half successful. Because of this unexpected deep binding tonight, he and Hansini have established a special relationship that goes beyond ordinary alliances. At this moment, a system notification chimed in. Hansini's favorability increased by 15%, now at 100% due to deep trust, emotional resonance, and close contact. She is completely devoted and loyal to the host. The obedience status has been unlocked. Do you want to sign a confidant maid contract with her? Hint, under the confidant maid contract, the target will retain most of their independent personality and career aspirations, but will prioritize the host's interests in key decisions and provide strong support in specific areas such as intelligence and professional skills. Signed. Roger said without hesitation. He needed Hansini's professional ability and her special position in the Archives Bureau. This kind of close friend type of contract was undoubtedly the most suitable. Ding! Confidant maid contract signed successfully. Reward, 10 free allocation points. Chapter 51 Archives. The night was as dark as ink, covering the slightly old Soviet-style building of Jiangcheng Archives Bureau. It was late at night, and except for a few security guards on duty dozing off in the guardroom, the entire building was plunged into silence. However, beneath this silence, a carefully planned secret operation is quietly unfolding. Roger was wearing a black tight combat suit, outlining his agile and powerful figure. He was wearing special night vision goggles on his face, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he was lurking in a hidden corner in the backyard of the Archives Bureau, keeping in touch with other members of the action team through a micro headset. Attention, the target person Zhou Wenhai has left the Archives Bureau and is not expected to return within half an hour. Miss Han has successfully disabled the first security system outside the Special Collection Archives. Zhang Chang, you lead your men to sneak in from the east ventilation duct, and leave a group outside to support. Be sure to get the copy of the core file we need within 15 minutes, and then evacuate quickly. Remember, only success is allowed, failure is not allowed. Roger's voice was low and calm, with an unquestionable order. Yes, Master. Zhang Chang and Hansini's firm and slightly nervous responses came from the headphones at the same time. Roger had been planning this operation for a long time. Ever since Hansini came to him with the shocking secret of the Archives Bureau, he realized that this was a great opportunity to bring down Deputy Director Lu and his best friend Zhou Wenhai. The Provincial Party Committee inspection team has officially entered Jiangcheng. Time is pressing. He must get his hands on those shameful black materials before Lu and Zhou destroy the evidence. Hansini used her position as office director and her familiarity with the internal environment of the Archives Bureau to provide Roger with a detailed layout of the Special Collection Archive Room, the security system's duty roster, and the specific numbers and storage locations of the problem files that Zhou Wenhai had frequently consulted recently. Roger, on the other hand, added the 10 freely allocated points he had just received from Fong Yitu, intelligence, and agility, without hesitation.
His intelligence attributes were significantly enhanced, not only greatly improving his memory and analytical skills, allowing him to quickly sift through the vast archives to find the most valuable core evidence, but also improving his agility, making him more adept at this type of infiltration. At this moment, Zhang Chang led his three most elite brothers, climbed up the wall on the east side of the archives bureau quietly like a civet cat, pried open an inconspicuous ventilation hole on the second floor, and entered one after another. Their movements were professionally trained and coordinated, and it was obvious that this was not the first time they had carried out such a mission. At the same time, inside the archives bureau, Han Sini was sitting in her office with her heart beating like a drum. The computer screen in front of her displayed surveillance footage of the area surrounding the Special Collections archives. Following Roger's instructions, she cleverly exploited a system loophole, temporarily blocking several key surveillance cameras in the corridor leading to the Special Collection archives room and unlocking the electronic access control system of the archives room. She knew that her action was like dancing on the edge of a cliff. If she was discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. But when she thought of the despicable actions of Zhou Wenhai and Deputy Director Liu, and Roger's eyes full of trust and strength, the fear in her heart was replaced by an inexplicable courage. Mr. Luo, Zhang Chang and his team have successfully entered the Special Collections archives. Han Sini reported the latest progress to Roger via the encrypted communicator. She was wearing a dark business suit, her long hair tied back, and a pair of plain glasses. She appeared calm and capable, but her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner nervousness. Very good. Tell them to follow the list I gave them and prioritize searching for files numbered Top Secret 079 to Top Secret 121. Those are the original financial and approval records of several large-scale infrastructure projects in Jiangcheng more than a decade ago. There must be something fishy going on. Roger quickly gave the order. Inside the Special Collections room, Zhang Chang and his team, like seasoned tomb robbers, navigated the maze of filing cabinets. Wearing miniature spotlights and armed with a checklist provided by Roger, they used specialized tools to quickly and accurately open each heavy metal filing cabinet, searching for the target file. Found it! Top Secret 079 foot, a brother exclaimed in a low voice. Zhang Chang took the file and quickly flipped through a few pages. It was filled with dense records of the financial transactions and approval signatures of a large bridge project at that time. Among them were the handwritten signatures of Deputy Director Liu, who was the head of a department at the time, and Zhou Wenhai, Liu's secretary at the time, as well as many huge amounts of project funds whose whereabouts were unknown. Well done. Make a copy immediately using a high-speed scanner. Find the other copies as soon as possible. Zhang Chang lowered his voice, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere in the archive room was so tense that it was almost suffocating. Just when they were about to complete their mission and prepare to evacuate, an accident happened. An elderly security guard, who was supposed to be on duty at the gatehouse, stumbled onto the wrong floor to use the restroom, ending up in the Special Collections archives area. He was startled to see the archives door ajar, with faint lights and figures moving inside. He sobered up, and the alcohol in him faded. Who's there? The old security guard shouted with a trembling voice, while reaching for the walkie-talkie at his waist, ready to call for support. Oh no! We've been discovered! Zhang Chang was shocked and cursed inwardly. He immediately shouted into the headset, Roger! There's an emergency! An old security guard has discovered us! What should we do? Almost at the same time, Han Sini also saw the scene through the surveillance camera. Her heart instantly rose to her throat, and she hurriedly warned Luo Jie, Mr. Luo. There is a security guard in the west corridor on the third floor. He is about to press the alarm. Calm down. Roger's tone remained calm, but his eyes were sharp as a knife. Zhang Chang, act immediately. Create a moderate commotion to draw the other security guard's attention to the first floor lobby. The other team, find a way to subdue that old security guard within 3 seconds. Don't kill him, but make him shut up. Then, immediately retreat the same way you came, carrying the copied files. Sini, you're responsible for clearing the surveillance records and erasing all traces. Yes, the three answered at the same time. It happened in a flash. Just as the old security guard was about to press the alarm button on the intercom, a dark shadow rushed out from behind him like a ghost. A big hand in a black glove covered his mouth like lightning, and at the same time, the hand of the other hand chopped his neck accurately with a knife. The old security guard didn't even have time to utter a groan before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed limply to the ground. It was Zhang Chang who acted in time and resolved the accident cleanly and efficiently. At the same time, a loud crash of shattering glass erupted from the lobby on the first floor of the Archives Bureau, followed by the piercing wailing of a smoke alarm.
Following Roger's instructions, the members of Team B successfully created a minor accident, drawing the attention of all the security guards on duty. Retreat!
Zhang Chang shouted softly, and took his 3 brothers with him, holding a micro-storage device containing a large number of copies of top-secret files. Like an agile cheetah, he quickly returned through the ventilation duct and disappeared into the night.
Han Sini also took a deep breath, and her fingers moved quickly on the keyboard.
Using her authority as office director and superb computer skills, she cleverly edited and overwrote the surveillance video of that critical period of time, ensuring that no suspicious traces were left. 10 minutes later, Roger, Zhang Chang and Han Sini met at a safe meeting point near the Archives Bureau.
Master!
Zhang Chang and Han Sini spoke almost at the same time, their faces showing relief at surviving the disaster and excitement at completing the mission.
Have you got everything?
Roger's eyes fell on the small storage device in Zhang Chang's hand.
It's all here, Master.
Zhang Chang handed the memory stick to Roger, his eyes full of admiration.
You are truly a master. It was truly dangerous just now. If it weren't for your decisive command, we would have been doomed.
Roger took the memory card and patted Zhang Chang on the shoulder. Brother Chang, you've worked hard.
Are you all right, brothers? Everything is fine.
It's just that old security guard who was knocked unconscious by me.
He should be fine,
Zhang Chang said.
That's good. Roger nodded, then turned to Han Sini.
Beads of sweat still covered her forehead, clearly showing she was incredibly nervous. He reached out and gently wiped the sweat off her face, saying softly, Sini, you've worked hard tonight.
You've been exceptionally brave and calm. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. Han Sini felt the warmth of Roger's fingertips and the concern in his voice.
Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She shook her head and said softly, Mr. Luo, as long as I can help you, as long as those bad guys get the punishment they deserve, I'm willing to do anything. She looked at Roger with eyes full of admiration and trust. He glanced at Han Sini, who looked excited, and Zhang Chang, who looked admiring, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With these core evidences, plus the trump card that Fang Ye is about to get, the end of Deputy Director Lu and Zhou Wenhai is really not far away. The Provincial Party Committee inspection team will also officially arrive in Jiangcheng in 2 days. Roger knew that he had to seize the time and play the cards in his hand to the most deadly effect.
Chapter 52 Evidence Analysis. After the Archives Bureau's secret operation was successful, Roger did not relax at all. He knew that although the memory in his hand contained evidence that was enough to plunge Deputy Director Lu and Zhou Wenhai into the abyss, the real test was how to submit this evidence to the Provincial Party Committee inspection team at the most appropriate time and through the safest channels. The next morning, Roger summoned Han Sini, Zhang Ye, and Bai Ling to the study in his villa. Sume was preparing tea and snacks in the kitchen.
Zhao Tingting and Yun Mengyao were tired and frightened last night, so Roger asked them to rest for a while. Inside the study, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting streaks of light and shadow across the long rosewood conference table. Roger connected the small storage device to a specially encrypted laptop, and the screen soon displayed densely packed archive files and some hidden folders. He first used the 15 freely allocated points he had just obtained, adding 10 points to intelligence, bringing it to a new level, and the remaining 5 points to mental power, to enhance his ability to process complex information and his concentration in high-pressure environments. As the attribute points were distributed, Roger felt that his mind instantly became clearer and his thinking became more agile.
In an instant, the seemingly boring file entries, financial statements, and approval processes on the screen seemed to come alive.
All the information hidden between the lines, the illogical data, and the cleverly concealed connections were clearly presented before him.
Han Sini sat beside him. She had changed into an off-white business suit with a light blue silk shirt underneath.
Her long hair was neatly tied back, and she wore rimless glasses, which added a touch of intellectuality and professionalism. She watched Roger work swiftly on his computer, occasionally pinpointing a suspicious point in a file or linking several seemingly unrelated documents to form a complete chain of evidence. Her eyes were filled with shock and admiration. She found that Roger's understanding and analysis of these complex archives far exceeded even her, a professional who had worked in the archives for many years.
Master, you are truly amazing, Han Sini exclaimed in sincere admiration.
These bad debts from infrastructure projects from over a decade ago involved countless interested parties, and the accounting was flawless. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we'd never be able to uncover the hidden secrets. Roger smiled slightly. I was just lucky and happened to find some key breakthroughs. He did not explain his abilities in detail. After nearly 2 hours of meticulous combing and analysis, they finally sifted through the vast archives, extracting the most damning evidence, original ledgers showing how Deputy Director Liu abused his power to profiteering for himself and his cronies, accepting massive bribes in multiple large-scale infrastructure projects, contract documents showing his collusion with Huang Debiao and others to illegally appropriate state assets, and handwritten instructions and phone recordings showing him abusing his power to suppress dissidents and shield criminal gangs. Each piece of evidence was enough to bring about the downfall of Deputy Director Liu and his imprisonment. With these, plus Fang Ye's impending trump card, Deputy Director Liu is doomed. Zhang Ye gazed at the shocking evidence on the screen, a hint of satisfaction on her face. She wore a tight black dress over a white blazer, radiating the sophistication of a professional woman while retaining the allure of a mature woman. Bai Ling appeared relatively calm. She picked up the Longjing tea in front of her and blew gently. A subtle glint flashed in her almond-shaped eyes. Although the evidence is conclusive, how to safely and effectively deliver it to the inspection team is also a science. Deputy Director Liu has been operating in Jiangcheng for many years and has many informants. If we send this information directly, he will likely intercept it and even alert the enemy. Roger nodded. Ms. Bai Ling is absolutely right. The inspection team will arrive in Jiangcheng the day after tomorrow. We must find an absolutely reliable channel within these 2 days to deliver this evidence to them without anyone noticing. Perhaps I can help with this matter. Bai Ling put down his teacup and said slowly, I have a personal connection with a senior provincial official who is about to retire. He is an upright person and has always been at odds with Deputy Director Liu. If I can anonymously pass some of the appetizers to the head of the inspection team through him, perhaps it will attract their attention and lead to a secret investigation into Deputy Director Liu. Once the investigation is launched, we can release the more core evidence in batches and in a rhythmic manner, and we will completely secure victory. What a good plan! Roger's eyes lit up. Then I'll have to trouble Ms. Bai Ling. You're too polite, Mr. Luo. We are now in the same boat. Bai Ling smiled slightly, full of charm. Having resolved the issue of evidence submission, Roger felt relieved. He knew the time to bring down Deputy Director Liu was drawing near. That afternoon, as Roger finished some work, he suddenly remembered Lan Meng, the mysterious and beautiful butler of Hentang Mansion. Her unique background and those clear, all-seeing eyes lingered in his mind, filling him with a desire to explore. He decided to go to Hentang Mansion again. Firstly, he wanted to further test Lan Meng's background and see if he could recruit her for his own use. Secondly, he also wanted to use the luxurious and private environment of the presidential suite to relax his tense nerves. He still booked the same top-floor presidential suite as last time, and specifically asked the front desk to have Lan Meng serve as his exclusive butler. In the evening, Roger drove to Hentang Mansion. Lan Meng was already waiting in the lobby, still wearing her dark blue housekeeper's dress. She stood tall and straight, with a cool demeanor and a perfect professional smile on her face. Mr. Luo, welcome back to Hentang Mansion. Your suite is ready, please follow me. Lan Meng's voice was soft and pleasant, without a trace of superfluous emotion. Roger followed her into the exclusive elevator. The space inside the elevator was not large, and the two stood side by side. Roger could smell her unique, fresh scent like grass after rain, which made his heart slightly moved. Butler Lan, Roger suddenly spoke, breaking the silence, you rejected my invitation last time, saying that the hotel has a rule that drinking is not allowed during working hours. So what about now? If I invite you to dinner as a personal friend, would you do me the honor, Butler Lan? Lan Meng's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She turned and looked at Roger, a subtle ripple of emotion flashing across her clear eyes. Mr. Luo, you're joking. My job is to provide the most professional service to all VIP guests staying in the presidential suite. There's no such thing as personal friends. If Mr. Luo needs to make a dinner reservation, I can immediately arrange one for you at the hotel's 3-star Michelin restaurant. Ha, Roger chuckled, not angry at all. Butler Lan is really dedicated to her duties. However, I am very curious, why would a woman like Butler Lan, who is both talented and beautiful, be willing to work as a small housekeeper in a hotel? With your abilities and background, there must be a broader world for you to display your talents, right? His words were obviously tentative. Lan Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, but her tone remained calm. Mr. Luo, you're too kind. I'm just an ordinary worker, doing my job well. Everyone has their own choices and pursuits. A peaceful and stable life may be what I want.
Peaceful and stable? Roger's lips curled up into an enigmatic smile. Butler Lon, your story is probably more exciting than 99% of the people in Jiangcheng, isn't it?
A former member of the International Special Forces Organization Phantom, codenamed Blue Butterfly, proficient in combat, intelligence gathering, and crisis management.
This resume doesn't seem like someone who just wants a quiet and comfortable life.
Just as he finished speaking, the elevator reached the top floor with a ding. The elevator door slowly opened. Lan Meng's body trembled violently, and she turned her head suddenly. For the first time, her eyes, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, showed a glimmer of shock and vigilance, even with a hint of incredible murderous intent. Her hand subconsciously touched the back of her waist. There, even in her uniform, she could vaguely see a tiny bulge, obviously hiding some kind of weapon.
Mr. Luo, who are you? How do you know all this?
For the first time, Lan Meng's voice lost its usual calmness and composure, becoming a little hoarse and rapid.
Her entire aura also became sharp in an instant, like an angry female leopard, full of danger. Roger seemed oblivious to the murderous aura emanating from her.
He calmly walked out of the elevator and turned to look at her, still sporting that playful smile.
It doesn't matter who I am, Butler Lon. What matters is that I know who you are and what you want. Perhaps, there could be some more interesting collaboration between us.
Just as the two were confronting each other and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, a sudden cell phone ring broke the silence in front of the suite. It was Roger's phone that rang. He glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. It was Zhang Chang calling. Normally, Zhang Chang wouldn't bother him easily at this time unless something urgent happened. Roger made a wait a moment gesture to Lan Meng and then answered the call.
Roger, something's wrong.
Zhang Chang's anxious and solemn voice came from the other end of the line.
That old fox, Deputy Director Liu, he seems to have noticed that we are trying to take his core evidence.
He just secretly mobilized a group of unidentified armed personnel and directly blocked the Municipal Archives Bureau.
Moreover, he sent another group of people, and they are heading towards the Yunding mansion where you are now. It seems that he wants to strike first and control you, or kill you to silence you. Roger's expression instantly turned extremely serious.
He knew that Deputy Director Liu was desperate and would stop him at all costs. Almost at the same time, several dull footsteps and the subtle sound of metal clashing were heard at the end of the corridor outside the presidential suite. Clearly, the people sent by Deputy Director Liu had arrived. It seems that our cooperation today has to start early, Butler Lon. Roger hung up the phone and turned to look at Lan Meng, his eyes flashing with cold murderous intent and a hint of excited fighting spirit.
Are you interested in playing a more exciting game with me?
Lan Meng looked at the fearlessness in Roger's eyes, which instead showed an increasingly excited fighting spirit, as well as the powerful aura that seemed to control everything. The shock in her heart was gradually replaced by an inexplicable curiosity and a long-lost throbbing. She was silent for a few seconds, then a cool, yet resolute smile slowly curled up the corners of her mouth. Her voice returned to its usual calm and composed tone, but with a chilling edge. Mr. Luo, since you know so much about my past, you should also know that I, a blue butterfly, fear nothing from exciting games.
I just wonder, Mr. Luo, can you afford the price I'm asking for?
At this moment, there was a rapid and heavy knock on the door outside the suite.
Chapter 53 Evil Star. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The presidential suite's extremely heavy door, made of precious teak, groaned under the heavy and rapid impact, and the wall dust around the doorframe fell down. Obviously, the person outside the door had lost his patience and planned to break in by force. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Lan Meng's almond-shaped eyes, which had always been as calm as a deep pool, suddenly contracted and emitted a terrifying cold light. The gentleness and composure that belonged to a top hotel housekeeper disappeared in an instant, replaced by a heart-pounding coldness and sharpness, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. The corners of her mouth, which had been slightly raised because of Roger's teasing, were now pursed into a firm straight line. Mr. Luo, it seems that the tea that Deputy Director Liu invited us to drink is hotter than we imagined. Lan Meng's voice was still calm, but every word had a metallic texture.
There are at least 10 people on the other side, and I sensed a few unusual auras.
I'm afraid they are real desperate criminals who have seen blood. She has an extraordinary perception of danger. Roger's eyes also flashed with cold murderous intent and a hint of ignited excitement and fighting spirit. He hadn't expected Deputy Director Liu to be so desperate as to send someone to a place like Yunding Mansion to kill him. This undoubtedly showed that the evidence in his hands had truly threatened Deputy Director Liu's core interests.
10 people? Desperados? Roger sneered. It just so happens that I've been feeling a bit itchy lately. He quickly opened the system panel and distributed the 15 free points he had just obtained from the Archives Bureau mission without hesitation. Strength +5, agility +5, endurance +5. A powerful warm current instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. Roger felt that his body was filled with unprecedented explosive power, and his reaction speed also reached a new level. His newly acquired crisis warning skill also began to emit a faint buzzing sound in his mind, reminding him of the huge danger lurking outside the door. Butler Lon, oh no, maybe I should call you Blue Butterfly? Roger turned to look at Lon Meng, a meaningful smile on his face. You just said I can afford your price. Now, let me see how much the former ace agent of the Phantom Organization is worth. Lon Meng looked at Roger deeply. This man could still talk and laugh in such a critical moment. His courage and spirit made the stagnant water in her heart, which had been silent for a long time, ripple a little. She said no more, but swung her hand suddenly, and the dark blue housekeeper suit top was torn apart at the elbows, revealing the black tight combat vest underneath, outlining her tight and explosive muscle lines. She then pulled out two special short blades that gleamed with cold light from the inside of her skirt and held them in her hands. Her entire demeanor instantly changed from that of an elegant housekeeper to that of a deadly blue butterfly ready to strike. Mr. Luo, my price depends solely on whether the employer is worthy of my efforts. Lon Meng's voice was cold and resolute. Tonight, I'll give it to you for free. However, if you can take me out of here alive, perhaps we can discuss a longer-term cooperation. Boom! At this moment, the door of the presidential suite was finally violently kicked open. 7 or 8 burly men in black suits, sunglasses and fierce looks rushed in like a tide, holding shining machetes and batons in their hands. The leader was an extremely tall and burly man with a hideous scar on his face that extended from the corner of his left eye to his chin, making him look particularly fierce. Where is Roger? Master Lu has ordered that he must be killed regardless of life or death. The scarred man roared, waving the machete in his hand, and rushed towards Roger in the middle of the living room. Looking for death. A cold light flashed in Roger's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed towards the knife light. He was as fast as a ghost, moving around in the narrow space and easily dodging Scarface's powerful knife. At the same time, he kicked Scarface's waist with a whip kick containing 1,000 pounds of force. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone breaking was heard, and the scarred man let out a shrill scream. The machete in his hand flew out of his hand, and his fat body flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the distant wall heavily and sliding to the ground, his life or death unknown. The other thugs were stunned when they saw this. They obviously didn't expect Roger to be so powerful and defeat their leader with just one move. Just when they were stunned, a blue shadow flashed by like lightning. Lon Meng moved. Her speed was astonishing. The double blades in her hands drew 2 deadly cold rays under the light. Screams echoed in every direction she passed. Those thugs who usually looked ferocious were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of her. They couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes before they were hit and fell to the ground, either dead or injured. Her movements were clean and neat, and each blow was accurately directed at the enemy's vital points. There was not a single unnecessary movement, and she was full of the iron-bloodedness and ruthlessness of a special forces soldier. Roger was not to be outdone. Relying on his physical fitness enhanced by the system and the advanced perception of crisis warning, he rushed left and right in the crowd. Every punch and kick carried tremendous force, knocking down the thugs who tried to besiege him one by one. Within just a few minutes, the 7 or 8 thugs who rushed into the presidential suite were dealt with by Roger and Lon Meng as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. They lay on the ground in a mess, wailing everywhere. The entire presidential suite was filled with the strong smell of blood and the nauseating stench of sweat. The precious carpet was stained with blood. Roger shook off the blood on his hands and walked over to Lon Meng. Looking at her pretty face, which was slightly flushed from the intense exercise but still breathtakingly beautiful, he praised her sincerely. Blue Butterfly, your reputation is well deserved. Your skills are even more amazing than I imagined. Lon Meng put away the short blade, and a fine layer of sweat seeped out of her forehead. Her breathing was a little rapid, but her eyes were still sharp. Mr. Luo is not bad either. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. She was referring to Roger's strength and speed that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Just as the two were about to take a breath and discuss how to escape, a cold and oppressive female voice suddenly came from outside the door that had been knocked open. Blue Butterfly Lon Meng, I never thought you would return to society for a man. This really surprised me.
Before he finished speaking, a slender and agile figure slowly walked in from outside the door. The person who came was a young woman of about 27 or 28 years old, at least 1.75 meters tall, and full of explosive power, like a female leopard ready to pounce. She was wearing a pure black tight leather jacket and leather pants, which perfectly outlined her perfect figure comparable to that of a top model, with towering breasts, slender waist, and long and straight legs. Her hair is neat, short, dark red, which makes her features look more three-dimensional and cool. She has a high nose bridge, thin lips, and there is always a hint of sarcasm at the corners of her mouth. There is a shallow scar on the left side of her eyebrow, which not only does not destroy her beauty, but adds a bit of wildness and danger to her. In her hand, she held a strangely shaped black alloy whip. The tip of the whip dragged on the ground, making a slight friction sound that was chilling. The system interface pops up instantly. Name, Ling Sha. Age, 28. Height, 176 centimeters. Measurements, 90-60-92. System rating, 95. Appearance, 92. Special attributes: Battle Instinct, Slave Slayer Tendency +3. Introduction: a top international mercenary, codenamed Red Snake, known for his ruthlessness and brutality. He's exceptionally skilled in the use of a whip and various close combat techniques. This time, he's been hired by Deputy Director Liu at a high price to eliminate any targets that pose a threat. Current favorability: 30% hostility and murderous intent caused by the mission target. Version 3.15. Complicated emotional experiences, seems to have deep prejudice and distrust towards men. 95 points. And a negative 30% favorability rating. This woman is definitely the most dangerous enemy Roger has ever encountered. Lan Meng's expression instantly grew grave upon seeing the newcomer. She instinctively shielded Roger behind her and said in a cold voice, "Red Snake Ling Sha. Why are you here? How could Deputy Director Liu possibly employ you?" Chuckles. Ling Sha let out a shrill laugh like a night owl, the long black whip in his hand moving around her like a venomous snake. "Blue Butterfly, my dear junior sister, it's been years since we last met, and your skills haven't deteriorated. But do you think you two can stop me? Deputy Director Liu has issued a death order. Today, this brat surnamed Luo must die." Before he finished speaking, the long whip in Ling Sha's hand was like a poisonous snake coming out of a cave, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and it lashed towards Roger's face like lightning. "Be careful!" Lan Meng exclaimed, crossing the double blades in his hands to block the attack. But Ling Sha's whip technique was too fast and too strange. The tip of the whip drew a tricky arc in the air, bypassing Lan Meng's double blades and still going straight for Roger's throat. Roger's crisis warning skill was brought to its full potential at this moment. He felt a deadly chill pouring down from the top of his head, and his body subconsciously retreated backwards. Swish! The whip tip brushed past his nose, leaving a tiny bloody mark on his face and a burning pain. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, his entire nose would have been whipped off. Interesting. Ling Sha looked at Roger, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, which then turned into an even stronger murderous intent. "Not many people can dodge my whip. It seems that you do have some skills. However, the game has just begun." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure pounced on them again like a ghost, and the long whip in her hand danced tightly, turning into whip shadows all over the sky, covering both Roger and Lan Meng at the same time. Lan Meng's twin blades danced like two streaks of silver lightning, colliding constantly with Ling Sha's long whip, emitting bursts of piercing metallic clashes. However, Ling Sha's whip technique was too strange and ruthless, combining both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although Lan Meng was a skilled warrior, she was at a disadvantage due to her weaponry. For a time, she could only barely defend herself, unable to launch an effective counterattack against Ling Sha. Roger, relying on his superhuman speed and strength, as well as his early warning of danger, maneuvered himself around in the swirling whip shadows, facing danger on every side. He knew that in a head-on confrontation, he was no match for Ling Sha. This woman's fighting instincts and practical experience far surpassed his own. "Lan Meng. We must find a way to break out. If we continue to fight her here, we will all die." Roger growled at Lan Meng while dodging Ling Sha's attack. A trace of anxiety flashed in Lan Meng's eyes. The moment she forced Ling Sha back with a knife, she suddenly took out a small metal ball from her waist and threw it to the ground. With a muffled bang, a pungent and thick smoke instantly filled the entire presidential suite. Flash bomb. Cough cough. Damn Blue Butterfly, still has so many tricks. Ling Sha's angry voice with a slight cough came from the smoke. "Let's go." Lan Meng shouted softly, took Roger's hand, and relying on her familiarity with the internal structure of the presidential suite and her professional qualities as a special forces soldier, she quickly rushed towards a hidden fire escape in the suite under the cover of thick smoke. Although Ling Sha's vision was temporarily obstructed by the smoke, her hearing and fighting instincts remained sharp.
She listened to the sounds and located the enemy.
The whip in her hand seemed to have eyes, and she lashed frantically in the smoke, trying to prevent Roger and Lan Meng from escaping.
Puff!
Roger felt a sharp burning pain on his back, apparently hit by the whip, leaving a bloody mark deep enough to see the bone. But he gritted his teeth, without even a groan, just pulled Lan Meng's hand and rushed forward even more frantically. Finally, after paying a certain price, the two successfully rushed into the fire escape and escaped Ling Sha's pursuit. They ran down the fire escape stairs until they rushed out of Hentaying Mansion and got into Roger's Bentley Mulsanne parked in a hidden place, and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Damn it!
This Ling Sha is such a crazy woman.
Roger leaned on the driver's seat, breathing heavily.
The wound on his back was burning with pain, and cold sweat soaked his combat uniform. Lan Meng sat in the passenger seat, her face pale. She pulled disinfectant and bandages from her first aid kit and expertly tended to Roger's back wound. Her voice tinged with fear. Ling Sha is a top assassin who defected from the Phantom organization.
She's even more capable than I was back then.
Deputy Director Liu was able to recruit her. It seems he really spent a fortune.
We've finally escaped a near-death experience this time.
Roger looked at Lan Meng's pretty face so close to him, and the undisguised concern in her eyes, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He reached out, gently held her hand, and said seriously, "Lan Meng, thank you.
If it weren't for you tonight, I'm afraid."
Lan Meng shook her head and interrupted him, a complex light flashing in her clear eyes. "Mr. Luo, you're welcome. I said that if you can take me away alive, we can discuss a longer-term cooperation.
Now it seems that you have done it.
And you are more interesting than I thought, and more worthy of my efforts." For the first time, a smile came from the corner of her mouth, one that was filled with relief and expectation. That smile was like a blue lotus blooming quietly in the dark night, cool and beautiful. A system prompt rang out in Roger's mind: Lan Meng's favorability plus 50%, current favorability 55%, high recognition and willingness to cooperate, with a strong interest in the host's courage and ability.
Do you want to sign the Dark Knight Phantom Special Maid contract with her?
Hint: the Dark Knight Phantom contract will make the target the host's most loyal shadow force, responsible for intelligence, security, and carrying out special missions, with extremely high autonomy and action.
Sign. Roger didn't hesitate.
He knew that a woman like Lan Meng, once truly devoted to him, would be the sharpest and most reliable hidden blade in his hand.
Chapter 54: The Eve of Thunder.
The Bentley Mulsanne traced a smooth silver-gray trail through the night, eventually pulling into a luxurious estate on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, secretly provided to Roger by Bai Ling. This vast estate, with its extremely tight security system, was one of Roger's most secure bases.
As soon as they entered the door, Jiang Chang and Han Sini, who had already received the news, as well as Zhao Dingting, Yin Mengyao, Chen Sisi, and Su Mei, who stayed in the villa, all came out to greet them. When they saw Roger's black combat uniform stained with blood and the shocking whip marks on his back, all the women's faces turned pale in an instant. "Master Roger!"
Yin Mengyao and Zhao Dingting exclaimed almost at the same time, their eyes quickly filled with tears, and they rushed forward desperately, wanting to check Roger's injuries.
"I'm fine, just a minor skin injury."
Roger forced a smile, suppressing the pain, but the cold sweat on his forehead still betrayed his current state. He glanced at Lan Meng, whose clothes were also a little disheveled, but whose eyes were still sharp, and his opinion of this woman increased a little. Lan Meng quickly regained the calmness and professionalism of her personal housekeeper, and said to the other somewhat panicked maids, "Don't panic, the master needs to treat the wound immediately. Su Mei, go prepare hot water and clean towels. Zhang Ye, bring the medicine box. Everyone else, let the master sit down and rest first." Her voice was not loud, but with an unquestionable calmness, she quickly stabilized the somewhat chaotic scene. With the maid's frantic care, Roger quickly cleaned the wound and applied the finest wound medicine. Lan Meng's treatment of the wound was extremely professional and skillful, even better than that of the hospital nurses, which made Roger secretly astonished. This Ling Sha is truly as ruthless and vicious as her reputation says. Roger lay sprawled on the soft sofa, feeling the searing pain in his back and the cool touch of Lan Meng's fingertips as she gently applied the ointment. His voice was a little hoarse as he spoke. "If it weren't for you, Lan Meng, who intervened in time and was familiar with the escape route at Hentaying Mansion, we would have been in her hands tonight. While bandaging his wound meticulously, Lan Meng said calmly, Ling Sha is a top killer in the Phantom organization known for her aggressiveness and tracking abilities, codenamed Red Snake. Her whip is tempered with a special neurotoxin, which, although in small doses, can paralyze a person's muscles and slow their reactions for a short period of time. Master, it's best to go to the hospital for a detailed examination of the wound on your back to rule out the possibility of residual toxins.
She was wearing the dark blue housekeeper's suit today.
Although she had been through a fierce battle, apart from the slightly messy hem of her skirt and her slightly loose bun, she still maintained her elegance and competence.
No need. Roger shook his head. He had the system.
This minor injury and the so-called poison could be mostly recovered after a good night's sleep.
I know my own body well.
However, we must find a way to deal with this woman Ling Sha as soon as possible. Otherwise, she is like a poisonous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to give us a fatal blow at any time.
I agree.
Lan Meng nodded, a cold glint in her eyes.
I know Ling Sha's style of operation.
If she fails in her mission, she will never give up. She will definitely try her best to strike again.
Moreover, she has Deputy Director Lu behind her.
He is wealthy and powerful, and can provide her with continuous support.
Roger pondered for a moment and said to Zhang Chang, Brother Chang, from today on, the security level of the villa will be raised to the highest level. All people entering and leaving must undergo strict screening. In addition, the safety of Teacher Yun's parents, as well as Cindy, Fangya and others, must also be given priority. Double the number of personnel will be deployed, and they will take turns on duty 24 hours a day. No more mistakes can be made. Yes, Roger, Master.
Zhang Chang and Lan Meng responded at the same time.
Roger glanced at the system panel again.
After his last attribute point allocation and the 10 points he'd just received from signing the Night Phantom Special Maid contract with Lan Meng plus the remaining 20 points, bringing his total to 30, he decided to strengthen himself again. He added 10 points to Endurance, to enhance his sustained combat capability and recovery speed, 10 points to Spirit, to improve his sensitivity to the crisis warning, skill and his ability to handle complex situations, and the last 10 points, he added without hesitation to Charm. He knew that when dealing with women, whether enemies or allies, charm was always one of the most effective weapons. After allocating his attribute points, Roger felt that his physical and mental state had reached a new peak. The wound on his back seemed to be less painful, and his mind was clearer.
Okay, let's get down to business.
Roger sat up straight, his eyes sweeping over everyone present.
Cindy, what's going on at the Archives Bureau? What's Zhou Wenhai doing?
Han Cindy had also experienced a thrilling infiltration operation today, but now her face was filled with excitement and determination. She looked dashing in a comfortable dark sportswear and a baseball cap. She replied, Master, even after we successfully obtained the core evidence, Zhou Wenhai seems unaware of the theft. His main focus tonight is preparing for the inquiries from the Provincial Party Committee inspection team tomorrow.
However, I suspect he'll soon realize something's amiss. We must act quickly. What about Fangya? Roger looked at Zhangya again.
As Deputy Director Lu's bedmate, Fangya was the key to their obtaining Lu's core secrets. Zhangya reported, Master, Fangya has completely surrendered to you. She just sent a secret letter saying that Deputy Director Lu has become somewhat hysterical due to the double pressure of the failed assassination attempt on you and the impending inspection team. He is frantically contacting his former connections in both the black and white worlds, as if trying to put up a last-ditch effort against the inspection team. Fangya also said that she has found a clue to the spare key in combination to the secret safe hidden in Deputy Director Lu's suburban villa, but she needs the right opportunity to obtain it.
Excellent. Roger's eyes gleamed. Fangya is our trump card. We must use her at the most critical moment. Have her remain inactive for now and continue to lurk around Deputy Director Lu, gathering information on his latest movements while ensuring her own safety. He paused, then continued, I've already reached a consensus with Ms. Bai Ling. She'll use her connections to anonymously deliver to the head of the inspection team some of the less sensitive but significant appetizers we've obtained from the Archives Bureau regarding Deputy Director Lu's early years. Once the inspection team launches a secret investigation into Deputy Director Lu, we'll immediately deliver the more critical and damning evidence we have, via Han Cindy, as an internal report directly to the core members of the inspection team. Using both of these methods, we'll ensure that Deputy Director Lu is never able to recover. Master is wise.
The maids and Zhang Chang present praised in unison, their eyes full of admiration and conviction for Roger.
Roger waved his hand and said seriously, now is not the time to be happy. Deputy Director Lu is an old fox and he won't surrender easily. He will definitely launch a final, frantic counterattack. Especially that Ling Sha.
She is like a sword hanging over our heads and must be removed as soon as possible. Lan Meng said, Master, although Ling Sha is powerful, she is not invulnerable. She is extremely conceited and has a fatal weakness. She has an almost pathological obsession with money and some rare poisons.
If we can seize this weakness of hers, perhaps. Oh? Are you serious? Roger's eyes lit up. It's absolutely true.
Lan Meng said with certainty, this is the top secret file of the Phantom organization back then.
However, it's not easy to find something that can move her. A mysterious smile appeared on Roger's lips. It's not easy, it's more challenging, isn't it? Leave this matter to me. He thought of the dazzling array of rare treasures and special potions in the system mall.
Perhaps there is bait there that can make Ling Sha, the red snake, take the bait.
Just as everyone was discussing how to respond to the next challenge, the villa's intercom suddenly chimed.
It was an urgent call from Zhang Chang's men, who were in charge of the perimeter security. Brother Chang.
Master Luo. This is bad. Outside the manor, a large number of unidentified vehicles have suddenly appeared outside. They look like special police. What? Roger and everyone present changed their expressions at the same time. Special police? Has Deputy Director Lu gone so far as to unleash the state's violent apparatus against him?
Roger rushed to the surveillance screen and saw that more than a dozen black SWAT assault vehicles had surrounded the entire manor. Armed SWAT team members poured out of the vehicles like a tide and quickly set up a dragnet around the manor. Behind these special police vehicles, several black Audi sedans with city government license plates can be vaguely seen. It is obvious that there are important people behind them in charge of the command.
Damn it! This Deputy Director Lu is really crazy.
Zhang Chang slammed his fist on the table, his eyes full of anger and worry.
Master, what should we do now?
Zhao Tingting, Yun Mengyao and other maids were so frightened that they turned pale and subconsciously moved closer to Roger to seek shelter.
Roger's expression also became extremely solemn.
He knew that he still underestimated Deputy Director Lu's power in Jiangcheng and his unscrupulous means. Facing the state apparatus, no matter how strong his personal force is, it seems pale and powerless.
Everyone, don't panic. Roger took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
His mind raced, thinking of a countermeasure.
Since they've sent in the special police, it means they must have some so-called evidence in their possession.
Or maybe they're trying to force us to confess under false charges like terrorism or organized crime.
He turned to look at Lan Meng. Lan Meng, is there a secret escape route in the manor?
Lan Meng shook her head, her expression serious. Although this manor is heavily guarded, it doesn't have any secret escape routes.
Furthermore, with so many special police officers deployed, I'm afraid they've already sealed off all possible exits. We're like a turtle in a jar right now.
Just when everyone was feeling desperate, Roger's crisis warning skill suddenly sounded a shrill alarm in his mind.
An unprecedented sense of fatal crisis overwhelmed him like an icy tide.
This feeling was several times stronger than when he faced Ling Sha at the Hentaying mansion.
Something's wrong. Roger's pupils suddenly contracted. Their goal might not just be to capture me. They want to kill me and silence me.
Almost at the moment he finished speaking, a burst of dense, hail-like gunfire suddenly rang out from all directions of the manor.
Da-day-day-day.
The roar of automatic rifles tore through the silent night sky. Countless bullets, like the scythe of the god of death, madly poured down on the walls and bulletproof glass of the villa, stirring up a series of dazzling sparks and heart-pounding collisions.
Get down! Get down quickly! Roger roared, and threw Yun Mengyao and Han Sini, who were closest to him, to the ground, protecting them with his body.
Zhang Chang and Lan Meng also reacted very quickly.
They each pulled Zhao Tingting, Su Mei and Shen Sisi and quickly hid behind a sturdy load-bearing wall.
The sound of gunfire became more and more frequent.
Bullets pierced through ordinary window glass like raindrops and flew across the villa.
Shocking bullet holes were made on the walls, and the valuable furniture and furnishings turned into pieces in the rain of bullets.
They really want to kill us.
Yun Mengyao was so scared that she was shaking all over. She hugged Roger tightly and cried.
Roger's heart sank to the bottom.
He knew that Deputy Director Lu had truly committed a drastic strike this time, and would stop at nothing to completely eliminate him and everyone who knew about it. Facing such a frenzied barrage of fire, they were in great danger today.
Chapter 55 Breakout.
The gunfire was intense, like the drumbeat of death. The bullets pierced the villa's bulletproof glass, shattering with a sharp sound, and the cracks spread rapidly. Expensive furniture was smashed to pieces, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Their firepower is too strong.
We can't hold on any longer.
Zhang Chang hid behind a load-bearing column, his face ashen. He had used up the last magazine of his submachine gun. Luo Jia protected Yun Mengyao and Han Seni under him, and they trembled with fear. Zhao Tingting, Chen Sisi, and Sumei also huddled behind the sofa, their eyes full of fear.
Lan Meng. Roger growled, break out. Find the weak point. Lan Meng's eyes flashed coldly, and the calmness of an agent took over.
She quickly surveyed the battlefield and said solemnly, Master, the independent garage in the southwest corner.
It's a blind spot. We need strong cover and create chaos. Roger made a quick decision, okay.
Zhang Chang, all grenades and smoke bombs, ready.
Yes, Master. Action. Roger ordered.
Zhang Chang and his two remaining brothers threw all the smoke bombs and several stun bombs on their bodies towards the villa gate and the main firing point.
Boom. Boom.
The loud noise and strong light temporarily confused the gunmen outside, and thick smoke quickly filled the air.
Now. Follow me.
Lan Meng took the lead, with two military daggers in her hands. Her figure was looming in the smoke, and several gunmen who tried to rush in were silently dealt with by her. Roger followed closely behind, snatching an AK-74U short assault rifle from the fallen gunman. With extraordinary calmness and some basic shooting skills, he launched suppressive fire in the direction of the enemy that might be hidden in the smoke. The maids, escorted by Zhang Chang, followed closely behind and moved quickly towards the garage. Just as Chen Sisi was about to rush into the garage, a bullet whizzed over and hit her left shoulder.
Ah!
Chen Sisi screamed and blood gushed out.
Sisi!
Roger's eyes were bloodshot. He turned around and fired wildly with his short assault rifle to protect everyone. He rushed to Chen Sisi, picked her up horizontally, and rushed into the garage. Inside the garage, Lan Meng had already started a modified, bulletproof Range Rover. Roger had placed the injured Chen Sisi and the other maids in the car and shouted to Lan Meng, drive.
Get out.
The Land Rover Range Rover roared and crashed through the garage door, broke through the encirclement despite the bullets, and rushed towards the abandoned industrial area. After shaking off the pursuers, the vehicle stopped in front of a dilapidated metal processing workshop.
It's safe, for now. Lan Meng's voice was tired.
Everyone got out of the car and almost collapsed to the ground. Roger held the unconscious Chen Sisi in his arms, looking at the hideous gunshot wound on her arm, his heart filled with anger and self-blame.
Lan Meng, is the clinic of Yitong, the underground doctor you mentioned, nearby? Sisi's injury can't be delayed any longer.
Lan Meng contacted her using the satellite phone and said, Master, I've made contact.
Her name is Yitong, codenamed Nightingale.
She's a very skilled doctor.
Her secret clinic is under this warehouse.
Under Lan Meng's guidance, they entered the secret door in the corner of the warehouse and came to a hidden underground operating room. Yitong, about 28 or 29 years old, wore a well-worn gray hooded sweatshirt and overalls. She had a well-proportioned figure, bright, focused eyes, and a professional calm. The black earring on her left earlobe, shaped like a polished bullet shell, gave her a somewhat uninhibited look.
The system interface pops up. Name, Yitong. Age, 29. Height, 168 centimeters. Measurements, 87, 63, 89.
System score, 90 points. Appearance 78, Special Medical Knowledge Background Assessment A+, Psychological Quality Assessment S. Brief introduction: a former genius surgeon at a top-tier hospital, but was banned for upholding his principles and offending the powerful.
He now operates an underground clinic under a different name.
He possesses exceptional medical skills, but a cold exterior and a warm heart.
Current favorability, 10% due to Lan Meng's introduction and his professional concern for the injured.
Version 1.0. Seeing Chen Sisi's injuries, Yitong immediately asked Lan Meng to assist and began emergency surgery without any further ado. Her movements were precise and swift, full of the composure of a professional surgeon. After more than an hour, the operation was over. Yitong took off her blood-stained gloves and said, the bullet was removed. No bones or major nerves were damaged, but there was excessive blood loss, so he needs to rest.
He's out of danger for now.
Roger was filled with gratitude and took out his bank card. Dr. Yi, thank you very much.
Here is 10 million, medical expenses and thank you.
Yi Tong said calmly, I'll make a list of the medical expenses based on market prices.
No need to thank me, I'll do it for Lan Meng's sake. Luo Jia was even more impressed and said solemnly, Dr. Yi is very righteous. If you need anything in the future, I will definitely be at your service. Yi Tong nodded and said to Lan Meng, Blue Butterfly, long time no see.
You're still the same, loving to get into trouble. Lan Meng smiled bitterly, Nightingale, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. After arranging for the others to move to a new safe base, only Roger, Lan Meng, and Yi Tong were left in the clinic.
Roger looked at Yi Tong and said, Dr. Yi, or should I call you Nightingale? Medical skills like yours shouldn't be buried. Are you interested in a more challenging and rewarding stage? Yi Tong raised her eyebrows, oh? What do you think, Mr. Luo?
Roger smiled and said, follow me, and I can help you pick up the scalpel again, stand at the pinnacle of medicine, and wash away the injustices of your past. I can provide you with the resources, equipment, and team you need.
Yi Tong was silent.
Lan Meng added, Nightingale, he is worthy of our trust. At least, he is much more real than those people we met before. After a long while, Yi Tong raised her head and looked at Roger, a complicated light flashing in her eyes. Okay, I'll do it with you.
But I have my own principles, saving the dying and healing the wounded, without violating medical ethics. It's a deal. Roger held out his hand.
Yi Tong shook hands with him.
After dealing with all this, dawn had already broken. Only Roger and Lan Meng were left in the clinic. Last night's life and death escape caused subtle changes in the relationship between the two.
Lan Meng looked at the hideous wound on Roger's back caused by Lingsha's whip. Although it had been treated by Yi Tong, it was still shocking. That was what he left behind to cover her and the maid's retreat.
Roger!
Lan Meng's voice trembled slightly. She stretched out her hand, and her fingertips gently brushed the skin next to his wound, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Roger turned around, held her slightly cold hand, looked into her bloodshot yet clear eyes, and whispered, Lan Meng, thank you for your hard work tonight. Lan Meng shook her head, her eyes determined. The atmosphere in the room, at this moment, became quiet and ambiguous. Roger looked at Lan Meng's face so close to him and saw the undisguised sincerity in her eyes, and his heart was moved. He reached out, took her in his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. When everything calmed down, Lan Meng curled up in Roger's arms, like a bird that had found a harbor, with a satisfied blush and a peaceful look on her face. The system prompt sounded again, Lan Meng's favorability is 100%. The soulmate exclusive guardian contract has been perfectly completed.
Loyalty is permanently locked.
Roger looked at Lan Meng, who was sleeping in his arms, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes.
Chapter 56 Dragon Slaying.
In Yi Tong's underground clinic, the faint light of morning light shone through the dusty window frames, barely dispelling some of the darkness in the room. The air was still filled with the strong smell of disinfectant, mixed with a hint of blood and the tense atmosphere of gun smoke that had not yet completely dissipated. After Roger sent Yun Mengyao, Chen Sisi, and others who needed recuperation to the safe base in the ancient castle in the mountains arranged by Bai Ling, only he, Lan Meng, and Yi Tong were left in the clinic. After successfully surviving last night's life or death escape, and witnessing Roger's calmness and courage amidst the hail of bullets, as well as his unwavering commitment to his companions, Yi Tong's opinion of Roger had undergone a fundamental shift.
This young man seemed to possess an irresistible charisma and unfathomable strength.
Dr. Yi, Roger said straight to the point, looking at Yi Tong's eyes, which were slightly tired from the all-night surgery but still sparkled with sharpness and focus.
Cece's injury was healed last night thanks to your intervention. I wonder what you think of my earlier suggestion. A top medical talent like you shouldn't be buried in this small underground clinic. Yi Tong was silent for a moment.
She recalled the past when she was ruthlessly abandoned by the system because she insisted on her principles, and the medical ambitions that could not be realized due to lack of resources. Lan Meng had previously explained to her in detail Roger's potential and their ongoing career. She raised her head and met Roger's gaze firmly.
Mr. Luo, if I choose to trust you, can you guarantee that I will have absolute autonomy in medical treatment and only save those who need to be saved, without violating my conscience and bottom line as a doctor? I guarantee it with all my lives. Roger's answer was firm and unquestionable. Okay. Yi Tong took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with a desperate determination. I, Yi Tong, am willing to join your team from today on and become your chief doctor. My medical skills will serve you and your people.
A system notification sounded simultaneously in Roger and Yi Tong's minds. Yi Tong's favorability is 100%. The Chief Divine Doctor Special Maid contract has been perfectly concluded.
Loyalty is permanently locked at max.
After successfully conquering Yitong, a top medical talent, Roger did not delay for a moment and immediately began to deploy the final attack against Deputy Director Liu. He knew that the Provincial Party Committee inspection team would officially arrive in Jiangqing today, and he didn't have much time left. He must strike a fatal blow to Deputy Director Liu before he can use his remaining forces in Jiangqing to resist stubbornly or even destroy more evidence. Roger sat in the command room of an ancient castle deep in the mountains, and commanded his huge intelligence network and operational forces in an orderly manner through an encrypted communication system.
Hansini, Roger's voice reached Hansini through the encrypted line. How are your preparations going? Have we verified and backed up the core evidence we obtained from the Archives Bureau? At this moment, Hansini was in an absolutely safe secret base arranged for her by Bai Ling.
The computer screen in front of her was densely packed with various sorted and classified archival materials. She wore a pair of blue light-blocking glasses, her expression focused and competent.
Master, rest assured.
All core evidence has been triple encrypted and backed up, and is physically isolated and stored by professionals dispatched by Captain Lan Meng. Every piece of evidence points in a clear direction, enough to bring Lu Changfu Deputy Director Lu's name, Zhou Wenhai, and the others to justice. My classmate Qinyu, who works in the Secretariat of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's inspection team, is also ready to assist us. We only await your order to deliver these letters of surrender safely to Secretary Wang Zhenggui as soon as possible.
Very good.
Roger nodded with satisfaction. As for Qinyu, tell her to be careful and ensure her own safety. Before the evidence is formally handed over, any contact between her and us must not be revealed. He connected to Fang Ye's secret communication again. At this moment, Fang Ye had already been taken to the castle by Roger, and together with other maids, she was given the best accommodation and protection. Her loyalty and dependence on Roger reached its peak after her brother Fang Ming was rescued, and she personally experienced Roger's unfathomable strength and gentle and domineering grace.
Roger's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. Has Lu Changfu shown any unusual behavior recently?
Especially regarding any other secret bases or important connections he might have hidden. Fang Ye, wearing a sexy silk nightgown, lazily reclined on the soft sofa, her voice charming and seductive. Master, that old bastard Lu Changfu was like an ant on the hot pot, running around in circles. He knows that when the inspection team arrives, he'll be the first person they'll check. He's been frantically contacting his old connections in both the black and white worlds, giving gifts and promising benefits everywhere, trying to win people over and make a last-ditch effort. However, from what I know, most of his so-called friends are selfish and self-protective. I'm afraid there aren't many who are truly willing to stand up for him at this time. She paused, a sly glint in her eyes, and lowered her voice, saying, However, Master, I do remember something. Besides the suburban villa with the secret safe, Lu Changfu also has a secret mistress's apartment in the city center that he never mentions to anyone. There lives a starlet, even younger and prettier than me, named Lu Feifei.
It's said that Lu Feifei was raised by Lu Changfu, and she knows many of his deeper secrets. She might even be keeping something more important for him. Lu Changfu cherishes her very much and spends the night there almost every week. If Master can find a way to get through to Lu Feifei, you might reap unexpected rewards. Lu Feifei? Another mistress? Roger stroked his chin, thinking to himself, this Lu Changfu is truly a pervert. However, time is running out, and the inspection team has already arrived. He doesn't have the energy to mess around with a minor celebrity. The most urgent task is to use the hard evidence in hand to kill Lu Changfu with one blow. We'll discuss Lu Feifei's matter later, Roger said decisively. Your current task is to work with Cini to compile a complete supplementary report on all the details you know about Lu Changfu's violations of laws and discipline, corruption, and possible locations where he may have hidden evidence, as well as a list of his core accomplices. This will be our second gift to the inspection team. Yes, Master, Yair obeys your command. Fang Ye responded obediently. Just as Roger was planning and deploying his troops to prepare for the final attack on Deputy Director Liu, the sky in Jiangcheng was finally about to change. The special plane of the Provincial Party Committee inspection team landed at Jiangcheng International Airport on time at 3 p.m. that day under the strict guard of dozens of armed police soldiers. The inspection team of more than 10 people, led by Wang Zhenggui, Executive Vice Secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, moved into the Municipal Party Committee guesthouse in a low-key and rapid manner under the warm welcome of the main leaders of the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee. For a time, the entire Jiangcheng officialdom was in a state of panic, with officials who were usually corrupt and domineering were all on pins and needles, terrified that the inspection team's sword would suddenly fall on their heads.
Deputy Director Liu was like a frightened bird, locked in his office, chain-smoking, his face so gloomy it looked like water dripping from his mouth. He kept making calls, trying to use various connections to inquire about the inspection team's movements and the focus of their investigation, but the information he received was vague, further frustrating him. He had a vague feeling that an invisible net was slowly spreading over his head, and this time, he might really be doomed. That night, the night was dark. With Bai Ling's clever arrangement and Qin Yu's secret coordination, Han Sini successfully and secretly delivered the first batch of carefully organized and encrypted core evidence materials about Deputy Director Liu's suspected abuse of power for personal gain and acceptance of huge bribes in multiple large-scale infrastructure projects in his early years to the desk of Wang Zhenghua, deputy head of the inspection team. Wang Zhenghua, the Justice Bao of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, renowned for his ruthless impartiality and godlike handling of cases, flew into a rage after carefully reviewing these shocking reports overnight. He immediately ordered the formal initiation of a secret investigation into Deputy Director Liu and immediately assembled elite personnel from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Procuratorate to form a joint task force, ready to take decisive action against Deputy Director Liu and his cronies. The next morning, when Deputy Director Liu was still in his office anxiously thinking about how to respond to the inspection team's inquiries and how to completely eliminate Roger, his biggest threat, the door of his office was suddenly pushed open from the outside. More than a dozen case handlers from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Provincial Procuratorate, dressed in dark uniforms, with serious expressions and sharp eyes, appeared in front of Deputy Director Liu like divine soldiers descending from the sky, under the personal leadership of Wang Zhenghua, deputy head of the inspection team.
Comrade Liu Chongfu, Wang Jinggua's voice was icy and emotionless, like icicles in the coldest days of winter. We are from the Provincial Party Committee Inspection Team and the Provincial Joint Task Force. Based on public reports and the preliminary evidence we have, you are suspected of serious violations of discipline and law, abuse of power, accepting huge bribes, and harboring criminal gangs. Now, please come with us and cooperate with our investigation. Deputy Director Liu watched the scene unfold before him, listening to Wang Zhenggua's death-defying words. He felt his vision go dark, his legs gave way, and he collapsed into his chair like mud. He knew he was completely finished. All the power, wealth, and status he had painstakingly cultivated over decades would vanish in this moment. No. No. This is a false accusation. It's a frame-up. It's that little beast Roger who is harming me. You can't arrest me. I'm the deputy director.
Deputy Director Liu roared hysterically, trying to make a final dying struggle. However, what awaited him was only a pair of cold and ruthless handcuffs and the unquestionable cold eyes of the investigators. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wenhai, Deputy Director of the Municipal Archives Bureau, and many of Deputy Director Liu's core followers and relevant stakeholders in both the black and white worlds were taken into custody by the Joint Task Force and put under investigation. Huang Debiao, a local thug who had been bullying others for many years by relying on his brother-in-law's power, knew that his crimes were grave and that he could not escape the law after learning the news of Deputy Director Liu's downfall. He absconded with the money overnight, but was caught on the spot by the Customs and Border Armed Police who had been on standby as he was leaving the country. The sky of Jiangcheng changed completely overnight. When the news came out, the whole Jiangcheng was shocked. Citizens spread the news and applauded, praising the Provincial Party Committee Inspection Team for its swift and decisive actions in eliminating harm for the people. The victims who had been oppressed and persecuted by Deputy Director Liu and his cronies cried with joy. They took out the reporting materials they had prepared long ago and flocked to the inspection team's residence to expose more heinous crimes of the Liu Group.
In an ancient castle deep in the mountains, Roger has real-time access to everything happening in Jiangcheng through Bai Ling's intelligence network. When he learned that Deputy Director Liu was formally placed under double supervision and his accomplices were all caught, a smile of relief finally appeared on his face. This dragon-slaying battle that lasted for so long and was full of danger and gambling finally ended with his complete victory. Yun Mengyao's parents were quickly vindicated, not only having their jobs and reputations restored, but also receiving a generous compensation for the unfair treatment they had previously suffered. Their gratitude to Roger was beyond words. Fangya burst into tears of joy when she learned that Deputy Director Liu had fallen. She knew that she had finally escaped the control of that old pervert and could start a new life. Her loyalty and love for Roger also reached an unprecedented peak. Han Sini was highly praised by the inspection team leaders for her outstanding performance in not fearing power and daring to expose corruption in this incident. She was promoted and reused out of turn, and her future is bright. Her feelings for Roger as her close friend also deepened. The whole team was immersed in the joy of victory.
At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Roger's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden S-rank epic quest, Jiangcheng Dragon Slaying. You've completely brought down Deputy Director Liu, the leader of Jiangcheng's largest corrupt group, and his core cronies, upholding local justice and gaining immense regional prestige and influence.
Mission evaluation, perfect S+. In view of the host's outstanding wisdom, extraordinary courage, and perfect leadership of the team during this mission, the following rewards are given. Please choose one.
A copy of partial control of Jiangcheng's underground world. The host can obtain control and income rights of some gray industries in Jiangcheng, and obtain initial loyalty from some underground forces, but must bear the corresponding risks. B. 1 Partner of Justice title provincial level. By wearing this title, the host can gain a certain degree of trust bonus and convenience when dealing with official agencies at the provincial level and below, and slightly increase the initial favorability towards female characters in the justice camp. C. Cash reward of 500 million renminbi directly deposited into the anonymous account designated by the host. The source is absolutely safe. D. A hard drive containing the complete collection of little movies that Deputy Director Liu has kept privately for many years. Roger looked at these 4 incredibly lucrative options, and a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. Option A's control of the underground was a huge temptation, but also carried a high risk. Option B's title was highly practical and would greatly benefit his future.
Option C's cash reward was simple and direct. Option D.
Roger could only say that the system was still so dishonest. He weighed the pros and cons carefully and decided that what he needed most at the moment was to increase his influence and protection at the official level. I choose B, the title of Partner of Justice, provincial level.
Ding!
Host selected B, the title Partner of Justice, provincial level has been equipped.
The title effect has been activated.
Roger breathed a sigh of relief.
Deputy Director Liu's farce has finally come to an end. Chapter 57 Qihong Group. Deputy Director Liu and his complex interest group collapsed overnight, and Jiangcheng's politics and underground order underwent an unprecedented reshuffle.
Roger, the center of the storm, quickly turned his attention to the longer-term future after a brief moment of joy of victory. He knew very well that the game of power would never end and that a temporary victory did not mean a permanent solution.
He needs a more stable, stronger foundation that can better demonstrate his current identity and strength.
The early morning sun shone on the cold stone walls of the ancient castle in the mountains. Roger stood on the terrace, overlooking the hazy morning mist below the mountain. Although the secret base provided by Bai Ling provided him with excellent shelter in the previous life and death battles, it was ultimately too remote and hidden to be the headquarters for his future career development.
It's time to truly establish my own territory in Jiangcheng.
Roger muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with ambition. Over the past month or so, his life has undergone tremendous changes. From an inferior fat man who was bullied by everyone to a behind-the-scenes player with billions of wealth, surrounded by beautiful women, and able to compete with city-level officials, the emergence of the system completely rewrote his fate. The number in his bank account, which already exceeded 1 billion, had long lost its simple monetary meaning to him.
The women around him, each with their own unique charm and exceptional abilities, the gentle and intellectual Yin Mengyao, the youthful and fiery Zhao Dingting, the enchanting Fangya, the upright and capable Han Sini, the calm and powerful Lan Mang, the medically gifted Yi Tong, as well as his earliest followers Chen Sisi, Su Mei, Zhang Ye, and the complex Lin Shui are not only a delight in his life but also an integral part of his future. He needs a home large enough to accommodate them, a platform strong enough to support their talents and their shared future. Roger's gaze finally turned to the surrounding area of Jiangcheng University.
Jiangcheng University is the starting point of his rise and an important source of his future talent reserve. Based on his previous observations in Zhang Ye's intelligence gathering, there are indeed many vacant lots around the university town that have not yet been fully developed, as well as some driving schools, old office buildings and small factories that are poorly managed and on the verge of bankruptcy. If all these plots of land and properties could be integrated together, they would be enough to create a large-scale, fully functional empire belonging to Roger. Once this idea was formed, it burned fiercely in his heart like a spark that set the field ablaze.
He immediately summoned Zhang Ye and Su Mei.
"You're Su Mei," Roger said straight to the point, looking at the two capable women. "I've decided to build our future headquarters in the area south of Jiangcheng University, near the commercial street. There are several vacant plots of land totaling over 1,000 acres there, as well as some old properties nearby that can be acquired. I need you to mobilize all your resources to acquire all of these plots of land and properties as quickly as possible.
Funding is not a problem. I'm looking for efficiency and results." Zhang Ye was wearing a well-tailored ivory white suit and skirt, with a black silk shirt underneath.
Her beautiful eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses sparkled with excitement. She immediately pulled up the detailed planning map and property rights information for the area on her tablet, and offered a clear and logical analysis.
Master, your decision is a wise one.
The area south of Jiangda University boasts a prime location, convenient transportation, and enormous potential for future appreciation. According to our preliminary assessment, the ownership of those vacant plots is quite fragmented, involving local village collectives and several small developers. The surrounding driving schools and old office buildings are also mostly for sale due to poor management or urban planning adjustments. If we operate properly, we can acquire them in batches and gradually without causing too much of a stir.
Su-mei, wearing a light blue dress and a white knitted cardigan, looked gentle and capable.
She added, "Master, I have some connections in the municipal government." After Deputy Director Lu's downfall, many departments in Jiangcheng are undergoing personnel adjustments and power reshuffles, which is a perfect opportunity for us to make our move. I can try to use some of my friends to secure some favorable conditions for us regarding land approvals and planning adjustments, ensuring the smooth progress of the entire acquisition and construction process.
Very good. Roger nodded with satisfaction.
You will be responsible for the specific business negotiations and financial operations. Make sure the price is reasonable and the procedures are clean. Su-mei, you will be responsible for smoothing official relations and building personal connections to ensure that our project does not encounter unnecessary obstructions.
I will give you 1 month. I want to see initial results.
Yes, Master. Zhangya and Su-mei responded in unison, their eyes full of enthusiasm.
In the following month, Zhangya and Su-mei demonstrated amazing work efficiency and skills.
With her excellent business acumen and negotiation skills, as well as the almost unlimited financial support provided by Roger, Zhangya successfully reached a series of acquisition agreements with the holders of those plots of land and properties. She did not take tough measures against some stubborn holdouts, but instead used Bai Ling's network of connections to cleverly exert just the right amount of pressure, ultimately convincing them to sign the transfer contracts. Su-mei used her versatile communication skills and previously accumulated personal connections to navigate various key departments in Jiangcheng. Coupled with the subtle influence of Roger's title of Partner of Justice in certain situations, the approval and planning process of the entire acquisition project went extremely smoothly, with almost no substantial obstacles encountered. A month later, the prime land with a total area of more than 1,500 acres on the south side of Jiangcheng University, as well as several old office buildings and driving school sites in the surrounding area that were worth renovating, were quietly transferred to the Qihong Holding Group controlled by Roger through several overseas shell companies.
This vast land will become Roger's True Dragon's rise in Jiangcheng. He personally participated in the overall planning and design of the entire area. According to his vision, this will no longer be a simple villa manor, but a modern intelligent ecological park integrating living, office, scientific research, security, leisure and entertainment, with highly complex functions and security level reaching the level of a military fortress. He named it City of Sailing. The heart of City of Sailing is naturally the central residence, home to Roger and his numerous maids. Designed to evoke the style of a classical European castle while incorporating modern intelligent technology, this residence, covering over 100 acres, will house not only Roger's own luxurious suite but also a fully functional, private, and individually themed apartment for each of his key maids. Furthermore, the residence will feature a private cinema, a heated swimming pool, a premium wine cellar, a Michelin 3-star private chef restaurant, and an underground smart garage large enough to accommodate all of Roger's luxury vehicles. Adjacent to the main house are 3 modern multifunctional buildings with different styles but echoing each other. The first building will be the headquarters of Qihong Student Financial Services Company, Limited, utilizing cutting-edge green design concepts. It boasts a sleek, modern exterior and comprehensive office facilities. Zhangya will serve as Qihong Finance's CEO, and Su-mei as its marketing director.
From here, they will continuously recruit high-caliber female university students from Jiangcheng's major universities for Roger's Talent Reserve program.
The second building, the Nightingale Life Science Institute, was custom-built for Yitong.
Designed and constructed to the standards of a leading international biomedical laboratory, it houses Yitong's dedicated independent research lab, a sterile operating room, and a variety of cutting-edge medical testing and analysis equipment. Here, Yitong will lead her medical research team to provide top-tier medical care for Roger and his team members. The third building will serve as the headquarters and training base for the Blue Butterfly International Security Group, led by Lan Meng. The exterior of this building will be constructed of alloy, while the interior will be filled with a variety of high-tech security facilities and professional training facilities, including an indoor shooting range, a combat training hall, a tactical simulation room, and a central command center directly connected to the entire Hale City security system. Here, Lan Mang will train and command an elite security team composed of retired Special Forces soldiers and security experts, loyal only to Roger. They will be responsible for the absolute security of Hale City and all of Roger's properties. Zhang Chang and his subordinates will also be integrated into the security group, receiving more professional training in management. In addition to these core buildings, the city of Sailing will also be planned to include top private clubs, equestrian clubs, organic ecological farms, and leisure facilities such as an artificial lake covering dozens of acres and private gardens, striving to build it into a self-sufficient, isolated ideal kingdom that belongs only to Roger and his women. As the grand blueprint of the city of Sailing slowly unfolded, Roger did not forget his promise to Fangya. Through Bai Ling's connections and by cleverly utilizing the advantages brought by his title of Partner of Justice, he successfully arranged Fangya's incompetent brother Fang Ming to a newly established cultural exchange center under the Jiangqing City Cultural Bureau, where he served as a deputy chief clerk, a position with no real power but a very leisurely and fairly good salary. Roger also deliberately warned Fang Ming to behave himself and be a good person in the future, otherwise, he could easily help him get to this position, but could also easily smash him to pieces. Fang Ming was naturally scared out of his wits. He was very grateful to Roger and vowed to change his ways and become a new man. After learning that her brother's job had been properly arranged, Fangya became even more devoted to Roger and burst into tears of gratitude. She knew that she would never be able to live without this man who brought her a brand new life. She also worked harder to collect information for Roger about the remaining forces of Deputy Director Liu, as well as some unknown secret information in the officialdom of Jiangcheng, becoming an important chess piece that Roger planted within the enemy. Yun Mangyao's parents were quickly and completely rehabilitated after Deputy Director Liu's downfall. Not only did they have their original jobs and reputations restored, they also received a substantial amount of state compensation for the unfair treatment they had previously suffered. The old couple were naturally very satisfied with Roger, the future son-in-law who not only saved their entire family but also loved their daughter deeply, and they wanted to marry their daughter to him immediately. Yun Mangyao also completely let go of the burden in her heart. Under Roger's nourishment and care, her whole body glowed with unprecedented brilliance and became more gentle and charming. Hansini was also highly praised by the leaders of the Provincial Party Committee inspection team for her outstanding performance in not fearing power and providing key evidence in exposing the corruption case of Deputy Director Liu and Zhou Wenhai. She was directly transferred to the Supervision Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Although the position is not high, her future is bright. Her feelings towards Roger also gradually transformed from initial gratitude and admiration to a deeper feeling of confidence mixed with love and admiration. She knew that she would be Roger's most loyal ally and partner throughout her life. Chen Cici's injuries recovered quickly under Yitong's careful treatment and the use of various rare medicinal herbs. The function of her arm was not affected at all. On the contrary, because of this ordeal, her relationship with Roger became deeper and her dependence on Roger became stronger. As for Zhao Tingting, Su Mei and others, they have also found their own position and value in the future that Roger planned for them. With Roger's financial support, Zhao Tingting's dance studio has begun to take shape and has attracted many young dancers with potential. Under the leadership of Zhang Ye, Su Mei began to take full responsibility for the marketing and customer service of Chihan Finance, demonstrating outstanding business talent. Everything was developing in an orderly manner in the direction Roger expected. Chapter 58 Secretary Xiao Wanqing. After the downfall of Deputy Director Liu, Jiangcheng ushered in a period of power reshuffle that was calm on the surface but actually had turbulent undercurrents. In this reshuffle, a name rose rapidly like a comet and became a legend that the upper class and ordinary people in Jiangcheng talked about after dinner: Roger. The first people to feel this legendary atmosphere were undoubtedly the teachers and students of Jiangcheng University. Just outside the south gate of Jiangcheng University, on the vast open space that was once overgrown with weeds and dotted with a few dilapidated driving schools and abandoned small factories, a large and imposing building complex is rising from the ground at an astonishing speed. Countless top-level engineering vehicles shuttle back and forth day and night. Tower cranes stand in rows and machines roar on the construction site, but the construction site is well managed and there is no trace of the dirt and mess of ordinary construction sites. What is even more amazing is that the construction is carried out by some of the top domestic and foreign construction groups and landscape design companies. According to rumors, the funds and manpower invested are enough to create another small CBD in Jiangcheng. Have you heard? The land outside the south gate was bought by a mysterious tycoon. He plans to build an ultra-luxurious private estate and corporate headquarters. It's more than just a private estate.
My cousin works in the planning bureau.
He said the plan is to create a large-scale integrated park integrating living, office, scientific research, security, leisure and entertainment. The name has already been decided, City of Sailing.
City of Sailing? That's a pretty impressive name. But who is so generous? Could it be some fierce foreign dragon? What's this crossing the river dragon?
I heard the boss behind this City of Sailing is the Roger from our school.
Roger? Impossible? Is this the fat and bullied Roger? Didn't he barely even pay his tuition? You're so out of touch. Roger is no longer the same Roger he used to be. Haven't you heard? Deputy Director Lu's downfall is said to have had a lot to do with him. And the last time Wang Hao was beaten half to death at school, with his balls burst, it was also him. He's now the true underground king of Jiangcheng, with influence in both the black and white worlds. Rumors about Roger spread wildly across Jiangcheng University, each one more bizarre and exaggerated than the last.
Initially despised and ridiculed, Roger's name gradually evolved into a place of awe, fear, and even a touch of envy and admiration. As for Roger himself, he has completely disappeared from Jiangcheng University since the downfall of Deputy Director Lu. He no longer has to attend those boring classes and rarely appears in public. The classmates haven't seen him on campus for a long time, and there is no chance to see him again. The only thing they could feel was that the construction site of the City of Sailing outside the south gate of the school was changing every day. Those magnificent buildings full of futuristic scents were growing up at an astonishing speed like bamboo shoots after rain, demonstrating the unfathomable financial resources and power of their owners. Lin Wanner's feelings were undoubtedly the most complicated regarding all this. As the recognized campus beauty of Jiangcheng University and a favored daughter of heaven, she has lived in the pursuit and envy of everyone since she was a child. How could she ever take Roger, a low-level person like an ant in her eyes, seriously? She still clearly remembered how embarrassed Roger looked when he accidentally spilled soy milk on her skirt in the cafeteria, and how she slapped him mercilessly and humiliated him. She also remembered that Roger suddenly turned over a new leaf. Not only did he become thinner and more handsome, he also drove an Audi and even dared to splash water on her in public, making her lose face. Then came Wang Hao's downfall, and the sudden collapse of Deputy Director Lu, a behemoth that even her father looked up to. All of this is like an absurd magical drama, and Roger is undoubtedly the only protagonist in this drama. Lin Wanner stood at the window of her dormitory, looking at the bustling construction site of City of Sailing in the distance, feeling mixed emotions. Her former pride and sense of superiority were shattered by Roger's miraculous rise. Her former suitors, whether it was Zhao Kai, who had a prominent family background, or Wang Hao, who was strong and powerful, all seemed so insignificant and ridiculous in front of Roger today.
Wanner, are you staring at that construction site again?
A clear and pleasant female voice came from behind, interrupting Lin Wanner's thoughts. Lin Wanner turned around and saw her roommate and best friend, Li Qian, walking towards her with 2 cups of milk tea.
Li Qian is also one of the famous beauties in Jiangcheng University.
She comes from a wealthy family and her father is the chairman of a listed company in Jiangcheng. She was wearing a latest Chanel dress, her long hair was slightly curled, and her makeup was exquisite. She exuded the delicate aura of a rich girl. The system interface pops up at the appropriate time.
Name, Li Qian. Age, 21. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 88-60-190. System rating, 92 points. Appearance 90, family background +2. Brief introduction, Lin Wanner's best friend and the daughter of the Jiangcheng Li group. Slightly spoiled, vain, and competitive, but loyal to her friends. Currently shocked and curious about Roger's rise, with a subtle hint of envy and jealousy. Current favorability, 5% negative impression due to Roger's previous humiliation of Lin Wanner version, 1.5 had a few short-lived romances with wealthy second generations, but nothing substantial developed. This Li Qian is actually a very beautiful woman, but her personality doesn't seem to be very pleasing. Nothing, just looking around.
Lin Wanner took the milk tea handed to her by Li Qian, hiding her complicated feelings.
You're saying it's nothing?
Li Qian sat down beside her, took a sip of her milk tea, and said with a curled lip, "You've been staring at that City of Sailing whenever you've had some free time lately.
Don't tell me you haven't had any feelings for Roger anymore?
I heard he's now a true bachelor in Jiangcheng, infinitely better than those idiots who chased you before. Plus, he's still so young, and his looks are not bad at all." Li Qian recalled that she had seen Roger's transformed appearance several times on campus before, and she had to admit that Roger now really had the capital to make women's hearts beat.
Lynn Warner's cheeks turned slightly red, and she said angrily, "Cece, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I have any thoughts about him? He treated me like that before.
I hate him so much." Although she said this, her tone unconsciously weakened a little.
Hate?
Li Qian smiled mischievously.
Why do I feel like there's something else mixed in with your hatred? Warner, dare you say you're not curious about his dramatic transformation? That he's so domineering, treating money like dirt and power like nothing, and that you're not moved at all?
Lin Warner fell silent.
She had to admit that Li Qian hit the nail on the head.
Roger's rise had a huge impact on her. Her family background and beauty, which she once took pride in, seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Roger's unfathomable strength. She even began to doubt whether her humiliation and contempt for Roger was a huge mistake.
Even if I'm a little curious about him, so what?
Lin Warner said with all her might, he must be surrounded by beautiful women now, so how could it be my turn? There was a subtle hint of bitterness and loss in her tone. Li Qian sighed and patted her shoulder.
Warner, I know you're arrogant. But sometimes, reality is just so cruel. You looked down on him before, but now, I'm afraid he looks down on us. The security in that city of sailing is said to be stricter than that of the Imperial Palace. Ordinary students like us don't even have the chance to get close to him, let alone meet him. Lin Warner felt even more lost when she heard this. She picked up her milk tea and drank it silently, her eyes once again turning to the ever-changing construction site outside the window, her eyes becoming somewhat confused. At this moment, Roger was sitting leisurely in the luxurious office temporarily built by the City of Sailing Project Department, listening to Zhang Ye's report on the progress of the entire park construction. Master, according to the current progress, the main structures of the central residence and the headquarters building of Qihang Finance are expected to be completed within 3 months. The construction of the Nightingale Life Science Research Institute and the Blue Butterfly Security Group has also started simultaneously, and the recruitment of related top-level equipment and professional talents is proceeding in an orderly manner. The entire Qihang City Phase 1 project is expected to be completed and put into use within a year. Zhang Ye was wearing a well-tailored dark gray professional suit with a white V-neck silk shirt underneath.
Her beautiful eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses sparkled with confidence and competence. As she reported, she displayed various design drawings and schedules on the projection screen.
Roger nodded with satisfaction. Very good. I've always been confident in your efficiency.
Remember, when it comes to the construction of City of Sailing, we must spare no expense, striving for excellence. I want to make it a unique landmark complex in Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan region, a solid foundation for our future development.
Yes, Master.
Zhang Ye replied respectfully. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door, and Roger's personal assistant, a young girl with outstanding abilities who had recently passed the system screening and signed a contract, walked in with a cup of freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee.
The girl's name is Xiao Wanqing.
She is about 24 or 25 years old and is a recent master's graduate from the Business Administration Department of Jiangcheng University. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a tall and well-proportioned figure. She was wearing a tailor-made light gray professional suit. The hem of the skirt was just above the knees, revealing a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored ultra-thin stockings. Her hair was pulled back in a meticulously styled bun, and her face was painted with a subtle, professional look. Her features were delicate and attractive, especially her eyes, which were bright and expressive, exuding a calmness and competence beyond her years. Her temperament was gentle and generous, and her every move exuded the intellectual grace and elegance of a professional woman. The system interface pops up at the appropriate time.
Name, Xiao Wanqing. Age, 24. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 88-60-89.
System rating, 91. Appearance, 85. Special attributes, efficient execution, crisis PR intermediate, +6. Introduction, an outstanding graduate of Jiangcheng University's Business Administration Department and former student union president, she possesses exceptional organizational and executive abilities, adept at handling complex matters in crisis management.
Admiring Roger's legendary career and the ambitious vision of the Qihang Group, she applied for and successfully signed a contract to become Roger's chief personal assistant.
Current favorability, 75% admiration for her boss and professional loyalty, tinged with a subtle hint of girlish affection. Version 1.0. I had a brief crush on someone on campus, but it ended without any result. This is the first truly professional maid that Roger specially selected and signed through system screening in order to better manage his growing business and harem after the downfall of Deputy Director Liu. Although Xiao Wanqing does not possess extraordinary special skills like Lan Meng and Yi Tong, her outstanding comprehensive qualities, efficient execution ability, and heartfelt admiration and loyalty to Roger make her one of Roger's most capable right-hand men. She is responsible for assisting Roger in handling various daily complicated affairs and coordinating the work between various maid teams.
Master, your coffee. Xiao Wanqing gently placed the coffee on the desk in front of Roger.
Her voice was soft and pleasant, with a hint of professional respect.
Well, thank you for your hard work, Wanqing. Roger smiled at her gently.
Xiao Wanqing's pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. It is Wanqing's honor to serve the master. Roger picked up the coffee, took a sip, and looked out the window again at the bustling construction site, his eyes flashing with infinite longing for the future. He knew that once his city of sailing was built, it would not only become a symbol of his power in Jiangcheng, but also a solid base for him to conquer the wider world in the future. And Lin Wanner, the school beauty who once looked down on him and regarded him as an ant, was now just a thing in his eyes that would be taken into his harem sooner or later. What he needed to do now was to wait patiently for the right time, a time that would allow her to completely let go of all her pride and willingly submit to him. He had already asked Chen Sisi to use her connections at school to closely monitor Lin Wanner's every move, including her family background, social circles, and any possible weaknesses. Once the time was right, he would not hesitate to make a move and turn this former campus beauty into his own exclusive plaything. After all, for Roger, the process of conquest brings him far more pleasure and enjoyment than the result itself. Lin Wanner's pure and beautiful face, as well as her exquisitely proportioned and youthful body, really made him look forward to it.
Chapter 59, Secretary work when there is work to do, and nothing to do when there is nothing to do. Roger hasn't been to school for a long time.
His daily schedule is now filled with various business meetings, project planning, and in-depth communication with his close female friends. The person who manages all of this in an orderly manner, allowing him to extricate himself from the complicated affairs and enjoy the life of a king, is none other than his recently signed chief personal assistant, Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing, an outstanding master's graduate from the Business Administration Department of Jiangcheng University, has quickly won Roger's trust and reliance with her amazing work efficiency, excellent organizational and coordination skills, and her heartfelt admiration and loyalty to Roger since she became Roger's personal assistant. She was wearing a well-tailored light blue professional suit today, a pure white silk shirt with an exquisite small bow tie and the same color tied at the collar, and the hem of the skirt was just above the knees, revealing a pair of slender and straight, perfect legs wrapped in flesh-colored ultra-thin crystal stockings. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into a meticulously elegant bun at the back of her head. Her face was made up with elegant and professional makeup, and she wore a pair of delicate frameless glasses on her nose. The bright eyes behind the lenses always sparkled with wisdom and competence. She is like the most efficient and sophisticated intelligent robot, always completing every task assigned by Roger to perfection, even exceeding expectations. Master, these are the documents you need to review this morning. I have classified and marked them according to their importance. Xiao Wanqing walked gracefully to Roger's large mahogany desk, holding a thick stack of documents. Her voice was soft and pleasant, with the intelligence and competence unique to professional women. Roger was lazily leaning on the leather boss chair, his eyes shifting from the bustling construction site outside the window to Xiao Wanqing's pretty face, which was delicate and attractive, yet had a bit of girlish innocence. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand, but instead of taking the document, he gently hooked her chin, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Wanqing, tell me, I have to deal with so many boring documents every day.
Isn't it a waste of my life?
Xiao Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. She subconsciously wanted to step back, but Roger's fingertips were so domineering that she couldn't move. She forced herself to remain calm, lowered her eyes, and said shyly, Master is very busy. These are the hard work you must do to achieve great things. It is Wanqing's honor to be able to share some of the burden with you. Her admiration for Roger was deeply ingrained in her bones, mixed with a hint of indescribable girlish feelings that only she understood.
Oh? Really?
Roger's fingertips gently stroked her smooth and delicate chin, feeling the amazing elasticity and temperature.
What if I say that I feel a little bored now and don't want to look at these documents? As my chief personal assistant, shouldn't you also share the burden with me and find something more interesting to do?
His voice was very low, with a hint of bewitching magnetism, and his warm breath sprayed on her sensitive earlobe intentionally or unintentionally. When there is work, the secretary does it.
When there is nothing to do,
This joke that is widely circulated on the internet now clearly emerged in his mind. He looked at the capable, beautiful, and stunning female assistant in front of him who was devoted to him, and the man's desire to conquer and control began to stir again. Xiao Wanqing's body trembled slightly, and her cheeks were so red that blood almost dripped out.
How could she not hear the hidden meaning in Roger's words?
She was so nervous her heart was about to jump out of her throat, and her breathing became a little rapid. However, her admiration for Roger and the loyalty granted by the system contract prevented her from having any thoughts of resistance. Instead, she had a hidden expectation that made her feel ashamed. She bit her plump lower lip, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with a hint of resigned shyness. Master.
Master. Wanqing. Wanqing listens to you.
Roger was delighted to see her shy and pitiful appearance, which made her look so attractive to others. He reached out his hand and gently pulled her into his arms, letting her sit on his lap and feeling the curves of her young and elastic body. Wanqing, Roger whispered in her ear, his voice hoarse and full of temptation, you are really a good assistant to me. Not only capable, but also so considerate.
50,000 words omitted here.
After an in-depth exchange, Xiao Wanqing retreated from Roger's office in a messy manner. She felt her legs were still a little weak and estimated that she would not be able to walk properly for the next 2 days. She knew that her relationship with her master had gone beyond the ordinary relationship between superiors and subordinates and entered a more private and more indulgent stage. He knew that Xiao Wanqing, a capable and loyal woman, would not only be able to handle all his daily affairs for him, but would also bring him endless fun when he was bored.
After dealing with his family affairs, Roger turned his attention back to his next important target, Lin Wanner.
Ever since Roger splashed water on Lin Wanner in public at school and severely humiliated her, this once high and mighty school beauty has completely fallen silent. She is no longer like before, dressing up beautifully every day, parading around the campus, and enjoying the treatment of a star. It is said that she even took a long period of sick leave from school, stayed at home and did not show up. Roger knew that the previous incident had dealt a heavy blow to a woman like Lin Wanner, who was proud and had a strong sense of self-esteem. But this alone was not enough to make her completely surrender. He needed a more suitable opportunity, an opportunity that would allow her to completely let go of all her pride and dignity and come to him for help. He asked Chen Cixi to use her connections at school to continue to closely monitor Lin Wanner's movements.
Soon, Chen Cixi brought important news. Master, Chen Cixi reported respectfully, I've heard that Lin Wanner's father, Lin Jiangwo, and his Lin Group seem to have run into some trouble recently.
An overseas mining project their company invested in last year was wiped out due to local political unrest and plummeting international raw material prices, resulting in billions in losses.
Now, the Lin Group's capital chain is extremely tight, banks are demanding loans, and the stock price has plummeted. It's said that Lin Jiangwo has started selling some of his real estate and luxury goods to raise funds.
Oh?
The Lin Group is in trouble?
Roger narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that his chance had come.
The Lin Group is a well-established enterprise with considerable strength in Jiangcheng.
Although it cannot compare with those truly wealthy and prestigious families, it is definitely unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people. The reason why Lin Wanner can be so arrogant and domineering at Jiangcheng University is largely due to her father's financial resources and social status. Now that the Lin Group is in crisis, it is undoubtedly a fatal blow to Lin Wanner. Once she loses the halo of her family, how much of her pitiful pride and sense of superiority will be left? Roger immediately asked Zhang Ye to use the resources of Qihang Finance to secretly conduct a more in-depth investigation into the financial situation of the Lin Group, and to make some just right suppression of the Lin Group stocks in the financial market at the right time. What he wanted to do was to accelerate the collapse of the Lin Group and plunge Lin Wanner and her family into complete despair. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner's best friend, Li Qian, also noticed something was amiss at the Lin family. She noticed that Lin Wanner hadn't been going out much lately and had lost interest in her former favorite pursuits, shopping and partying. Furthermore, she had gradually traded in her designer bags and jewelry for more modest styles.
Wanner, did something happen in your family? Li Chen finally couldn't help it.
One weekend afternoon, she came to Lin Wanner's house and asked worriedly. Lin Wanner's face was pale, and she forced a smile.
Cixi, don't overthink it. What could have happened to my family? I just haven't been feeling well lately and want to rest at home. Is it really just a physical discomfort?
Li Qian was clearly unconvinced. I heard that your father's company seems to be having a hard time cashing out lately and can't even pay back the bank loan.
Wanner, tell me the truth, what's going on?
We're good sisters.
If you have any difficulties, let's work together to find a solution.
Looking at Li Qian's concerned eyes, Lin Wanner couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes turned red and tears started to flow. Cece, whoa, it's true, my family is going bankrupt. She told Li Qian in detail about the crisis her father's company had encountered and the difficulties her family was facing.
Li Qian was stunned after hearing this.
She hadn't imagined that the usually prosperous Lin family would fall into such a huge crisis in such a short period of time. Although she felt sorry for Lin Wanner, she also knew that with her family's financial resources, she couldn't help the Lin family fill the multi-billion-dollar hole.
Wanner, don't be too sad.
Li Qian hugged Lin Wanner and comforted her. There is always a way out.
Oh, right. I thought of someone. Maybe he can help you. Who?
Lin Wanner raised her pretty face with tearful eyes and asked anxiously. Li Qian hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Roger, that's the Roger from our school. I heard he's a real big shot in Jiangcheng right now. Not only is he incredibly wealthy, but he also has deep connections in both the black and white worlds. If he's willing to help you, your family's difficulties should be a piece of cake for him.
Roger?
Lin Wanner's body trembled violently at the mention of the name, her expression becoming even more complex. She recalled all the humiliation and contempt she had shown Roger in the past, and her heart was filled with regret and embarrassment.
She was being asked to beg the man she had once trampled underfoot?
This was worse than killing her.
No. I would never beg him even if I die.
Lin Wanner gritted her teeth and said stubbornly. Li Qian sighed. Wanner, I know you're proud and arrogant.
But what time is it now? Can you eat face? Do you really want to watch your father's life's work go to waste and watch your family fall from heaven to hell? Besides, Roger is no longer the same as before. He may not care about those trivial matters in the past. If you go and beg him, there might be a glimmer of hope. If you don't go, then everything is really over. Lin Wanner fell silent. Li Qian's words, like a heavy hammer, struck her heart. She knew that what Li Qian said was true. Her pitiful pride seemed so vulnerable in the face of cruel reality. In the next few days, Lin Wanner couldn't sleep or eat. She kept hearing bad news from various channels about her father's company being on the verge of bankruptcy. The bank's loan collection calls came one after another, and the atmosphere at home was suffocatingly depressing. As she looked at her parents' increasingly haggard faces and the new white hair on their temples, the defenses in her heart gradually collapsed. Finally, on a stormy night, Lin Wanner made a decision that even she felt humiliated. She took out a crumpled business card from the drawer of the bedside table. On it was a simple name and a phone number: Roger. This was something Roger asked Chen Cece to give to her after he humiliated her in public at school last time. At that time, she was disdainful and almost tore it up on the spot. But for some reason, she finally put it away. Now, this business card has become the only lifeline for her and her family. Lin Wanner's hands trembled as she dialed the number of the man she once despised but now had to look up to. Chapter 60: The School Beauty Finally Falls. On a stormy night, Lin Wanner curled up alone in her luxurious bedroom that was once full of girlish dreams. But at this moment, this bedroom was like an icy cage, mercilessly imprisoning all her pride and hopes. Outside the window, the wind was howling and thunder was rumbling, just like her desperate and confused mood at the moment. She tightly grasped the business card in her hand, which had long been soaked with sweat and became a little blurry. There were only 2 words and a phone number on it: Roger. Now, it has become the only and last straw for her and her entire family. The crisis facing the Lin Group came faster and more violently than she had imagined. The bank's loan collection notices came like snowflakes. My father Lin Jiangwo aged a dozen years overnight, and his temples were frosted. The mother cried all day long, and the relatives and friends in the family who used to curry favor with her were now avoiding them as if they were the plague. Her so-called best friends and suitors in the past have long since disappeared. Lin Wanner knew that if she didn't find a solution, the Lin family would be completely finished. She will lose everything: her wealthy life, her high status, and the halo of school beauty that she once took pride in. Roger. Roger. Lin Wanner repeated this name in her heart over and over again. Every time she repeated it, it was like a sharp knife, cutting into her heart. But does she have a choice? The call finally went through. A familiar male voice, slightly lazy yet full of charm, came from the other end. Hello, who is this? Lin Wanner's heart trembled suddenly. She almost summoned all her courage and said in a trembling voice, almost as soft as a mosquito, Luo. Roger. It's me. Lin Wanner. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then a chuckle was heard.
There was a hint of teasing in the laughter, but also a hint of understanding and control.
Oh? So it's the campus beauty of Lynn University. Why are you calling me so late at night? Could it be you want to buy me a drink? Lynn Warner's cheeks flushed red instantly.
Roger's undisguised sarcasm made her feel ashamed. But she knew that she had no bargaining rights now.
Roger! I want to beg you, please help my family.
Lynn Warner's voice was filled with tears. She put aside all her pride and self-esteem and begged humbly.
Help your family? Roger's tone remained unhurried, with a hint of amusement. Lynn University beauty, why do you think I should help you? It seems like there are still some unpleasant old scores between us that haven't been settled yet, right? I know I was wrong before. I didn't recognize Mount I. I looked down on others.
Lynn Warner burst into tears. Roger, please, as long as you are willing to help my Lynn family get through this difficult time, you can ask me to do anything.
I am willing to do anything.
For the sake of her family and her parents, she no longer cared about any dignity or shame. There was another moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then Roger's emotionless voice came. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, come to see me on the top floor of Building 1 of the City of Departure.
Remember, you can only come alone. No later than your time.
After saying that, the phone was hung up neatly. Lynn Warner collapsed on the cold floor, holding the beeping cell phone, and burst into tears. She knew that what awaited her would be complete humiliation and submission, but for the sake of her family, she had no choice. The next morning, Lynn Warner arrived at the city of Sailing in a daze. When she stood in front of the magnificent building complex that looked like a futuristic technological fortress, she truly realized that Roger was now standing at a height that she needed to look up to, and even looking up was difficult for her. She was taken directly to the president's exclusive reception room on the top floor of Building Number 1 of the City of Sailing by Xiao Wanqing, Roger's most capable chief personal assistant. The reception room is decorated in an extremely luxurious style and full of modern technology. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, there is the magnificent view of the entire Jiangcheng University and even the Jiangzhou New District. Roger was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to her, wearing a well-tailored silver-gray casual suit. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his whole body exuded a suffocatingly powerful aura and the majesty of a superior.
Hearing footsteps, Roger slowly turned around. He looked at Lynn Warner, who was once so arrogant but now looked as pitiful as a frightened deer, with an unfathomable smile on his face. Roger, please save our Lynn family, as long as you are willing to help. What? Lynn Warner begged humbly, completely trampling on her dignity. Roger walked up to her and looked down at her with cold and indifferent eyes, as if he was looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with him. Lynn Warner. Roger's voice was calm. Do you remember how you treated me in the cafeteria? Do you remember how you slapped me, humiliated me, and stepped on me in front of the whole school? Lynn Warner's body was shaking violently and she was crying uncontrollably. I remember everything. Roger. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Forgive you? Roger's lips curled up cruelly. Lynn Warner, do you think a simple I'm sorry can make up for the harm you caused me? Can it erase the humiliation I've suffered? I can help your Lynn family, and I can also let you continue to live your luxurious life as a school beauty. However, I have only one condition. He paused, his eyes flashing with undisguised desire and possession. From now on, you, Lynn Warner, will be my most humble maid. Do you understand? Lynn Warner's body was shaking violently like a sieve. She looked at the desire and irresistible tyranny in Roger's eyes, and her heart was filled with endless fear and despair. She knew that if she agreed, she would completely lose herself. But could she refuse? Behind her was the fate of her entire family, the hope and despair of her parents. Lynn Warner's lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. Roger locked his eyes with her. I need you to tell me your decision clearly and word for word. Are you willing? Lynn Warner's eyes were blurred by tears, and she bit her lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood. This man, speaking the most gentle words, stripped her of all her escape routes, leaving only one path that led to humiliation but could preserve her family. Lynn Warner's lips trembled, and every word seemed to drain all her strength. She raised her head and looked at Roger desperately, her eyes filled with painful struggle. Is there no other choice? Is it really like this?
Roger shook his head, his eyes cold and determined. To me, this is your only way to atone for your past sins.
It is also my only guarantee of your absolute loyalty. Lynn Warner, my patience is limited.
Lynn Warner closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string. After a long while, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength and said, I
am willing.
Roger.
I am willing to be your maid.
The moment Lynn Warner said the 3 words I do, the system prompt sounded in Roger's mind. It has been detected that Lynn Warner has verbally agreed to the terms of the contract. The contract has been generated and is effective.
Master. Lynn Warner's eyes became blurred and pious. Warner is willing to listen to her master. Roger looked at the once unattainable school beauty in front of him. He knew that from this moment on, Lynn Warner, the once most dazzling pearl of Jiangcheng University. 500,000 words omitted here.
A few hours later,
the system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind. Lynn Warner's favorability plus 125%, current favorability 100%.
The obedience status has been unlocked.
Do you want to sign the exclusive school beauty maid contract with her? Sign.
Roger made the choice subconsciously in his sleep.
Ding.
The exclusive school beauty maid contract has been successfully signed.
Lynn Warner's loyalty level has been permanently locked to max. Reward options. A. 3 youth retention pills. After taking them, Lynn Warner's appearance will remain permanently at the peak of her 18-year-old appearance. B. The halo of obeying orders applicable only to Lynn Warner.
C. A set of sexy lingerie from the Queen's New Clothes series of a top luxury brand.
D. A copy of Wang Hao's latest case report on eunuch training in the hospital.
He chose A without hesitation.
Ding. Host chooses A. 3 youth retention pills and have been issued.
Roger smiled with satisfaction in his sleep. Lynn Warner, the once thorny rose, was finally plucked completely by him and carefully trimmed into the most beautiful and obedient potted plant in his garden.
Chapter 61, Reunion of Old Friends.
Everything that happened last night replayed over and over in her mind, like the most absurd and humiliating nightmare. She, once the most dazzling beauty at Jiangcheng University, the daughter of the Lin Group, had fallen to such a state. For the survival of her family, she had completely sacrificed her body and dignity to the man she once despised and looked down upon. Tears streamed down her cheeks. But strangely, beyond the humiliation and resentment, she felt a lingering sense of morbid dependence and obedience that frightened even herself. Especially when she met Roger's deep, commanding eyes, her body would tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't muster any desire to resist, but instead felt a humble urge to please and curry favor. She knew it must be some kind of magic Roger was using on her, or perhaps it was that so-called aura of obedience at work. At that moment, Roger also woke up. He looked at Lynn Warner, who was trembling in his arms like a frightened kitten, and a satisfied smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and gently pinched her small chin, forcing her to lift her head and look him in the eye.
My campus belle of Lynn University, did you sleep well last night?
Roger's voice was hoarse with a hint of teasing, and his eyes were full of undisguised possessiveness.
Lynn Warner's body stiffened. Under the influence of the invisible aura, she almost instinctively replied in a charming and flattering tone, report to the master, Warner slept well, thank you, master, for your mercy. She didn't even dare to look directly into Roger's eyes.
Very good. Roger nodded with satisfaction, then lifted a small brocade box from the bedside table and opened it. Inside lay 3 crystal clear red pills, each emitting a faint, unique fragrance. This is a reward for you, the youth retention pill. After taking it, you'll permanently maintain the appearance of an 18-year-old at her peak, with supple skin and immunity to all diseases.
It's a reward for your good performance last night.
Lynn Warner looked at the 3 magical pills, a flicker of disbelief and longing in her eyes. Eternal youth, that was a temptation no woman could resist, especially one like her who had once prided herself on her beauty. She knew this was another way Roger controlled her, but she couldn't refuse.
Thank you for the reward, master.
Lynn Warner took the brocade box with trembling hands, as if she was holding a rare treasure.
Eat it, Roger ordered, his tone unquestionable.
Lynn Warner didn't hesitate a moment, immediately swallowing the 3 anti-aging pills one by one.
The pills melted in her mouth, transforming into a cool, warm current that quickly spread throughout her body.
She felt as if her body had been infused with new vitality, her skin becoming smoother, more delicate, full of elasticity and radiance. The haggardness and fatigue of the past few days had vanished. She subconsciously touched her cheek, her eyes filled with surprise and a deeper awe of Roger.
From today on, you are my, Roger's, personal maid. Roger got up from the bed, took out a maid outfit he had prepared for her from the closet, and threw it on the bed. Put it on, and then go prepare breakfast for me. Remember, from now on in the city of sailing, you will have only one identity to serve me and please me. Do you understand?
It was a modified lace-made skirt of extremely bold design, with very little fabric, a deep V neckline, an ultra-short skirt, and all kinds of suggestive lace and bow decorations, all of which showed its owner's undisguised bad taste and possessiveness. Lynn Warner's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed upon the incredibly embarrassing maid outfit, her heart filled with resistance. But the powerful force of her aura of obedience deep within her body forced her to reach out and pick up the outfit. When Lynn Warner, wearing that sexy maid outfit that barely covered her body and carrying a carefully prepared breakfast, walked into the restaurant with her head lowered and her eyes lowered, the other core maids who had been waiting there all cast different glances at her. Yun Mengyao and Han Sinny's eyes held a hint of sympathy and helplessness.
They knew Lynn Warner's past pride and understood her current humiliation, but they knew even more clearly that once she became Roger's woman, there would be no turning back.
Zhao Tingting and Fong Yi's eyes held a subtle hint of schadenfreude and gloating. They had both suffered at Lynn Warner's hands, and seeing this once brave school beauty suffer such a fate, they naturally felt a certain elation. Lan Meng and Yi Tong seemed relatively calm. They were already accustomed to such things and only regarded Lynn Warner as a new member of the team. Seeing Lynn Warner like this, Chen Sisi felt the most pity. She recalled how she, too, had been humiliated by Lynn Warner in the school cafeteria. But at this moment, she felt no urge for revenge. Instead, she took the initiative and gently said to Lynn Warner, "Warner, sister, are you okay? If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." Lynn Warner looked at the genuine concern in Chen Sisi's eyes, a mixture of emotions welling up in her. Her eyes reddened, and she nearly burst into tears again. She shook her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. I'm fine. Thank you, Sister Sisi." She knew that from this day on, her and Chen Sisi's positions had been completely reversed. Roger, like a king, reveled in the women's service and Lynn Warner's careful flattery. He knew that Lynn Warner, once a thorny rose, had had all her pride broken by him, becoming a delicate flower that could only cling to him and be plucked by him. After breakfast, Roger called Zhang Ye in front of Lynn Warner and asked her to immediately start the aid plan for the Lin Group. You can start injecting capital into the Lin Group. An initial investment of 2 billion will help them resolve the current debt crisis and stabilize the stock price. You should coordinate with Lin Jiangwo, Lynn Warner's father, on the subsequent asset restructuring and business expansion plans. You must revitalize the Lin Group in the shortest possible time, and keep it firmly under the control of our Qihang Finance. Roger's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable command.
Lynn Warner listened with trepidation. 2 billion. For the current Lin family, it was an astronomical figure.
And Roger had so casually decided the fate of her father's life's work. Her awe and fear of Roger deepened. Resolving the crisis of Lynn Warner's family means having complete control over the body and mind of this school beauty maid, and Roger is in a very good mood. He began to devote more energy to the construction of Qihang City and the grand blueprint of the future Qihang Group. One sunny afternoon, after finishing some corporate affairs, Roger suddenly thought of his old friends from his university dormitory, especially the dorm boss, Chen Yang, who had been quite friendly to him.
Chen Yang is a student with sports expertise.
He plays basketball very well and was once the main striker of the school basketball team. He is also a well-known figure in the school. He has a relatively cheerful and generous personality. Although he once laughed at Roger's obesity and poverty with everyone else, at least he did not verbally abuse or beat him like Wang Hao did. During Roger's most difficult days, Chen Yang would occasionally share some snacks with him, or say a few fair words when others bullied him too much.
This goodwill that seemed insignificant at the time has left a faint mark in Roger's heart today.
He is not a saint who repays evil with kindness, but he is not a devil who will never give up even for a slight. For those who have truly hurt him, he will make them pay 100 times or 1,000 times the price. As for those who have given him some warmth, he doesn't mind giving them a helping hand within his ability. Wanqing, Roger pressed the intercom on the desk, and Xiao Wanqing's soft and respectful voice immediately came from the receiver.
"Master, please give your orders. Help me find Chen Yang's contact information at the Jiangcheng University Sports College and his recent situation. If possible, please arrange for him to have dinner tonight at Juxinlu," Roger said. Juxinlu is a newly opened, top-notch private restaurant in Jiangcheng.
It's said to have a mysterious background and extremely high prices. Only the wealthy or the rich can reserve a table there.
Yes, master, I will do it right away. Xiao Wanqing was extremely efficient.
In less than half an hour, she reported Chen Yang's contact information and basic situation to Roger, and successfully made an appointment with Chen Yang to meet at Juxian Building at 7 o'clock in the evening in the name of an old classmate. In the evening, Roger changed into a relatively unassuming casual suit and drove to the Juxian Building alone.
He didn't ask Lan Mang, Zhang Chang, or anyone else to accompany him.
He wanted to see how he, the former dorm boss, would react when, months later, he faced an old classmate who had changed so dramatically. The decoration of Juxian Building is antique and charming, with a new scene at every step, and it is full of the rich atmosphere of Jiangnan Gardens. Led by a graceful waiter dressed in a simple cheongsam, Roger came to an elegant private room called Tinjiachuan. Not long after he sat down, the door of the private room was pushed open. Chen Yang walked in somewhat reservedly. He was still the same tall, athletic figure, dressed in ordinary sportswear, but his expression was more confused and slightly anxious, a sign of imperceptible anxiety, as he was about to graduate and enter society. When he saw Roger sitting in the main seat in the private room, leisurely sipping tea, he was stunned and could hardly believe his eyes.
Luo. Roger? Is it really you?
Chen Yang's face was full of shock and disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously before he confirmed that the handsome young man in front of him, with a tall figure, calm temperament, and a sense of majesty of a superior between his brows, was actually his roommate Roger, who used to be fat, had low self-esteem, and had almost no presence in the dormitory.
This change is too big, isn't it? They're like two completely different people. Brother Yang, long time no see. I hope you are well.
Roger put down his teacup, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he stood up and shook hands with Chen Yang. His voice was calm and natural, without any boasting or arrogance, as if they were still ordinary classmates who had lived in the same dormitory. Chen Yang shook hands with Roger, feeling the strength and confidence coming from his palm, and his heart was filled with turbulent waves.
He spoke incoherently. Roger, you made a fortune? I heard that the city of sailing outside the south gate of the school was built by you. He really couldn't connect the extraordinary Roger in front of him with the timid little fat boy in his memory. I guess so. I was lucky and did some small business. Roger said lightly without much explanation.
He gestured for Chen Yang to sit down, and then personally poured him a cup of fragrant top-grade pre-rain Longjing tea. The two sat facing each other, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Chen Yang looked at Roger's familiar yet unfamiliar face, and the confidence and composure he casually exuded in his every move. He was filled with curiosity and exploration, but he didn't know where to start. It was Roger who broke the silence first. Brother Yang, we haven't seen each other for several months, right? What have you been busy with recently? You're about to graduate, how's your job search going? When talking about work, a hint of sadness flashed across Chen Yang's face, which was originally somewhat excited. He sighed and smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. I'm a sports student, but besides basketball, I don't have any other skills. I did contact a few professional basketball teams in the province, hoping to try out, but they either thought I was too old and had limited potential, or their internal relationships were complicated, so an outsider like me with no background or connections wouldn't get a chance. Now I'm stuck between a high-level position and a low-level one, and I'm worried. He paused and looked at Roger with some envy. Unlike you, Roger, you are really a hidden talent. In the dormitory before, we all thought you, we didn't expect you to be the real genius. Now you have built such a big industry, which really makes us roommates ashamed. There was a hint of self-mockery and a hint of imperceptible flattery in his tone. Roger smiled and didn't respond to the compliment. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, Brother Yang, do you have any specific ideas about your future career plans? Do you want to continue on the path of professional basketball, or do you plan to switch to something else? Chen Yang shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. To be honest, I'm also quite confused right now. The road to professional basketball is too competitive, and the chances of success are too small. But when it comes to changing careers, I've only studied physical training for 4 years in college, and I don't have any other professional skills. What can I do? If it really doesn't work out, I can only go back to my hometown and see if I can get a job as a physical education teacher, or work as a coach in a gym to make a living. His tone was full of uncertainty about the future and a hint of helplessness. Roger listened quietly, not interrupting. He knew that what Chen Yang said was true for most ordinary athletes. They devoted their precious youth and sweat to the sport they loved, but only a few truly reached the pinnacle of their lives through sports. Many more, after graduation, faced the harsh realities of life and the difficult transition to a new career. Brother Yang, Roger suddenly spoke in a serious tone, "If you trust me, I can offer you an opportunity."
Chen Yang was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Roger in confusion. Opportunity? What opportunity?
A confident smile played across Roger's lips. "As you know, the city of Sailing I'm building will not only be my private estate and group headquarters, but will also be a comprehensive ecological park integrating high-end business, scientific research and innovation, culture, sports, and leisure and entertainment.
The sports and recreation sector is one of my key areas of development.
Within the park, I plan to construct a world-class indoor gymnasium, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and a supporting top-tier fitness and rehabilitation center." He paused, looking at Chen Yang with a burning gaze. "Brother Yang, you are good at playing basketball, have solid professional knowledge, and have been the dormitory boss and basketball team captain at school. You have certain organizational and coordination skills and interpersonal resources. I formally invite you to intern at my Qihang Group after graduation, starting as an assistant manager of sports projects. If you do well and your abilities are recognized, I can give you full responsibility for the management of the entire City of Sailing Sports and Recreation Center in the future.
The salary and benefits will definitely satisfy you. What do you think?"
After hearing what Roger said, Chen Yang was completely stunned. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't say a word for a long time. The pie that Roger drew for him was so big and so tempting. Asking him, an ordinary sports student who hasn't even graduated yet, to be in charge of a sports and recreation center that has the potential to reach world-class standards in the future?
This is simply like a fantasy. Luo. Roger, you are not kidding me, are you? Chen Yang's voice trembled with excitement. Do I look like I'm joking? Roger's expression was serious and earnest.
Brother Yang, although I'm not a good person, I always keep my word.
I admire your abilities and remember the kindness you showed me in the dormitory. I give you this opportunity with all my heart.
Of course, whether you can seize it and be competent in the end depends on your own efforts and performance."
Chen Yang's breathing became a little rapid.
He looked at Roger's eyes that were full of trust and expectation, and the excitement and gratitude in his heart were beyond words. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could change his life forever.
If he missed it, he would regret it forever.
He suddenly stood up from his seat, bowed deeply to Roger, and said in a sonorous voice, "Roger.
No. From now on, you are my brother Luo.
I, Chen Yang, will never forget your kindness.
I promise you. As soon as I graduate, I will report to the Qihang Group.
I, Chen Yang, swear that I will work hard until my death and will never let you down, Brother Luo, your trust and cultivation." His eyes were slightly red with excitement.
Roger smiled and helped him up. Brother Yang, you're too kind. We are brothers and will support each other in the future.
I believe that your joining will definitely inject new vitality into my Qihang Group. He knew that although Chen Yang was not a top talent, he was down to earth and loyal, and he did have real talent in the field of sports. By handing over the sports and recreation section of the City of Sailing to him, we can not only make the best use of his talents, but also cultivate a loyal and capable person for ourselves. More importantly, through Chen Yang, he can further expand his influence in the sports circle of Jiangcheng University and even the entire student community, laying a more solid foundation for his future talent harvesting plan. The dinner was a great success for both the host and the guests. Chen Yang, having received Roger's appreciation and promise, was filled with boundless hope and enthusiasm for the future. Roger also successfully recruited an old friend as his own, adding an important cornerstone to his empire of sailing.
After dinner, Roger personally sent the still dizzy Chen Yang back to school.
Looking at Chen Yang's excited back, Roger showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth.
Chapter 62 Qiao Xinyu.
The construction of the City of Sailing is in full swing, and the prototype of Roger's business empire is beginning to emerge.
His life also entered a new, highly controlled rhythm. Lin Wanner's already beautiful face, nourished by the elixir, glowed with a youthful glow that surpassed her previous one. And the system gives, obey orders. He knew that this once thorny wild rose had been completely tamed by him into the most obedient canary in the greenhouse. After completely controlling Lin Wanner's body and mind, Roger also fulfilled his promise.
Through Qihang Finance, he injected a huge amount of 2 billion into the Lin Group, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, and appointed Zhang Ye to lead a professional team to carry out drastic asset restructuring and business reforms for the Lin Group. Although Lin Jiangwo still holds the title of chairman, the actual control of the Lin Group is firmly in Roger's hands, becoming another important profit growth point and expansion tool under the Qihang Holding Group. After learning that the family business was saved and her parents were able to live a stable and prosperous life again, Lin Wanner was even more grateful to Roger and became more devoted to him. She even offered to use the connections she had accumulated in Jiangqing's upper-class social circles to expand the business and build relationships for Roger's Qihang Group. Roger was naturally happy to see this happen. He arranged Lin Wanner in the newly established Public Relations Department of Qihang Group as a deputy manager position, which was neither high nor low. This position not only allows her to use her socialite skills to fight for the interests of the group, but also makes her always aware of her identity as a maid and dare not slack off or resist in the slightest. At the same time, the various facilities of the city of Sailing are also being constructed and improved in an orderly manner. The Nightingale Life Science Research Institute, which is fully managed by Yitong, has introduced the first batch of world-class medical equipment and scientific research instruments. With the huge funding provided by Roger and her secret connections in the medical community, Yitong recruited a group of top biomedical experts and researchers from home and abroad, and began to work on some highly forward-looking research projects. The Blue Butterfly International Security Group, led by Lan Meng, has also begun to take shape. Not only did she select a group of the best and most loyal brothers from Zhangcheng as the backbone, she also recruited some powerful retired special forces and international security experts through her previous network of relationships in the Phantom organization. Under her personal design and deployment, the security system of the entire city of Sailing became as solid as an iron barrel. The Qihang Student Aid Financial Services Company, Limited, that Roger values the most was also officially established in the newly built Qihang building located on the commercial street outside the south gate of Jiangcheng University.
There was no grand celebration on the opening day, everything seemed low-key and pragmatic.
However, students from Jiangcheng University and even several surrounding universities had already learned through various campus channels about the establishment of this new company, which claims to be committed to providing the most convenient, flexible, and humane financial services to college students. Several flagship products launched by Qihang Finance: Qihang Worry-Free Loan, a low-interest student loan for poor students; Qihang Dream Gold, an unsecured entrepreneurial fund for students with entrepreneurial plans; and Qihang Youth Card, a campus consumption credit card with flexible installments and a higher credit limit, have instantly attracted the attention of countless college students who are short of money but full of various consumption desires for the future, with their interest rates far lower than similar products on the market, extremely simple application process, and the attractive promise of 100% approval rate. The company's CEO, Zhang Ye, personally takes charge of the company, directing her employees to handle the numerous loan applications in an orderly manner. Marketing Director Sumei, dressed in an elegant lavender dress, led her promotion team to conduct pervasive publicity and promotion at campus forums, club activities, and even downstairs of student dormitories at major universities. Her excellent affinity and communication skills enabled her to quickly get along with many students and successfully implant the inclusive concept of Qihang Finance into their hearts. Chen Yang, the former dormitory leader who was rescued from confusion by Roger, also officially joined Qihang. Relying on the extensive network of contacts he had accumulated in the sports college and the school basketball team, as well as his down-to-earth and hard-working attitude, he quickly gained many new clients for the company. Of course, behind all these open and above-board business operations, Roger's ulterior motive of harvesting talent is still hidden. All female college students who come to apply for loans or consumer cards will have their detailed personal information and family background systematically collected, organized, and undergo a strict qualification assessment. Female college students who are assessed to have higher potential and value will be listed as key attention targets. They may unknowingly fall into the debt trap carefully woven by Qihang Finance step by step, and finally, under various threats and inducements, they will have to sign the maid contract with Roger that will change their lives. Master, this is the list of high-quality targets that meet your standards that we have screened out this week. Please take a look. That afternoon, Zhang Ye walked into Roger's CEO office and handed him a thick electronic document. Roger took the tablet and flipped through it casually. On the screen, photos and detailed information of young, beautiful and youthful female college students were displayed in front of him like commodities. He watched with great interest and made one or two satisfied comments from time to time. Just as he turned to one of the pages, his eyes were suddenly caught by a name and a photo. Xiao Xinyu? Roger raised his eyebrows slightly. The girl in the photo was about 21 or 22 years old. She had shiny black straight hair that reached her shoulders and neat bangs on her forehead, which made her slightly chubby face look even more cute and lovely. She wore a pair of thin-framed silver-rimmed glasses. The big eyes behind the lenses were clear and bright, sparkling with wisdom and confidence. Her facial features are extremely delicate, with a high nose bridge, full and rosy lips, and fair and delicate skin. Even her ID photos cannot conceal her natural beauty and unique temperament. She wore a simple white shirt, but her figure was still slim and well-proportioned. She exuded a unique charm that combined the qualities of a cool academic master with its sweet campus beauty. The system interface pops up immediately. Name, Xiao Xinyu. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Measurements, 87, 59, 88. System rating, 95 points. Appearance 93, special attributes financial talent Grandmaster, logical care max, business acumen advanced +2. Profile, a junior in the finance department at Jiangcheng University, she is widely recognized as the department's most talented and beautiful student. She has received the National Special Scholarship for 3 consecutive years and has won numerous awards in top financial modeling competitions both domestically and internationally. She possesses a proud personality, a high IQ, and an almost paranoid sensitivity and mastery of numbers and business models. She is currently working with her team 2 equally outstanding male finance majors to develop an AI-based quantitative trading model and is attempting to secure initial funding through Qihang Finance's Startup Dream Fund program. Current favorability, 5% preliminary recognition and wait-and-see attitude towards Qihang Finance's professionalism. Version 0.0 enthusiastic about academic research and model building, with no romantic experience, usually indifferent and impatient with men's advances. 95 points. And possessing 3 incredible financial and business attributes. This Xiao Xinyu is simply the chosen one born for finance and business. Roger's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes blazed with an unprecedented fiery light. He knew that if he could completely conquer this woman and make her work for him, then his Qihang Holding Group would be even more powerful, and its future expansion speed and profitability in the capital market would be raised to an unimaginable and terrifying height. In fact, if her master-level financial talent is used properly, it will be enough for him to leverage the wealth of the entire world. This Xiao Xinyu is mine. Roger's lips curled up into a determined smile, and his voice was full of unquestionable dominance and possessiveness. He immediately said to Zhang Ye, please pay special attention to Xiao Xinyu's application for the Entrepreneurship Dream Fund. I want to meet with her and her team in person to thoroughly evaluate the feasibility of their project. He deliberately emphasized the words evaluate and feasibility. Zhang Ye was incredibly intelligent, so she naturally understood Roger's underlying meaning. Suppressing a hint of jealousy, she replied respectfully, yes, master. I'll make the arrangements right away. She knew that her master's harem would probably have a new stunning beauty added to it. Once this top talent in the finance department is completely conquered by her master, her energy and value will probably far exceed those of these early veterans. Chapter 63 Collapse. Roger's life today can be described as that of a modern emperor. He lives in an exclusive duplex presidential suite on the top floor of the central main residence in the city of Sailing, which has long been completed and put into use. The suite covers an area of more than 3,000 square meters, and the luxury of its internal facilities is enough to put any 7-star hotel in the world to shame. His chief personal assistant, Xiao Wanqing, arranges his daily schedule and various affairs in an orderly manner. The former Jiangcheng University Student Union president has now completely transformed into a capable, efficient, and perfect female secretary who is full of infinite admiration and absolute loyalty to Roger. She wore tailor-made suits of various colors that highlighted her figure while maintaining a professional and dignified look. Like the most precise intelligent program, she took care of every detail of Roger's life and work, from preparing the documents and meeting lists that needed to be reviewed that day for him in the morning to serving him a cup of warm milk to help him sleep before he went to bed at night. Her care was meticulous and impeccable. Roger has indeed implemented the famous saying be a secretary when there is work to do, and be a MS when there is nothing to do to the fullest. In his spare time from heavy work, or when he feels a little bored, Xiao Wanqing's young, beautiful and youthful body became his best choice. And Xiao Wanqing had already completely fallen for Roger's domineering yet gentle personality. Willingly devoting one's body and mind. Enjoying every minute and every second of being fucked by the master. As for Roger's other maids, they also found their respective positions and value of existence in the new home of City of Sailing. After her parents were completely safe and her reputation was restored, Yun Mengyao resigned from her teaching position at Jiangcheng University. Under Roger's arrangement, she joined the Qihang Education Foundation under the Qihang Holding Group as honorary chairman, responsible for some charitable education and education investment projects. With the huge financial support from Roger, Zhao Tingting's dance studio has expanded into the Qihang International Dance Art Center, the largest and most powerful dance studio in Jiangcheng. Not only did she become a star instructor in the Jiangcheng dance world, she also discovered and trained many young, beautiful, and graceful female dancers with potential for Roger, becoming another important source of Roger's harem talent pool. With her excellent social skills and familiarity with Jiangcheng's upper-class society, Fanya became Roger's right-hand man in social occasions and business negotiations. She managed some of Roger's overt investments and industries, and cleverly used her connections to secure many high-quality cooperation projects and policy support for Qihang Group. After being transferred to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, Han Sini, although busy with work, still maintained close contact with Roger. She used her special identity to provide Roger with a lot of secret information and policy trends within the officialdom, becoming an important informant for Roger to understand the current situation and avoid risks. Roger also reciprocated by using his financial resources and influence to secretly support Han Sini's career development. Lan Meng is fully responsible for the daily operations of the Blue Butterfly International Security Group and the security of the entire city of Sailing. The elite team under her command, composed of retired Special Forces soldiers and top security experts, has expanded to nearly 100 people. They are equipped with the world's most advanced weapons and equipment and security systems, turning the entire city of Sailing into a real steel fortress. She is like a blue rose blooming in the dark night, beautiful and deadly, and is Roger's most reliable guardian. After recovering from her injury, Chen Cixi chose to continue her studies at Jiangcheng University.
However, her life has changed dramatically now.
She is no longer the poor student who needs to worry about tuition and living expenses, but has transformed into a key intern of Qihang Finance and Roger's secret spy on campus, responsible for collecting various intelligence about female college students for Roger. Lin Wan wore Rogers, every day, served Roger's food in daily life with all her heart, and regarded it as the greatest honor to receive her masters. Roger would occasionally take her to some less important social occasions, allowing her to appear in front of her former classmates and friends. The business of Qihang Student Aid Financial Services Company, Limited is also developing in full swing and thriving under the joint management of two capable women, Zhang Ya and Su Mei. With its extremely attractive loan conditions and pervasive publicity and promotion, Qihang Finance quickly became the most popular financial service platform among students at Jiangcheng University and even several surrounding universities. Countless female college students who are in urgent need of money or have unrealistic fantasies about the future have flocked to the debt network carefully woven by Qihang Finance like moths to a flame. Roger, like a superior hunter, enjoys the pleasure of screening and harvesting these young prey. That afternoon, Roger's CEO office welcomed a group of special guests: Xiao Xinyu, a junior student in the finance department of Jiangcheng University, and two members of her entrepreneurial team. Her shoulder-length straight hair fell softly on her shoulders, her face was delicately made up, and she wore a pair of thin-framed silver-rimmed glasses on her nose. The big eyes behind the lenses were clear and bright, sparkling with wisdom and confidence that did not match her age. She held a thick project plan in her hand, her expression focused but with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Her two male team members, both top students in the Department of Finance, were clearly lacking in confidence at the moment. They stood behind Xiao Xinyu, not daring to breathe. "Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Xiao Xinyu from the Finance Department of Jiangcheng University. Here is the business plan for our entrepreneurial project, Intelligent Quantitative Trading Model based on deep learning and neural networks, as well as the relevant materials for our team's application for the Startup Dream Fund. Please review it." Xiao Xinyu's voice was crisp and pleasant, neither humble nor arrogant. Even when facing a big shot like Roger who could make things happen in Jiangcheng with a wave of his hand, she still maintained the necessary calmness and professionalism. Roger's gaze lingered for a few seconds on Xiao Xinyu's stunning face and exquisite figure, and he secretly praised her. She is indeed a 95-point beauty. Not only is her beauty stunning, but her confident and calm demeanor is far beyond the reach of ordinary female college students. He took the project plan but didn't flip through it immediately. Instead, he looked at Xiao Xinyu with interest and smiled. "Mr. Qiao, I've long heard of you. Mr. Zhang Zhangya has already mentioned your project to me. It's very creative and forward-looking. However, before I look at the plan, I'd like to hear your vision for the future development of this project and your personal understanding and pursuit of success." Xiao Xinyu obviously didn't expect Roger to ask such a question. She was slightly taken aback, then quickly adjusted her mood and started talking freely. From the construction principles of quantitative trading models, to the future market application prospects, to her grand blueprint for financial technology to change the world, her thinking is clear, her logic is rigorous, and her language expression is precise and infectious, demonstrating professional qualities and outstanding talents far beyond her peers. Roger listened quietly, nodded from time to time, and a hint of imperceptible appreciation flashed in his eyes. This Xiao Xinyu not only has a beautiful face and figure, but also has such an intelligent and ambitious soul. If such a woman could be completely conquered by him and trained to be his exclusive queen of finance who only serves him, what a wonderful experience that would be. After Xiao Xinyu finished speaking, Roger slowly spoke. He did not directly comment on her project. Instead, he asked several seemingly irrelevant but core questions. Each question accurately hit the dilemma currently faced by Xiao Xinyu's team and the challenges she might encounter on her entrepreneurial journey. Xiao Xinyu responded calmly one by one. Although her answers were a little immature, the brilliance and great potential in them made Roger more determined to recruit her for his own use. Mr. Qiao, Roger put down his coffee cup, a gentle, appreciative smile on his face. His gaze fell on Xiao Xinyu's stunningly pretty face, and his voice held an unmistakable magnetism. I've carefully reviewed your supplemental proposal. It's very exciting and very ambitious. In particular, your proposal to utilize our Qihang Finance's massive future student loan and consumer behavior data to further optimize and train your quantitative trading model, thereby achieving accurate predictions and guidance on specific consumer sectors and young people's investment preferences, is a very forward-looking idea that coincides perfectly with the future strategic development direction of our Qihang Group. When Xiao Xinyu heard Roger accurately point out the most hidden and ambitious core highlight of her plan, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She had not expected that this young tycoon who looked only a few years older than her and who was rumored to have risen to prominence only due to some mysterious background and strong financial resources, actually possessed such a keen business sense and profound strategic vision. She originally thought that Roger approved their project more because he was impressed by her beauty as the belle of the department, or because he wanted to gain social fame by investing in some college students' entrepreneurial projects. Mr. Luo, you're too kind. Xiao Xinyu adjusted her glasses, trying to make her tone sound calm and professional. Our team has only put forward some preliminary ideas based on some existing theoretical models and data analysis. To truly achieve this goal, we still need a lot of financial investment, top technical support, and a powerful platform that can understand and support our almost crazy ideas. Her eyes met Roger's, with a hint of temptation and expectation. Funding and technology aren't a problem, Roger said with a confident smile. As long as you and your team are willing to join Qihang Group and become the core force of our future financial technology sector, I can not only provide you with our D funding far exceeding 5 million, with no upper limit, but also equip you with the world's most advanced AI servers and data analysis teams. I can even grant you access to deeper, more core business data and financial models that ordinary people can never imagine in their lifetime. His words were like a bombshell dropped into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves in the hearts of Xiao Xinyu and her two male teammates. Unlimited R&D funding? World-leading AI servers and data analytics teams? Deeper access to core business data and financial models? These are irresistible and fatal temptations for any young person who aspires to make a big splash in the field of financial technology. Xiao Xinyu's breathing quickened involuntarily. Her eyes, always calm and confident, now gleamed with excitement. She knew that Roger's offer went far beyond the support of an ordinary investor for a startup project. It was more like solicitation, a strong desire to bring her and her team under his wing, no matter the cost. Mr. Luo. Xiao Xinyu's voice trembled slightly. You mean, you want our entire team to be incorporated into Qihang Group? No, Roger shook his head and corrected, not merging, but becoming the core. I plan to establish a brand new, independent Qihang Intelligent Finance Research Institute under the Qihang Group. You, Xiao Xinyu, will be the institute's first dean, fully responsible for all research projects and team management. Your two team members, as well as any top talents you wish to recruit in the future, will become core members of the institute, enjoying the best treatment and broadest development platform provided by the group. He paused, looking at Xiao Xinyu with a burning gaze, his voice carrying a hint of unquestionable dominance and temptation. I have only one request: all your research results must prioritize the overall strategic development of Qihang Group. I need you to use your wisdom and talent to build for me a super AI financial empire that will lead the global financial technology wave in the next 10, 20, or even 50 years. Xiao Xinyu was completely stunned by the grand vision Roger had outlined. She had originally thought that if her AI-based quantitative trading model could successfully secure 5 million in startup capital, achieve some success within the next few years, and establish itself in the financial market, that would be a truly remarkable achievement. But now, Roger wants to give her a bigger stage, one with unlimited possibilities that will allow her to change the entire financial technology industry landscape. The two male team members behind her were already flushed with excitement, their breathing rapid, and they wanted to kneel down and hug Roger's thighs and swear allegiance. They knew that following Xiao Xinyu might help them achieve success, but following a god like Roger would completely take off.
Xiao Xinyu's heart was also filled with intense excitement and desire.
But she was a genius girl with an IQ of over 160 after all, and she quickly calmed down from her initial shock. She looked into Roger's all-seeing eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Luo, you've provided us with such generous conditions, even going so far as to establish an independent research institute for us.
I'd like to know, besides hoping that we can generate huge commercial profits for you, or rather, whether Qihang Group has any other expectations for our team, or for me personally?" Her question was very direct and bold. She wanted to know whether Roger's reckless investment, aside from commercial interests, was hiding a deeper agenda, a personal plot against her.
Hearing this, Roger laughed, stood up, and slowly walked to Xiao Xinyu, looking down at her beautiful face which was slightly flushed with nervousness, and her bright eyes which were full of wisdom and vigilance.
"Miss Xiao, you are indeed a very intelligent girl." Roger's lips curled up in a devilish arc.
He reached out and gently lifted her delicate chin with his fingertips, forcing her to look at him. His voice was low and full of magnetism, with a hint of irresistible possessiveness.
"I admire your talent very much. I am also very optimistic about your project. However, I, Roger, never do business at a loss. I have invested so much, so naturally I also hope to get a corresponding return." He paused, his gaze sweeping unscrupulously over her slender, curvy body, finally resting on her beautiful eyes, widened with shame and indignation. He spoke word by word, "What I want is not just your talent, your wisdom, your projects, I also want you, as a person, to belong to me completely." "Xiao Xinyu, are you willing?"
She suddenly shook off Roger's hand, stood up from the sofa, pointed at Roger, and her voice trembled slightly with anger. "Roger,
you are simply a shameless hooligan.
Although I, Xiao Xinyu, need funds and a platform, I will never sell my body and dignity.
I will never agree to your conditions." "Really?"
Roger paid no attention to her anger. He simply leisurely sat back in his executive chair, picked up his coffee, took a sip, and then looked at her leisurely, an enigmatic smile on his face. "Mr. Qiao, don't speak too soon, and don't be too confident. I know you're arrogant, and I know you're full of confidence in your talent and project. But you have to know that in this world, talent and dreams alone are often far from enough. Without sufficient capital and a strong platform to support it, no matter how good the project is, it will only be a mirage, a castle in the air." He paused, his tone turning cold.
"I'll give you 3 days to consider this.
If you still insist on your current plan after 3 days, then our cooperation will be terminated. I will also fully recover the 5 million yuan in setting sail dream fund. Not only that, I will mobilize all my resources to ensure that your so-called intelligent quantitative trading model project does not receive a single cent of investment in Jiangcheng, or even in the entirety of China, and that no platform will dare to accept your team. At that time, all the hard work and efforts of you and your 2 teammates will be wasted. The future of you and your 2 teammates who look up to you as their idol and hope will be bleak."
Are you threatening me?" Xiao Xian was shaking with anger.
She didn't expect Roger to be so despicable and shameless as to use such despicable means to force her.
"You can understand it this way." A cruel smile appeared on Roger's face.
"Xiao Xinyu, I, Roger, have never failed to obtain anything I set my sights on.
Whether it's a project or a woman. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. You should have heard this saying before, right?"
Xiao Xinyu stared at Luo Jie's handsome yet sinister and overbearing face, her heart filled with endless anger, humiliation, and despair. She knew that if Luo Jie said it, he would definitely do it. With his current power and financial resources in Jiangcheng, it would be easy for him to shut down her small entrepreneurial project. Her 2 male teammates had already been frightened out of their wits by Roger's combination of soft and hard tactics, their faces pale, and they dared not even breathe. They looked at Xiao Xinyu with eyes full of pleading and expectation, clearly hoping that she would make the right choice for the future of the team and for the dream they shared.
Xiao Xinyu's heart bled.
She felt like a butterfly trapped in a spider's web, unable to escape the layers of bondage no matter how hard she struggled. Her pride, her ideals, her dignity seemed so fragile and vulnerable before Roger's naked desire and undisguised power.
"Roger, you are shameless."
Xiao Xinyu gritted her teeth and squeezed out these words from between her teeth, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably.
"Maybe."
Roger shrugged, his face nonchalant.
"In this world, victors take all. History is always written by the victors.
Xiao Xinyu, I'll give you 3 days to think it over carefully. Will you choose to continue clinging to your pitiful pride and so-called dignity, and watch all your dreams vanish into thin air? Or will you choose to be a wise man, seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity I'm giving you, and rise to the top in one fell swoop? Of course, the prerequisite is that you first become my, Roger's, woman. I'll be waiting for your answer in 3 days. After saying that, he didn't even look at Xiao Xinyu anymore and pressed the intercom on the desk. Wanqing, show the guest out. Xiao Wanqing quickly pushed the door open and walked in with a perfect professional smile on her face. She made a pleased gesture to the distraught Xiao Xinyu and her 2 teammates who had already been frightened silly. Xiao Xinyu walked out of Roger's office in a daze. She felt that her whole world had completely collapsed. Roger looked at her staggering back, a cruel yet complacent smile on his face. Chapter 64 3 Days of Torment. The 3 days that Roger gave Xiao Xinyu to consider was like a spiritual purgatory for this favored girl. Ever since she walked out of the oppressive president's office on the top floor of Qihang Finance in a dazed day, Xiao Xinyu has locked herself in the most remote corner of the school library and her simple rental house piled with financial modeling books and calculation drafts. Roger's overbearing and unquestionable additional conditions echoed in her mind like the most vicious curse. What I want is not just your talent, your wisdom, and your projects, I also want you, as a person, to belong to me completely. From body to mind, from inside to outside, you must surrender to me without reservation, please me, and be used by me. This was a naked power transaction, exchanging her most cherished dream and the future of the team for her personal body and dignity. Xiao Xinyu felt unprecedented humiliation and anger. She was born into an ordinary intellectual family. From childhood to adulthood, she relied on her extraordinary intelligence and diligence to overcome all difficulties in her studies and won numerous awards. She is a child of destiny in the eyes of her teachers and a role model for learning in the hearts of her classmates. She has her pride, her bottom line, and her beautiful vision for the future. She dreams of using her wisdom and talent to create a world of her own in the volatile financial market, achieve financial freedom, and even change the world. But now, a nouveau riche whom she might not even have looked at twice, trampled all her pride and dreams underfoot in the most direct and brutal way, and issued her an ultimatum. It's not that she hasn't thought about resisting. She even thought about exposing Roger's ugly face to the public and exposing his despicable behavior. But can she? Roger's influence in Jiangchang is no longer what it used to be. I'm afraid that before she can even make a sound, she will be completely crushed by him with even more cruel means, and even her family will be implicated. Moreover, Roger's words, I will use all my resources to ensure that your project will not receive any investment in Jiangcheng, or even in the whole of China, and you will not find any platform that dares to accept your team, were like a sword hanging over her head, making her shudder. Her intelligent quantitative trading model based on deep learning and neural networks was built by her and her 2 team partners, Li Ming and Wang Jie, after spending nearly 3 years of hard work and sleepless nights. This model is their pride, their hope, and their only chance to change their destiny. If the entire project was stillborn because of her lack of understanding of current events, she would not only ruin her own future, but also the futures of Li Ming and Wang Jie. She couldn't bear such consequences. Li Ming and Wang Jie, 2 top students in the Department of Finance who usually obey Xiao Xian's words and follow her lead, were briefly filled with indignation after learning about the additional conditions proposed by Roger, but were soon defeated by the cruel reality. They knew very well that with the abilities of 3 ordinary college students, it would be a pipe dream to truly commercialize this highly promising project without huge financial support and a strong platform as a backing. Xinyu, how about just forgetting it? Li Ming looked at Xiao Xinyu's haggard face and said with difficulty, Director Luo. Director Luo's conditions may be a bit harsh, but he does have the ability to make our project a success. We can't let 3 years of hard work be ruined just because of you. Wang Zhou also echoed, yes, Xinyu. A real man can bend and stretch. Besides, that Mr. Luo looks quite young and handsome now, much better than those rich second generations in school who only know how to brag. You may not suffer any loss if you follow him. When Xiao Xinyu heard these realistic yet comforting words from her 2 teammates, the last glimmer of hope in her heart was completely shattered. She knew they were right. In this society where the strong prey on the weak, ideals and dignity are often worthless in the face of naked interests and power. She smiled bitterly, her eyes filled with despair. The 3-day deadline soon arrived. That morning, Xiao Xinyu came to the top-floor president's office of Qihang Finance alone again. She was still wearing the same fitted white women's suit, but her face looked more haggard and pale than it had been 3 days ago. Her big eyes, which had once shone with wisdom and confidence, were now bloodshot, with a deep sense of fatigue and a hint of resigned emptiness.
Xiao Wanqing led her to Roger's desk, then quietly retreated and considerately closed the office door.
Roger was sitting in his boss chair, leisurely sipping a cup of top-quality Keemun black tea. When he saw Xiao Xinyu come in, he showed an expected smile on his face and pointed to the sofa opposite. "Mr. Xiao, it seems you have made up your mind."
"Sit down." Xiao Xinyu didn't sit down. She just stood there quietly, looking at Roger, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Roger, if I agree to your conditions, can you really guarantee that you will fully support our project and treat me and my team well?"
Roger put down his teacup, stood up, and walked slowly to her, looking at her pitiful face and her eyes that were slightly red with humiliation and unwillingness with burning eyes. "Of course." Roger raised the corner of his mouth with a confident arc. He reached out and gently wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye with his fingertips. His voice was low and full of temptation. "As long as you obey me, I will not only make your project a unicorn in the future of financial technology. As for your two teammates, I will also assign them the most suitable positions, allowing them to fully utilize their talents and share the fruits of success.
Moreover, I will also give you wealth and supremacy that you have never dared to imagine before."
He paused, his tone becoming gentler and more irresistible. "Of course, you also need to fulfill some obligations.
For example, Xiao Xinyu, you are a smart girl, you should understand what I mean."
Xiao Xinyu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth, as if she had exhausted all her strength. "Okay?
Roger. I promise you."
The moment she said this, she felt that all her pride, all her persistence, and all her bottom line had completely collapsed and turned into nothing.
System prompt, signed successfully.
Instead, there is a deep-rooted sense of powerlessness and despair of being at the mercy of others.
Very good.
Roger smiled with satisfaction. He knew that this financial mermaid, full of wisdom and ambition, had finally swam into the fishing net he had carefully woven. Without hesitation, he gave the system an instruction in his mind. "System, use the seductive heart skill on Xiao Xinyu."
An invisible enchanting energy instantly surged into Xiao Xinyu's mind.
She looked at Roger, as if she saw the only light and the only faith in her life.
"Master." Xiao Xinyu's eyes became blurred. Roger felt the greatest satisfaction he had ever felt. 2 hours later, the system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind.
Xiao Xinyu's favorability increased by 80%, currently at 100% due to the bewitching heart, skill and complete conquest of both her body and mind. She has completely surrendered and transformed into deep love and dependence. The obedience status has been unlocked. Roger smiled with satisfaction. He knew that with the addition of the financial wizard Xiao Xinyu, the speed at which his Qihang Empire accumulated wealth would surely rise to a whole new and terrifying level that would astonish the world.
Chapter 65 Launch Celebration.
Several months passed in a flash. Outside the south gate of Jiangcheng University, the once barren and dilapidated land has now miraculously become a magnificent modern integrated park, the city of sailing. Its rapid construction speed, large-scale and avant-garde design attracted the attention of the entire Jiangcheng. Today is the grand celebration of the official opening of the headquarters of Qihang Holding Group and the announcement of the completion of the first phase of the project. In the early morning, the city of sailing was bustling with activity inside and outside. Flowers were in full bloom, colorful flags fluttered, and hundreds of security personnel, dressed in uniform dark suits and wearing setting sail badges, conducted a final safety inspection of the park under Lan Meng's remote command to ensure that the celebration was a complete success. Roger's chief personal assistant, Xiao Wanqing, was wearing a tailor-made silver-gray professional suit today, with a simple white silk shirt underneath. Her hair was tied into a neat bun, and her face was delicately made up. Holding a tablet computer, she shuttled in and out of the main venue of the celebration, efficiently directing and coordinating various preparatory work, striving for perfection from the reception process for VIPs to the arrangements for media interviews, to every aspect of the celebration.
Roger's other maids also have their own duties. Yun Mengyao prepared a speech on behalf of the Qihang Education Foundation. Zhao Tingting's Qihang International Dance Arts Center will present the opening dance.
Fangya, as the specially invited business consultant of Qihang Group, was ready to introduce various contacts to Roger in social occasions. Zhangya and Su Mei, as the persons in charge of Qihang Finance, will present the company's strength and prospects to the guests. Although Yitong's Institute of Life Sciences has not been fully opened, relevant promotional materials have been prepared. Even Lin Wanner changed into a proper pink professional suit. As Xiao Wanqing's temporary assistant, she participated in some basic etiquette reception work. The arrogance between her brows had long been replaced by gentleness.
the celebration officially kicked off at around 10 a.m.
The square outside the south gate of the city of Sailing has long been filled with dignitaries and luxury cars. Almost all of Jiangcheng City's newly appointed senior municipal party committee officials, important municipal government officials, and heads of major bureaus and offices were present. Leading figures in Jiangcheng's business community, celebrities, and invited domestic and foreign mainstream media reporters also arrived. Bai Ling's appearance was undoubtedly the focus among the VIPs. Today she chose a modified dark green long cheongsam, which was embroidered with a phoenix with spread wings in gold thread. She did not wear too many complicated jewelry, and only tied her hair with a jade hairpin, but she had a powerful aura of elegance and disdain. As Roger's most important ally, she had a pleasant conversation with several top leaders of Jiangcheng City as soon as she arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Roger, surrounded by core team members including Xiao Wanqing and Zhang Ye, slowly walked onto the podium. Today he was wearing a well-tailored dark black Mao suit with a Chihan Group emblem on his chest. He looked calm and composed, with deep and confident eyes. He glanced at the faces in the audience, some expressing awe, some curiosity, and some mixed emotions, but his heart remained calm. Dear leaders, distinguished guests, and friends, good morning. Roger's voice was clearly and steadily transmitted throughout the square through the loudspeaker. Today is the day when Xihong Holding Group officially launches. His speech was concise and to the point, without any empty words or clichés. He focused on elaborating on the future strategic positioning of Xihong Group, a diversified holding group based in Jiangcheng, radiating across the country, and committed to in-depth layout and innovation leadership in emerging fields such as financial technology, life sciences, high-end security, culture and education. He emphasized the group's talent philosophy and social responsibility, and painted a grand blueprint full of opportunities and challenges. His speech was confident but not ostentatious, pragmatic but not without vision, and won prolonged applause from the audience. Afterwards, the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee Secretary also took the stage to deliver a speech, highly praising the great significance of the establishment of Xihong Group to Jiangcheng's economic transformation and urban development. On behalf of the Municipal Party Committee and municipal government, he promised to provide the group with all-round policy support and the most superior business environment. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, a grand celebratory luncheon was held in the multifunctional banquet hall on the first floor of the central main residence of the city of Sailing. Inside the banquet hall, the dome is decorated with dazzling starry sky fiber optic lights, and is surrounded by huge circular floor-to-ceiling windows, from which you can take in the panoramic views of the lakes and mountains in the park. Roger, Bai Ling, and the main leaders of Jiangcheng sat at the main table, chatting and laughing. During the banquet, guests from all walks of life came forward to toast, some to express congratulations, some to seek cooperation, or simply to make themselves familiar to Roger, the new uncrowned king of Jiangcheng. Roger responded to each one calmly, and his mature and sophisticated social skills shocked many veterans present in the business world. This grand opening ceremony not only announced the official birth of Xihong Group to the entire Jiangcheng, but also established Roger's unshakable and transcendent position in Jiangcheng in an unquestionable way.
The celebration lasted until the evening before coming to a successful conclusion.
After seeing off the last group of satisfied guests, Roger came alone to the open-air helipad on the top floor of the central main house. He looked down at the city of Sailing below him, which was brightly lit and looked like a small independent kingdom, as well as the Jiangcheng University campus closely connected to it, which was still full of youthful vitality.
An unprecedented sense of pride and satisfaction surged in his heart. From a fat man who was despised by everyone to the leader of a group with billions of wealth, surrounded by beautiful women and with great power, this experience of just a few months seemed like a dream, yet extremely real. Chapter 66 Gaolan. After the successful conclusion of the celebration, the system also gave periodic recognition. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first phase of the City of Sailing project and officially establishing the City of Sailing Holding Group, which has initially established its absolute dominance in the Jiangcheng area and its enormous regional influence. The epic quest, The Foundation of Jiangcheng's Hegemony Part 1, has been completed in excess. Overall rating, SSS Excellent. Due to the host's extraordinary courage, exceptional resource integration skills, and clear vision for future business development demonstrated during this phase of development, the system hereby rewards the host with the permanent King's Aura Elementary status. Benefit: when interacting with others or attending important events, the host's aura will be continuously and slightly strengthened, making it easier for them to gain respect, initial trust, and even subconscious obedience from others.
This will also slightly but lastingly increase their potential attraction to the opposite sex.
This permanent King Aura state is undoubtedly a more valuable reward for Roger than disposable props or money. It will enable him to be more comfortable and awe-inspiring in future social and business games. Roger was also happy to have some free time, so he temporarily slowed down the pace of external expansion and devoted his main energy to improving the facilities of the city of sailing and integrating the internal team. Every day he sat in the president's office on the top floor of the central main residence, which overlooked the entire city, reviewing documents and listening to reports. Occasionally, he would enjoy the emperor-like luxurious life with the attentive service of his personal maids such as Xiao Wanqing. However, this peaceful and slightly boring life did not last long. Roger's heart, filled with the desire to conquer and explore the unknown, soon became restless again.
He needs new stimulation to add more wonderful colors to his eventful life.
Just at this time, the Qihang Education Foundation headed by Yun Mengyao submitted a planning proposal to Roger on in-depth cooperation with Jiangcheng University to jointly host the first Qihang Cup Comprehensive Sports Festival for college students. The plan proposes that Qihang Group will exclusively sponsor and provide full financial support to hold a comprehensive sports event at Jiangcheng University covering all departments and including dozens of sports events. The purpose is to enrich campus cultural life, improve students' physical fitness, and discover and cultivate outstanding sports talents.
Roger was very interested in this plan.
He knew that this was not only an excellent opportunity to enhance the prestige and reputation of Qihang Group among college students, but also a perfect excuse for him to go deep into the campus as a sugar sponsor and mentor and select new high-quality resources in a legitimate manner.
That's it. Roger immediately decided. There's no upper limit on the budget.
We must make this Qihang Cup Sports Festival the grandest, most successful, and most eye-catching sporting event in Jiangcheng University's history. Driven by the strong financial resources of Qihang Group, the preparations for the Qihang Cup Comprehensive Sports Festival for college students were carried out quickly and efficiently.
Various promotional posters and banners were posted on every corner of Jiangcheng University overnight.
The high bonuses, exquisite prizes, and possible internship and employment opportunities that Qihang Group may provide in the future have ignited the enthusiasm of all college students to participate. A few weeks later, the sports festival opened grandly as scheduled in the newly renovated Central Stadium of Jiangcheng University. On the opening day, Roger, as the chairman of Qihang Holding Group and the exclusive title sponsor of this sports festival, attended the opening ceremony together with the leaders of Jiangcheng University and relevant persons in charge of the Municipal Sports Bureau, and delivered a passionate speech. Today he was wearing a well-tailored white linen casual suit with a sky blue silk shirt underneath. 2 buttons on the collar were casually undone, revealing his healthy bronze skin. He did not wear any exaggerated accessories, but only wore a low-key and luxurious Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. His 180 centimeters tall figure, handsome and deep facial features, and the confidence, composure, and majesty of a superior that he inadvertently revealed under the blessing of the king's aura primary state made him the focus of the whole audience as soon as he appeared on the stage, attracting countless students, especially female college students, who screamed excitedly and looked at him with admiration. Roger's eyes casually swept across the youthful and energetic faces in the stands, but he was secretly calculating in his heart which ones were the potential stocks that deserved his special attention.
After the opening ceremony, the various competitions began fiercely.
Roger did not leave immediately, but instead, accompanied by Xiao Wanqing and several Blue Butterfly security team members, came to the women's beach volleyball finals. The reason why he was particularly interested in this competition was that he saw a name that impressed him on the list of contestants: Gao Lan. Sure enough, when Gao Lan, wearing a fiery red sports bikini, appeared on the beach volleyball court with her partner, she instantly attracted the attention of all the men in the audience, including Roger's eyes that were shining with the light of a hunter.
Gao Lan's figure is really too abnormally outstanding.
Her height of 180 centimeters stands out among the generally petite female volleyball players and is full of visual impact. His healthy, tan skin glowed with a delicate, alluring luster under the scorching afternoon sun. His slender, powerful limbs and toned, elastic muscles all revealed the perfect physique of a top athlete. And her S++ level measurements and impressive bust of 98, wrapped in a tight bikini, is about to burst the restraints.
With every violent jump and smash of hers, it ripples out amazing waves that make people's blood boil and their mouths dry.
Her slender waist of 62, however, is not as frail as that of ordinary models.
Instead, it is full of amazing flexibility and core strength, and her waistline is clearly visible.
And her perfect buttocks of 100, which are straight, round, and like ripe peaches, appear incomparably sexy and hot under the outline of the bikini briefs, full of primitive, blood-pumping wild temptation. Her long legs are straight and slender, full of amazing bounce and explosive power, almost occupying the golden ratio of her entire height. Roger even thought that if this woman wore a pair of 10-centimeter high heels, she would reach a terrifying height of 1.9 meters. As a man of 1.8 meters, he would probably have to slightly tilt his head back to fully appreciate her majestic figure that was like a jade pillar supporting the sky that could make any man feel ashamed, and her pretty face with a bit of heroism and rebelliousness.
This Gao Lan is simply a top beauty.
The system interface had already popped up automatically, and the data it displayed made Roger's breathing pause slightly.
Name, Gao Lan. Age, 20. Height, 180 centimeters. Measurements, 98-62-100.
System rating, 96. Appearance 88, body physique S++, special attributes, Grandmaster athletic talent.
Bio, a sophomore majoring in sports training at the School of Physical Education at Jiangcheng University.
She is the main attacker and driving force of the school's beach volleyball team. She has a fiery and straightforward personality, hates evil, is extremely competitive, and is righteous and generous, but can be a bit irritable and impulsive. She is extremely disgusted and despises those greasy and vulgar playboys and sleazy men who try to bribe her with money and power. Due to her outstanding heightened figure, as well as her reckless fighting spirit on the court, she has been given several distinctive nicknames on campus, including Jade Pillar of Heaven, Violent Barbie, and Valkyrie of Beach Volleyball. But current favorability, 15% due to the host's undisguised, fiery gaze, as if sizing up prey, and the uncomfortable aura of a superior about him, she is intensely wary and deeply disgusted. Version 1.0 I had a brief, painful relationship where my ex-boyfriend cheated on me and deceived me. This has caused me to be extremely wary and distrustful of all men, even feeling a bit disgusted. A superb score of 96. Even higher than Lin Wanner and Xiao Sinyu's initial scores. And those jaw-dropping measurements, a proud bust of 98, a perfect 100-point peachy hips, a true warrior among the deadly weapons of the human race. With masterful athletic talent and an unyielding will, this athletic student named Gao Lan is definitely someone Roger should devote all his energy and resources to deep development. Especially the initial favorability of 15%, and the character descriptions in the introduction of extremely disgusted with greasy and vulgar suitors and deeply wary and distrustful of all men, instantly aroused Roger's most primitive and strongest desire for conquest and destruction hidden deep in his bones.
The more untamable the horse, the more rewarding it is to ride it, isn't it? The more proud and holy a goddess is, the more it will satisfy a man's vanity if he pulls her down from the altar, isn't it? This Gao Lan, I'm determined to have her. Let her get on my bed and use her fiery body and unyielding soul to please me, her master. Roger's mouth curled up into an evil smile that only he understood, a smile full of determination to win. His eyes flashed with a greedy and hot-cold light, like a hungry wolf that has set its sights on the top prey and is about to embark on a deadly hunt. The competition was extremely intense. As the absolute core and soul of the team, Gao Lan has demonstrated amazing athletic talent and strong dominance.
Every time she jumped and smashed, it was powerful and heavy, like a cannonball fired from a gun, with a whistling sound, slamming fiercely into the opponent's court, and no one could stop it. Every time she flew and dived to save the ball, she was selfless and full of never-give-up tenacity and fighting spirit. Sweat had already soaked her sports bikini, clinging tightly to her curvy, sexy body full of youthful vitality and explosive power, making her figure look even hotter and full of wild temptation that makes one's blood boil. In the end, amid the deafening cheers and screams of the audience, Gao Lan led her team to win the championship of the Qihang Cup Women's Beach Volleyball Tournament with absolute advantage. At the subsequent award ceremony, Roger, as the chairman of the Qihang Holding Group and the exclusive title sponsor of this sports festival, personally presented the trophy and a huge bonus of hundreds of thousands to the champion Gao Lan and her teammates. When Gao Lan stood on the championship podium and took the heavy pure gold trophy from Roger, her 180 centimeters tall figure was a little taller than Roger even without high heels. She looked at the mysterious man in front of her who was the same age as herself but had achieved such amazing achievements and controlled the fate of countless people. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, including admiration, curiosity, but also a hint of imperceptible vigilance and alertness. Gao Lan, congratulations to you and your team on winning the Qihang Cup Beach Volleyball Championship, Roger said with a gentle and approachable smile and a magnetic voice. His King's Aura elementary effect was also unconsciously influencing those around him. Your performance was outstanding, full of power and passion, which impressed me deeply. I hope you can continue to work hard and win more honors for Jiangcheng University and our China in the future on broader competitions. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for your encouragement. Gao Lan's answer was concise and polite. She did not show too much excitement or flattery because of Roger's identity and praise. She still looked a little heroic and rebellious. Roger looked at her pretty face, which was slightly flushed after intense exercise, with a bit of sweat and youthfulness, and her bright eyes full of indomitable and competitive light, and his desire to conquer her became stronger. He smiled slightly, and in a voice that only the two of them could hear, with a hint of unquestionable implication, he whispered, "Student Gaolan, I am very optimistic about your athletic talent and personal potential. If you're interested, I'll be waiting for you in the private reception room on the top floor of the Sailing City tonight at 7 p.m. I think we can have a deep conversation about your future and the broader scope of our cooperation." His invitation was direct and full of temptation. It was like a talented person calling out to a talented horse, or like an experienced top hunter setting an irresistible gentle trap for his long-awaited prey.
Gao Lan's body trembled slightly when she heard this. Her bright phoenix eyes widened instantly and she looked at Roger in disbelief.
She hadn't expected that this man, who was like a god in the eyes of countless people, would actually extend such a private invitation to her, an ordinary athlete. Her heart was in turmoil at this moment.
Chapter 67, Inviting Gao Lan.
I'll be waiting for you in the private reception room on the top floor of City of Sailing at 7 o'clock tonight. I think we can have a deep chat about your future and the broader space for cooperation between us.
Roger's voice seemed to still echo in her ears.
His eyes as deep as the starry sky, and his innate king aura that made people subconsciously submit, all made Gao Lan feel an unprecedented pressure and a hint of inexplicable throbbing. She, Gao Lan, is the pillar of the School of Physical Education of Jiangcheng University, the absolute ace of the school's beach volleyball team. She is a woman of 1.80 meters in height, known for her strength, wildness, and hot body.
From childhood to adulthood, she has always looked down on others. When has she ever been looked down upon like this?
Returning to the somewhat shabby sports dormitory, Gao Lan casually threw the heavy pure gold championship trophy and the championship bonus check of hundreds of thousands of dollars on the bed, then fell heavily into the creaking single bed, her mind in a mess.
Roger. This name is not unfamiliar to Gao Lan.
In other words, to all the students of Jiangcheng University, Roger is now a well-known and almost mythical figure. In just a few months, he transformed from an unknown and even bullied fat man into a mysterious young man who owns billions of wealth, controls a huge business empire, and can even influence the political and business landscape of Jiangcheng. The rumors about him are full of bizarre and exaggerated colors. Some say he is the illegitimate son of a hidden wealthy family, who awakened one day and inherited the family's huge legacy. Some say he has acquired alien technology, or some mysterious system. Some even said that he was actually a super agent secretly trained by a certain country and came to Jiangcheng to carry out a special mission. No matter what the rumors are, there is one thing that no one can deny: Roger is now very strong enough to make anyone feel awe and fear. Although Gao Lan has a hot temper, is straightforward and extremely competitive, she is not stupid. She knew that a man like Roger was not someone an ordinary athlete like her could afford to offend. She had also heard a lot of rumors about Roger's womanizer and ruthless means. It was said that he was surrounded by beautiful women, all of whom were devoted to him, and those who had offended him had a miserable end. For example, Wang Hao, the once invincible captain of the school basketball team, has now become a useless person. For example, Lin Wanner, the once high-ranking school beauty, has now become a humble maid beside Roger. There are even rumors that she was publicly lectured by Roger in some private occasions. When Gao Lan thought of this, a chill rose involuntarily in his heart. She didn't know what Roger was up to by asking her out tonight. Could it be that he, like those superficial men, was attracted to her body? Or did he develop some special interest in his own athletic talent as the Valkyrie of beach volleyball? Sister Lan, why are you in a daze? Aren't you happy about winning the championship? A hearty voice interrupted Gao Lan's thoughts. Her beach volleyball partner and roommate, Zhang Meng, a short-haired girl who was also over 1.75 meters tall, with a fit body and dark skin, was wiping the sweat off her face and looking at her curiously.
Nothing. Gao Lan shook her head, not wanting to tell anyone about Roger.
Zhang Meng, however, was a straightforward girl. She moved closer to Gao Lan, lowered her voice, and said excitedly, "Hey, Sister Lan, have you heard? Mr. Luo from Chihan Group, who presented us with the award today, is the same Luo Jia from our school. Oh my god, he's so handsome and stylish now. And so rich. When he was talking to you just now, I saw him staring at you. Sister Lan, do you think he has a crush on you?" Gao Lan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could a big shot like him be interested in a rough-handed and clumsy athlete like me?" Having said that, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. "Why not?" Zhang Meng said disapprovingly. "Sister Lan, you're one of the most beautiful women in our sports college, and even in the entire Jiangcheng University. You have such a sexy body, what man wouldn't be moved?
Besides, even a hero can't resist a beautiful woman. Mr. Luo may be a dragon among men, but he's still a man.
In my opinion, he definitely has no good intentions when he asked you out tonight.
He probably wants to pick you up. He dares. Gao Lan's hot temper was ignited in an instant.
She sat up suddenly from the bed, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes. If he dares to have any evil intentions towards me, I, Gao Lan, will never let him succeed even if I risk my life. Her indomitable will and competitive spirit were fully revealed at this moment. Zhang Meng looked at her, who looked like a lit bomb, stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to say anything more. She knew Gao Lan's temper and also knew that her failed relationship in the past made her wary and distrustful of any man who tried to approach her. However, when Gao Lan was alone and quiet, her heart was far from as calm and firm as she appeared on the surface. Roger's invitation was like a stone dropped into the lake of her heart, stirring up ripples.
To go or not to go?
This was a question that troubled her immensely. Reason told her that she should stay away from a dangerous and powerful man like Roger.
He was like a bottomless whirlpool.
Once she got close to him, she might be completely swallowed up and there would be no way out. But the strong curiosity and unyielding competitive spirit deep in her heart kept urging her to explore the true face of this man and see what he wanted from her. And, to be honest, Roger's handsome and deep face, as well as his fascinating king aura, did make her feel a little, inexplicably moved. This feeling was something she had never experienced when she was with her ex-boyfriend.
More importantly, Gao Lan also has her own ambitions and aspirations.
She loves beach volleyball and dreams of one day standing on the highest podium in the world and winning glory for her country. But she also knew that it would be extremely difficult to realize this dream by her own efforts alone. She needs a more professional coaching team, more scientific training methods, more sufficient financial support, and a strong backer who can clear all obstacles for her. And Roger, and the unfathomable Chihan group behind him, seemed to have everything she needed.
If she could seize this opportunity and get Roger's appreciation and funding, then would her volleyball dream be able to take off and soar into the sky?
Once this idea came into her mind, it quickly spread in her mind like wild weeds. Finally, after several hours of intense ideological struggle, Gao Lan made a decision. She wanted to go to this appointment. She wanted to see with her own eyes what the man named Roger wanted from her. She also wanted him to know that she, Gao Lan, was definitely not the kind of soft persimmon that could be manipulated at will. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, Gao Lan arrived at the top floor of the central main house of City of Sailing on time. When she walked out of the exclusive elevator and stepped into the private reception room that was as luxurious as a palace and overlooked the entire night view of Jiangcheng, she was still deeply shocked by everything in front of her. Roger was sitting leisurely in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of dark red wine in his hand and shaking it gently. Outside the window, the lights of thousands of homes shone brightly, like diamonds scattered on black velvet, a beauty beyond measure.
And he, like the sole king under the starry sky, was calm and dignified.
He was wearing a well-tailored dark gray casual suit today, without a tie, and the collar of his shirt was casually open, revealing his strong chest and sexy collarbone. His hair was meticulously groomed, and his face, handsome enough to make any woman fall in love with him, looked even more angular, deep, and charming under the soft light. Seeing Gao Lan coming in, Roger put down his wine glass, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he took the initiative to stand up to greet her. "Mr. Gao Lan, welcome.
Please sit down."
His voice was magnetic, with a reassuring calmness.
Gao Lan took a deep breath and tried to stay calm.
She had specially changed into a relatively formal sports casual suit today, with a tight white long-sleeved t-shirt on top, which perfectly outlined her proud chest curves. She wore a pair of black high-elastic tights that wrapped around her long, explosive legs. She was not wearing any makeup, but her natural beauty and unique charm were still visible. She even wore a pair of sneakers with at least 5 centimeters of height increase, which made her height of 1.80 meters stand out even more, enough to make most men feel intimidated in her presence. However, when she stood in front of Roger, she found that her height advantage, which she was proud of, did not seem to play much of a role. Roger's innate king aura and confident look that showed he was in control of everything made her feel inexplicably oppressed, as if the man in front of her was not a man younger than her, but a battle-hardened and unfathomable hero.
"Hello, Mr. Luo."
Gao Lan tried her best to sound calm and polite, but her slightly tense voice still revealed her inner nervousness.
"Gao Lan, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Roger."
Roger smiled and gestured for her to sit on the sofa nearby. He then personally poured her a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice.
"I asked you to come here mainly to discuss your future career development.
I admire your athletic talent and believe you have unlimited potential in beach volleyball. If you are willing, Shihan Group will be happy to provide you with comprehensive support, including a top-tier coaching team, the most scientific training plans, the most advanced rehabilitation medical care, and all the funds needed to participate in all major domestic and international competitions. My goal is to make you a world-class beach volleyball superstar, allowing you to stand on the highest podium of the Olympics and win glory for our country. Roger's words were like heavy bombs dropped into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves in Gao Lan's heart.
A world-class beach volleyball superstar? An Olympic gold medal? Winning glory for the nation?
These were things she had never dared to imagine before, even in her dreams. She looked into Roger's sincere and expectant eyes, and listened to the extremely brilliant blueprint for the future he painted for her. At this moment, the first cracks began to appear in the defense line in her heart. Her heart, which had become hard and cold due to her ex-boyfriend's betrayal, seemed to be injected with a long-lost warmth and began to beat faster and faster uncontrollably.
Roger, are these things you said true? Gao Lan's voice trembled slightly with excitement.
She couldn't believe that happiness would come so suddenly. I, Roger, never make promises lightly. Roger's lips curled up with a confident arc, and his voice carried a hint of unquestionable dominance and tenderness.
As long as you nod, all this will soon become a reality. However,
he changed the subject, his deep eyes locked onto Gao Lan's, and his tone became somewhat meaningful. There is no such thing as a free lunch.
I've invested so much in you, so naturally I also hope to get a corresponding return. Gao Lan, you're a smart girl, you should understand what I want in return. Gao Lan's heart sank suddenly. She knew that what was coming would eventually come.
She looked at the undisguised desire and possession in Roger's eyes, and her heart was filled with struggle and contradiction. On one side is the pinnacle of her volleyball career that she has always dreamed of, and on the other side is the painful price that may have to be paid.
How should she choose?
Roger did not force her to make a decision immediately. He just looked at her quietly with an unfathomable smile on his face, waiting for her answer. He knew that this beautiful big fish, full of wildness and strength, had already swam into his carefully laid fishing net, and the rest was only a matter of time. And he has enough patience to enjoy the process of closing the net.
Chapter 68 Gao Lan Falls.
The olive branch full of temptation and unquestionable conditions that Roger threw to Gao Lan in the private reception room on the top floor of City of Sailing was like a death bomb detonated in her heart, causing her to fall into a huge inner struggle and battle between conscience and desire in the next few days. She locked herself in the somewhat shabby dormitory for sports students, losing her appetite and unable to sleep at night. In her mind, on one hand, there was the brilliant blueprint Roger had painted for her, which would allow her to stand on top of the world and realize all her sports dreams, as well as the top resources and unlimited support he promised to provide that she had never dared to imagine before.
On the other side, there were Roger's deep eyes filled with aggression.
Her roommate and partner Zhang Meng could only watch anxiously as she became increasingly haggard, but she did not dare to ask any more questions. She vaguely guessed that Gao Lan's abnormality must be related to the private invitation from the mysterious and powerful Mr. Luo of Chihan Group after the awards ceremony that day. Just when Gao Lan was almost on the verge of collapse from this inner torment, her family received another piece of bad news that made her situation even worse. Her mother, who had been bedridden for many years, suddenly became ill and urgently needed a huge amount of money for surgery and subsequent rehabilitation treatment. This amount of money was an astronomical figure for her ordinary working-class family, which was not well off to begin with. This sudden blow became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and completely shattered the last bit of hesitation and persistence in Gao Lan's heart. She knew she had no choice. For the sake of her mother's life and her own unattainable yet extremely desired volleyball dream, she must bow to that man. That evening, Gao Lan took the initiative to contact Roger's chief personal assistant Xiao Wanqing, and said in a hoarse and tired voice that she wanted to meet Roger, and she had made a decision. Half an hour later, Gao Lan once again came to the private reception room on the top floor of the central main house of City of Sailing, which made her feel extremely depressed but full of fatal temptation. Roger was still as calm and composed as ever, in control of everything. He was wearing a comfortable dark blue silk robe and lazily reclining on the sofa, holding a glass of amber whiskey in his hand, as if he had already anticipated her arrival.
Mr. Gao Lan, it seems you have figured it out.
Roger's lips curled up into a victorious smile, and his gaze lingered for a moment on her pretty face, which looked a little pale and haggard, but still couldn't hide her heroic spirit and stubbornness.
Gao Lan didn't say anything, but walked silently in front of Roger.
Then, under Roger's slightly surprised gaze, her 180 centimeters tall and straight body slowly and humiliatingly knelt down on the cold and hard marble floor.
Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo.
Gao Lan lowered her head, her long black hair falling down, hiding the expression on her face, but her slightly trembling shoulders revealed her inner restlessness at the moment.
I promise you. I promise all your conditions.
Please save my mother, and give me a chance to realize my dream. Her voice was filled with tears, helplessness, despair, and the last trace of humble pleading. Roger looked at the former pillar of heaven crawling at his feet, trembling like a wounded female leopard, and the desire to conquer and control in his heart was satisfied unprecedentedly. He knew that this woman was finally completely defeated by him. He didn't help her up immediately, but slowly took a sip of the whiskey in the glass. Then, in a calm, emotionless tone, he said, Gao Lan, you must remember that from the moment you kneel before me, you are no longer the unruly and rebellious beach volleyball goddess who can do whatever she wants. Without my permission, you don't even have the right to die.
Do you understand? I understand. Master.
Gao Lan's body was shaking violently, and tears of humiliation rolled down from the corners of her tightly closed eyes like pearls that had broken off the string, dripping onto the cold floor and splashing tiny, imperceptible water droplets. She knew that from the moment she said, I promise you, she had completely lost herself.
Very good. Roger nodded with satisfaction.
He stood up, walked to Gao Lan, reached out his hand, gently lifted her tear-stained face with his cold fingertips, and forced her to look into his eyes. System, use the seductive heart skill on Gao Lan, Roger muttered to himself. He wanted to ensure that this woman, from the depths of her soul, would have absolute, unshakable loyalty and dependence on him.
An invisible enchanting energy instantly surged into Gao Lan's mind. She looked at Roger, as if she saw the only light in her life.
Master, my beloved master.
The once unruly volleyball queen now fully understands who was the only master in her life.
When the dawn light once again shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and onto the big bed. The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind, carrying a hint of joy at mission completion. Gao Lan's favorability increased by 115%, now at 100%.
Obedience unlocked. Maid contract perfectly activated. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully and perfectly subjugating top sports prodigy Gao Lan and forming a deep soul contract with her.
Reward, Athlete Function Comprehensive Optimization Fluid Gao Lan exclusive.
Benefit, after Gao Lan consumes this, her physical fitness, athletic potential, injury recovery speed, and athletic lifespan will be comprehensively optimized and significantly improved, allowing her to better adapt to and master various high-intensity training and competition techniques. Side effect, her physical dependence on the host will be further enhanced. Roger looked at this simple yet extremely practical reward given by the system specifically for Gao Lan, and a smile of confidence and evil charm full of control over everything appeared on his face, a smile that only he understood. He knew that with this Athlete Function Comprehensive Optimization liquid, Gao Lan's future sports career would surely reach an unprecedented peak. His empire of founding successfully added a stunning female general with unique characteristics and potential. Chapter 69, the national football team's tragedy hits the reverse scale, the wrath of the latent dragon stirs up the storm. There is a gentle breeze on the summer night in Jiangcheng. Roger was lazily reclining on a large beach lounge chair next to the open-air infinity pool on the top floor of the central main residence of City of Sailing. He was only wearing a pair of black beach shorts. His muscular bronze upper body shone faintly in the moonlight, and his 6 well-defined abdominal muscles showed an amazing sense of strength. Beside him, several stunning maids with different styles were serving him carefully. Yun Mengyao was wearing a white chiffon dress, and her temperament was as gentle as water. She was kneeling beside the recliner, gently massaging Roger's shoulders with her slender hands that once held a teaching stick. Zhao Tingting was wearing a sexy red bikini that showed off her hot body. She was holding a plate of sliced chilled fruit, and from time to time she would pick up a piece with a toothpick and feed it to Roger's mouth coquettishly. Lin Wanner was wearing an extremely shameful lace-made skirt. Like the most docile kitten, she knelt at Roger's feet and gently massaged his legs with her once extremely proud head. Not far away, Xiao Wanqing was using an encrypted tablet to briefly report to Roger on the various business data of Qihan Group today.
Each item represented an astronomical profit.
Roger now lives like a modern emperor, luxurious yet in complete control.
Jiangcheng has become his own backyard, free to do whatever he wants. After Deputy Director Lu's downfall, no one dares to challenge his authority anymore. His business empire expanded steadily, and the number of beautiful women in his harem also increased, and each of them was devoted to him. However, in this seemingly perfect and peaceful life, Roger felt a sense of indescribable fatigue and emptiness.
Although the conquest of Jiangchang was full of excitement and challenges, once the dust settled and all opponents had surrendered, the loneliness of being alone and invincible inevitably came over him. He needed a new goal, a new challenge, to reignite his ambition, which had long been dormant due to so many victories.
Master, this is the evening headlines of international sports news. You might be interested.
Xiao Wanqing seemed to have noticed the subtle change in Roger's mood, and very considerately switched the screen on the tablet to the sports news channel. Roger glanced at the screen boredly, not paying much attention at first. The screen was showing a post-match report of a World Cup qualifier that had just concluded. However, when he saw the score and the two opponents at the bottom of the screen, his originally lazy and comfortable expression froze in an instant.
China national men's football team 0-1 Indonesia national men's football team. What?
Roger suddenly sat up from his recliner, staring at the score on the screen in disbelief, his voice filled with shock and a hint of subtle anger.
Lost? The Chinese national football team actually lost to Indonesia? How is this possible? While he wasn't a die-hard football fan, as a Chinese man, he'd heard about the Chinese national team's consistently poor performances. Losing to Thailand, Vietnam, and even Syria, he might have been able to understand. But losing to Indonesia? A Southeast Asian nation that's practically invisible in the football world? The news anchor's heartbroken voice struck Roger's heart like a hammer. This is undoubtedly another shameful moment in the history of Chinese football.
According to historical data, since 1957, for 68 years, the Chinese national football team has never lost to Indonesia in international competitions.
And today, this unbeaten streak was shamefully broken. After the game, angry fans surrounded the team's hotel, demanding the head coach's dismissal and the resignation of the Football Association president. The scene was briefly thrown into chaos. Roger looked at the angry and desperate faces of the fans on the screen, listened to the heart-wrenching shots and cries, and the nameless fire in his heart burned more and more fiercely. A group of so-called national team players who earn world-class salaries and enjoy the best training resources can't even beat the Indonesian team. This is more than just a loss in a football match, it's a blatant humiliation to the entire country and the 1.4 billion Chinese people. Waste. A bunch of hopeless waste.
Roger slammed his fist on the table beside him. The table made of a whole piece of marble was actually cracked by his angry punch. The maids beside him, including Yun Mangyao, Zhao Tingting, and Lin Wanner, were all shocked. They had never seen Roger so angry. They all stopped what they were doing, and were silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. Roger's chest heaved violently, and a terrifying cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something, and the rage on his face was gradually replaced by a cold, controlling determination. He thought that now that he had a lot of wealth, huge resources, and many talented people under his command, he could do almost anything. I can easily bring down a city's deputy director, easily control the economic lifeline of a region, and make countless beauties bow down to me.
Then why can't I change this hopeless Chinese football? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I, Roger, can't do it. Once this thought came into his mind, it burned wildly in his heart like a wildfire. What he wants to do is not just a simple investment. He wants to use his own way, his omnipotent system and unfathomable financial resources to subvert the existing structure of Chinese football and build a team of champions that can truly make the Chinese people proud and shock the world. Moreover, football, the world's largest sport, has huge commercial value, social influence, and those high-quality resources full of youthful vitality and healthy beauty such as female football players and beautiful cheerleaders, which also make Roger feel extremely excited. Wanqing.
Roger stood up suddenly, his voice cold but full of unquestionable majesty.
Master, Wanqing is here.
Xiao Wanqing immediately responded respectfully. Immediately notify the group's public relations department and all of our media platforms. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we will hold a high-profile press conference at the City of Sailing International Conference Center.
I want to make a high-profile announcement to the world. Although Xiao Wanqing didn't know what Roger was going to do, she followed his orders without hesitation. Yes, master.
At 10 a.m. the next day, the Zhejiang City International Conference Center was already packed to the brim. Hundreds of reporters from mainstream media outlets, both domestic and international, as well as popular live streamers from major online platforms, had rushed to the event, filling the venue to a throng. They were all incredibly curious about why the mysterious young chairman of Zhejiang Group had suddenly convened such a high-profile press conference.
Under the spotlight of countless flashbulbs, Roger, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, slowly walked up to the podium for the press conference.
He had no script with him, but calmly stood before the microphone, his gaze calmly and sharply scanning all the media reporters in the audience. The king aura in him that was permanently blessed by the system was fully displayed at this moment, making the entire press conference, which was originally a bit noisy, instantly become silent.
Good morning, friends from the media.
Roger's voice, clearly and powerfully carried through the speakers to every corner of the venue. I'm sure you all want to know why I, Roger, am holding this press conference today.
Well, I'll tell you the answer right now.
He paused, his tone becoming passionate and filled with unquestionable determination. Just last night, our Chinese national men's football team suffered a humiliating defeat to Indonesia with a score of 0-1.
This result, I think, stung the hearts of every Chinese.
I, Roger, am no exception. Over the years, we've had expectations, abuse, and ridicule of Chinese football, but in the end, we've been left with disappointment and numbness time and time again. But today, I want to say that from today on, these days will be gone forever. I, Roger, and the Qihong Holdings Group behind me, hereby officially and loudly announce to the world that we will fully enter the world of football. We will invest tens of billions of yuan to acquire and rebuild the local China League One team in Jiangcheng, renaming it the Jiangcheng Qihong Lions Football Club. We have only one goal: within 3 years, we will reach the Chinese Super League and win the championship.
Within 5 years, we will dominate Asia and win the AFC Champions League.
Within 10 years, we will have the name Qihong Lions resounding in the final of the FIFA Club World Cup. At the same time, we will also invest the same huge amount of money to build a brand new Jiangcheng Qihong Phoenix Women's Football Club from scratch. I want everyone to know that China's women's football team also possesses the glory and strength of the Steel Rose. We will build the world's most advanced football training base, employ the world's top coaching and scientific research and logistics support teams, and establish a complete training system from youth echelons to professional teams.
We will use the most scientific management model, the most generous salary and benefits, and the strictest discipline to create a new football dynasty.
Roger's words were like thunder from the blue sky, causing a huge shock to the entire press conference and even the entire Chinese sports world.
The reporters in the audience went wild. They frantically snapped their cameras to capture this historic moment. Billions of dollars invested. Winning the Chinese Super League in 3 years. Dominating Asia in 5 years.
World dominance in 10 years.
This wasn't just a simple investment, it was a gamble with everything on the line. Not only that.
Roger's voice rose again, filled with powerful incitement.
We will also be openly recruiting and forming an unprecedented, beautiful and talented Qihong Angels cheerleading team from across the country, and even the world.
They will not only be a beautiful sight on the sidelines, but will also become the image ambassadors of our Qihong Group's cultural and sports division, becoming a brand new idol group representing health, vitality, and beauty.
Roger's bold words, broadcast live, quickly spread across the Chinese internet.
Countless fans, already disillusioned with the national football team, felt like they had received a shot of adrenaline, rekindling their long-lost hope and passion.
Holy crap!
Mr. Luo from Qihong Group is so awesome.
Investing billions in football. That's what true passion looks like. Win the Super League and the championship. Dominate Asia. Aim for the world. Damn, just hearing that makes my blood boil.
Regardless of whether he can do it or not, just based on this spirit, I will be a die-hard fan of the Qihong team for life. There's also a women's soccer team and a beautiful cheerleading squad.
President Luo is awesome.
This is the man who truly understands us fans. The internet was abuzz with excitement. Roger and the Qihong Group's name shot to the top of all trending searches within just a few hours.
The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind. Ding!
The host has been detected, triggering a hidden epic chain quest, Rise of the Dragon, the road to the revival of Chinese football.
Phase 1 of this quest, the first cry of the Jiangcheng Lions, has begun.
Requirements: within 1 year, successfully establish 2 professional football clubs, the Jiangcheng Sailing Lions and the Jiangcheng Sailing Phoenixes, and hold a nationwide open recruitment for the Sailing Angels cheerleading team. Reward: upon completion of Phase 1, the system will grant a one-time special reward related to the football industry based on the combined appearance and potential scores of the host's team, including players, coaches, cheerleaders, etc. Roger looked at this new epic mission released by the system, and a smile full of anticipation and excitement appeared on the corner of his mouth, which only he understood. After the press conference, Roger immediately assigned Xiao Wanqing and Zhang Ye to handle the acquisition of the local Jiangcheng team and the formation of a new club. He also tasked Su Mei and Chen Yang with issuing a recruitment notice, under the name of Qihong Group, to Jiangcheng University and other major sports and art schools nationwide, for the Qihong Phoenix women's soccer team and the Qihong Angels cheerleading squad.
The requirements of the recruitment order are simple and direct.
Women's football team members, love football, have a certain sports foundation, aged 18-24, over 165 centimeters tall, with outstanding appearance and hot body, will be given priority admission, preferential treatment, and can sign a contract to become a sports star under the Chihang Group. Cheerleaders, love dancing, have a certain dance foundation, aged 18-24, over 168 centimeters tall, with stunning looks, hot bodies, and special talents. Priority will be given to admission, preferential treatment, and the opportunity to sign a contract to become idol artists under Chihang Xingyao Media. Once this recruitment order full of special requirements was released, it immediately caused a huge sensation and heated discussion among female students in major universities across the country. Countless young girls who are confident in their looks and figures, whether they are true football fans or art students who dream of becoming famous overnight and marrying into a wealthy family, are getting ready to show their charm in the upcoming auditions in the hope of winning the favor of Roger, the mysterious and wealthy chairman of the Chihang Group.
Chapter 70 Angel Preliminary Selection. Roger's high-profile announcement of a 10 billion yuan investment to enter the football world was like a Category 12 super typhoon. In just 24 hours, it swept through the entire Chinese sports, entertainment, and capital circles with an unparalleled momentum, causing a huge shock that turned the world upside down. Chihang Holding Group, this mysterious business empire that has risen strongly in Jiangcheng, and the mysterious chairman Roger behind it, who is a little too young but acts in an outrageously domineering manner, have truly entered everyone's vision for the first time in a high-profile manner that has attracted the attention of the whole country. At this moment, countless fans who had long been disillusioned with Chinese football seem to be injected with the most powerful shot of adrenaline, rekindling their long-lost hope and passion. They spread the word and frantically discussed Roger's bold statement of winning the Chinese Super League in 3 years and dominating Asia in 5 years on the internet. They also spontaneously organized fan clubs called Jiangcheng Chihang Lions and Jiangcheng Chihang Phoenixes. The fan clubs were so powerful that they even suppressed the negative news about the Chinese national football team's loss to Indonesia. Roger's recruitment order, which was full of special requirements and aimed at publicly selecting members for the Chihang Phoenix women's football team and the Chihang Angels cheerleading team, caused an unprecedented sensation among female students in major universities across the country. Oh my god! Over 168 centimeters tall, stunningly beautiful, and with a hot body? Is this a cheerleader selection or a Miss World selection?
Most importantly, the pay is excellent, and you can even sign a contract to become an idol artist under Chihang Xingyao Media.
This is simply a shortcut to success. Sisters, go for it. Aren't the requirements for female soccer players too exaggerated? Not only do they have to be good at soccer, but they also have to be beautiful and have a hot body? Who cares? As long as I can be noticed by Mr. Luo, I'd be willing to roll in the mud on the field, not to mention playing football. That's Mr. Luo. Handsome and rich, he's a walking hormone. For a time, countless young girls who were confident in their looks and figures, whether they were professional students who truly loved football and dancing, or art students, school beauties, and even small internet celebrities who dreamed of becoming famous overnight and marrying into a wealthy family, all swarmed from all over the country to Jiangcheng like sharks smelling blood. A week later, after preliminary online registration and qualification screening, the first large-scale public offline selection event for Chihang Phoenix and Chihang Tian Angel officially kicked off at the Jiangcheng University Central Stadium, which was temporarily booked and renovated by Chihang Group. On the day of the selection, the entire Central Stadium was packed with people and it was extremely lively. Thousands of young girls, beautiful and slim, competed with each other for beauty, turning the entire stadium into a sea of youthful hormones. In the center of the stadium, on the main judge's seat, which was temporarily built and as high as a reviewing stand, Roger was lazily leaning on a large leather sofa, wearing a pair of large sunglasses on his face and a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. He was examining the young girls in the audience with great interest, like an ancient emperor reviewing the beauties in his harem. Sitting on his left were Zhao Tingting and Gao Lan. On Roger's right sat Zhengya and Su Mei. They are all wearing well-tailored professional suits today. As representatives of Chihang Group, they will be responsible for evaluating the comprehensive qualities and future business value of all candidates. The entire selection process is divided into two parts, cheerleading and women's football team, which are carried out alternately. The first thing to start is the selection of the Chihang Angels cheerleading team. The candidates took turns going on stage in groups of 10 to perform a 1-minute personal talent show, mostly hot modern dances. Roger leaned back on the sofa, his eyes behind his sunglasses like the most sophisticated radar, quickly scanning every girl who came on stage. I have to say that the girls who can pass the initial online screening and come here are of very high quality. But Roger, who was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, had become extremely picky.
After looking at a few groups, he felt a little bored. Just when he was feeling a little tired and was about to ask Xiao Wanqing to bring him a glass of iced juice, a new group of candidates came on stage. The appearance of one of the girls instantly made Roger's originally lazy eyes become hot again. The girl was about 20 years old, with long, wavy chestnut hair as smooth as seaweed, casually draped over her shoulders. She has a perfect baby face, a small and delicate oval face, full of collagen, fair skin that is almost transparent in the sun, a pair of big eyes as clear and innocent as a deer, and long and curly eyelashes that flicker as if they can speak. She has a small and straight nose, and her lips are a natural cherry pink, plump and moist. There is always a sweet and innocent smile at the corners of her mouth, which makes people feel pity for her at first sight. However, her figure is in stark contrast to her pure and innocent baby face. A childlike face and a huge body. This is simply the best of the best. Roger's heart skipped a beat. The system interface also pops up in time. Name, Lu Mengli. Age, 20. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 102-58-92. System rating, 97. Appearance 96, Body Physique S++, Special Attributes Pure Desire Ceiling Max, Stage Charisma Advanced, Ambition Advanced +1. Bio, a sophomore in the dance department at Jiangcheng Arts Academy, a campus beauty. She comes from an ordinary family, but thanks to her stunning looks and stunning figure, she's incredibly popular on campus and online. While appearing sweet and innocent, she's actually ambitious and goal-oriented. She's well versed in the ways of men and women, eager to seize every opportunity to transcend social classes and become a star. Current favorability, 25% strong yearning and utilitarian favor towards the host's wealth, power, and appearance. Version, 3.5 rich emotional experience, and a deep understanding of how to use one's strengths to get what one wants. 97 points. Super high rating on the same level as Su Peiying. And this bust size of 102 is simply horrifying. Coupled with the max-level pure desire ceiling attribute and high-level ambition, this Lu Mengli is simply a top-notch beauty tailor-made to become Roger's prey. It was Lu Mengli's turn to perform her own talent show, and she chose a hot dance by a Korean girl group. The moment the music started, her entire temperament changed instantly, and her originally sweet and innocent face was instantly filled with extreme charm and seduction. Especially her terrifying pair. Jump. Ups and downs. It almost attracts all men's attention. After the dance ended, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause and wolf-like screams. Roger looked at Lu Mengli on the stage, who was smiling at him and winking at him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that this beautiful and ambitious mermaid had successfully swam into his fishing net. He whispered a few words to Xiao Wanqing beside him. Xiao Wanqing immediately understood, picked up the intercom, and gave instructions to the staff behind the scenes. Soon, the results of the cheerleading auditions were announced. Unsurprisingly, Lu Mengli, with the highest score, was selected for the Jian Angel cheerleading squad and was designated as the future captain and center. Chapter 71 Xiao Rou. Next up were tryouts for the Qihang Phoenix women's soccer team. Unlike the glamorous cheerleading scene, the women's soccer tryouts were filled with the masculine beauty of strength, speed, and athleticism. The candidates underwent various tests on football fundamentals and physical fitness on the field. Roger's attention was quickly attracted by a short-haired girl who was running on the court like black lightning. The girl's name is Xiao Rou. She is about 1.72 meters tall. Although her figure is not as exaggerated and fiery as Lu Mengli's, she is also well-proportioned and toned, full of the unique strength of an athlete. She has neat short black hair and her facial features are not particularly delicate, but when put together, she has an indescribable heroic and valiant air. Especially her eyes, sharp as a knife, full of desire for victory and a stubbornness that refuses to admit defeat. Her performance on the field was truly stunning. Whether it was dribbling, making sudden stops and changes of direction, or even shooting from long range, she displayed a football talent and explosive power far beyond her peers. Her playing style, like her, is full of aggressiveness and unstoppable momentum. The system interface pops up again. Name, Xiao Rou. Age, 19. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 88-63-90. System rating, 92. Appearance 82, Special Attributes, Greenfield Killer Master of Football Talent, Absolute Speed Advanced, +10. Bio, a freshman majoring in soccer at Jiangcheng Sports University, and a former striker for the national women's youth soccer team. Due to her aloof personality and lack of teamwork, she was expelled from the national team after a heated conflict with her coach during an important match. She desperately wants to prove herself again and return to the top. Current favorability, 5% feeling disdain and disgust towards this kind of beauty pageant-like selection method. Version number 0.0 I had a crush on a teammate from the national youth team, but it ended in vain. 92 points, master level football talent. This Xiao Rou is also a rare talent. Roger is also very interested in this problem girl who is full of wildness and strength, and also a bit rebellious and aloof. After the selection, Roger did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked Xiao Wanqing to invite Lu Monli, Xiao Rou, and several other candidates with the highest comprehensive scores to his private reception room on the top floor of the central main residence of Qihang City in the name of the final interview with the chairman of Qihang Group. He knew that the real selection had just begun. And tonight, what he wants to taste first is the wonderful taste of Lu Monli, the ceiling of pure desire. As night falls, the lights in Roger's private living room are dim. He asked the other candidates to wait in the side hall first and interviewed Lu Monli alone. Ms. Lu, Roger lazily reclined on the sofa, his eyes unscrupulously roaming over her exaggerated curves. Congratulations on becoming the reserve captain of our Qihang Angels cheerleading squad. However, if you want to truly secure this position, or even become the future super idol of Qihang Xingyao Media, you still need to prove to me your special talents and absolute loyalty. Lu Monli was very smart and naturally understood what Roger meant. Not only was there no shyness or resistance on her face, but she showed a more charming and expectant smile. She slowly walked up to Roger, then, softly and bonelessly, knelt at his feet. Mr. Luo. Lu Monli raised her innocent face and looked at Roger with her big, expressive eyes. Her voice was so charming that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Monli knows that there is no free lunch in this world. Monli also knows that if you want something, you must pay for it. As long as Mr. Luo can give Monli the stage and glory she wants, Monli is willing to give Mr. Luo everything I have, including my body, my soul, and all my special talents. As she spoke, she actively stuck out her tongue. Roger looked at the stunning beauty who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms and was well aware of this, and the fire in his heart was completely ignited. He knew that any preparation and temptation would be unnecessary when dealing with such a goal-oriented and ambitious woman. The most direct and original communication is the best way to make her completely surrender. He didn't say another word, just extended his hand. He threw it heavily onto the huge leather sofa next to him, which was big enough for several people to roll around on. A final interview filled with utilitarianism, transactions, desire and conquest officially kicked off in the luxurious reception room. About 500 million words omitted here. When everything was settled, Lu Monli collapsed on the sofa as if all her bones had been pulled out. The system prompt sounded in Roger's mind. Lu Monli's favorability increased by 75%, now reaching 100% due to her desires being satisfied and her boundless longing for a future stardom. She has completely surrendered. The obedience status has been unlocked. The maid contract for exclusive Pure Desire Cheerleader Idol Reserve has been perfectly activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the top-tier Pure Desire ceiling, Lu Monli. Reward, Idol Aura Basic Passive Ability. Benefit, the host's personal charisma and persuasiveness will be slightly enhanced when engaging in commercial activities related to idols, entertainment, and media, making it easier to gain initial favor from fans and positive media attention. Roger looked at the passive ability reward given by the system, which was also very practical, and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 72, The Lions recruit talents from all over the world, and the green field finds another cool flower. Roger is well aware that the Chinese men's football team has long-standing problems. From player selection, youth training system to professional leagues, it is full of dark dealings and intricate networks of relationships that ordinary people can hardly imagine. What he needs to do is not only to build a team that can win, but also to establish a new, pure football ecology in his own way that only considers ability rather than relationships. He personally appointed the group CEO Zhang Ye to serve as the club's chairman, who is fully responsible for the club's commercial operations and financial management. At the same time, he spared no expense and, through an international headhunting company, recruited a world-class football director from the top 5 European leagues, Mr. Klaus Heidmann from Germany, who had a brilliant resume and was known for his rigorous tactics and iron-fisted management. After Mr. Heidmann took office, under Roger's instruction of no matter the cost, only the best, he quickly formed a luxurious coaching and logistics support team consisting of top coaches, fitness trainers, rehabilitation therapists, nutritionists and data analysts from football powerhouses such as Germany, the Netherlands and Spain. In terms of player introduction, Roger broke the traditional operating model of domestic clubs. He instructed the club not to cooperate with any domestic football agents or intermediary agencies, but to hold an unprecedented, completely open and transparent player selection camp across the country and even the world. As long as you have the ability, the dream, and the desire to prove yourself on a clean green field, no matter where you come from or what your past experiences are, the door of Setting Sail Lions is open to you. Here, there's no seniority, no connections, and no so-called social etiquette. We only look at your performance on the court. Your salary, your bonuses, and your playing time will all be strictly tied to your ability and contribution. We will provide you with the world's top training facilities, the most scientific logistical support, and highly competitive salaries and winning bonuses that far exceed any other club in the country. This declaration completely ignited the enthusiasm of domestic football players who were buried, exploited, and treated unfairly. Countless talented and dream-filled young players have flocked here from all over the country, hoping to rediscover their original passion for playing football in this pure land. After layers of screening and rigorous professional testing, the Jiangcheng Qihang Lions quickly signed a group of young local players with outstanding strength and great potential. At the same time, under the personal operation of Director Hedman, the club also successfully introduced 3 top foreign players from Brazil and Argentina who were in their prime years. Their transfer fees and salary packages set a historical high in the Chinese Second League China League 1, shocking the entire Asian football world. Although Rogers' iron-blooded operation of no shady dealings, only talent is promoted offended many domestic agents and interest groups who made a living by unwritten rules, it also won the respect and support of countless fans and people who truly love football. Setting Sail Lions, this new team that has not yet participated in an official game, has become the new hope and spiritual sustenance in the hearts of countless Chinese fans. After briefly handling the general direction of the men's football team, Roger devoted more of his energy, which was more personally interesting, to the selection and training of the Qihang Phoenix women's football team and the Qihang Angels cheerleading team. In the exclusive training base of the City of Sailing, the second and final round of closed selections for the women's football team and cheerleading team is in full swing. Roger still had that imperial demeanor, and his eyes behind his sunglasses were like the most discerning treasure appraiser, examining the young girls on the field who were full of youthful vitality and hormones. On the cheerleading team side, under the strict management of the new captain and Roger's new favorite Lu Mengli and the professional guidance of Zhao Tingting, 20 reserve players with the highest comprehensive qualities have been preliminarily selected. These girls are all top beauties with tall height, long legs, fair skin, beautiful looks and hot bodies. They are undergoing high-intensity dance and physical training. Lu Mengli wore a tight black lace dance costume, showing off her 102 cm baby face with big breasts and perfect body curves. From time to time, she gave harsh reprimands and intimate guidance to those team members who did not perform well or were a little slack in their performance. The scene was erotic and full of different kinds of excitement. The selection of the women's football team is even more professional and cruel. Gao Lan, the team's honorary captain and Roger's chief scout, personally conducted one-on-one technical and head-to-head tests on all the candidates who advanced to the second round of selection. Her 180 centimeters, towering physique, and the terrifying strength she displayed thanks to the athlete function comprehensive optimization fluid, put all the candidates under immense pressure. Roger's focus fell on Xiao Rou, the green killer whom he regarded as his next target. Xiao Rou still had her short, neatly cut black hair today, and she wore a tight black soccer training suit that perfectly highlighted her powerful and healthy figure. Her face was expressionless, her eyes sharp as a knife, filled with a desire for victory and a stubborn determination to never give up. Her lightning-like speed, her dribbling skills that integrated her with the ball, and her earth-shatteringly violent shots attracted the attention of all the coaches and judges present, and also made Roger's desire to conquer her even stronger. This Xiao Rou is really a natural-born killer. Roger's lips curled up into a determined smile. Just then, his attention was attracted by another figure on the court. It was a tall girl who served as the goalkeeper for the blue team in a group competition. The overall strength of the blue team was obviously weaker than that of the red team, and they were almost besieged in the half-court. However, under the watch of this girl, the blue team's goal seemed to be cast with magic, and it was able to dissolve the red team's fierce bombardment time and time again. The girl was about 1.78 meters tall, with a slender figure but not as powerful as Gao Lan. Instead, she was more slender and flexible. She was wearing a slightly loose light blue goalkeeper uniform and her long hair was tied into a refreshing high ponytail at the back of her head. There was not much expression on her face, and she always looked unusually calm and focused. Her clear eyes were like a cold pond, deep and calm. Her facial features are extremely delicate and attractive, especially her high nose bridge and slightly thin lips, which make her look as cold and aloof as an iceberg. The red team launched a swift counterattack, their forward finding a one-on-one opportunity, and unleashed a powerful shot straight into the corner of the goal. Everyone thought the ball was a sure shot goal. However, in that split second, the girl's body shot out like a fully drawn bowstring, and with an extremely stretched side dive, she used her fingertips to lift the ball just over the line. Beautiful! Roger couldn't help but cheer. This save, whether it was reaction speed, anticipation, or physical flexibility and coordination, was world-class.
The system interface also pops up in time. Name, Han Bing. Age, 19. Height, 178 centimeters. Measurements, 88-62-90. System rating, 93. Appearance 90. Special attributes: absolute domain, maximum reflexes in front of the goal, ice heart technique, maximum calmness, Mr. Grand Scenes plus mental ability +3. Bio: a freshman majoring in sports psychology at Jiangcheng Sports University and an amateur football enthusiast. Possessing innate, terrifying reflexes and exceptional mental composure, he's a natural goalkeeper. However, due to his introverted and reserved personality, he has a low presence on the team and has never been discovered by a professional coach. Current favorability, 5%. A slight curiosity arising from feeling the host's gaze. Version 0.0. Immersed in my own world, not interested in external things or emotions. Another top talent with a rating exceeding 90. Furthermore, he's a gifted goalkeeper possessing 3 max level and S+ level special attributes. This Han Bing is simply the final and strongest line of defense tailor-made for the Hanging Phoenix team. Roger's heart was burning. He knew that his Phoenix team had found the sharpest spear Xiao Rou and the strongest shield Han Bing. After the selection was over, Roger, as usual, invited Xiao Rou, the newly discovered Han Bing, and several other candidates with the best performance to his private reception room in the city of Sailing for the final interview. He first interviewed Xiao Rou, who had a hot temper and was unruly. Xiao Rou, Roger said straight to the point, your talent and strength are obvious to all. I can give you a chance to become the absolute core and ace striker of the Sailing Phoenix team. I will also provide you with the best resources, allowing you to return to the national team and even stand on the podium of the World Footballer of the Year award, proving how foolish and short-sighted those who once looked down on you were. Xiao Rou stared at Roger with her sharp eyes and asked in a cold voice, what are the conditions? She didn't believe there was a free lunch in the world. Roger smiled, leaning forward slightly, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable dominance. My conditions are the same as for Gao Lan. I want not only your skills and your talent, but also, you as a person. I want you to be my own green killer, conquering cities and castles for me on the court, and on my bed. You must also show the same passion and murderous intent. Are you willing? Xiao Rou's breathing stopped for a moment. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. She looked into Roger's eyes, which were full of aggression and possessiveness, and her heart was filled with anger, humiliation and a trace of shuddering that even she herself was afraid of, a shudder that was attracted to the strong. Roger didn't force her to answer immediately. Instead, he changed the subject and said to Xiao Wanqing, let the next person come in. The second person to walk in was Han Bing, whose temperament was as cold as ice. When facing Han Bing, Roger adopted a completely different approach. He did not make any excessive demands, but just talked to her about highly professional topics such as goalkeeper skills, psychology, and team tactics. His profound knowledge and unique insights, which have been systematically strengthened, have opened the eyes of Han Bing, an amateur, and benefited him greatly. Finally, Roger smiled and said, Student Han Bing, your talent is the most outstanding I've ever seen. I formally invite you to join the Setting Sail Phoenix team as our main goalkeeper and future core defender. I will not interfere with your personal life and will only provide you with the best training conditions and the broadest platform for development. I have only one request: guard the last gate of the Setting Sail Phoenix for me. Han Bing looked into Roger's eyes, filled with sincerity and admiration, and his genuine respect and understanding for football, though, of course, this was all fake, and for the first time, her frozen heart began to soften. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently, Mr. Luo, I'm willing to give it a try. Roger knew that he couldn't rush into dealing with a girl like Han Bing who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside and pure in heart. He needed to peel off her defenses layer by layer, like peeling an onion, and let her sink into it completely without realizing it. After the interview, Roger asked Xiao Wanqing to deliver a prepared document that included a top coaching team, an overseas training plan, and a professional contract with an annual salary of millions to Xiao Rou and Han Bing respectively. He knew that these two football beauties with different styles but equally talented were already in his pocket. Especially Xiao Rou, he gave her a night to think about it.
He believed that when her strong self-esteem and desire for success collided with the irresistible temptation and irresistible power he offered, there would be only one final outcome.
Chapter 73: Xiaorou's Death.
The one night that Roger gave Xiaorou to think about it was like a violent storm in the depths of her soul for this arrogant and unruly green killer. She stayed awake all night alone in the luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel that Chihan Group had arranged for the final candidates. Her eyes, which always sparkled with sharpness and unyielding spirit, were now filled with struggle, anger, and deep contradictions. The conditions proposed by Roger were simply a naked devil's contract to her. He could give her everything she had ever dreamed of: a return to the top stage, a chance to prove herself, world-class resources, and the pleasure of revenge against the system that had looked down on and suppressed her. But the price of all this is that she must give up her body and soul, becoming his exclusive plaything and killer, conquering cities and castles for him on the court, and letting him do whatever he wants in bed.
Bastard! Scum! Hypocrite!
Xiaorou punched the soft Simmons mattress hard, making a dull sound. She thought of Roger's eyes when he looked at her yesterday, full of aggression, possessiveness, and the domineering way he treated her as his own, and an uncontrollable anger and humiliation welled up in her heart. She, Xiaorou, was once the rising star of the national youth women's football team and a rare talented striker in the eyes of the coach. She had her pride and her dignity. She was expelled from the national team not because she was inferior to others in skills, but because she could not tolerate the team's corrupt, unwritten rules and outdated system of seniority, because she publicly contradicted the greasy team leader who tried to give her special guidance. She thought she was a man of integrity, willing to die in glory rather than live in disgrace. However, reality gave her the cruelest slap in the face. After being expelled, she was ruthlessly banned by the entire system, and no professional club dared to accept her. She had great football skills but no way to serve her country, so she could only commit herself to Jiangcheng Sports University, an ordinary college, and consoled herself by competing in amateur competitions. The resentment and anger in her heart, like a volcano about to erupt, burned her soul day and night. And now, Roger, a man who is also full of hidden rules and even more domineering and undisguised, provides her with an only chance to realize all her dreams and take revenge on all those who have looked down on her. This is simply the biggest irony of fate to her. What should she do? Continue to cling to her pitiful pride that is vulnerable to reality, and watch her football talent being completely buried in endless waiting and mediocrity? Or, choose to sell out to this devil in exchange for a chance to return to the top and dominate the field? When the first ray of sunlight the next morning shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel suite onto Xiaorou's pretty face, which was slightly heroic and stubborn, her eyes no longer contained the previous struggle and contradiction. Instead, there was a determination to fight to the death without hesitation. She made a decision. She wanted to take a gamble. Bet that this man named Roger could truly give her the future she wanted. Even if the price was sinking into hell. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiaorou arrived on time at Roger's private reception room on the top floor of the central main residence of the City of Sailing. Under her neat short black hair was an expressionless face, but her sharp eyes were fixed on Roger, who was sitting leisurely on the leather sofa sipping tea, as if she wanted to see through him completely.
I promise.
Xiaorou's voice was cold and crisp, without a trace of emotion, like two pieces of ice colliding.
I agree to all the conditions you proposed yesterday.
However, you must also fulfill your promise. I want the best coach, the best teammates, the best training conditions, and the absolute offensive core position in the team, without interference from anyone. Roger looked at the green killer before him, who looked like a female warrior about to go to the battlefield, full of tragic heroism and determination, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He knew that this wild and unruly horse had finally chosen to bow to him. Very good, Xiaorou.
You've made the right decision that you will never regret.
Roger put down his teacup, stood up, and slowly walked over to her. He extended his hand and gently brushed her cheek, which was slightly tense with nervousness, with his fingertips. His voice was filled with a hint of unquestionable dominance and tenderness. From today on, you are not only the future ace shooter of the Hanging Phoenix team, but also my. Without hesitation, he gave the system an instruction in his mind. System, use the seductive skill on Xiaorou. An invisible enchanting energy, like the most domineering king, instantly surged into the depths of Xiaorou's mind, which was filled with unyielding will.
My beloved master.
Xiaorou's sharp eyes became blurred and pious at this moment. Like the most fervent believer, she fell to her knees in front of Roger.
5 million words omitted here. The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind. Xiaorou's favorability plus 110%, currently at 100%.
The obedience status has been unlocked. The exclusive Green Assassin Combat Maid contract has been perfectly activated.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully and perfectly capturing the top football prodigy, Green Assassin Xiao Rou.
After completely winning over Xiao Rou and Han Bing, the two future core aces, the formation of the Jiangcheng Qihong Phoenix women's football team officially entered the fast lane.
From thousands of candidates, Roger personally selected 28 young women with the most outstanding looks, figures, skills, and potential to form the Setting Sail Phoenix first team. He then tasked Gao Lan and the newly hired German head coach, Helena Schmidt, with selecting a group of promising young players from the remaining candidates to form the U19 and U17 reserve teams. The first official team training session of Qihong Phoenix was grandly held in the exclusive training ground of Qihong City, which was built according to the standards of the World Cup final and has the most advanced training facilities in the world.
Roger was present to observe in person.
He saw that after receiving his deep development and soul baptism, Xiao Rou seemed to have opened up her Ren and Du meridians, becoming more confident on the court and a stronger team player. She no longer relied solely on playing alone, but began to collaborate with her teammates. Her every move, pass, and shot was imbued with spirit and murderous intent, perfectly embodying the meaning of a team ace and a natural shooter. Han Bing, the talented goalkeeper with an icy temperament, showed breathtaking dominance on the goal line. Her cheetah-like quick reaction speed, accurate prediction of the ball's landing point, and calm mental quality that made the goal she guarded seem like a wall of size that no one could cross, drawing exclamations and cheers from all her teammates and coaching staff. As the team's honorary captain and spiritual leader, Gao Lan often imparts her game experience to new players during training, sets an example herself, and infects everyone present with her never-give-up fighting spirit. Lu Mengli also led her Qihong Angels cheerleading team, which consisted of 20 top beauties, to the training ground and gave the first official cheering performance full of youthful vitality and sexy charm to the Qihong Phoenix team members who were sweating. The well-aligned dance moves, the spectacular scene of surging waves, and the charming and sweet smile made everyone's blood boil and their enthusiasm for training increased. Roger sat leisurely on the exclusive podium at the sidelines, looking at the Phoenix Legion and Angel Legion that he had built, which were full of talent, beauty, and unlimited potential, and his heart was filled with unprecedented sense of accomplishment and satisfaction.
Chapter 74, The Jiangchao League emerges.
After the core lineups of the Qihong Phoenix women's football team and the Qihong Angels cheerleading team were initially formed and they began intensive and professional closed training, Roger was not satisfied with just owning one or two private teams that could bring him honor and fun. His bottomless ambition and desire for absolute control drove him to set his sights on a grander and more subversive goal to create a new professional football league that would be completely dominated and controlled by himself. He knew very well that the reason why Chinese football had been weak for many years and had become a national laughingstock was not just due to the ability of the players or coaches, but also due to the rigidity, corruption, and chaotic management of the entire football system where outsiders guide insiders. The complex web of interests, the opaque player selection mechanism, and the persistent dark dealings of match fixing and refereeing have already polluted this supposedly pure green field. If he simply put his Qihong Lions and Qihong Phoenix into the existing Chinese Super League or Women's Super League system, it would be tantamount to throwing two pieces of beautiful jade into a dirty quagmire. Not only will it be difficult to guarantee an absolutely fair competition environment, but it is also likely to wear away the team's sharpness and fighting spirit in the endless human relations and unwritten rules.
Instead of adapting to the rules, why not make them?
Roger stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his top-floor office at City of Sailing, overlooking the vibrant city below. His eyes gleamed with the confidence and dominance of a god. "I want to create a football special zone in Jiangcheng that belongs to me, Roger.
One that is absolutely pure, absolutely fair, and absolutely spectacular.
I want all truly talented players with dreams to find a stage here to realize their self-worth. I want all fans to rediscover the original, purest passion and joy of football here." Once this crazy and bold idea was formed, it was immediately put into practice.
Roger summoned Zhang Ye, Su Mei, and Chen Yang, who he had recently promoted to be the general manager of the sports division of Qihong Group, and issued his latest order to establish the Jiangcheng Super League, abbreviated as Jiangchao League.
The positioning of this league is not to compete with the official football association system, but to be a regional top professional league with a high degree of autonomy and full support from the Qihong Group.
Its core rules are enough to subvert the traditional cognition of Chinese football.
Open access, breaking down barriers, the league is open to the entire Jiangcheng and all surrounding satellite cities.
Any professional, semi-professional, or even amateur football club that meets the basic requirements can apply to register and participate.
Full funding, no burden. In order to ensure that all participating teams can devote themselves to the competition without distraction, Zhejiang Group will bear all competition-related expenses of all participating teams, including men's and women's groups, including away travel, accommodation, meals, and part of the basic training and medical insurance expenses.
Huge bonuses. Strength first. The league has established an unprecedented total bonus pool of hundreds of millions of RMB in the history of Chinese football. From league champions and runners-up to every win, every goal, and even every wonderful assist and save, there will be generous cash rewards. The distribution of all bonuses is based solely on the team's results and the player's performance on the field, without any other factors involved. Absolute fairness and no shady dealings. The league will introduce the world's most advanced VR video assistant referee technology and Hawkeye goal line technology to ensure that every decision is accurate. At the same time, Rogers Blue Butterfly International Security Group will be fully responsible for the league's security and anti-corruption work, and will deal a devastating blow to any individual or organization attempting to engage in dark operations such as match fixing and refereeing. Once this utopian league concept was announced, it immediately caused a huge response in the football circle of the entire Jiangnan region. Those small and medium-sized clubs that have long suffered from lack of funds and difficulty in survival seem to have seen the arrival of a savior, and have signed up enthusiastically, hoping to get a share of this paradise of golden dollar football. And those fans who have long been extremely disappointed with the current football environment regard the Jiang Super League as the last hope and conscience of Chinese football, and are full of infinite expectations for it. A month later, after intensive preparations, the first Jiang Super League of Zhejiang Group officially kicked off in the newly renovated Zhejiang City Central Stadium, which can accommodate 80,000 spectators. On the opening day, the entire city of Jiang was packed with people, creating an unprecedented grand occasion. The stadium, which can accommodate 80,000 people, was packed, and even the aisles were crowded with excited fans. Tickets for the opening ceremony sold out within a few hours of going on sale, with prices on the black market even reaching thousands of yuan per ticket. Traffic around the stadium was completely paralyzed from early morning. Countless fans wearing red jerseys of Zhejiang Lions and Zhejiang Phoenixes came from all directions and gathered into a sea of red. They waved flags and sang team songs. The atmosphere was as warm as a volcanic eruption. As the founder of the league and chairman of the Zhejiang Group, Roger is naturally the focus of attention. He sat in the most distinguished VIP box in the center of the stadium rostrum, surrounded by Yin Mengyao, Zhao Tingting, Gao Lan, Lu Mengli, and other beautiful maids with different styles. He looked down through the huge one-way bulletproof glass at the red ocean boiling for him inside and outside the stadium, with a satisfied and calm smile like a king on his face. The opening ceremony began with a luxurious and technological light and shadow show, followed by the first official performance of the Zhejiang Angel cheerleading team led by Lu Mengli. 100 top-tier cheerleaders, each with voluptuous figures and stunning looks, donned custom-made, futuristic, silver-sequined, midriff-bearing bodysuits. To the accompaniment of dynamic electronic dance music, they delivered a uniform, visually arresting, and passionate dance. Their surging movements, their long, straight, sexy legs, and their charming, sweet smiles instantly ignited the passions of the entire male audience, drawing a sea of howls and screams. The highlights of the opening ceremony are the two opening matches. The first game was between the Jiangcheng Zhejiang Phoenix women's football team led by Gao Lan, Xiao Rou, and Han Bing, and a traditional women's football team from a neighboring city. After the game started, the girls of Setting Sail Phoenix showed amazing dominance. On the forward line, Xiao Rou, the green killer who had been completely conquered and developed by Roger, was like a tiger out of the cage. With her lightning speed and unstoppable breakthroughs, she tore through the opponent's defense again and again, and made the opponent's defenders fall to the ground. She performed a hat trick in the whole game, with 3 earth-shattering and violent long shots that almost penetrated the net. Gao Lan is in charge of the midfield. Her pillar-like figure and terrifying physical fitness make her like a bug on both offense and defense. No one can beat her, whether it is competing for high balls or intercepting in the midfield. On the defensive line, the talented goalkeeper Han Bing, who has an icy temperament, was like a stabilizing force, blocking the opponent's shots high and low, and saving the goal several times. In the end, the Zhejiang Phoenix team won their first official match since the establishment of the team with a huge score of 5-0. The second opening match that followed was between the newly formed Jiangcheng Zhejiang Lions men's football team and their city rivals, the Jiangcheng Warriors, who were relegated from the Chinese Super League last season. This highly anticipated River City Derby entered a white-hot state from the very beginning. The Lion sailing team, led by 3 top South American foreign players, showed all fans what true samba art football is. Their smooth teamwork,
dazzling individual dribbling skills, and incredible passing imagination made the Jiangqing fans, who have long been accustomed to the rough style of play of the Chinese national football team, scream with excitement and watch with fascination. In the end, the Qihang Lions team defeated their powerful rivals in the same city with a score of 3-1 and got off to a good start. Throughout the opening day, the stadium was packed for both the women's and men's matches, and the atmosphere was incredibly electric. The cheers and shouts of support from the fans nearly blew the dome of the city of sailing apart. The emergence of the Jiang Super League not only brought an unprecedented football feast to the fans of Jiangcheng, but also greatly promoted the economic development around the city of sailing in an unimaginable way. On match day, the turnover of catering, accommodation, retail, transportation and other industries around the stadium increased several times. Countless fans from other places and even foreign countries made a special trip to Jiangqing just to catch a glimpse of the Jiang Super League, which also brought Jiangqing's tourism industry to a new peak. Roger sat in the VIP box, watching Xiao Wanqing report to him the astonishing data about the sudden explosion of the surrounding economy, and a knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that this was another huge business opportunity. He instructed Zheng Ye and Su Mei, who were standing by. Su Mei, I've decided to invest an additional 5 billion yuan around the Qihang City Stadium to build a massive Qihang sports and commercial complex, integrating a 5-star sports-themed hotel, a world-class food court, a large shopping mall, and various sports, leisure, and entertainment facilities. I want all fans who come here to not only enjoy top-tier football matches, but also experience the most complete and convenient one-stop shopping and dining experience.
Yes, master. Zhang Ye and Su Mei's eyes also gleamed with excitement.
They knew that by following Roger, this business genius, they would have the opportunity to create one business miracle after another. The opening day of the Jiang Super League was an unprecedented success.
Roger's reputation therefore reached a new peak.
Not only did he become the uncrowned king of Jiangqing's business and underworld, but he also became a new idol and spiritual sustenance in the hearts of countless fans with his image as the savior of Chinese football.
Chapter 75 Hijia.
The central stadium of the city of sailing has therefore become a new football holy land in the hearts of Chinese fans. Whenever the Qihang Lions or Qihang Phoenix have a home game, the stadium that can accommodate 80,000 people is always packed and tickets are hard to come by. The red ocean formed by countless fans in their uniform and resounding cheers allowed everyone who came to the scene to feel the most original and pure passion and charm of the sport of football. The huge success of the Jiang Super League also brought Roger unimaginable returns. The super-large Qihang Sports Commercial Complex project, which is wholly invested and built by Qihang Group and surrounds the stadium, has also been officially launched. 5-star sports-themed hotels, world-class food courts, large shopping malls, and various sports, leisure and entertainment facilities are springing up at an astonishing rate. Roger's business empire, with football as its core, is expanding rapidly into broader areas such as culture, tourism, real estate, and retail. Roger himself is very much enjoying his new identity as the Lord of River City and the Godfather of football. He would often sit leisurely in his luxurious private skybox on the top floor of the stadium with a 360-degree panoramic view, just like the ancient Roman Emperor Caesar reviewing the gladiators. While tasting the top-quality wines and delicacies carefully prepared by his maids such as Lin Warner, he would admire the men and women on the field who were full of strength and beauty and who were selected by him personally, fighting hard for him and for victory. He liked this feeling, the feeling of having everything firmly in his hands, looking down on everyone like a god. Of course, while enjoying the game, his hawk-like sharp eyes never stopped searching for new prey. No matter if they are outstanding players from other teams on the field, or those beautiful female fans with good looks and figures in the stands, or those beautiful reporters and hosts carrying long guns and short guns on the sidelines, as long as he takes a fancy to them, they will not be able to escape the hunting net he has carefully woven. That day, the Jiangqing Qihang Phoenix women's football team faced off against the second-placed Gusa Swan women's football team in a crucial match for the top spot in the league standings. As usual, Roger sat in his imperial box, watching the game with great interest. His eyes were quickly attracted by a beautiful and intellectual figure in the commentary booth. She was a young woman of about 27 or 28 years old. She was serving as the special commentator for the game. Together with the male host of the TV station, she was giving a professional and wonderful commentary on the game. She had a neat, dark chestnut bob, wore a well-tailored white blazer with a light blue silk shirt underneath, and applied delicate, professional makeup. Her features were beautiful, especially her eyes, which were bright and expressive, gleaming with wisdom and confidence. Her voice is clear and pleasant, and she speaks standard Mandarin fluently. Whether she is analyzing the situation on the field or commenting on the technical characteristics of the players, she is extremely professional, objective, and to the point.
She is far from being comparable to those vase female hosts who can only read out statistics and make jokes. Roger asked Xiao Wanqing beside him, "Wanqing, who is that female commentator? She's quite interesting."
Xiao Wanqing immediately pulled up the other person's profile on her tablet and respectfully reported, "Master, her name is He Jia, she's 28 years old, and she's the chief football reporter and top host for Jiangnan Sports Channel. She graduated from the journalism department of Huaxia Communication University and is widely recognized as one of the most professionally skilled and sought-after female sports commentators of the new generation. She's said to have a genuine love for football and a relatively upright character, never getting involved in shady hype ordeals."
The system interface also pops up in time. Name, He Jia. Age, 28. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 89-62-90.
System rating, 93. Appearance 90, Special attributes, Professional commentary advanced, Media sensitivity advanced, Intellectual charm advanced, +3.
Bio, chief football reporter and host for Jiangnan Sports Channel.
Highly skilled professional, passionate about football, and aspiring to become one of China's top sports media professionals. Intrigued by the rise of the Jiangnan Super League and its mysterious owner, Roger, I have a strong desire to report deeply. Current favorability, 20% professional favorability and admiration for the positive changes the host has brought to Chinese football. Version 1.2. I had a brief romance with a sports star, but we broke up due to his chaotic private life.
93 points. Another high-scoring, intellectual beauty.
And her initial favorability is a staggering 20%. Roger's lips curled into a playful smile. He knew that his persona as the savior of Chinese football held a natural appeal for a professional media professional like He Jia, a true football lover.
"I want this He Jia," Roger thought to himself.
Shihan Xingyao Media is in need of a female host who can hold her own, is both beautiful and professional. She's perfect for the job. The competition on the field has also entered a white-hot stage. Although the Qihang Phoenix team has the advantage in strength, the Gusa Swan team is not a weak team either. They relied on tenacious defense and sharp defensive counterattacks to fight the Qihang Phoenix team to a draw. At the critical moment, it was the green killer Xiao Rou who stood up again. After receiving Gao Lan's precise long pass on the wing, she was like a black lightning, using her terrifying speed and explosive power to force her way through the double teaming of two opposing defenders. Then, on the penalty area line, facing the flying tackle of the opponent's last central defender, she kicked the ball with an incredible, almost unbalanced posture, and blasted out a world-shattering and astonishing goal. The ball was like a cannonball, spinning violently, drawing a perfect arc, bypassing the desperate fingertips of the opponent's goalkeeper, and slamming into the dead corner of the goal.
Goal! The ball goes in. A decisive kill.
Number 9 from the Qihang Phoenix team, the super shooter Xiao Rou.
In the last minute of the game, she scored an unparalleled world wave to secure the victory for the team. She is a killer born for football. She is the well-deserved ace of the Phoenix team. He Jia, who was in the commentary booth, stood up from her seat excitedly when she saw the goal, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. After scoring, Xiao Rou didn't celebrate wildly like the other players. She simply glanced coldly at the goal she had scored, then turned around, her gaze passing over the tens of thousands of wildly cheering fans, and accurately and uniquely cast towards Roger's VIP box at the top of the podium. She knelt on one knee facing that direction, placed her right hand on her chest, and performed a solemn gesture of an ancient knight swearing allegiance to the king. The audience was stunned at first, then erupted into even more thunderous cheers. They knew who Xiao Rou's goal, this tribute, was dedicated to. Roger sat in the box, looking at the surveillance screen, at Xiao Rou's eyes full of admiration and fanaticism, and her muscular figure full of strength and wild beauty, and smiled with satisfaction. He knew that this once unruly wild horse had been completely tamed by him and had become his most loyal and sharpest killer. And tonight, it is time to reward this number 1 hero who has made great contributions to his conquest of the city. After the game, Roger asked Xiao Wanqing to invite Xiao Rou, who had washed up and changed into a clean training suit, directly to his exclusive private lounge inside the stadium in the name of the chairman's personal commendation and tactical review. In the lounge, the lighting was dim and the air was filled with the faint aroma of red wine. "Master." As Xiao Rou entered the door, she could no longer suppress her inner excitement. She knelt down in front of Roger with a plop, hugged his thighs, and said in a charming voice, "Master, Xiao Rou didn't disappoint you today, did she? Are you satisfied with Xiao Rou's performance today?" About 500 words omitted here. When everything returned to calm, Xiao Rou's face was filled with charm and happiness. Chapter 76. The Football Association intervenes.
The popularity of the Jiangqiao League was like a wildfire, quickly exceeding everyone's expectations. In the following weeks, this regional league founded by Roger, full of passion and pure competitive spirit, quickly became a must-watch weekly football feast for fans across the country with its high-level competition, huge bonuses, and iron-fisted governance with zero tolerance for match fixing and black refereeing. Its average attendance, number of online live broadcast viewers, and media discussion have surpassed the lifeless and decadent official Chinese Super League.
Roger's Qihang Lions and Qihang Phoenix teams demonstrated overwhelming dominance in their respective leagues, advancing undefeated.
A group of talented and attractive female soccer stars, including Xiaorou, Gao Lan, and Han Bing, along with the Qihang Angels cheerleading squad led by Lu Minli, quickly became internet sensations, becoming the new goddesses of countless otakus and football fans. Their commercial value and fan appeal rivaled even those of A-list celebrities. The city of Sailing Stadium has therefore become a new football holy land in the hearts of Chinese football fans. The Qihang Sports and Commercial Complex project that Roger originally decided to build around the stadium was also put on the top agenda. Zhang Ye personally took charge of it and planned to build it into a super city landmark integrating sports, commerce, culture, tourism, and entertainment. However, a big tree attracts the wind. The huge success of the Jiangqiao League not only brought Roger endless prestige and huge wealth, but also finally attracted the high attention of the Chinese Football Association, abbreviated as FA, an old bureaucratic organization that has long controlled the discourse power of Chinese football but has been criticized for its rigidity, corruption, and incompetence. That afternoon, a convoy consisting of several black Audi S6s with special license plates drove into the city of departure in a low-key manner. In Roger's top-floor reception room in the central main residence, a meeting that will determine the future fate of the Jiang Super League is underway. The parties involved in the talks were Roger and his core management team Zhang Ye, CEO of Qihang Holding Group, Su Mei, co-CEO of Qihang Finance, and Chen Yang, general manager of the sports division of Qihang Group. On the other side, there were three uninvited guests who came all the way from Beijing: the Special Work Steering Group headed by Lu Guodong, vice chairman of the Chinese Football Association. Lu Guodong is nearly 60 years old, has a Mediterranean hairstyle, a big beer belly, and always has a hypocritical smile on his face that is unique to bureaucrats. He slowly savored the premium De Hong Pao tea Lin Wanner had personally served him, then spoke in a condescending, instructive tone, unhurriedly, "Mr. Luo, you truly are young and promising. The young are truly formidable. This Jiangqiao League you founded has been a resounding success. Even the leaders of the general administration have heard about it and have given high praise and recognition to the enormous contributions you and your Qihang Group have made to Chinese football." Roger listened quietly with a polite but distant smile on his face, without interrupting. He knew that the more beautiful the opening remarks of these bureaucrats, the more dirty their real purpose behind them. As expected, after a long string of high-sounding nonsense, Lu Guodong finally revealed his true colors.
"However, Mr. Luo, we're here on behalf of the general administration. We primarily want to provide professional guidance and regulations for the operation and management of your Jiangqiao League.
After all, football is a highly professional sport, and the league's operations must comply with the unified standards and long-term plans of FIFA and our Chinese Football Association. Our football association boasts the most professional management team, the most authoritative policy guidance, and the richest experience in organizing competitions. We hope that the Jiangqiao League will proactively integrate into our football association's overall management system, accepting our unified operational guidance, player registration management, referee selection, and commercial development planning. Only in this way can it better integrate with our national football development strategy and achieve true, healthy, and sustainable development."
"Isn't that right, Mr. Luo?"
Lu Guodong's words were heartfelt and profound, but the true intention behind them was clear. They saw the Jiangsu Super League as a lucrative business opportunity and wanted a piece of the action.
They even wanted to seize control of the league and its commercial development rights.
The so-called guidance and regulations were nothing more than an attempt to forcibly graft their bureaucratic system, long proven corrupt and riddled with shady dealings and hidden rules, onto the football pure land created by Roger. Roger immediately recalled the famous example of Village Super in his previous life. It is also a popular folk football match across the country, and is also full of pure passion and joy. However, after being incorporated and guided by official organizations such as the Chinese Football Association, it quickly changed in just half a year, became over-commercialized, and rampant bureaucracy, which eventually led to a sharp drop in its popularity and completely cooled down. Roger will never allow his Jiang Super League to repeat the same mistake.
His expression instantly turned cold at this moment. He put down his teacup and looked at Lu Guodong calmly.
His voice, though low, was filled with undeniable determination. Vice Chairman Liu, first of all, I am very grateful to you and the leadership of the General Administration for your concern and kindness for our Qihang Group and the Jiangqiao League. However, regarding the guiding opinions you just proposed, hoping to incorporate the Jiangqiao League into the unified management system of the Chinese Football Association, I, and the board of directors of our Qihang Group, regretfully cannot comply.
The smile on Lu Guodong's face froze instantly. He couldn't believe his ears. Mr. Luo, what do you mean? Are you rejecting our Football Association's goodwill guidance? I'm simply stating a fact. Roger's tone remained calm, but his eyes were sharp as a knife. The Jiangqiao League is a commercial regional league founded and fully funded by me, Roger, and the Qihang Group. Its ownership, operation, and commercial development rights all belong to the Qihang Group. We welcome any form of cooperation and exchange based on the principles of equality and mutual benefit, but we will never accept any form of external administrative interference or guidance. He paused, his voice growing even colder. My original intention in founding the Jiangqiao League was to create a football paradise free of shady dealings and unwritten rules, where strength and performance speak for themselves. However, given your association's past glorious achievements, I beg to differ. It's hard to believe your guidance can have any positive impact on our league. You! How dare you! Lu Guodong's face flushed red at Roger's merciless words. He slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Roger's nose and shouted angrily, Roger! Don't refuse a toast. I'm telling you, don't think you're so great just because you have a few bucks. Our Chinese Football Association is the only legal football management organization under the State General Administration of Sport. This so-called Jiangqiao League you're running is an illegal fake league without the approval and authorization of our Football Association. I have the right to immediately stop all your games, cancel the registration of all your players, and even permanently exclude you and your club from the Chinese football system. I'll see how you can handle this. Faced with Lu Guodong's threats that were timid but powerful on the outside, Roger just smiled contemptuously. He slowly stood up from the sofa. At 180 centimeters tall, he was half a head taller than the pot-bellied Lu Guodong. He walked up to Lu Guodong and looked down at him. The king aura permanently blessed by the system erupted in full force, and an invisible, heart-pounding pressure instantly enveloped the entire reception room. Vice Chairman Liu, Roger's voice was low and cold, like the whisper of a devil from the netherworld. I advise you to take back those foolish words you just said. This is Jiangcheng, my territory. Here, I have the final say. Don't say you're just a small vice chairman of the Football Association. Even if the leaders of the general administration behind you came in person, they might not dare to be so arrogant in front of me. He paused, a cruel smile curling his lips. As for those threats you mentioned, I'd really like to see if you have the guts to stop my game and disqualify me. However, I must warn you that if you act recklessly on Roger's turf, the consequences will usually be severe, so severe, that you might not be able to bear it at all. Lu Guodong was so frightened by Roger's terrifying aura and the undisguised murderous intent in his eyes that his legs buckled. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, and a fine layer of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Only then did he realize that the young man before him was no ordinary businessman he had imagined, someone he could manipulate at will. He was a true, powerful dragon, controlling this city. Just as Lu Guodong was feeling lost and embarrassed, Luo Jie's personal assistant, Xiao Wanqing, opened the door at the perfect moment and respectfully addressed him, Master, Secretary Wang from the Jiangcheng Municipal Committee and Mayor Zhang from the municipal government have just arrived at Qihang City. They want to discuss the latest plans for the Qihang Sports and Commercial Complex project, as well as the specific details of the city government's plan to provide a new round of policy support for our Jiang Super League. They're already waiting in the VIP lounge downstairs. Roger nodded, then turned and gave Lu Guodong, who already looked ashen, a kind smile. Vice Chairman Liu, I'm so sorry. As you can see, I have some internal meetings to attend with the Jiangcheng municipal government. Regarding your association's guiding opinions, I think we have nothing more to discuss. Wanqing, please see me off for me. Yes, Master. Xiao Wanqing bowed slightly, then made a pleased gesture to Lu Guodong and his 2 followers who had already been frightened silly. She had a perfect professional smile on her face, but her eyes revealed an unquestionable coldness. Lu Guodong knew that he had completely failed today. Not only did he fail to gain any advantage from Roger, but he was also severely slapped in the face by Roger in this almost humiliating way. He knew that with the explicit support of the Jiangcheng municipal government, he and the Football Association behind him could not take any substantial sanctions against the Jiang Super League.
With a grim face, he left the city of Sailing in a miserable state with his two equally dusty followers, as Xiao Wanqing sent him off.
Chapter 77, The Football Association's Fame.
The incident in which Roger, backed by the Jiangcheng municipal government, firmly rejected the guidance of the Chinese Football Association was like a bombshell, once again causing an uproar in the national sports circle and public opinion field. For a time, public opinion was in an uproar. The vast majority of fans and netizens clearly stand on the side of Roger and the Jiang Super League. They have long been disgusted with the Football Association's rigid and corrupt bureaucratic system, where laymen guide experts. The emergence of Qihang Group and Roger, as well as the pure, passionate and fair football charm displayed by the Jiangchao League, made them see the real hope for the rise of Chinese football.
Mr. Luo is awesome. This is someone who truly loves football and wants to do something for Chinese football. I firmly support Mr. Luo. Boycott the Chinese Football Association, a bunch of bureaucrats who only care about making money and not doing anything practical. This is so satisfying. We've been fed up with those good-for-nothings in the Football Association for a long time. We still remember how they coached the Village Super League into ruin. We absolutely cannot let them pollute this pure land of the Jiang Super League again. Mr. Luo is awesome. He's got guts. He's got courage. This is what a Chinese entrepreneur should be like.
I'm a casual fan, no, a die-hard fan. Online, the outcry for Roger grew louder and louder. His image as the savior of Chinese football became even more deeply rooted in people's hearts, and his personal reputation and the brand influence of Qihang Group reached a new peak. The Chinese Football Association suffered a crushing defeat and lost all face in this battle of public opinion. After Vice Chairman Lu Guodong and his delegation were met with setbacks in Jiangcheng, they could only return to Beijing in disgrace and never dared to mention the matter of guiding or incorporating the Jiang Super League again. They knew that Roger was no longer an ordinary businessman who could be manipulated at will.
Not only is he wealthy and powerful, he also has the full support of the Jiangcheng local government.
He has already formed the posture of a country within a country.
Unless higher-level administrative power is used, there is no way to do anything to him.
This head-on confrontation with the bureaucratic system ended in Roger's complete victory. This also made him more deeply aware that in this world, only by firmly controlling capital, power, and public opinion can one establish a truly stable, independent kingdom that is inviolable by external forces. After repelling the harassment of the Football Association, Roger devoted more energy to the in-depth development of various businesses of Qihang Group and the strategy of attacking new prey. His next clear target is He Jia, the gold medal sports hostess who is famous in the Jiangnan Sports Channel and has excellent professional ability, good looks, and figure. Roger knew that as the influence of the Jiang Super League and the Qihang sports empire continued to grow, he must have his own media mouthpiece that could guide public opinion and control the right to speak. He Jia was undoubtedly the perfect candidate to lead the sports division of his future Qihang Xingyao Media. He not only wanted her talent, but also her person. Roger asked Xiao Wanqing to send a formal, exclusive interview invitation about the future development strategy of the Jiang Super League to He Jia of the Jiangnan Sports Channel in the name of Chairman's Office of Qihang Holding Group.
He Jia naturally couldn't refuse this exclusive interview invitation from Roger himself and was ecstatic.
She had long been intrigued by this legendary young billionaire and the Jiangsu Super League phenomenon he had created, and had a strong desire to report on it. For her, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to take her career to the next level. The location of the interview was set in the private reception room on the top floor of the central main residence of the city of Sailing, which overlooks the beautiful scenery of the entire park and is full of modern art atmosphere. On the day of the interview, He Jia attended the event in a formal attire. She was wearing a well-tailored white business suit with a lavender silk V-neck shirt underneath, which perfectly outlined her mature, plump and curvy figure. Her dark chestnut bob was meticulously styled, and her face was painted with delicate, photogenic professional makeup. She exuded a unique temperament that was intellectual, capable, and yet feminine. Behind her, there is her exclusive camera and recording team. Roger, wearing a relatively casual custom-made leisure suit and with a gentle and friendly smile on his face, personally greeted her at the door of the reception room.
"Miss He, welcome. I've long heard of you." Roger extended his hand.
The king aura permanently blessed by the system and the newly improved 5-point charm attribute on his body made him exude an irresistible attraction to the opposite sex. He just shook hands with Roger gently, feeling the warmth and strength from his palm, as well as his deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Her heart skipped a beat involuntarily, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. She quickly calmed herself down and said in her clear, pleasant, and professional voice, "Mr. Luo, you're so kind. It's my honor to have the opportunity to conduct an exclusive interview with you." The interview officially begins. He Jia is worthy of being recognized as the gold medal host in the circle. She has strong professional ability and the questions she asks are very sharp and to the point. From the original intention and strategic purpose of Qihang Group to establish the Jiangqiao League, to how to solve the widespread problem of match fixing and refereeing in professional leagues, to how to view the delicate relationship with the official football association, and the overall conception of the future development of Chinese football, every question goes straight to the core. However, Roger's answer was even more watertight and more far-sighted. Relying on the extraordinary wisdom given to him by the system and the passive ability of football tactics master intermediate, as well as his own deep understanding of the rules that operate this world, he engaged in a wonderful battle of wits with He Jia. He never avoided any sharp questions. Instead, he elaborated in detail his grand blueprint for the new era football ecology to He Jia and all the viewers who were paying attention to this interview in an honest, confident, and idealistic manner. He talked about how he would use the most advanced big data and artificial intelligence technology alluding to Chao Xinya's Tianshu model to establish the most scientific and objective player selection and ability assessment system, and completely eliminate the existence of relationship households and favors. He talked about how he would work closely with Yiton's Nightingale Life Science Research Institute to provide all players with the world's top, personalized sports rehabilitation and nutritional support programs, to maximize the player's sports lifespan and stimulate their physical potential. He also discussed how he would transform the Chi Tian Tian Angels cheerleading team into a brand new idol group integrating sports, entertainment, and fashion. With this as the core, he would build a massive fan economy ecosystem covering film, television, music, variety shows, live broadcasts, and other fields, thereby providing a continuous source of revenue for the entire football industry. Roger's words were forward-thinking, subversive, and powerfully provocative. The grand blueprint he outlined for embarking on a football empire went far beyond the scope of an ordinary football club. It was more like a mega conglomerate, using football as a vehicle to integrate and disrupt the entire sports and entertainment industry. He Jia was completely stunned by Roger's wild imagination, unfathomable business acumen, and unwavering, unrivaled aura. Looking at this man, several years younger than herself, she felt as if she were facing a business prophet from the future, a giant who would change the course of the times. As a veteran media professional, her heart, long numb to all sorts of commercial boasting and showmanship, suddenly began to beat wildly and uncontrollably at that moment. She realized that what she was covering today might not just be ordinary business news, but rather a historic declaration that would usher in a whole new era. The way she looked at Roger also changed from the initial professional scrutiny and curiosity to a kind of heartfelt, hard-to-conceal admiration, worship, and even a fanaticism with a hint of admiration. On the system panel, He Jia's favorability level had unknowingly soared from the initial 20% to 60% deep admiration and professional worship, eager to understand and report on the host's career more deeply. After the interview, Roger didn't let He Jia and her team leave immediately. He left He Jia alone in his private meeting room, saying, "There are some in-depth details of the cooperation that are not convenient to disclose in front of the camera and need to be discussed privately." Although He Jia's team members had some doubts, they had no choice but to leave under Roger's unquestionable aura and Xiao Wanqing's impeccable professional arrangements. In the living room, only Roger and He Jia were left. The atmosphere at this moment became somewhat subtle and ambiguous. Miss He, Roger personally poured He Jia another glass of champagne with a meaningful smile on his face. "Today's interview was a great success. I'm deeply impressed by your professionalism and talent. Mr. Luo, you're too kind." He Jia's pretty face flushed slightly as she raised her wine glass, trying to hide her inner nervousness. "It's mainly because, Mr. Luo, your thoughts and vision are truly shocking. I believe that once today's interview is broadcast, it will cause a national sensation." "I want more than just a sensation." Roger's eyes burned at her, his voice deep and magnetic. "I want to control public opinion and guide trends. To achieve this, I need a capable assistant who truly understands the media and can connect with me, to helm my future Qihang Xingyao media empire. He Jia, I think you are the most suitable person." He Jia's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe her ears. "Mr. Luo, you mean?" "My meaning is very clear." Roger stood up and walked in front of her, looking down at her sexy red lips that were slightly parted in shock. "I want you to resign from Jiangnan Sports Channel and officially join our Qihang Group as the CEO of the newly established Qihang Xingyao Media Group. I will grant you absolute management autonomy, unlimited financial support, and the full allocation of resources from the entire group. You have only one goal within 3 years: build Qihang Xingyao Media into the most influential super media giant in China and even in the whole of Asia. This sudden, overwhelming temptation, a promise of instant success, was like a tsunami, instantly overwhelmed He Jia's defenses.
Wasn't this the ultimate platform she'd always dreamed of, where she could fully showcase her talents and realize all her media aspirations?
She looked into Roger's deep eyes, which were filled with trust, admiration, and a hint of undisguised possessiveness. Without any hesitation, she nodded excitedly, her voice trembling slightly with excitement.
Mr. Luo. I do. I am willing to serve you.
But Roger stretched out a finger and gently pressed it against her soft red lips, stopping her from saying anything else.
He Jia, Roger said, his lips curled up in a devilish arc, his voice carrying a hint of irresistible dominance and suggestion. Becoming my media queen is more than just signing an employment contract. You also need to prove to me your loyalty and your ability to please me. Do you understand what I mean?
He Jia's body trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She looked at the lust in Roger's eyes, which was as real as it was real. Her heart was filled with shyness, nervousness, and a hint of a secret anticipation that even she herself feared, of being conquered by a strong man. She knew that if she nodded, what she would get was the throne of the entire media world, and what she would pay was her body, her soul, and everything she would have in the future. Her life, at this moment, reached a crucial crossroads. The person holding the remote control was none other than this devilish, deadly young man. Chapter 78: He Jia returns. Roger's additional conditions, filled with unquestionable arrogance and fatal temptation, were like an invisible depth bomb dropped between him and He Jia. The air in the living room seemed to freeze at this moment. He Jia, the gold medal female host of Jiangnan Sports Channel, who always maintains calmness, competence and intellectual charm in front of the camera, at this moment, her face is full of shock, struggle, humiliation, and a trace of trembling that she herself is unwilling to admit, attracted by the strong. She looked at the man in front of her, who was several years younger than herself, but the confidence and power he exuded was more powerful and more frightening than any business tycoon or political figure she had ever interviewed.
She knew he was not joking.
The conditions he offered were both heaven and hell. Heaven was the Qihang Xingyao media empire he had personally envisioned, a place with unlimited resources and absolute power, enough to propel her to the pinnacle of Chinese and even Asian media within 3 years. This was the pinnacle of her career, a peak she might never reach in her entire life, and the ultimate dream of an ambitious and aspiring media professional. And hell is the price she must pay for it: her body, her soul, her freedom, and her last bit of dignity as an independent woman.
She will no longer be herself, but Roger's woman, Roger's mouthpiece, Roger's exclusive possession.
A fierce battle was raging within her. Her reason and pride desperately resisted this humiliating devil's contract. Yet, her ambition and boundless desire for success constantly urged her to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that would never return. Roger did not urge her, but just sat back on the sofa leisurely, picked up the glass of champagne that had long been cold, and shook it gently. His eyes behind the sunglasses, with a hint of playful smile, quietly admired the wonderful changes in expression on the face of the intellectual beauty in front of him.
He enjoyed the process of forcing his prey into a desperate situation and then watching them make the right choice in desperation.
I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a century. He Jia finally closed her eyes slowly, tears silently sliding down from the corners of her well-maintained eyes. When she opened them again, the struggle and contradiction from before were no longer in her bright eyes. Instead, there was a determination to burn all bridges and never look back. She walked up to Roger and didn't kneel down humbly like Lin Wanner or Xiao Rou. Instead, she straightened her back and bowed deeply to Roger. Her voice was hoarse but very clear as she said, "Mr. Luo, I accept your terms. However, I do hope you can agree to one condition." She raised her head and looked directly at Roger, her eyes still tinged with the pride and persistence of a gold medal host. "Work-wise, I hope you will give me absolute trust and full autonomy. I can be your sharpest voice, guiding public opinion, shaping your image, and clearing all obstacles for you. But privately, I hope, between us, we can maintain a trace of the most basic mutual respect." This was the last bit of dignity she could fight for herself. Roger admired her even more, watching her soft on the outside, strong on the inside, trying to maintain a sense of restraint even on the verge of complete surrender. He knew that a woman as intelligent and proud as He Jia was far more challenging and more useful than a school beauty like Lin Wanner, who was only good for her appearance.
Very good. Roger's lips curled up in a wicked smile.
He stood up, reached out, and gently wiped the tears from He Jia's face with his fingertips. His voice was low and magnetic. "I agree to your terms. He Jia, from today on, you are the sole and permanent CEO of Chihang Xingyo Media. At work, I will give you the ultimate authority, but in bed, you, and everything about you, belongs only to me. Without hesitation, he gave the system an instruction in his mind. System, use the seductive skill on He Jia. An invisible, alluring energy instantly flooded He Jia's mind. Her gaze, which had originally tried to remain calm and rational, was instantly replaced by an irresistible obsession, a fervor that emanated from the depths of her soul, and an absolute, ardent desire for Roger that she would sacrifice everything for. She felt her proud and strong heart completely melt under Roger's enchanting gaze. All her previous concerns, all her conditions, all her bottom lines, vanished in that moment. Only one thought remained in her mind: to submit to this man before her, to please him, to devote herself to him, to become his most loyal and capable woman. Master. He Jia's body trembled slightly, and her beautiful, intelligent eyes instantly misted with a captivating spring-like charm. She stretched out her arms, tightly wrapping them around Roger's neck, and unreservedly offered her mature, voluptuous body, which exuded a faint scent of perfume, into his arms. Her voice was charming and filled with infinite desire and submission. He Jia. He Jia was wrong. He Jia shouldn't have negotiated with Master. Everything He Jia has belongs to Master. Whether it's work or not, He Jia will only listen to Master. Please. Master, don't dislike He Jia. Roger felt the initiative and passion of the mature beauty in his arms, and his desire for conquest was greatly satisfied. He knew that this future media queen had been completely branded as his exclusive love. The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind. He Jia's favorability increased by 40%, now reaching 100% due to the bewitching skill and deep admiration for the host's abilities. She has become completely devoted and loyal to the host. The obedience status has been unlocked. The exclusive media queen maid contract has been perfectly activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning over top media talent He Jia and reaching a deep contract with her. Reward: public opinion control basic passive ability. Effect: when the host and its affiliated industries face a negative public opinion crisis, the crisis's development speed will be slightly slowed, while the effectiveness of guiding positive public opinion will be slightly enhanced. This ability can be upgraded as the host's media empire grows. This award is undoubtedly a timely help and extremely practical for Roger, who is preparing to vigorously develop the media industry. After completely conquering He Jia, Roger immediately fulfilled his promise. Chihang Xingyo Media Group was officially established at a speed that shocked the entire industry. He Jia also decisively resigned from all positions at Jiangnan Sports Channel and officially assumed the role of CEO of Chihang Xingyo Media. The first thing she did after taking office was to launch an unprecedented war to poach talent in the entire Chinese media industry with Roger's generous financial support. In just 1 week, dozens of industry-renowned gold medal producers, well-known directors, senior journalists, and popular anchors with tens of millions of fans were poached by Chihang Xingyo Media with sky-high salaries that were several times higher than the market price and irresistible generous benefits. Then, He Jia announced the 3 core projects after the establishment of Chihang Xingyo Media. 1. We will make every effort to create a large-scale football documentary reality show called Setting Sail, Heart of Green, which will record the growth process of the 2 teams, Jiangcheng Chihang Lions and Jiangcheng Chihang Phoenix, in all directions and from multiple angles, as well as the front and back scenes of the Jiang Super League, and promote Roger in the pure football concept he advocates to the whole country. 2. Launch a large-scale idol development talent show called The Birth of an Angel, with the Chihang Angels cheerleading team as the core team, recruiting more talented and dream-filled young girls from across the country, trying to create China's #1 girl group that can compete with the top girl groups in Japan and South Korea. 3. Launch a high-end in-depth interview program called Roger's Living Room, hosted by He Jia himself. Each episode will invite a top figure with great influence in various fields at home and abroad to have a one-on-one in-depth dialogue and exchange of ideas with Roger, so as to further enhance Roger's social image and the brand style of Chihang Group. The announcement of these 3 major projects once again caused a huge sensation in the industry. Everyone can see that Chihang Xingyo Media is planning a big game, and its ambition is definitely not just to stay in a corner of Jiangcheng. Just as He Jia was vigorously building her media empire, a new problem also emerged before her. Master, He Jia said to Roger with a hint of embarrassment during a late-night work report, although our documentary project Setting Sail, Heart of Green has the team and equipment in place, we're still lacking a truly talented and thoughtful director who can capture the depth and artistry we desire. I've interviewed several well-known directors in the industry, but I always feel they're too crafty and commercial, and I'm afraid their films will fall prey to clichés. When Roger heard this, a name suddenly popped up in his mind. He opened the Jiangcheng Regional Business Information Center and entered a few keywords. Soon, a document appeared before him.
Maybe you can use this person.
Roger pushed the tablet computer in front of He Jia. On the screen was a photo of a young girl, about 25 or 26 years old, with short purple dyed hair, a rebellious look in her eyes, and full of rebelliousness and artistic spirit.
The system interface also pops up in time. Name, Su Zian. Age, 26. Height, 167 centimeters. Measurements, 86-60-88. System rating, 93. Appearance 90. Special attributes: Genius Director, Literary Documentary Expert, Rebellious Spirit Max, +3. Bio: a talented graduate of the directing department at Jiangcheng Film Academy, known for his avant-garde and profound independent art films and documentaries. His graduation work won the Best New Director award at a renowned international independent film festival. However, due to his rebellious personality, his work is too avant-garde and dark in its ideas, which do not meet the demands of the mainstream commercial market. He also strongly disdains and resists any form of capital interference in art. As a result, he has been unable to find suitable investment since graduation and currently lives in poverty and destitution. Current favorability: 20%. I have an instinctive, deep-seated disdain and aversion towards the Qihang Group, a behemoth with a strong sense of capitalism. Version number 0.0. 93 points. Maximum rebellious spirit. 20% initial favorability.
Roger looked at Su Zian's information, and the smile on his lips became more playful and full of challenge.
This genius female director covered with thorns and full of rebellious spirit is simply the perfect prey, tailor-made for a top hunter like him who likes to tame wild horses and pick flowers on the high mountains. This Su Zian is very interesting. Luo Jie said to He Jia, "You contact her and tell her that I, Luo Jie, the chairman of Qihang Group, would like to invite her to direct our documentary project Qihang, Heart of Green. Tell her that there is no upper limit on the budget, she has absolute freedom in her creation, and I will not interfere with any of her artistic expression. I have only one request: to make a masterpiece that will shock the entire Chinese documentary world and become a timeless masterpiece." He Jia looked at Su Zian's rebellious eyes in the file and said with some concern, "Master, an artist with this kind of personality is probably difficult to control. Moreover, she seems to have an innate hostility towards capital like us. The more unruly a wild horse is, the greater the sense of accomplishment you'll feel after conquering it, isn't it?" Roger's eyes gleamed with the excitement and greed of a hunter. "You go and make the arrangements. I believe there's no woman in this world that I, Roger, can't conquer." Chapter 79. Director Su Zian. After successfully winning over the future media queen He Jia and formulating a grand development blueprint for Qihang Xingyao Media, Roger gave He Jia the task of recruiting the rebellious genius female director Su Zian. He wanted to see what kind of skills and abilities this capable man he had recently conquered would display when facing this tough guy covered in thorns. He Jia took the order and left, full of confidence. She is now the CEO of Qihang Xingyao Media, holding the enormous power and unlimited resources given by Roger. She believes that in this world, no artist who is not appreciated for his talent can refuse the generous conditions she offers on behalf of Qihang Group, which are enough to make anyone reach the top overnight. However, reality gave her a loud slap in the face. After going through various channels, He Jia finally found Su Zian's personal studio, which was converted from an abandoned factory and full of postmodern style, in a dilapidated industrial park in Jiangcheng. When she arrived at the slightly messy studio filled with the smell of paint and film, wearing an expensive Chanel business suit, exquisite Jimmy Choo high heels, and accompanied by two smart and capable assistants, like a queen, what she saw was an artist completely different from what she had imagined. Su Zian was wearing a faded black t-shirt with the logo of an unknown rock band printed on it, a pair of blue jeans with several holes in them, and a pair of paint-stained Martin boots. Her neat short hair with purple highlights was messy, her face was without makeup, and a dying cigarette was dangling from the corner of her mouth. She was squatting on the ground, using an old 16mm film editing machine, concentrating on editing an experimental short film that seemed to be full of various stream of consciousness images. The strong punk vibe she exuded, which was incompatible with the entire commercial society and full of rebellion and unruliness, made He Jia, the queen who was used to navigating the upper-class society in the commercial world, feel a sense of inexplicable discomfort and pressure. "Hello, Ms. Su. I am He Jia, CEO of Qihang Xingyao Media. I'm taking the liberty to come here today because I'd like to talk to you about cooperation on a key documentary project of our group." He Jia still maintained her perfect professional smile and extended her hand. Su Zian didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. She just snorted disdainfully and continued to immerse herself in her editing work. Her voice was hoarse and full of sarcasm. Qihang Xingyao Media? Is it the one that's been causing a stir in Jiangcheng recently and is under the Qihang group that was built up with money?
Sorry, I have no interest in being a mouthpiece for capitalists and making those commercial promotional videos that whitewash the situation and sing praises. Mr. E, please go back and don't delay my artistic creation. Jia's hand, stretched out in the air, froze in embarrassment.
When had she ever been humiliated so directly and mercilessly?
She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said patiently, Ms. Su, I think you may have some misunderstandings about us. This time, we'd like to invite you to direct not a commercial film, but an in-depth documentary aimed at truly documenting the growth of the Jiang Super League and our two teams. Our chairman, Mr. Roger, admires your talent very much. He specifically instructed me that as long as you are willing to take on the project, there will be no upper limit on your budget and you will have absolute creative freedom. We will not interfere with any of your artistic expression.
Roger? The upstart who suddenly emerged in Jiangcheng with some mysterious background? Su Ziyan finally stopped what she was doing.
She raised her head, her sharp eyes, filled with arrogance and scrutiny, like two sharp scalpels, cutting back and forth on Jia. Mr. He, you're also an insider, so you should know better than me that there's no such thing as absolute creative freedom in this world. Dirty blood and despicable calculations flow through every pore of capital.
That Roger spends so much money and puts so much effort into football and media. Is it really for the so-called future of Chinese football and artistic ideals? Don't be ridiculous. All he wants is greater fame, stronger control over public opinion, and more women like you and me who are somewhat pretty and talented, to play with and show off. Her words were like the most vicious curse, and every word pierced Jia's heart. Her pretty face, which had always maintained a perfect smile, turned pale in an instant. Because she knew that what Su Ziyan said, although unpleasant to the ear, was the bloody truth. Su Ziyan. You shouldn't slander me.
Jia's voice trembled slightly with shame and anger.
Whether I'm slandering you or not, you know best in your heart.
Su Ziyan sneered, lowered her head again, and ignored her. In a cold tone, she ordered him to leave. Mr. He, we have different ideals and cannot work together.
My studio does not welcome capitalists and their lackeys. Please go in.
Jia finally left Su Ziyan's studio in a state of disgrace and rage. It was the first time she felt such a complete failure in front of a woman.
When Roger learned the details of this recruitment from Jia, he was not angry at all.
Instead, he burst into laughter of joy.
Interesting. Really interesting.
This Su Ziyan is truly a wild horse covered in thorns.
I like her. Roger's eyes flashed with the excitement and passion of a top hunter eyeing the most untamable prey. It seems that conventional methods won't work against this kind of woman. I must go out in person and give her a proper meeting. He knew that to conquer Su Ziyan, a genius full of rebellious spirit and independent thinking, he could not rely on the crushing of power and the temptation of money, but needed a more advanced collision of ideas and spiritual conquest that went straight to the soul. The next afternoon, Roger came alone to an independent cinema called Trek in the old town of Jiangcheng.
This cinema is a pilgrimage site for all the artistic youth and film enthusiasts in Jiangcheng. It never screens any commercial blockbusters, but only award-winning, niche, and avant-garde art films and independent documentaries that have won awards at major film festivals both domestically and internationally. According to the information provided by Xiao Wanxing, Su Ziyan is a frequent visitor here. She comes here almost every week to watch 1 or 2 movies and look for creative inspiration. Roger also changed into an outfit today that was completely different from his usual style. He was wearing a washed-out black leather jacket, a gray t-shirt with a picture of Nirvana's lead singer Kurt Cobain printed on it, dark blue ripped jeans, and a pair of worn-out Martin boots. He even asked Xiao Wanxing to put a black woolen hat on him. A few strands of unruly hair showed from under the brim of the hat, making him look like an underground rock musician full of decadence and melancholy, completely different from his identity as the chairman of Qihang Group. He walked into the dimly lit screening room filled with the smell of film and old books, and immediately saw the familiar figure in the corner of the back row, Su Ziyan. Today she was wearing a loose plaid shirt, a black tank top underneath, and army green overalls. She still had that unique androgynous look. She was watching intently on the big screen, watching a black and white Eastern European art film full of metaphors and symbols, with a focused and devoted expression. Roger didn't disturb her, but quietly sat down in an empty seat next to her and began to watch the movie quietly. After the movie ended, when the lights in the theater came on and the audience left one after another, Su Ziyan stretched and prepared to leave. When she turned around, she was shocked to find that Roger was sitting next to her.
It's you?
Suzian's eyes were instantly filled with vigilance and disgust.
Why are you here? Following me?
Roger seemed oblivious to her hostile gaze. He simply stretched, rubbed his sore eyes, and then, in a voice tinged with a slightly hoarse, melancholic quality, he slowly spoke, as if full of the artistic spirit of a young man.
It's a good movie, very much in the style of Tarkovsky.
Especially that long shot at the end, which is full of poetry and philosophical speculation on the ultimate meaning of life. It's a pity that the director was a little too rigid in his narrative structure. If he had been a little bolder, perhaps it would have become a truly timeless masterpiece.
Suzian was stunned. She hadn't expected that this capitalist who she considered to be full of money could actually give such an accurate and profound professional review of such a niche art film. This completely overturned her perception of Roger. You also understand movies? Suzian's tone was filled with a hint of disbelief and doubt. I can't say I understand it, I just like it.
Roger stood up, his hands in his jeans pockets, and looked at her with a self-deprecating smile on his face. Perhaps, in the eyes of professionals like Miss Sue, we so-called capitalists are just a bunch of simple-minded, lowbrow fools who only care about profit. But have you ever thought about how far art, especially art like film that requires huge investment, can go if it is completely separated from the support of capital? He paused, his gaze sharpening as he looked directly into Suzian's eyes. You despise capital, resist commerce, and insist on what you call pure art and independent spirit. But what's the result? Your talent is buried, your work is ignored, and you can only hide in that shabby factory, using the most rudimentary equipment, admiring yourself and feeling sorry for yourself. And those great ideas that can truly touch people's hearts and change the world can only remain in your mind forever, and eventually turn into nothing. Your so-called purity is nothing but a self-deceiving arrogance. Your so-called independence is nothing but an impotent rage in the face of reality. Suzian was completely pierced by Roger's words, her face turning pale in an instant. She wanted to refute, but found that she couldn't say a word. Because she knew that every word Roger said was the truth that she was most reluctant to admit, but could not avoid in her heart. Roger looked at her, her face shaky and vulnerable, and didn't press her advantage. Instead, he slowed down his tone, his voice carrying a hint of temptation. Suzian, I admit that I am a capitalist. I pursue profits and enjoy the feeling of being in control. However, I also appreciate true art and am willing to provide the broadest stage for true talent. I invited you to direct Setting Sail, Heart of Green, not because I want you to make a eulogistic commercial. Quite the contrary. I hope you can use your sharpest and most unique perspective to truly record the real and profound changes that have taken place in this team, this city, and even this era, driven by capital. You can capture its brightness or its darkness, you can praise its passion or criticize its cruelty. I give you absolute freedom and unlimited resources. I don't want a commercial that makes my group look awesome, but a film that will truly endure, that will provoke people to think, and that will make your name, Suzian, resound throughout the international film world, a masterpiece that will last forever. You claim to be a documentary filmmaker dedicated to revealing the truth through your lens. Now, an unprecedented, dramatic, and controversial truth is laid bare before you. Do you have the courage to pick up your camera and truly record it, dissect it, and examine it? Or is your so-called rebellious spirit and artistic integrity merely a fig leaf to cover up your inner cowardice and incompetence? Roger's words were like the sharpest knife, peeling off Suzian's seemingly hard rebellious shell layer by layer, reaching the softest part of her heart, the deepest part of her soul that longed for recognition the most. Suzian's body was shaking violently. She looked at the devil-like man in front of her who could see through all her pride and vulnerability. Her heart was filled with unprecedented shock, confusion, and a little bit of throbbing that even scared herself, of being completely seen through and conquered. She knew that her artistic heart that she had always been proud of and was full of rebellious spirit seemed to begin to waver at this moment. On the system panel, Suzian's favorability also jumped up from the initial 20% for the first time with difficulty, and became 15% from extreme disgust and contempt to a little curiosity about the host, this interesting capitalist, and a sense of challenge that was worth a fight. Roger looked at her distraught and torn appearance, a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that this punk horse covered with thorns had begun to take a strong interest in him, an alternative hunter. He didn't say anything else, but just gently placed a black business card on the seat next to Suzian, then turned around and left in a leisurely manner. When you figure it out, come find me. My patience is limited. Suzian remained speechless for a long time as she watched Roger's departing figure and the black business card, which shone faintly in the dim light. She knew that her life seemed to be approaching another crossroads, filled with unknowns and immense temptations.
Chapter 80. He Jia reports on his work. Roger's soul-stirring confrontation of ideas in the independent cinema was like a death bomb dropped between him and Su Zian.
In the next few days, Su Zian locked herself in her messy personal studio filled with the smell of paint and film, unable to sleep or eat. She repeatedly pondered every word Roger said, especially the sentence, "What you call purity is nothing but a self-deceiving nobleness. Your so-called independence is nothing but an impotent rage in the face of reality." These words, like the sharpest scalpel, ruthlessly and precisely dissected all her disguises, forcing her to face the reality deep in her heart that she was most reluctant to admit and the most unavoidable. She had the skills to slay dragons, but had no way to serve her country. She has a sharp eye for discovering and recording the truth, but she does not have a platform that allows her to make the truth public. Her rebellion seems so pale, powerless, and even a little ridiculous in the face of Roger's absolute strength that was enough to change the world.
Could it be that I'm really wrong?
Su Zian muttered to herself, holding an unlit cigarette in her mouth as she looked out the window at the industrial park that looked particularly dilapidated in the setting sun.
Could it be that art really can't exist independently of capital? Could it be that if I want to realize my artistic ambitions, I must sell my soul to that devil who is filled with the stench of money? She felt more confused and shaken than ever before.
Ultimately, her instinctive desire for the truth as a documentary director and her strong interest in Roger and the departure phenomenon he created, a perfect subject full of drama and controversy, overwhelmed her pitiful pride and arrogance.
She decided to investigate Roger and his Qihang group in her own way.
She wanted to see with her own eyes whether the so-called football empire created by this man was, as he said, a pure land full of ideals and passion, or a more dirty and hypocritical world of fame and fortune built with money and lies. So, she put on a baseball cap, carried the old portable camera on her back, and like the most astute urban hunter, began to quietly appear around the city of Qihang and those corners that were closely related to the Qihang group. She interviewed poor college students who were temporarily relieved of their financial difficulties because of the student loans from Qihang Finance and were grateful to Roger. She also recorded the confusion and regret on the faces of young girls who were addicted to the pleasure of excessive consumption brought by the Qihang Youth Card and gradually slid into the abyss of debt, and finally had to accept the special repayment plan. She sneaked into the fan stands of the Qihang Cup and felt the hot atmosphere of tens of thousands of people shouting in unison and going crazy for pure victory. She also used some special channels to take pictures of the Qihang Lions team's top foreign players worth tens of millions of dollars being scolded by the German head coach Heidmann on the training ground. She even secretly used a telephoto lens to record the scenes of the Qihang Phoenix women's football team's proud daughters of heaven with good looks and figures, sweating profusely and fighting hard on the training ground. She saw the lightning-like speed and earth-shattering shot of the green killer Xiao Rou. She saw Gao Lan, the pillar of heaven, with her high-altitude defense and domineering leadership qualities. She also saw that iceberg goalkeeper Han Bing's desperate saves in front of the goal, which were like a wall of size. She discovered that the eyes of these girls were burning with an extreme desire for victory and infinite loyalty to the honor of the team that she had never seen before. On the field, they are real warriors, not the superficial vases kept by capital as she imagined. All of this made Su Zian's perception of Roger as a man even more conflicted and shaken. He single-handedly created Qihang Finance, a capital tool with original sin, but at the same time he was creating Jiang Super League, a seemingly pure football paradise. He was like the coldest and most ruthless capitalist, ruthlessly harvesting and objectifying those young girls. But he is like the most fanatical and purest idealist, trying to revive a sport that has long disappointed the Chinese people, regardless of the cost.
Is he a devil, or a savior disguised as a devil?
Su Zian found that her curiosity about this man had grown stronger and stronger, even to the point where she herself was afraid. She decided to go a step further and explore the truest secrets deep in this man's heart. At this moment, after enjoying a few days of the emperor's life of strategizing and commanding the country, Roger finally remembered his recently conquered media queen He Jia, who had not yet been deeply developed. He knew that He Jia had officially taken over as CEO of Qihang Xingyao Media with a swift and decisive attitude, and with the unlimited resources and power he granted, he launched an unprecedented war to poach talent in the media industry. But he also knew that the contract between him and He Jia was not just about work. He needed a more in-depth and ritualistic communication to thoroughly consolidate his absolute control over the media queen's body and mind, and let her understand who was the only master of her future career in life. That evening, Roger asked Xiao Wanqing to invite He Jia, who had just finished a busy day at work, to his private reception room on the top floor of the central main house in the name of discussing the final candidate for the chief director of the documentary setting sail, Heart of Green, and the company's core strategy for future development. When He Jia received the notice, he already understood. She knew that the time for her to fulfill the contract had finally come. There was not much resistance or humiliation in her heart, but instead a complex emotion that she herself was unwilling to admit, a mixture of nervousness, excitement and anticipation. Then, she walked slowly towards Roger's private reception room in a pair of 10-centimeter red stiletto heels. When she pushed open the door and saw Roger lazily leaning on the sofa, wearing only a dark purple silk nightgown, her breathing stopped instantly and her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably.
Oh no.
He Jia has come to report to the master on her work.
I wonder what kind of report the master would like to hear first tonight. Is it about the business development of the media group, or is it about He Jia personally?
He knew that any preparation and testing would be unnecessary when dealing with a smart and pragmatic woman like He Jia. Since she has chosen to surrender, she will use the most direct and effective way to prove her worth to him. A deep work report filled with desire and control officially kicked off in the luxurious and private reception room.
When everything is settled.
He glanced at He Jia, who was sleeping beside him with a satisfied smile on her face, and his heart was filled with the pride of being in control of everything. And the next one should be Su Zian, who was full of rebellious spirit and artistic character.
He wanted to see how much of her pitiful nobility would be left when he put the whole world stage in front of her. Chapter 81. Su Zian finally wavered.
After the cinema showdown with Roger that was full of ideological confrontation, Su Zian's artistic heart, which had always used rebellion and aloofness as a hard shell to protect herself, was completely messed up. Roger's last words were like the most precise scalpel, ruthlessly and profoundly dissecting all her disguises, forcing her to face the dilemmas and contradictions in her heart that she was most reluctant to admit but could not avoid.
Your so-called purity is nothing but a self-deceiving arrogance. Your so-called independence is nothing but an impotent rage in the face of reality. An unprecedented, dramatic, and controversial truth is laid bare before you. Do you have the courage to pick up your camera and record it, dissect it, and examine it? These words, like a spell, echoed in her mind day and night. In the following weeks, Su Zian almost fell into a paranoid, almost crazy investigation state.
The more she saw and the deeper she understood, the more intense her inner conflicts and turmoil became. Roger and the empire he created are like a complex full of extreme contradictions. He is both an angel and a devil. He is creating hope and miracles, but also spreading desire and decadence. He is using the purest ideals to create a pure land for football, and he is also using the most cold-blooded capital means to harvest and objectify those young girls who are inexperienced in the world.
Is he a savior disguised as a devil, or is he a more sophisticated capitalist devil who knows how to package himself better?
Su Zian found that her curiosity about this man had grown stronger and stronger, even to the point where she herself was afraid. She longs to use her lens to reveal the deepest and most real logic and essence behind this man and that monster of the times he created. This instinctive desire for the truth as a documentary director almost consumed her completely. Roger, through Lan Meng and her Blue Butterfly Security Group's pervasive intelligence network, was fully aware of Su Zian's little moves. He did not try to stop or interfere. Instead, he watched with interest, like a superior chess player, quietly admiring how this rebellious little wildcat fell step by step into the web of truth that he had carefully woven for her. He knew that when Su Zian's curiosity and desire to explore him reached its peak, it would be the best time for him to take action again and completely conquer her. That day, He Jia, who had become the CEO of Qihang Xingyao Media, contacted Su Zian again. However, this time, her attitude was much more humble than last time. Director Su, He Jia's voice came over the phone, with just the right amount of respect and sincerity. I know you may still have some prejudices against our Qihang group and Mr. Luo personally. However, our sincerity in inviting you to direct the documentary Qihang, The Heart of Green, is unquestionable. Mr. Luo specifically instructed me that in order to give you a more intuitive and in-depth understanding of our team and our football philosophy, he is willing to provide you with an unprecedented opportunity to get up close and personal with and film our Qihang Phoenix women's football team.
What opportunity? Su Zian's tone was still cold, but her heart couldn't help but move.
The day after tomorrow, the setting Phoenix team will charter a plane to Hainan for a week-long closed-door training and tactical drills, He Jia said slowly.
Director Luo has specially approved your inclusion as the sole accompanying documentary director.
You'll eat, live, and train with the team, filming every detail of their lives and training. Furthermore, you'll have exclusive access to interview any player on the team, including our 3 core players, Gao Lan, Xiao Rou, and Han Bing.
We will not interfere with or censor your filming content or interview questions in any way. This condition is full of fatal temptation for any documentary director. Su Zian's heart began to beat wildly.
She knew this was likely another trap set by Roger, but she also knew this was her only chance to truly understand the legendary Chihang Phoenix team, explore the inner worlds of those talented players, and even observe and dissect Roger, that complex and contradictory being, up close.
Okay, I promise you.
After a brief mental struggle, Su Ziyan gritted her teeth and made a decision.
However, I'm only going to do the preliminary filming and research. This doesn't mean that I will eventually take over the directorship of this documentary.
Of course, we fully respect your final decision. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Hejia's mouth. She knew that as long as Su Ziyan boarded the plane to Hainan, she would never be able to escape from her master's clutches.
2 days later, Hainan, Sanya, Yalong Bay.
Blue sea and blue sky, coconut trees, clear water, and white sand. On the exclusive private beach chartered by the Chihang Group, the girls of the Chihang Phoenix team are conducting high-intensity beach physical and tactical confrontation training. Su Ziyan carried her small but professional camera, running and throwing herself on the scorching beach like a most dedicated war correspondent, using all kinds of tricky angles to record every moment of the girls sweating profusely.
She saw Gao Lan's domineering figure, like a valkyrie, leaping high again and again, slamming the volleyball hard to the ground.
She saw Xiao Rou's agile and heroic figure, like black lightning, running wildly with the ball on the sand, deftly dodging one defender after another. She also saw Han Bing's iceberg-like calmness, his composure and focus as he repeatedly made incredible saves to keep the goal intact. She discovered that these girls were much purer and stronger than she had imagined. Their love for football and their desire for victory came from the heart, without any impurities.
The fighting spirit and teamwork they displayed during training moved even her, a bystander.
Roger, like a king on vacation, lay leisurely on a beach chair not far away, wearing sunglasses, drinking iced coconut milk, and admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him that was full of strength and beauty, youth and hormones. He was accompanied by two equally stunning beauties, cheerleading captain Lu Mengli and Dance Arts Center director Zhao Tingting. They were both wearing the sexiest bikinis, one was peeling grapes for him, and the other was massaging his legs, showing the gentleness and charm of maids. In the evening, after a day of high-intensity training, the girls returned to the super 6-star Sea View Resort hotel that Roger had booked to rest. Roger called Su Ziyan to the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel where he lived, on the pretext of reviewing the day's shooting materials and discussing the direction of subsequent shooting. Although Su Ziyan was full of vigilance, in order to get more real material, she still bit the bullet and went to Roger's room with her camera and laptop. Roger didn't touch her as Su Ziyan had imagined. He simply asked her to play the footage she had shot during the day on the huge projection screen in the room. Then, together with her, he began to review and discuss the footage frame by frame, extremely professionally and seriously. Sometimes, from the perspective of a professional producer and investor, he would offer constructive suggestions on Su Ziyan's camera language and narrative rhythm. Sometimes, from the perspective of an insider, he would tell her about the unknown, poignant and inspiring growth stories behind players like Gao Lan and Xiao Rou. During this business exchange with Roger, Su Ziyan was once again impressed by his profound wisdom, vast knowledge, and precise insight into human nature. She discovered that this man seemed to truly understand art, and also truly understand her.
Before I knew it, it was late at night.
Director Su, Roger suddenly spoke, a barely perceptible hint of fatigue in his voice. Let's stop here for today. The footage you shot is fantastic, far exceeding my expectations.
You are a true genius.
Su Ziyan felt an inexplicable joy and satisfaction when she heard Roger's praise. She packed her things, stood up, and prepared to leave. Roger suddenly grabbed her hand.
Su Ziyan, Roger's gaze grew intense.
He gazed into her sharp eyes, brimming with rebelliousness and artistic flair. His voice was low and magnetic. I know you've always wanted to make a truly great film, one that would leave your name in film history. And I, too, have been searching for a soulmate who can truly understand me, who can use the lens to authentically capture the vast and insane dream of empire within me, a soulmate.
Now, I've found it. Su Ziyan, be my woman, be my Roger's exclusive director.
I will give you everything I have, for you and for our shared work.
Are you willing? Su Ziyan's body trembled violently.
She looked at the deep affection and tyranny in Roger's eyes, which were like black holes that could swallow everything. She felt that her entire soul was completely seen through and conquered at this moment. Her lonely and proud heart, which had always been wrapped in layers of rebellion and aloofness, was completely lost at this moment.
Chapter 82: The Wild Horse returns to the trap. In the presidential suite of a 6-star resort hotel in Sanya, Hainan.
Roger's declaration of soulmate, which was full of unquestionable arrogance and fatal temptation, was like a thunderbolt that pierced through time and space, and struck Su Ziyan's lonely and proud soul, which had always used rebellion and aloofness as a hard shell to protect herself. She looked at the devil-like man in front of her, who accurately saw through all her pride and vulnerability, and presented her with an art world full of infinite possibilities and ultimate temptation. She felt that her entire worldview, outlook on life, and values had suffered an unprecedented severe impact and subversion at this moment. Her so-called rebellious spirit and her so-called artistic character seemed so pale, so naive, and so ridiculous in front of the absolute strength displayed by this man, which was enough to change the world and reshape the rules. She knew that if she refused, she might be able to keep her pitiful independence and purity, but she would also forever lose the only chance to make her name in film history and realize all her artistic ambitions. She would continue to be self-admiring and self-pitying in that shabby and dark studio, and would eventually be completely swallowed up by this cruel and forgetful era without leaving a trace. And what if she chooses to surrender? She will have unlimited creative resources, absolute filming freedom, and a premier platform to focus her lens on the most profound, authentic, and dramatic changes of our time. She will have the opportunity to create a truly great work, a masterpiece that will astound the entire world of cinema. The price was only her body and her lonely soul that was already exhausted because no one could understand her. This deal is full of fatal temptation for any madman who regards art as life. Su Xian's body was shaking violently. She looked at Roger's deep eyes that seemed to be able to devour her completely. The last line of defense in her heart that she had always held on to finally collapsed at this moment. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. She only uttered one word and could not say any more. Tears flowed out like pearls from a broken string. Roger didn't say anything else, but just stretched out his strong arms and hugged this punk horse covered with thorns and full of rebellious spirit tightly and irresistibly into his broad arms. Without hesitation, he gave the system an instruction in his mind. System, use the seductive skill on Su Xian. What he wants is not only her cooperation and talent, but also the complete submission from the depths of her soul. An invisible, alluring energy, like the most domineering of kings, instantly flooded into the depths of Su Xian's conflicted and struggling mind. Her previously agonizing inner battle was, at that moment, swiftly replaced by an indescribable obsession, a soul-stirring fervor, and an absolute, ardent desire for the man before her who only understood her, a man she would sacrifice everything for. She felt that her heart, which had always been lonely and proud, seemed to have finally found a harbor to anchor at this moment, and the only belief for which she could burn and dedicate herself. Master. Su Xian's eyes became hazy and pious, like the most fanatical believer. She took the initiative to stretch out her arms, tightly and humbly hugged Roger back, burying her tear-stained face deeply in his chest. Her voice was charming and full of infinite desire and desperate obedience. Xian. Xian was wrong. Xian shouldn't resist the master. Xian is willing. Xian is willing to do anything for the master. Please, master, don't dislike Xian harshly. Let the purple smoke become the most beautiful scenery in your lens. When the passion fades, the moment is filled with charm and happiness after satisfaction. The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind. Su Xian's favorability increased by 115%, now at 100%. The obedience status has been unlocked. The exclusive Genius Director Soul Muse contract has been perfectly activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning over top artistic talent, Genius Director Su Xian, and forging a deep soul and body contract with her. Reward, Director's Perspective Intermediate Passive Ability. Benefit, when viewing film and television works or planning film and television projects, the host will be able to view them from a more professional director's perspective, more easily identifying the strengths and weaknesses of the works and their market potential, and providing more constructive guidance to the director's creative work. This reward is also very practical for Roger, who is preparing to vigorously develop his media empire. During the week of training in Hainan, Roger did not forget to advance his career while enjoying the ultimate pleasure brought by Gao Lan, Zhao Tingting, and the recently conquered Su Xian, three stunning beauties with very different styles. After Su Xian completely surrendered to Roger, she also burst into an astonishing creative passion and work efficiency. She led her crew, with an almost obsessive professionalism, to record every detail of the Qihang Phoenix team's training and daily life around the clock, capturing countless precious and moving shots filled with strength, passion, sweat, and tears. He Jia, CEO of Qihang Xingyao Media, leveraged her extensive media resources and public relations skills to transform the training camp into a nationwide Phoenix Nirvana PR spectacle. She invited reporters from dozens of major domestic sports and entertainment media outlets to cover the training camp from start to finish. She also hosted live broadcasts and discussion threads on the Zhejiang Phoenix Sanya training camp on major online platforms, attracting the attention and heated discussion of tens of millions of fans. A week later, when Roger and his team returned to Jiangcheng on a private plane, the Zhejiang Phoenix team and the Zhejiang Angels cheerleading team had already become the hottest super traffic IP in the Chinese sports and entertainment circles. As the business scope of Zhejiang Group continued to expand, Roger also realized that he needed a new, more stylish and private place to receive those truly top-level partners and special guests who were not convenient to appear in public. At the same time, he also needed to create a living and social environment with more cultural atmosphere and artistic taste for himself and the top maids in the harem. Chapter 83, The Voices of the People Moved the Heavens. The Hidden Dragon wanted to invite the fighter plane to roar. Time flies, and 2 months passed in the enthusiasm and passion of Jiangcheng fans. The Jiang Super League, founded by Roger, has long become the hottest and most talked about phenomenon in the Chinese sports world. Its popularity not only makes the official Chinese Super League look pale in comparison, but also completely reshapes the sports and cultural ecology of Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan region with a devastating attitude. The City of Sailing's Central Stadium, a modern professional stadium that can accommodate 80,000 people, is affectionately dubbed the #1 Devil's home stadium in Chinese football by fans across the country.
On every match day, the place is always packed and tickets are hard to come by.
The red ocean formed by tens of thousands of fans in their uniform, resounding cheers are enough to scare any visiting team. Roger's two teams, Zhejiang Lions and Zhejiang Phoenix, lived up to expectations. Relying on their strong strength and advanced tactical concepts that far surpassed other opponents, they won all the way in their respective leagues and advanced to the finals with a perfect record. The star players in the team, such as the Green Killer Xiao Rou, the Pillar of Heaven Gao Lan, the Iceberg goalkeeper Han Bing in the women's group, and the high-priced and technically superb young football players in the men's group, have all become household sports superstars, and their commercial value and fan appeal are even comparable to those of first-line entertainment stars. The Zhejiang Angels cheerleading team, led by Lu Munli, quickly became popular on the internet thanks to its members' stunning looks and figures and professional and hot dance performances. They have become the white moonlight and dream lover in the hearts of countless otakus. The quotes for their commercial performances have reached the level of the top domestic girl groups. Roger's Zhejiang empire is expanding rapidly towards multiple fields such as culture and tourism, real estate, retail, and media, with football as its core.
His reputation and influence in Jiangcheng have also reached an unprecedented peak.
Today is the final day of the much-anticipated first season of the Jiang Super League. The Zhejiang Lions and Zhejiang Phoenix will play at home on the same day against the strongest opponents in their respective leagues to compete for the final championship trophy.
The entire city of Jiang was thrown into a frenzy of celebration.
Countless fans flocked from all directions, clogging the area surrounding this city of sailing. Red sail flags fluttered in every corner of the city, filling it with a festive atmosphere. However, just a few days before the final day, a new topic quietly sparked heated discussions on major fan forums and social media. The cause was a fan who, after watching the opening performance of a top foreign sporting event such as the US Super Bowl, was inspired and posted a video online. In the video, several advanced fighter jets, representing the country's strongest military force, formed a neat formation with thunderous momentum and roared past the heads of tens of thousands of spectators at an ultra-low altitude. The heart-shaking roar of the engines and the magnificent sight of them cutting through the sky instantly ignited everyone's patriotic passion and national pride. The fan captioned the video, "So shocking. This is a true great sporting event. When will we be able to see our own Chinese J-20 fighter jet fly overhead in our own league final? How exciting and proud we will be." This post instantly touched the softest and most desired spot in the hearts of countless Chinese fans.
That's absolutely right.
Every time I see fighter jets performing at foreign matches, I'm so envious.
Our own league should have something like that. Yes.
Football is more than just a sport, it's the embodiment of national spirit and strength. If we could see our way long in the Jiang Super League final, it would be more inspiring than winning 10 championships.
At Zhejiang Holdings Group at Luodong, did you hear us? The fans are saying this. Luodong, you're so awesome and capable of doing anything, can you please arrange something for us? We want to see fighter jets. We want to see our own very dragon. For a time, the topic of Jiang Chao asks for a fighter jet to fly over the stadium in the final was at the top of all hot search lists. Tens of millions of fans and netizens expressed their strong desire for the scene of fighter jets flying over the stadium in various ways. Naturally, Roger also saw the fans' calls through Xiao Wanqing at the first time. His heart, which had long since calmed down due to his success in the business world, was ignited again at this moment.
He knew that satisfying the fans' wish was much more difficult than spending tens of billions on football. This is no longer just a matter of money, it involves direct communication and cooperation with the country's most core and confidential violence machine, the military. The difficulty and sensitivity involved can be imagined. However, Roger knew better than anyone that if he could really accomplish this, then the reputation of him and his Qihang group would reach an unprecedented and true peak. He will no longer be just a successful businessman, an uncrowned king of a place, but will become a special existence who can establish cooperative relations with the national army and mobilize the heavy weapons of the country to add luster to his career. This temptation is irresistible to any ambitious man. More importantly, Roger has always been fond of his fans. How could he disappoint these lovely fans who regarded him as their savior and idol? Interesting, really interesting. Roger looked at the expectant messages online, a confident yet somewhat arrogant smile on his face. Isn't it just a fighter jet flyover? They want to see it, so I'll let them see it. He immediately logged into his personal Weibo account, which had already been officially verified and boasted nearly 100 million followers, and posted a short message, which was enough to send the entire Chinese internet into a frenzy once again. I've heard everyone's cries. On the day of the finals, there will be a surprise in the sky. I, Roger, always keep my word. Once this Weibo post was published, the number of reposts, comments, and likes exceeded 1 million in just a few minutes. Countless fans and netizens left crazy messages on his Weibo, expressing their excitement and anticipation. Holy crap! Mr. Luo has spoken personally. It's a sure thing. The finals are really going to be something to watch. Mr. Luo is awesome. He keeps his word. He's a real man. I'm a huge fan. I'm so excited. I'm getting goosebumps already. I have to be there on the day of the finals. After making this earth-shaking promise, Roger immediately began to make arrangements. He knew that if he wanted the military district to dispatch the J-20 Mighty Dragon fighter jet, which represents the country's most advanced technology and strategic deterrent force, to perform a flight demonstration for a commercial football league, relying solely on money or his current local influence in Jiangcheng would not be enough. He must come up with a cooperation plan that is substantial enough that even the military cannot refuse. He immediately called Xiao Wanqing, Zhang Ye, Yan Mengyao, and He Jia, CEO of the newly established Qihang Xingyao Media, to a meeting overnight and jointly drafted a strategic cooperation initiative entitled Qihang Cup Military and Civilian Cooperation to build a strong national sports stream. The core content of this proposal is not a unilateral request for the military region to send aircraft to support the event, but a long-term strategic cooperation plan aimed at promoting deep integration and common development between the military and civilian sectors. Among them, Qihang Group will commit to investing no less than 5 billion yuan in special funds over the next 10 years to. It donated and built several modern comprehensive sports training centers and rehabilitation therapy centers for the Jiangcheng military region and its subordinate units. The Qihang Education Fund for Children of Heroes was established to fully fund all educational expenses from elementary school to university for the children of soldiers who died or were injured in the line of duty in the Jiangcheng military region. By leveraging the top scientific research capabilities of the Nightingale Life Science Research Institute, we cooperate with the Military Region General Hospital to jointly carry out scientific research projects on the rehabilitation of sports injuries among soldiers and logistics support for plateau combat. By utilizing the powerful media resources of Qihang Xingyao Media, we will publicize and report the heroic deeds and glorious image of the People's Army in an all-round and multi-angle manner, and inspire the patriotic enthusiasm and support for the army of the whole people. As the launching ceremony of this long-term strategic cooperation, Roger earnestly requested the Jiangcheng military region to send 2 fighter jets representing the highest glory of the Chinese Air Force to perform a brief flight show over the central stadium of the city of Sailing on the upcoming Jiang Super League final day, aimed at promoting national prestige and inspiring public morale. This proposal is well-reasoned, sentimental, well-structured, and has huge substantive benefits. Roger believes that after seeing this proposal, the leaders of the Jiangcheng military region, unless they are fools, will find it difficult to refuse. The next morning, Roger asked Xiao Wanqing to formally submit this proposal and his request for a face-to-face meeting with the main leaders of the military region to the Jiangcheng Military Region Command through the official channels of the Jiangcheng municipal government. The military's response to this incident was faster than Roger expected. That afternoon, Roger received an official reply from the Jiangcheng Military Region Headquarters office, inviting him to go to the military region compound at 10 a.m. the next day to hold an informal preliminary meeting with relevant leaders in charge of propaganda and military-civilian cooperation. The next morning, Roger, along with Lan Meng, the security director, and Xiao Wanqing, the chief assistant, arrived at the heavily guarded Jiangcheng military region compound on time in a black Hongqi L5 sedan that was extremely low-key in appearance but fully bulletproof in interior. Unlike the opulence and modernity of City of Departure, the military compound exuded an air of solemnity and strict discipline. The tall barracks, the neatly maintained roads, and the ubiquitous soldiers in neat uniforms marching in unison all made Roger and the others lose their usual casual demeanor and become more serious. After passing through several strict checkpoints and identity verifications, Roger and his group were taken by a young guard to an office building with a sign that read Military Civilian Relations Coordination Office. A young female officer, dressed in a neat army uniform and with the rank of captain with 1 bar and 2 stars on her shoulders, had been waiting in front of the building. The moment Roger saw the female officer, even he, an old driver who was used to seeing all kinds of stunning beauties, couldn't help but be stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The female officer in front of him was about 1.75 meters tall, half a head taller than Lan Meng and Xiao Wanqing beside her. She was wearing a summer military uniform that was tailored to her exacting specifications. Beneath the cuffs of her short-sleeved shirt, her bronzed forearms were exposed. Her muscles were smooth and firm, and she was filled with an amazing sense of strength. Her shirt was buttoned meticulously to the top, but it still couldn't completely hide her full, upright bust, which almost stretched the shirt out of sight. A wide belt tied around her waist only made her waist seem even thinner, almost too small to be grasped. The straight military pants wrapped around her slender legs that were full of explosive power, and the shiny officer leather boots on her feet made her exude a heroic, resolute, and courageous military temperament. Unlike other female soldiers, she did not have neat short hair. Instead, she tied her long, shiny black hair into a very standard and capable bun at the back of her head, which made her facial features more delicate and well-defined. However, in stark contrast to her military outfit that is full of strength and iron-bloodedness is her cute face that is slightly chubby and full of collagen. She has a pair of big, round almond-shaped eyes, and her long, thick eyelashes flutter like 2 small fans. Her nose is small and straight, and her lips are naturally pink, plump and moist, and there is always a hint of a cute smile at the corners of her mouth, as innocent as a girl next door. This extreme contrast of cuteness, like that of a Barbie King Kong, makes her exude an irresistible and unique charm, which makes people feel awe, pity and a strong desire to conquer.
The system interface also pops up in time. Name, Jiang Mu. Age, 25. Height, 175 centimeters. Measurements, 95-63-95. System rating, 97. Appearance 93, Body Physique S+, Special Attributes Flower of the Army Charming Aura, Combat Mastery Advanced, Unwavering Loyalty Max, +4. Introduction, Captain of the Special Service Guard Company directly under the Jiangcheng Military Region Headquarters, and concurrently Deputy Director of the Military Region's External Liaison Office. Born into a prominent family in Beijing with a strong military background, his grandfather and father were both distinguished generals of the Republic. A graduate of the National University of Defense Technology, Jiang Mu possesses both literary and military prowess, making him the brightest and most highly regarded rising star among the younger generation in the military region. He possesses a cheerful and generous personality, with a touch of boyish boldness, but is also extremely principled and possesses absolute loyalty to the army and his country. Current favorability, 10% initial favorability due to the host's contribution to Chinese football and his positive attitude towards military-civilian cooperation. Version number, 0.0. 97 points. Moreover, she is a female captain named King Kong Bathe who comes from a red family in Beijing, is both civil and military, and has a hot body. Roger's heart began to beat faster again.
He knew that his trip to the military region today would bring him unexpected and huge gains.
Hello, I presume you are Chairman Roger of Qihang Holdings Group?
When Jiang Mu saw Roger, a hint of curiosity flashed in her big, round, cute almond-shaped eyes. She took the initiative to extend her hand to Roger, and her voice was crisp and pleasant, with a bit of the cheerfulness unique to soldiers. I am the Deputy Director of the External Liaison Office of the Jiangcheng Military Region, Captain Jiang Mu.
Our leader is waiting for you in the office, please follow me.
Her palms were warm and strong, with a thin layer of gun calluses. Roger smiled and shook her hand. He felt the power that was unlike any other woman, and his interest in this King Kong Barbie grew stronger.
Hello, Captain Jiang Mu. I'm sorry to bother you by coming here today. Chapter 84, First Visit to the Military Camp.
The Jiangcheng Military Region Headquarters is located in an office building filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Led by Captain Jiang Mu, Roger, Lan Meng and Xiao Wanqing walked into the office of Lieutenant General Li Jinghua, the second in command of the military region. In stark contrast to Roger's extremely luxurious CEO office, the furnishings in this office are extremely simple and plain, even a little old-fashioned. This office consists of a heavy mahogany desk, several old-fashioned guest sofas, a huge bookcase filled with various military books and documents, and a huge strategic topographic map of China on the wall marked with various military symbols. The air was filled with a faint scent of tea and a unique mixture of tobacco and iron blood that only soldiers with many years of military service have. Lieutenant General Li Jinghui is nearly 60 years old, his hair has turned a little gray, but his back is still straight. He is wearing a neat military uniform without any extra medals. He is sitting behind a large desk, wearing a pair of reading glasses, and carefully reviewing a document. Although he did not deliberately exude any aura, the majesty of a superior who had been through many battles and honed through blood and fire was like a towering mountain, which made people feel awe involuntarily. Report to the chief, Mr. Roger, chairman of Chihan Holding Group, has arrived. Jiang Mu walked to the desk, put his legs together, stood straight, and saluted with an impeccable military salute in a clear and loud voice. Lieutenant General Li Jinghui then slowly raised his head and pushed his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. His eyes, though slightly cloudy, were extremely sharp and deep, and fell on Roger like an eagle.
Ha, you are Roger?
Lieutenant General Li's voice was powerful and forceful, with a hint of hard to detect scrutiny.
You are much younger than I thought. Sit down.
He pointed to the sofa opposite.
Hello, Commander Li. I'm sorry to have come here today and disturb your work.
Roger sat down on the sofa with a humble and decent smile on his face. He knew that in front of a real big shot like Li Jinghuang, any show-off and arrogance would only appear childish and ridiculous.
He came today to discuss cooperation, not to demonstrate.
Lan Meng and Xiao Wanqing sat down on either side of him, looking solemn and silent. After Jiang Mu poured hot tea for everyone, he stood quietly behind Lieutenant General Li. His big, round, cute almond-shaped eyes were full of curiosity and exploration about Roger. She also wanted to know what this young man who had stirred up so much trouble in Jiangcheng wanted to get from the military district. Director Luo, Lieutenant General Li put down the documents in his hand, leaned forward slightly, and stared at Roger with a piercing gaze. I have carefully read your proposal for military and civilian cooperation to build a strong nation's sports stream.
It's a good idea and a grand vision.
In particular, you mentioned your willingness to donate 5 billion to build a sports training center for our Jiangcheng military region, establish an education fund for the children of martyrs, and cooperate with our military region general hospital on sports rehabilitation research projects. On behalf of the hundreds of thousands of officers and soldiers of the Jiangcheng military region, I personally express my sincere gratitude to you and your Chihan group. Although his words were polite, Roger could sense a sense of distance. However, Lieutenant General Li changed the subject, his tone becoming serious, regarding your request in the proposal, hoping that our military region can dispatch our most advanced fighter jets to perform a flight display over the stadium on the day of the Jiang Super League final. With all due respect, this is not in compliance with regulations and is unprecedented. Commander Li, Roger said, still smiling calmly, I know this request is a bit abrupt and unconventional. But, I believe there's always a first time for everything. Furthermore, I'm not making this request to promote Chihan Group or the Jiangchao League, but out of a sincere desire to contribute to our country and our people's army.
Oh? Lieutenant General Li raised his eyebrows slightly, indicating that he should continue.
Roger stood up and slowly walked to the huge strategic map of China on the wall. He gazed deeply at the vast territory on the map, and his voice became low and contagious. Commander Li, you have been guarding the border for many years, defending our country.
You may not understand the current social atmosphere, especially among young people.
They chase after foreign stars, are obsessed with foreign brands, and even think the moon is rounder abroad than in China. However, they know very little about our own heroes, our own national treasures, and are even indifferent. Take football, for example. Why is our league so stagnant while foreign leagues are so globally popular? Beyond the disparity in competitive level, more importantly, they know how to closely integrate sports with national honor and pride. Watch the American Super Bowl and see their F/A-18 Hornet fighter jets roaring past. That spectacle proclaims America's strength and confidence to the world. That awe-inspiring moment instantly ignites the patriotic passion of every American.
And what about us?
We have the world's most advanced fifth-generation stealth fighter, the J-20, and a people's army that strikes fear into the hearts of all enemies. But how many opportunities do our ordinary people, especially our young people, have to witness their splendor with their own eyes? How many opportunities do they have to personally experience the sense of security and pride that comes from our country's increasingly powerful military? Roger turned, his eyes blazing as he looked at Lieutenant General Li. his voice grew passionate. So, I implore you, and I implore the military district, to give us this opportunity. Let our very dragon fly proudly before tens of thousands of enthusiastic young fans, watched by hundreds of millions of viewers nationwide. Let everyone see that China not only possesses an economic miracle that has captured the world's attention, but also a powerful people's army capable of defending all our glory and dignity. This flight isn't just for the Jiang Super League, but also for the image of our entire country, to inspire the most precious patriotism and national confidence in the hearts of our younger generation. I, Roger, promise that all expenses incurred by this flight display, as well as any potential public opinion risks, will be solely borne by our Qihang Group. We can even use it as a large-scale Air Force recruitment campaign, sparking a nationwide wave of respecting the military, advocating martial arts, and joining the army to serve the country. Roger's words were resounding, powerful, and full of strong incitement and patriotism. He skillfully combined his business objectives with the grand narrative of political correctness such as national propaganda, national defense education, and inspiring national pride. Lieutenant General Li Jingguo listened quietly, and a barely perceptible admiration and emotion flashed in his sharp eyes. Throughout his military career, what he valued most was the honor of soldiers and the dignity of the country. Roger's words undoubtedly touched his heart. Even Captain Jiang Mu, who had been standing behind him with a serious expression, had a subtle change in the look he gave Roger. Beyond the initial curiosity and scrutiny in her large, round, lovely almond-shaped eyes, there was also a new layer of admiration. She hadn't expected that this young, wealthy man, rumored to be domineering and surrounded by beautiful women, actually possessed such a deep sense of patriotism and such a lofty vision. On the system panel, Jiang Mu's favorability rating had quietly increased from the initial 10% to 25%, a preliminary recognition and appreciation of his vision and eloquence.
The atmosphere in the office was silent for a long time.
Lieutenant General Li finally spoke slowly. Director Luo, your eloquence is even better than I imagined.
Your words have truly moved me.
He paused, his tone still serious. However, I must tell you that the decision to deploy a strategic weapon like the J-20 for a flight demonstration at a commercial sporting event is far beyond the purview of me, the commander of the Jiangqing military region. This needs to be reported to the Central Military Commission headquarters and approved personally by the highest commander. The difficulty is no less than asking you to lead the Qihang Lions to the World Cup final in a single day. When Roger heard this, although he had expected it, he still felt a little pressure. But Lieutenant General Li changed the subject, a meaningful smile on his face. I'm personally very interested in the long-term strategic cooperation plan for military-civilian co-construction you proposed. In particular, you mentioned your willingness to donate a sports training center to our military region, establish an education fund for the children of martyrs, and collaborate with our military region general hospital on sports rehabilitation research. These are all things our troops most urgently need and will most effectively enhance the welfare and combat effectiveness of our officers and soldiers. Let's put it this way, Lieutenant General Li stood up from his chair, walked over to Roger, and patted him on the shoulder. Regarding the request for fighter jet overflight, I will personally draft a report and attach your proposal. I will formally submit it to the Central Military Commission headquarters in the name of our Jiangqing military region, and will also make a special report to several senior leaders.
I will do my best to fight for you. As for whether it will be successful in the end, I can't guarantee it.
However, in exchange, and as a demonstration of our mutual sincerity and cooperation, I hope that Director Luo can implement the several donation and scientific research cooperation projects mentioned in the proposal as soon as possible.
What do you think?
Roger knew that Lieutenant General Li was asking him for a token of his allegiance. He stretched out his hand without hesitation and shook hands tightly with Lieutenant General Li's calloused and powerful hand.
It's a deal. Commander Li, don't worry.
Within a week, the first installment of several $100 million in special funds will be transferred to the account designated by the military region. The expert team of the Nightingale Life Science Research Institute will also go to the military region general hospital tomorrow to conduct preliminary project docking. Roger's answer was crisp and full of courage.
Great. Ha ha ha.
That's refreshing.
Lieutenant General Li laughed heartily. Mr. Luo, I like you, young man.
Come on, I'll treat you privately at noon today. Come have a couple of drinks with this old man. The talks were successful beyond expectations. After lunch, Lieutenant General Li seemed to appreciate Roger even more, and specially asked Jiang Mu to take Roger and his party to visit some non-confidential areas in the military compound. As a result, Roger had the opportunity for the first time to feel the unique charm of this mighty army up close, and also accidentally encountered more flowers in the army that made his eyes shine. On the spacious training ground, he saw a communications corps of dozens of female soldiers. Dressed in crisp camouflage uniforms, they marched in unison, chanting clear, resounding slogans.
Their demeanor was heroic, as if they were no less capable than their male counterparts.
The young female lieutenants leading the corps were all beautiful and distinguished. In the outpatient building of the Military Region General Hospital, he saw groups of young female military doctors and nurses in pristine white uniforms, shuttling between the wards. Although their faces were slightly tired, their eyes were full of professionalism and tenderness, like holy angels in white. Even in the officers' mess, he saw several flowers of the kitchen squad who were in charge of logistics, wearing kitchen squad uniforms, but still couldn't hide their natural beauty and hot bodies. These girls, who have lived in a strictly disciplined military camp for many years, have a unique temperament that is a mixture of firmness and gentleness, simplicity and tenacity.
They are completely different from the urban beauties in Roger's harem who are either enchanting, gentle, or cold.
This also makes Roger have an unprecedented and fresh desire to conquer. It seems that my future hunting range can be expanded again. Roger thought to himself, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. During the visit, Roger also seized every opportunity to have friendly exchanges with Jiang Mu, who had been accompanying him all the time. He never talked about sensitive military topics, but only chatted with her about daily training, sports, and even some movies and music that young people were interested in. He discovered that although Jiang Mu, as a captain and company commander, acted efficiently and decisively, he also had a lovely side like a little girl in private. When she talks about her best skills, free fighting and shooting, her big, round, almond-shaped eyes would sparkle with a light called confidence and pride. And when Roger occasionally told a slightly light-hearted joke, she couldn't help but purse her lips and reveal a cute smile as innocent as a girl next door. This extreme contrasting cuteness made Roger more and more interested in her. When leaving the military compound, Jiang Mu personally escorted Roger and his group to the door.
Mr. Luo, thank you for your initiative today.
I hope we can have more opportunities for cooperation in the future. For the first time, Jiang Mu's pretty face showed a smile that came from the heart, with a bit of appreciation and expectation. Roger looked at her lovely face, which looked particularly charming in the sunset, and her hot body, which was full of strength and beauty, wrapped in her straight military uniform.
He smiled and nodded. I will, Captain Jiang Mu. I believe we will meet again soon.
On the system panel, Jiang Mu's favorability has quietly jumped to 40%. Deep appreciation and favorability, initial recognition of his personal abilities and personality charm, and expectation for further communication. Roger knew that he had successfully taken the most solid and crucial first step in conquering this King Kong Barbie female captain. And his goal of flying a fighter jet over the field seemed no longer out of reach.
Chapter 85. Agree to take off.
The crucial meeting with Lieutenant General Li Jinghua, the second in command of the Jiangcheng military region, ended with a success far beyond expectations. Roger knew that the grand blueprint of military-civilian cooperation to build a strong sports nation that he described to this iron-blooded general, as well as the huge and substantial support he promised, had successfully opened the door to in-depth cooperation with the military. But he knew better that for a state apparatus like the military, which emphasizes absolute execution and credibility, any verbal promises must be immediately transformed into vigorous and practical actions in order to truly win their trust and respect. After returning to the city of Sailing from the heavily guarded military compound, Roger did not delay for a moment. He immediately summoned his core team and issued a series of unquestionable orders. Roger said in a calm and decisive tone, immediately allocate 1 billion in cash from the group's strategic reserve fund account. 500 million will be transferred directly to the military region's designated special account for the education of children of heroes and martyrs under the name of the Qihang Education Foundation. Another 500 million will be transferred to the special account for the construction of grassroots sports facilities for the armed forces under the name of the Qihang Sports Development Fund.
All funds must be received by 5 p.m. today.
I want Commander Li and the others to see that my promise, Roger, is worth 1,000 gold, and a promise as strong as a rock.
Yes, Master.
Zhang Ye immediately nodded in response. She knew that this 1 billion yuan donation seemed like a huge expense, but the political capital and intangible influence it could bring her was beyond measure by any amount of money. This is a crucial step for Qihang Group to transform from a local business empire into a supergiant with deeper national background and red resources. Nightingale, Roger contacted Yi Tong, who was conducting an important experiment at the Nightingale Life Science Research Institute, through the internal communication system. You must immediately select the top experts in sports rehabilitation, trauma surgery, nutrition, and psychology from our newly recruited team of experts to form a top-level military-civilian joint medical expert group. Tomorrow morning, you will personally lead the team to the Military Region General Hospital to formally conduct the project docking with the hospital. I want you to unreservedly apply the Institute's most advanced medical technology and scientific research results to serve our people's soldiers. In particular, for the improvement project of the ancient method of regenerating muscles and bone restoring ointment, you can prioritize sharing some clinical data with the military. Yitong on the other end of the phone was a little surprised by Roger's decisiveness, but she answered without hesitation, "Understood, boss.
I guarantee to complete the task."
Her way of addressing Roger also changed from the original Mr. Luo to boss, which showed a greater sense of belonging.
Roger's thunderous deployment was executed perfectly by his efficient team in just a few hours.
That afternoon, the Jiangcheng Military Region Headquarters and the Military Region General Hospital received a huge donation of 1 billion from the Qihang Group and a top medical expert team led by Yitong.
This astonishingly fast fulfillment of the contract, along with Roger's demonstrated sincerity and determination, sent shockwaves through the Jiangcheng Military Region's leadership.
Lieutenant General Li Jinghua, even more impressed and valued this young guy, Roger. He immediately personally authorized the designation of Roger and Qihang Group as the Jiangcheng Military Region's highest-level strategic partners. He then promptly submitted the application for a J-20 fighter jet to fly over the Jiangcheng Super League finals, along with his highest recommendation, to the Central Military Commission headquarters in Beijing via an encrypted dedicated line. After methodically handling these strategic matters concerning the future, Roger finally had a moment to breathe. He lazily reclined on the huge leather sofa in his top-floor office and pressed the intercom to call his chief personal assistant.
"Wanqing, I'm a little tired. Please call He Jia for me.
Ask her to bring the latest work progress of Qihang Xingyao Media and the latest updates on Su Zian, and give me an
in-depth report.
Roger's voice was filled with a hint of laziness and anticipation that only the woman closest to him could understand, which was full of suggestive meaning.
"Yes, master,"
Xia Wanqing responded softly.
Half an hour later, He Jia, dressed in formal attire, walked into Roger's CEO office.
Today she was wearing an extremely slim-fitting burgundy high-slit hip-hugging long skirt, which perfectly outlined her mature, plump, and curvy devilish figure, full of breathtaking sexiness and temptation. Her face was painted with delicate and charming makeup, and her long, wavy chestnut hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her whole body exuded the confidence and charm unique to a media queen who was successful in her career and deeply nourished by love. Ever since he completely surrendered to Roger last time and was officially appointed as the CEO of Qihang Xingyao Media, He Jia's whole mental outlook has been completely renewed. Not only did she demonstrate amazing talent and iron-blooded tactics at work, managing the fledgling Qihang Xingyao Media successfully, but in her private life, she completely accepted and enjoyed her new identity as Roger's media maid. She found herself increasingly fascinated by Roger's unique charm of dominance and wisdom, and increasingly eager to find ways to please and satisfy this young king who dominated her entire destiny.
"Master, you are looking for me."
He Jia walked in front of Roger and did not keep a distance from him as usual when reporting work.
Instead, she sat directly on his lap as softly as Boneless, stretched out her snow-white arms, and actively wrapped them around his neck.
Her voice was charming and her breath was as sweet as orchid.
Roger enjoyed the warmth and softness of the mature beauty in his arms.
He reached out and gently pinched her delicate face, smiling, "My media queen, you've been working hard lately.
Is everything going well at the group?"
"Thanks to Master's great blessing, everything is going very smoothly," He Jia said, rubbing her plump and soft vagina against Roger's chest, intentionally or unintentionally. "We've successfully recruited several top producers and top directors from several established media companies in Beijing and Shanghai. The high-end interview program Roger's Living Room, which I personally host, has also completed its preliminary preparations and is only waiting for Master to finalize the interview guests for the first episode. The idol development talent show Angel's Birth, which Zhao Tingting is in charge of, has also entered the national audition stage and the response has been very enthusiastic." She paused, her tone tinged with a hint of coquettish helplessness. "Only Su Zian, that rebellious, gifted female director, remains a tough nut to crack. Following your instructions, I granted her the utmost creative freedom and an unlimited budget, allowing her to film the Qihang Phoenix team's entire training camp in Hainan. The footage she captured is truly stunning, full of artistic sensibility and profound thought. However, she remains deeply wary of our Qihang Group and you personally, and has refused to officially sign the contract to direct the documentary Qihang, Heart of Green.
Haha, that's to be expected." Roger chuckled, seemingly unconcerned.
A woman like Su Zian has lofty ambitions but a fragile life. Deep down, she's filled with contempt for the world and a fixation on art. To get a crane like her to willingly fly into the cage of a capitalist like me, it requires some special means and ample patience. He lowered his head and gently pecked He-jia's plump red lips. He said in a hoarse voice, "We'll discuss these work matters later. Right now, I'd like to hear your personal work report. He-jia, my queen, are you ready to demonstrate your full loyalty and ability to your master?" He-jia's pretty face instantly flushed with an intoxicating blush. Her almond-shaped eyes, which always shone with shrewdness and confidence, were now misted with a layer of moisture, brimming with alluring beauty and allure. She placed her fiery red lips close to Roger's ear and, in a charming voice filled with endless temptation and submission that only the two of them could hear, softly yet eagerly uttered a single word, Roger no longer suppressed the fire in his heart. He lifted the media queen in his arms and strode towards the exclusive lounge at the back of the office that had been prepared for her, filled with various interview props and live broadcast equipment. When everything returned to calm, He-jia curled up lazily in Roger's arms. Her pretty face, which always showed a bit of strength and competence, was now filled with charm and happiness after being completely satisfied. At this moment, Roger's private satellite phone suddenly rang rapidly. It was Jiang Mu calling. Roger signaled He-jia to be quiet and then answered the phone. Director Luo, Jiang Mu's voice, crisp and clear, yet filled with a hint of suppressed excitement, came from the other end of the line. "Good news. Terrible news. Our commanderly has just received the official approval document from the Military Commission headquarters in Beijing. Regarding your request to dispatch our country's most advanced J-20 stealth fighter jets to perform a flight demonstration over the central stadium of the city of Sailing on the day of the Zheng Super League final. The Supreme Commander has personally approved it." What? Even Roger, who had anticipated this outcome, couldn't help but sit up abruptly in bed upon hearing the news. His voice was filled with incredible ecstasy. "Are you serious? The Military Commission headquarters, the highest leader, personally approved it?" "Yes. Absolutely." Jiang Mu's voice was filled with excitement and pride. The headquarters leaders have given unprecedented attention and the highest praise to the strategic cooperation plan of military-civilian cooperation to power the nation through sports proposed by you and Qihang Group. They believe that in the current increasingly complex international situation, using the Jiangsu Super League, a top-level platform that attracts widespread attention and can inspire the patriotic enthusiasm of the entire nation, to appropriately showcase the national treasure and promote national defense education for the entire nation has extremely important and far-reaching strategic and practical significance. She paused, her tone becoming more serious, tinged with a subtle hint of shyness and anticipation. However, headquarters has also imposed several very strict additional requirements. First, security on the day of the finals must be foolproof, meeting the highest national security standards. Second, the promotional message for the entire flight show must be highly consistent with the military propaganda department, focusing on promoting national prestige, inspiring public morale, and inspiring patriotic enthusiasm, and must not be overly commercialized. Third, and most importantly, to better coordinate and ensure the smooth completion of this flight mission, headquarters and the military region leaders have jointly decided to appoint me, Captain Jiang Mu, as the sole authorized military liaison officer. Starting tomorrow, I will officially be stationed at your city of departure and work with your team 24/7 for a week, seamlessly coordinating until all activities on the finals day are successfully concluded. So, Mr. Luo, I will officially report to you tomorrow morning. I also ask for your and your team's guidance." Roger was overjoyed upon hearing this. He knew that his seemingly unrealistic and crazy dream was finally becoming a reality. And Jiang Mu, the stunning female captain with a cute contrasting look, who he had long coveted, was actually coming to him. This is simply double happiness. No, triple happiness. Your welcome is immense. Captain Jiang Mu, we await your arrival at any time. Roger's lips curled into a smile that only he understood, one filled with anticipation and a fierce desire to conquer. On behalf of Qihang Group and myself, I promise you that your time in Qihang City will be a wonderful and fulfilling one you will never forget and will never regret. Chapter 86: The Stunning Captain. Roger's words on the phone, full of confidence and suggestion of unforgettable good times, made Jiang Mu's pretty face on the other end of the phone blush slightly, and her heart skipped a beat inexplicably. She quickly hung up the phone, saying, "I have military duties to attend to and cannot say more," but the soldier's heart, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, was rippled for the first time. She didn't know whether she should feel nervous, alert, or secretly looking forward to the seamless connection work that Roger was about to undertake. The next morning, a black Warrior off-road vehicle with a military license plate, escorted by 2 military motorcycles, punctually and low-key drove into the heavily guarded gate of the city of Sailing, which was like a steel forest. Roger had already been waiting in front of the door of the central main house. "Captain Jiang Mu, welcome to the city of Sailing.
From today on, this will be your temporary battlefield.
Roger had a gentle and sincere smile on his face. He took the initiative to step forward and open the door for Jiang Mu, who had just stepped out of the SUV. Jiang Mu was still wearing her neat army captain's uniform today. Her 175 centimeters tall and fit figure, outlined by the fitted military uniform, looked even more heroic, full of strength and healthy beauty. Her cute face with a little baby fat and her intimidating military temperament formed a heartwarming extreme contrast. She got out of the car and looked at the huge manor in front of her, which was full of futuristic technology and ultimate luxury, and the young man in front of her with a gentle smile but eyes as deep as the sea. Even a proud girl like her who was used to big scenes could not help but secretly admire and be shocked in her heart.
"Hello, Mr. Luo. Following orders from my superiors, I, Jiang Mu, am here to report."
Jiang Mu saluted Roger with an impeccable military salute, his voice clear and pleasant, neither humble nor arrogant.
"Captain Jiang, there's no need to be so polite. Here, there's no Mr. Luo, only partners, Roger."
Roger replied with a smile.
He didn't shake hands with Jiang Mu, but instead made a pleased gesture. "I've asked my assistant to prepare your room and temporary office for you.
Let's get settled first, and then discuss the details of coordinating the flight show on the final day."
Luo Jie's chief personal assistant, Xiao Wanqing, also stepped forward at the right time, bowed slightly to Jiang Mu, and said softly, "Hello, Captain Jiang. I am Xiao Wanqing, Luo Jie's chief assistant, responsible for all logistical support during your stay in the city of Sailing. Your residence and office have been arranged in the east wing of the central main house. The security level is the highest and it is the quietest there, ensuring that your work and rest will not be disturbed. Please follow me."
Xiao Wanqing was wearing a smart gray professional suit today, and her every move and gesture revealed the professionalism and composure of a top assistant. Jiang Mu nodded and followed Xiao Wanqing into the central main residence, which was as luxurious as a palace.
As she walked, she looked around at the environment and people without leaving any trace.
She discovered that all the service personnel in the manor, whether they were the Blue Butterfly team members responsible for security or the beautiful maids responsible for daily life, were all well trained and in excellent spirits.
Moreover, when they looked at Roger, their eyes were filled with a heartfelt, almost fanatical admiration and absolute loyalty.
This made Jiang Mu even more curious.
What kind of personal charm or means did Roger use to make so many outstanding and beautiful women so devoted to him?
After settling her luggage and taking a brief tour of the temporary residence prepared for her, which was as luxurious as the presidential suite in a 7-star hotel, Jiang Mu immediately got down to work. In Roger's private meeting room, a top-level coordination meeting on fighter jet flyover was officially held.
Roger personally presided over the meeting.
Beside him sat Lan Meng, responsible for security; Zhang Ye, in charge of group operations; He Jia, in charge of media relations; and Xiao Wanqing, in charge of logistics coordination. Jiang Mu, the sole representative from the military, sat on the other side of the conference table. "Captain Jiang," Roger said straight to the point. "First, on behalf of Chihan Group, I'd like to once again thank the military district and headquarters for their strong support for our military-civilian cooperation event. In order to perfectly coordinate with the military's flight demonstration, we need to understand some specific details and requirements so that we can provide comprehensive ground support."
Jiang Mu's expression instantly became extremely serious and professional.
She opened the military-grade encrypted laptop she carried with her, pulled up a document, and spoke in a clear and forceful voice. "Director Luo, according to the joint instructions from the headquarters and the Air Force, we have the following principles and requirements for this flight demonstration.
You must strictly adhere to them. First, flight safety is paramount.
We will dispatch 2 J-20 War Dragon fighter jets, forming a pair, to conduct a west to east over the stadium flyover at noon on the day of the finals, at an altitude of no less than 500 meters.
The entire flyover is expected to last no more than 30 seconds.
During this time, you must ensure that the airspace above and around the stadium is clear of any unauthorized flying objects, including drones, model aircraft, or even large kites. The Blue Butterfly Security Group must cooperate with our ground-based air traffic controllers to maintain the strictest possible clearance of the surrounding airspace. Second, security must reach national standards. On the day of the finals, in addition to your own security forces, our military region will dispatch a battalion of special forces to provide a 3-layered defense of the city of Sailing and the surrounding area of the stadium.
All personnel entering the core area must undergo the most stringent identity verification and security checks.
I need you to provide a detailed list of all staff, guests, and media personnel entering the venue so that we can conduct background checks.
Third, public opinion and propaganda must be strictly controlled.
Miss Jia, Jiang Mu turned his gaze to Jia, his eyes sharp.
I know you are the head of Qihang Xingyao Media.
All news reports and publicity materials regarding this flight display must be strictly reviewed by our military news and publicity department in advance. The main theme must be promoting national prestige, inspiring public morale, and inspiring patriotic enthusiasm. Any form of hype or publicity tied to the commercial interests of Qihang Group is strictly prohibited. We want the people of this country to see the majesty of the national treasure and the style of the People's Army, not the muscle show of some commercial group.
Jiang Mu read out the military's requirements one by one.
Each one was extremely detailed and strict, full of the rigor and unquestionable nature of a soldier. Roger and his team members listened quietly, nodding from time to time. They know that in order to deploy the J-20, a national weapon, to cooperate with them in completing such a performance, it is reasonable for the military to put forward any strict requirements.
During the 2-hour meeting, Jiang Mu was secretly shocked by the professionalism and efficient execution demonstrated by Roger's team.
Whether it was Lan Meng's precise addition of security details, He Jia's clever ideas for guiding public opinion, or Xiao Wanqing's meticulous arrangements for various logistical support tasks, they all made her realize that the team under Roger's command was by no means an ordinary makeshift team, but an elite team that truly possessed top international standards. Throughout the meeting, Roger displayed a calmness and wisdom that was beyond his age. He could always point out the possible loopholes in the plan and propose more constructive solutions. His strong ability to control the situation and precise grasp of details made Jiang Mu, a proud daughter of heaven who was accustomed to all kinds of big scenes and high-level generals, couldn't help but feel a little admiration for him in her heart. After the meeting, in order to express his welcome and respect to Jiang Mu, Roger personally took her to visit several core facilities of the city of Sailing. At the Nightingale Life Science Research Institute, Jiang Mu saw the world's most advanced medical equipment and scientific research instruments that even the military region's general hospital had not yet equipped with. He also met Yi Tong and her passionate scientific research team composed of top experts from home and abroad. When Yi Tong introduced to her that they were developing individual soldier function optimization and battlefield rapid self-healing technology that could change the future form of warfare, Jiang Mu's big, round almond-shaped eyes showed a truly shocked light for the first time. At the training base of the Blue Butterfly International Security Group, Jiang Mu saw the well-equipped and well-trained elite security personnel, as well as the central security command system that was comparable to a war zone command center. When Lan Meng showed her that they were capable of responding to any level of emergency security incidents within 3 minutes, Jiang Mu, the company commander of the Special Guard Company, couldn't help but look at Roger's security capabilities with admiration. On the training ground of the Qihang Phoenix women's football team, Jiang Mu witnessed with his own eyes the amazing athletic talent and high enthusiasm for training of Phoenix team members such as Gao Lan, Xiao Rou, and Han Bing. Mr. Luo, in the evening after the tour, when Roger invited Jiang Mu to have dinner in his private study, Jiang Mu finally couldn't help but put aside his usual military identity and asked in an almost private and curious tone.
I'm genuinely curious, what kind of person are you? Everything you've done has far surpassed what an ordinary businessman could achieve or even imagine. What is your ultimate goal?
Roger looked at the woman before him, who had changed out of her military uniform and donned a fitted-off white dress that Xiao Wanqing had meticulously prepared for her. This dress, which made her look even more voluptuous and adorable, made her look even more like a Barbie King Kong. He smiled slightly, but didn't directly answer her question.
Instead, he asked, Captain Jiang Mu, what about you?
You come from one of the most prestigious revolutionary families in the capital, are both talented in civil and military affairs, and have a promising future.
Why did you choose to come to a small place like Jiangcheng to be a seemingly ordinary liaison officer?
Jiang Mu was stunned by Roger's question, then her pretty face turned slightly red, and she said a little embarrassedly, I
just want to get more training at the grassroots level. I don't want to live under the halo of my family forever. Roger's lips curled up into an enigmatic smile.
Perhaps. But I think we're all the same, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, eager to use our own abilities to create a career that truly belongs to us, to achieve some greater ambitions. It's just that the paths we choose are different. He paused, looked at Jiang Mu with deep eyes, and his voice became soft and magnetic. Jiang Mu, you are a very outstanding and very lovely woman.
I admire you very much.
I hope that in the coming week, the relationship between us can be more than just a working partnership. Jiang Mu listened to Roger's suggestive words and his burning eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably again and her pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple. She felt that her rock-hard soldier's heart seemed to begin to show the first cracks in front of this mysterious and deadly man.
Chapter 87 Hacker Ling Yun.
Captain Jiang Mu's official arrival has brought a completely different atmosphere of discipline and iron-bloodedness to the city of Sailing, an independent kingdom full of luxury, technology, and female hormones. The temporary residence and office Roger arranged for her was located in the quietest and most secure east wing of the main house. Although the room's decoration style was still luxurious, Roger specifically asked Xiao Wanqing to remove all overly exaggerated and feminine decorations and replace them with more calm and solemn dark-colored furniture and office supplies. The room is not only equipped with encrypted communication equipment and confidential filing cabinets of the same level as those in the military district headquarters, but also has a small indoor shooting simulation training system to help Jiang Mu maintain his combat status after work. Roger's thoughtfulness and consideration made Jiang Mu, who had just arrived, feel a little warm in his heart and began to change his opinion of Roger as a capitalist. For Jiang Mu, the seamless work during this week in the city of Sailing was nothing less than a 7-day journey of reshaping his worldview. She maintained a rigid military schedule, getting up at 5:30 every morning and running a 10-kilometer armed cross-country race on the exclusive track of the city of departure that looked like a royal garden. Then, she would see that Roger had actually finished his morning exercise before her, and was now doing high-intensity strength training in his private gym with his muscular upper body naked. His muscular lines, which had been perfectly optimized through the system and were as toned as those of ancient Greek sculptures, as well as the amazing endurance and explosive power he displayed during training, all made Jiang Mu, the company commander of the special service company who claimed to be an elite in the military, feel secretly shocked. She discovered that this man's physical fitness was probably no less than those of the top soldiers in the military region's Special Operations Brigade. During the daytime work coordination, Jiang Mu was deeply impressed by the terrifying execution efficiency and professionalism demonstrated by Roger's team. Whether it is Xiao Wanqing's precise control of the complicated procedures for thousands of guests and staff, or Lan Meng's comprehensive deployment of the entire park's 3-in-1 security system of sea, land, and air, or He Jia's media team's ingenious planning and rapid promotion of the military-civilian co-construction theme promotion, every link is like the most sophisticated German machinery, fitting together seamlessly and operating efficiently. This made Jiang Mu realize for the first time that the operational efficiency and organizational capabilities of a top business empire were no less than those of a disciplined elite force. And Roger, the young king standing at the top of the empire, although he was not wearing a military uniform, his leadership temperament of strategizing and winning battles from afar was 3 times better than any senior general she had ever seen. What confused and puzzled Jiang Mu the most was the strange yet seemingly harmonious relationship between Roger and the stunning maids around him. She saw that Yun Mengyao, the former famous university teacher, was still as gentle and intellectual, full of wisdom and love as she was now in charge of the work of the Education Foundation. But when facing Roger, her eyes were always filled with the love and tenderness of a wife looking at her husband. She saw that Gao Lan and Xiao Rou, the 2 sports superstars who were as domineering as Valkyries on the green field, would kneel at Roger's feet like the most docile kittens after training, wipe the sweat off his face, and massage his muscles, their eyes full of admiration for the strong and absolute obedience. She also saw that Lin Wanner, the once arrogant school beauty, was now wearing the most shameful maid outfit, and was willing to serve Roger's daily life in the most humble manner. She was even so excited that she burst into tears when she could receive an unintentional compliment from her master. She also noticed that no matter whether it was the businesswomen Zhang Ye and Su Mei, or the aloof genius Dr. Yi Tong, or Lan Meng who also came from the Phantom organization like her. In the eyes of the outside world, these were all outstanding women who were the best of the best and the pride of heaven, but in front of Roger, without exception, they showed their most docile, loyal, and charming side. There seemed to be no jealousy or disputes between them. Instead, they lived in harmony like a close-knit family, each doing their own job. They seemed to have only one common goal: to make their common master Roger feel satisfied and happy. This man, what kind of magic did he use to make so many outstanding and proud women so devoted to him? Jiang Mu's heart was filled with great confusion and unprecedented curiosity. Roger seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He did not rush to launch any strategy against Jiang Mu, but instead carried out various normal exchanges and interactions with her as a partner and friend. He would invite her to go to the Nightingale Life Science Research Institute together to listen to Yi Tong introduce those cutting-edge medical research projects that could change the future of mankind, and consult her about the application prospects of these technologies in the future field of military medicine. He would also invite her to go to the headquarters of Qihang Xingyao Media to watch the documentary clips of Qihang, Heart of Greenfield, which were initially edited by Su Zian, a genius female director, and ask her how to better show the mighty image of the People's Army and the iron-blooded style of the soldiers in the film. He would even invite her to his private study late at night to drink tea with her and discuss thousands of years of Chinese military history, from Sun Tzu's art of war to modern information warfare, from the military tactics of ancient generals to the evolution of future wars. His profound knowledge and forward-looking strategic vision, which had been systematically strengthened, time and time again shocked and impressed Jiang Mu, a proud daughter of a military family and a graduate of the National University of Defense Technology. During these professional yet pure exchanges, Jiang Mu discovered that her impression of Roger was undergoing a radical change. She discovered that this man not only possessed unfathomable wealth and power, but also possessed a brain as vast and profound as the universe and a heart filled with love for his country. Her soldier's heart, which had always been as solid as a rock, began to melt and fall uncontrollably, little by little, under Roger's silent and subtle and higher-level spiritual conquest. On the system panel, Jiang Mu's favorability rating quietly jumped from the initial 25% to 65% in just a few days. Deep admiration and awe, a strong liking for his charisma and extraordinary talent, and a subtle love for him. Just one day before the final day, at the final coordination meeting, a sudden technical problem cast a small shadow on this perfect military-civilian co-construction activity. Director Luo, Commander, Jiang Mu said, his expression grave. Our military's technical department has just received news that they've detected a high-intensity electromagnetic pulse signal from an unknown source, potentially interfering with the communications and network systems around the city of Sailing Stadium on the day of the finals. This could not only affect the broadcast of the matches, but could also pose a potential, unpredictable threat to the flight navigation and communications systems of our J-20 formation. Although we've activated the highest-level anti-interference plan, to ensure complete safety, I suggest that a top-tier expert proficient in network attack and defense and electronic countermeasures conduct a thorough investigation and reinforcement of the entire park's network security system. Roger frowned slightly upon hearing this. He knew that this was most likely the remnants of Deputy Director Lu's cronies, who had not yet been completely eliminated, making a last-ditch effort to sabotage his grand coronation ceremony. Top cyber attack and defense expert? Roger pondered for a moment before a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the global mainstream Media Core Connections elementary list the system had previously awarded him, as well as some recent information on special talents collected through the Jiangcheng Regional Business Information Center. He immediately said to Xiao Wanqing, help me contact someone. Half an hour later, a young girl whose dress was out of tune with the luxurious atmosphere of the entire city of Sailing walked into Roger's office reluctantly under the personal guidance of Xiao Wanqing. The girl was about 22 or 23 years old. She was not tall, only a little over 1.6 meters, and her figure was a little thin. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt with the words Hello World printed on it, a pair of washed-out denim shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. She had messy, short hair that looked like it hadn't been taken care of for a long time, and wore a pair of black-framed glasses with very strong prescriptions. The eyes behind the lenses looked a little dull due to facing the computer screen for a long time, but the occasional flash of brilliance revealed her extraordinary intelligence. In her arms, she was holding a high-end Alienware laptop covered in anime stickers. She looked like a slovenly tech geek obsessed with the world of the second dimension. The system interface pops up at the appropriate time. Name, Ling Yun. Age, 22. Height, 162 centimeters. Measurements, 82, 58, 84. System rating, 92. Appearance 80, Special Attributes Code God Network Attack and Defense AI Grandmaster, Absolute Focus Max, and Tech Geek Special Status plus 12. Bio, a junior student in the Department of Computer Science and Technology at Jiangcheng University, he's a legendary hardcore hacker, codenamed Phantom. At 16, he anonymously breached the Pentagon's firewall for fun, leaving behind a string of provocative code reading "I was here," which caused a worldwide sensation. He's extremely introverted and withdrawn, suffering from mild social anxiety and aversion to socializing. His life is filled with code and the anime world. He's currently listed as a key concern due to a default on a small loan approximately 200,000 yuan from Qihang Finance, which was used to purchase top-tier servers and graphics cards. Current favorability, 30% extreme irritation caused by overdue loan collection and deep disgust towards the evil capitalist Qihang Finance. Version number, 0.0. No emotional experience, no interest in three-dimensional male creatures. 92 points. Master-level network attack and defense techniques. This seemingly unassuming tech geek is actually a world-class hacker. Roger looked at Ling Yun's information and smiled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. He knew that the last and most important piece of his team's high-tech puzzle had finally been found.
Hello, Ling Yun.
Roger took the initiative to speak with what he thought was the kindest and most friendly smile on his face. Ling Yun didn't even bother to look at him. He simply opened the laptop in his arms and began to tap rapidly on the keyboard, muttering impatiently, "If you have something to say it quickly.
Don't delay me from going to the dungeon.
You debt collectors from Qihang Finance are as annoying as flies.
I only owe you 200,000 yuan, don't you think you have to call me every day to harass me?
Once I sell this newly developed AI model, I'll pay you back not just 200,000 yuan, but 2 million yuan in a minute."
Roger looked at her grumpy look, which was full of the cuteness unique to tech geeks.
Instead of being angry, he found it even more amusing. He smiled faintly, and without further ado, he got straight to the point.
"Student Ling Yun, I'm not interested in your so-called AI model. I'm giving you an opportunity now.
If you can completely resolve the cybersecurity threats currently facing our Qihang city within an hour and build a new firewall capable of resisting attacks from the world's top hackers, then not only will the 200,000 you owe Qihang Finance be written off, but I will also officially hire you as the chief technical advisor of the Qihang Intelligent Finance Research Institute, with an annual salary starting at 10 million, with no upper limit. And I promise that no one will ever disturb you from your dungeon run again, for any reason."
What do you think?
Ling Yun's fingers, dancing across the keyboard, suddenly stopped. She jerked her head up, and for the first time, her eyes, hidden behind thick lenses and always seemingly lifeless, flashed with shock, suspicion, and a fiery glint of disbelief.
Chapter 88, The God of Code.
Roger's recruitment that was full of temptation and unquestionable was like dropping a neutron bomb with a huge equivalent in Ling Yun's inner world, which was constructed by binary codes and two-dimensional fantasies and had long been completely disappointed with the three-dimensional real world.
A 10 million yuan annual salary? A complete write-off of all debts? The position of chief technical advisor at the research institute?
These might be huge temptations for an ordinary girl, but for a tech geek like Ling Yun, the appeal wasn't that great. Although she was short of money, she was too lazy to do anything she was not interested in for money. What really made her eyes, which had always seemed dull behind the thick lenses, suddenly burst into a terrifying brilliance was the challenge proposed by Roger to build a new firewall that could withstand attacks from the world's top hackers. For Ling Yun, a lone conqueror standing at the top of the world's internet, money, status, men, these are nothing but boring worldly things. Only higher, faster, stronger technical challenges and the ultimate playground where she can fully display her talents without any constraints are her only pursuits and pleasures in life. Tisk, Ling Yun's baby face, which always held a hint of impatience, revealed a provocative smile for the first time. She slammed the alien-themed laptop covered in cartoon stickers onto the table with a muffled thud.
"You're so arrogant. You're trying to defend against the world's top hackers? Just relying on your city of Sailing's network security system, which is riddled with loopholes and, in my opinion, is no better than a public toilet?" She raised her head, her eyes hidden behind lenses scanning Roger, Jiang Mu, and Lan Meng like the most sophisticated scanner. A hint of disdain for mortals, characteristic of geniuses, appeared on the corners of her mouth. 10 million a year? Sure.
But first, let me see if this so-called mess of yours is worthy of my worth. If you're just going to ask me to deal with some garbage code left behind by some low-level petty thieves, then I advise you to seek help from someone else. Don't waste my precious dungeon-going time. Roger looked at her irritable and arrogant look, which was full of the cuteness of a tech geek. Not only was he not angry at all, but he found it even more interesting. He knew that this little code pufferfish covered with thorns had been successfully hooked.
Okay.
Roger smiled faintly and said to Xiao Wanqing, "Take Miss Ling Yun to our City of Sailing's Central Network Command Center immediately. From now on, all the highest permissions in the command center are completely open to Miss Ling Yun. Any hardware equipment, software support, and midnight snacks she needs must be met within 5 minutes."
"Yes, master."
Under Xiao Wanqing's guidance, Ling Yun, holding her beloved computer, reluctantly walked into the City of Sailing's Central Network Command Center, which was full of futuristic technology incomparable to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. When she saw the circular data monitoring wall composed of hundreds of high-definition LCD screens, which was entrenched like a giant beast in the center of the command center, and saw the quantum server clusters that were running at high speed and represented the world's most advanced computing power, as well as the various unheard of top-level network attack and defense hardware equipment that she had only heard of on the legendary dark web technology forums, her eyes, which had always seemed a little dull, suddenly widened and her breathing became rapid.
Oh my god. Quantum server. Matrix data waterfall. And this is a military-grade Sky Eye deep scanning array? Who are you?
Ling Yun's voice trembled slightly with extreme excitement. She looked at everything in front of her, like a most devout believer who suddenly saw the supreme miracle in her mind. She knew that this was the place she had always dreamed of, the ultimate holy land where she could fully display all her life's learning and talents.
How is it, Miss Ling Yun?
Roger's voice came from the communicator behind her.
Is this mess of ours worthy of your worth? It's a perfect match. It's a perfect match.
Ling Yun's eyes were burning with unprecedented enthusiasm. She didn't even say another word to Roger, and directly connected her laptop to the main console of the command center.
Bring out all the data on network security threats you are facing now and give it to me.
Ling Yun's voice became extremely calm and focused, as if she had instantly transformed from an unkempt tech geek into an invincible female general who was about to go to the battlefield and plan strategies. Jiang Mu and Lan Meng exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of shock in the other's eyes. They immediately shared with Ling Yun all the high-intensity interference signals detected by the military's technical department, as well as some potential attack source data discovered by the Blue Butterfly Security Group's cybersecurity department. Ling Yun only took a cursory glance at the complex data flows and attack codes before snorting disdainfully, "Humph, a bunch of clowns.
You dare to show off your skills in front of me, Phantom, with this level of attack? I'll completely wipe them, their servers, and everything else from the internet within 10 minutes. Before she finished her words, her seemingly ordinary hands, as if endowed with magical powers, transformed into two impossible-to-see phantoms on the special mechanical keyboard. Crackle!
A burst of dense, thunderous keyboard tapping sounds rang out throughout the command center. On the massive circular data monitoring wall in the center of the command center, countless complex data streams and source codes refreshed, scrolled, and reorganized rapidly like a cascading waterfall. The scene was filled with a heart-pounding combination of technological beauty and digital violence. Although Jiang Mu, Lan Meng, Xiao Wancheng, and others present could not understand what the inscrutable codes on the screen meant, they could all clearly feel that a silent, yet extremely fierce top-level network attack and defense battle was being played out in front of them.
Ling Yun's expression was one of extreme concentration.
Fine beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead, but the eyes hidden behind the lenses were flashing with an almost crazy, fiery light like an artist working on his final creation. Sometimes she used an incredible and clever method to bypass the layers of firewalls and data traps set up by the enemy. Sometimes she used an extremely domineering and unreasonable brute force method to tear the enemy's defense system into pieces. She even had the leisure to leave a huge, sarcastic pixel avatar made up of countless rookie words on the opponent's homepage at the moment of breaking through the opponent's core server.
10 minutes later.
When Ling Yun's hands lifted up from the keyboard gracefully like a pianist who had finished playing a magnificent piece of music, and heavily hit the last enter key. On the data monitoring wall of the entire command center, all the red alerts representing threats and attacks disappeared instantly, replaced by a reassuring green representing absolute safety.
Done. Calling it a day.
Ling Yun leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. A lonely, tired smile, the weariness of a master, appeared on his face. He pulled a lollipop from his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled, "The threat sources have all been eliminated. I also followed the clues and took down their 3 botnet server clusters hidden overseas. I also gave their main control computer a special gift that never shuts down. I promise, for at least the next 10 years, they won't be able to touch anything computer-related again." She paused, tapped a few more times on the keyboard, and pulled up a new data report. She curled her lips and said, "Also, I've helped you strengthen the overall network security system of City of Sailing. I've rebuilt a Trinity Absolute Territory firewall for you using a hybrid architecture of blockchain encryption plus quantum entanglement plus artificial intelligence dynamic defense. Let me put it this way, from now on, unless it's a nation-state level, no cost, saturation cyber attack, no hacker or organization on this planet will be able to easily breach your turtle shell."
The entire command center was in deathly silence.
Jiang Mu and Lan Meng, two women who were used to all kinds of big scenes and top talents, now looked at the seemingly harmless tech geek in front of them who was leisurely licking a lollipop with a look of disbelief as if she were a monster. They knew that what Ling Yun had just accomplished in just 10 minutes, with its technical content and strategic value, was enough to drive the cybersecurity departments of any country in the world crazy. This girl was simply a living, earth-shattering
network god.
Roger, through remote monitoring, had seen everything that had just happened clearly.
His heart was equally filled with immense shock and ecstasy. He knew he had truly found a treasure this time.
He immediately spoke to Ling Yun through the intercom. "Ling Yun, you're outstanding.
You far exceeded my expectations. Everything I promised you before will now be fulfilled.
The 200,000 yuan loan you owe to Qihang Finance is cancelled. From now on, the position of Chief Technical Advisor of the Qihang Intelligent Finance Research Institute is officially yours. You will receive an annual salary of 20,000 yuan, plus project dividends. All of the institute's top-tier servers and hardware equipment will be at your disposal. I have only one request to guard the gateway to the cyber world for me and for the Qihang Empire. As Lingyun listened to Roger's promise, his baby face, which always showed a bit of impatience and alienation, revealed for the first time a smile that came from the heart, pure and happy like a child. She knew that she had finally found a master and playground who truly appreciated her and could give her an unlimited stage to display her talents.
Thank you, boss.
Lingyun's voice was filled with a barely perceptible excitement and joy.
Boss, don't worry. With me, Phantom, here, the online world we're going to be in is as solid as a rock. Her way of addressing Roger also changed from the initial hey to the more intimate and accepting boss. The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind.
Lingyun's favorability increased by 120%, currently at 90% because the host provided the target with the technical challenge platform and unlimited resources they had always dreamed of, and recognized and respected their talent to the highest degree. The target has developed a strong sense of belonging, identity, and technical admiration. The obey all orders technical field only status has been unlocked. After successfully resolving the cybersecurity threats and conquering Lingyun, the god of code, all preparations for the final day of the Jiang Super League are ready. After witnessing the unfathomable comprehensive strength of Roger's team with his own eyes, Jiang Mu became more and more impressed and curious about him. In the assessment report on the security capabilities of the city of Sailing that she submitted to the military district headquarters, she gave the highest evaluation of far exceeding expectations and reaching a quasi-military level. This also made Lieutenant General Li Jinghua and the senior military leaders more confident in this military-civilian co-construction activity.
The night before the finals, the entire city of departure was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. The final safety drills and process verification were proceeding in an orderly manner.
Roger stood on the open-air helipad on the top floor of the central main residence, overlooking the huge stadium with bright lights below, which was about to usher in the most glorious moment in history.
His heart was filled with infinite pride and anticipation.
Next to him stood Jiang Mu, who had also not slept all night. She changed out of her military uniform and put on a fitted dark blue sportswear. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She looked less capable than a soldier and more feminine. Roger, Jiang Mu looked at the man beside her who was a few years younger than her but had already created countless miracles. In his big, round, almond-shaped eyes, a light of admiration flashed, which she herself had not noticed.
Will we really succeed tomorrow? I'm still a little nervous.
Roger turned his head and looked at her lovely face, which looked particularly charming in the moonlight. He smiled and reached out his hand. Gently, and for the first time, he took the initiative to hold her warm and strong hand.
Don't worry, Captain Jiang Mu.
Roger's voice was confident and gentle. Tomorrow, we will not only witness the greatest celebration in Chinese football history, but we will also usher in a new era, one that belongs to all of us. Jiang Mu's pretty face turned red instantly, but she did not break free from Roger's hand. She just let him hold it tightly, her heart burning with heat.
Chapter 89 Military flowers transformed into spring mud.
On the day of the finals, the entire Jiangchang was plunged into an unprecedented red carnival. From early morning, hundreds of thousands of fans wearing the red jerseys of Qihang Lions and Qihang Phoenixes flocked to the central stadium of Qihang City from all directions like a tide. They waved flags, sang team songs, their faces filled with festive joy and infinite desire for victory.
The roads around the stadium were already completely blocked, and the traffic police department had to mobilize all its police forces to barely maintain basic traffic order.
The interior of the city of Sailing is like a high-speed precision war machine. Thousands of elite members of the Blue Butterfly Security Group and nearly 1,000 special forces drawn from the Jiangcheng military region have jointly built a three-dimensional security line that integrates land and air and is watertight, ensuring that there will be no mistakes in today's highly anticipated ceremony. Roger was wearing a dark red velvet dress today that was custom-made by a top Italian brand, and on his chest was a lion badge that symbolized the supreme power of the Qihang Group. Instead of going to the crowded podium, he sat leisurely in the luxurious and private exclusive skybox on the top floor of the stadium, overlooking the red ocean that was boiling for him through the huge one-way bulletproof glass. He was surrounded by all the stunning maids who were at the heart of his harem. They all dressed up today, vying for beauty, like stars surrounding the moon, making Roger, the only emperor, look even more noble and extraordinary. Yun Mengyao, wearing a gentle moon-white dress, quietly brewed tea for Roger. Zhao was wearing a hot red sequined halter dress, and from time to time she coquettishly fed a peeled grape to Roger's mouth. Lin Wanner and Xiao Rou, the former campus beauty and killer, were now both wearing the same style of. One knelt behind Roger, massaging his shoulders, while the other prostrated herself at his feet, massaging his legs. Her eyes were filled with boundless admiration and a pathological dependence on her master. Zhang Mu, the King Kong Barbie female captain from the Jiangcheng military region, also changed into a brand new army uniform with all the medals of honor on it today. The straight military uniform perfectly outlines her 175 centimeters tall and muscular figure, full of heroic and iron-blooded style. She stood in front of the communication control desk in the box, her expression serious and focused, and from time to time she communicated with the Air Force flight formation through the encrypted military radio, confirming the final route and communicating weather information. But her big, round, lovely almond-shaped eyes would always inadvertently glance at the king-like young man who was enjoying the service of the women. Her eyes were filled with an increasingly deep admiration and excitement that she herself had not noticed. During the week in the city of sailing, she witnessed Roger's unfathomable financial resources, his wisdom and planning strategies, and his undisguised favor and dominance towards his own people. Her soldier's heart, which had always been as solid as a rock, had already been shattered and was on the verge of collapse in front of Roger, a king full of deadly charm. At exactly 12 o'clock noon, with the referee's whistle, the final between the Zhihong Phoenix women's football team and the Gusu Swan team officially started. The match was almost entirely a one-sided performance by the Setting Sail Phoenix team.
After months of top-level scientific training and Roger's relentless investment of resources, the team's overall strength had long surpassed the scope of the domestic women's football league.
In the end, thanks to 4 goals from Green Killer Xiao Rou and a brace from Pillar of the Sky Gao Lan, the Zhihong Phoenix team defeated their opponents with a huge score of 8 o'clock and won the championship trophy of the first Jiangchao League women's group without any suspense. During the intermission, the Zhihong Angels cheerleading team, led by Lu Minli, presented the audience with a dance performance that was a visual nuclear explosion level, full of sexiness and vitality, which once again pushed the atmosphere to a climax.
At 2:30 p.m., the much-anticipated men's final, the second season of the Jiangcheng Derby between the Jiangcheng Sailing Lions and the Jiangcheng Warriors, officially began. Just as the players from both teams entered the field and the majestic national anthem resounded throughout the stadium, something strange happened. A huge roar like a thunderbolt that tore through the air suddenly came from the sky on the west side of the stadium. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked towards the sky. 2 J-20 stealth fighter jets, completely black and full of science fiction and murderous aura, were seen, like ancient mythical beasts that suddenly descended from another dimension. They formed a neat wedge formation at a terrifying speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and whizzed past at an ultra-low altitude of less than 50 meters from the roof of the stadium. Boom boom! The huge sonic boom produced when the fighter jet broke the sound barrier swept across the entire stadium like a tsunami. The terrifying airwaves raised by the wings of the 2 national heavy weapons as they passed by instantly swept the red flags and scarves waving in the hands of tens of thousands of fans in the stands into the air. The unique, metallic, and sharp smell of aviation fuel, mixed with the fresh fragrance of green grass on the green field, and the sweat and hormones emanating from the extreme excitement of tens of thousands of spectators, instantly pushed this already extremely popular football feast to an epic climax that would be recorded in the history of Chinese sports. Fighter! It's a fighter! It's our very dragon! Oh my god! Mr. Luo really did it! He really invited the fighter jets! Long live the motherland! Long live the People's Army! Chairman Luo is awesome! Zhihong is awesome! After a brief moment of dead silence as if time had stood still, the entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers and shouts that were more enthusiastic, crazier, and more heartfelt than ever before. Countless fans, whether they were white-haired old men or young men full of vigor, were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears and they hugged each other and cried. They raised their arms high, roared and screamed with all their strength, venting the incomparable pride, excitement, and patriotic passion in their hearts. At this moment, the outcome of the football match seemed no longer important. Everyone's heart was filled with only one emotion, the supreme honor and pride of being a Chinese. Roger's promise not only won unprecedented reputation for himself and Zhihong Group, but also planted a seed of strength and confidence in the hearts of hundreds of millions of Chinese people in the most direct and shocking way. Zhang Mu, sitting on the rostrum, looked at the epic and exciting scene before her, and listened to the cheers and shouts like raging waves. Her big, round, cute almond-shaped eyes were also filled with tears of excitement. She turned her head and gazed deeply at the young man beside her who had directed all this, with a calm expression but a hint of satisfaction in his smile, with a complex look filled with infinite admiration, respect, and passionate love.
She knew that her heart as a soldier, which she had held fast to for 25 years, had been completely and utterly conquered by this man at this moment. Under the great spiritual encouragement brought by the flyover of the J20, the players of the Chihan Lions team, as if they were given a shot of chicken blood, showed 120% combat effectiveness on the court. In the end, with a score of 4-0, they once again defeated their city rivals cleanly and successfully won the championship trophy of the first Jiangchao League men's group. That night, an unprecedented and extremely luxurious championship celebration dinner was held in the huge banquet hall of the central main house of the city of Sailing. As the absolute protagonist, Roger gathered together with all his corps maids, the team's meritorious players, and military representatives headed by Lieutenant General Li Jinghua, toasting each other in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Halfway through the dinner, Roger invited Jiang Mu, who was already a little drunk and had a blush on her pretty face, to his private study on the top floor of the main house, on the pretext that he needed to discuss the details of the subsequent cooperation with the military liaison officer alone. In the study, the lights were soft, and only Roger and Jiang Mu were left. Captain Jiang Mu, Roger personally poured her a cup of hangover tea with a meaningful smile on his face. "Thank you so much for today. Without your great coordination, there would be no such perfect ceremony today." "Luo. Mr. Luo, you're too polite." Jiang Mu took the teacup, and her fingertips accidentally touched Roger's hand. As if she was electrocuted, her pretty face became even redder. This is my duty as a liaison officer." Her voice no longer had the usual crisp and cheerful voice, but instead carried a hint of coquettishness and touching shyness after drinking. He knew that the final time to pick this rose full of contrasting cuteness had come. 5,000 words omitted here. When everything returns to calm. The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind. Jiang Mu's favorability increased by 35%, and the current favorability has reached 100%. The obedience status has been unlocked. The exclusive Army Rose Maid contract has been perfectly activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully winning over top military talent, Army Rose, Jiang Mu, and forging a deep soul and body contract with him. Reward, priority purchasing rights for military special supplies primary. Benefit, through Jiang Mu, the host can prioritize the purchase of non-lethal military-grade special supplies and equipment, such as specialized vehicles, security systems, and communications equipment, not available to the civilian population, at internal cooperative prices. This will be used to strengthen the security and operational capabilities of Chihan Group, Jiangqing's football, Jiangqing's business community, and even Jiangqing's military have all left a deep imprint of Roger. Chapter 90, Jiangqing Banquet Celebrating Merits. With the final whistle of the Jiang Super League final and the perfect tribute of the two J20 mighty dragon fighter jets that cut through the sky like a miracle, the football miracle created by the Chihan Group has reached the pinnacle of reputation in Jiangqing and even in the whole of China. The news that the Chihan Lions and Chihan Phoenix both won the men's and women's championships with overwhelming dominance spread like wildfire across the country. Roger and his philosophy of pure football became the subject of widespread acclaim from media outlets and fans alike. His reputation as the savior of Chinese football grew even more dazzling. After months of intense preparation and fierce battles, Roger decided it was time to host a grand celebration of unprecedented proportions to reward his distinguished players and coaches, as well as the stunning maids who had silently supported him and managed his vast empire. He wanted to share the joy of victory with the entire city of Jiangqing. This decision was immediately announced to the whole society through Chihan Xingyao Media headed by He Jia. 3 days later, the Chihan Night Championship celebration and fan appreciation party will be held in the central square of Chihan City. As soon as the news came out, Jiangqing was boiling again. On the evening of the celebration, the entire city of Sailing was ablaze with lights, as bright as day. Hundreds of thousands of fans and residents flocked to the central square from all directions, crowding it completely. Those unable to enter the inner court watched the gala unfold live on giant outdoor screens dotted throughout the city. The evening was planned and hosted by He Jia herself. She wore a remarkably elegant silver couture evening gown that perfectly framed her mature and voluptuous figure, projecting the powerful aura of a CEO while retaining a touch of feminine grace. Her hosting style was calm and composed, her witty remarks flowing like pearls, and she perfectly controlled the flow of the entire evening. The content of the evening party was wonderful. First, the entire team of the two championship teams, the Chihan Lions and Chihan Phoenix, led by their head coaches, donned their championship jerseys and held aloft the solid gold championship trophy as they paraded the field, receiving thunderous cheers and tributes from hundreds of thousands of fans. Female soccer stars like Gao Lan, Xiao Rou, and Han Bing were the objects of enthusiastic admiration from the fans. Immediately afterwards, the Qihang Angels cheerleading team led by Lu Mengli and the top dancers of the Qihang International Dance Arts Center led by Zhao Tingting jointly presented a large-scale song and dance performance Qihang Future, which was a visual feast. The well-aligned dance steps, the youthful and fiery figures, and the melody full of passion and dreams once again pushed the atmosphere to a climax. As the chairman of Qihang Holding Group, Roger slowly walked to the center of the stage amid everyone's anticipation. He was wearing a well-tailored white Mao suit today, with a calm and gentle expression. The king aura blessed by the system made him the absolute core of the whole audience even if he just stood there quietly.
Fellow citizens of Jiangcheng, fans of Qihang, good evening.
Roger's voice, clearly and powerfully carried through the microphone to every corner of the square. Today is a day worthy of pride and celebration for all of us. We have witnessed together the coronation of the Qihang Lions and the Qihang Phoenixes, and together we have witnessed the resurgence of Jiangcheng football. But I want to say, this is just the beginning. Roger's tone became passionate and full of powerful appeal. The championship trophy is nothing to me, Roger. What I really want is for the sport of football to truly bring more happiness, more hope, and more pride to the city and to everyone here. For this reason, I've decided. Roger raised his arm high and announced to the audience, from today on, Qihang Holding Group will officially launch the Qihang Sports Charity Plan. We will allocate no less than 1 billion yuan from the group's profits each year to build 100 standardized Qihang football fields in Jiangcheng and surrounding impoverished areas, establish 1,000 youth football teams, and provide full training and education funding for 10,000 talented children from impoverished families. I want the seeds of football to take root, sprout, and thrive in this land. I want every child who loves football to have the opportunity to pursue their dreams.
Roger's words were like thunder from the blue sky, detonating the whole audience again. Mr. Luo is awesome. This is truly a grand vision. A great sentiment. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, and 100 years to cultivate a person. Mr. Luo is laying the most solid foundation for the future of Chinese football. I cried. I really cried. I can die with no regrets to see such a responsible and socially responsible entrepreneur emerge from our Jiangcheng in my lifetime. At this moment, countless citizens and fans were moved to tears by Roger's bold words and grand vision. Their attitude towards Roger also changed from initial awe of power and envy of wealth to a genuine respect and love from the heart. The system prompt sounded quietly at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hosting the Departure Night Championship celebration and launching the Departure Sports Charity Plan. Both your personal and group social prestige, public support, and positive influence in the Jiangcheng area have reached peak levels. The system has detected that the host's King's Aura primary has been blessed and tempered by the will of the people, automatically advancing to rule of the People's Luck Jiangcheng district. Benefit: while in the Jiangcheng area, the host will receive a slight bonus to their luck, making their action smoother, more likely to earn the support and loyalty of others, and developing a keener intuitive warning of potential hostility in crises. Roger felt this new and mysterious luck blessing brought by the system, and was also pleasantly surprised. He knew that his decision today was a crucial move. After the public celebration, Roger prepared a more private and luxurious internal celebration party for the women in his inner circle. The location is on his private jet Qihang, which is like a palace in the sky. He just wanted to enjoy a truly warm, relaxing and special night with these women who had been with him through thick and thin and managed his huge empire thousands of meters above the sky, far away from the hustle and bustle of the ground. Inside the cabin, the lights are soft and the music is soothing. Yin Mengyao, Xiaowanqing, Zhangya, Sumei, Hijia, Lan Meng, Yitong, Han Sini, Zhao Xinyu, Gao Lan, Zhao Rou, Han Bing, Lu Mengli, Lin Wanner, Chen Sisi. All the core and beautiful maids in his harem, whose beauty score was above 90 points, all changed into their favorite gorgeous evening gowns that best showed their unique charm, and gathered together. They may be gentle, capable, enchanting, cold, fiery, or pure desire. They are like a garden full of blooming flowers, competing with each other in beauty, which is beautiful beyond words. But the looks they gave Roger were, without exception, filled with love, admiration, and absolute loyalty. Roger held a glass of champagne and smiled as he looked at the 100 beauties picture in front of him that he had created with his own hands, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. He clinked glasses with them one by one and thanked each of them for their contributions. He chatted with Yun Mengyao about the future of the Qihang Education Foundation and felt her gentleness and kindness as a teacher. He would praise Zhao Tingting's newly choreographed dance, taste the steak Gao Lan personally grilled for him, and enjoy a moment of imperial honor under the charming service of Lu Mengli and Lin Wanner. Harmonious aura of Harmony Intermediate played its due role on this night. Although there is secret competition and desire for the master's favor among the women,
there is more of a close sisterhood based on the common identity of Roger's woman. They know that only when this big family is harmonious and stable, their common master will be truly happy. Roger knew that this was the empire life he really wanted, not just the control of power and the satisfaction of desires, but also the king-like and supreme happiness of being truly loved, relied on and surrounded by countless outstanding and beautiful women. It was almost dawn when the hanging ship landed smoothly on the exclusive helipad of this city of hanging ship. Roger looked at the charming and beautiful maids around him who were a little drunk from drinking some fine wine and having a great time chatting, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He knew that tonight, he didn't need to make any more choices. Because his room on the top floor of the central main house, which could accommodate dozens of people, had already been prepared.
Chapter 91 Thunder Giant.
The glorious conclusion of the first season of the Jiangnan Super League and the historic J-20 fighter jet flyover propelled Roger and his Qihang Holdings Group to an unprecedented peak of prestige and status in Jiangcheng. His reputation as the savior of Chinese football shone brighter amidst the nationwide fervor of fans and media.
Over the next few months, Roger's life entered a period of rapid development yet relative stability.
He enjoyed everything a victor deserved: endless wealth, supreme power, and the meticulous service of numerous stunning maids who provided him with various services day and night. However, for Roger, a comfortable life is often a breeding ground for burnout. While his success in football brought him immense satisfaction and prestige, as the Qihang Lions and Qihang Phoenix teams established unshakable dominance on their respective fields, the suspense and challenge of the competition gradually diminished. His heart, brimming with conquest and ambition, began to stir again, eager to seek new and more challenging hunting grounds. This time, his attention was turned to another world-leading indoor sport in China that has an equally large mass base and huge commercial potential: basketball.
Football is a battle and art on the green field.
Basketball, on the other hand, is the ultimate display of power and beauty within a small space. Roger announced his latest decision to his core team of maids in his CEO's office on the top floor of City of Sailing.
Chinese basketball is also full of regrets and untapped potential. Since I can rekindle hope for Jiangcheng football, I am also capable of creating a new, unrivaled basketball dynasty here. His women, who were already accustomed to his wild yet always achievable grand ideas, expressed their absolute support. Master, your decisions are always correct.
Chief Personal Assistant Xiao Wanqing immediately began to draft a preliminary feasibility analysis report for Roger on Qihang Group's entry into the basketball industry on her tablet computer. Master, you don't have to worry about funding at all, Xiao Xinyu, who oversees Qihang Finance and the Tianshu AI trading model, said confidently. The Tianshu model's global return on investment last quarter was a staggering 700%.
The group's current cash reserves are enough to buy the entire NBA. Master, in terms of security, Blue Butterfly has made all preparations.
No matter which club you want to acquire, or which special person you want to negotiate with, we can ensure your absolute safety. Lan Meng's voice was still cold and capable, but his eyes were full of infinite loyalty to Roger.
Roger nodded with satisfaction. He liked the feeling of being in control.
He immediately ordered the launch of the Establishing a Basketball Empire plan. The core of the plan was exactly the same as the previous football project. First, the Jiangcheng Qihang Basketball Club was established, which consists of the men's basketball team Qihang Thunder and the women's basketball team Qihang Lightning. Second, a huge amount of money was invested in the construction of a modern multifunctional basketball stadium in the City of Sailing sports park that can accommodate 30,000 spectators and is up to the level of the NBA Finals. Third, recruit the best coaches, trainers, and players from around the world. Of course, for Roger, what interests him most is still the talent selection work of the women's basketball team and the exclusive basketball baby cheerleading team. He put Su Mei and Chen Yang in charge, and once again, in the name of Qihang Group, issued a new round of recruitment orders with the same special requirements to major sports and art colleges across the country. He himself began to look for top-level prey worthy of his personal action in Jiangcheng through the Jiangcheng Regional Business Information Center and Lan Meng's intelligence network. Soon, a name and her information that was enough to shock any man were placed in front of Roger.
Thunder Giant.
Female, 19 years old, sophomore student majoring in basketball at Jiangcheng Sports University, the absolute main force and center of the school's women's basketball team.
Net height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Measurements, 105-68-108.
When Roger saw this information, especially the height 198 centimeters and the terrifying measurements, his breathing involuntarily quickened, and his eyes burst into an unprecedented, fiery light as if he had discovered a new continent.
1.98 meters. This wasn't just tall, this was a giantess.
She was nearly 20 centimeters taller than Gao Lan, the 180 centimeters pillar of heaven he had previously conquered.
If she wore high heels, what a magnificent sight it would be. Roger, a 1.80-meter tall man, would probably look like a tiny bird in front of her. Interesting. Very interesting.
Roger's lips curled up into a devilish smile filled with a desire to conquer. I want to see what it would be like to hold a true female giant like this under me and let her indulge in my pleasure.
That would be an unprecedentedly thrilling experience. He immediately asked Xiao Wanqing to arrange an inspection activity for him on the women's basketball team of Jiangqing Sports University. The next afternoon, an ordinary on-campus training match was taking place in the basketball hall of Jiangqing Sports University.
In his capacity as chairman of Qihang Group and sponsor of Qihang Sports Development Fund, Roger, accompanied by several key leaders from Jiangqing University and the School of Physical Education, sat in the VIP seats in the front row of the court. He soon saw the figure standing under the basket like a giant tower on the court, Thunder Giant. She wore a baggy, number 23 blue basketball jersey, but even the large size couldn't completely conceal her exceptionally prominent, undulating bust and plump, rounded hips. Her long, dark hair was tied back in a neat high ponytail, revealing a pretty face, full of collagen and even somewhat cute, that was somewhat inconsistent with her giant figure. Her facial features weren't particularly delicate, but when combined, they held a unique quality. Her eyes, in particular, were bright and clear, embodying a girl's innocence and a passion for basketball. Yet, as she ran and competed on the court, they shone with a stubborn determination to win and a fierce desire to win. This extreme contrast makes Roger more interested in her.
The system interface also pops up in time. Name, Thunder Giant. Age, 19. Height, 198 centimeters. Measurements, 105-68-108. System rating, 97. Appearance 89, Figure Physique SSS+, Special Attributes Basket Domination Max, Absolute Height Max, Super Strength Advanced +8. Bio, a sophomore basketball student at Jiangqing Sports University, she serves as the absolute core center for the women's basketball team.
She possesses innate, terrifying physical talent and dominance around the basket. She is straightforward and a bit of a naive person, a true basketball fanatic with no interest in anything else. Due to her exceptional height, she has been subjected to numerous strange looks and criticisms since childhood, leading to a deep-seated sense of inferiority and social awkwardness. Current favorability, 5%. I'm simply curious about this big shot who suddenly came to inspect me. Version number, 0.0. Due to my height and my obsession with basketball, I have never had any romantic experience. A super high score of 97 points. SSS plus level figure physique. This Thunder Giant is simply a humanoid Gundam born for basketball, which has not yet been developed by anyone and is full of unlimited potential. Roger was even more excited when he saw her performance on the court. In women's basketball games at this level, the presence of Lei Ju is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. She was unstoppable in the paint, whether it was rebounding, blocking shots, or attacking the basket. Opposing players were like elementary school students in front of her, easily crushed by her. She doesn't even need too many skills, just relying on her terrifying height and strength is enough to dominate the entire arena. This is simply the female version of O'Neal. Roger secretly admired in his heart. After the training match, with the enthusiastic introduction of the Dean of the Sports Institute, Roger finally had the opportunity to have his first close contact with this female giant. When the 198 centimeters tall Lei Ju walked in front of the 180 centimeters tall Roger, for the first time, truly experienced the wonderful feeling of having to look up at a woman. He could even clearly smell the faint scent of sweat on her body, which was full of youthful vitality due to her intense exercise. "Hello, Lei Ju. I'm Roger from Qihang Group." Roger extended his hand with a gentle smile on his face. "Luo. Mr. Luo, hello." Lei Ju looked at the young man in front of her who was nearly 20 centimeters shorter than her, extremely handsome, and exuding a strange aura that made her heart beat faster. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, and she nervously stretched out her big hand, which was big enough to grab a basketball with one hand, and shook hands with Roger gently. Her palms were large, but her skin was unusually delicate and warm. "Lei Ju, your performance was outstanding." Roger looked at her cute face, which was slightly shy and nervous, and said with a smile, "You are the most talented basketball player I have ever seen. Have you ever thought about stepping onto a bigger stage, competing with the world's top players, and vying for the highest honors?" Upon hearing this, Lei Ju's bright eyes flashed with a hint of intense desire and yearning, but then dimmed again. He lowered his head with a sense of inferiority. "Mr. Luo, you're too kind.
I know my situation.
With my height, it's difficult to find a suitable team in China, and no one is willing to truly train me."
Who said no?
Roger's lips curled up in a confident arc, and his voice was full of unquestionable strength.
I, Roger, and the Chihan group behind me are willing.
Lei Ju, I formally invite you to join our newly established Jiangcheng Chihan Lightning women's basketball team, and serve as the absolute core of the team and the cornerstone of the future team. I will equip you with the world's top coaching team and tailor a scientific training plan just for you. I will clear all obstacles for you, allowing you to pursue your basketball dream without any worries.
I will make you the most dazzling female basketball superstar in China and even the world. I will make you the queen of basketball that everyone needs to look up to.
Roger's words, like the hottest flame, instantly ignited Lei Ju's boundless love for basketball. She suddenly raised her head, her bright eyes filled with incredible surprise and excitement. She looked at the man in front of her, who, although she needed to look down at him, but the confidence and courage he exuded made her feel she needed to look up to him. Her heart, which was a little inferior because of her height and as pure as a blank sheet of paper because she had never had any emotional experience, was hit hard and happily at this moment. She knew that her life might really change completely because of the appearance of this man.
Chapter 92, The Jade Pillar's Heart Moves.
The tempting invitation to the coronation that Roger sent to Lei Ju after the training match at Jiangcheng University Gymnasium was like a meteorite dropped into a calm lake, stirring up unprecedented storms in the heart of this female giant who had been indifferent to almost everything except basketball for the past 19 years. She, Lei Ju, is a girl who has lived with all kinds of strange looks and criticisms since she was a child because of her outstanding height. She was used to being treated as a monster, used to being treated as a tool by the coach to grab rebounds and block shots, and used to the various inconveniences in life and the inferiority complex deep in her heart caused by her height. No one has ever looked at her talent and described her seemingly unattainable brilliant future with a gaze full of appreciation, affirmation, and even a bit of burning possessiveness like Roger did. A world-class basketball superstar, the queen of basketball, everyone needs to look up to her. These words are so unfamiliar to Lei Ju, yet they are full of fatal attraction.
She couldn't sleep that night.
She replayed every detail of her meeting with Roger in her mind, his face, nearly 20 centimeters shorter than hers, yet so handsome that she could hardly look directly at it. The powerful aura he exuded made her heart beat faster and even a little breathless in his deep eyes that seemed to see through everything and were full of confidence and strength. She didn't know how she felt about Roger.
Was it fear? Curiosity? Or a girl's instinctive admiration for the strong, something she herself hadn't even noticed?
The next day, when Lei Ju was still hesitating and struggling with her conscience, a coincidence that she could not refuse happened. Chihan Group donated a batch of world-class professional training equipment and rehabilitation therapy equipment worth more than 5 million yuan to the Jiangcheng Sports University women's basketball team through the Chihan Education Foundation in the name of supporting the development of sports in Jiangcheng universities and discovering and cultivating outstanding sports talents. At the same time, a contract officially issued by the sports division of Chihan Group, hiring Lei Ju as the Chihan Group Basketball Project Ambassador Youth Group, was also delivered to her through the leaders of the School of Physical Education. The endorsement fee stated in the contract is an astronomical figure that is enough to ensure that she and her family have food and clothing for the next 10 years.
The contract did not mention any mandatory clauses requiring her to join the Chihan Lightning team.
It only said that it hoped that she could participate in some basketball promotion activities organized by the Chihan Group as an image ambassador and give priority to future career development cooperation with the Chihan Group. Roger played this move very skillfully. He did not rush into it and used the professional contract to force Lei Ju to make a choice immediately. Instead, he first used a conciliatory approach of selfless donations and commercial endorsements to show Lei Ju and the entire Jiangcheng Sports University his strong financial resources and pure appreciation of her talent.
This completely broke the last line of defense in Lei Ju's heart.
She knew that if she refused again, it would not only be ungrateful, but would also ruin her own future and the entire team's future. In the end, she signed her name on the Image Ambassador contract. In the following month, Roger took his boiling frog in warm water style of attacking the heart strategy to the extreme. He fulfilled his promise and used his influence and financial resources to recruit a world-class female coach who had led the team to win multiple championships from the WNBA in the United States and the top leagues in Europe for the Thunder and the newly formed Chihan Lightning team, the Iron Lady Ana Kovic from Serbia, as well as a top foreign coaching team consisting of fitness trainers, nutritionists,
tactical analysts, and rehabilitation therapists.
He also specifically asked Xiao Wanqing to use special overseas channels to tailor a batch of top-brand basketball shoes and professional training equipment for Lei Ju, who is 198 centimeters tall, which are unique in the world and perfectly fit her physical needs in terms of size and functionality. When Lei Ju put on the pair of special combat boots that were made especially for her for the first time, which would never rub or squeeze her feet again, this girl who was usually as strong as iron couldn't help but secretly shed tears of excitement.
Roger was not in a hurry to make any personal requests to Thunder Giant.
He just frequently appeared in the team's training hall as a club owner and basketball fan.
He would sit quietly on the sidelines and watch Thunder Giant train intently.
He never looked at her hot body with obscene eyes like other men with ulterior motives. Instead, he paid attention to her every technical move, every movement of her feet under the basket, and every shot arc with eyes full of appreciation and affirmation. After training, he would just hand her a bottle of her favorite electrolyte drink, and then, as a disciple willing to learn, he would discuss with her some highly professional topics such as the tactical positioning and technical development trends of modern basketball centers. His system-enhanced tactical analysis ability, comparable to the strongest AI, and his deep understanding of the sport of basketball have time and again opened the eyes of Lei Ju, a basketball fanatic, and benefited him greatly, and even made him a soulmate. He also invited Lei Ju to participate in the recruitment and selection of other players for the Chihan Lightning team. He carefully listened to Lei Ju's analysis of each candidate's skills and personality, and gave her the utmost respect and input into decision-making. This allowed Lei Ju to, for the first time, feel the value and dignity of being a core member and future leader. Under Roger's all-round and thorough appeasement offensive filled with respect, appreciation, professionalism and warmth, Lei Ju's icy heart, which was slightly inferior due to his height and wary of all men due to the betrayal of his ex-boyfriend, began to melt little by little and completely without him noticing. She found that her feelings towards Roger were undergoing a strange change that even frightened her. She began to look forward to seeing him in the training hall every day, longing to chat with him for a while, and longing to receive his praise and affirmation. Even in the dead of night, Roger's handsome face and deep eyes would unconsciously appear in her mind, and her pretty face would become hot and her heart would beat fast. She knew that she might have fallen in love with this mysterious man who was nearly 20 centimeters shorter than her but whom she felt she needed to look up to. On the system panel, Lei Ju's favorability also climbed steadily from the initial 5, and soon broke through the 70 mark, entering the stage of deep love and dependence, and desire for further intimate contact.
Roger knew it was time to close the net.
That night, after a tactical discussion, Roger left Lei Ju alone in his exclusive private lounge on the top floor of the training hall, saying that he needed to do some psychological preparation and condition adjustment for you before the game. In Roger's exclusive private lounge on the top floor of the training hall, the lights were dimmed, creating a private and ambiguous atmosphere.
Lei Ju stood in the center of the room.
Her huge body of 198 centimeters made this already very spacious lounge seem a little cramped. She looked at the man in front of her who was almost a head shorter than her, but exuded a kingly aura that made her feel the need to look up to and submit to him. Her heart was filled with tension and a hint of anticipation that even frightened her. Roger did not stand up.
He likes this feeling.
He likes the feeling of having absolute dominance and control over the opponent in terms of power, status and psychology, even though he is at a disadvantage in terms of physical height.
Thunder Giant, Roger's voice was deep and magnetic, echoing in the quiet room with an unquestionable command. Didn't you agree to be my woman? Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Come here. Lei Ju's body trembled slightly.
She bit her lower lip and finally stretched out her amazingly long legs, step by step, and walked in front of Roger. When she stood in front of Roger, the visual impact brought by the strong height difference reached its peak. Even though Roger was sitting on the sofa, she still had to lower her head slightly to see his face clearly. Roger didn't let her sit down, nor did he stand up. He simply stretched out his fingers and gently patted the soft and expensive floor in front of him, which was made of a whole Persian wool carpet.
A hint of intense humiliation and struggle flashed in her bright eyes.
She, Lei Ju, had been ridiculed and criticized because of her height since she was a child, but she had never suffered such straightforward humiliation. Why make her, a queen who was nearly 2 meters tall and a powerful figure on the court, kneel like a humble slave in front of a man who was so much shorter than her? Her self-esteem was making a final resistance. However, when she met Roger's cold yet playful eyes, her mind instantly recalled the terrifying power that this man possessed, which was enough to dominate the fate of her and her family, and the irresistible and glorious promise he made to her, which was enough to allow her to realize all her basketball dreams. Her so-called self-esteem and pride once again seemed so vulnerable in the face of this cruel reality and huge temptation. What's more, deep in her heart, there seemed to be a morbid voice telling her, submit to him, please him, and become his. This is your best and only destination. With a plop sound, Lei Ju's tall body finally fell to his knees in front of Roger slowly and humiliatingly.
Master. Master. She said with difficulty through gritted teeth. Ah, very good. Roger's face showed a victorious smile. He liked the feeling of pulling the proud goddesses down from the altar, making them completely abandon all dignity in front of him and show their most humble side. Roger looked at her gentle yet contrasting appearance. The fire in my heart was completely ignited. He knew it was time. When everything returns to calm. The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind.
Thunder Giant's favorability increased by 30%, now at 100%.
Obedience, unlocked. Exclusive basketball queen made contract perfectly activated. He glanced at the giant woman who was sleeping soundly in his arms with a satisfied smile on her face, and his heart was filled with the pride of controlling everything. Chapter 93, Finding a New Favorite Above the Clouds. With the initial foundation of the two major sports empires of football and basketball, and the full development of Qihang Holding Group in finance, technology, medical care, security and other fields, Roger's reputation and strength in Jiangcheng have reached an unprecedented and almost absolute control peak. The city of embarkation has become the most dazzling and desirable Holy Land in Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan region. Every day, countless job seekers, investors, partners, and young girls who are full of fantasies and admiration for him try to get a glimpse of the true appearance of this mysterious city within a city through various channels, hoping to gain the favor of its young owner Roger. However, for Roger, who has long been accustomed to controlling everything and has an endless desire to conquer, a mere Jiangcheng has gradually failed to satisfy his ambitions. His business empire is expanding across the country and even the world, and he himself needs to travel to Beijing, Shanghai, and even overseas more frequently to handle higher level and more sensitive matters. Frequent travel in first-class civil aviation or chartered flights not only lacks sufficient flexibility and privacy in time planning, but is also incompatible with his current supreme status as the monarch of the empire of founding. It's time to buy a more convenient and decent air vehicle for myself and my women.
That afternoon, in the top-floor office of the central residence, which offered a 360-degree view of the entire city, Roger issued his latest instructions to his two most capable assistants, Chief Personal Assistant Xiao Wanqing and Group CEO Zhang Ye.
I want to buy a plane. Roger's tone was calm and casual, as simple as saying, I want steak tonight. I want the world's top private jet. You'll be responsible for the funding, Wanqing. You'll be responsible for the research and selection. I have only one requirement: it must be the fastest, the best, and the most luxurious. Yes, Master, Zhang Ye and Xiao Wanqing replied in unison, their faces devoid of the slightest surprise. To them, even if their omnipotent master announced tomorrow that he wanted to buy a private island in the Pacific or launch a satellite named after him, they wouldn't be surprised. With Roger's almost unlimited cashback system and strong financial support, buying an airplane is really just a numbers game for him. By the way, Roger added with a playful smile, now that we have the plane, we need a top-notch crew to match it. Especially, the flight attendants. I don't want to see anyone I don't like on my private jet. Wanqing, immediately, in the name of Qihang Group, in conjunction with Hejia's Qihang Xingyao Media, hold a nationwide open recruitment event for the exclusive flight attendant team for the chairman's private jet. He paused, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a hunter. The requirements are simple, but also very strict. First, they must be elites from well-known domestic and foreign airlines or top aviation colleges, with impeccable professional skills. Second, you must be proficient in at least 3 foreign languages. Third, and most importantly, their looks, figures, and temperament must all be top tier, 1 in a million. I'm not building a simple flight attendant team, but a legion of angels that represents the highest image of our Qihang Group, soaring 10,000 meters above the sky. Yes, Master. Wanqing understands. Xiao Wanqing's eyes flashed with understanding. She knew that the master was about to start a new round of concubine selection. However, she had long been accustomed to it and even enjoyed the process of arranging these things for her master. Driven by the powerful media resources and strong financial resources of Qihang Group, this most luxurious flight attendant recruitment and selection event in history quickly spread throughout China's aviation industry and major art schools. Annual salary starting at 1 million. Enjoy the group's highest level of benefits. Travel around the world. And receive personal guidance from Mr. Roger, chairman of Qihang Group. Every condition is full of fatal temptation. At one time, countless active flight attendants and chief stewardess from major airlines, as well as campus beauties graduating from aviation academies, who were full of confidence in their looks and figures, flocked to Jiangcheng, the city of departure, from all over the country, like a swarm of crushing carp crossing the river, hoping to stand out in this event known as the beauty pageant in the aviation industry and become a phoenix in one day.
The final interview was held in the huge banquet hall of the central main house of the city of Sailing. Roger, still in his regal demeanor, leisurely sat in the center of the main judging panel. Beside him sat Xiao Wanqing, Zhang Ye, and Lan Meng, who was in charge of security. They would conduct the most rigorous evaluation of all the candidates who made it to the final round from their respective professional perspectives. Hundreds of top-notch beautiful stewardesses who have been screened through layers of screening and are considered to be the most beautiful women on Earth, walked onto the T-stage one by one in groups of 10, wearing tight-fitting flight attendant uniforms that best highlight their body curves, and walked with elegant steps to be inspected by Roger. They were all tall, long-legged, and slender, with perfect professional smiles on their faces. But Roger's eyes, like the most discerning emperor, quickly swept over them, and most of them failed to arouse his interest.
Until a new group of candidates appeared.
The woman at the head of the group instantly captured Roger's full attention. She was a mature woman of about 27 or 28 years old, with long, shiny black hair tied into a very standard and elegant stewardess bun at the back of her head, revealing her smooth and full forehead and slender, white swan neck.
She was wearing a dark blue stewardess uniform, and the well-cut top perfectly outlined her full and firm breasts and slender waist.
The hip-hugging skirt on her lower body wrapped around her plump and round hip curves, as well as a pair of slender legs wrapped in ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings. Her face is impeccably made up, and she always has a standard smile that is calm, gentle, and friendly. Her whole body exudes the intellectual and elegant temperament that is unique to a senior flight attendant and is refreshing. The system interface pops up at the appropriate time.
Name, by Iran. Age, 27. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 92-60-94. System score, 96 points. Bio, former senior flight attendant and instructor for a national airline's international routes. Impeccable professional skills and a top-notch service ethic. Successfully handled numerous high-altitude emergencies, earning commendations from the Civil Aviation Administration of China. Tired of the rigid systems and interpersonal relationships at state-owned airlines, she yearns to enter the more exclusive and challenging world of private aviation to realize her professional value. Current favorability, 25% strong admiration and professional favor for the strength of the Qihang Group and Roger's wealth and charm. Version number, 2.29 rich emotional experience, but currently single, very career-oriented. A top-tier queen with a score of 96. And master-level cabin crew management and service skills. This by Iran was simply the perfect steward tailor-made for his future private jet. Roger's heart was burning.
Behind by Iran, there was a young girl with a completely different temperament, but she also caught his eye. The girl was about 21 or 22 years old, with playful short hair and a bit of baby fat on her face, which made her look delicate and cute. Her eyes are big and round, as clear and lively as a deer's. There is always a sweet and slightly shy smile on her face, which makes people feel pity and love for her at first sight.
She was wearing a pink trainee flight attendant uniform.
Although her figure was not as mature and plump as by Iran's, it was equally curvy and full of the vitality and youthful temptation unique to young girls.
The system interface pops up again. Name, Imran. Age, 21. Height, 168 centimeters. Measurements, 88-61-89.
System rating, 92. Appearance 91, special attributes sweet smile maximum affinity, innocence fake +1. Introduction, a recent graduate of Jiangcheng Aviation Vocational and Technical College, a campus beauty. She appears innocent, sweet, and adorable on the surface, but in reality, she is cunning and has clear goals, eager to enter the upper class and achieve a class transition. This time, she's participating in the selection, targeting Roger himself.
Current favorability, 30% has a strong utilitarian favor and fantasy towards the host's wealth, status, and appearance.
Version 3.0 had a few short relationships, but all ended with the other party unable to meet his material needs. A mature, elegant, and top-notch flight attendant, and a pure and lovely but actually scheming sweetheart stewardess.
These two women are a perfect match. A determined smile appeared on Roger's lips.
In the following final interview session, Roger summoned the Qihang Angel flight attendant team, which he personally selected, headed by Iran and assisted by Imran, a total of 12 top-notch beautiful flight attendants.
Ladies, welcome to Qihang Group.
Roger sat at the head table, his gaze calmly scanning the row of stunning beauties in their colorful, tight-fitting flight attendant uniforms, enough to drive any man wild. His voice was unwavering as he spoke. I can offer you the best treatment in the world, the most luxurious working environment, and a future you never dared to imagine before.
But I require more than just your professional service skills.
His gaze grew sharp, filled with unquestionable aggression. I also require your absolute loyalty. On my plane, I am the only god, the only king.
Any order I give, no matter how special, must be carried out unreservedly and willingly. Those who cannot do so may leave now."
The 12 beautiful flight attendants present were all shocked when they heard this, but no one chose to leave. They are able to stand out from thousands of competitors and stand here, and they have already made up their minds to pay any price.
Very good. Roger nodded with satisfaction. By Iran. Yes, Mr. Luo. Bayin stepped forward and responded respectfully. From today on, you are the chief steward of my Angel Flight Attendant Corps. While I'm away, they will all be under your charge.
I need you to train them with the strictest standards, ensuring that each of them becomes the most perfect airmaid.
Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Luo. I guarantee to complete the task.
A hint of excitement flashed in by Iran's eyes.
And ran.
Roger looked at the girl who looked a little naive and shy.
Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo. I'm here.
And Ran blushed when Roger called her name, and answered nervously. Roger walked up to her with a smile, reached out his hand, and gently pinched her cute face full of collagen. He said in a tone full of suggestion, "You are very cute, I like you very much.
From now on, you will be my exclusive personal flight attendant.
On the plane, you will be responsible for taking care of my personal living." And Ran's cheeks instantly turned red like ripe apples, but her eyes sparkled with ecstasy. She knew that she had successfully aroused the special interest of the young king.
Yes, Mr. Luo. Anrun.
Anrun will definitely take good care of you. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but full of infinite temptation. Roger's private jet, a Gulfstream G700, which he spent $1 billion on and an additional $500 million on the most luxurious interior modification, will be officially delivered and put into use in 3 days. He has begun to look forward to what kind of scenes will be performed in the sky palace that belongs to him and flies 10,000 meters above the sky, with his angel army composed of 12 top-notch and stunning flight attendants, a thrilling and exciting sky sitcom that will make all men jealous to the point of going crazy.
Chapter 94. The Cloud Palace sets sail. Angels serve the king with due.
Driven by Roger's will and the strong financial resources of Chihang Group, his private business jet, the Gulfstream G700, which cost more than 1.5 billion yuan and underwent luxurious interior modifications by the world's top design team for several months, finally flew from the original factory in the United States to the exclusive apron of Chihang City in Jiangcheng. Roger personally named the plane departure. This Chihang is no longer a simple means of transportation, but a true sky palace that can fly 10,000 meters above the sky. The level of luxury inside is enough to put any 7-star hotel in the world to shame. The huge cabin is divided into several separate areas, the main living room with top-of-the-line conference and entertainment systems. A sky kitchen equipped with a full set of Michelin 3-star appliances.
A presidential master bedroom with a king-size bed, private bathroom, and even a small sauna.
The cabin features several equally luxurious and comfortable secondary and guest bedrooms. All the furniture is crafted from precious mahogany and genuine leather, the carpets are handmade Persian wool, and even the faucets and tableware are plated with a thin layer of gold. What is even more eye-catching than this palace in the sky is the Sky Angel flight attendant team composed of 12 top beauties that Roger has equipped it with.
Today was the maiden voyage of the Chihang.
Roger had not chosen any major international route, but instead decided to take a short experience flight around Jiangcheng and the surrounding waters. The purpose of this flight was not to reach a certain destination, but to test his palace in the sky and his equally beautiful angel army. In addition to the 12 angel flight attendants led by chief cabin crew by Iran and exclusive personal flight attendant in Ran, those invited to board the Chihang for the first experience also included several people with special status in Roger's harem and who knew best how to be stunning maids, for example, the cheerleading captain, Lu Mingli, and the former school belle, Lin Wanner, who has been thoroughly tea-educated. When these beauties, who are considered the pride of heaven in their respective fields, stepped into the dreamlike cabin of Chihang for the first time, they were all deeply shocked by the ultimate luxury inside. However, what awaits them is not a relaxing and enjoyable flying experience, but a special assessment from their master that is full of bad taste and absolute control. After the plane entered the stratosphere and flew smoothly, Roger lazily leaned on the huge sofa made of a whole piece of calfskin in the main reception room, and gave his first order as a king to Bai Iran, and Ran and others who were wearing neat flight attendant uniforms and standing respectfully beside him.
Bai Iran. Yes, master.
Bayin bowed slightly with a perfect professional smile on his face. I think that the uniforms you're wearing, although very professional, seem a bit too restrictive and too obtrusive on my private jet. Roger's lips curled up into a playful smile. At his signal, Chief Assistant Xiao Wancheng, who boarded the plane today as a flight inspector, pushed a suitcase that had been prepared long ago and filled with various clothes in front of Bai Yiran. When Bai Yiran opened the suitcase and saw the things inside, even a senior flight attendant like her who was used to all kinds of big scenes and had strong psychological qualities, her pretty face couldn't help but become hot in an instant. There was no normal clothing in the box. This. Bai Yiran's voice trembled a little. What? Is there a problem? Roger's tone remained calm, but his eyes had turned a little cold. Or does my chief steward want to be the first to challenge my orders? No. I dare not. Master. Bai Yiran's heart trembled. He quickly lowered his head and responded respectfully, Yiran. Yiran will take them to change now. 10 minutes later, when the 12 angel flight attendants, as well as Lu Mengli and Lin Wanner, changed into the exclusive work clothes that Roger had carefully selected for them and appeared in front of Roger again, the air in the entire cabin seemed to be ignited in an instant. Roger looked at the 100 beauties in the sky painting he had created with his own hands, and the sense of satisfaction in his heart reached an unprecedented peak. Very good, this is the Angel Legion I wanted. Roger nodded with satisfaction. Now, the party officially begins. The next few hours were, for Roger, a heavenly and utterly blissful experience. For these angels, it is a test full of competition and both physical and mental stress. In this game full of power and obedience, temptation and indulgence. These proud ladies who usually appear dignified, elegant and superior in front of thousands of passengers, their pride, their dignity and their professional ethics were all completely crushed and reshaped bit by Roger in an almost artistic way. Gradually, from their initial resistance and shame, they became numb, obedient, and even began to enjoy the morbid pleasure of being completely controlled by their masters and competing with each other for their master's favor. Especially Bai Yiran, the former senior flight attendant and the person Roger focuses on. In a game, Roger made her lose, and then, in the name of punishment, he called her alone into the master bedroom. Bai Yiran, Roger looked at the female teacher in front of him with a smile on his face. I'm a little disappointed with your performance at work. It seems I need to give you a more thorough personal business training, but. An hour later. When Bai Yiran walked out of the bedroom again. When she looked at Roger, her eyes changed completely. She no longer had the professional distance and vigilance she had before. Instead, she had the same fanaticism as Lin Wanner, Lu Mengli and others, full of admiration, awe, and absolute obedience. She knew that she had completely fallen. The plane slowly landed on the exclusive apron of the city of departure. The curtain finally fell. Roger looked at the Angel Legion in front of him, who all looked exhausted but mentally more attached and obedient to him, and nodded with satisfaction. The system prompt sounded quietly at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first team building activity at the Sky Palace. The loyalty and obedience of all core members of the Qihang Tianshi cabin crew have been significantly improved. Bai Yiran's favorability has reached 100%, and she has automatically signed the exclusive Royal Sister Cabin Purser Maid contract. This is because the host demonstrated extraordinary team management and harem training abilities during this activity. Chapter 95 Basketball Prodigy. After the extremely luxurious and indulgent King's Feast in the city of departure, Roger and his harem entered a relatively peaceful period of rest and recuperation. After receiving the deepest and most satisfying rain and dew from their master, the women under his command radiated an unprecedented charming brilliance both physically and mentally. Their loyalty and love for Roger became more and more deep in their bones and they could not extricate themselves. After enjoying the gentle comforts of an emperor for a few days, Roger once again devoted his insatiable energy to the grand construction of the Empire of Sailing. 2 new professional basketball clubs, Qihang Thunder men's basketball team and Qihang Lightning women's basketball team, were quickly established under the impetus of Roger's will and strong capital. A modern multifunctional basketball stadium that can rival the top NBA venues has also begun to break ground in the city of Sailing Sports Park. Just like when he formed the football team before, Roger still has a very high personal interest in the selection of players, especially the selection of women's basketball players. He asked Chen Yang, who had become the head of the group's sports division, and the new queen of basketball Lei Ju to jointly be responsible for the national auditions for the Qihang Lightning team. That afternoon, Roger was leisurely sitting in his top-floor CEO office, drinking tea and discussing paintings with his newly conquered fairy of painting Lin Qingyin, enjoying the elegant life with his wife by his side, when his chief personal assistant Xiao Wanqing knocked on the door. Master, Xiao Wanqing reported respectfully, Director Chen Yang of the sports division and Captain Lei Zhu of the Qihan Lightning team have important matters to discuss with you. They say they discovered two exceptionally gifted genius players during the auditions and would appreciate your personal review and interview. Oh? A player that even Lei Zhu calls a genius? Roger's eyebrows rose slightly, piqued. He knew that while Lei Zhu was completely obedient to him, she possessed the pride and vision of a top basketball athlete. Anyone who was so highly regarded by her must be truly extraordinary. Let them in. A moment later, Chen Yang and the unusually tall Lei Zhu led two young girls with very different styles but equally eye-catching into Roger's office. The moment Roger saw the two girls clearly, his eyes, which had long been accustomed to seeing all kinds of stunning beauties, couldn't help but light up again. The first impression of one of the girls is that she is tall. Very, very high. Her height is even taller than the 198 centimeters Thunder Giant, at least an astonishing 205 centimeters. She was like a walking, oppressive white tower, making the already spacious CEO office seem a little cramped. She was wearing a simple white sports t-shirt and blue sports shorts, but even such a loose outfit. But it also has a slender figure with exquisite curves and amazing proportions. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and her limbs were somewhat disproportionately slender, especially her long legs, which were almost as slender as a compass. She seemed to feel a little inferior and uncomfortable because of her outstanding height. She always subconsciously hunched her back slightly, and her eyes were a little evasive, not daring to look people in the eye. Her facial features are not particularly delicate, they can only be described as pretty and regular, but when combined on her slightly childish face, there is an indescribable, endearing feeling. The system interface pops up at the appropriate time. Name, Shanyue. Age, 18. Height, 205 centimeters. Measurements, 102/70-105. System score, 95 points. Brief introduction. Hailing from an extremely impoverished mountainous village in the southwestern borderlands, he has been discriminated against and ostracized by his peers since childhood due to his exceptional height, being considered a freak. This has left him with a deep sense of inferiority, introversion, and poor communication. He has never received any professional basketball training, but his innate height, wingspan, and beastly instinct for rebounding reveal his terrifying potential to become a world-class defensive center. He came to the audition hoping to use his only special skill to earn life-saving money for his critically ill mother. Current favorability, 5% extreme nervousness, inferiority, and uneasiness caused by the unfamiliar environment and the gazes of the people around. Version number, 0.0. The other girl standing next to the mountain formed a sharp contrast with her. The girl is about 1.75 meters tall, with a slender figure and full of agility and explosive power. She had a playful flaxen shoulder-length hair, with a few strands casually draped over her smooth forehead. She has an extremely delicate and photogenic oval face, skin as white as snow, and a pair of smart and cunning big eyes, like the smartest fox, shining with confidence and wisdom. There was always a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, full of confidence and pride. The whole person exudes a genius temperament that is smart, elegant, and full of control. The system interface pops up again. Name, Ling Bo. Age, 21. Height, 175 centimeters. Measurements, 88/60-89. System score, 94 points. Synopsis: a former talented core guard for the National Youth Women's Basketball Team, known as the female Allen Iverson for her uncanny, ghostly dribbling skills, scalpel precision passing, and unstoppable pull-up jump shot. However, during an intense national team training camp, she was diagnosed with a congenital, incurable athlete's heart, a genetic heart disease with a very small chance of causing sudden death under extreme competition. She was ruthlessly rejected by the national team and all professional clubs, her career seemingly a death sentence. Filled with resentment at the injustice of her fate and an endless desire to return to the court, she was left with no choice but to resign. Current favorability, 5%. I hold on to a glimmer of hope and wait and see attitude towards Jihan Group, the only company that doesn't require a physical exam and only considers ability as a selection method. Version number, 0.0. One is a gem in the mountains who has the strongest physical talent in history, but is as inferior as dust. The other is a lost pearl who possessed the strongest technical talent in history, but was defeated because of God's jealousy of his talent. Interesting, very interesting. Roger looked at the two basketball geniuses in front of him who could be called the two greatest of the generation. The excitement and possessiveness in his heart instantly reached its peak. He knew that if he could completely conquer these two rough diamonds and hidden gems and solve their respective problems, his future Qihan Lightning team would not only dominate Asia, but would even be able to challenge the highest throne of the WNBA.
Hello, I'm Roger, the chairman of Chihang Group.
Roger had the gentlest and most friendly smile on his face. He stood up from his boss chair and walked slowly to them. He first looked at the giant Shanghua, whose head was lowered due to nervousness and whose body was trembling slightly.
He said softly, Shanghua, is that so?
Please raise your head and look at me. I want to tell you that your height is not a freak, nor a curse. It is the most precious and unique gift bestowed upon you by God.
With me, you don't need to feel inferior or insecure. After all, you were born to stand at the highest point, to be admired and worshipped by everyone.
His voice seemed to carry a magical power, which made Shanhua's tense body relax slightly. She slowly raised her head, and for the first time, her somewhat evasive eyes mustered up the courage to look at the man in front of her with a gentle smile and eyes full of appreciation and affirmation. Roger turned his gaze to Ling Bo, whose eyes were filled with pride and caution, and said with a smile, Ling Bo, I've seen the footage of your skills. They're gorgeous and deadly. You truly deserve to be called the female Allen Iverson. I also understand the difficulties you're facing and your determination not to be ordinary. Ling Bo's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and his eyes became sharper. Did Director Luo investigate me? I simply cherish and respect every true talent.
Roger's gaze deepened.
He looked at Ling Bo and spoke word for word, just because others can't cure a disease doesn't mean I, Roger, can't.
I, Roger, dare to give you opportunities that others wouldn't dare. Not only can I allow you to return to the competition, but I can also allow you to surpass your previous self and reach new heights you never even dared to imagine before. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the two girls who had been completely shocked by him, and said to Chen Yang and Lei Ju, I will interview them personally. You can go out first. Yes, Luo go master. When the office door was closed, only Roger, Shanghua and Lingbo were left.
Roger slowly sat back in his boss chair and tailored a dream realization plan for each of them that they could not refuse. To Shanghua, he promised that he would immediately provide the best medical resources in the world to her mother who was far away in the mountains, and invite the top experts to treat her, and all expenses would be fully borne by Chihang Group. At the same time, he will provide her with the most professional nutritionists and physical trainers, and tailor the most scientific growth plan for her, so that her body full of unlimited potential can be developed most perfectly. He wanted to transform her from an inferior and timid girl from a mountain village into a confident, dazzling and unstoppable inside giant in the world of basketball. As for Lingbo, his conditions were more direct and more unbelievable. Lingbo, Roger looked at her, his voice calm yet convincing.
I know you have heart problems.
But you may not know that the Nightingale Life Science Research Institute under my Chihang Group, led by Dr. Yi Tong, has recently achieved some, small, groundbreaking research results in the field of cardiac regeneration and repair. I can have Dr. Yi Tong personally perform a comprehensive and thorough treatment for you. I can't guarantee a 100% cure for your congenital disease, but I'm 90% sure I can restore your heart function to a level sufficient to withstand the intense competition of any professional competition. Your unparalleled skills can flourish freely and unimpeded in a truly healthy body. Roger's words, like an oracle from the sky, struck Lingbo and Shanhua's hearts hard. One is the hope that can save her mother's life and allow her to get rid of all her inferiority and regain a new life. The other is a miracle that can cure her terminal illness, allowing her to return to the court and realize all her dreams. They knew that the conditions Roger offered were God's gifts that no one else in the world could give except him.
Although Roger did not explicitly state the price they had to pay, they both knew it. Roger wants to investigate them. I promise you.
This time, it was Shanhua, who was tall in stature but extremely pure in heart, who was the first to make the choice with a crying voice and with great determination. She slowly knelt down in front of Roger, completely devoting her humble yet grateful heart. Ling Bo, the former genius, after experiencing endless despair and pain, looked at the man in front of her who could give her the chance of rebirth, and her long-frozen heart full of pride and resentment completely melted. She smiled bitterly, then slowly knelt beside the mountain. Roger looked at the peerless twins who were lying at his feet, like two perfect works of art waiting for their master's favor, and a satisfied smile full of control over everything appeared on his face, a smile that only he understood. He knew that his Chihan Lightning team already possessed the strongest spear and the strongest shield that was enough to shock the world and make all opponents despair. And his harem is about to welcome two new members who are very distinctive and have great development value.
Chapter 96 Black and White Silk Serving the King. This chapter has 5,000 words. After many revisions, it is now only 1,000 words long. It is better to read it as soon as possible, otherwise it will be censored. Shan Yue and Lingbo, two former geniuses, now stand at a crossroads in their lives.
Facing enormous difficulties and challenges, they seem to have lost all hope and courage. Shan Yue, a man who struggles to save his seriously ill mother. His mother, his life's pillar of support, is now stricken with illness and critically ill.
Shan Yue feels powerless.
His height has always been a constant source of worry, and 18 years of self-esteem have prevented him from truly facing himself. However, for his mother's sake, he decided to put aside all his concerns and resistance and do anything to save her life. Ling Bo, a former athlete, lost her dream due to a rare terminal illness. Her physical condition was deteriorating and she could no longer run on the track as fast as before. But she didn't give up. The fire in her heart was still burning. She longed to be cured of the disease, return to the court, and prove her strength to all those who had abandoned and denied her.
These two former geniuses are now standing on the edge of the cliff of life.
Their choices may be different, but their goals are the same. For the sake of their loved ones and their dreams, they decide to completely abandon all unnecessary resistance, bravely face reality, and pursue that glimmer of hope. They knew that this man, who was too young, was their only and last chance in life.
I do. I am willing.
Roger had a smile on his face that only he understood, a smile full of satisfaction and control over everything.
Very good, you made the wisest choice. Roger stood up and walked in front of them. He was not in a hurry to let them get up.
Instead, he looked at them with a look that looked down on all living things like a god. From today on, you are my people, Roger.
He pressed the intercom on his desk. Wan Qing, take them to Yao Qi.
Yes, master. Xiao Wanqing's soft and respectful voice came from the receiver. A moment later, Xiao Wanqing pushed the door open and walked in.
She ignored Shan Yue and Lingbo, who were kneeling on the ground.
She just bowed slightly respectfully to Roger, and then said to them in a businesslike tone without any emotion, "Ladies, please follow me." Shan Yue and Lingbo followed Xiao Wanqing in a daze, like two puppets, and walked out of Roger's office and came to an extremely luxurious exclusive private bathroom on the other side of the top floor of the central main house Yaoqi. The area of this bathroom is several times larger than the dormitory they both share. The entire space is made of top-quality white marble and obsidian, with a huge jacuzzi in the center. The pool water is specially treated, steaming natural hot spring water, and bright red rose petals float on the water. Surrounding it are sauna rooms, steam rooms, and various top-quality skincare products with different functions that Roger collected from all over the world. "The master has ordered," Xiao Wanqing said calmly, "please stay here, ladies.
I'll be back in an hour."
After saying that, she turned and left, considerately closing the bathroom door.
Only Shan Yue and Lingbo were left in the bathroom.
"Very good," Xiao Wanqing nodded with satisfaction.
"Come over." Roger hooked his finger at them. About 1,000 words about how Roger is omitted here. When the sunlight of the next morning shone into the bedroom again, the system prompt sounded quietly at this time. Favorability has reached 100%. Exclusive basketball twin maid contract has been perfectly activated. Loyalty is permanently locked to max. Chapter 97, Unpolished Jade Pearl in Your Arms. In Roger's private lounge on the top floor, which is full of masculinity and absolute control. It was really too high, more than 2 meters, and Roger had to look up. Two former basketball geniuses, Shan Yue, a gem in the mountains who is 205 centimeters tall and has low self-esteem, and Lingbo, a lost pearl in the world who is 175 centimeters tall and has lost his wings due to injury. Their future, their dreams, everything they have will be tightly bound to this powerful and mysterious man in front of them, and can never be separated. After enjoying the fruits of victory, Roger did not forget the promise he made to the two newly conquered basketball maids. He first contacted his chief personal assistant, Xiao Wanqing. "Wanqing," Roger's voice reached Xiao Wanqing clearly through the intercom. "Immediately, in the name of the Qihang Education Foundation, make an anonymous donation of 5 million yuan in special poverty alleviation and education funds to Shan Yue's family in the southwestern mountainous area. At the same time, contact the best construction team in the country to build a new 3-story house with a courtyard for them in their village. Also, under my personal name, hire top experts from the cardiovascular and orthopedic departments of Beijing Union Hospital to form a medical team. They will immediately fly to the local area to provide a comprehensive consultation and treatment for her seriously ill mother. All expenses will be covered by the group. Remember, everything must be done discreetly and appropriately. Don't let anyone know this is related to Shan Yue, and don't let the local media report it." "Yes, master." Xiao Wanqing replied respectfully, "I'll do it right away."
Roger knew that for a girl like Shanyue, who was extremely inferior in filial, only by completely resolving her worries and letting her feel that he had reborn her family could he make her sensitive and fragile heart open up to him completely and without reservation. After dealing with Shanyue's matter, Roger personally called Yi Tong, the director of the Nightingale Life Science Research Institute. Nightingale, Roger's voice carried an unquestionable command. You must immediately drop all your research projects, bring your top cardiovascular disease research team and the most advanced testing equipment, and come to my central residence. I have a very special patient here, and I need you to personally conduct a comprehensive and in-depth physical examination and evaluate treatment options for her. Half an hour later, Yi Tong, dressed in a white coat and with a cool and capable temperament, appeared in front of Roger with her core medical team and several silver suitcases filled with various high-tech medical instruments. When she saw Ling Bo in Roger's exclusive lounge, wearing a silk nightgown and looking a little nervous and uneasy, even though she was used to seeing all kinds of difficult and complicated cases, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At Roger's suggestion, Ling Bo told Yi Tong in detail about his condition of athlete's heart and how he was rejected by the national team and all professional clubs because of it. After listening to this, Yi Tong did not express her opinion immediately. Instead, she asked her team to use various advanced equipment they brought to conduct a 3-hour, carpet-style comprehensive heart function and body function test on Ling Bo.
The test results came out very quickly.
Boss, Yi Tong frowned slightly as she looked at the test report filled with complex data and charts. She said to Roger, who was waiting nearby, "The situation is more complicated than I imagined.
There is indeed a minor congenital defect in her heart structure.
When she performs ultra-high-intensity exercise, her myocardial blood and oxygen supply capacity will instantly drop to a very dangerous threshold, which can easily lead to malignant arrhythmias and even sudden death. From the perspective of modern medicine, this disease is truly incurable. No responsible professional club would allow her to participate in high-intensity professional competitions." When Ling Bo heard Yi Tong's verdict, her pretty face, which originally held a glimmer of hope, instantly turned as pale as paper, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably.
Roger waved his hand, an enigmatic smile on his face. He looked at Yi Tong and said slowly, "Nightingale, I'm not talking about modern medicine. What I'm asking is, with the special technology that you and our Nightingale Life Science Research Institute currently possess, is it possible to create a medical miracle?" Yi Tong looked into Roger's eyes, filled with confidence and intimacy, and instantly understood what he meant. She was silent for a moment, then pulled up another top-secret research document and said solemnly, "Boss, if we disregard the cost and are willing to bear the risks of a clinical trial, and use the experimental drug Chihan No. 2 that our research institute is secretly developing, based on targeted gene repair and nanorobotic myocardial enhancement, on her, perhaps there's a 50% chance that we can completely repair her congenital heart defect and even improve her heart function even more than that of an average athlete. Then use it." Roger decided without hesitation. "I don't care about the cost or the risks. I just want one result: that Ling Bo can stand on the basketball court again and become the greatest female basketball player on the planet. Nightingale, I leave this matter entirely to you. If you need any resources, whether it's money, equipment, or talent, report directly to me, and I will solve it for you as soon as possible." "Yes, boss." There was also a flame of challenge and excitement flashing in Yi Tong's eyes. She knew that this was not only a treatment for Ling Bo, but also an ultimate test of their institute's top scientific research capabilities. Once successful, its significance will be epoch-making. Ling Bo, who was standing aside, was already stunned after listening to the conversation between Roger and Yi Tong that sounded like a science fiction movie. Then, an indescribable ecstasy, as if she had escaped from a desperate situation, instantly overwhelmed her. She looked at the man in front of her who was not only willing to devote all his resources to her, a useless person, but also able to create a medical miracle. Her heart, which had long become cold and full of resentment due to the unfairness of fate, was completely melted at this moment. She fell to her knees in front of Roger again with a plop. This time, there was no longer any humiliation or unwillingness, only endless gratitude and complete submission from the depths of her soul. "Master, thank you. Thank you for giving Ling Bo a chance to be reborn. From now on, Ling Bo's life is yours. Whether on the court or anywhere else, Ling Bo will be the sharpest and most obedient knife in your hands, a sharp knife." Roger helped her up with satisfaction. He knew that from this moment on, Ling Bo, this lost pearl in the world, had been completely and indelibly branded with his exclusive mark. After completely solving Shanyue and Ling Bo's worries and planning their future development paths, the formation of the Chihan Lightning women's basketball team officially entered the fast lane.
Roger used the system to personally select 10 young female basketball stars from various Asian countries with great potential and training value. Together with his peerless duo Shangyue and Lingbo, and the former queen of basketball Lei Ju, they formed the first generation of the Chihan Lightning team. The team's first formal and team training session was grandly held in the modern basketball stadium in the city of Sailing that is comparable to the NBA Finals venue. When the two inside towers of 205 cm tall Shangyue and 198 cm tall Lei Ju, together with the genius guard Lingbo with superb skills and like a court elf, and 10 other equally talented young players, appeared together on the training ground for the first time, the scene full of talent and a sense of the future made everyone watching on the sidelines feel suffocated and shocked. Roger sat leisurely on the exclusive podium on the sidelines, looking at the galactic battleship he had built, which could be called the Avengers of Asian women's basketball, and his heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. He knew that his basketball empire had successfully set sail.
Chapter 98 Fruit Tea Sister.
After the initial consolidation of his hegemony in Jiangchang, Roger's life entered an emperor period that he had never experienced before, full of absolute control and supreme power. He sits in the city of Sailing every day, dealing with the group's macro strategy. The rest of his time is mostly used to inspect and develop the increasing number of beautiful maids in his harem who are devoted to him. However, after enjoying the initial extreme pleasure of this imperial life, it is inevitable that it will bring a bit of fatigue due to the loneliness at the top.
Conquest is an instinct engraved in men's bones.
When all the prey have surrendered and all the challenges have been solved, Roger's insatiable hunting heart begins to yearn for new, more challenging and more fresh targets.
That afternoon, Roger was bored in his CEO office, casually browsing some of the hottest online news and social media updates on his custom-made computer worth millions.
This was his way of understanding the current trends in young people's thinking and discovering business opportunities. He opened a local life short video app, and a video titled "The Most Healing Smile on the Street Corner of Jiangchang" was pushed to his homepage by the algorithm. The video quality is not high definition and even slightly shaky, obviously shot by a passerby. The video shows a street-side fruit tea shop with extremely simple and even shabby decoration. A young girl in a cheap white t-shirt and faded jeans was standing behind the bar, shaking the shaker in her hand for the customers in a somewhat awkward manner. When she handed the prepared fruit tea to the customer in front of the camera with both hands, perhaps because she heard a compliment from the customer, she raised her head and showed a bright and somewhat shy innocent smile.
It's this smile.
The moment he saw the smile, Roger's heart seemed to be struck by a warm and pure electric current.
What a smile that is!
Clean, pure, without any impurities, like the sky after the rain, like the clearest spring water in the mountain stream, like the warmest ray of sunshine in winter, with an incredible healing power that can melt all the cold and haze in the world. The girl was about 18 years old, with long, shiny black hair, casually tied into a neat ponytail at the back of her head. She had no makeup on, but her pretty face with a little baby fat was more captivating than any of the beautiful women in Roger's harem who had been carefully made up. She has a pair of big, round eyes that are as clear as a deer's. When she smiles, they bend into two cute crescents, revealing a pair of playful and cute little fangs. Roger felt that his heart, which had become hardened and numb from having seen so much intrigue and physical desire, softened uncontrollably at this moment. In an instant, his heart was moved again. The system interface also popped up at the right time, and the data it showed made Roger's heart tremble slightly.
Name, Jiang Wan. Online nickname, Fruit Tea Sister. Age, 18. Height, 165 centimeters. Measurements, 86-60-88. System score, 98 points.
Introduction: a native of Jiangcheng, Jiang Wan comes from an extremely poor family. His father was paralyzed from the waist down in a work-related accident early in life, and has been bedridden for years, incurring substantial medical and rehabilitation expenses. His mother works odd jobs in a supermarket, earning a meager income. He also has a younger brother who is currently in junior high school, both academically and morally excellent. Jiang Wan is a recent high school graduate, having been admitted to Jiangcheng University's flagship finance department with excellent grades, ranking among the top 10 in the city. However, unable to afford the high tuition and the heavy burden on his family, he was forced to forego enrollment and opted to work at a relative's fruit tea shop, using his meager monthly salary of less than 3,000 yuan to support the family and his younger brother's education.
Current favorability, 0% stranger.
Version number, 0.0. Due to my poor family background and the need to take care of my family, I have never had any romantic experience and my heart is as pure as a blank sheet of paper.
98 points. It was an incredibly high score of 98 points.
It even surpassed the highest-scoring members of Roger's harem, including Su Peiying, Meng Chan, and Jiang Mu.
Moreover, her introduction made Roger's heart hurt.
Such an outstanding, filial and pure girl had to give up her college dream because of poverty. She was trapped in such a small fruit tea shop and carried the burden of the entire family on her weak shoulders prematurely. An unprecedented complex emotion, a mixture of pity, appreciation, and extreme possessiveness, grew and spread wildly in Roger's heart.
A girl like this shouldn't be buried in the dust. She should stand in the sun and enjoy the best of everything. Her heart-healing smile should bloom only for me. An unquestionable, godlike light burst out from Roger's eyes. I want this fruit tea sister. Not only will I give her everything she's lost, but I'll also give her a future she never even dared to imagine before. He knew that any direct and utilitarian strategy to deal with a girl like Jiang Nuan, who had a pure heart and a heavy family burden, might scare her or even cause her to be disgusted. He needed a more clever and warm way to come into her life as a savior. He immediately called Yun Mengyao, the honorary chairman of the Qihang Education Foundation. Mengyao, Roger's voice was gentle yet powerful.
I need you to immediately launch a special student aid program called Starting the Sailing Pearls in the name of the foundation. The program aims to identify and provide financial assistance to outstanding high school graduates who have been forced to give up their college dreams due to family poverty.
Our first funding target is her.
Roger sent the video and information of fruit tea sister Jiang Nuan to Yun Mengyao's mobile phone. Go there in person, Roger continued, and tell her that after the foundation's rigorous screening and evaluation, she fully meets the funding criteria for our Qihang Yizhu Special Student Aid Program.
We will fully cover all of her tuition, accommodation, and daily living expenses while she attends Jiangcheng University.
Furthermore, we will provide her family with an additional 30,000 yuan per month in special hardship family living allowance until her brother graduates from university. Remember, the entire process must be conducted under the official name of the foundation.
Keep a humble attitude and be sincere. Don't reveal any information about me to her for now.
I want her to feel that this is a lucky break she's earned through her own excellence and hard work, not some mysterious wealthy individual's ill-intentioned handout.
Yes, master.
Yun Mengyao, on the other end of the line, immediately understood Roger's good intentions. She knew that the master had found another top-tier prey that caught his eye, and had begun his unstoppable hunting game, filled with art and skill. That afternoon, in the old city of Jiangcheng, in a slightly shabby alley full of urban atmosphere, Yun Mengyao was wearing a simple and elegant white dress, exuding the gentleness and intellectual temperament unique to a university professor. She walked into the deserted and dimly lit fruit tea shop like a fairy who was not of this world. She spotted Jiang Nuan, who was behind the bar, head down, diligently cutting fruit for a customer. The girl was wearing a cheap, faded work outfit, but the pure, beautiful aura she exuded couldn't be concealed.
Excuse me, are you Jiang Nuan? Yun Mengyao's voice was soft and friendly.
Jiang Nuan raised her head and saw the strange woman in front of her, who was as beautiful and noble as a fairy.
She answered nervously and timidly, I am. May I ask who you are?
Yun Mengyao smiled and handed her work permit and the official documents of the Qihang Education Foundation to Jiang Nuan. Then, she explained to her the funding conditions that Roger had explained, which were like God's gift, word by word, clearly and gently.
Jiang Nuan was completely stunned.
Her large, clear eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She looked at Yun Mengyao in disbelief, then at the official documents stamped with bright red seals.
She felt like she was living an unrealistic, absurd daydream.
This.
Madam. You are not kidding me, are you? Jiang Nuan's voice trembled slightly with excitement and disbelief. How can I deserve such great help from you? This must be a mistake.
Yun Mengyao held her hand, which was a little cold and rough from all the time she spent cutting fruit, and gently comforted her. You're not mistaken, Jiang Nuan. This is what you deserve. Our foundation sees your excellence, your filial piety, and your strength. We believe that you are a pearl that has been temporarily covered in dust. If you are given a chance, you will surely bloom with the most dazzling light. So, please don't reject this luck tailor-made for you, and bravely pursue your own university dream. After Yun Mengyao patiently and gently explained for nearly half an hour, and verified the information with the admissions office of Jiangcheng University over the phone on the spot, Jiang Nuan finally believed that all this was true. An indescribable ecstasy, as if she had been saved from a desperate situation, instantly overwhelmed her. She could no longer contain her excitement, covering her face and sobbing bitterly, tears pouring out like a flood. These were tears of joy, tears of gratitude, and even more so, tears of hope for a new life in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chihang Foundation. Thank you to that unknown kind-hearted person. Jiang Nuan burst into tears and bowed deeply to Yun Mengyao. She was filled with endless gratitude and admiration for the mysterious sponsor whom she had never met but who completely changed the fate of her and her entire family. On the system panel, her favorability towards Roger soared from the initial 0% to 60%. She was deeply grateful and respectful, and regarded him as a benefactor who was like a reborn parent. Roger could see everything that happened in the fruit tea shop clearly through the micro camera installed on Yun Mengyao. He looked at the screen and saw the fruit tea sister who was crying with joy, her tears streaming down her face, but looking even more charming. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, a smile that only he could understand, a smile full of control over everything. He knew that this uncarved, pure and beautiful jade as white as paper had been successfully taken into his possession. Chapter 99, Simple Fruit Tea Sister.
Yun Menyao's visit and the Chihang Pearl Special Financial Aid Agreement she brought with her, which was like a blessing from heaven, was like a bright dawn that broke through the long night, completely illuminating Jiang Nuan's originally dark life. For the next week, Jiang Nuan felt as if she was living in a dream. First of all, the monthly living allowance for families in special hardship of up to 30,000 yuan was deposited into my mother's bank card on time and without missing a penny on the second day after the agreement was signed.
The bank card had not received any large deposits for a long time.
When the mother was standing in front of the ATM, looking at the long list of balance numbers that made her unable to believe her eyes, and then took out a stack of brand new, red banknotes with the scent of ink with trembling hands, this middle-aged woman who was almost breathless under the burden of life could no longer hold back, hugged Jiang Nuan, and burst into tears in the corner of the street. They were tears of joy, tears of gratitude, and tears of regained hope for the future. With this huge sum of money, my father's ward was moved from a crowded and noisy 6-person room to a spacious and bright single-person intensive care room with a dedicated nurse to take care of him. Those imported special effect medicines that had been delayed due to cost issues can finally be used. My father's face, which had turned yellow due to long-term illness, gradually became more rosy and lively. My mother quit her hard-working and low-paying job as a supermarket stock clerk so that she could devote herself to making nutritious soups for my father and preparing delicious meals for my younger brother who was about to go to high school. For the first time, the small and dilapidated home that had always been shrouded in gloom was filled with long-lost laughter. Jiang Nuan herself can finally take off the heavy shackles of life that are not commensurate with her age. She quit her job at the fruit tea shop and took out the admission letter from the finance department of Jiangcheng University, which she had once treasured but had to give up in tears due to reality, from the deepest part of the drawer. She used her handkerchief to gently wipe her name and photo on the notice over and over again, as if they were some priceless treasure. Her heart was filled with endless gratitude and admiration, even to the level of faith, for the mysterious benefactor Mr. Roger, the founder of the Chihang Education Foundation, whom she had never met but who completely changed the fate of her and her entire family. She had imagined the appearance of this Mr. Luo in her mind countless times. In her mind, he must be an elder who was over 50 years old, with kind eyes, compassion for the world, and like a living bodhisattva. She secretly vowed that when she succeeded in her studies, she would give everything she had to repay Uncle Luo who had given her a new life. On the system panel, her favorability towards Roger also quietly climbed from the initial 60% deep gratitude and admiration to 85%. She regarded him as a benefactor like a reborn parent and the only faith and mentor in her life, and developed a strong and fanatical desire to repay him at all costs in this day-to-day, almost deification like fantasy and gratitude. A week later, it was the first day of school for freshmen at Jiangcheng University. Jiang Nuan was wearing a brand new white cotton dress that her mother had carefully selected for her with the subsidy. Although it was not a famous brand, it was clean and tidy, and it made her youthful figure look particularly pure and charming. Carrying her new school bag and pulling her new suitcase, she stepped into one of the top universities in China, a university she had always dreamed of, alone, with infinite longing for her future university life and a hint of nervousness and shyness. The campus of Jiangcheng University is bigger and more beautiful than she had imagined. The tall sycamore trees, the green lawns, the sparkling central lake, and the teaching buildings and libraries full of a sense of history and modern design all made her feel novel and yearning. The finance department's freshman registration area was bustling with people. Jiang Nuan's pure and beautiful appearance, her fair skin that was as smooth as a baby's even without makeup, and her pure temperament that was untainted by dust quickly made her stand out among the many freshmen who were dressed fashionably and had exquisite makeup. She was like an orchid in a valley, attracting the astonished gazes of many boys and seniors. However, Jiang Nuan, who had developed a low self-esteem and introverted personality due to her family's poverty, felt somewhat uncomfortable and afraid of these gazes. She lowered her head, just wanting to complete the registration procedures as quickly as possible and settle into the dormitory. Just as she was waiting in line, a gentle and friendly voice suddenly sounded behind her.
Hello, junior high school girl, are you also here to report to the finance department? Do you need any help? Jiang Nuan turned around and saw a senior schoolmate wearing the same plain white t-shirt and jeans.
Although she was not stunningly beautiful, she had delicate features and a gentle and tranquil temperament that made people feel good at first sight. She was looking at her with a kind smile on her face. This was the first move arranged by Roger Chen-Sisi, the secret spy who had already been conquered and planted on campus by him. She was full of gratitude and absolute loyalty to Roger, and would complete any task assigned by Roger without fail and to perfection.
Senior, hello. Jiang Nuan looked at the senior with a warm smile, and the tension in her heart dissipated a lot. She said a little embarrassedly, I'm here to register, but there are too many people. It's okay, I'll help you.
Chen-Sisi enthusiastically took Jiang Nuan's hand, and then, using her identity as a student union officer, she took Jiang Nuan around the long queue with ease and quickly completed all the registration procedures for new students.
Thank you so much, senior sister.
Jiang Nuan was full of gratitude to Chen-Sisi.
You're welcome, junior.
Chen-Sisi patted her hand affectionately and said with a smile, My name is Chen-Sisi, and I'm a junior in the finance department.
If you have any difficulties in school in the future, you can come to me. By the way, what's your name? Which dormitory do you live in? My name is Jiang Nuan.
I live in room 402 in dormitory building 3.
What a coincidence.
I live next door to you in room 401.
Chen-Sisi feigned surprise. Then we'll be neighbors from now on.
Come on, I'll take you to the dorm and help you carry your luggage up there. With the help of Chen-Sisi, the enthusiastic senior, Jiang Nuan quickly settled down in the new dormitory. During the next few days of military training and orientation for freshmen, Chen-Sisi took great care of Jiang Nuan. Not only did she take the initiative to explain the school's various rules and regulations and course selection skills to her, she also often took her to the cafeteria to eat and to the library to study.
The two soon became good sisters who could talk about anything. During a night chat, Chen-Sisi accidentally told Jiang Nuan her past story. Nuanyuan, do you know? Actually, my family's financial situation was even more difficult than yours before. Chen-Sisi's eyes flashed with just the right amount of nostalgia and sadness. Back then, my parents were laid off, and we had no income at home.
I was almost on the verge of dropping out of school because I couldn't afford tuition. Just when I was most desperate, it was the student loan from Qihang Finance that helped me get through the difficult times. When Jiang Nuan heard the word Qihang, her heart suddenly moved, and she quickly asked, Senior Sisi, is the Qihang Finance you mentioned related to the Qihang Education Foundation that funded me?
Of course they are. Chen-Sisi smiled.
They are all subsidiaries of the greatest company in Jiangcheng Qihang Holding Group. And the founder of all of this is the greatest legend in the history of Jiangcheng University, the God in all of our hearts, Chairman Roger.
As soon as Roger's name was mentioned, Chen-Sisi's eyes couldn't help but burst out with an almost fanatical light full of admiration and love. She began to tell Jiang Nuan vividly about Roger's various legendary deeds.
She recounted how Roger miraculously rose from a bullied fat man to become a business tycoon who now runs a multi-billion-dollar empire in just a few months. She recounted how Roger, unafraid of power, overthrew the corrupt group of Deputy Director Liu that had been entrenched in Jiangcheng for many years with lightning speed, and eliminated the harm to the people. She recounted how Roger invested tens of billions of yuan to establish the Jiang Super League and invited the J-20 fighter jets to fly over the stadium, winning unprecedented glory and dignity for Chinese football and all Chinese people. She also talked about how Roger, with his great love, founded the Qihang Education Foundation, which has funded countless poor students like them who are from poor families but have excellent character and academic performance, lighting up their hope in life.
In Chen-Sisi's narration full of admiration and emotion, Roger's image was infinitely elevated and deified in Jiang Nuan's heart.
He was no longer just the Uncle Robert to whom she needed to be grateful, but a nearly perfect, savior-like being who possessed wisdom, wealth, power, courage, and benevolence. She was filled with an even stronger and irrepressible curiosity and admiration for this God whom she had never met before. She longed to see this legendary figure in person, even if it was just from a distance, and then say thank you to him in person.
The opportunity came soon.
That afternoon, in order to express gratitude to Qihang Group for its long-term and tremendous support to the school's various undertakings, Jiangcheng University held a grand ceremony in the school's auditorium to award Roger the title of Outstanding Honorary Alumnus of Jiangcheng University. Chen Sisi used her position as a student union officer to reserve the best viewing spot for Jiang Nuan in the front row of the auditorium. When Roger, dressed in a well-tailored white suit, with a tall figure, handsome appearance, and extraordinary temperament, walked slowly onto the podium like the moon surrounded by stars, surrounded by all the school leaders of Jiangcheng University, the entire auditorium erupted in thunderous applause and crazy screams from the female students. Jiang Nuan finally saw with her own eyes the godlike benefactor in her mind for the first time. She looked in disbelief at the man on the stage who looked too young and more handsome than any movie star she had ever imagined. She felt as if her heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand and was almost about to stop beating. It turns out that he is not the Uncle Luo who was over 50 years old. It turns out, he is such a young, so charming, and so brilliant person. An unprecedented surge of emotions, as strong as an electric current, a mixture of shock, admiration, love, and the shy throbbing of a young girl in love, instantly overwhelmed Jiang Nuan. She felt her cheeks burning, her heart pounding like a drum, and even breathing became a little difficult. On the system panel, Jiang Nuan's favorability level, at this moment, soared again from the previous 85%, directly breaking through the 95% mark and reaching 98% deep love and faith, having regarded the host as the only and absolute true love and beacon of life and life, eager to dedicate everything to him. After the ceremony, Chen Sisi looked at Jiang Nuan, who was still in a state of dismay, her pretty face flushed with red, and a subtle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She knew that her master's first move had been perfectly achieved. She leaned close to Jiang Nuan's ear and whispered in a tone filled with envy, "Nuanyuan, you're so lucky. I heard that in order to better understand the learning and living conditions of us students who are sponsored by him, Mr. Luo occasionally selects one or two of the best and most hardworking representatives from among us to provide one-on-one private academic tutoring and life planning guidance." Really? Jiang Nuan's clear eyes lit up instantly when she heard that, filled with infinite desire and expectation. Of course it's true. Chen Sisi smiled mysteriously. However, this kind of opportunity is rare, even harder than winning the lottery. But, after all, I'm your good senior. I can try to help you pass on a message to Senior Xiao Wanxing, Director Luo's chief assistant, and try to get you a chance. Senior Sisi. You can really. Jiang Nuan was so excited that she could hardly speak. She held Chen Sisi's hand tightly, her eyes full of pleading and hope. Chen Sisi looked at her like this and thought to herself, "Master, this fruit tea sister you like is indeed as pure as a blank sheet of paper. It's so easy, and she's completely hooked." She patted Jiang Nuan's hand and said with a smile, "I can only say I'll try my best. You, just go back and wait for my good news." Roger knew it was time to close the net. He couldn't wait to personally taste this purest and sweetest fruit that he had personally saved and cultivated to see just how delicious it was. Chapter 100. Jiang Nuan recognizes her master. Thanks to the deliberate arrangement and meticulous preparation by her best wingman Chen Sisi, Jiang Nuan soon received the good news that had haunted her dreams and made her so nervous that she could hardly sleep all night. One evening 3 days later, she received a personal call from Xiao Wanqing, the chief personal assistant to the chairman of Qihang Group. On the other end of the line, Xiao Wanqing, in her soft yet professional voice with a hint of distance, formally informed her, "Hello, Jiang Nuan. I'm Xiao Wanqing from the chairman's office of Qihang Group. After comprehensive evaluation and recommendation by our Qihang Education Foundation, and final approval by Chairman Luo Jie, you have been awarded the honorary title of Qihang Star for this semester. You will also have the valuable opportunity to have an in-depth one-on-one discussion with Chairman Luo on academic and life planning. The time is set for 7 o'clock tonight in the private reception room on the top floor of the central main residence of Qihang City. I will send a special car to pick you up downstairs from your dormitory. Please be sure to be on time." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nuan felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She couldn't believe her ears. The man who was as unattainable as a god in her mind actually wanted to meet her alone. An indescribable ecstasy and an equally huge sense of tension completely overwhelmed her in an instant. She rushed into the dormitory bathroom and looked at her face in the mirror, which was flushed with excitement. She felt both excited and frightened. What should she wear to meet him? What should she say to him? Would she say something wrong in front of him out of nervousness? Would he feel stupid and unsophisticated? A series of questions flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope. She took out the few dresses in her wardrobe that her mother had bought for her with her subsidy, one by one, and tried them on herself again and again, but she always felt that they were not perfect enough, not decent enough, and not worthy of the upcoming sacred meeting. In the end, it was Chen Sisi who happened to pass by her dormitory and rescued her. "Nuanyuan, don't be anxious. Shen Sisi looked at Jiang Yuan, who was like an ant on the hot pan, with an understanding smile on her face. She took out a brand new white chiffon dress from an exquisite gift bag she had brought with her.
I just bought this a few days ago and haven't worn it yet.
I think it suits your pure temperament very well.
Come on and try it on.
It was a dress from a top luxury brand with a very simple style but extremely exquisite fabric and tailoring. When worn by Jiang Yuan, it perfectly highlights her pure temperament that is not tainted by the dust and her figure full of youthful vitality, making her look like a fairy from the Moon Palace who is about to attend a banquet and is not affected by the worldly affairs. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom with the exclusive license plate of Qihang Group stopped at the bottom of Jiang Yuan's dormitory building on time, attracting the envy and jealous gazes of countless students. With a nervous heart beating like a deer, Jiang Yuan, under the personal guidance of Xiao Wanqing, stepped into the central main house of the city of sailing for the first time. The building that she had only admired from afar was like a fortress of the future. When she walked into the extremely luxurious and private living room on the top floor, which had a 360-degree view of the dazzling night view of the entire river city, she once again saw the man who had been haunting her dreams, Roger. Roger was wearing a comfortable dark gray silk home suit today, lazily leaning on the huge leather sofa, holding a glass of dark red wine in his hand, shaking it gently. He had a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes, as deep as the starry sky, were looking with interest at the fruit tea sister in front of him, whose pretty face was flushed with nervousness and who was at a loss.
Hello, Jiang Yuan. We meet again.
Roger's voice was magnetic and had a reassuring magic.
Luo. Mr. Luo, hello?
Jiang Yuan's voice trembled slightly due to extreme nervousness.
She twisted the corners of her clothes nervously and didn't even dare to look up at Roger's eyes. Roger didn't let her sit down.
Instead, he stood up, walked slowly to her, stretched out his hand, and gently lifted her delicate face full of innocence and shyness with his fingertips, forcing her to look at him. Nuanyuan, he called her with such an intimate name for the first time, his voice so gentle that it seemed to drip with water. Don't be so reserved in front of me.
Raise your head and let me take a good look at you. Do you know?
You look beautiful when you smile, like sunshine, which can illuminate all the darkness in my heart. Jiang Yuan listened to Roger's words full of tenderness and praise, and she felt her mind go blank in an instant. All the tension and anxiety seemed to be completely absorbed by his deep eyes at this moment. Her pretty face was as red as a ripe apple, and her heart was beating wildly, as if it would jump out of her chest at any time. Roger liked her even more when he saw her cute look of a pure girl in love. He wanted to completely and totally turn this purity and beauty into a private treasure that belonged only to him. In her eyes, there was only this handsome, gentle, and powerful man in front of her who was like a god. He was the only and absolute faith and salvation in her life.
Master.
Jiang Yuan's eyes became hazy and pious, and her soft red lips pressed against his. Roger felt the pure beauty in his arms.
The system prompt sounded quietly in Roger's mind.
Jiang Yuan's favorability increased by 2%, reached the 100% threshold. Current favorability has reached 100%. The obedience status has been unlocked. The exclusive fruit tea maid contract has been perfectly activated.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the rare, top-tier pure target, Jiang Yuan, and forging a deep soul contract with her. Because the host demonstrated exceptional soft-hearted skills and precise understanding of the innocent girl's psychology during this capture, the system rewards the passive ability Emotional Insight Basic. Benefit: when communicating with female targets, the host becomes more sensitive to their subtle emotional shifts and true inner thoughts, making it easier to gain their favor and trust. This ability can be upgraded as the host's emotional experience grows. He glanced at the fruit tea sister who was sleeping soundly in his arms with a satisfied and sweet smile on her face, and gently placed a loving kiss on her smooth forehead, his heart filled with the pride of being in control of everything.
Jiangcheng's territory has been completely consolidated. All kinds of top beauties and talents have also been acquired by him.